Chapter 1. NCAA Finals Brothers in Basketball. On April 7, 2003, at the Superdome in New Orleans, the annual NCAA Finals, a much-anticipated spectacle that captivates the entire nation, unfolds here. In stark contrast to the highly commercialized NBA, which resembles a grand entertainment gala, the NCAA embodies a purer and more authentic form of competitive spirit without the privileges of star players, without referees manipulating the flow, and devoid of financial motivations. It is merely a pure clash between players and teams. Each NCAA game can be likened to a cinematic experience. Every basketball enthusiast can find reflections of their own playing days in the unfolding drama, discovering resonances with their own souls. This is the most unadulterated and passionate form of athletic competition, synonymous with the most unforgettable and glorious moments of youth. Moreover, there is also the factor of economic clout combined with the emotional ties to one's alma mater. In the United States, a significant portion of wealth is held by those who attended college, and these elites take immense pride in their institutions, viewing them as their most valuable networks for connections and opportunities. Thus, even during Michael Jordan's dominance of the NBA, the NCAA's viewership consistently outstripped that of the NBA. If a player shines on the grand stage of the NCAA Finals, a match drawing nationwide interest, they could transition from being an unnoticed bench warmer to a celebrated star practically overnight. Carmelo, we're in serious trouble. We haven't scored in 3 minutes. Ever since you left the court, our offensive momentum has completely stalled. I recall that before you stepped off, Kansas had only scored 25 points. Look at them now, 37. And that's just a matter of minutes. Although we still hold the lead, at this rate, they are bound to catch up. You, being the core of the Syracuse Orangemen, must step up. Carmelo, you wouldn't want to lose in the finals and become the biggest loser of the Final Four, would you? You surely don't want to enter the NBA under the label of a loser, mocked and ridiculed, do you? Given your individual prowess, you are undoubtedly the most formidable rookie this year and perhaps the most gifted player of all time. Any NBA team that holds the first overall pick and does not select you would be showing blatant disrespect. But if you falter here, they will question and doubt you, even considering other talents for that top pick. Only the champion is remembered. No one recalls the runner-up. Carmelo, we need to get on the court. This fervent entreaty emanated from the bench of the Syracuse Orangemen. A player with distinct Asian features, strikingly handsome and robust akin to Yin Quan wearing the Syracuse Orangemen's training uniform, sits next to the team's star player, the unparalleled legend of NCAA history, Carmelo Anthony, whispering urgently. As the tension on the court escalated, and the situation grew increasingly precarious, Anthony could scarcely remain seated. Upon hearing his teammates goading, he abruptly leapt from the bench. "I got your back. I will help you win this game. I am your most trustworthy ally," responded Dwayne, a longtime acquaintance of Anthony's, having crossed paths with him long before joining Syracuse University during AAU competitions. Compared to Anthony, the rare gem of a 5-star recruit, Dwayne, even as a transcendent player helped by a system, still struggled to keep pace. While Anthony dazzled as a 5-star high school phenomenon, Dwayne merely ranked among the top 200, a 3-star recruit. Many NBA stars had unimpressive high school careers like Curry and Westbrook, who were 3 stars, and Lillard, who garnered only 2 stars, while Morant was barely recognized at all. However, they witnessed considerable growth in body and skill once they entered college. Could Dwayne evolve in a similar manner? He was fully aware that basketball is heavily reliant on physicality, with all skills resting on innate talent. Yet, reality suggested that his physical condition mirrored the system's depiction. He was an ordinary individual. Any enhancements had already depleted his potential. In order to ascend from obscurity to the NBA, he must rely on the system to secure victory in this match, thereby fulfilling the conditions to acquire a new athlete template. Being a transmigrant, Dwayne understood that even if he refrained from stepping onto the court, the Syracuse Orangemen, led by Anthony, would likely triumph in the NCAA Finals. But what significance did that hold for Dwayne? The glory would belong to Anthony, the statistics too. As a bench player for the Orangemen, though he would benefit from Anthony's prominence to achieve a championship, he would gain nothing substantial in the end. It's akin to how Bartle might win an NBA title with the Spurs aside from domestic fans, who would remember Bartle's role in their victory. Clearly, Dwayne sought more than just winning, ached to escape anonymity. As a transcendent player endowed with a system, Living in the shadows while enduring a meager existence was not his ambition. Hence, Dwayne must forge his own path to fame, striving for a future replete with promise. As the saying goes, friends are like brothers, yet behind them lies self-interest. Terms like brotherhood basketball, hometown basketball, and district school basketball distill down to mere profit. They say that brothers are like limbs, as Anthony's ally. Would it not be reasonable for Dwayne to ride on his coattails, savoring the fruits of success and pocketing a bit of cash for himself? One must look after one's own interests, as silence invites calamity. Dwayne's bond with Anthony was simple: to siphon a modicum of the spotlight and garner fame and fortune for himself. Of course, years down the line, should success come their way, Dwayne would undoubtedly lend a helping hand if needed. Surely, he would help Anthony capture that NBA championship, wouldn't he? For the moment, he needed Anthony to pull him into the light. As a first-year player averaging merely 6.3 points, 1.4 rebounds, and 0.7 assists, Dwayne realized that in order to shine in the NCAA finals, he must leverage Anthony's voice to gain an opportunity to take the floor. Though he lacked the standing to negotiate with coach Jim Boeheim, if Anthony articulated a desire to collaborate in brotherhood basketball, Dwayne could count on a chance to play. "Coach, I want to get on the court," Anthony declared, brimming with determination as he approached Boeheim. "I do too," Dwayne chimed in eagerly. "Absolutely. Let Dwayne join me on the court, coach." With notable enthusiasm, Anthony's voice rang out, tinged with gratitude that Dwayne was willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in this moment of adversity. Chapter 2. The substitute takes the court. The gravity of Melo. "I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush," Boeheim bellowed at Anthony, his voice booming with authority. Renowned for his fiery temper throughout the NCAA, Boeheim was infamous for his explosive outbursts, often berating his players for inadequate defense and poorly executed offensive strategies, while frequently questioning the referees' calls and occasionally venting his frustrations on assistant coaches. Undoubtedly, he was a tyrant on the basketball court, not to be trifled with. Moreover, having dedicated decades to his role as the head coach of the Syracuse Orange, he had cultivated a reputation that left no room for dissent from his disciples. Carmelo Anthony, undoubtedly a prodigious talent, was personally recruited by Boeheim himself. Yet, what did it matter? After this game, Anthony would be departing from the Syracuse Orange, with Anthony unwilling to play for him any longer. What was there to fear? What truly concerned Boeheim was the fact that they were in the NCAA championship at the revered New Orleans Superdome, a basketball mecca in North America, with over 40,000 spectators and hundreds of media representatives in attendance. Family disgrace must not be aired in public. Although Boeheim's notorious temper was well known, he had yet to create a scandal involving a rift with one of his players. This was why, when faced with Anthony's challenge to his authority, Boeheim displayed anger but refrained from unleashing a torrent of invective. Even in the face of betrayal from a disciple, Boeheim maintained the dignified composure befitting a mentor. "Coach, please forgive our selfishness," Dwayne interjected promptly, redirecting the tension away from Anthony. Before inciting Anthony to challenge Boeheim's authority, Dwayne had considered the potential ramifications of their actions. The NCAA differed vastly from the NBA. It was the coach who reigned supreme, the one whose word was law, and the authority of the coach was beyond question. Much like certain educators blinded by power, accustomed to a life of ease, their influence often overshadowed their actual responsibilities. Even a mere elementary school teacher commanded respect and compliance from parents who would go to great lengths to appease them. The NCAA coaches enjoyed a similar status. Despite players serving them, the athletes received little in return aside from scholarships. Every year, the NCAA's viewership rivaled that of the four major leagues, leading to substantial revenue. While the NCAA thrived financially, coaches, as beneficiaries, reaped the rewards, enjoying comfortable salaries that often surpassed those of NBA coaches. This phenomenon stemmed entirely from the exploitation of NCAA players. Yet, coaches stood elevated, untouchable, while players were relegated to mere laborers, forbidden from questioning or resisting. Ordinarily, the relationship between coaches and players mirrored that of capitalists and laborers. However, circumstances could shift, as was evident in this scenario, where the roles could be interchangeable. Boeheim had coached the Syracuse Orange for over 30 years and had previously led the team to the NCAA finals. Though both attempts had ended in defeat, a celebrated NCAA coach, consistently finishing as a runner-up was hardly a commendable feat this season. With a talent like Anthony, Boeheim felt the genuine possibility of claiming a championship. This was the very conviction that fueled Dwayne's audacious strategy. You two have 5 or 10 years to cultivate a championship contender. But Anthony is different. We all know he has only this year to seize his opportunity. He is a prodigy, and the word failure does not exist in his lexicon. He should ascend to the NBA adorned with the NCAA championship and the pride of the Syracuse Orange. Not depart with regret and disappointment. Coach, I implore you, allow us to take the court. I believe that years from now, on the day Anthony captures an NBA championship, you would not want to be haunted by guilt over today's events. Reluctant to appear at the NBA Finals, would you? Lies do not harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Upon hearing Dwayne's words, Boeheim felt a profound ache in his heart. He then noticed Dwayne, a disciple he had previously deemed insignificant, one he had condemned to failure. In Boeheim's eyes, Dwayne was merely an average foreign player with little promise. Dwayne's inability to make an impact with the Syracuse Orange was of no consequence to him. Therefore, when Dwayne joined Anthony in challenging his authority, Boeheim dismissed him entirely. T.O. Boeheim. Dwayne held less weight than air. Yet, Dwayne's recent statement struck him like a heavy stone, pressing down upon his chest and constricting his lungs. Boeheim felt as though he could scarcely breathe. In truth, Boeheim did not lament the deterioration of his relationship with Anthony. No one could challenge his authority as a coach. After listening to Dwayne, what truly troubled him was his self-proclaimed brilliance and strategic prowess, which had yet to yield an NCAA championship. More critically, he was grappling with cancer, an awkwardly embarrassing form, prostate cancer. Boeheim often feared that he might leave this world, still without an NCAA championship to his name. Just as Dwayne had articulated, should they fail tonight, Anthony would depart the NCAA with a sense of regret. Was Boeheim any different compared to other prestigious athletic institutions? The Syracuse Orange lacked the perennial ability to contend for the NCAA title. If Boeheim were to lose Anthony, the most formidable talent in history, claiming a championship in the next decade would be uncertain. Furthermore, should Anthony sever ties with him over today's events, his reputation would plummet. At that point, perhaps no 5-star high school player would be willing to play for him. Timeout. Boeheim signaled to the referee, calling for a substitution. He then turned his twisted, angry visage towards Dwayne and Anthony. Melo, Dwayne, I believe in you. Go out there and give the Kansas Jayhawks a run for their money. Thus, after 17 minutes of the first half of the NCAA championship, Dwayne finally had the opportunity to take the court in the last 3 minutes before halftime. Melo, just like you passed the ball to Greer, pass it to me, understood? Dwayne advised Anthony as they walked onto the court together. Absolutely. Anthony expressed his gratitude towards Dwayne, who had stood by him under Boeheim's pressure, and offered him a trademark, cheerful smile. In this game, the highest scorer for the Syracuse Orange was not the absolute core, the offensive juggernaut Anthony, but rather the white point guard, Greer McNamara. During the 13 minutes that Anthony played, McNamara had made 5 out of 7 3-point attempts, racking up a game-high 15 points. However, in the 4 minutes following Anthony's departure, McNamara's previously scorching shooting touch was extinguished by the Kansas Jayhawks defensive ace, Kirk Hinrich, resulting in a dismal performance of 0 for 4. The root of this situation was Anthony's formidable reputation. The threat he posed on offense was so significant that the Jayhawks were compelled to double-team him from beyond the arc. Consequently, during Anthony's presence on the court, McNamara, a freshman point guard, enjoyed ample opportunities for open 3-point shots. Initially not known for his passing ability, Anthony had already accumulated 4 assists in his 13 minutes on the court. This phenomenon could be aptly described as the gravity of Melo. In NBA parlance, it resembled the gravity of Steph or the gravity of Kobe. The distinction being that, when Curry is double-teamed without the ball, he often struggles to receive it. Meanwhile, his teammate Green, left unguarded, finds himself unable to pass to Curry, who is running in circles, and ultimately hesitates to shoot. Conversely, when Kobe is double-teamed, he frequently neglects to pass to an open teammate, opting instead to take a contested shot himself. Dwayne was eager to seize his moment on the court and hoped that Anthony would not exhibit too much of a Kobe-like approach. Melo, the stakes are too high in the finals. You cannot grasp it like I can. Let me handle it. Dwayne believed his ability to shoot open shots was commendable, especially considering he had drawn a rookie package that bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Ma Jian's template. Chapter 3. Open 3-point shot. Get out of my way. Whether CBA or NBA fans, the name Ma Jian should resonate with many. Compared to ordinary players, Ma Jian's life was nothing short of legendary. As both a player and basketball commentator, he possessed remarkable skills. Having once represented the national team, he served his country with distinction. It is only natural to wish to broaden one's horizons and enhance oneself. Yet, few possessed the courage and determination to venture alone into North America, becoming the first Chinese basketball player to excel in the NCAA. Although the ultimate outcome was not ideal, those who have never put forth effort or fought for their dreams have no right to mock the brave. Wang Zhizhi similarly ventured into the NBA, navigating the waters with caution and achieving little success, garnering more ridicule than respect. Should he be scorned for his efforts? Without Wang Zhizhi's trailblazing journey, there would be no Yao Ming entering the NBA as the first overall pick, showcasing the pinnacle of Chinese talent on the grand stage, in contrast to those who chose not to pursue the NBA despite the path being paved by predecessors. Trailblazers like Ma Jian and Wang Zhizhi undoubtedly deserve admiration. Of course, in the realm of sports, results speak volumes. Skill is the ultimate judge. Once upon a time, Duan had mocked Ma Jian for his muscular physique, which appeared quite intimidating, yet he hesitated to penetrate the paint, opting instead for a soft approach by shooting from the perimeter. However, upon entering the NCAA, Duan found himself compelled to question, comprehend, and ultimately emulate Ma Jian in the NCAA. The absence of a 3-second defensive rule allows for zone defenses, resulting in the paint being congested with towering players from both teams. Consequently, the space beneath the basket becomes exceedingly limited, necessitating that wing players possess either exceptional athletic prowess or outstanding shooting skills to score effectively in the NCAA. In other words, had LeBron James chosen to bypass college and directly showcase his talents in the NBA, his draft reputation might have mirrored that of Andrew Wiggins, filled with high school highlights yet lacking the brilliance expected from collegiate play, rendering him indistinguishable from the rest. If one doubts this, they need only to watch the videos of the 2004 Olympics and the 2006 World Championship. Ultimately, players who rely solely on driving to the basket without a reliable shooting ability struggle to thrive under NCAA and FIBA regulations. The defensive intensity of the NCAA is no trifling matter, and referees do not show leniency towards individual stars. During ball-handling confrontations, a lack of exceptional control often leads to turnovers. Those who dare to elbow, travel, or palm the ball are swiftly sent off the court. Even if one manages to navigate to the basket through screens, the paint is typically crowded with giants, making it exceedingly difficult to score without being thwarted. No matter how refined one's finishing skills may be, as for relying on athleticism for fast break opportunities, the NCAA emphasizes team basketball, and no single player can monopolize the glory. Thus, the NCAA is better suited for perimeter players with strong shooting capabilities and interior players endowed with remarkable physical attributes to showcase their talents. Redick, despite having average athleticism, wreaked havoc in the NCAA with his precise shooting. Odin, a brute, also thrived in the NCAA relying on his physicality. Duan, an ordinary individual, despite adopting the Ma Jian model and building a physique of sheer muscle in the gym, still found it challenging to gain a significant advantage in the NCAA solely through physical confrontation. What the Syracuse Orange required of Duan was to assist the team's main players by creating space on the court and possessing the ability to punish opponents with open shots. Fortunately, Ma Jian possessed commendable mid-range shooting skills, and Duan, due to his innate talent, developed a reliable three-point shot from the corner. Basketball Achievement System. Duan, 19 years old. Player Template. Ma Jian. Physical Attributes. Static. Height 199 centimeters. Wingspan 204 cm. Vertical reach 262 cm. Weight 206 lbs. Strength. Upper body 81. Core 64. Lower body 73. Speed. Straight line 75. Lateral 62. Explosiveness 72. Jumping. Standing 70. Running 75. Jump speed 72. Agility. Balance 68. Coordination 69. Flexibility 72. Recovery. Stamina 75. Endurance 68. Energy 77. Basketball skills. Ball handling. Dribbling 66. Ball protection 63. Passing 62. Court awareness 53. Off-ball. Catching 68. Movement 58. Separation 64. Cutting 72. Screening 75. Defense. Disruption 67. Perimeter defense 77. Interior defense 79. Help defense 73. Stealing 62. Blocking 74. Rebounding. Offensive 63. Defensive 78. Boxing out 81. Anticipation 66. Face up. Driving 69. dunking 79, layup 73, close shot 70, mid-range 81, three-point 75, post-up, positioning 71, footwork 63, backing down 78, hook shot 74, other, free throw 75, putback 67, pick and roll 65, fast break 72, fake 64, drawing fouls 60, skill assessment 71, possessing mediocre physical attributes with no further potential, a player with some shooting and defensive capabilities, perhaps having a chance to secure a minimum contract in the NBA. In comparison to African-American players, Duan's static and dynamic attributes are considerably lacking, particularly in terms of wingspan. Yet, Duan does not perceive his wingspan as a shortcoming. Rather, he views it as a potential advantage. Short arms lend themselves to shooting proficiency. It is widely acknowledged that to achieve shooting accuracy, adopting a standard shooting form while maintaining 3 right angles is optimal. However, in reality, individuals with longer wingspans find it more challenging to maintain this shooting posture and often feel discomfort when shooting. Even if one attempts to forcibly correct their shooting form, it may lead to significant elbow flaring. In other words, the standard 3 right angle shooting form is ideally suited for players with shorter arms. Thus, the NBA often showcases players with shorter wingspans who possess stronger shooting capabilities. This explains why, in the 2K game, creating a player with longer wingspan results in poorer shooting performance. Players like Durant, with their long arms, who can shoot with incredible precision, can only be described as exceptionally gifted talents. Not only is he accurate, but due to his lengthy arms, he has a high shooting release point that is difficult for defenders to contest. Moreover, his height further complicates defensive efforts. Additionally, long wingspans confer significant advantages in defense and ball handling, as they expand the areas of influence, making it easier to disrupt opponents while remaining less susceptible to interference. Curry, heralded as the greatest shooter in history, undoubtedly benefits from his shorter arms. Durant can disregard defense due to his height and length, while Curry can do so due to his speed. Duan, aspiring to shoot without interference and thereby achieve a higher shooting percentage, fully emulates Curry by leveraging his shorter arms and developing a quick shooting motion. His release speed becomes remarkably swift. However, this single-motion shooting technique has its evident flaws. When faced with physical contact, shooting stability diminishes significantly. Given that the power generation of a single-motion shot originates from the feet and flows to the hands in a cohesive manner, any close contact from an opponent disrupts this flow, resulting in erratic shooting. Furthermore, the lower release point of a single-motion shot makes it susceptible to being blocked when contested. Thus, Duan's three-point shooting is confined to open looks. Due to muscle memory, his shooting percentage is relatively higher in the areas where he regularly practices three-point shooting. Therefore, for Duan to become more reliable in making three-point shots during games, he requires Anthony to create opportunities for open, spot-up three-pointers. Fortuitously, Duan is the Syracuse Orange's little beacon of light. Upon entering the game as a shooting guard, he finds himself defended by Kansas Jayhawks star player Hinrich. The Jayhawks, in an effort to provide space for their dominant big man, Nick Collison, have surrounded him with a plethora of shooters on the perimeter. This NCAA final is no different, featuring a 3-guard lineup. Thus, opposing Anthony is the undersized shooting guard, Kiss Langford, standing merely 193 centimeters tall. Langford's defense alone is insufficient to contain the omnipotent Anthony in the NCAA. Therefore, Hinrich, the leader of the Kansas Jayhawks, immediately double-teams Anthony the moment he receives the ball. During his college years, Anthony had yet to develop the detrimental habit of isolation play that he later exhibited in the NBA, and he received a timely reminder from his good friend Duan prior to entering the game. Noticing Hinrich's double-team, Anthony instinctively passed the ball to the open Duan. Time was of the essence. Hinrich reacted swiftly, pivoting towards Duan. However, upon receiving the ball, Duan immediately lifted it from his waist, without any adjustment, and jumped with determination. His leap was not particularly high, merely a few centimeters, reminiscent of the tiptoe shots practiced during regular training. As a shooter, Hinrich immediately sensed trouble upon observing Duan's shooting posture. Though Duan's shot was somewhat rushed, the fluidity and naturalness of his motion resembled the simplicity of eating or drinking. The basketball swished through the net, producing a melodious sound akin to a babbling brook. On the sidelines, Boeheim, appearing rather grim and serious, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Duan, I knew you could make that." Upon witnessing Duan's successful shot, Anthony dashed towards him, eager to celebrate. seemingly more elated than if he had made the three-pointer himself. Seeing this, Duan felt a sigh of relief and couldn't suppress a smile. Yet, outwardly, Duan maintained his composure, saying, "Sweet pea, that was a great pass from you. However, we have no time for celebration." Hearing this, Anthony accelerated to Duan's side. Extending his hand in the next moment, Hinrich swiftly advanced the ball, having already crossed half-dash court. To contain Collison's impact, the Syracuse Orange resorted to a 2-to-3 zone defense, with two big men and Anthony retreating into the paint. Hinrich found himself unable to lob the ball to Collison, opting instead to pass to Langford, who was more reliable as a shooter. As for why he didn't shoot himself, it was evident that he needed to conserve energy for defense to limit the Syracuse Orange's perimeter players' offensive efforts. However, Langford's shot was of the two-motion variety, which is inherently slower. Duan, having previously positioned himself at the elbow, could easily step out to contest Langford's shot. Although his shorter arms were not ideal for blocking, he could at least extend his reach to intimidate Langford and disrupt his shooting rhythm. Moreover, having adopted the Magian model, Duan possessed some defensive acumen. Utilizing a hand-up defense, Duan successfully interfered with Langford's shot, resulting in a familiar sound of Duong as the ball rebounded, accompanied by Anthony's trash talk during the board battle. "That's my board. Get out of the way." Chapter 4. The Clutch Player. Starting in the second half, Duan assumed Anthony had secured the rebound, prompting him to initiate a fast break. Shooting three-pointers was Duan's duty. Fast breaks were the life he yearned for. Without absolute talent, who would desire to rely on mere skill to make a living? Kyrie's breakthrough technique is exquisitely refined, leaving spectators in awe. However, if he possessed the explosive power of Wade or Rose, there would be little need for such intricate feints. Curry is heralded as the greatest shooter in history, yet his heart yearns for the aerial acrobatics of Carter and Levine, whose gravity-defying dunks astound all. From a competitive standpoint, for Dunn, his three-point shooting percentage hovers just above 40%, even when wide open. Yet, in a fast-break situation facing an empty basket, Dunn boasts a confidence level of 70 to 80% in securing those 2 points. Unfortunately, the ball is not in Anthony's hands. It has instead been seized by Collison. It turns out that Anthony's habitual shout while attempting to grab the rebound did not result in him actually securing the ball. 3 for 2, and you can't even manage that? Are you serious? Dunn mutters to himself in frustration. Isolated in the front court, he feels as though he exists in an entirely different realm from the other 9 players on the court. Fortunately, Collison proves to be formidable. Suddenly, he transforms into a modern-day Shaquille O'Neal, defiantly powering through 3 defenders to sink the ball into the hoop. True to his brotherly nature, Anthony swiftly retrieves the ball and darts along the baseline, launching a long pass towards Dunn. Although Hinrich had already noted Dunn's early fast break, he has now caught up to the basket. However, the height disparity between them is considerable, with Hinrich standing half a head shorter than Dunn. Despite Dunn's limited vertical leap and shorter wingspan, the challenge of catching the ball is not insignificant, yet Dunn's strength is commendable. Hinrich attempts to intercept Anthony's pass by maneuvering around, only to be pushed aside by Dunn's extended arm. Watching Dunn leap to secure the ball, Hinrich futilely tries to pivot and block Dunn's layup, but soon realizes the effort is utterly in vain. Dunn stands in the restricted area, brazenly resembling a T-Rex, easily shoving Hinrich aside, then launching into the air to execute a thunderous dunk. That was an ugly dunk. Dunn, reveling in his moment, is taken aback by the unexpected, piercing voice from behind. "My dunk was ugly? Are you blind?" It was a straightforward, powerful slam, a prime example of violent aesthetics. "If only my wingspan were 10 centimeters longer, I could execute windmill dunks like Duncan. No, like Carter." Dunn, don't fall for it. The Kansas Jayhawks are attempting to provoke you. This only underscores their fear of you. In any case, you performed admirably and helped the team establish a 3-point lead. If you're fond of dunking, I can teach you more aesthetically pleasing dunks after the game, remarks Andrew Covey, the backup point guard for the Syracuse Orangemen, who has noticed the commotion and steps in to defuse any potential conflict between Dunn and the Kansas players. After all, Dunn is quite daring, even bold enough to challenge Coach Boeheim. With Dunn's imposing physique, a mere swing of his arm could warrant a flagrant foul. Covey, aware of his own limitations, seeks the honor of an NCAA championship as his gateway to the NBA. Dunn, unfazed, is merely annoyed at being called out. "Carmelo, you need 4 more assists." "What? Anthony appears oblivious to Dunn's implication. Dunn takes a moment to enlighten Anthony. You've already accrued 6 assists in the first half isn't over. You have a chance for a triple-double tonight and to enter the NBA as a champion. The future is yours. The championship is yours, and so will the number 1 pick be. Anthony, oblivious to Dunn's subtle manipulation, simply perceives Dunn as a loyal friend, always looking out for him. Consequently, during the next 2 offensive opportunities, Anthony selflessly passes the ball to the open Dunn. Dunn, in turn, does not disappoint, hitting 1 out of 2 attempts. Contributing another assist to Anthony with a 3-pointer. The first half concludes with a score of 55-42. The Kansas Jayhawks have managed to narrow the gap to within 10 points after a brief search. Yet, with the assistance of Anthony and Dunn, the Syracuse Orangemen widen the gap once more, leading by a substantial 13 points. This 13-point advantage places Syracuse in a commanding position in the pursuit of the NCAA championship. Even though Coach Boeheim may be displeased with Anthony and Dunn's rebellious antics, he cannot help but greet them with a smile as they approach the bench, offering encouraging words. Well done, you didn't waste the timeout I called. Carmelo, you are a born leader, capable of anything. Dunn, I must admit, I misjudged you. You are a player with the heart of a champion. I see no trace of fear in you. If you can maintain this level of performance, I promise you will be a key player for us next season. I believe you will shine brightly on the court. Therefore, in the second half, I will have you start alongside Carmelo. The championship trophy beckons. Boeheim's demeanor exudes confidence. Wonderful, we can fight side by side again. Anthony also beams with delight. Dunn calmly pats Anthony's thigh. You still need to score a bit more and grab some rebounds. While Anthony does not intend to falter, he wishes to showcase his excellence and versatility to the world now that victory seems assured. The second half soon resumes, and perhaps recognizing their shortcomings from the first half, the Kansas Jayhawks abandon their small ball strategy in favor of a more conventional lineup to contend with the Syracuse Orangemen. With the size matchups more favorable, Hinrich no longer needs to overcommit when Anthony has the ball. Fully intent on demonstrating his team spirit, Anthony refrains from single-handedly taking on defenders, opting instead to pass the ball to Dunn. Given Dunn's hot shooting in the first half, Anthony believes he can continue that momentum. However, upon receiving the ball, Dunn is taken aback, silently lamenting, "Brother, you're the team's star, and you want to take on the defense? You're leaving me, a role player, to face their best defender?" Understanding that Anthony's intentions are good, Dunn can only endure in silence, unable to voice his frustrations. Though Dunn lacks the capacity for isolation play, he cannot bring himself to echo the sentiments of a defeated player like Kwame Brown. Saying, "Please don't pass me the ball," to honor Anthony's goodwill, Dunn musters the strength to back down against Hinrich, using his physicality to wear him down. Although Hinrich's defense is commendable, Dunn's height, build, and strength give him the upper hand. Relentlessly driving towards the paint, Dunn resembles a bulldozer, quickly pushing Hinrich back to the free throw line, thereby drawing the attention of the Kansas Jayhawks' interior defenders. Noticing the impending double team, Dunn feigns a turn to shoot. In that moment, he keenly assesses the situation in the paint. He observes that Kansas's star player, Collison, has positioned himself to block Hakeem Warwick, while Syracuse's other big man, Craig Forth, is left unguarded. With moderate passing skills, Dunn opts for a straightforward high lob, tossing the ball toward the rim. Forth understands the cue and leaps for the alley-oop. Warwick, aware that he cannot contend with Collison, resorts to subtly tugging at Collison's jersey to hinder his jump and disrupt Forth's shot. Ultimately, Forth completes the alley-oop dunk, connecting with Dunn for a successful interior-exterior play. The team's lead expands to 15 points. Coach Boeheim, with hands in pockets, exhibits an air of calm confidence, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned maestro. Although it merely serves to invigorate the players, it does not impose excessive pressure or burden upon them. Instead, it opts to entrust the management of the game to the players themselves. Of course. In the current NCAA final, with only 15 minutes remaining, the Syracuse Orange have established a commanding 16-point lead, seemingly securing victory. It is important to note that the NCAA's offensive time limit differs from the NBA's 24 seconds, extending to a full 35 seconds. In fact, years ago, in an effort to foster exquisite team coordination and execute the strategies envisioned by the head coach, the NCAA's offensive time limit was even as long as 45 seconds. To enhance the NCAA's appeal, this was revised to 35 seconds starting in 1993. A further reduction in the offensive time limit would not occur until 2015. when it was shortened to 30 seconds. Returning to the action, upon re-entering the court, the Kansas Jayhawks immediately launched a fierce assault against the Syracuse Orange. However, the confident players of Syracuse maintained their composure, vigorously engaging in high-intensity physical confrontations with the Jayhawks. As Collison attempted a forceful drive to the basket but failed to draw a foul at the free throw line, the Syracuse players, having secured the defensive rebound, played with increased steadiness. For the Syracuse players, the 35 seconds of offensive time allowed for at least 30 seconds to be utilized for consumption. Thus, Anthony did not rush to receive the ball. Instead, he actively repositioned himself, settling into the corner on the right side. As the offensive linchpin for Syracuse, Anthony could not be overlooked by the Jayhawks, necessitating that they assign a defender to the corner, delivering an ashtray to the smoking Anthony. With only the two guards engaged in one-on-one matchups at the top of the arc, Syracuse was unconcerned about the possibility of the Jayhawks suddenly double-teaming the ball handler, which could lead to a turnover. Furthermore, considering they trailed Syracuse by a substantial 16 points, a desperate Sinrich was compelled to act under the influence of Syracuse's deliberate strategy, seeking an opportunity to force Syracuse into an errant pass. "Help me out," Sinrich called as he dashed toward Andrew Cow, signaling for his interior teammates to guard the now wide-open Dune. Faced with a double team, Andrew Cow, in a moment of haste, passed the ball to the lurking Dune. Due to the rushed pass, Dune's reception was less than secure. He could not rise and shoot as he usually would. Given that the NCAA's three-point line is shorter, interior players can traverse the distance from low post to high post more swiftly. As Dune adjusted to shoot, Kansas's power forward, Jeff Graves, lunged toward him. Dune, noticing this, executed a feint and dribble to prepare for his shot. Yet, Sinrich, like a famished tiger, lunged at Dune. The timing of the help was so precise that Dune was momentarily startled. Fortunately, the interior presented a 2-on-1 scenario. Leaving foes unguarded, Dune wisely opted to pass instead of shoot. After receiving the ball, foes dribbled once before leaping for a dunk, only to be thwarted by a powerful block from Collison. Nevertheless, with Anthony as the team's leader, he stepped up to take responsibility. After inbounding the ball, Anthony took it upon himself to play the hero, facing a double team and attempting a mid-range shot, which clanged off the rim. With a 16-point gap still in place and the game clock dwindling to 14 minutes, a frantic Aaron Myers attempted a trailing three-pointer, which narrowly missed. However, a miss is still a miss, effectively gifting Syracuse another possession. Desperate to become the savior, Sinrich reluctantly relinquished Dune, but this time his actions seemed somewhat disorganized. Learning from prior experiences, Andrew Cow's pass to Dune was more comfortable this time. Dune felt confident that his shooting speed could disregard Graves' interference, thus he caught the ball, made a slight adjustment, and shot without dribbling an open three-pointer. What was there to fear? At worst, it would just clang off the rim. After all, Anthony had done the same. Ultimately, it was 63-47, and the advantage was firmly in their hands. Dune continued his stellar performance from the first half, and with a swish, he sank another three-pointer. While it wasn't the decisive shot, it was nonetheless the final straw that broke the camel's back. As the gap widened, nearly reaching 20 points, the Kansas players grew increasingly anxious. With the clock ticking and the urgency to turn the tide, the Jayhawks perimeter players could only rely on three-pointers to attempt a miraculous comeback. The cacophony of missed shots resonated in Anthony's ears like a melodious symphony. Originally, Anthony was just a few rebounds shy of a triple-double, but now, with rebounds already secured, he was well beyond that mark. With 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, Dune was more focused on his statistics than Anthony was. Anthony, however, did not decline. The lead they had was a result of their joint efforts, so why not enjoy it? Consequently, the Kansas Jayhawks were caught off guard when Syracuse chose to shift their strategy, allowing Anthony to initiate the attack. As the Jayhawks instinctively prepared for Anthony to go solo, he instead dished out an assist to Dune. This action propelled Dune's scoring to 17 points, surpassing both McNamara and Anthony to become the leading scorer for Syracuse. Meanwhile, Anthony also achieved a triple-double, heralding a bright future for both. Chapter 6. NCAA Championship. A brief encounter as Dune glanced at the timer on the sidelines upon his exit, he noted that 8 minutes and 49 seconds remained in the game. Such is the unspoken understanding among NCAA coaches. Dune mused. He comprehended that in any competitive arena, relationships and social dynamics hold significance. As long as one isn't facing a bitter rival or historical adversary, there tends to be a semblance of respect, ensuring the game does not conclude in a disgraceful manner, facilitating future encounters. Under the leadership of Anthony and Dune, the Syracuse Orange had extended their lead to a staggering 23 points, and as he exited, the margin held at 18 points. With just over 8 minutes left, as long as the Syracuse players committed to diligent defense, even if they were to score nothing further, a comeback by the Kansas Jayhawks would be implausible. Sweet Melon, Dune, Hakeem, you have all contributed immensely to the Syracuse Orange. It is time for you to rest. Shortly, I will send you back in during the critical moments. You need to recharge and prepare for victory. Boeheim pulled his starters, allowing McNamara to lead a group of first- and second-year substitutes against the Jayhawks. This was not an outright concession. While the coach may have eased the pressure on the opponents, the players held no such intentions. With victory seemingly assured, the substitute players took to the court without psychological burdens, displaying the same tenacity and dedication as the starters, in a buoyed state of mind. The substitutes performed commendably. In the ensuing 4 minutes, the Jayhawks did manage to trim the deficit slightly, reducing it to 13 points. As the gap threatened to close within 10 points, Boeheim finally ceased his pretense, calling for a timeout to reassess his lineup. McNamara, Dune, Anthony, Warwick, and Foes formed the optimal lineup for Syracuse. Collison, unwilling to yield, aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul but converting only one of 2 free throws, resulting in minimal impact on the score. Due to the significant shooting threats posed by McNamara and Dune, Anthony positioned himself in the corner to create space. Even as the Jayhawks deployed his own defense, they did not frequently double-team the ball handler. While McNamara's physical attributes may have been modest, his ball handling skills were commendable. Despite Sinrich's attempts to guard him closely, he was unable to strip the ball away from McNamara. Because of McNamara's control, Dune scarcely touched the ball during his first 2 minutes back on the court, focusing instead on running back and forth. Ultimately, it was thanks to Anthony's penetrating pass that Dune found an opportunity for a corner three-pointer. With just 3 points needed to reach 20, Dune could not afford to squander such a chance. Just before Langford could leap to block, Dune swiftly released his shot. With a satisfying thud, the ball struck the rim. But due to its rapid spin, instead of bouncing directly out, it shot straight up. This was a fortuitous bounce, proving crucial for Dune's scoring milestone. Dune, your shooting is impeccable. His face radiated with the bright, innocent joy of a child. The game was not yet over. Dune playfully patted Anthony on the back. You've already sealed the game. They are finished, Anthony shared in Dune's delight, equally thrilled for himself. With merely 2 minutes remaining, even if the Jayhawks were gifted a player like McGrady, a miraculous turnaround would be unlikely. Yet, as Anthony and Dune momentarily faltered, the unscrupulous Collison seized the opportunity to dart into the paint off a fast break, attempting to uplift his team's morale with a thunderous dunk. Hearing the commotion, Dune and Anthony turned to see McNamara dribbling out of bounds, launching a long pass into the front court. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony feigned a drive to the basket, only to deliver a bounce pass to Dune. Upon receiving the ball, Dune immediately executed a sudden stop and a step back, positioning himself at the three-point line. As Sinrich and Langford lunged towards him, Dune lofted the ball high into the air. Anthony, understanding the play, followed suit for an alley-oop. He celebrated with a 3-finger salute, swaggering past Sinrich and Langford. Whenever Anthony sank a three-pointer or a crucial shot, he would perform this gesture. Anthony, the alley-oop collaboration with Dune had decisively sealed the game. The audience, except for the Kansas Jayhawks fans, erupted in cheers for Anthony. Perhaps it was this resounding applause that became the final straw for the Kansas Jayhawks. In the subsequent 2 minutes, Kansas managed only 2 points from free throws, failing to score in any other manner. With a score of 87-70 and under Dune's influence, the Syracuse Orange triumphed with a commanding 17-point lead over the Kansas Jayhawks. As the final second of the game ticked away, Anthony, holding the ball, exuberantly tossed it into the AIRD. As he rushed towards Dune for an enthusiastic embrace, Dune instead sought out the ball that Anthony had discarded. I intend to present it to the coach, but I will first inscribe my name upon it, Dune candidly declared. Having been established for over a century, Syracuse University had claimed but a single NCAA championship. Thus, Dune was acutely aware that this game ball would not be taken by any individual player, but rather safeguarded by the institution and displayed in the Sports Hall showcase. Following this match, Dune prepared to register for the upcoming NBA draft. Having spent nearly a year at Syracuse University, he realized that although he would not have the opportunity to obtain a diploma, he had already paid his tuition and could not simply walk away. Duan came, saw, and conquered. He mused. He retrieved a set of watercolor pens he had prepared in advance and inscribed his mark on the basketball in both English and Chinese. Observing Duan's earnestness, Anthony similarly pinned his name alongside an inspirational phrase. "Go cut down the nets," Duan urged Anthony. Since players were not allowed to take the game ball, they could only cut down the nets as a shared memento of their victory and championship. Typically, those eligible to cut the nets were the team's head coach and star player. Duan entrusted the ball to Boeheim, and naturally, the labor of cutting the nets fell to Anthony, who had nothing in his hands. "Duan, you certainly know how to handle things. Next season, you will be our main player." Boeheim expressed his satisfaction with Duan. In response, Duan merely smiled. Chapter 7. Jason Terry Template. Congratulations on scoring 20 points. Grabbing 3 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, and making 1 steal in the 2003 NCAA Finals as a substitute, helping the Syracuse Orange secure the first NCAA championship in school history. You achieved the NCAA championship as a role player. You have earned an opportunity to draw a role player template for the NCAA championship. Would you like to proceed with the draw? As Duan stood on the podium alongside Anthony and others, celebrating the championship moment, the basketball achievement system within him finally transformed from a mere data display into something more significant. NCAA championship role player template. Duan instinctively furrowed his brow. The term role player seemed rather unimpressive. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. Duan had initially joined Syracuse University with the intent of riding on Anthony's coattails. At this moment, he felt he could not afford to relinquish a championship that did not come with the FMVP title. Temporarily putting aside the system rewards, Duan enjoyed the joyous championship moment with the entire Syracuse Orange team. It wasn't until later that night that, despite taking melatonin, Duan found himself tossing and turning in excitement, unable to sleep, prompting him to finally draw a prize. Congratulations, you have obtained the Jason Terry template. Jet? Upon discovering it was a role player template, Duan's expectations had already plummeted. He was astonished to have drawn Terry's template. Thanks to the historical giant LeBron James, who self-proclaimed himself as king and GOAT, Duan had some understanding of Terry's prowess. With exceptional shooting ability, not only was he incredibly accurate with open three-pointers, but he could also make contested threes, even scoring on James during the finals. In addition to his three-point shooting, Terry possessed a reliable mid-range game and a soft floater. While most players would opt for a dunk or a trailing three during fast breaks, Terry often executed a smooth pull-up jumper instead. Mid-range shooting generally yields the lowest scoring efficiency, yet the head coach of Terry's team allowed him this freedom, indicating his mid-range shots were indeed reliable. Besides shooting, Terry's skill set included the ability to drive past defenders. Even against a perennial member of the all-defensive team like James, Terry, who did not possess extraordinary physical gifts, could navigate the court effortlessly, leaving James intimidated and hesitant to contest him. This showcased Terry's excellent first step and driving technique. Next, Duan was set to participate in the NBA draft. Securing the Terry template would undoubtedly enhance Duan's abilities. Terry was a player who hit the ground running, averaging 19.7 points in his second year as a rookie. Considering the NBA was on the verge of abolishing the handcheck rule, players adept at driving would find scoring even easier. Thus, Duan felt confident about his forthcoming NBA career. However, the prerequisite for all this was to successfully navigate the draft, as no team would appoint an undrafted player as their leader. Even the great Ben Wallace was merely the spiritual leader of the Pistons. After helping the Pistons win a championship, he sought a max contract elsewhere, highlighting his position in the eyes of the Pistons management. Basketball is ultimately a scoring game, so team leaders are often the highest scorers. If Duan wished to showcase his scoring talent in the NBA, he would need ample ball possession to flourish. Of course, if he could join a championship team and secure a title, it would only enhance his individual talent and strength. Duan was not deluding himself. The 20 points he scored in the NCAA Finals would not guarantee him a first-round draft prospect. If he were to be drafted in the second round, the chance of making an impact was slim. Instances like Jokic's are still rare. Many exceptionally talented first-round picks end up languishing under coaches who disdain rookies, let alone the even lower status second-round picks. If Duan could not earn the coach's attention on a struggling team and produce sufficiently impressive statistics, it would be wiser to aim for a championship team and build his credentials there. In a championship team, he could develop for a year or two and, once he became strong enough, pursue the title of scoring leader on a less competitive team. Once his rookie contract expired, he could then join Anthony's team if others were unavailable. Duan had already devised his next move. If he could accumulate impressive statistics and gain the team's recognition, personal accolades, max contracts, and team status would gradually follow. Indeed, after achieving success, he might even form a super team to capture several core championships. Excited throughout the night, Duan finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep sleep in the early hours of the following day. In his dreams, he experienced Terry's childhood struggles in honing his basketball skills and the many competitions he faced during high school and college. Duan, are you all right? The next morning, the Syracuse Orange team reconvened and boarded the bus to the airport. Noticing his seatmate looking pale and lethargic, Anthony suspected Duan might have been unwell. I'm fine. I was just too excited last night and couldn't sleep. I took too much melatonin, and now I have a slight headache. It's common for basketball players to struggle with sleep after an exhilarating game, but without proper rest, their physical condition would be challenging to recover. Hence, melatonin is a relatively common remedy. Having experienced the side effects of melatonin, Duan used it as an excuse for his sleeplessness. Although he was merely recalling training and competition without personal emotions, the influx of information in a short time would inevitably impact Duan's psyche. Consequently, he resembled a hedonistic addict, raising suspicions among others. To this, Duan could only respond, "I just want some peace." Upon disembarking the plane, Duan, having caught up on some sleep, felt slightly better but was still incomparable to the buoyant Anthony, who radiated joy. Before the bus reached Syracuse University, students, alumni, and faculty had gathered at the campus entrance, forming a lively crowd. "Sweet Melon, play another year. Sweet Melon, bring another championship to the Syracuse Orange. Sweet Melon, we can't do without you." Inside the bus, Anthony waved to the crowd outside, who were fervently cheering for him. Everyone yearned to persuade Anthony to stay and continue bringing glory to Syracuse University. Witnessing such a grand display, the 19-year-old Anthony felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Sweet Melon, play another year. Sweet Melon, we will be the best duo." The players of the Syracuse Orange also wished to entice Anthony to play another year and secure another NCAA championship for them. Caught in a bind, Anthony felt reluctant to refuse, yet deep down, he longed to enter the NBA as the first overall pick immediately. The most straightforward reason is that he is in need of money. His family is financially strained. Playing in the NCAA does not yield much, but entering the NBA promises substantial financial reward. "We are champions. We are champions. We are champions." Duan suddenly leaned out of the window, exuberantly shouting. Anthony understood and immediately joined in the chant. "We are champions." Chapter 8. The Freeloader brothers, the loyal gauge. Upon arriving at Syracuse University, Duan took the initiative to approach Boeheim with a request. Previously, Duan had alleviated the emotional burden on Anthony, and Boeheim was also present on the bus. Naturally, for his own interests, Boeheim harbored discontent and even envy towards Duan's self-sacrificing actions. However, Boeheim had long anticipated Anthony's decision to leave Syracuse for the NBA. Thus, he could begrudgingly accept it. One could say that Duan's willingness to stand up for his brother Anthony shattered Boeheim's dreams. As the head coach who had always held unwavering authority over the team, Boeheim was not fond of such a feeling. Considering the next season, Boeheim needed to solidify the foundation of the Syracuse Orange, striving for another shot at the Final Four next year. In the finals yesterday, Duan's performance was remarkably impressive. While Boeheim was aware that Duan had a good grasp on open three-point shots, he was unaware that Duan was a clutch player. After all, most NCAA guards possess the ability to score. And given that the NCAA three-point line is relatively shorter, a higher shooting percentage is to be expected. Boeheim had many proficient shooting white guards and athletically gifted black guards to choose from. Thus, there was no necessity to cultivate a yellow guard to become a key player for the Syracuse Orange. However, times have changed. Duan proved in the finals that he could be trusted. As a renowned NCAA coach, Boeheim possessed commendable qualities such as recognizing talent and being fair in reward and punishment. The strongest players would naturally take the court. This was also why McNamara, despite being a freshman, held the position of starting point guard for the Syracuse Orange. With the NCAA finals concluded, the offseason now beckons. If Duan could further enhance his skills during this period, Boeheim would be willing to appoint him as the starting shooting guard for the Syracuse Orange next season. This was the reward that Boeheim had promised Duan during the NCAA finals. Absolutely, train diligently, but do not neglect your studies. The off-season is upon us, so it is permissible to relax a bit. However, do not squander your efforts. I believe that in the future, you too will have the opportunity to follow in Melo's footsteps and enter the NBA. Since Duan had taken the initiative to humble himself and sincerely express his loyalty to his coach, Boeheim graciously chose to show mercy, allowing Duan, who was momentarily blinded by loyalty but suddenly realized his error, to escape unscathed. As Duan turned to leave the office, Boeheim felt a sense of pride and began to indulge in his thoughts. With the growth of players like Gree, Duan, and Hakeem, as long as he could recruit a small forward with sufficient offensive capabilities during the offseason, he could replicate the success of this season and once again contend for a spot in the Final Four. It's time to take a break. After serving the Syracuse Orange for so many years, I deserve a moment of enjoyment. Michael, are you free to play a round of golf at Augusta? Oh, and please bring Smith along. Duan, has the coach been difficult on you? Are you planning to play another year? Why are you not persuading me to stay? Upon hearing this, Anthony appeared somewhat astonished, his voice tinged with excitement halfway through his sentence. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. Duan led Anthony away, seeking a secluded corner. However, Anthony was already a celebrated figure at Syracuse University, and having just led the Syracuse Orange to their first NCAA championship in over a century, he was receiving a level of treatment akin to that of a national treasure. What I'm about to tell you, please keep it confidential, Duan stated earnestly. Sure, my lips are sealed, Anthony replied obediently with a nod. Duan then revealed the truth to Anthony. I plan to declare for the NBA draft early. Indeed, we are brothers. He continued, I believe you need my support, and likewise, I require yours. I am fully aware that, given my current skills, it will be challenging for me to be selected by an NBA team. This is precisely why I sought out the coach for assistance, hoping he could open a door for me. If I declare my intention to enter the draft immediately, I would have to leave Syracuse at once, and then I would struggle to find a place to play. That I need access to professional training equipment and skilled trainers to help enhance my abilities. Remaining at Syracuse is the best option for me at this moment. The resources here are the most affordable and reliable for my needs. How clever! Anthony's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan's words, as if a veil had been lifted. For someone like Anthony, who was destined for a multimillion-dollar future yet still had to personally wield coupons at the supermarket, the opportunity to take advantage of resources was too good to pass up. Most of the training equipment in the Syracuse University Gymnasium was available for free to current students. While a few pieces required payment, they came at a discount, making them relatively inexpensive. Moreover, there were free courses alongside optional paid courses. If one was willing to spend money, one could even find professionals for personalized training and tailored diet plans. Anthony was unconcerned about his own financial prospects, but at this moment, he had not yet entered the NBA via the draft. Thus, with an attitude of frugality, Anthony decided to adopt Duan's plan and train diligently alongside his good friend at Syracuse University. Faced with this situation, Duan wanted to tell Anthony, "You should not come along." However, he found no excuse to refuse Anthony. In fact, the threshold for entering the NBA draft was not high, as long as one had graduated from high school and submitted the necessary application form to the NBA draft office at least 60 days before the draft. One could participate. This year's draft was set for June 26, meaning the application deadline was April 27. In Duan's original plan, he intended to announce his early entry into the draft on April 26 and submit his application to the NBA. This meant he had a full 18 days to take advantage of Syracuse University's resources and rapidly assimilate the Terry template. After acquiring the Terry template, Duan had only grasped the concept mentally. His body had yet to adapt. Shooting primarily relies on muscle memory, and while Duan employed a one-motion shooting technique, Terry utilized a two-motion method. Additionally, Terry excelled at mid-range shots and driving techniques, which required Duan to further adapt his own skill set. Duan initially aimed to work quietly at Syracuse University and astonish everyone with his performance. However, due to Anthony's influence, Duan's plans were prematurely revealed. Anthony was inherently a prodigy, having garnered nationwide attention. Coupled with the recent victory that saw the Syracuse Orange claim their first NCAA championship trophy in history, his prominence was unparalleled. Logically, Anthony should have announced his intention to enter the draft long ago. Yet, the reality was different. Anthony seemed to be showing signs of wanting to stay. Recently, he had been constantly seen with another player from the Syracuse Orange, Duan, who shared the same skin color as last year's NBA first overall pick, Yao Ming. and hailed from the same country. This led the media to express curiosity over Anthony's reluctance to announce his early entry into the draft, particularly as he continued to train diligently at Syracuse University. Boeheim and the athletic director of Syracuse University were also eager to uncover the true reason behind Anthony's decision to remain at the university. Being astute individuals, they had spent nearly a week speculating, and even if they could not find a definitive answer, they could at least make educated guesses. With rumors swirling outside and tensions rising within the campus, Boeheim could not confront Anthony directly. Instead, he chose to probe Duan, who spent much time with Anthony. Boeheim initially attempted to glean Anthony's thoughts through subtle inquiries directed at Duan, followed by halting Duan's basketball season pass under the pretense of concern for his academics. Although Duan still possessed a student card that granted him access to the gym, swimming pool, and other public facilities, the lack of a season pass meant he could not practice his NBA-level three-point shots on the court. Out of options and feeling helpless, Duan had no choice but to confront Anthony. Upon learning that he was the cause of Duan's predicament, Anthony, ever the loyal friend, expressed his willingness to hold a press conference to announce their joint entry into the NBA draft. He even offered to introduce Duan to his agent, Bill Duffy. It is worth noting that the NCAA has explicit regulations prohibiting players from engaging privately with agents or signing formal contracts that involve financial interests. However, during their high school years, Bill Duffy had proactively reached out to Anthony, negotiating terms of collaboration with him and his family. For someone like Anthony, who was already a well-known prodigy and had recently secured the NCAA championship, Bill Duffy naturally held him in high regard. After receiving Anthony's call, Bill Duffy readily agreed to become Duan's agent, assisting him in navigating the draft and striving to secure his place in the NBA. Duan had long been familiar with Duffy's reputation. After all, he was Yao Ming's agent. While it may seem that Duan's career has not significantly benefited Yao Ming, it can hardly be said to have hindered him. He has been a rather conventional agent. Moreover, given Duan's current circumstances, he lacks the credentials to engage with other more formidable agents. With no alternatives available, this option naturally emerges as the best outcome. NBA, Here I Come, Chapter 9. The battle for the number 1 pick, hometown basketball. On the morning of April 17, Duan and Anthony had completed their withdrawal procedures from school the day prior. Boeheim was astounded to learn of Duan's decision to withdraw and enter the draft. After a heartfelt conversation, he ultimately could not persuade Duan to stay and had to acquiesce to his departure. Freed from the confines of Syracuse University, Duan was now free to soar like a fish in the ocean or a bird in the sky. Soon, Duan and Anthony would embark on a journey to New York. They were scheduled to hold a press conference at the Edison Hotel in Times Square, publicly announcing their early entry into the NBA draft. Of course, Duan was merely a supporting player in this endeavor. Just last night, the NBA's regular season for the 2002 to 2003 season had come to a close. The Denver Nuggets and the Cleveland Cavaliers both finished at the bottom, each possessing a 22.5% chance of securing the top draft pick. Bill Duffy, having deep roots in the NBA, understood that the top pick could be manipulated. Meanwhile, another top prospect, LeBron James, hailed from Akron, which is geographically close to Cleveland. Coincidentally, just yesterday, Michael Jordan announced his retirement after concluding the final game of the NBA regular season. In essence, the savior of NBA viewership and a pioneer of its globalization had definitively exited the NBA stage. In this context, the NBA's commissioner, David Stern, desperate to find the next successor to Jordan, might very well decide to capitalize on the narrative of a Cleveland native playing hometown basketball with James. However, neither Anthony nor Bill Duffy wished for the title of the number 1 pick to be snatched away by another. As Anthony's close friend, Duan took it upon himself to offer advice during their car ride. "Carmelo, you might consider taking a step back to leap ahead and become the focal point of this draft class. In terms of vying for the top pick, you have already fallen significantly behind LeBron. Therefore, you should chart a different course to overtake him." Duan's assertion left Anthony incredulous. "Brother, do you truly believe I would lose to LeBron?" "No, you are undoubtedly stronger than James right now. However, if the Cleveland Cavaliers secure the top pick, I can guarantee they will select LeBron, not you." Duan spoke candidly, but Anthony found his words jarring and refused to absorb them. Noticing Anthony's silence, Duan continued his monologue. "Business is business. Fundamentally, the NBA is merely a showcase. The primary goal of the draft is to ensure long-term profitability. LeBron is the chosen one of Ohio. If the Cavaliers acquire him, there will be no reason for them not to select him as long as he plays at Gund Arena, Not only Cleveland residents but nearly all basketball fans in Ohio will purchase tickets to witness LeBron in action. Do you understand now? You were born in Brooklyn, New York. Even though you moved away as a child, you remain an authentic New Yorker. You have always yearned to represent your hometown, to play hometown basketball. If the New York Knicks were to secure the top pick, even if your abilities were inferior to LeBron's, you would undoubtedly become this year's #1 pick. Furthermore, you are more accomplished than LeBron. You are an NCAA champion, and you possess greater maturity. In other words, if you wish to become the top pick, your innate talent alone will not suffice. The decisive factor in determining whether you become the #1 pick lies not in yourself, but in who secures the top pick. Your efforts to prove your abilities will be in vain. To become the top pick, you must hope for the New York Knicks to obtain that selection. What we need to do now is to explore various avenues to assist the Knicks in securing the #1 pick. Remember, the NBA headquarters is located in New York, and the current commissioner, David Stern, is a native New Yorker. Anthony had always recognized Duan's intelligence, but he had not anticipated the depth of Duan's insight. Now that Duan had articulated his thoughts so clearly, it would be foolish for Anthony to remain oblivious. You make a compelling point. What should we do? Determined to lean on Duan's wisdom, Anthony earnestly sought his counsel. I cannot guarantee it will work, but I will attempt to convey the following sentiments in my own words during the upcoming interviews. It has been precisely 30 years since the New York Knicks last claimed a championship title, a feat that occurred before my birth. My childhood memories are filled solely with tales from family conversations about the Knicks' glorious past. Like many of my peers, I have always hoped for a miracle to unfold. Even after moving away from New York, I continued to yearn for the Knicks to win a championship on television. Yet, what I received instead were tales of their failures. Over the past decade, Patrick Ewing led the Knicks to the finals twice. He is a source of pride for New Yorkers, yet also a symbol of disappointment. I am a natural winner. Having despised failure since childhood, I privately vowed that if given the chance to be part of the Knicks, I would ensure they win it all. Now, having just secured the first NCAA championship in Syracuse University's history, I am confident I can bring a championship to the NBA and to the Knicks. In truth, I do not care whether I become the #1 pick. What I truly desire is to play for the Knicks and to once again hoist the championship trophy for the franchise. As a New Yorker, it is my duty to restore the glory of the Knicks. As Duan prepared to retrieve his credentials, Anthony, filled with excitement after hearing Duan's words, leapt out of the car. Though he bumped his head, the pain was inconsequential. He embraced Duan and laughed heartily. Damn, brother. How did you come up with that? You are incredibly talented. If it weren't for your skin color, I would think you grew up alongside me. You managed to articulate my feelings that I have held for over a decade. Indeed, I am a child of New York, and I will restore the Knicks' glory and win a championship for all New Yorkers. Is there paper and a pen in the car? Duan, please help me write this down. I want to memorize it. Anthony, far from being foolish, quickly grasped the advantages of playing hometown basketball. If he could play in New York, his future earnings would undoubtedly surpass those earned with any other team. Additionally, in terms of enhancing his fame, the New York Knicks offered significant advantages. Moreover, Duan had already indicated that to secure the title of #1 pick, they must rely on David Stern's behind-the-scenes maneuvering to arrange the top pick for the Knicks, as a native New Yorker who wouldn't want to witness the Knicks reclaim a championship in their lifetime. Chapter 10. Stern's script. Anthony's training camp. Restoring the Knicks' glory is indeed our obligation. As Stern watched the replays on television, surrounded by newspapers fervently rallying for Anthony to become the #1 pick, he felt a profound inner conflict. For the future of the NBA and to safeguard its commercial value, Stern had established close ties with the FBI long ago. Each year, the NBA funneled substantial sums to the FBI, which in turn provided numerous retired or off-duty officers to assist the NBA in monitoring player conduct. In simple terms, Stern was acutely aware of every detail, from players frequenting nightclubs to the color of their underwear. Players like Anthony, who had already garnered a notorious reputation, had their backgrounds investigated by Stern's team. Unfortunately, this was precisely the type of player Stern was wary of. Under the influence of Jordan and the Dream Team, the NBA had become synonymous with excellence, high standards, and the premier professional basketball league worldwide. Both team owners and players had reaped the rewards, with team valuations and player salaries soaring annually. Stern had diligently cultivated an image of healthy, elite, and passionate basketball for the NBA. Thus, the bad boys had long exited the stage, and the emerging superstar Iverson faced pressure from the league. Players like Anthony, with ties to gangs, had already landed on Stern's blacklist before even entering the NBA. However, as a New Yorker, one could hardly refuse the prospect of the hometown hero joining the Knicks to lead the league's most prestigious franchise back to glory and reclaim the championship. This was an excellent narrative. It would not only invigorate the basketball market in New York, but also stimulate the growth of the basketball market across the United States. While Stern was actively promoting the global expansion of the NBA, he was also aware that given the league's current standing among the four major sports, it would be challenging to rise without the Knicks' resurgence. New York is the economic heart of the United States, and the Knicks' rise would undoubtedly inject a powerful boost into the NBA's domestic commercial value. Furthermore, having Anthony become the Knicks' #1 pick would allow the NBA to draw from the high commercial value of the NCAA, thereby reinvigorating the league. Stern is poised to prohibit high school students from entering the draft, ostensibly to facilitate the NBA's extraction of talent from the NCAA. The departure of NCAA's prodigies to the NBA will naturally generate substantial viewership for the league. Therefore, whether motivated by a sense of hometown loyalty or from a perspective of profit, arranging for the Knicks to secure the first overall pick undoubtedly appears to be a shrewd decision. However, the player Stern originally coveted for the top pick was someone entirely different, none other than LeBron James, the son of Ohio. Even 2 years prior to Jordan's announcement of his return, Stern had been deliberately seeking a successor to Jordan. After all, with Jordan aging, even his remarkable performances could not be sustained for much longer. In fact, from the moment Jordan first announced his retirement, Stern developed a profound fear of a future devoid of Jordan. This explains the plethora of potential successors that have emerged over the years. Yet, the majority of these candidates have faltered for various reasons, either failing to make an impact or succumbing to injuries, fading into obscurity. Each disappointment further entrenched Stern's desperation, leading him to place all his hopes on James. Stern held an immense belief in James, as he embodied all the qualities requisite for becoming a historical superstar. Particularly, James's robust physique, stemming from his football background, suggested he would not succumb to injuries as readily as previous hopefuls. Over the past 2 years, Stern's emotional investment in James has grown, akin to that of a father for his child. Whenever James is mentioned in his presence, Stern cannot help but smile. Now, asking him to pivot away from this attachment is indeed a challenging proposition, so who will emerge as the top pick in the upcoming draft? In New York, at the training camp of Carmelo Anthony, there exists a private basketball court nestled within a row house. Although the court bears Anthony's name, he is conspicuously absent from the training session currently underway. As a close friend of Anthony and a participant in the camp, Duan might be able to glean some insights from the available information. It is also plausible that they are discussing potential endorsement deals. After all, James, the primary contender for the top pick, has been reported to be in high demand from Nike, Adidas, and Reebok. While Anthony has also received offers from Nike, Adidas, Converse, and AJ, the scale of his contract pales in comparison to that of James. Naturally, the ambitious Anthony is eager to secure a more lucrative deal, not only to outpace James, but also to ensure a comfortable life for his family. Thus, in pursuit of a promising future, Anthony is exceedingly busy, riding on the momentum of the NCAA championship and the buzz surrounding the top draft prospects. Anthony has already begun to embrace the persona of a future NBA star. Conversely, individuals like Duan, who are also signed under Bill Duffy but lack renown and commercial viability, find themselves with ample leisure time. When the media from New York and beyond catches wind of the training sessions, they will undoubtedly flock to the scene, hoping to bask in Anthony's spotlight, thereby enhancing their own visibility and chances of being selected by NBA teams. It must be noted that the quality of this year's rookies under Bill Duffy's representation is less than stellar. Unlike last year, which boasted 5 first-round picks including the top and second selections, this year Duffy's roster consists solely of Anthony as his ace. Nevertheless, as a prominent NBA agent, Duffy's operations cannot hinge solely on a singular star player like Anthony. Casting a wide net while focusing on key prospects is essential for their role as agents. Present in the Anthony training camp is a notable 5-star high school player, Travis Otolo. Otolo possesses considerable talent. Duan perceives him to have Durant's physique, Wiggins' leaping ability, and James's shooting prowess. However, his basketball IQ is lacking, his playing style is overly unique, and he struggles with pick-and-roll scenarios, alongside a deficiency in competitive experience. In previous years, Otolo's physical gifts might have earned him a spot in the green room, but this year, amidst a highly competitive draft, his fate hinges on sheer luck. The other players in the training camp, numbering over a dozen, are primarily of second-round or undrafted caliber in a mere fortnight. Duan believes he has assimilated a significant portion of the Terry template. During one-on-one drills in the camp, he typically fares well, boasting a winning probability of around 60 to 70% against any opponent. The only formidable challenges he encounters come from two CBA players, Polish center Marcin Lampy and power forward Mario Austin from Mississippi State University. The height advantage in American-style one-on-one play is substantial. Duan often finds himself evenly matched against players like Looney and Durant. However, both Lampy and Austin tower over Duan by more than half a head and possess commendable physicality and shooting skills. Duan's shorter stature and shorter arms hinder his ability to leverage strength and shooting advantages, rendering these two giants somewhat difficult to contend with. Ultimately, driven by a sense of determination, Duan resolves not to concede defeat, but rather to hone his skills in overcoming larger adversaries, thereby preparing himself for the rigors of NBA defense. Time swiftly passes, and by mid-May, the annual Chicago Combine is set to take place at the Chicago Explore Multisport Complex, Chapter 11, clinging to Wade's coattails. In this context, entering the NBA is akin to stepping into the hallowed halls of academia. Thus, the Combine represents a rite of passage for rookies akin to a college entrance examination. However, this examination comes with a stringent limit on participant numbers. Based on historical data, typically only 60 to 80 players receive invitations. Out of these, over 80% will either be selected in the draft or, if not, will compete for positions as free agents through summer leagues, ultimately becoming part of the NBA. Ascend to the ranks of millionaires and billionaires. Those fortunate enough to be invited to the Combine, such as Duan, must showcase their talents to the utmost. True merit shines through adversity. For rookies seeking to enhance their draft stock, the greatest advantage of the Combine lies in the opportunity for comprehensive comparisons. The reports generated provide a clear and direct assessment of their strengths and weaknesses relative to their peers in the draft. For NBA teams, the Combine serves as a safeguard against draft fraud, minimizing potential losses. Conversely, elite prospects with promising futures often have their agents dissuade them from participating in the Combine to avoid revealing significant flaws that could jeopardize their draft position. Duan, while not among the elite, has managed to carve a niche for himself, buoyed by an impressive performance in the NCAA finals that has him teetering on the edge of the second round. Compared to those who did not receive invitations, he considers himself fortunate. This year, Bill Duffy has signed 14 players, yet only 6 have been invited to the Combine. Given Duffy's discerning eye, it is likely that the Combine will eliminate a substantial portion of players. This underscores the fierce competition within the NBA. When considering the nearly 300 players who registered for this year's draft, the landscape becomes even more daunting. Brother, I must take my leave. I have an interview this afternoon. On the first morning of the Combine, after completing static testing, Anthony prepares to leave early. Duan exchanges a fist bump with Anthony before proceeding to undertake dynamic talent testing. Following this, Duan will also participate in physical examinations, as well as 5v5 competitive scrimmages scheduled for the evening and the following day. Competitive play is Duan's forte, and through these scrimmages, he aims to showcase both his defensive capabilities and shooting skills, compensating for any shortcomings in static talent assessments and thereby improving his draft position. However, basketball is fundamentally a team sport. Should his teammates be comprised of CBA players, it would merely lead to contention for the championship within the CBA. Thus, the crux of Duan's participation in the forthcoming 5v5 scrimmages lies in assembling compatible teammates, enabling him to fully exhibit the breadth of his abilities, in other words, to conceal weaknesses and amplify strengths in the upcoming scrimmage. It is imperative to identify suitable teammates in advance, or even to ally with a prominent player. Though Anthony has departed, 5 of Bill Duffy's contracted players remain within the Chicago Explore Multisport Complex. Having trained alongside the other 4 for nearly a month, Duan's rapport with them, while not yet brotherly, is certainly amicable. Furthermore, their collective talent could potentially form a starting lineup. Should Duan take the initiative to leverage Anthony's reputation to temporarily assemble a 5v5 scrimmage team, it could significantly enhance his draft prospects. I would rather err on the side of action than remain idle. In the ensuing hours, he must identify teammates capable of securing victory. However, he must also seize control of the team dynamics, ideally securing possession of the ball to claim the lion's share of opportunities. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of competition, in stark contrast to the many rookies who remain passive. Lacking a plan or pre-established teams, Duan is already strategizing his brotherhood on the court. Once the dynamic talent testing concludes, Dwan arrives early at the waiting area outside the medical examination center. Poised for opportunity, soon enough, his target approaches. "Hello, Dwayne. If you don't mind, please have a seat over here." Dwan stands up from his seat to greet Wade, who, having been stifled by Hinrich during the semifinals, finds himself in a moment of reflection. Fueled by resentment and unyielding ambition, Wade tuned into the NCAA finals to keep abreast of Sinrich's developments. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with Dunn, who had outperformed Sinrich. In fact, he held a rather favorable impression of him. Although Wade was unaware of why Dunn recognized him, he did not rebuff Dunn's overtures. "Hey, buddy, did I know you? You're the Asian sharpshooter from Syracuse, Anthony's good friend, right?" Upon hearing this, Dunn's heart soared. "Wade, come join me." Wade, being a seasoned prospect, had honed his offensive skills over 3 years in college. If the 2003 draft class were ranked, Anthony would undoubtedly take the lead in immediate impact, with Wade following closely behind. Moreover, in today's joint workout, elite prospects with lottery potential typically abstain from the 5v5 scrimmages. Wade's shooting guard style was hampered by a noticeable height deficiency, compounded by the fact that he was an older prospect who had undergone a partial meniscus removal, presenting certain injury risks. Given these circumstances, who could rival Wade's stature in the upcoming 5v5? Furthermore, Wade's drive and kick approach complemented Dunn's shooting prowess perfectly. In terms of slashing ability, Wade even surpassed Iverson. While Iverson possessed a mid-range game, he struggled in FIBA competitions. Wade, relying solely on his ability to penetrate, dismantled the zone defenses of formidable European teams. Kobe, upon witnessing Wade's performance, sought his counsel after the 2008 Olympics on how to break down zone defenses in order to exact revenge on the Celtics' Big Three. It can be said that peak Wade was the most coveted player in the league, with both Bosh and LeBron considering him their primary choice for a championship run. However, Wade's playing style was heavily reliant on physicality, which inevitably limited the duration of his prime. If a strong friendship could be forged, perhaps Dunn would have the opportunity to play alongside Wade in the future. After all, who would willingly endure the agony of failure when a shortcut to success beckons? "Dwayne, let's team up," Dunn proposed. "I've watched your games, and I believe you're the second best player in this draft class. The best is none other than my brother Melo. In the upcoming 5v5, I will support you just as I did Melo. I heard you've gotten married and started a family. As a man, you need to enhance your earning potential. I've heard that the two top prospects, Melo and LeBron, have already made millions even before entering the NBA. If you can emerge as the best player in this camp, you too could become a millionaire ahead of schedule." Dunn wasted no time in suggesting a partnership for the 5v5. Under Dunn's persuasion, Wade, who initially planned to heed his agent's advice and skip the scrimmages, began to reconsider. Aware of his own shortcomings, namely, a lack of shooting consistency, Wade found himself intrigued by the champion from Syracuse, who had scored 20 points in the NCAA finals through sheer shooting prowess. If he had such a sharpshooter by his side, perhaps he could replicate Anthony's success. In Dunn's eyes, Wade was a powerhouse. In Wade's perspective, Dunn was undoubtedly the ideal complement. With a firm handshake, the two forged an immediate connection. Chapter 12. The initial encounter with James and Wade's favor thanks to Dunn's proactive approach. Even as the medical examinations were just commencing, a gathering of over 10 individuals had already formed a 5v5 squad around him. The typical configuration for a joint workout 5v5 consists of 10 to 13 players. Since lottery prospects generally abstain from participating, the remaining players are hastily organized into teams, usually numbering 4 or six. As the saying goes, one prefers to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. For those unclaimed by teams, if the officials could not integrate them into a squad, they would completely forfeit the chance to showcase their abilities in the 5v5, even if they were eventually assigned to a team. Unfamiliarity with their temporary teammates could hinder their performance opportunities, potentially diminishing their draft prospects instead of enhancing them. Thus, seeing Dunn commence his recruitment efforts early on, several ambitious rookies gravitated towards his burgeoning group, while others sought to ingratiate themselves with Dunn, seemingly intent on aligning themselves with him. Although Dunn appeared affable, engaging in light conversation with anyone, he was selective, meticulously enhancing his team's strength. Just as the remaining supplementary players were nearing selection, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside the medical center. Moments later, a group surged in, surrounding a youthful figure whose appearance belied his age. "Hey, LeBron. I didn't expect to see you here. Melo often speaks of you, calling you his fiercest rival and one of his best friends. Dunn left his teammates to approach James with enthusiasm. It is often said that online critics of James are met with fervent supporters in person. While Dunn did not endorse James's self-proclaimed GOAT status, nor did he believe his historical accolades warranted a secure place as the second best, he recognized the importance of basic civility. Moreover, in this moment, with the shared bond of their mutual friend Anthony, it was prudent for Dunn to extend a warm greeting to James. "Hey, buddy, I know you. Melo's little brother, right? You were phenomenal in the NCAA finals. Interested in playing together? By the way, where's Melo? Why isn't he here to meet me? Did he not come?" Compared to most NBA players, James's intelligence, emotional acumen, and basketball IQ stand out. Although this was their first formal encounter, the disparity in fame and status was considerable. Nevertheless, James did not exhibit any airs of superiority, instead engaging Dunn in amiable conversation. "By the way, LeBron, did you say you wanted to play with me? Are you planning to stick around for the 5v5? Then I must put you to the test. Melo often tells me how impressive you are, but I find it hard to believe. I think there's a difference between high school and college players. So you'd better prove yourself like Melo." Dunn's words left James momentarily stunned. Stick around for the 5v5? Only a fool would do that. The privileged offspring of fortune does not linger idly. As a top draft prospect, James was destined for a top 3 selection even without participating in the joint workout. In contrast, participating in the 5v5 could risk his stock if he underperformed or if his teammates faltered. I've got to run. There's an event tonight, so I won't be participating. Let's leave it here for now. You know how it is, I have to go. We'll catch up next time." James arrived with exuberance but departed with purpose, swiftly taking his team with him. Wade noticed Dunn's attention was now directed towards him and shyly inquired, "Do you know LeBron James? Bro, what are you afraid of?" "I believe in your ability to outshine LeBron. You have every capacity to stand before him and engage in conversation. Be confident. You are the best player here. I think you have a chance to be selected within the top 7 in the NBA draft." Dunn encouraged, giving Wade's shoulder an encouraging pat. This boast, "I can only rate a 9. Though Wade felt a flicker of gratitude at Dunn's words, he perceived them as mere flattery. He had heeded his agent's advice regarding his draft prospects, which ranged from a maximum of 13th to a minimum of 17th. The notion of being among the top 7 was beyond Wade's wildest dreams. His agreement to play with Dunn stemmed solely from a desire to improve his draft position by a few places, aiming to gain the recognition of an NBA team. Ultimately, he envisioned himself entering the green room with family on draft night, stepping into the NBA as a lottery pick. However, James's star power was undeniable. Despite his tardiness, numerous staff members flocked around him, attending to his needs. Fortunately, this did not disrupt the medical examinations or the evening's 5v5 scrimmages. As expected, the teams formed were temporary, with Dunn's squad being the best configured and most rationally assembled, yielding superior results. While other teams followed conventional setups, Dunn's group displayed an unconventional but effective strategy. Wade played as a point guard despite his height, while Dunn, as a shooting guard, took on the primary ball-handling responsibilities. Wade handled the ball, while Dunn operated off the ball, creating a logical distribution of duties. Dunn's role primarily involved advancing the ball past half-court, akin to the playmaking guards accompanying Kobe or James. Fortunately, Wade was not a ball hog. Dunn occasionally seized the opportunity to contribute, not only attacking but also facilitating the offense. Among the starting lineup, the remaining 3 positions featured Travis Outlaw, who, despite his power forward stature, played small forward, focusing on fast breaks and alley-oops. Mario Austin and Motzi Lampe filled their familiar roles as power forward and center, respectively. Mario required the ball in his hands, and Dunn was careful not to infringe upon his control. Motzi Lampe possesses the ability to drive to the basket with intention and is also willing to embrace a blue-collar role. Duan occasionally handles the ball and chooses to create opportunities for him. During the 19 minutes of 5v5 action as a starter, Duan achieved an impressive performance, shooting 4 out of 7 from the field, 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and sinking both of his free throw attempts, culminating in a well-rounded tally of 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Wade, having played slightly longer with 21 minutes on the court, excelled with a shooting line of 8 out of 12 and 3 out of 4 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 19 points. Perhaps Wade's explosive drives were simply too impressive. Shortly after the 5v5 concluded, Scouts from several lottery teams sought him out for private discussions. My agent has just informed me that I can no longer participate in tomorrow's 5v5. You were absolutely right. There is a strong possibility I could be selected by a team holding one of the top 7 picks in the first round. Consequently, I must partake in individual workouts with various teams. And I am leaving tonight. Why apologies, brother. On one side lies a visible path to financial success, while on the other is a brother I've only known for a day. Wade, facing life's harsh realities, is acutely aware of the choice he must make. Dwayne, as a brother, I am genuinely happy for you upon hearing this news. However, no teams have approached me yet, and I still need to toil alongside my other brothers for one more day. You previously promised to play with me, yet now you've chosen to leave the team prematurely. I feel you owe me in this regard. Dwayne, understanding Wade's character, seizes the opportunity to subtly manipulate him. Wade, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and scratched his head, ultimately conceding, brother, I owe you a favor. If I make it big, I will undoubtedly assist you. If you find yourself in need of a meal, do not hesitate to seek me out. Dwayne, with a smile, replied, very well, I shall remember that. Dwayne, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Having just grasped a significant connection, Wade now finds himself in a position of indebtedness to Dwayne. Is this not a form of taking advantage of an honest person? With the key connection now departed, the situation becomes quite precarious. Chapter 13. Dumar's attention. The reports from the joint workout have been released. On the morning following the joint workout, around 10 o'clock, numerous scouts, directors, and general managers from various NBA teams received text messages from their scouts in pursuit of the team's future and to identify suitable rookie candidates for the upcoming draft. The majority of NBA general managers simultaneously accessed BadDraft, the official NBA draft website. Although each NBA team possesses its own scouting system, there exists a considerable disparity in the capabilities of the scouts themselves. In this current era, most NBA teams have yet to reap the benefits of the global expansion of the NBA. Consequently, the salaries and skills of team staff tend to be relatively modest. The role of a scout often involves numerous connections, and the expertise of many team scouts may, in fact, fall short of that of the analysts at the draft website. Moreover, the draft website possesses first-hand data from the joint workouts, allowing for a more objective assessment through extensive data comparisons of players of similar types. Compared to scouts who focus on just 1 or 2 rookies, the reports from the draft website are more comprehensive and persuasive. However, in the eyes of NBA general managers, the rookie reports from the draft website are merely of reference value. Ultimately, the decisive factor in their final decisions will be the individual workouts conducted by the teams after the joint workouts. At that juncture, inviting their preferred rookies for team workouts will reveal who excels and who does not. However, unlike those teams that have already concluded the regular season and are preparing for the 2003 to 2004 season, general managers of teams still engaged in the Eastern and Western Conference Finals must first focus their attention on the division finals. The rookie workouts can only commence once the playoff journey has entirely concluded. Of course, as a general manager, it is crucial to maintain an overarching perspective, as both the present and the future hold equal significance. Now that the reports from the joint workouts have freshly emerged, it is entirely reasonable to take a moment to examine them in search of potential prospects for the team's future. Joe Dumars, the general manager of the Detroit Pistons, logged onto the draft website shortly after receiving the message from his staff, seeking suitable guards and big men for the Pistons. Recently, the Pistons had just advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. However, during the playoff battles in the first and second rounds, the Pistons revealed several issues. First and foremost is the problem of height in the front court. While Ben Wallace possesses remarkable athleticism and defensive capabilities, his stature is undeniably lacking. When faced with taller opponents who excel in low-post isolation, Ben struggles considerably in defense, and even when he exerts maximum effort, the results are not satisfactory. Hence, during the offseason, the Pistons' primary objective is to acquire a center with sufficient size and defensive prowess, or to pair Ben with a center adept at one-on-one defense. This would enable the Pistons to fully leverage Ben's ability to assist defensively and protect the rim, ensuring a robust defensive presence in the paint. Additionally, there remains room for improvement in perimeter defense. Originally, the backcourt duo of Billups and Hamilton was not too shabby defensively, but the performance of Michael Curry on the wing leaves much to be desired on both ends of the floor. Fortunately, last year's draft pick, Prince, has made a striking impression in the playoffs as a sixth man, He has taken up a considerable amount of Michael Curry's minutes and has contributed significantly to the team's efforts on both offense and defense. If this trend continues, with off-season development, Prince will likely be ready to assume the starting small forward position for the Pistons next season. Consequently, the issues with perimeter defense will primarily fall on Billups and Hamilton. Both Billups and Hamilton's defensive capabilities are generally regarded as average within the league. However, a significant concern arose during the previous Eastern Conference semifinals when Billups sustained an ankle injury to his left foot, severely hampering his lateral movement and defensive effectiveness. The Pistons' backup point guard, Chucky Atkins, lacks the height and is evidently less effective defensively than Billups. During Billups' injury, Atkins took over as the starting point guard, which resulted in gaping holes in the Pistons' perimeter defense. Considering Billups' injury concerns and the insufficiency of the Pistons' backcourt defense, Dumars intends to utilize the Pistons' first-round draft pick to select a guard who possesses both defensive capabilities and immediate impact. Given that the Pistons had previously traded their draft pick to the Grizzlies, who happen to be one of the teams in the current season's tanking strategy, it signifies that the Pistons may well hold 2 first-round picks in the upcoming draft, one in the top 10 and another towards the end of the first round. In Dumars' strategy, if it is feasible to use the Grizzlies' first-round pick to secure Kirk Hinrich, that would be ideal. However, considering the unpredictability of the draft, it is imperative for Dumars to devise several contingency plans to avoid being caught off guard and left with no viable options. The Asian guard from Syracuse is ranked quite highly. Dumars, seeking a guard, begins by examining perimeter players. He quickly discovers that the player ranked 7th among the perimeter players in this year's joint workout, scoring a total of 92 points, is none other than Duan, who had shone brightly during the NCAA championship game. Due to the NBA's one-day hiatus following the NCAA finals, Dumars, having watched the championship, retains a certain impression of Duan. Of course, Dumars, as the general manager of the Pistons, is also aware of the potential biases in the draft website's ratings. This is primarily due to the fact that those rookies with lottery prospects often do not complete all the drills in the joint workouts, resulting in their metrics not being recorded in the database. Thus, their abilities and total scores are temporarily marked as 0. Conversely, rookies who participate in all the drills are assessed based on their data through comparative analysis. There are a total of 12 abilities evaluated: athleticism, physical dimensions, defense, strength, speed, leadership, shooting, immediate impact, rebounding, potential, passing, and influence. Perimeter players are compared against other perimeter players, while interior players are compared among themselves. The maximum score is 10, while the minimum is 6. In simple terms, if there are 30 perimeter players who complete all the drills, then only 6 players might achieve a perfect score of 10 in any given category. Some individuals can only reach a perfect score of 10, while others barely scrape by. Ultimately, even when rating the perennial 21st rookie, the potential aspect might still receive a score of 6. Considering this year is a strong draft year, the overall quality of rookies is somewhat elevated, leading to relatively lower total scores compared to previous years. For instance, in 2014, due to an abundance of talent, scores were notably lower. The top pick, Wiggins, scored 99, while the second pick, Parker, and the third pick, Embiid, both received perfect scores of 100. And the fourth pick, Gordon, only attained 92. In contrast, the 11th pick of the second round, Jokic, scored a mere 85. Conversely, during weaker draft years, Oden scored 106, Durant 104, Rose 104, Griffin 105, and Wall 103. It can be stated that these scores are only applicable for comparisons within the same draft class. Excluding the 13 lottery picks, Duan ranks 7th among all perimeter players in the joint workout, suggesting he could very well be within the top 30 overall. Given that the Pistons' own first-round pick is perfectly positioned to secure Duan, Dumars, who already holds a favorable impression of him, patiently continues to review the specifics of Duan's draft report. After a brief moment, the sound of a phone dialing resonates within the Pistons' general manager's office. Chapter 14. Team Workout Invitation. On the afternoon following the joint workout, at the multifunctional arena in Chicago, Duan was just about to blend into the background of the training facility when, as he began to warm up, someone approached him. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. May I ask, Duan, if you have a moment to chat over here?" "Sure, no problem." The identity of the visitor was something that Duan had largely surmised. The Wade from the previous night had ventured out with someone and subsequently fled the scene. Was I being scouted by an NBA team? Perhaps it was a scout from the Pistons. Duan held a flicker of anticipation regarding the visitor's identity. However, Once the other party spoke, Duan's daydreams were swiftly shattered. I am Michael Smith, a scout for the Indiana Pacers. You may call me Michael. I am here to convey a message from our star player, Reggie Miller. Reggie greatly admires your playing style and was particularly impressed by your performance in the NCAA Finals. If you're interested, we invite you to attend a tryout at Conseco Fieldhouse next week, from Monday to Friday. The scout from the Pacers extended an invitation for a tryout, considering Reggie Miller's age and his declining performance over the years. It was reasonable for the Pacers to seek a shooting guard with a similar playing style, adept at off-ball movement and three-point shooting, to eventually succeed Miller. It seemed that the Pacers had potential. Reflecting on memories from before his time travel, Duan suddenly realized that the Pacers of the 03-04 season had a genuine chance at the championship. With the Lakers in disarray in 2004, any team emerging from the East could seize the title. The Eastern Conference Finals that year featured a fierce battle between the Pistons and the Pacers, had it not been for Miller's age, which rendered him unable to perform, and the youthful inconsistency of Artest, coupled with the injury to the most capable O'Neal during the Eastern Conference Finals, the Pacers might very well have triumphed in the East. Moreover, the Pistons head coach was the rookie assassin, Larry Brown. Duan mused that rather than endure the scorn of Larry Brown, it would be far more enjoyable to serve under Carlisle. After all, the serious version of Jim Carrey is still Jim Carrey. Who wouldn't want to play the game in a more relaxed and joyful environment? Furthermore, the Pacers not only had championship potential in the 03-04 season, but also in the subsequent two seasons. Had it not been for the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Pacers might have secured their first championship. The value of the Pacers' first title would undoubtedly surpass that of the Pistons' third championship. Helping the Pacers win would certainly be more prestigious than merely being a bench warmer for the Pistons. Reggie Miller is my idol, and I am eager to play for the Indiana Pacers. In a bid to leave a favorable impression on the scout, Duan proactively began to forge a connection. The scout, pleased by this, exchanged a few more words with Duan before taking his leave. This left Austin, Lampy, and the others envious. It was one thing for Wade to be taken by the scout, as he was a high-profile rookie on the cusp of the lottery. Otelo, a five-star high school talent, had immense potential, and it was only natural for scouts to seek him out. But what right did Duan have? Why was he on friendly terms with Anthony? Why was he able to share laughter with LeBron? Why was he receiving the same attention from scouts as Wade? Damn, was Duan really considering fleeing? What would become of our 5v5 later that night? Liars, all of them. Duan had previously claimed he was there to find new teammates. Yet he was merely meeting with scouts. We have been abandoned. Clearly, I am strong, and clearly, you are strong. Yet no one wants us. Is it possible that an NBA team wants him solely for ticket sales? Just like Yao Ming with the Houston Rockets, could it be that Duan truly has a chance to be selected in the draft? And perhaps not too low in the order. This dreadful world. I loathe it. We are evidently more talented and capable. He is merely a sidekick to Carmelo Anthony. Duan was pulled aside by a scout from the Detroit Pistons, amidst the cacophony of basketballs being dribbled and shots clanging off the rim. He failed to notice that his makeshift team was fracturing due to the jealousy of his teammates. Duan, I am a scout for the Detroit Pistons. Our management intends to use a first-round pick on you. You may not be aware, but your physical measurements are exceptional, and you possess the potential for a first-round selection. Even if you wish to play for them, other teams will undoubtedly swoop in. The scout from the Pistons did not leave a particularly good first impression on Duan. He came off as somewhat impatient and, due to his disparaging remarks about others, seemed somewhat unethical. However, the scout's urgency, coupled with his sincere tone, made Duan feel as if he had suddenly become a coveted prospect among this year's rookies. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The scout's transparency made Duan acutely aware of his own value, which in turn fostered a sense of goodwill towards both the scout and the Pistons. Before attending the combine, Duan had merely been projected as a late second-round pick. While he was keenly aware that his skills had significantly improved after adopting a Terry-style template, the reality of racial discrimination in the NBA weighed heavily on him. Just like in American society at large, where white individuals discriminate against black individuals, and black individuals sometimes discriminate against those with yellow skin. The NBA is predominantly a black league, and even someone with the exceptional talent of Yao Ming faced skepticism upon entering the league, let alone someone like Duan, whose talents were less pronounced. Duan feared that racial bias might hinder his chances of achieving his desired draft position despite possessing considerable skill. Nevertheless, The consecutive invitations to workouts from NBA teams bolstered Duan's confidence. I can do this. With that thought, a sense of pride welled within Duan. The prospect of being a first-round pick was entirely the result of his own hard work. To be fair, Duan's system was not deep blue. Nor did it have added points. Every attribute was honed through relentless practice on the court. As the adage goes, genius is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration. The basketball achievement system merely supplemented that crucial one of inspiration. Please convey my regards to Mr. Joe Dumars. I am eager to play in Detroit. He exclaimed, I just wish to know when I might be able to participate in your team's tryouts. I can hardly wait to become part of the Detroit Pistons. Speaking appropriately to the occasion, although he had already committed to the Pacers scout, if an opportunity arose to join the Pistons as a first-round pick and secure a championship, Duan would not be averse to enjoying 2 years on the bench. A first-round pick is still a millionaire. With ample money and little work, a full salary, and the privilege of watching games from the front row. Where else could one find such a lucrative deal? Just like Fat Tiger, once the max contract is in hand, why bother to lose weight? Isn't enjoying basketball in a leisurely manner a more appealing option? Oh, I apologize for not mentioning the tryout dates. Due to the team's preparations for the Eastern Conference Finals, we have scheduled the tryout for next Monday. Just come to the Palace of Auburn Hills, and we will have personnel there to assist you. The Pistons scout quickly added. Next Monday, the 19th, coincidentally falls between the 18th and the 20th, during which the Pistons have 2 games in the Eastern Conference Finals at the Palace of Auburn Hills. This means that on the 19th, the players will likely be resting, while the Pistons staff will still be on site, making it convenient for the rookie tryouts. After bidding farewell to the Pistons scout, Duan prepared to call Bill Duffy to help arrange his travel and book a flight to Detroit for the tryout. However, at that moment, another scout approached him. As expected, due to his impressive physical measurements, Duan had gained notoriety and was now quite sought after. The Jazz? No problem, I will come by. Duan casually responded, feigning agreement. After all, the tryout schedules for the Pistons and Pacers did not conflict, so he could treat it as a trip to Salt Lake City. Once Duan finished his call, the Lakers scout also made his approach. The Lakers? Aren't they falling apart? He thought, not even a dog would want to go there. Though he felt this way, Duan still accepted the Lakers scout's invitation for a tryout. Ultimately, whether it was the Pistons or the Pacers, receiving a tryout did not guarantee being selected. If the results of his tryouts with these 2 teams were less than stellar, Duan would ultimately need to find a team to sign a contract with. A bit of humble bragging wouldn't he hurt. After all, the Lakers weren't entirely lacking. Chapter 15. Duan's draft report. Damn, what the hell are you all doing? You are all ungrateful wretches, not passing the ball. Huh? Fine. Play amongst yourselves. Idiots. Duan did not flee. Rather, he remained steadfastly loyal. To his astonishment, when the 5v5 scrimmage resumed that evening, his teammates suddenly changed their demeanor. Just the day before, they had at least pretended to engage in some semblance of team basketball for several minutes. Yet today, as soon as they hit the court, they donned their Kobe masks, and after Duan passed the ball, he could not regain possession. Realizing something was amiss, Duan scolded his teammates, but no one dared to retort, confirming his suspicion that they were indeed up to no good. You do your thing, I'll do mine. With that, Duan decided to withdraw from the game after just 4 minutes. They were comprised of the Bucks, Raptors, Hawks, and Grizzlies, 1 playoff team and 3 lottery teams. Duan did not believe he had a chance to make it to the green room, yet he accepted the workout invitations from these 4 teams, treating it as a travel opportunity. Once the 2-day combine concluded, Duan would embark on a journey across the nation for team tryouts. As an agent, Bill Duffy was relatively diligent. After Duan, feeling aggrieved, reported the situation, the very next morning, Bill arrived at Duan's hotel room with a document in hand. Upon their meeting, neither individual broached the events that transpired the previous day at the training camp. In truth, Duan had come to a realization. Following the completion of the 5v5 games, the joint tryouts had concluded. For those rookies who had not received invitations for team trials, the 5v5 from the previous evening represented their final opportunity to secure a place in the NBA draft. Naturally, driven by self-interest, they sought to exhibit their skills to attract the attention of scouts present. Bill Duffy, serving as an agent, could not afford to focus solely on the welfare of one player. With a sense of impartiality, he had to turn a blind eye to the self-serving behaviors often exhibited by black and international players. The document in question was none other than Duan's draft report. printed directly from the draft website. This report served not only as a means for Duan to admire himself, but also to facilitate endorsement opportunities. Possessing the potential for a late first-round selection, Duan, as a Chinese player and guard, held significant commercial value. Upon acquiring the draft report, Duan began to take pleasure in the evaluation provided by scouts. Athleticism rated at 7, physical dimensions at 7, defense at 9, strength at 10, speed at 7, leadership at 9, shooting at 9, readiness at 8, ball handling at 6, potential at 6, passing at 7, and influence at 7, culminating in an overall score of 92. The draft reports of the time had yet to adopt a numerical scale for abilities. Instead, employing a 10-segment energy bar akin to a mobile phone's battery indicator, providing only a total score without the subsequent mock drafts or big boards that would later emerge. TO briefly elucidate the distinction between mock drafts and big boards. The former considers the order of team draft picks alongside actual team needs, while the latter ranks rookies solely based on their overall capabilities. For instance, at present, mock drafts often regard LeBron James as the top pick, while big boards might list Carmelo Anthony in that position. There are exceptions, such as ESPN and Sports Illustrated, which had already begun to promote LeBron prior to Anthony's NCAA championship victory. The vast majority of media outlets shifted their stance post-Anthony's triumph, heralding him as the number 1 pick. Yet these two consistently supported LeBron. Duan was surprised to find that the draft report online lacked both mock predictions and big boards. Previously, he had heard several scouts mention his potential for a late first-round selection. To clarify this discrepancy, Duan proactively posed a question to Bill Duffy, ultimately learning that among all perimeter players participating in the Combine's physical tests, he ranked 7th overall. Based on historical data, this suggested a draft outlook ranging from 24th to 29th overall. Provided that the forthcoming team trials proceeded without incident, Duan was likely to be selected within this range. With concerns regarding his draft prospects alleviated, Duan continued to peruse the detailed scout evaluations. Strengths included a robust physique, swift adaptation to NBA-level physicality, high basketball IQ with strong tactical execution, exceptional defense capable of stifling opponents' offenses, NBA-level shooting accuracy with a high success rate on open three-pointers. The ability to play off the ball with decent passing skills, a clutch performer who remains composed in critical moments, and selfless playmaking, making him an excellent complementary piece. Furthermore, he exhibited commendable leadership qualities, positioning him as a potential unifying force within the locker room. His work ethic and competitive spirit would undoubtedly enhance his development as a player. Conversely, his weaknesses included average athleticism, which limited his potential for further improvement, relatively slow lateral movement, and insufficient wingspan, which could diminish his defensive efficacy. His ball handling skills were also deemed subpar, not yet reaching NBA standards. However, his strong physique might enable him to adopt a more aggressive approach toward attacking the basket and executing post-up plays. His draft comparison suggested an upper limit akin to Reggie Miller and a lower limit represented by Aaron McKie. Given Duan's current display of talent, being compared to McKie as a lower benchmark was indeed flattering. Yet, should Duan manage to maintain a healthy career in the NBA for a decade, he may very well surpass even the lofty expectations set by the Miller comparison. At that point, his aspirations would not merely align with Michael Jordan but might extend toward Larry Bird. For now, however, a more subdued and steady approach was warranted. On May 19th, accompanied by Bill Duffy, Duan arrived punctually at the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit for a private workout with the Pistons. It is noteworthy that Duan was not the only rookie slated to participate in today's session. Alongside him were Marcus Banks, Luke Ridnour, Reese Gaines, and Dant Jones, all of whom he had encountered during the joint tryouts. The structure of team trials mirrored that of the Combines, commencing with physical assessments to gather both static and dynamic data for the team's management to evaluate firsthand. Boss, I believe Duan's talent is somewhat underestimated. He stands at 6 feet 6 inches, 198 centimeters, barefoot, 6 feet 7 inches, 201 centimeters, with shoes, and weighs 232 pounds, 210 pounds. His wingspan is 6 feet 8.5 inches, 204 centimeters. With a standing reach of 8 feet 8 inches, 264 centimeters, and a body fat percentage of 8.6, his hand length is 9.25 inches, 23.5 centimeters, and his hand width is 9.5 inches, 24.1 centimeters. Among these 5 individuals, he ranks second. Upon receiving the static data report, Dumars examined the 5 documents with patience. Indeed, as his subordinate had indicated, Duan's static athleticism was commendable, placing him second or third overall. It is essential to note that the other 4 participants had been summoned by Dumars as a control group, as the Pistons lacked the capacity to sign them with their first-round pick. However, it appeared that Dumars had identified something particularly promising in Duan. "I may have truly discovered a gem," Dumars mused inwardly, urging his team for the dynamic data results. Once they completed their testing, they would proceed to competitive one-on-one drills. "I need to ascertain who among them is the strongest." Chapter 16. Competitive one-on-one. A dominant performance boss. Here are Duan's dynamic data results. Dumars accepted the report, slightly furrowing his brow upon reviewing it. The records indicated a 4-point movement in the paint completed in 11.55 seconds, a 3-4 court sprint clocked at 3.39 seconds, a vertical leap of 29 inches, 73 centimeters, and a running jump of 34 inches, 84 centimeters. He recorded 15 repetitions on the bench press at 185 pounds, 84 kilograms. Duan's lateral speed ranked last among the 5 participants, with his speed and running jump placing him second to last. This suggested that his dynamic athleticism was relatively lacking. Perhaps, compared to other second-round prospects participating in this year's draft, Duan could be seen in a favorable light. However, upon entering the NBA, he would be competing against the elite of previous years. Thus, the inadequacies in his dynamic athleticism highlighted Duan's potential limitations. It was akin to a rookie who, after an injury, could no longer soar but instead resorted to stationary jump shots. Fortunately, Duan was a shooter, primarily relying on a grounded style of play. When discussing physicality, Duan's shorter arms, paired with years of strength training, provided him with a significant advantage among his peers. Among the Pistons' 5 trial participants, the highest bench press recorded was merely 8 repetitions. Duan effectively outperformed them all. With his bench press results, he would certainly hold his own in the NBA. Observing Dumars' silence, the Pistons scout proactively defended Duan, stating, "Boss, Duan is a shooter. We should focus on his shooting capabilities. He possesses excellent physicality and is a clutch player who can compensate for any offensive deficiencies in the bench unit." The Pistons, under Larry Brown's leadership, were renowned for their defensive prowess, and under Rick Carlisle, they remained a formidable defensive team. Presently, the Pistons were on the cusp of a championship, lacking only the presence of the formidable Rasheed Wallace. Therefore, in addition to their strong defense, the team required some enhancement on the offensive front. Duan had already demonstrated his NBA-range 3-point shooting, commendable defensive skills, and strikingly superior physicality compared to his contemporaries during the joint tryouts. This positioned him as one of the most suitable candidates for the Pistons' late first-round pick, especially considering their recent success in reaching the Eastern Conference Finals. "Have the competitive drills commenced?" Dumars inquired, eager to witness the action firsthand. They were still engaged in shooting tests, but the competitive rounds would commence shortly. The team's one-on-one training was not the conventional American style of street basketball. Rather, it required adherence to the NBA's fundamental regulations regarding traveling, double dribbling, 8-second violations, and 24-second shot clocks, while allowing for greater freedom in other aspects. Basketball talent encompasses more than mere speed and jumping ability. It demands a comprehensive evaluation, necessitating comparative analysis. Some individuals possess remarkable speed, yet when tasked with dribbling a basketball, their performance diminishes due to inadequate synergy between themselves and the ball. Others may leap to great heights, but if their hands are butterfingers, they fail to secure the ball, miss rebounds, and falter in defense, rendering their abilities somewhat futile. Undoubtedly, the execution of skills is predicated upon physical prowess. Michael Jordan, throughout his youth, was outmatched by his older brother, and his choice of the number 23 was a tribute to his brother's 45. Jordan's aspiration was merely to attain half of his brother's strength. However, by the time he reached college, it was as if he had been abducted by extraterrestrials and undergone a clandestine transformation. His height surged, his core strength reached impressive levels, and he retained the speed, agility, and ball-handling skills of a shorter guard. After honing his offensive techniques over 2 years in college, he soared to unprecedented heights, becoming unstoppable. Conversely, despite possessing technical skills, Jordan's brother never made it to the NBA. It is worth noting that during that era, the diminutive Spud Webb stood at just 5 feet 6 inches, yet entered the NBA as a first-round pick. In this current age, Allen Iverson, dubbed the strongest on earth at 6 feet, is actually only 5 feet 10 inches tall, yet he was selected as the first overall pick of the legendary 1996 draft class. This illustrates that if one's dynamic talent is sufficiently robust, it can indeed compensate for deficiencies in static attributes such as height. However, without physicality, mere technical prowess cannot even open the doors to the NBA. Initially, Marcus Banks faced off against Luke Ridnour, each granted 5 offensive and defensive opportunities. Utilizing his weight and strength advantages, Banks largely disregarded Ridnour's tight defense, swiftly dribbling past half-court and barreling to the basket for a successful layup. Upon the change of possession, Ridnour exhibited decent ball-handling skills. Yet his progress was severely hampered by Banks' defensive pressure. Had it not been for a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he might have failed to advance the ball past half-court within the requisite 8 seconds, thus prematurely ending the offensive play. Ridnour's attempts to break through were futile against Banks, resulting in a desperate, unsuccessful floater that clanged off the rim. In just over 3 minutes, a victor was declared, 5-1. With Banks decisively outperforming Ridnour on both ends of the court, successfully completing all 5 of his offensive attempts while restricting Ridnour to a mere single basket. It was evident that the advantages in weight and defense were overwhelmingly in Banks' favor. Even the likes of Stephen Curry, during a tryout with the Kings, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Tyreke Evans. Dunn, aware of Dante Jones' reputation as a defensive powerhouse with a propensity for rough play, understood the risks. Kobe Bryant had previously endured a chokehold from Gerald Wallace and a trip from Bruce Bowen, yet he managed to engage in friendly banter with them afterward. However, when he fell victim to a trip by Dante Jones later in his career, it ultimately dashed his championship aspirations, provoking a furious outburst. In the 2017 finals, when the Warriors center sought to secure a rebound, he was blindsided by Jones, who executed a brutal tackle that resulted in a hand injury. Sidelining Curry for Game 4. Tryouts are crucial as they influence draft positions and can amount to millions of dollars. Thus, Dante Jones showed no mercy towards Dunn, nor would Dunn hold back against Jones. The one-on-one matchup commenced swiftly, with Dunn taking possession and initiating his attack from the backcourt. Jones clung to him like glue, employing minor fouls to disrupt Dunn's dribbling. Unfazed, Dunn protected the ball with his back and used his elbows to create space. With every few hard bumps, he subtly nudged Jones, eliciting grimaces from his opponent. The Pistons, known for their gritty style of basketball, observed the intense physical confrontation with approval, as long as neither participant committed a clear foul or resorted to fighting. Within 4 to 5 seconds, Dunn had crossed half-court. Then, mirroring Marcus Banks' earlier dominance over Luke Ridnour, he backed Jones down to the basket and, utilizing a pivot, scored the first point. This approach, though laborious, effectively showcased the physical disparity between the two players. Dunn then tossed the ball to Jones, signaling him to commence his attack. Now, Dunn aimed to wear Jones down with his defense. "You wish to employ your little tricks, do you? Do you truly think I am an easy target?" Jones' ball-handling skills were mediocre at best, and faced with Dunn's relentless defense, progressing past half-court became an arduous task. Although Jones attempted to leverage his elbows for additional space, Dunn's physicality consistently thwarted him. Shortly after crossing half-court, Jones had his ball pilfered by Dunn. Upon resuming play from the baseline, Jones, having learned from the previous encounter, refrained from aggressively sticking to Dunn. Instead, he relied on his longer reach to disrupt Dunn's dribbling. This tactical shift alleviated some pressure from Dunn, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Dunn drove to the basket once more, adding another point to his tally. Returning to the action, a more cautious Jones finally managed to utilize his footwork to fake Dunn out near the free-throw line. Successfully scoring a layup, Dunn, however, continued to exploit his physical advantages, methodically securing another point. Jones attempted to replicate his previous success, but his ball-handling skills faltered, resulting in the ball slipping from his grasp during an attempt to drive to the basket. For his fourth attempt, Dunn abandoned his physical advantage and resumed his role as a shooter, executing a mid-range jumper near the free-throw line, which found its mark, bringing his total to 4 consecutive points. Jones, having been thoroughly outclassed, refused to succumb to despair and mustered the resolve to engage Dunn in a genuine contest. Following a successful drive, Jones managed to score yet another point. Aware of his overwhelming defeat, Jones opted for a final shot, but under Dunn's interference, it ricocheted off the rim. The final score was 5-2, with Dunn's victory being decidedly emphatic, leaving the athletically superior Jones utterly bewildered. Although the practical one-on-one assessment had yet to conclude, the observers, including Dumars, found themselves transfixed by Dunn's exceptional prowess, which surpassed their expectations. Perhaps it was time to pursue a trade for a higher draft pick. Chapter 17. First round commitment, lottery draft done. We are exceedingly pleased with your tryout results. We are willing to secure you with a first-round pick and prioritize your development in the upcoming season. However, would you be willing to forego tryouts with other teams for our sake? Following the conclusion of the tryout, Dumars engaged Dunn in negotiations in the presence of Bill Duffy. Through the day's events, Dunn had gleaned a clearer understanding of his exceptional abilities. During the practical one-on-one sessions, he had decisively outperformed Luke Ridnour, Reece Gaines, and Dante Jones. Even Marcus Banks, despite his formidable physique, ultimately fell short with a score of 4-3 against Dunn. Banks, somewhat disgruntled, wished to challenge Dunn once more, yet Dumars refrained from suggesting a rematch. Now, Dumars took the initiative to host Dunn, allowing staff to facilitate interactions with other rookie prospects, highlighting Dumars' regard for Dunn's potential. Recognizing his worth, Dunn proactively countered, expressing his desire to play for the Detroit Pistons while requesting that the team consider trading up for a better draft pick. We are willing to make sacrifices to secure you. If the Memphis Grizzlies do not obtain the first overall pick, we are prepared to use our lottery selection to claim you. Provided you agree to cooperate fully, we require you to decline tryouts with other teams and only participate in ours. After the lottery concludes, we will invite you to Detroit for 1 or 2 visits. Are you amenable to such terms? Flattering promises are a common tactic employed by NBA general managers, and even a paragon of virtue like Dumars is not immune. Mr. Dumars, I harbor no disrespect, yet your terms do not seem equitable for my client. Only by wearing the shoes can one discern their fit. We have no objection to your continued interactions with other rookies, but we hope you will likewise respect our freedom to pursue tryouts with other teams. Nevertheless, Dunn insisted on attending the Pacers' tryouts, leading Bill Duffy to accompany him to Indianapolis. Although other teams were still largely unaware, Dunn's talent and draft prospects would soon become known in a matter of days. Duffy even contemplated bringing Dunn along to observe Anthony's tryout. Thus, Dunn's participation in the Pacers' tryout appeared unnecessary. After spending 2 days in what ultimately proved to be a futile endeavor, the Pacers were intrigued by Dunn but could not immediately offer a first-round commitment. They had underestimated Dunn's capabilities. After conducting physical assessments, they arranged for Jamal Tinsley to engage in one-on-one testing with Dunn. However, Dunn's display of maturity astonished Larry Bird, the Pacers' vice president. Tinsley, a former first-round pick who had spent 2 years in the NBA, faced Dunn in 3 matches, only to succumb with scores of 18-21, 15-21, and 17-21. Though the margins were narrow, Tinsley's inability to secure a victory underscored the disparity in skill, revealing that Dunn's talent significantly exceeded their expectations. The general manager of the Pacers, Danny Walsh, immediately took action, prompting the already vacationing Reggie Miller and Ron Artest to take notice. Dunn's immediate on-court abilities were impressive, yet his prior experience as a shooter left much to be desired in one-on-one ball-handling situations. Furthermore, Artest's physicality and defensive prowess far surpassed that of Jamal Tinsley in a mere game. The Pacers gleaned Dunn's true capabilities, revealing that while his ball-handling skills were lacking, he could still perform adequately as a backup for the Pacers. Moreover, Dunn possessed commendable physical resilience, was proactive on the defensive end, and showcased a reliable three-point shot, allowing him to thrive off the ball. Such 3D attributes were precisely what the Pacers required, as the scouts concluded after witnessing the joint tryout. Dunn appeared to be a near-perfect successor to Reggie Miller. Although Dunn's true mettle would be tested in the playoffs, he would undoubtedly alleviate much of Miller's playing time next season, significantly reducing his workload. After the tryout, Reggie Miller openly expressed his admiration for Dunn, even inviting him and Bill Duffy to dinner. However, the pressing issue remained that the Pacers lacked a first-round pick this year, rendering Miller's private efforts to recruit Dunn futile. Perhaps Walsh and Bird would devise a plan afterward, yet when Dunn departed with Miller, neither mentioned any commitment regarding a first-round pick, nor even broached the subject of a subsequent tryout. Typically, teams invite players for 2 to 3 tryouts to ensure they select the right candidate. Dunn's invitation to the Pacers tryout seemed to be a one-sided affair. It appeared that hope now rested with the Pistons. With the Pacers' intentions in mind, Dunn could only pin his hopes on Dumars, who, per previous assurances, would utilize the Grizzlies' draft pick to secure him. Nonetheless, would the Grizzlies still acquire the second overall pick this year? Dunn eagerly anticipated the outcome. On May 22, at the New Jersey Secaucus, the lottery drawing was about to commence. The stage for the draft was set, and and the battle for the first overall pick between LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony was poised to reach its conclusion that evening. As NBA Vice President Russ Granick took center stage, followed by the notary and general managers from the 13 lottery teams, the mystery of the drawing was about to unfold. In reality, the lottery selection had already been conducted in the background under the watchful eyes of the notary, beginning with the first overall pick and continuing until the first 12 positions were determined. However, to maintain suspense until the end, Granick chose to reveal the results starting from the 13th pick in the first round. The Houston Rockets secured the 13th overall pick in the 2003 draft, Granick announced, as he unveiled the paper from the envelope. The Rockets' general manager displayed no reaction, having already traded their draft rights to the Grizzlies. Following this, Granick continued to disclose the outcomes from the other envelopes. The Sonics acquired the 12th pick, the Warriors the 11th, the Wizards the 10th, and the Hawks the 9th. Upon hearing that the Hawks obtained the 9th pick, Dunn turned with keen interest to glance at Anthony, who was fixated on the television. If Dunn remembered correctly, the 9th pick in the past had belonged to the New York Knicks. This promised to be intriguing. Chapter 18. The first overall pick revealed, toasting to farewells. Dunn's guess proved accurate. Stern had indeed engaged in some behind-the-scenes maneuvering to ensure Anthony could play in his hometown. The Bulls received the 8th pick, the Clippers the 7th, and the Grizzlies the 6th. The Grizzlies' failure to secure the first overall pick indicated that they would be unable to retain that selection. Thus, the Pistons claimed the 6th pick in the first round. The Grizzlies finished the regular season with the 6th worst record, which aligned with their current standing. However, the Knicks, with the 9th worst record, had surprisingly crept into the top 5, even the top 3, which was quite intriguing. The Miami Heat secured the 5th overall pick in the 2003 draft. The Heat, who finished 4th from the bottom in the regular season, rightfully earned the 5th pick. By the time Dunn sent his text, Granick had already announced the 4th pick, which, as Dunn recalled, was awarded to the Raptors, who finished 3rd from the bottom. Congratulations, Melo, the New York Knicks have made it to the finals. Following this was a lengthy 5-minute commercial break, and only after its conclusion would the top 3 selections be revealed. Dunn, my brother, I cannot thank you enough, Anthony exclaimed, springing to his feet and enveloping Dunn in a hearty embrace. This evening, Anthony was not with his family, nor had he gathered his friends from Baltimore. It was all thanks to Dunn, who had meticulously crafted this plan to leverage hometown basketball in pursuit of the first overall pick. Understanding the intricacies of the NBA's operations and the unwritten rules behind the lottery, he recognized that the Knicks, with their 9th worst record and a mere 1.52 chance of claiming the top pick, had achieved the unexpected. For Anthony, there would always be time to be with family. On draft day, he could bring them along into the green room or invite his reputable friends to accompany him. However, as a fellow draftee this year, Dunn would inevitably not be seated at the same table. Thus, Anthony chose to share this moment with Dunn, experiencing this pivotal juncture in his life together. I know. We will always be brothers. Dunn patted Anthony's shoulder, signaling him to loosen his grip, and then suggested, "How about a drink? Kids drink that stuff. Do you dare to join me for a drink?" Anthony scoffed at Dunn, who was holding orange juice, and instead opened a bottle of champagne from the table. In the United States, the legal drinking age is 21, and those underage can only indulge in beverages resembling alcohol, such as orange juice or sparkling apple juice. While watermelon juice sparkling drinks existed, they were typically favored only by the white population. In truth, prohibition often led to greater prevalence. Anthony had connections to the mob, which profited from bootlegging alcohol during the Prohibition era. Bill Duffy had known Anthony for several years and was well aware of his circumstances. Moreover, since they were in a hotel, and after the lottery, Anthony would not be stepping outside to engage in any illicit activities. He had ordered a bottle of champagne in his name. Should there be any left over? It could be used for celebratory spraying, and of course, the orange juice was prepared specifically for Dunn's consideration. I'm not American, so why would I be afraid? Dunn stated, ready to indulge in a few drinks with Anthony. The two shared drinks and engaged in conversation, finishing off nearly half a bottle before the commercial break concluded. The television screen returned to the lottery drawing, and the next announcement would reveal the 3rd pick. The Denver Nuggets claimed the 3rd overall selection in the 2003 draft. With the Nuggets taking the 3rd pick, only the Cavaliers and Knicks remained for the 1st and 2nd picks. The odds of either team securing the top pick thrilled Anthony. With an exuberant yes, he leaped from his seat and began to dance joyfully. Dunn watched with a hint of concern. There were no others present in the room. While Dunn enjoyed watching basketball and appreciated Anthony's skills, He did not idolize players to the extent of dreaming about them. Luckily, Anthony's exuberance was short-lived, and he soon slumped back into his seat, dejected. The New York Knicks secured the second overall pick in the 2003 draft. Though Stern, a New Yorker, supported the Knicks and granted them the second pick, he ultimately preserved the Cavaliers' first pick. This development clarified the situation regarding the top selection. The Cavaliers, having secured the first pick, would undoubtedly choose LeBron James to represent them as their prodigal son in Cleveland. The Knicks, with the second pick, had no other option but to select the similarly hometown hero, Anthony. Congratulations, Melo. Our efforts have not been in vain. Staying in New York to play is undoubtedly preferable to braving the icy winds of Cleveland. Moreover, with you at the helm, the Knicks, a fringe playoff team, will surely make it to the postseason next season. Over the next 4 years, you might even secure a championship, while James might struggle to even reach the playoffs. For Anthony, who had always been number one in his life, failing to achieve the top pick was a significant blow. However, after receiving Dunn's comfort, his spirits lifted slightly. Reflecting on the situation, Anthony acknowledged the logic in Dunn's words. New York, a major basketball market. The Knicks, the premier franchise in the league, not to mention, playing for the Knicks offers substantial advantages in enhancing personal brand value. In terms of team bolstering, the Knicks undoubtedly hold a significant advantage over the Cavaliers. Last season, the Knicks were on the verge of making the playoffs. A.S. Dunn mentioned, with his leadership, how could the Knicks not reach the postseason next season? Fresh off winning the NCAA championship, Anthony was brimming with confidence. That moment, he even believed he could lead a Western lottery team into the playoffs. What a mess the Eastern Conference is. Making the playoffs in the East is hardly an accomplishment, brother. Thank you. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. No need for thanks. It's all in the drink. Cheers. Dunn continued to encourage Anthony to drink. For after finishing this bottle, he would soon be off to various teams for tryouts, in pursuit of a more favorable draft position and the opportunity to join a team that aligns with his aspirations. Duan must exert further effort. Undoubtedly, the Pistons have extended a first-round commitment, yet they have acquired the 6th pick from the Grizzlies, allowing them the potential to select a superior guard. It is conceivable that some teams, enticed by the Chinese market, may consider him as a Chinese player, aiming to replicate the Rockets' success in drafting Yao Ming. However, how much can this truly assist Duan in enhancing his draft standing? Given Yao Ming's extraordinary talent, he would have undoubtedly been a top 3 pick in any draft. Presently, the Chinese market has not fully opened to the NBA, and the latent commercial value of Chinese players may not significantly elevate Duan's draft position. For Duan to progress, he must remain grounded, striving diligently to carve his own path. Chapter 19. Becoming the Prince of the Bucks. Ernie, how did Duan perform in the tryout? Herb, to speak candidly, Duan's physical attributes are not as remarkable as the media portrays. His immediate impact is decent, though he may not evolve into the next Ray Allen. Nonetheless, he could form an effective backcourt duo with Michael Redd, addressing the offensive void left by Gary Payton's departure. Next season, we still harbor hopes of reaching the playoffs. If we can identify the right championship piece mid-season, perhaps our aspirations for a title could materialize. Ernie Glenfield, observing Duan engage in a one-on-one with Michael Redd, was on the phone with Bucks owner Herb Kohl, reporting on the situation. You ought to be aware that I have only 2 requests regarding your current responsibilities: reduce taxes and secure Duan. Herb Kohl, facing financial difficulties due to the mismanagement of his family business in recent years, had little time to focus on the Bucks, thus only conveying 2 directives to the team's general manager. Glenfield. Originally, Kohl intended to sell the Bucks, especially since Jordan, having lost both talent and finances with the Wizards, was looking to acquire an NBA team. Their initial discussions were promising. However, the Milwaukee market is among the smallest, only marginally better than Memphis. Despite the Bucks' improved performance in recent years, their market value remains relatively low, approximately $150 million. Kohl aimed to sell for a premium of $200 million, but Jordan was only willing to offer $100 million. And even then, he would contribute merely $50 million, seeking partners for the remainder. It is worth noting that Kohl's annual expenditures on the Bucks exceed $80 million, as he has been paying luxury taxes for several consecutive years in pursuit of a championship. In contrast, the Spurs, despite being a small market, boast a significantly larger fan base than the Bucks, yet they have managed to win championships with minimal luxury tax payments. It was the depletion of his resources that prompted Kohl to realize that mere passion for basketball and financial investment are insufficient. Consequently, Cole altered his strategy, opting to trade for Peyton, whose contract was nearing expiration, to reduce taxes during the offseason, even if it meant parting with All-Star Ray Allen and this year's first-round pick. Their family business specializes in chain department stores, and the inexpensive goods and vast market in China are precisely what they require. Thus, securing Duan through the draft became an immediate priority for both Cole and Glenfield. With Cole preoccupied with other business matters, he had little time to oversee team affairs. Upon hearing Glenfield's assessment of Duan's capabilities, which suggested he was not particularly strong, and realizing that they could acquire Duan with the previously traded first-round pick, he chose not to delve further. The relationship between the Bucks and the Supersonics was quite amicable, with strong connections among the owners, general managers, and coaches. Bucks head coach George Karl had previously served with the Supersonics. And with Peyton's impending departure from Seattle, the Bucks' willingness to offer the Supersonics an all-star along with this year's first-round pick speaks volumes. Glenfield, a seasoned veteran, recognized Duan's potential and immediate impact. Although Duan's practical skills are commendable, his limited athleticism may hinder his ability to shoulder significant responsibilities come playoff time. Such players might have a chance to enter the green room but are unlikely to be selected in the lottery. Therefore, a first-round pick at the 14th position would likely secure Duan's selection. After the tryout concluded, Glenfield also assessed Duan's character and inquired about his willingness to play in Milwaukee. Milwaukee? If your team is willing to draft me, I would be honored to serve. Duan contemplated, realizing that Milwaukee was not entirely out of the question. Should the Bucks indeed fulfill their promise to select him with the 14th pick, he would not behave like Yi Jianlian, causing a ruckus and openly expressing his discontent at being drafted by the Bucks. While the prospect of winning a championship with the Bucks seems nearly impossible, one cannot overlook the example set by Giannis Antetokounmpo. To be fair, Giannis's championship victory may have its controversies, but it is undeniable that winning a title without forming a superteam in Milwaukee, an even smaller market than Cleveland, is no small feat. The Bucks roster is still reasonably competitive. While a championship may elude them, making the playoffs in the Eastern Conference should be within reach. With point guard Castle, who excels in the post and orchestrates the offense, alongside Michael Redd, who possesses Ray Allen's off-ball movement and three-point shooting combined with the driving ability of Robinson, the Bucks have a formidable lineup. While it may be challenging for Redd to lead the team as the primary scorer, he would be perfectly suited as a supporting player. A player like Redd, who does not require the ball to succeed, can create space while also possessing ball-handling skills, is universally desirable. One might say that Redd is akin to a defensive-minded version of Klay Thompson. Should Duan join the Bucks, he would be able to form a trio with Castle and Redd. Unfortunately, a team relying on jump shooting is unlikely to secure a championship. With LeBron just entering the league and lacking the capacity to challenge for the finals, and given their presence in the Eastern Conference, Duan will not be as fortunate as players from the Mavericks or Warriors who could lead a jump shooting team to a title. However, considering the prospect of being groomed as a future star in Milwaukee, leveraging his identity as a Chinese player to gain additional ball dominance and benefit from Castle and Redd's talents, Duan might very well find himself named an all-star in his rookie season. Either as a starting guard or forward in the Eastern Conference. An all-star start, after all, would be an achievement in its own right. Once he adopts a new template, Duan may evolve into a player akin to Kobe or Durant. Of course, even if he transforms into Paul Pierce, any progress is a positive development. After all, Duan has already formed friendships with Anthony and Wade. In pursuit of an NBA championship, a few more years of effort would not be in vain. As the saying goes, it is better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. Being a subordinate in Detroit is far less appealing than taking the lead in Milwaukee. Chapter 20. The Value of Yao Ming, the Sincerity of Nike. David, I have completely botched everything. You must assist me. At this moment, in the office of the NBA commissioner, Stern was diligently attending to his work when he unexpectedly received a distress call from Phil Knight, the chairman of Nike. What has transpired? As a longtime friend and business partner, Stern immediately inquired with concern. Yao Ming's team has concluded negotiations for a renewal with us at Nike and has instead turned to discussions with Reebok. The news just broke, and our stock price has plummeted by 60 million. It continues to decline. We wish to reopen negotiations with Yao Ming's team, but they have declined, citing his preparation for the Asian Men's Basketball Championship as the reason. I am aware they must be negotiating with Reebok, and if they succeed, it spells disaster for us at Nike. Since Jordan's retirement, Nike's stock has struggled, and in the past 2 years, we faced the Nasdaq stock market crash, which further compounded our troubles. Rumors suggest that Jordan's return was influenced by the market crash and the events of 9/11. Until last year, the American stock market had only begun to recover, and Nike saw some improvement, with its stock finally surpassing $10 billion at the beginning of this year. Recently, Nike signed soon-to-be first overall pick LeBron James, causing their stock to rise significantly, gaining over $100 million in just a week. Yet, before the stock could stabilize, it fell by $60 million due to Yao Ming's decision not to renew at this rate. It would not be surprising if Nike's stock continued to drop by $200 or $300 million. Although Stern was unaware of Nike's plans, he did not hastily agree to assist Phil Knight. After a moment of contemplation, Stern wisely posed a question. Why did Yao Ming choose to terminate the renewal negotiations with you? As far as I know, he is neither greedy nor difficult to work with. You selected him 4 years ago. Unless there are other reasons, I cannot fathom why he would leave Nike. Upon hearing such a question from Stern, Phil Knight could only candidly recount the background and context. Thus, and so it must be said that both Phil Knight and the Nike executives grossly underestimated the impact of Yao Ming in the Chinese market. From the perspective of sneaker executives, centers do not sell shoes, and although Yao Ming was an all-star center, he had not yet achieved the true stature and influence of a full-fledged all-star. Moreover, Asian players, after all, do not hold as much allure in the NBA. It was precisely because Yao Ming did not sell shoes, coupled with a not-so-promising future, that the team Nike sent to negotiate a contract extension with him offered a meager sum of $1.6 million over 4 years. Originally, Yao's team sought a modest sum of $1 million per year, gradually increasing with inflation, totaling $5 million over 4 years. After all, back in the CBA, Nike had shown Yao Ming benevolence with an offer of $200,000 over 4 years. This was, without a doubt, an astronomical figure for Yao, who was still receiving a fixed salary in the CBA and had yet to become a millionaire in the NBA. However, due to the arrogance of Nike's management, which even questioned whether Yao was a worthy number 1 pick, deeming him unworthy of a $1 million annual shoe contract, Reebok seized the opportunity to send a team to negotiate with Yao's camp. Upon hearing that Reebok offered a staggering 6-year contract worth $40 million, everyone was left astounded. This was not soft currency, but US dollars. Yao himself was taken aback, realizing his worth. Acknowledging his value, Yao no longer held hope for Nike, which had treated him like a child laborer. Thus, Yao's team proactively chose to sever ties with Nike, while Reebok capitalized on the situation, announcing Yao's impending signing. This led to a significant drop in Nike's stock price and a remarkable rise in Reebok's shares. Even before a contract was officially signed, the mere whispers of Yao's shoe deal had already impacted the stock prices of both companies. It was only then that Phil Knight, the chairman of Nike, along with other executives from various sports brands, began to comprehend the value of Yao Ming in the Chinese market. Phil, I will help you reach out to Yao Ming and his team. But you must not err again. You need to exhibit greater sincerity. Reebok, at this juncture, perhaps possessed more financial clout than Nike, so you must prepare for the possibility of not renewing your contract with Yao. Let me remind you, there was another Chinese player who appeared in the NCAA finals recently. He is a guard and may potentially possess greater commercial value than Yao Ming. You might consider making contact with him. I can divulge in advance that he is bound to enter the NBA as a first-round draft pick. Stern advised Phil Knight, hoping he would set aside his white privilege and accord Yao Ming the contract and respect he rightfully deserved. After all, it is business and profit. There is no shame in that. If your offer cannot surpass Reebok's, then you must settle for the next best option, which is to pursue Dunn, who will soon be entering the draft. Although potential is one thing, Stern could still leverage his connections to ensure Dunn would not fall into the second round. David, I have already taken notice of that young fellow. However, he and Yao Ming's agent, Bill Duffy, have both rejected our contract offers. Even Carmelo Anthony is not inclined to sign a shoe contract with us. Upon hearing Phil Knight's words, Stern likely understood that Phil had not only offended Yao Ming but also Bill Duffy. What kind of contract did you previously offer Dunn? Stern inquired with curiosity. 4 years for $1 million. Phil Knight did not conceal his intentions from Stern. In truth, this amount was already considered quite reasonable. Typical lottery picks generally secure shoe contracts ranging from $200,000 to $500,000 annually, while non-lottery first-round picks typically receive contracts between $50,000 and $200,000 per year. However, Dunn was no ordinary first-round pick. He was a Chinese guard backed by the Chinese market. Just as Nike had previously evaluated Yao Ming's worth through the lens of American centers, this was undoubtedly an insult. Bypass Bill Duffy and make direct contact with Yao Ming and Dunn? I will help create opportunities for you, Stern proposed once more. Phil Knight expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, David. Rest assured, we are prepared to offer Yao Ming a contract worth over $100 million. We will not disappoint him again. As for Dunn, I have decided to send Michael to engage with him. I believe he will not decline." Under Phil Knight's purview, the ability to sign Chinese players extends beyond just one opportunity. Chapter 21. The Green Room List and Stern's Boost. Stu, please take a seat. I have summoned you not for any other reason, but to ascertain the status of the invited list for the Green Room. After ending the call with Phil Knight, Stern quickly summoned Stu Jackson, the league's vice president responsible for handling draft affairs. The first-round Green Room invitees have been announced, and I have also arranged for the second-round supplemental list. Stu Jackson promptly reported on the work status, detailing the invitees for both rounds. The first round includes James, Anthony, Milicic, Bosch, TJ Ford, Collison, Kaman, Wade, and Henrich, essentially corresponding to the top 9 picks. The second round supplemental list comprises Jarvis Hayes, Michael Pietris, Boris Diaw, Maceo Baston, Marcus Banks, and Troy Bell, rounding out the Green Room list to a total of 15. Typically, a month prior to the draft, the league proactively inquires with general managers of teams holding lottery picks about their draft intentions, subsequently drafting and publicly announcing the official player list for the Green Room. Since teams with lottery picks often have overlapping draft intentions, the first-round Green Room list usually comprises around 10 players, rather than precisely 13. Furthermore, due to the existence of overlapping draft intentions, the NBA Draft Office often sends personnel to privately communicate with general managers of teams with similar draft interests, prompting them to provide alternate options. This strategy is employed to prevent situations where general managers, inadequately prepared for the draft, find their primary or even secondary choices snatched away by preceding teams, leaving them to frantically select less desirable players. This is done to ensure that teams holding high draft positions derive maximum benefit from the draft while also preventing genuinely promising rookies from landing with ill-suited teams. Consequently, the supplemental list for the second round of the Green Room is published. To increase margin for error and also to amplify the hype surrounding the draft, the NBA Draft Office selects 2 high-profile NCAA stars to include in the 15-player Green Room roster. Indeed, the current Green Room invitee list is far from the more affordable versions of the future, with slots limited to 15, 13 players favored by general managers of lottery teams, along with 2 officially designated players. At this moment, Stern's active listening to Stu Jackson's work report indicates his intention to designate a player, removing one of the proposed slots and adding Dunn instead. Stern swiftly instructed Stu Jackson on this matter. Upon hearing this, Stu Jackson nodded in understanding, recognizing Stern's intent. Stern has always been committed to promoting the globalization of the NBA, which presents the league with a unique opportunity to surpass its competitors in North America's 4 major leagues. However, the existing owners of NBA teams have largely expressed opposition, fearing that transcontinental travel for games would severely impact player performance, increase the risk of injuries, and potentially diminish the enthusiasm of local fans, thereby affecting the team's revenue. Consequently, in recent years, the NBA has been further developing the Asian market. Yet, due to political and economic factors, the markets in Japan and South Korea are not only open to the NBA but also to the other 3 major leagues. Since Japanese and Korean fans prefer to watch MLB, Major League Baseball, the number of basketball fans pales in comparison to that of baseball fans, which is why Stern has been actively pursuing the Chinese market. Rumors suggest that the number of basketball fans in China exceeds the entire population of the United States, making this vast basketball market one the NBA cannot afford to overlook. Stu Jackson praised Stern's far-sighted vision before exiting to execute the tasks assigned by Stern. A few days later, with the announcement of the second-round Green Room invitees, a significant stir emerged both in North America and across the Pacific in China. Those who do not deserve their rank shall surely face criticism. Furthermore, Dunn's talent pales in comparison to Yao Ming's, and he also lacks substantial competitive statistics. Yao had dominated the CBA, producing impressive and convincing figures, while Dunn was merely a little-known substitute on the Syracuse Orangemen in the NCAA. Even with a stellar performance in the NCAA Finals, that was merely a flash in the pan in the NBA. Even substitute players can, when in form, easily rack up 30 or 40 points if given a chance. Thus, Dunn's performance in the NCAA Finals did not warrant much commendation. This skepticism towards Dunn, who suddenly emerged as a foreign player making waves, stemmed from the Americans' ingrained pride. However, for NBA teams keen on selecting Dunn with a first-round pick, his unexpected ascendance to greenroom status was surely a shock. The Milwaukee Bucks hold the 9th overall pick in the first round and possess voting rights for players in the green room. However, Ernie Grunfeld chose not to select Dunn, opting instead for Hinrich. This decision primarily stemmed from the impending expiration of Castle's contract. Yet, in pursuit of another championship and a lucrative final contract in his career, Castle declined to extend his agreement with the Bucks. Consequently, for the sake of the franchise's future, Grunfeld had to utilize the lottery pick to select a more talented point guard. Hinrich, with his defensive prowess, playmaking abilities, and scoring capability, undoubtedly emerged as the optimal choice for the Bucks' point guard position. The dilemma arose, however, as the team's owner expressed a desire to draft Dunn instead. To address this, Grunfeld recently acquired the 14th pick from the Supersonics. Just when he believed he could rest easy, Dunn unexpectedly appeared on the greenroom roster, which alarmed Grunfeld. In order to maximize potential benefits at the upcoming draft, Grunfeld had to leverage his extensive connections to uncover the true reasons behind Dunn's inclusion in the green room. Ultimately, he discovered that it was a directive from Stern, realizing that it was merely an overreaction. For the other teams holding first-round picks that were keen on selecting Dunn, learning the truth merely prompted a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the situation was entirely different. In these times, domestic fans primarily consisted of Yao Ming enthusiasts and Rocket supporters, with few paying attention to other NBA teams, let alone the draft. Even official media outlets mirrored this indifference, failing to dispatch reporters to cover the impending event. It was only thanks to Stern's initiative to attract Chinese fans' attention that news reached the official media about another Chinese player, akin to last year's Yao Ming, participating in the NBA draft. Furthermore, Stern emphasized marketing Dunn's NCAA championship performance and his recent qualification to enter the green room. Although Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick and received an invitation to the green room, he did not attend the draft event itself. The green room represented an excellent opportunity for visibility. It would be a great loss if no Chinese player were present to represent their compatriots at the NBA draft. The domestic fanbase's keen interest in Yao Ming stemmed not only from a love for basketball, but also from a desire to gain a sense of national pride and identity during this era. The public's enthusiasm for the Asian Games and the Olympics reflects a longing to demonstrate to the world that the Chinese are not inferior. At this juncture, another individual was set to join the ranks of the NBA, having also secured an invitation to the green room, reminiscent of Yao Ming. Additionally, Stern took the initiative to deliver a well-edited highlight reel of Dunn's NCAA performances to the official media, leveraging connections to ensure its broadcast. Consequently, the nation erupted in excitement. Chapter 22. The draft and shoe contracts on the morning of June 26 at 8 a.m. at New York's Kennedy International Airport, Terminal 1. Dad, over here, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li. You all came too? Junjie, Guoqiang, Xiaoming, you've all grown taller after not seeing you for years. Dad, where's Mom? Didn't she come along? With the draft imminent, Dunn had already received an invitation to the green room. This was indeed an opportunity to showcase himself before a global audience. And as he was not an orphan, he naturally invited his parents from across the ocean to accompany him to the draft. Dunn's financial means allowed him to attend high school in the United States, indicating his family's affluence. Hailing from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, Dunn's father was a private entrepreneur who owned several factories, worth nearly $10 million, while his mother was a civil servant. Although the family's liquid assets were modest, they were sufficient to support Dunn's education in America. It was also due to his desire to avoid a mundane life as a wealthy second-generation heir that Dunn strived to become a first-generation success, realizing his personal value. Upon learning his parents' flight details, Dunn arrived at the airport with staff from BDA Sports Management to pick them up. To his surprise, the group was quite large, consisting not only of relatives but also his father's business partners and some acquaintances Dunn did not recognize, totaling at least a dozen or 20 individuals. Your mother is still at home. Isn't you who's going on television? A media outlet wants to interview our family, so your mother and I decided to split up our efforts. I'm here to support you, while your mother is hosting relatives, neighbors, and journalists. Although Dunn's father was stating the facts, it came across with a hint of reprimand. By the way, son, let me introduce you to some prominent figures. They are journalists from television. As they exchanged pleasantries, Dunn's father shifted the topic, introducing the journalists accompanying them. Hello, Dunn. I'm Liang Shi from Xinhua News Agency. Hello, Dunn. I'm Gene Hang from Sohu. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Dunn proactively stepped forward to shake their hands. Bill Duffy had already advised Dunn to cultivate good relationships with the media as an emerging public figure set to enter the NBA. Dunn wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Liang and Gene, pleased by Dunn's politeness and warmth, felt a growing fondness for him. Following several rounds of small talk, Dunn took out his phone and called Bill Duffy to arrange for someone to pick up his relatives and friends from the airport. As evening approached, Dunn, dressed in a sharp suit and accompanied by family and friends, arrived at Madison Square Garden in New York. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Lee, I apologize, but we'll have to leave you in the stands. There are only 5 spots in the green room. We'll find a table closer to the stands, and if I am selected, I will come over to shake your hands. Our domestic reporters will certainly capture that moment, while the American ones might not be as aware. Given that these were his family and friends who had traveled across the ocean to support Dunn at the draft, he naturally wanted to honor them. However, the space and seating in the green room were limited. Among the invited players, including Dunn himself, there were only 5 spots available, one of which was reserved for the agent. Considering the relationships, Dunn, his father, along with his second and third uncles, plus the agent, filled the table entirely. Therefore, Dunn had to explain the situation to the remaining family and friends in advance. Upon hearing this, they did not show any displeasure. Instead, they reassured Dunn, "The stands will be just fine, don't worry about us. Just give it your all and remember to make us proud. Rest assured, I am confident that I will be selected in the first round." Dunn assured his family and friends. His confidence was not unfounded, as teams like the Bucks, Jazz, Lakers, and Pistons had all expressed first-round pick commitments. Moreover, now that he had entered the green room, it further solidified his prospects. "Dunn, there's an interview request. Could you step outside for a moment?" Just as Dunn settled into the green room with his relatives and found a seat near the stands, an NBA official approached him, inviting him for an interview. With Bill Duffy stationed in the stands, accompanying other second-round prospects, the only person currently with Dunn was a senior executive from BDA. Upon hearing that Dunn was stepping out for an interview, the executive did not object. After exchanging a few words with his father and relatives, Dunn followed the NBA staff outside. However, upon entering a private room, he found no journalists or interview equipment present. "Dunn, I apologize for the unconventional introduction, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Knight, the chairman of Nike. Here, on behalf of Nike, I extend an invitation to you once more. We sincerely hope you will join the Nike family. This contract has been specially prepared for you. Should you accept, you will receive $30 million over the next 5 years, along with a signature shoe tailored specifically for you." Faced with such an enticing contract, Dunn refrained from immediately accepting. After all, who could ascertain how many hidden pitfalls lay within such a lucrative deal? Even if the shoe contract appeared legitimate, Dunn felt the need to consult professionals before committing to an agreement with Nike. "Again, to my knowledge, we have not previously discussed any shoe contracts. We reached out to your agent, Bill Duffy, but he declined our offer. Thus, we resorted to this alternative approach." Upon hearing Phil Knight's explanation, Dunn felt somewhat dissatisfied and chose to dig deeper. "What is the rationale behind this? Surely I am not worth $30 million over 5 years." It was essential to note that just recently, Jordan personally approached Anthony to persuade him to sign with AJ. An effort that culminated in a mere 6-year, $40 million deal, considering Kobe's 6-year, $48 million contract and Durant's 7-year, $60 million agreement. Dunn's current potential clearly did not align with a $30 million contract over 5 years. "We made some errors during the negotiation of Yao Ming's contract renewal. Perhaps Duffy felt that the financial gains were insufficient, thus compromising his interests and subsequently rejecting our collaboration. Your good brother, Carmelo Anthony, was someone I persuaded Michael Jordan to engage with. To convey my earnestness, I made a personal visit here solely to extend an invitation for you to join the Nike family." Phil Knight revealed certain truths, albeit not entirely honest with Duan. After listening to Phil Knight's explanation, Duan took a deep breath and declined, saying, "I sincerely appreciate the value you place on me. The contract you offer is one I cannot refuse. Yet the meaning of my life transcends mere financial gain. I might be in a situation akin to Yao Ming's, where certain decisions are beyond my sole discretion. Could you kindly provide me with a contact number? If I come to a decision in the future, no problem. Whenever you reach a conclusion, feel free to text or call me," Phil Knight promptly replied. Exchanging contact information with Duan, it was evident that Phil Knight was not ready to abandon his pursuit of Duan. As a time traveler, Duan recognized that to catch a big fish, one must exhibit patience. Do you not see that the kings of the league are Nike's kings? LeBron's rookie shoe deal was worth 7 years and $93 million, closely followed by Durant's 7-year contract of $60 million, hence the title of Nike's royalty. Reflecting on the 2018 playoffs, rookie Tatum was unjustly penalized with 6 fouls in the Eastern Conference Game 7, while Durant, in his Western Conference Game 7, averaged 8.7 free throws, compared to the Warriors' star Curry, who averaged a mere 2. Thus, it becomes clear whether the Rockets were victimized by the Warriors' dubious officiating or Nike's. Notably, the fictitious Thanos James averaged 9.3 free throws in the East and 9.5 in the finals, yet could not escape the fate of being shaved. The genuine Thanos James almost thwarted Nike's Kings in a Game 7 against the Warriors, all due to the dubious officiating. The underlying reason for all this was that Harden, as Adidas' flagship player, had already secured the regular season MVP. Should he triumph over the Warriors in the West and sweep the Cavaliers in the finals, he would undoubtedly ascend to legendary status, becoming the unequivocal number 1 in the league with dual MVPs and an epic record. Should Nike's Kings be discarded and Adidas Prince rise to prominence, it would surely lead to tears in Nike's executive offices. Consequently, to prevent the Rockets from clinching the championship and Harden from achieving legendary status, the Rockets were subjected to a 5-on-8 treatment in the Western Conference. This mirrors the later situation with Jokic, where it was evident that the regular season MVP belonged to him, yet to deny Jokic's legendary status, the award was given to the faltering Embiid. Duan yearned for a championship, for honor, and for the fairness he deserved. Thus, to evade dubious officiating, he felt compelled to join the Nike Alliance. To garner Nike's attention and respect, Duan had to secure a sufficiently lucrative contract for himself. Much like banking deposits, borrow 100,000, and you fear the bank. Borrow 100 million, and the bank fears you. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, one must adopt a long-term perspective and set a modest goal. First, to earn 100 million. Chapter 23. The Coup. The divine inspiration of the logo man. Duan, is that you? Why are you sitting so far back? Anthony immediately stood to greet Duan upon noticing his presence. Duan approached, exchanged a high five and a hug with Anthony, and then smiled, saying, "Haha, I'm different from you. I was selected later in the draft, so I'm not in such a hurry to take the stage, and my seat is closer to the stands, where my friends and family are. Hence my spot in that corner." After sharing a light-hearted moment, Duan explained his situation to Anthony. At this moment, Wade, who had also noticed Duan, stood up from his previous position and walked over to him. "Hey, brother, congratulations. I knew your talent wouldn't go unnoticed. Now, like me, we've both entered the green room, and we share a bright future," Wade said, extending his arms for a hug. Duan welcomed the embrace, responding, "Dwayne, it's good to see you." He then proceeded to introduce Anthony and Wade to each other. "This is my good brother, Sweet Melon, Carmelo Anthony. You must be familiar with his name." After introducing Anthony, Duan pointed to Wade, saying to Anthony, "Dwayne Wade, also my good brother. Sweet Melon, don't underestimate him. He possesses the speed of the Flash. Once in the NBA, he might become your greatest rival, haha, who can truly predict the future." After speaking, Duan shrugged and raised his hands. "Hey, Sweet Melon, what are you discussing? May I join?" James, unsure of the situation, seemed eager to join Duan's small gathering. Perhaps a similar proverb exists in America about having multiple friends leading to multiple paths. All 3 of them were invited into the green room as prospective lottery picks, and engaging with such caliber players could only be advantageous. As James approached, the trio shifted their attention to him. "Hello, LeBron. Good to see you again. Congratulations. You're about to become the number 1 pick," Duan said. Recalling their previous interaction during the joint workout, he felt no apprehension in this encounter. James, who valued his reputation, was delighted to hear compliments from Duan, who was connected to his biggest rival, Anthony. "Brother, congratulations to you as well for entering the green room," James responded, giving Duan a high five and AHUG.AT the same time. Domestic reporters Liang Shi and Jin Hang, positioned at the edge of the green room, displayed astonishment at this interaction. Was Duan truly engaging in lighthearted banter with James and Anthony? It seemed so to Duan's communication skills and social acumen gave the impression that he was indeed a top contender for the number 1 pick. Duan exuded confidence and warmth, contrasting with Yao Ming's occasional reticence. "I admire Duan's approach to life. One's environment shapes one's character. Perhaps domestic players should emulate Duan. arriving early in the United States to absorb this confident and positive basketball atmosphere. Liang Shi and Jean Heng instinctively conversed, revealing their yearning for America, a sentiment shared by many intellectuals of this era. Before long, with NBA Commissioner David Stern taking the stage and the crowd responding with boos, the 2003 NBA draft commenced. Shortly after, Stern retrieved an envelope from backstage and read its contents. With the first pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James, without a hint of surprise. The draft proceeded smoothly. Moments later, Stern returned to the podium to solemnly announce, with the second pick in the 2003 draft, the New York Knicks select Carmelo Anthony from Syracuse University. "Sweet melon, congratulations," Duan shouted, applauding Anthony. Upon hearing Duan's cheers, Anthony turned to wave at him after embracing his agent and family. Surprisingly, Anthony, now donning a Knicks cap, turned his back to the podium and made his way toward Duan. "Brother, the person I should be most grateful to is you? Well then, I must take my leave. I wish you the best in getting selected by an NBA team soon." Anthony hugged Duan and prepared to depart. Following the expected selections of James and Anthony as the number 1 and 2 picks, the attention shifted to the Nuggets, who held the next pick. As the saying goes, the draft is about talent. And amidst the remaining candidates, the most talented appeared to be Milicic. However, the Nuggets were not in need of another big man, having Marcus Camby, Nene Hilario, and Rodney White, all of whom were first-round picks. Unsurprisingly, the Nuggets chose not a big man, but rather a smaller player, TJ Ford, who was dubbed the next Iverson. While unexpected, it was also anticipated. Ford's talent was undeniably evident, with extraordinary speed and explosive strength, marking him as a potential superstar. If he could refine his shooting and avoid injuries, his chances of success were remarkably high. It's worth noting that Anthony had secured the NCAA championship as a freshman and had defeated Ford in the Final Four. Yet, the Naismith and John Wooden Awards, the two most prestigious individual honors in the NCAA, were claimed by TJ Ford. After the Nuggets selected Ford, the subsequent selections followed the anticipated script. The Raptors and Heat chose not to gamble on talent, opting instead for Bosh and Wade. After Wade donned the Heat cap, he similarly approached Duan, eager for a hug. "Brother, I thought I would be playing in Chicago. Your blessing helped me attain a higher draft position and more money." Wade had initially hoped to play in his hometown of Chicago, yet now, in his financially strained state, he prioritized monetary gain. Although the basketball market in Miami is considerably smaller than that of Chicago, the higher draft position and more lucrative rookie contract surely bring joy to Wade. After Wade departed with a pat on his backside, the subsequent choices made by the Pistons did not surprise Dumars. The persistent inadequacies on both ends of the court have long been a source of distress for him. The talent of Milicic, coupled with a promising workout, compelled Dumars, who held the 6th overall pick, to take a gamble. However, he underestimated Larry Brown's aversion to rookies and the fragility of Milicic's psyche. Following the Pistons' selection of Milicic, the Clippers and Bulls also made their picks, choosing Kaman and Hinrich, respectively. Faced with the 9th overall pick, the Bucks, upon seeing Hinrich snatched away, were left with no choice but to settle for Marcus Banks, a relatively polished point guard from the NCAA. Like Dunn, Marcus Banks was part of the green room, but unlike Dunn, who was forcefully pushed by Stern, Glenfield believed that selecting Banks at 9th was a prudent choice. After all, he still held the 14th pick, making it nearly certain that he could secure Dunn. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose. Glenfield's eagerness to maneuver and prove his foresight led to a series of events that caught him off guard. After the Wizards, Warriors, and Sonics selected Jarvis Hayes, Michael Pietris, and Nick Collison in succession, the Grizzlies, holding the 13th pick, were presented with a surprising new option. The 2003 NBA draft. The Memphis Grizzlies selected Dunn from Syracuse University with the 13th pick, just as Glenfield had prepared to report to his boss about selecting Dunn at 14th. He suddenly found himself collapsing to the ground in disbelief. "Damn, how did the Grizzlies suddenly swoop in?" he exclaimed. "Help me up quickly. I need to discuss this with Jerry West." The selection of a shooting guard with the 13th pick was an unexpected move by the logo man at this juncture. Chapter 24. A twist of fate. Turning to the Lakers. Having served as NBA commissioner for so many years, Stern inevitably developed a strong desire for control. T.O. minimized the likelihood of events slipping from his grasp. He chose to peer into the envelope early, revealing the Grizzlies' selection. How could it be done? Stern's vigilance allowed him to detect that the plan for Dunn's entry into the NBA had veered off course, something he deemed unacceptable. He immediately notified Mitch Kupchak, insisting that he complete a trade with Jerry West to secure Dunn for the Lakers. With Stern's command, the NBA draft office sprang into action. When Kupchak received the call, he was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that Dunn would be taken with the 18th pick? Why the sudden change? The 18th pick belonged to the New Orleans Hornets, who had just relocated from Charlotte with Stern's backing. Thus, Stern personally intervened to facilitate the Lakers' upward trade for the pick, leaving the Hornets with little choice but to acquiesce as for the Lakers' desire to draft Dunn. It was partly due to Stern's encouragement and partly because Old Bus was financially strained. Needing to leverage the Chinese market to sustain his Lakers dynasty, it was well known that a team's championship foundation lay in its salary cap. Despite the Lakers securing 3 consecutive championships, which reinstated their dynasty, the glory was shadowed by the substantial luxury tax paid by the Bus family and other Lakers shareholders annually. While the Lakers remained profitable during their championship run, their recent defeat in the Western Conference semifinals hinted at emerging losses. Their stock price might be on the rise, but team revenues were declining. The salary cap was merely $40 million, while the Lakers' payroll soared to $64 million in addition to player salaries and luxury taxes. Operational expenses, including hotel transportation and coaching salaries, further burdened the team. This meant profits were not solely reaped by players. General managers, coaches, scouts, and even custodial staff were also compensated. However, the team owner and shareholders saw no corresponding end-of-year dividends. Considering the contracts of the dynamic duo, set to expire in the coming years, the Lakers faced immense pressure to renew their star players' max contracts while grappling with the inevitable aftermath of their dynasty. Consequently, the Lakers' owner and management were compelled to contemplate how to balance current performance with future prospects. Old Bus, aware of his advancing age, yearned to witness the Lakers eclipse the Celtics before departing this world. Thus, he resolutely decided to make one final push. Should they secure a championship next season, they could capitalize on Shaquille's declining peak and continue their pursuit of glory. To alleviate the team's salary pressures, the Lakers hoped to gain a share of the global NBA phenomenon, attracting more Asian sponsors like the Rockets and leveraging the favorable news of Chinese players joining the Lakers to boost their stock price. Coincidentally, League Commissioner Stern was personally orchestrating everything for Dunn. Old Bus was in agreement, and the two naturally found common ground. However, unforeseen complications arose during the draft. If it were Jerry, it would be no surprise. Kupchak was indeed a protege of the logo man himself. When Kupchak joined the Lakers, the logo man held the position of general manager. It was he who meticulously mentored Kupchak, personally relinquishing the general manager role for Kupchak to rise to prominence. Kupchak understood precisely how keen the logo man's eye for talent was. Last year, when the logo man entrusted the Lakers' general manager position to Kupchak, he believed the team would smoothly continue its winning streak. Yet, after the logo man's departure, the championship journey abruptly ended. To avoid becoming the scapegoat, Kupchak seized the opportunity to reconnect with his mentor. Reflecting on their deep bond and the enduring loyalty to the purple and gold, he felt confident about completing the forthcoming trade with the logo man. Soon, Kupchak reached out to the Grizzlies' draft office. Upon hearing the logo man's familiar voice, he calmed himself. However, after a few exchanges, anxiety crept back in. The Detroit Pistons? They had traded for the pick. Were they intent on selecting Dunn? Upon realizing the truth, Kupchak was left speechless. Wasn't Dunn deemed unworthy? Hadn't Stern claimed Dunn was forced into the green room? How could the Pistons dare gamble on Dunn's future with a lottery pick? All because of the Chinese market. Could they not be more rational? It was utterly baffling, just as Kupchak was at a loss. The logo man managed to extract a wealth of useful information from the stunned Kupchak. For the sake of our past, let me assist you one last time. The logo man chose to support the Lakers, hoping for a future return to a significant role within the organization. The Lakers were the sole family enterprise of the Bus family, and Old Bus's strong personality left no room for others to meddle. The logo man, deeply in love with the Lakers and eager to assert control, ultimately found himself ousted by Old Bus. He knew that only upon Old Bus's passing would he have the chance to return. Thus, he could only renege on his word to the Pistons. After all, the draft pick was still in his hands. He had merely reached a verbal agreement with Dumars. Due to the uncertainties of the draft, both parties could change their minds within the 5-minute window before the official selection list was finalized. Some teams at the top of the draft order seized the opportunity to snatch away coveted prospects from teams further down, demanding compensation before finalizing their downward trades. Naturally, post-draft, Teams could also trade draft rights, but these would then be termed rookie signing rights by acquiring Dunn. The Grizzlies effectively shifted the compensation that would have been sought from the Pistons to the Lakers. Upon receiving the logo man's response, Kupchak was overwhelmed with gratitude, eagerly committing to several trade promises. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Unlike the relieved Kupchak, with Stern re-emerging to announce that the Grizzlies had selected Dunn with the 13th pick. Both Bucks general manager Glenn Field and Jazz general manager Kevin O'Connor expressed varying degrees of regret over Dunn being snatched away. Meanwhile, the confident Dumars celebrated in the Pistons' office, toasting with champagne. With Milicic and Dunn now in hand, the Pistons' resurgence was imminent in the upcoming season. However, just as Dunn donned the Grizzlies' cap and embraced Stern, he made his way to the nearby media area for interviews. The league swiftly announced the recent trade between the Grizzlies and the Lakers. Crash! As a renowned moral exemplar of the NBA, the bottle in Dumars' hand fell to the ground, creating a chaotic mess. Damn those Lakers, it was you who snatched away Dunn. Glenfield wept for a while before tremblingly retrieving his phone to call his boss. To his dismay, he heard that his employer, in a fit of rage, was preparing to terminate his position. Herb, we still have a chance to acquire Dunn. I will petition the Lakers for a trade to secure him. In an instant, the Lakers' draft office was inundated with calls from both Glenfield and Dumars. Meanwhile, Dunn, who had just concluded his rookie interviews, made his way to the media display area, where he noticed NBA officials waiting with Lakers baseball caps in hand. Without hesitation, Dunn removed the Grizzlies' cap from his head and exchanged it for the Lakers' cap, donning it proudly. After a little over half an hour, Dunn learned that the Mavericks had selected another Chinese player, Shui Yuyang, with the 28th pick in the second round. Regrettably, Shui was not present at the venue. Otherwise, Dunn, with his character, would have surely approached him to extend greetings. Thus, Dunn's NBA career was officially set in motion. Congratulations on being selected 13th overall in the first round of the 2003 NBA Draft. As a lottery pick, you have achieved the status of an NBA rookie. Upon signing your rookie contract with an NBA team, you will receive one chance to participate in the lottery for the 13th overall rookie template. Chapter 25. The Highest Mountain, the Longest River, 4,000-word chapter, seeking continued reading, Dunn. Once again, congratulations on entering the NBA as a first-round draft pick. May I inquire if you are available for an interview? Certainly. Is this being recorded? I would like to ask first, is this a live broadcast or a recording? After the draft concluded, Liang Shi approached once more, this time accompanied by a photographer and relevant filming equipment. Dio, you really need to differentiate between live and recorded interviews. What is the distinction between the two? Hello to all the viewers at home. I am Dunn. Here at Madison Square Garden in New York, I have just participated in the 2003 NBA Draft. Thanks to the nurturing of my homeland and the support of everyone, I was fortunate enough to be selected 13th overall by the Los Angeles Lakers. I sincerely wish to express my gratitude to everyone, wishing good health and prosperity to all across the nation. Thank you, Dunn, for considering our post-production team. However, I must remind you that this is a live broadcast. Everything you just said has already been heard and seen by viewers nationwide. What are your thoughts on this? As Liang Shi finished speaking with a smile, she held the microphone closer to Dunn. My thought is, can we wrap up this interview immediately? Dunn replied, shrugging and rolling his eyes. Then, as he removed the Lakers' cap adorned with their logo and tousled his hair, he instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Like Yao Ming, I aim to enter the NBA as a lottery pick, and I certainly have much to convey. However, I tend to be somewhat shy and introverted. I am well aware of the gratitude I owe to my father, mother, and hometown, yet expressing it verbally is a challenge for me. Thus, I shall not waste time on sentimentality. Let us get straight to the point. Indeed, being a lottery pick in the NBA compels me to strive for parity with Yao Ming. If Yao Ming is the highest mountain in Chinese basketball, then I aspire to become the longest river. He stands as the majestic Mount Everest, while I aim to be the long and winding Yangtze. Just like my son, how ambitious, his father exclaimed. Listen carefully. You must make a name for yourself in the NBA. Do not bring shame upon the Du family. As Dunn was being interviewed, his father and friends stood nearby. Hearing his son's bold declarations, Dunn's father could not help but thump his thigh and passionately admonish him. Liang Shi, quick to react, brought the microphone closer as soon as Dunn's father uttered his command. Once Dunn's father finished speaking, she turned back to Dunn, placing the microphone near his lips. I previously played solo in the NCAA. competing against tens of thousands of players and thousands of teams for the same championship. In that environment, I managed to win. The NBA consists of only 29 teams and a few hundred players. To be frank, it is evident that one day in the future, I will undoubtedly be wearing my own NBA championship ring. Applause erupted from Dunn's friends and family, who felt a sense of pride. All right, Dunn, it appears you possess great confidence in your abilities. Have you ever considered joining the national team to serve your country and bring honor at the World Championships? Have you dreamed of donning the national team uniform and winning medals for your homeland? This was also one of Liang Shi's intentions for her visit. Although Dunn played in America, he was not ignorant of the Wang Zhizhi incident, which had garnered significant attention in the past. Every Chinese person, every athlete, has likely experienced, at least in dreams, the aspiration to represent the national team and serve their country. If my country needs me and I am afforded that honor, I would certainly accept the responsibility without hesitation. However, according to my own plans, I will not participate in national team competitions too early. I will not be joining before the 2006 World Championships. Those present exchanged amused glances at Dunn's initial remarks. However, when they heard Dunn's personal plans to refrain from joining the national team before the 2006 World Championships, their expressions shifted to shock. Son, will you not participate in the Athens Olympics? Are you not an NCAA champion and a first-round pick? Is there truly no stronger guard in the country than you? The nation needs you. How can you decline? Dunn's father grasped his son's arm, shaking it with fervor, appearing greatly agitated, as if he had raised a traitorous son. Mr. Du, please remain calm. Did Dunn not mention that he has his own plans? Let us hear what those plans entail before jumping to conclusions. Liang Shi had initially aimed to question Dunn. He spoke of serving his country yet planned to wait until after 2006 to join the national team. Did this not seem contradictory? However, as Dunn's father interjected, creating obstacles to the interview's continuation, Liang Shi had to first soothe him to ensure the conversation could proceed smoothly. You must explain yourself properly. Do you understand? Dunn's father continued sternly. Dunn, sensing the urgency, nodded in agreement. Basketball is not an individual sport. It is a team endeavor involving 5 players, or even more. Therefore, the strongest basketball team is not merely composed of the 5 best players, but rather those whose positions complement each other and who can cooperate seamlessly. I have not been nurtured through the national team's youth training system, nor have I played alongside other national team players. If I were to join the national team hastily, it would only create an atmosphere of unfamiliarity and discomfort. In such a case, the team would lack chemistry, potentially leading to detrimental outcomes for the national team's performance. Surely, you would not wish for me to be the one who disrupts the national team environment, causing poor results at the world stage, would you? Furthermore, by what right do I belong on the national team? Is it merely because I am an NBA player? Have you considered the feelings of those who have worked diligently for over a decade to earn their spots in the national team? Would they accept being replaced by me? Among young players, who would be satisfied with that? The Olympics are just around the corner. Even if I were to join now, it would already be too late. Given my current qualifications and abilities, participating in the Olympics with the national team would only complicate matters. You make some valid points, but I sense you have not fully conveyed your thoughts. Understanding his son well, Dunn's father sensed there was more beneath Dunn's words. Liang Shi also picked up on this and decided to delve deeper. Do you have any other concerns or thoughts? If you are facing difficulties, you may communicate them to the country or to relevant authorities. We will surely assist you in resolving any issues. Problems? What problems could there be, if there were to be any? They would be my own. Have you heard of the saying, rookies are assessed over 3 years? Upon hearing Dunn's statement, Liang Shi curiously inquired, what do you mean? Could you elaborate? The notion of assessing rookies over 3 years implies that one cannot solely evaluate a player based on their first-year performance. Rather, it requires consideration of their second and third years as well. Many rookies, upon entering the NBA, may initially struggle to adapt, having previously relied on sheer talent to win many games in other leagues. However, the competition in the NBA is significantly fiercer. The NBA demands stronger physicality and superior skills to score, defend, and ultimately help the team win. Consequently, the statistics and impact many rookies achieve in their first year may not be as satisfactory. Take Yao Ming, for example. He averaged 13.5 points, 8.2 rebounds, 1.7 assists, and 1.8 blocks. To speak frankly, considering the data alone, the performance of the top draft pick cannot be deemed as subpar, yet it is fair to say it remains rather mediocre. However, Those who have witnessed every game of Yao Ming during his rookie season are well aware of his rapid development. Duan inquired of the others present, most of whom had seen multiple games featuring Yao Ming, and they all nodded in agreement. What kind of statistics will he produce in the future, and what impact will he have on the game? 3 years from now, will Yao Ming still be dismissed as a disappointing first pick in the eyes of the American populace? I am confident that as long as Yao Ming remains uninjured, he will not be labeled as a bust. Rather, he will stand out among all previous first overall picks in my view. Yao Ming's level of readiness upon entering the NBA was comparable to that of Tim Duncan, the Spurs' first pick. Yao has nearly mastered all the techniques of interior players and possesses the shooting abilities of an exterior player, which is truly remarkable in America, where towering athletes primarily focus on physical conditioning and muscle development. A finesse center like Yao Ming can easily outplay a hulking figure like Shaquille O'Neal, who is confined to the paint. Just look at the previous Rockets' first pick, Hakeem Olajuwon. A center with both finesse and footwork is virtually unguardable. I am certain that once Yao Ming builds his strength, he will become a formidable low-post weapon, rivaling even Shaquille O'Neal in the NBA and across the globe. Upon hearing Duan's remarks, all the Chinese in attendance, as well as the viewers watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Comparing Yao Ming to O'Neal, Duncan, and Olajuwon is a notion that others might only entertain in their minds, yet Duan boldly articulated it before a national audience. Compared to others, Duan, as a member of an NCAA championship team and a first-round NBA pick, undoubtedly possesses authority in the realm of basketball, lending his words far more credibility than so-called experts. He must not waste his talent or betray the expectations of his homeland. I still wish to fight alongside him on the national team. If it were just me, achieving results for the national team would be exceedingly difficult. Liang Shi, taken aback by this, paused for a moment before asking, "What do you mean? Yao Ming is not working hard enough?" He indeed puts in effort, but it is misdirected. Isn't that akin to pursuing a southern route while heading north? A futile endeavor? Have you ever seen a supercar used for hauling cargo? Or an aircraft carrier employed for fishing? He is a once-in-a-century basketball prodigy, and among our 1.2 billion Chinese, he stands alone. If I possessed Yao Ming's talent, my pillow would be soaked every night. If I were Yao Ming, I would surely remain here during the off-season, taking advantage of the advanced facilities and equipment to enhance myself. The 3 years of a rookie's development truly represent a golden period for growth. Why should I wait until 2006 to serve my country? I must seize these 3 years to refine my skills, bolster my physique, and perfect my techniques. In doing so, I would have the confidence to win honors for my nation and its people, and perhaps even contend for medals. Furthermore, does he not realize that the intensity of NBA games is so high? He will not have rest during the summer, and if this continues, his body will inevitably suffer. Even supercars and aircraft carriers require maintenance. Does Yao Ming truly believe he is indestructible at such height and weight? If he gets injured next year or in 2008, rendering him unable to compete in the Olympics, what significance does merely securing an Asian-level medal hold? For NBA players, competing in Asian tournaments is akin to playing street ball. Is it really necessary to risk injury for street ball? Duan deliberately undermined Yao Ming to solidify his point. Then, leveraging this broadcast, with the audience and media scrutiny, he aimed to help Yao Ming escape his predicament. Duan, you have misunderstood Yao Ming. Moreover, the Asian championships are not as lacking in quality as you suggest. Still in shock from Duan's earlier comments, Liang Shi found Duan immediately picking up on his thread. If what you say is true, I hope the relevant authorities will recognize Yao Ming and utilize him correctly. The great Michael Jordan won his first NBA championship at the age of 28, and Shaquille O'Neal also achieved a three-peat at the same age. Among all championship-winning centers in NBA history, Olajuwon won at 31, and Chamberlain at 30. Even if Duncan, Bill Russell, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar secured their championships at 23 or 24. It indicates that as long as Yao Ming remains uninjured, the year 2008 will be when he truly showcases his dominance on the world stage. A hero may perish before achieving glory, often leaving them in tears. Remember the lessons of the past. Yao Ming is one of a kind. Before you cultivate a second Yao Ming, do not let him suffer injury. If Yao Ming is injured and the national team fails to perform, who will bear that responsibility? In summary, let us not allow the national audience to turn against him and make him a scapegoat for our nation. Duan's severe remarks before the nationwide audience sparked a wave of public discourse. While many denounced Duan, a significant number of fans began to recognize certain discrepancies. Yao Ming participating in the Asian Championships is acceptable, but but is it truly necessary for him to play even in warm-up games? His willingness to risk injury by participating in every event is not merely a case of overkill. It represents a different form of resource waste. Rest assured, I will uphold my principles and take good care of myself. I will strive over the next 3 years to enhance my abilities so that I may serve my country. I will do everything in my power to ensure that my career does not suffer from excessive injuries and that I maintain my competitive state. Once I join the national team, I will aim to compete in all World Championships and Olympics from 2006 to 2020. As I previously stated, I aspire to become the longest-serving member of the Chinese men's basketball team. I invite you all to witness this. Chapter 26, Marketing by Controversy, Formal Contract Signing, Dismissal of Bill Duffy. The text continues. As the saying goes, sports stars are still stars. In terms of global recognition, Olympic athletes not only rival international superstars, but may even surpass them in fame. Even in niche sports, as long as they bring glory to the nation, they can garner public adoration, particularly in high-profile team sports. Duan harbors ambitions. If Yao Ming can maintain his health for the 2008 Olympics, Duan is confident he can lead the men's basketball team to medal contention. As for 2012, as long as Yao Ming is still able to play, Duan can endeavor to defy the odds and continue the legacy of the men's basketball team. Looking further ahead, as long as Duan can play, he will continue to contribute. Provided he has a sufficiently lengthy career with the national team and accumulates adequate statistics, he will undoubtedly become the leading figure in men's basketball. However, considering the current situation of overexploitation and the chaotic youth training system in basketball, it is likely that 20 years from now, Duan will still be the towering pillar of the men's basketball team, slowly transitioning into a veteran akin to Andrew Wiggins. Moreover, take care of yourself and do not overexert yourself. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Pushing yourself too hard and injuring yourself during training is hardly advantageous. There will always be those whose judgment is clouded, while others thrive on chaos. If the glass at home is broken, so be it. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. I am about to sign with the Lakers. And once the contract worth several $1 million is secured, financial worries will be a thing of the past. Next, Duan, accompanied by his agent, will head to Los Angeles for discussions regarding his rookie contract with the Lakers management. Once the rookie contract is finalized, Duan will don the purple and gold jersey and participate in the upcoming Summer League with the Los Angeles Lakers. Duan is acutely aware that 3 aging ballers and a troubled, reclusive young star are waiting for him in Los Angeles. To ensure that the Lakers F4 can contend for the championship this season, Duan must convey to them, "You need me more than you realize." Although Duan has yet to fully consider how to resolve the internal strife within the team, it is clear that, aside from any internal discord, the Lakers F4 is undoubtedly among the top contenders for the championship. This means that if they can successfully navigate the internal conflict, winning the championship and elevating his status will be a straightforward task. It is settled then, my friend. As long as we maintain positive thinking, there are always solutions to our challenges. To resolve the Lakers' internal discord, it is essential to start with the current leader, Shaquille O'Neal. Among various marketing strategies, one low-cost yet highly effective method is the art of controversy marketing. By harnessing media narratives and the public's natural curiosity, a simple article can generate significant attention by touching the dragon's head, creating the illusion that the marketer is a close second to the industry leader. Supported by the Chinese market and his intricate ties with Nike, if Duan is willing to relax certain conditions and sign with Nike, he could potentially leverage ESPN's media to create a perception that he is vying to usurp O'Neal's position as the Lakers' second star. After all, Kobe, having made mistakes, will be ostracized by the league, and fans may no longer hold him in high regard. Even some of his most ardent supporters may flee due to his inability to perform in adverse conditions. Only his detractors will remain relentlessly fixated on him. Thus, it is often the case that the most fervent critics are the most loyal supporters, while the most devoted fans may turn against him. In this context, the scandals and fervor surrounding Kobe will inevitably wane with the passage of time. If Duan can fortify collaborations with Nike and ESPN at this juncture and amplify marketing efforts, the identity of the Lakers' second-in-command may become uncertain. Perhaps Shaquille O'Neal could even step into the role of Kobe's successor, leaving Duan to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, the future remains unpredictable. It is worth noting that Duan does not intend to disrupt the Lakers or create chaos within their locker room. Rather, he seeks to capitalize on the internal strife among the OK duo, gradually gaining influence over the team's locker room dynamics. Many teams have locker room leaders who are not necessarily their star players, much like Haslam of the Heat or Green of the Warriors. For Duan to assert control over the locker room, he must either gain the endorsement of the team's primary star or secure the support of the owner, general manager, and head coach. The team's main star, O'Neal, is precisely the target of Duan's ambitions. As for the head coach, Phil Jackson, he is renowned for his mastery of locker room politics, having penned autobiographies detailing his psychological manipulation of players and the ensuing power struggles among key team members. One might wonder why anyone of integrity would write such accounts. Considering that general manager Kupchak has only recently assumed his position and lacks deep-rooted authority within the Lakers, it is clear that the reins of power remain firmly in the hands of the elder Bus. Simultaneously, the elder Bus has expressed grievances regarding O'Neal's exorbitant contract demands and Jackson's aspirations for higher status. Reflecting on the summer of 2004, when the elder Bus decisively parted ways with both O'Neal and Jackson, Duan recognizes whom he should ally with and who will serve as his support. Some may find it absurd that Duan, a rookie selected 13th overall, harbors ambitions of collaborating with the Lakers owner to become the locker room leader. However, when one stands behind a market of hundreds of millions of fans, and major corporations like Nike are compelled to pursue partnership opportunities, one gains the audacity to attempt the seemingly impossible. As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod. If failure occurs, the consequences cannot be worse than a trade, especially given that the Lakers are poised for a rebuilding phase following the disbandment of the fabled F4. Therefore, why would Duan choose to hang his hopes on this withering tree? Should he succeed, Duan could leverage his control over the locker room to unify the internal dynamics of the Lakers' F4. Only by ensuring the continued cohesion of the OK duo can he harness their collective strength in pursuit of an NBA championship. Subsequently, through alliances with Nike and ESPN, he could further amplify his influence within the league and beyond, ultimately securing greater personal benefits. Time swiftly advanced to June 28, when Duan, accompanied by Bill Duffy, arrived in Los Angeles. After 2 days of negotiations, Duan successfully finalized his rookie contract with the Lakers. In fact, the contract details were settled on the first day, as rookie contracts are typically standardized. The Lakers, eager to acquire Duan's talents, even caught the attention of the elder Bus during discussions. Consequently, the contract amount was filled with sincerity, reaching the maximum allowable limit of $120. Both parties exhibited a robust desire to seal the deal, and no unpleasantness arose during negotiations. Thus, Duan signed the first contract of his professional career. A 4-year deal starting at $1.5 million, followed by $1.61 million, $1.72 million, and $2.17 million in the subsequent years, totaling $7 million over 4 years. The reason for the 2-day duration was primarily due to the necessity of a comprehensive physical examination. The Lakers required a report confirming that Duan harbored no injury risks or that any existing injuries would not impede his future career, allowing them to formally proceed with the contract. Additionally, the Lakers needed to report Duan's contract to the league and complete a series of onboarding procedures. Completing all of this in 2 days was indeed quite rapid. Typically, rookies require a week to finalize contracts with their teams. During that week, the team notifies league sponsors to expedite the production of rookie jerseys. Once the contract is officially signed, a media conference can be convened to announce the partnership. Moreover, some rookies do not attain formal signing eligibility until after participating in the Summer League. Duan, welcome to the Los Angeles Lakers. After the signing, the elder Bus extended his hand to Duan, expressing his willingness to contribute wholeheartedly to the Lakers, just as he had for the Syracuse Orangemen during their NCAA championship run. He assured Duan that within the term of this contract, he would secure at least one championship title. If he failed to do so, Duan could dismiss him. "Haha, you are our future. Even if we fall short, how could I bear to let you go?" The elder Bus, impressed by Duan's lofty aspirations and commendable courage, took a shot, declaring Duan to be the Lakers' future. Duan, however, remained unfazed and suddenly interjected, "Then, allow me to make a request. Please expedite the payment owed to my agent, Bill Duffy. I am a pure player, having come from the NCAA, and I do not wish to engage excessively in commercial matters. I am grateful for Bill's assistance during the draft process, but I have decided to forge my path independently." Duffy was left utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Duan would dismiss him so abruptly in front of the Lakers owner after signing the rookie contract. The unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. As a victim of this sudden upheaval, Duffy could not fathom Duan's true intentions. However, having just witnessed Duan's immense potential during the recent draft, which led him to the green room and ultimately to being signed by the prestigious Los Angeles Lakers. Duffy recognized the extraordinary nature of this journey. Nevertheless, NBA players require agents. We can continue our collaboration. I can help you manage commercial affairs and shield you from external distractions. Don't you remember Yao Ming? I had a wonderful partnership with him, as I would with you, wouldn't I? Bill, I appreciate your past efforts. However, I am now a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. I trust that Mr. Buss will gladly assist me in resolving any commercial concerns. I am confident that in the coming 4 years, I will enjoy a fruitful relationship with Mr. Buss. Duan asserted that NBA players do not necessarily need an agent, citing Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, as an example of an invisible fan-type agent who not only refrains from taking commissions but also fosters a close relationship between the owner and the player. If a player engages in negotiations for a max contract while maintaining a close relationship with the owner, it could potentially harm their rapport. However, Duan is merely a rookie, and the Lakers stand to benefit from his rookie contract for the next 4 years. Moreover, as a Chinese player, he possesses significant commercial value. Duan's intention is undoubtedly to delegate future commercial negotiations to the Lakers. Such a fortuitous opportunity would be hard for the elder Buss to refuse. Especially given the Lakers' recent financial constraints, Duan's presence would undoubtedly be a welcome boon for the Buss family. Rest assured, Duffy, we will expedite your owed payments. And please be assured, Duan is now a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. We will ensure he is well taken care of. Chapter 27. Hoisting the flag to eat from both ends, Bill Duffy had engaged in unsavory dealings behind my back, which is the fundamental reason for his dismissal. I trust in Mr. Buss's integrity and am eager to explore a series of close collaborations with the Buss family. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to share some details about my circumstances. After Duffy stormed out in a huff, Duan sat down face-to-face with the elder Buss to discuss future commercial collaborations. Duan openly informed Buss that Duffy had been dismissed for negotiating contracts with others behind his back, thereby undermining his interests. Since Duan had not signed a formal agent contract with the elder Buss, but had merely verbally designated him or the Buss family as his representatives for future commercial contracts. Should the Buss family compromise Duan's interests, he could sever ties just as he did today. Observing the cunning little fox attempting to wield power, the elder Buss remained calm and patiently listened to Duan's ensuing remarks. Duan continued, I am a Chinese player, supported by a vast market of hundreds of millions of fans. Consequently, numerous sports enterprises are eager to collaborate with me, including Adidas, Nike, and Reebok, all prominent NBA sponsors. You may have heard that Nike recently had a fallout with Yao Ming due to a staff error. Following Yao's switch to Reebok, Nike's stock price suffered, prompting them to seek another Chinese player. Indeed, that player is me. I have secured a lucrative contract from Nike. The amount may exceed your expectations, surpassing the contract recently signed by Kobe Bryant. Furthermore, I will receive the same treatment that Michael Jordan once enjoyed. Nike will even facilitate my connection with ESPN, assigning a reporter to accompany me throughout my entire NBA career. He captures and documents everything, which will serve as primary material for my future autobiography and biographical film. He will record footage of my private training sessions, my participation in competitions, and even accompany me into the locker room. Therefore, I must seek your permission. The Los Angeles Lakers are yours. I harbor no intention of overstepping my bounds. I merely wish to gain some access to the locker room with your consent. If you refuse, then please expedite my search for another team. Upon hearing Duan's threat, Jerry Buss felt a twinge of discomfort. He could not quite comprehend why Duan, merely a rookie selected 13th overall, possessed the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Nonetheless, faced with the reality of the situation, Buss felt compelled to acquiesce to Duan's demands. As the patriarch of the Lakers, Buss undeniably harbored a strong desire for control. However, despite his age, he was not yet senile. Buss was acutely aware that, regardless of Duan's ambitions to make an impact on his Lakers, he posed no imminent threat to the Buss family for at least the next 3 to 5 years. The true challenges for the Lakers lay with the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, as well as the esteemed head coach Phil Jackson. Considering Shaquille's $35 million contract from the 2005 to 2006 season and the subsequent contract renewals for both Kobe and Shaquille, Buss found himself in a precarious financial situation. To alleviate the Lakers' monetary woes, NBA Commissioner David Stern even personally facilitated Duan's signing with the team. For this reason, Buss would be unlikely to trade Duan to another team after acquiring him. After all, when fortune smiles upon you, it is unwise to let it slip away. Even disregarding financial motivations, offending Stern without cause would not be a prudent choice. Furthermore, taking into account Duan's remarks about Nike bestowing upon him the same treatment that Michael Jordan once received in the Chinese market, Buss was somewhat aware of the implications of allowing exclusive reporters into the team's locker room. He was likely even more familiar with the current head coach Phil Jackson, thus weighing the benefits that Duan could bring. Along with Duan's decision to dismiss his agent and designate the Lakers as his commercial representatives, Buss was inclined to forge a friendship with Duan. How could I possibly refuse? I have long proclaimed that you are the future of the Lakers. Now that you have garnered Nike's attention, I am eager to collaborate with them to further develop your commercial potential. However, I also hope that you will strive to live up to your immense talent and not let us down. We will provide you with a sufficiently grand stage. Whether you can become China's Michael Jordan ultimately rests upon your own abilities. Buss extended his hand, and Duan reciprocated with a radiant smile reminiscent of Carmelo Anthony's. The Lakers were secured. Now it was time to solidify things with Nike. Duan thought to himself that in a previous life, he had heard tales of Bill Gates' son-in-law and the vice president of the World Bank. Now, he aimed to leverage the prominence of the Lakers and Nike to reap benefits from both ends. In fact, in recent days, Nike CEO Phil Knight had privately discussed numerous matters with Duan. Aside from the conditions regarding exclusive ESPN reporters, the contract amount had escalated from $30 million over 5 years to $50 million over 6 years. However, Duan, being somewhat greedy, sought even more if the contract amount could rise. He would certainly wish for an even greater increase. Bonuses tied to all-star selections, all-NBA teams, and championships were also areas where he hoped to negotiate for more favorable terms. Considering that Nike had recently finalized a contract with Kobe, the potential fallout from the Eagle County incident could negatively impact Nike's stock price. With such an opportunity to capitalize on a crisis, why not take advantage? If Duan were to join Nike at that time, it would not be a case of kicking someone when they are down, but rather offering timely assistance to help Nike navigate through troubled waters. Nevertheless, commercial contracts are not standard rookie contracts. Every clause must be meticulously negotiated. Duan initially utilized the Lakers' legal department as a resource to discuss the general terms with Nike. Once the Eagle County incident erupted, he would then finalize everything and reap the rewards. Phil, you finally answered the phone. I have some exciting news to share. I fired Bill Duffy. Now, we can officially discuss our collaboration. Additionally, I have several more pieces of good news. I have officially signed with the Los Angeles Lakers. Jerry Buss highly values me and intends to develop me into the next Kobe Bryant. I will be the 6th man for the Lakers next season and a strong contender for Rookie of the Year. By the way, during the offseason, the Lakers will assemble a championship contending lineup centered around the OK duo, with Karl Malone and Gary Payton as supporting players. The Lakers' formidable quartet will captivate the entire nation. And I have already obtained Jerry Buss's permission to bring reporters into the locker room. After ensuring Duan's accommodation at a hotel near the Toyota Center, Buss promptly engaged in a phone conversation with Phil Knight. Knight had already heard whispers of the Lakers' plans to assemble a super team, but until free agency opened, everything remained uncertain. As for the rest of Duan's statements, Knight remained skeptical. Did Buss truly value Duan that much? Was David's influence at play? It seemed he would be receiving a bit more money. Phil Knight slightly relented and raised Duan's valuation. However, Duan was not so quick to agree. Instead, he placed another call to Buss. Rest assured, Duan, I will treat you like my own child. I will not let you suffer any losses. As Duan entrusted the negotiations with Nike to Buss, the latter found himself increasingly valuing and favoring Duan. The following morning, Duan donned casual attire and headed to the Toyota Center. While most domestic fans would recognize the Toyota Center as the home of the Houston Rockets, the Lakers also had a training facility by the same name. Here, Duan intended to train diligently, aiming to absorb the new template before the summer league commenced. Basketball Achievement System. Duan, 19 years old. Player Template. Ma Jian, Jason Terry, Corey Maggette. Chapter 28. The Championship Puzzle. Lakers, 31. Basketball Achievement System. Duan, 19 years old. Player Template. Ma Jian, Jason Terry, Corey Maggette. Physical Attributes. Static. Height 199 cm. Wingspan 204 cm. Vertical reach 262 cm. Weight 212 pounds. Strength. Upper body 81, core 70. Lower body 75. Speed. Straight line 83, lateral 73, explosiveness 81. Jumping. Standing 72, running 78, jump speed 75. Agility, balance 73, coordination 76, flexibility 74. Recovery, stamina 78, endurance 71, energy 77, basketball skills, ball handling, dribbling 78, ball security 69, passing 71, court awareness 70, off-ball, catching 73, movement 76, separation 69, cut 77, screen 75. Defense, disruption 71, perimeter defense 78, interior defense 79, help defense 73, steal 73, block 74. Rebounding, offensive 65, defensive 80, boxing out 81, anticipation 68. Face up, driving 81, dunking 88, layups 86, close range 76, mid-range 82. 3.77. Post up, positioning 71, footwork 73, back down 78, hook shot 74. Other, free throws 89, putback 74, pick and roll 81, fast break 84, fakes 82, drawing fouls 96. Skill assessment 77. Through the transformation from multiple player templates, your physique conceals vast potential yet to be unlocked. You are not only proficient in shooting and defense, but also adept at driving to the basket, converting offense, and drawing fouls. Should you seize the opportunities presented, you may ascend from the bench to the starting lineup, becoming a holistic piece in the championship puzzle. After officially signing with the Lakers, Duan received a chance to draw a rookie template from the pool of 13th overall selections. Later that evening, after finishing a phone call, he utilized the drawing opportunity and obtained an entirely new Maggette template. While not quite on par with Karl Malone or Kobe, Maggette could certainly hold his own against former max contract players like Jalen Rose and Richard Jefferson. Maggette was renowned for his peak free throw attempts, often surpassing even Shaquille O'Neal. Following a night of meditative training, Duan's ability to draw fouls reached its peak. Additionally, his dunking, layups, free throws, pick and roll, and fast break skills saw significant improvement. It is no wonder some have remarked that LeBron James is an upgraded version of Maggette, as their playing styles and technical attributes do exhibit similarities. However, Maggette's ability to draw fouls did not rely on traveling. Simply leveraging his muscular physique and powerful arms to attack the paint, akin to Dwayne Wade, ensured a steady stream of free throw opportunities. As a rookie, Duan would undoubtedly begin the next season as a bench player. While the Lakers' F4 would assume the starting roles in the Lakers starting lineup, the distribution of basketballs among 4 players would likely be insufficient. Conversely, the Lakers bench would be constrained by the financial demands of the OK duo, leaving little room for further recruitment beyond seasoned veterans. Consequently, the bench would be composed primarily of players from CBA. Yet, with Jerry Buss openly acknowledging Duan as the team's future, he could expect ample playing time and opportunities. Provided Duan could hone his physique to match that of Maggette and deliver impressive performances off the bench, he might surpass certain star players who struggle to find their rhythm. After all, Duan possessed not only the ability to execute pick and rolls, fast breaks, and free throws, but also a commendable shooting touch. As long as Kobe is not preoccupied with supplanting the starting lineup and dominating the ball, the talented Dunn can fully unleash his myriad skills during his minutes on the bench. On July 1 at the Toyota Center in Los Angeles, a historic moment unfolded as Dunn officially signed with the Lakers. Witnessed by numerous media outlets from across the nation and the local Los Angeles area, thanks to the joint efforts of the Lakers and Nike. Shortly thereafter, Dunn donned a baseball cap emblazoned with the Los Angeles Lakers logo. Accompanied by team owner Jeannie Buss and general manager Mitch Kupchak, proudly holding up the Lakers' number 31 purple and gold jersey for the media to see. Initially, Dunn had intended to choose the number 13 jersey, as being selected 13th overall in the first round held significant sentimental value for him. However, upon learning that the Lakers' number 13 jersey had been retired in honor of the basketball legend Wilt Chamberlain, retired 2 decades prior, Dunn decided to opt for number 31 instead. The Lakers have already retired the jerseys of Magic Johnson, 32, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 33, and Shaquille O'Neal, 34, making the unclaimed number 31 seem quite appealing in the grand scheme of the NBA. Very few stars have chosen the number 31 jersey in recent years, with only a handful like Reggie Miller, Shawn Marion, and Jason Terry stepping up to the plate. Notably, I thought Ricky Davis, who was supposed to assist me, also wore the number 31. Interestingly, both Dunn and Reggie Miller share connections with Terry. The NBA places great importance on legacy, and perhaps Dunn could surpass Reggie Miller's 3-point record even before Stephen Curry does. Dunn, however, has yet to commence formal training. Next, he must collaborate with the team for a series of promotional photo shoots. Additionally, staff members are tasked with creating a trading card for him. Following the media conference, Dunn officially put on the Lakers jersey and shorts, just as he was about to start today's training when Kupchak called him over. Kupchak informed Dunn that there were further obligations to fulfill. The promotional photos are typically prepared for the upcoming season, and since Dunn is considered the future of the franchise by Jeannie Buss herself, the Lakers have dedicated special arrangements for him, including a promotional plan even for a mere summer league participation. Regarding the trading card, it is categorized into rookie, active, and retired cards. The one being designed for Dunn is a rookie card. Since rookie cards are only available for a single year, their scarcity often lends them considerable investment value. Once a player establishes their worth, rookie cards can fetch prices ranging from several $100,000 to millions of dollars. Dunn had heard tales of a rookie card of Kobe that sold for an astonishing $1.79 million, despite being unsigned. The frugal Giannis Antetokounmpo often carries his opponent's trading cards to games, seeking signatures post-match to ensure financial stability post-retirement by selling signed cards. Had Dunn entered the NBA without a system in place, he might have emulated Giannis. However, with a system now established, such undignified actions are beneath him. Jordan would never seek another's signature. He would simply assert his dominance over his opponents, leaving them with lingering shadows of defeat. Bird would not engage in such foolishness, preferring to exchange barbs with his rivals, asking them if they had come merely to vie for second place. Duncan, on the other hand, would willingly encourage his opponents, proclaiming that the future belonged to them. As for O'Neal and Kobe, "Rookie, welcome to my team. I will lead you to victory." Dunn first received a text from Kobe, followed shortly by a phone call from O'Neal. Chapter 29. The bamboozled O'Neal. "Shaq, how is it that what you said mirrors exactly what Kobe told me? I just arrived and am unsure who the true leader of the team is. Can you please clarify who is lying and whom I should trust?" Dunn feigned ignorance, and upon hearing this, O'Neal instinctively suspected that Kobe was attempting to win over new players to usurp his authority. "This is intolerable." Without pausing for discernment, O'Neal exclaimed, "That damn Kobe. How dare he claim that the Los Angeles Lakers are his team? Rookie, do not believe him. He is deceiving you. I am the true leader of this team. I have already led the Lakers to 3 championships. Yet, this year's championship is under the guidance of Tim Duncan and the San Antonio Spurs." Dunn retorted, "Did he not eliminate you in the previous Western Conference playoffs? He has defeated you twice, securing 2 championships, having achieved victory before you and at a younger age. Are you certain you can exact revenge on Duncan next year? You will be 1 year older, and he will only grow stronger." Dunn's biting remarks pierced O'Neal's pride, igniting his fury. "Damn it, you are deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Did that bastard Kobe send you to irritate me? What did Kobe offer you? Do you truly believe he can replace me as the Lakers leader? Shaq is a superhero, and I will soon reclaim my throne. Rookie, you better stay on the bench next season." After lambasting Dunn, O'Neal threatened him with the authority of the team's leader. Dunn, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly. "Ha, Shaq, do you think I am here to support Kobe? You underestimate me. I was the 13th overall pick in the lottery. So was Kobe. If Kobe intends to vie for the top spot, why can't I? I did not come to the Lakers merely to play second fiddle. Jeannie Buss has already promised me that I am the future of this team. She told me your contract is too excessive. Your deal surpasses even that of Michael Jordan. You earn more in a year than the Buss family does in several. No team owner wishes to see their players earning such exorbitant sums, especially not a family like the Buss, who treat the Lakers as their sole enterprise. Even Jordan, who brought 6 championships to the Chicago Bulls, was dismissed after 2 years of earning $30 million. Soon, you will be making $30 million for 2 consecutive years, and even more than Jordan, $35 million. Haha, you too shall face dismissal. If you do not exit gracefully like Jordan, you will be publicly humiliated by the illustrious Lakers. Cast aside to wander the streets. You will be forgotten like Hakeem Olajuwon, discarded by a team that no one cares about, departing the NBA in silence. Of course, the Los Angeles fans will remember your contributions. They will cheer for Kobe while recalling the 3 championships you won together. A careful examination of the NBA's operational rules reveals why the OK duo ultimately parted ways. In truth, it was not Kobe who was the explosive element. It was O'Neal. The enormous contract held by O'Neal exerted immense pressure on the Lakers' salary cap, becoming the root of internal strife within the team. Undoubtedly, Kobe was the one who ignited the explosion. Yet, despite his faults, Kobe was elevated to the Lakers' primary figure, guiding a struggling team into the playoffs on multiple occasions. Ultimately, he persevered through adversity and, with Pau Gasol's assistance, proved his worth by securing back-to-back championships. As the very embodiment of the explosion, O'Neal, despite not instigating trouble, was still shipped away by Jeanie Buss. Theo put it plainly, the NBA has experienced numerous lockouts and negotiations, ultimately stemming from labor disputes. O'Neal's exorbitant salary would irk any team owner, especially the Buss family, who were not particularly wealthy. Dunn actively dismantled O'Neal's illusions regarding the Lakers, making it clear that his inability to remain with the team was not due to Kobe's rise threatening his status as leader, but rather the 3-year contract Jeanie Buss had offered him to ensure his unwavering commitment to the Lakers' championship aspirations. "Damn it," O'Neal furiously cursed, and moments later, Dunn heard the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground, followed by a sudden disconnection of the call. Presuming that O'Neal had likely smashed his phone in frustration, Dunn paid little mind. O'Neal, in a fit of rage, could do little to him. Even if O'Neal sought confrontation with Jeanie Buss, it would only result in his premature expulsion from the Lakers, traded to another team. On the other hand, if such a scenario unfolded, even if O'Neal remained, Dunn would become the scapegoat. For Dunn, this would not necessarily be a negative outcome. The Lakers' F4, unable to resolve their conflicts, was destined for failure. If Dunn could not secure a championship here, perhaps another team might offer him a better opportunity to achieve his aspirations. Thus, with carefree abandon, Dunn began his training for the day. However, over an hour later, after receiving a reminder from the Lakers staff, Dunn realized his phone was ringing again. He picked up the phone and saw it was the number O'Neal had called from earlier. "Hello, Shaq. Have you already changed phones so soon?" To Dunn's surprise, O'Neal did not respond with anger. Instead, he unexpectedly began to apologize. "Dunn, you are my brother. I am truly sorry. I should not have lost my temper with you. Can you accept my apology? I sincerely apologize. Once the new season begins, I will take good care of you and ensure that no one bullies you. Together, we can achieve many championships, just like Kareem and Magic." O'Neal's sudden change of heart took Dunn by surprise. Perhaps O'Neal was accompanied by his agent during the call, or perhaps he had been chastised by his stepfather, much like the previous instance when O'Neal mocked Yao Ming. Inciting a considerable uproar, O'Neal's stepfather, upon learning of the incident, promptly insisted that O'Neal extend an apology to Yao Ming. He even took the initiative to call Yao Ming's father, expressing his parental shortcomings and apologizing on behalf of O'Neal. "Shaq, I accept your apology. Simultaneously, I am willing to embrace your goodwill and play alongside you. I never anticipated your astuteness in recognizing the underlying issues so swiftly. Presently, in the league, the only player worth more than you is Kevin Garnett. Do you believe he will voluntarily accept a pay cut to re-sign with the Minnesota Timberwolves this summer?" The year 2003 proved to be particularly inauspicious for O'Neal. On one hand, he grappled with his own injuries. On the other, Duncan claimed the dual MVP awards, officially ascending to the throne of the league's premier player. Concurrently, Garnett consistently overshadowed O'Neal in salary, which irked the once dominant figure of the league. Throughout these years, O'Neal's earnings had largely mirrored those of Garnett. Should Garnett choose to lower his salary, O'Neal might also find himself contemplating a pay cut. With Duncan closing in, having twice defeated O'Neal's Lakers in the Western Conference, and now boasting 2 championships, the former's skills had reached an unparalleled zenith, while O'Neal was acutely aware of his own decline. If he failed to seize the fleeting moments of his prime to secure additional championships, the day would inevitably come when Duncan surpassed him. It might then resemble the dynamic between Olajuwon and Jordan, where, despite sharing the stage in the 1990s, one would forever remain overshadowed by the other. The proud and arrogant O'Neal was naturally reluctant to become a mere supporting character in someone else's narrative. "Splendid, Dwayne. You have accepted my apology, and from now on, we shall be brothers. Let us unite to oust that wretched Kobe. I will ensure that his position is vacated for you. I support you in becoming the starting player and the leader of the Lakers. Of course, the Lakers still belong to Shaq for now. In a couple of years, I shall hand over the team to you, just as Kareem did with Magic." Upon hearing O'Neal's words, Dwayne couldn't help but chuckle. This was the essence of O'Neal, petty yet somewhat clever. For now, he would manipulate him into becoming a compliant younger brother, a tool to eliminate Kobe. When the time came that O'Neal could no longer perform, he would graciously step aside. After all, he had already amassed the honors he desired and could comfortably relinquish the reins. Without the pressures of leading a team, he could indulge in his newfound freedom, reveling in the joys of life. One could only say that O'Neal's calculations were astutely made. Shaq, I am genuinely curious. Why are you so intent on eliminating Kobe? Kareem and Magic won numerous championships together, but let us not forget, they had James Worthy by their side. Kobe's contract for the next season is merely under $14 million. He can average 25, even 30 points in the playoffs, and he provides stable, exceptional defense. Can you find another player in the league who is as efficient, consistent, and willing to actively defend as Kobe? Compared to your lucrative contract, Kobe's deal is a veritable bargain. No management team would be foolish enough to part with such a valuable asset. Listening to Dwayne, O'Neal appeared somewhat displeased. Dwayne, are we not brothers? Why do you persist in speaking on Kobe's behalf? It is precisely because we are brothers that I constantly consider your best interests. Did I not explain this to you before? Kobe is not your enemy. Your true adversary is the team's owner, Jerry Buss. If the Lakers fail to secure a championship next season and cannot generate revenue, Buss will inevitably choose to purge one of the hefty contracts, yours or Kobe's. Duncan earns only $12 million, which is less than Kobe, and the combined cost of Duncan and Kobe's contracts is roughly equivalent to yours. As long as Duncan continues to win championships, Buss will deem you unworthy, believing you are too expensive. Other owners will share this sentiment, thinking that as long as Shaq cannot deliver titles, he is not worth the price. Thus, I advise you, if you wish to remain with the Lakers and become the second Kareem, you might consider slightly lowering your salary expectations. Why should I take a pay cut? Shaq's contract is a result of my hard work and perseverance. Have you not considered that once Kobe's contract expires, and the Lakers choose not to re-sign him, the team will face no salary cap pressure? Furthermore, the organization selected you, grooming you as a future star, precisely because they hope you will eventually succeed Kobe. No player is willing to accept a pay cut, even those millionaires earning the highest salaries in the league. The gorilla-like Ewing once uttered a rather foolish saying, "We earn a lot, but we also spend a lot." For O'Neal, his salary represented his status within the team and the league. He aspired to be the leading figure. Thus, Dwayne found it understandable that O'Neal was adamant about ousting Kobe. Even with 3 championships under his belt, loyalty pales in comparison to financial gain, and the inevitable frictions that arise from prolonged partnerships only exacerbate matters. Past grievances had accumulated over time, intensifying under the influence of the Zen master's manipulations, leading to a seemingly irreparable rift. Previously, Dwayne had naively thought that Kobe merely threatened O'Neal's position, forcing him to act out of self-preservation. However, it had become increasingly evident that the underlying issue was ultimately financial. Of course, Dwayne would not sit idly by while O'Neal continued to wage his war against Kobe. I simply wish to be the leader. If possible, I want to be the leader of the OK duo. Moreover, I have no intentions of driving anyone away. After all, I came to the Lakers to win, to secure a championship. If the OK combination aids me in achieving that goal, why would I dismantle it? Dwayne was acutely aware of his role. He was merely a piece of the championship puzzle, not its core. Some stars may unite, yet they may not necessarily win championships. Conversely, teaming up with one of them may not guarantee success either. However, if they have already formed a cohesive unit, adding another piece becomes a reliable strategy. The OK duo serves as the foundation for victory, and Dwayne is merely a passenger on this journey. Yet, he is somewhat greedy, desiring to claim the largest share of the pie, despite his current capabilities being somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Dwayne's words, O'Neal was rendered speechless. Are you not being unreasonable? You just stated that the team's salary pressure is immense. If we do not resolve Kobe, then it will be me who is swept aside. However, this pressure should rightfully fall upon your shoulders. I am merely a rookie. I wish to be the leader and to win championships. Paying is the owner's responsibility, and it could very well be you who finds yourself on the chopping block. If you were not my brother, then none of this would concern me. Dwayne was indeed being unreasonable. The newly arrived rookie boldly proclaimed his desire to lead, and O'Neal initially thought Dwayne possessed genuine talent. Upon further inquiry, he realized Dwayne merely sought to benefit from the situation. Nonetheless, Dwayne's prior statements held some merit. Recognizing his precarious position within the Lakers, O'Neal found himself desperate. Dwayne, we are brothers. You should help me shoulder some of this pressure. Please, think of a solution. Shaq, did I not already suggest it? Take a pay cut. Dwayne responded, and he continued, of course, it would be wise for you not to initiate the pay cut yourself. From what I understand, Players who voluntarily reduce their salaries often face dire consequences. You could skillfully negotiate a pay cut, perhaps when Bus or Kupchak approach you to discuss a contract extension. Make a few concessions to give them a sense of accomplishment. As for how to prompt them to seek you out for an extension, perhaps you should make them realize that the Lakers cannot win without you. Just as Jordan did, he never worried about Pippen becoming the Bulls' leader. Not in the least, for he understood Pippen's capabilities. Jordan offered Pippen the opportunity to lead and allowed the Bulls' management the chance to win without him. History has shown that without Jordan, the Bulls were nothing. I have heard you are about to undergo surgery. Perhaps you could take a bit longer to address your injury issues. When Kobe fails to lead the team to victory, Bus will be far more anxious than the Lakers fans. He will surely come begging for your return. At that point, you may very well find yourself making a triumphant comeback, standing before Kobe and declaring, "You need me now more than ever. Little brother, face reality and allow me to lead you to victory." Upon hearing Dwayne's proposal, O'Neal felt a flicker of hope, yet upon further contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Brother, Kobe is not like Pippen. That guy may struggle as a person, but he excels on the court. You mentioned he can score 25 or 30 in the playoffs and can shut down the opponent's primary offensive threat with his defense. I fear that during my recovery, I may take too long, and the fans will forget me entirely. O'Neal finally acknowledged Kobe's prowess in front of Dwayne, recognizing that Kobe's rising skills posed a legitimate threat to his standing within the team. You greatly underestimate yourself. Kobe's previous stellar performances were due to playing alongside you if you were not there. I believe he can still showcase all-star caliber skills, though he may not immediately exhibit superstar abilities. Moreover, sometimes a player's individual brilliance does not equate to their ability to lead a team. When you played with the Magic, were you not strong enough then? Do not forget that you once defeated Jordan. Olajuwon's individual performances during his years with the Rockets were not impressive enough? Why did he not win a championship until he turned 31? As athletes reach a certain age and accumulate a wealth of competitive experience, they truly come to understand the art of winning. Now, while Kobe possesses neither a deficiency in physicality nor skill, he indeed lacks the experience of leading a team to victory on his own. Shaquille, upon hearing this, is somewhat taken aback. After all, Dunn is merely a rookie. Yet his words resonate with a clarity that surpasses that of seasoned veterans. Dunn, you are absolutely correct. I should indeed undergo surgery, he declares. For now, let us leave the team in the hands of that young lad. Kobe, I am curious to see if he can secure victories without my presence. Chapter 30. The first meeting with Peyton and Malone. Long Beach Summer League. Hey, brother, welcome to Shaq's estate. Come along with me, and let Shaq introduce you to the life of a millionaire. Soon, I will also introduce you to some of the old-timers. Taking Dunn's advice to heart, Shaquille prepares to undergo surgery. However, before that, he extends a personal invitation to Dunn to tour his luxurious mansion in Beverly Hills. Dunn, for his part, appears to take this in stride. After completing the day's training, he changes into a fresh outfit and arrives at the banquet with a few companions. Hey, buddy, make sure to capture my home beautifully. Shaquille notices a photographer with a DV camera trailing Dunn. In a jesting tone, he cautions the cameraman not to take any unflattering shots, then refrains from further comment. As Dunn and his entourage enter the mansion, they quickly encounter several Lakers players, along with two prominent figures who have traveled from afar. This is my little brother, Dunn. Hailing from China, Shaquille proclaims, draping an arm around Dunn's shoulders as he introduces him to Gary Payton and Karl Malone. Durant remarks, Payton and Malone have also made the leap. If you can't beat them, join them. Payton and Malone, both stars of Western Conference teams, now find themselves sharing space and camaraderie with Shaquille, the reigning champion and leader of the Lakers. While Payton and Malone have yet to secure a championship, defeated by Jordan in their pursuit, recent years have seen them thwarted by both Shaquille and Kobe as well. Perhaps it is the Lakers' F4's failures that have made Durant realize that acknowledging one's shortcomings is the most arduous path to redemption. Welcome to Los Angeles. I am a champion, and so is Shaq. I believe that this season, your dreams will undoubtedly come to fruition. Observing the lack of warmth from Payton and Malone, Dunn voices his dissatisfaction. Before you arrived, I was already a champion, to be precise. While Payton and Malone have not formally joined the Lakers, Dunn has already signed with the team. Although rumors of Payton and Malone's impending signing had circulated fervently the previous month, the free agency market had not yet officially opened, preventing them from solidifying their connection with Shaquille until now. With the market now open, they have promptly arrived in Los Angeles to negotiate contracts and other pertinent matters, showcasing their eagerness to secure a championship. For Peyton and Malone, the quest for a title leaves them with only two viable options: the illustrious Lakers or the defending champions, the Spurs. Joining the reigning champions would appear rather unseemly for players of their stature. Moreover, the Spurs are not lacking in point guards or power forwards. Conversely, the Lakers are in dire need of both positions. As the saying goes, a minister's door is graced by officials of the seventh rank. Aligning with a prestigious franchise like the Lakers for a championship is undoubtedly more appealing than joining a more ordinary team like the Spurs. Dunn is acutely aware that the Lakers are the sole option for Peyton and Malone. Thus, he feels no trepidation in needling them at this moment, fully confident in his backing from Nike, Jerry Buss, and Shaquille. "Rookie, do you not know who I am?" Malone stands, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. Peyton, meanwhile, remains seated, proudly pouting. "Hey, Carl, sit down. Don't frighten my little brother." As Dunn is brought in by Shaquille, it is only natural that Shaquille stands up for him. Furthermore, Shaquille does not believe Dunn has spoken out of turn. In his mind, Shaquille muses, "Is it not your reliance on my prowess that has led you to ally with me?" Of course, on the surface, Shaquille still extends a measure of respect to Peyton and Malone. He hails from China, where millions of fans reside. Jerry Buss sees him as the future of the Lakers, and I too recognize his potential. Everyone present today is a brother of Shaq, having responded to his invitation. Shaquille hopes we can all coexist amicably as we strive for a championship together. Without the capability to usurp the throne, mercenaries must establish their proper place. Neither Peyton nor Malone has come to contest the position of Lakers leader. They are solely focused on winning and securing a championship. It is prudent to avoid provoking significant figures like Kobe, the firstborn prince, and Dunn, the second. Having navigated the NBA for many years, Peyton and Malone are well aware of such truths. The other Lakers players soon grasp why Shaquille ardently supports this rookie. Consequently, Dunn swiftly rises to become a quasi-master of Shaq's estate, with numerous players approaching him, eager to associate. Upon discovering a photographer with a DV camera in Dunn's vicinity, they learn he is from ESPN, igniting the imaginations of many players. Plans often fail to keep pace with changing circumstances. Originally, Dunn had intended to engage in a battle of wits with Shaquille, utilizing Jerry Buss's influence to gradually seize control of the Lakers' locker room dynamics. Now, however, Shaquille has unexpectedly become his greatest ally, assisting him in garnering the trust and goodwill of several Lakers players. It can only be said that the NBA is not merely a realm of competition, but also one of human relations. If one can offer sufficient incentives and patiently cultivate connections, it is likely that the majority will gravitate towards certain individuals. While Malone and Peyton may not exhibit the same familiarity with Dunn as other Lakers players, they are no longer as aloof as they were initially, managing to exchange a few words. Presently, with limited funds, Dunn is in no rush to purchase a home in his plans. After finalizing a lucrative contract with Nike, he envisions becoming neighbors with Shaquille in Beverly Hills. With the Southern California Summer League set to commence, Dunn's immediate priority is to swiftly assimilate the Maggette template. Time swiftly advances to July 4th, when the Lakers unveil their roster for the Summer League. However, a scandal involving Kobe suddenly erupts in Eagle County, drawing the attention of the entire nation and overshadowing the upcoming Summer League in Long Beach. Shortly after the scandal breaks, the Lakers management sends several urgent messages, warning players to remain silent and refrain from discussing the matter publicly. Nonetheless, this does little to deter Lakers players from engaging in private discussions, sharing gossip with an air of curiosity. For instance, Shaquille, having recently undergone surgery and confined to a hospital bed, finds himself bored and amused. Dialing Dunn several times with a tone of schadenfreude, Dunn is tempted to retort, when Kobe says Shaq did it too, "Can you still find that amusing?" On the afternoon of July 6th, at California State University, Long Beach, in the Pyramid Gymnasium, the annual Southern California Summer League is about to commence. As a Chinese player, although Dunn has not yet joined the national team, he is slated to face off against the Canadian national basketball team. This adds a layer of intrigue to what would otherwise be a rather uneventful summer league. Chapter 31. I will lead the charge. I will dunk on you. As the clock approaches 3 in the afternoon, the air conditioning in the Pyramid Gymnasium operates at full throttle, emitting copious amounts of cold air. Yet, the atmosphere within the gym is anything but chilly. It is, in fact, quite the opposite. All this fervor is fueled by the enthusiasm of the 4,000 to 5,000 fans in attendance. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Canadian national team, having completed their warm-ups, take to the court to await the official commencement of the game. In contrast to the Canadian players, who cluster around their coach to absorb tactical instructions, the Lakers are distinctly divided into two circles. The smaller circle, centered around Coach Kurt Rambis, comprises only 4 players. The larger circle, gathered around Dunn and General Manager Mitch Kupchak, includes point guard Janniro Pargo, shooting guard Kareem Rush, small forwards Luke Walton and Amy Udogu, power forward Stanislav Medvedenko, and center Jamal Sampson. Typically, summer league games do not necessitate the presence of the team's general manager, as assistant coaches lead the way. However, today, Kupchak is personally overseeing the proceedings, not only as a representative of Jerry Buss's stance, but also due to the fact that the Zen Master is not particularly adept at nurturing rookies. His strengths lie in in-game adjustments, personnel management, and constructing championship frameworks that effectively utilize star players while igniting the motivation of role players. Other coaches either serve as cheerleaders or overwork their main players, often insisting on feeding the ball to the stars, even when they are fatigued. Most, the Zen Master might suggest, "I've saved a few timeouts for you to rest." Yet, he possesses the audacity to declare to Jordan, Shaquille, and Kobe, "If you wish to win a championship, you must heed my guidance." In the future, the Warriors' 4-time championship coach, Steve Kerr, will inherit the Zen Master's coaching philosophy, which emphasizes appropriately managing star players while distributing the ball to role players, thereby maximizing their engagement. Eventually, he seizes opportunities to allow the stars to unleash their long-restrained offensive prowess, dominating the game. Due to Zen Master's preference for seasoned veterans with extensive competitive experience, his interest in rookies is rather limited. Thus, the purpose behind Rambis's leadership in the Summer League is not primarily to cultivate fresh talent. In truth, most old-school coaches capable of leading a team to victory are typically disinclined or lack the aptitude for rookie development. Popovich possesses the ability to nurture newcomers, largely because the Spurs are financially constrained and must rely heavily on developing young players to fill gaps. Naturally, Popovich also enjoys recruiting seasoned players, many of whom rejuvenate under his guidance. The rationale behind the old-school coach's affinity for veterans is quite straightforward. Their wealth of experience allows them to grasp the tactical arrangements more readily upon joining the team, simplifying the coach's responsibilities. In contrast to rookies who are often oblivious and riddled with flaws, utilizing veterans is inherently more straightforward and yields better results. In this regard, Zen Master is fundamentally akin to Larry Brown. The Lakers boast numerous CBA players, not because the logo man and Kupchak made poor selections. A glance at the future Warriors will reveal that Kerr has not cultivated any notable rookies, instead focusing solely on honing two-way players. This summer league, Zen Master's intention was also to have Kurt Rambis assist in evaluating the caliber of several veterans acquired from the free market. However, following the recent draft, the Lakers selected Dunn and Walton, both of whom have connections. Old Buss aims to validate his vision, thus necessitating an adjustment in the summer league strategy. Additionally, with several rookies from the past 2 years still unrefined, it presents an opportunity to assess their potential in the summer league. This serves as an examination of whether Dunn truly possesses the capability to lead a team. After all, aspiring to become a future powerhouse like the Los Angeles Lakers is no easy feat. Dunn, the game is about to begin. Say a few words, encouraged Kupchak. Although Dunn is favored by Old Buss, he is also a favor that Kupchak personally brokered, acquired from the logo man should Dunn fail to perform. The public will undoubtedly cast blame upon Kupchak as the scapegoat, rather than criticize Old Buss for his lack of discernment. Hence, Kupchak is more invested than anyone in Dunn's success, ideally overshadowing the spotlight of first overall pick LeBron James. "I will lead the charge and secure victory for you all." Dunn, a man of few words, was unequivocal in his intentions. He aimed to dominate the game, monopolizing the ball to amass impressive statistics. The outcome of the Summer League is inherently inconsequential. For Dunn, the priority lies in showcasing his talent, fostering greater anticipation from Old Buss and Lakers fans alike. At 17, Kobe dazzled in the Long Beach Summer League, amassing 100 points over 4 games, igniting boundless imagination. For Dunn to gain a stronger voice within the Lakers, he must leverage the Summer League to surpass the performance of rookie Kobe. Rest assured, Dunn, we will support you wholeheartedly, pledged Janniro Pargo publicly. Following this, others who had previously met Dunn at Shaq's estate, including Kareem Rush, Medvedenko, and Sampson, along with the recently acquainted Walton and Udoka, expressed their backing for Dunn. It can be said that even before Kupchak intervened, O'Neal had already helped establish a certain level of esteem for Dunn. Thus, even if Rambis has his own tasks, under Kupchak's authority, he cannot stir any waves. Soon, the starting lineup took to the court, with the Lakers featuring Pargo, Dunn, Walton, Medvedenko, and Sampson, while the Canadian team consisted of a group of relatively unknown players. In these times, the Canadian national team heavily relied on Nash, who, however, would not exert himself to participate in the Summer League. At the onset of the game, Dunn felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the Canadian team's reputation. However, upon witnessing their interior player receive the ball low, only to gradually retreat to the three-point line to execute a backdown, Dunn's fears dissipated entirely. He had thought Embiid was unbeatable, yet he discovered someone even softer. Realizing the Canadian big man's aversion to physicality fortified Dunn's resolve to penetrate the paint and score. As the Canadian team missed their first offensive attempt, Dunn immediately initiated a fast break. Pargo, eager to curry favor with Dunn, swiftly advanced the ball to draw defenders before delivering a lob, allowing Dunn to soar and complete an alley-oop with grace. Dunn. Whether Nike had hired a few plants or Lakers fans had come out of their own volition to witness Dunn play, it was evident that after Dunn scored through a transition play, a few fans erupted in cheers, albeit in limited numbers. Shortly after the Lakers scored, the Canadian team attempted a fast break, seizing an opportunity for a three-pointer, but it too clanged off the rim. Pargo continued to distribute the ball, but due to the obvious passing intentions, he was intercepted mid-pass. Fortunately, it was a long pass with considerable force, and the basketball was ultimately deflected out of bounds. With the side out of bounds, entering a half-court setting, Dunn had already assimilated Terry's template, rendering him unperturbed. Dunn quickly received the ball, signaling Medvedenko to set a screen. Medvedenko, a European power forward with commendable mid-range shooting, was well-versed in executing pick-and-roll plays with guards. Dunn, holding the ball, drove left, and with Medvedenko providing a screen, he obstructed the Canadian defender trailing Dunn. With no pursuers behind him, Dunn merely needed to contend with the Canadian big man rushing to defend. Dunn's speed posed no difficulty against a generally slow-moving defender, let alone against a soft and clumsy interior player. With a swift acceleration, Dunn effortlessly bypassed the defender, then faced with an open lane, executed a powerful one-handed dunk with 3 long strides. As Dunn descended from the rim, he encountered a help defender who, rather than thwarting him, proactively retrieved the ball after Dunn's score. Unable to restrain himself, Dunn thrust out his chest, flexed his arm, and roared, "I will dunk over you." How he longed for the Canadian big man to defend as honestly as Ewing or Duncan, dutifully serving as a mere backdrop. Yet, to his dismay, the defender flinched mid-help. This was a prime opportunity for Dunn to posterize a center and make headlines. A glance at Griffin would illustrate how a short-handed dunk appears particularly ferocious when dunking over an opponent. If Dunn could produce a death-defying dunk over a center in his first Summer League game, it would undoubtedly garner him a legion of fans. Alas, the opponent was simply uncooperative. Just as Curry prepares to dunk, there exists only a barren floor. Chapter 32. Scoring in double digits in a single quarter. Just go for it, Luke. You're too tense. Relax. You should learn more from Dunn.its. Alright. You'll have your moment on the court soon. You need not do anything else. Just convert the ball Dunn passes to you into the basket. Kupchak did not continue to monitor Dunn's rampage on the court. Instead, he repeatedly reassured the sweating Walton on the bench. This was primarily due to Walton squandering numerous opportunities, mostly open shots, yet he had failed to convert on 3 attempts. Aside from the scoring tally, he had only managed a single rebound, rendering his performance utterly disastrous. In stark contrast, Dunn, who remained on the court, had already shot 4 for 3 from the field, 2 for 2 from the free throw line, accumulating 8 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, showcasing a well-rounded stat line. Dunn's remarkably high offensive efficiency, coupled with stable defensive play, allowed him to occasionally read the game and assist his teammates. Such a mature performance hardly resembled that of a rookie. However, now, listening to the sporadic cheers from the crowd for Dunn and observing his effortless play, any extraneous thoughts had vanished. It was all about supporting him. Pass that damned basketball to Dunn. Upon witnessing Udoka miss an open three-pointer, Sampson grabbed the offensive rebound, prompting Kupchak to anxiously rise from the bench. The next moment, Sampson, fully understanding the situation, passed the ball to Dunn, who was cutting to the basket. Dunn took the ball, leaped, and executed a thunderous dunk. Dunn, Dunn, Dunn. The temperature in the Pyramid Sports Arena seemed to rise several degrees as most fans were electrified by Dunn's astonishing dunk. Springing from their seats, sensing the vibrant and exhilarating atmosphere, Kupchak felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. One must extend gratitude to Mr. Jerry. Without him, how could we have acquired Dunn? Kupchak had previously scrutinized Dunn's scouting report, which indicated that Dunn excelled in off-ball offense, yet now he was equally effective with the ball in hand. What does this signify? It illustrates that Dunn possesses a rare dual-threat ability in the NBA, capable not only of leading the charge but also of seamlessly collaborating with teammates. Players of Dunn's caliber, if slightly lacking in individual prowess, serve as championship puzzle pieces, while those with sufficient strength can fulfill the role of a team cornerstone. To take a step back, selecting a championship puzzle piece at the 13th pick in the first round is undoubtedly not a loss. Moreover, the talent Dunn is currently exhibiting is glaringly evident. Dunn's impressive physique is no mere facade. It genuinely allows him to penetrate the paint and engage in physical battles with Canadian interior players, maintaining a significant advantage in confrontations. Dunn's build, strength, and ball-handling ability evoke a sense of similarity to Magette of the neighboring Clippers in Kupchak's mind. Nevertheless, Kupchak believed Dunn surpassed Magette. After all, Dunn's shooting far exceeds that of Magette. For an outside star to evade defensive measures, one must not only excel at driving but also at shooting. If one can also pass, then they become utterly indefensible. Although today, Dunn has yet to attempt a single three-pointer or mid-range shot. Yet, Kupchak remains convinced that Duan will undoubtedly choose to shoot during the upcoming matches. The Canadian men's basketball team also values its pride. It cannot simply allow Duan to dominate solely with his ability to drive. Once Duan is double-teamed, his offensive efficiency through penetration diminishes significantly, compelling him to opt for mid-range shots or three-pointers, or even to transition from a ball-dominant style to a more off-ball approach. As Canada set up a 3-2 zone defense, the moment Duan received the ball beyond the three-point line, he was met with pressure from Canadian perimeter players, forcing him to pass the ball. However, after 2 minutes of back-and-forth running, he had not recorded a single assist, his personal statistics stagnating alongside the team's offensive momentum. Confronted with such adversity, Duan had a moment of clarity. Suddenly, everything clicked. Forget the consequences. I'll just take the ball and make my play. After all, it's the Summer League, where scoring efficiency is not the primary concern. Being a stat stuffer is perfectly acceptable. With only 4,000 to 5,000 spectators present and merely 7 or 8 media outlets covering the event, it would be easy for Nike to leverage its connections for some public relations assistance afterward. As long as there is no video of the entire game, the narrative can easily be molded by Duan's camp. In that instant, Duan's thoughts crystallized, and he brimming with confidence. Indeed, as Kobe said, as long as the opponent has not closed in, it's an open shot. After receiving the ball, Duan dribbled once and quickly launched a three-pointer. The shot was somewhat rushed. Perhaps Duan was a bit anxious, failing to find his rhythm before attempting it. His first three-point shot of the game went awry, which was to be expected. Fortunately, it was a step-back three-pointer, and the basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Flying back out, two Canadian defenders pounced toward Duan, leaving only one player to contest the rebound against the Lakers' other 2 perimeter players. Ultimately, due to the distribution of players, Lakers forward Udoka seized the opportunity to grab the offensive rebound. Instead of hastily attempting a shot himself, Udoka, with keen awareness, passed the ball to Duan, who had cleverly evaded his defender. With no one contesting his shot, Duan made a slight adjustment and found his rhythm, executing a smooth, elevated shot resembling a training session, and swished it through the net. Duan had just made his first three-pointer of the Summer League. Amy, your pass was incredible. It was like when I'm hungry, you bring me a hamburger, or when I'm thirsty, you hand me a cold cola. Duan, you shoot with precision, but I believe you can sink that shot. You can certainly add to my assist tally. Udoka, destined to be a head coach in the future, demonstrated his emotional intelligence brilliantly. After Duan praised him, Udoka seized the moment to engage in a mutual admiration exchange. In the next minute, after receiving the ball, Duan continued to ignore the double team and launched another three-pointer. Udoka, seemingly anticipating that Duan might miss, aggressively pursued the offensive rebound and indeed secured another one. Perhaps the allure of the offensive rebound was too enticing, as Duan scored again, sinking yet another three-pointer, leading the Lakers to a 22-17 temporary advantage over the Canadian team by 5 points. Even Rambis, upon Duan's exit, approached him to offer a few words of praise. There had never been any animosity, merely a slight difference in perspective. If Duan could simultaneously pile up stats while guiding the Lakers to victory in most of their summer league games, Rambis would surely appreciate the ease it afforded him. Your scoring ability is impressive, but I hope you can exhibit a more well-rounded game, Rambis sincerely advised Duan. Duan was not one to be overly proud or stubborn. Well-rounded, I understand. Having observed James and Westbrook in action, Duan instinctively knew how to showcase a more versatile game. Chapter 33. I excel at scoring, a triumphant debut. Duan initially thought that achieving a triple-double was a simple task, merely a matter of racking up stats. However, he soon realized that accumulating stats also depended on the support of his teammates. As the ball handler facing a double team, he either had to force a shot or make a pass. Duan asserted, I never intended to rack up assists. It was Rambis who encouraged me to do so. I am absolutely not passing to inflate my triple-double. I merely wish to lead my teammates to victory through team basketball. It seemed his teammates heard Duan's unspoken sentiments as they transformed into eager scorers in wide-open situations, but their shots clanged off the rim. Undoubtedly, if things continued this way, achieving double-digit assists would be quite the challenge for Duan. It was evident that his teammates lacked the shooting prowess of the Splash Brothers and did not possess the exceptional ability to orchestrate the team. Thus, relying solely on his ball handling to attract defenders and passing to open teammates in pursuit of assists felt like a futile dream. James operated within a self-sustaining system, typically surrounded by 4 shooters creating space for him. Yet, during James's seasons where he averaged double-digit assists, it was only during the bubble season when he had a healthy, peak-level Davis by his side. In truth, James's assists did not stem from outside shooters boosting his numbers, but rather from Davis's elite finishing ability, which barely allowed James to achieve that feat. Look at the caliber of James's teammates. Now consider the quality of Duan's companions. Although the intensity of the Summer League games was not particularly high, the quality of role players in this era was also lacking, unlike during the small ball era when every player possessed three-point shooting skills. Had Duan been surrounded by the Splash Brothers, merely creating plays from the top of the key would have yielded 6 or 7 assists in a single game. However, with this group of unpolished players, even attempting to rack up assists from the perimeter would prove to be quite arduous. Reflecting on Westbrook's ability to accumulate stats, one realizes it stemmed from his excellent interior passing skills. The interior players paired with Westbrook often saw their scoring numbers soar. Consequently, interior players were inclined to box out for Westbrook to secure rebounds, as increased scoring naturally led to more lucrative contracts. Now, in the Summer League, the Lakers' interior players were also focused on accumulating rebound stats to secure playing time for the upcoming season. The paint was Duan's sweet spot for scoring, and he sought to amplify his own numbers while generating buzz for the Summer League, which meant he could not afford to create too many scoring opportunities for his teammates down low. In this context, Duan felt hesitant to request assistance in securing rebounds. As the first half concluded, Duan had played 14 minutes, shooting 7 for 11 from the field, 2 for 5 from three-point range, and 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 18 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Yet, because he had not stepped up to score, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 3 points. This realization further clarified to Duan that every player has their limitations. If triple-doubles were that easy to achieve, there would not be only one Big O, nor only one triple-double machine. In the face of inadequate conditions, I should refrain from attempting what I am not proficient at. In the second half, I should take the initiative. Just as I previously stated, I will lead the charge. I excel at scoring. In this game, I aim to score 40 points, not to chase a triple-double. Once I accept my weaknesses, I become invincible. Duan finally understood why Olajuwon openly declared that his teammates' shooting percentages were inferior to his own. Why should he pass to them? Green, after ousting Durant and securing a lucrative contract, slacked off, yet justifiably exploited Curry, claiming he was more accurate. Why should he shoot? Frankly, there are many ways to win a game. Focusing on what one does best on the court naturally leads to victory. Although Duan initially missed 2 shots, he quickly regained his shooting touch, subsequently sinking 2 more three-pointers and narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. Under Duan's leadership, the Lakers' other players became increasingly engaged, executing their respective roles to perfection in defense, boxing out, and securing rebounds. The only point of contention arose from the concentration of ball handling in Duan's hands, which limited their ability to score. Consequently, when Duan's shooting rhythm faltered and he began to miss, Rambis immediately called a timeout to offer a few words of advice. Duan, I do not intend to criticize you. I merely wish to remind you. Your offensive firepower is indeed substantial, and you are the key to turning the tide, but you must also have faith in your teammates. We are a team, much like a hand. The 5 fingers come together to form a fist. I know you can perform even better. Let us win this game together. And you are all amazing. After Rambis's pep talk to Duan, he rallied the other players as well. Duan could not afford to let his teammates label him as a ball hog, as that would hinder future cooperation. Thus, Duan promptly reassured, don't worry, let Pargo handle the ball for now. I can play off the ball and create space for you. In truth, Duan had already expended considerable energy. If he continued to rely heavily on the perimeter for pull-up threes, his shooting percentage would likely plummet. Therefore, to secure victory, it was crucial to manage his energy wisely. Although Duan possessed 3 role models and had gained a wealth of additional game experience, he lacked sufficient first-hand experience to utilize his stamina effectively. AS Pargo drove to the basket and scored 4 consecutive points, extending the lead to over 5 points. The Canadian perimeter defenders appeared somewhat flustered, gradually adjusting their defensive strategy against Duan. While Duan's ball-handling opportunities diminished, the space for his shots expanded. Pargo demonstrated a keen sense of awareness. Upon noticing a defender closing in on Duan, he immediately drove and passed. Upon receiving the ball, Duan wasted no time, executing a step-back jumper. The ball goes in. Dunn did not keep the spectators waiting for long. Following another breakthrough and assist from Pagos, Dunn seized the opportunity once more, confidently sinking another 3-pointer. Thanks to the consecutive scoring by Pagos and Dunn, the Canadian national team found themselves overwhelmed by the Lakers, falling behind by a substantial 14 points. With a score of 94-86, the Lakers secured a victory in the Long Beach Summer League by an 8-point margin. Dunn showcased his prowess with an impressive tally of 37 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals, proving that Nike and the Lakers made no mistake in their selection. Chapter 34, A Flourishing Alliance Between China and the United States, another 30-point performance. Tsingtao Daily, the Chinese Jordan emerges, as Dunn scores 37 points to send the Canadian national team packing. Los Angeles Chinese Daily, Mainland Report, the Los Angeles Lakers rejoice in their new talent, as Dunn from mainland China nets 37 points, propelling the Lakers to an opening victory in the Summer League. World Journal, the top guard in Asia, Dunn, dazzles in the Summer League with a perfect blend of penetration and shooting, achieving 37 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Could he be the Luchuan Feng in your heart? On the morning of July 7, newspapers from Los Angeles flooded the Chinese community, and Dunn's name quickly spread to countless households. In fact, beyond the Chinese community in Los Angeles, numerous white and black fans, along with a small number of Latinos, also learned of Dunn's remarkable performance in the Summer League. Orange County registered the Lakers' triumph in their first match of the Long Beach Summer League. As rookie Dunn, drafted 13th overall, delivers a stellar performance with 37 points and 7 rebounds, leading the team to a resounding victory. Riverside Enterprise News Kobe officially captured the spotlight, while Dunn's Summer League performance astonished all. The Los Angeles Lakers have seemingly found Kobe's successor, San Bernardino's son. In the opening game of the Long Beach Summer League, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Canadian national team 94-86, with rookie Dunn shining brightly, scoring 37 points to lead the team to victory. Los Angeles Times, the next Kobe Bryant. Lakers player Dunn scores a staggering 37 points in the Summer League, emerging as this year's biggest dark horse in the draft. The Lakers selected a number 1 pick with their 13th overall selection. Perhaps it is due to Kobe capturing national attention recently. Even the Los Angeles Times, the 3rd largest newspaper in the nation, began to ride the wave, leveraging Kobe's fame to report on Dunn. Thanks to Kobe's influence, Dunn has rapidly become a household name across America. Following Dunn's astonishing performance in the Summer League's first game, even Payton and Malone, who were still negotiating contracts with the Lakers, made a surprise appearance at the sidelines to watch the game the day after. This was akin to declaring to the world that despite Kobe's scandal, it would not deter Payton and Malone's desire to join the Lakers. Next season, the Lakers will form a quartet of superstars, once again aiming for the championship. Dunn, your defense is remarkably clean. Playing basketball is not like embroidery. You should exert yourself more. During halftime, Payton, who has already regarded Dunn as a future teammate, could not help but come to the sidelines to offer his guidance. In the eyes of seasoned players like Payton, defense without any subtle maneuvers is hardly defense at all. After Payton's remarks, Malone also dropped his aloof demeanor. You need to skillfully utilize your elbows. When breaking through and rebounding, look for opportunities to use your arms to create space, effectively intimidating your opponents and granting you more offensive room. In this match against the Mavericks, Dunn faced off against the formidable Josh Howard. Although Howard was merely a late first-round rookie, he possessed impressive physical attributes, particularly in wingspan and jumping ability, making him exceptionally suited for defense. Consequently, Dunn's shooting was inevitably affected by Howard's long reach. At halftime, Dunn had attempted 11 shots, making 5, with 6 three-point attempts yielding 2 successes and 4 free throws resulting in 3 points. While he managed to accumulate 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, his shooting percentage had noticeably declined compared to the previous game. Moreover, under Howard's defensive pressure, Dunn's dribbling shortcomings were also highlighted, leading to 2 turnovers in just the first half. As a rookie, Dunn still needed to gradually digest the skills brought by his template. In the previous game against the Canadian national team, Dunn had faced minimal resistance, allowing him to play with ease. In this match, however, Howard applied a higher intensity of defense, causing Dunn's performance level to seemingly drop a notch. Nevertheless, having absorbed valuable lessons and received guidance from the 2 veterans, Dunn began to actively adapt and evolve. Acknowledging the need to enhance his dribbling, Dunn allowed Pagos to handle the ball for a while before moving without the ball. Once Howard was substituted out, Dunn took control of the ball, seamlessly combining penetration and shooting to dominate the court. The Mavericks players were predominantly of NBA caliber, though mostly benchwarmers and marginal players. Nevertheless, their physicality and defensive abilities were commendable. Unlike the Canadian national team, the Mavericks did not immediately double-team Dunn as soon as he stepped beyond the three-point line. Thus, Dunn's shooting ability, particularly his capacity for strong shots, could manifest itself on the court. Although his shooting percentage still did not look particularly impressive, his efficiency in scoring three-pointers was noteworthy. This young man possesses considerable potential. His playing style bears a striking resemblance to yours. After witnessing Dunn's impressive display, Payton playfully teased Malone beside him. Malone chuckled and replied, "He's too soft. He hardly utilizes his muscles." Payton could only smile in response, as who would not know that you were a mid-range shooting specialist. Just look at those muscular arms, that pick-and-roll prowess, and the frequency with which he draws fouls to step to the free-throw line. Is he not just a smaller version of the three-point shooting Karl Malone? Many are deceived by Malone's notorious elbow fouls, assuming he only excels in fast breaks and driving to the basket. In reality, Malone's mid-range shooting and ability to draw fouls are exceptional, much like the iron-willed Garnett, who possesses a powerful jump shot and solid foul drawing and free-throw capabilities. It can be said that the reason stars are stars is that they possess intelligence. If they relied solely on brute strength, they could not possibly sustain their careers in the NBA for so long. Observing Dunn's mature play on the court, even if Malone is somewhat critical, he still harbors the belief that Dunn will prove to be a valuable ally next season. With 35 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, Dunn has showcased 2 consecutive games scoring 35 points in the Long Beach Summer League. Although Summer League statistics may not carry significant weight, it has been years since a rookie has performed better than Dunn. Furthermore, at just 19 years old, even the harshest critics of Dunn must concede that his future is promising. On the other side of the ocean, news of Dunn's 37-point performance, leading the Lakers to victory against the Canadian national team, has finally reached. It is worth noting that the previous top shooting guard of the national team, the Asian Jordan Hu Weidong, only managed to score a maximum of 30 points in the Summer League. That time, the national team faced the Lakers led by rookie Kobe, ultimately suffering defeat. This illustrates that the national team's level may not confer any advantages in the Summer League. Yet, Dunn has already proven his superiority by defeating the Canadian national team with 37 points, demonstrating that he possesses a level of skill surpassing that of domestic guards by a notch or two. After all, in this day and age, not only is it difficult to cultivate a second Hu Weidong, but even a second Lu Wei remains elusive in an instant. The once audacious newcomer, oblivious to the heights of the heavens, has transformed into a universally acknowledged future star and savior of the national team. Some intellectuals in positions of influence have even begun to reflect on this in the media. Thus, the duo of Yao and Dunn has become a hot topic among fans. Chapter 35, Long Beach Summer League MVP. Dunn's consecutive performances of 35 points in the Long Beach Summer League have catapulted him into the spotlight of the media in the Los Angeles area. With the media's fervent promotion, Dunn quickly became one of the most sought-after rising stars in the NBA, rivaling the likes of number 1 pick LeBron James and number 2 pick Anthony. However, as Dunn's fame soared, he also rapidly attracted the attention of coaches from other teams in the Summer League. On July 9, during the match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors, Dunn faced a double team from the very first quarter in order to secure more scoring opportunities and ensure he had enough stamina for the second half. Dunn was compelled to play off the ball. However, the Warriors seemed determined to eliminate Dunn, showing no signs of easing their defensive pressure. Dunn managed to score only 5 points, shooting 2 for 5 from the field and 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Fortunately, many of the Warriors' players were rookies, and their defensive focus could not be maintained throughout the entire game. Ultimately, Dunn finished the game with 11 of 24 shooting, 4 of 11 from three-point range, and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists, successfully leading the Lakers to a 104-100 victory over the Warriors. Although he could not continue his streak of 35-point games, the fact that a rookie yet to play in an NBA regular season could still perform admirably under targeted defense demonstrates Dunn's remarkable capabilities. After these 3 games, local media in Los Angeles began to rally around Dunn, declaring him the undisputed MVP of the Long Beach Summer League. Simultaneously, under the media's influence, Dunn began to engage in a virtual competition with LeBron James, who was participating in the Orlando Pepsi Summer League. However, LeBron is a busy individual. Although the Pepsi Summer League had commenced, he was nowhere to be seen. When the tardy LeBron finally appeared in Orlando, local fans greeted him warmly, with 15,000 people flocking to the TD Waterhouse Center to catch a glimpse of LeBron's debut performance. However, James's debut performance was somewhat unexpectedly marred by travels, passing errors, and defensive lapses, showcasing many of the mistakes typically made by rookies. Perhaps it was due to his prior commitments to commercial activities, leaving his competitive condition unadjusted to the level required for the Summer League. Ultimately, he delivered a rather pedestrian stat line of 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. In contrast, Dunn dazzled in his debut on the West Coast, scoring an impressive 37 points with 7 rebounds. James did not meet the lofty expectations set for a first overall pick in such a celebrated draft year. It is possible that the immense media pressure played a role. After his second game in the Orlando Summer League, James left in haste, with his subsequent whereabouts remaining a mystery. Following the brief Orlando Summer League, the Reebok Summer League commenced in Boston. Anthony, often regarded as James's rival, did not disappoint the media, securing 28 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists in his debut. Post-game, Los Angeles media noted that Anthony's performance fell short compared to Dunn's. New York media, unwilling to concede, countered by asserting that the defensive intensity faced by the two players during their debuts differed significantly. As the second overall pick, Anthony had previously clinched an NCAA championship and the tournament's Most Outstanding Player award, and the defensive pressure he encountered was comparable to Dunn's matchup against the Warriors. Dunn's performance also dipped under the weight of double teams and strong defensive plays, failing to outshine Anthony's debut. The East and West Coast media outlets engaged in a spirited debate. Logically, this Summer League should have been a comparison between James and Anthony. Yet, unexpectedly, Dunn emerged as a formidable dark horse, once merely a junior at Syracuse, now standing alongside Anthony. As for the first overall pick, James, perhaps he was simply too engrossed in business matters, inadvertently becoming elusive. Nike intended to leverage James's presence for promotion, but merely used Dunn alongside him for the same purpose. However, the two major media entities preferred to champion their respective cities' players in this rivalry. Dunn, the third player, risked fading into obscurity. Dunn's initial encounter with Wang Zhizhi occurred on the Summer League stage as opponents. Wang, being more reserved and less flamboyant than Yao Ming, did not reach out to Dunn, despite knowing he was in Los Angeles for the Clippers. However, shortly after the draft, Yao Ming took the initiative to call Dunn, expressing goodwill. Following Dunn's intention to part ways with Bill Duffy, it is possible that this reached Yao, who also reached out to Dunn. Although this gesture bore little practical significance, it illustrated Yao's kindness. Yao reassured Dunn that his decision to part with Duffy would not tarnish their friendship. Conversely, Wang, despite being well aware of Dunn's presence in Los Angeles, made no effort to connect. Dunn, respecting his elder, did not pursue contact. Nevertheless, he appreciated Wang's pioneering efforts for future Chinese players like himself and Yao in the NBA. Big G, Feel free to reach out if you encounter any difficulties. We are all compatriots in this foreign land. Playing in the NBA, don't hesitate to ask for assistance. Before the game commenced, Dunn still expressed some respect and goodwill towards Wong, acknowledging their encounter on the court. However, due to their differing personalities and ages, their conversation was limited, leaving them as familiar strangers. After their brief pleasantries, Dunn shifted his focus back to the game against the Clippers, a relatively weaker team. Indicating a need to exert additional effort, by the end of the match, Dunn once again surpassed 30 points, concluding with a comprehensive tally of 33 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Notably, one of his blocks was against Wong, who unfortunately found himself on the receiving end. Following the victory over the Clippers, the Lakers, under Dunn's leadership, achieved a remarkable 5-game winning streak in the Summer League, with only 2 matches remaining against the Supersonics and the Nuggets. Both teams had failed to reach the playoffs the previous season, and the Nuggets were particularly known for their struggle to secure a top draft pick. However, this did not imply that their Summer League rosters were weak. In fact, teams vying for the lottery often prepared diligently for Summer League, boasting ample player resources and preparation time. Both teams were fortified with numerous NBA rookies and minimum salary players, making the Summer League a formidable battleground. Winning consecutive Summer League games held little significance. Dunn, recognizing the importance of impressive stats for his upcoming negotiations with Nike, opted to prioritize his numbers over the game itself. Congratulations on achieving MVP status in the 2003 Long Beach Summer League and earning the Summer League MVP achievement. You have received 1 template draw opportunity. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 36, The Aspiration for Dunk King, News from Nike. Unexpectedly, the Summer League MVP also constituted an achievement, granting him a template. What might he gain this time? Congratulations, you have obtained the Desmond Mason template. Wow, the Dunk King Mason, right? This could launch me to new heights. Dunn was somewhat familiar with Mason, who, after Vince Carter declined to participate in the dunk contest, became a dominant figure alongside Richardson in the NBA dunk competitions. However, akin to the rivalry between Gordon and Levine, while both were exceptionally talented, Mason often found himself overshadowed. Mason was slightly more fortunate than Gordon, having competed a year earlier and with Carter stepping back from the contests, allowing Mason to seize a rare opportunity in his career. With a physique reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, complemented by remarkable core strength and hang time, Mason earned the accolade of Dunk King in Dunn's eyes. The grace Mason exhibited in his dunks was second only to Carter. Unfortunately, compared to other Dunk Kings, Mason's vertical leap was somewhat inferior, and his repertoire was limited. Faced with the higher and faster Richardson, who could perform dunks that grazed the rim, Mason could only lament. Nevertheless, Dunn was aware of Mason's reputation beyond the dunk contest, particularly a notorious foul on Yao Ming. During a regular season game, Mason collided with Yao while vying for a rebound, causing Yao to lose his balance and land precariously. In retaliation for having been blocked by Yao previously, Mason, in a fit of rage, forcefully pushed Yao away, resulting in a dangerous fall that could have jeopardized Yao's career. In a past life, Dunn had heard whispers of a bounty placed on Mason by the North American Chinese Mafia, but the matter quickly dissipated after the FBI intervened. Over time, it turned out that Mason was not a villain. After retiring, he achieved modest fame as an artist. It seemed this summer would be bustling with activity. Dunn resolved to hone his dunking skills further and expand his repertoire. Since achieving the Summer League MVP unlocked a template draw opportunity, there was no reason to doubt his potential to become a dunk king. After all, both Jordan and Kobe were dunk kings. At the very least, Wilkins and Carter were also in that category. Naturally, no dunk king lacked explosive jumping ability, which was precisely what Dunn needed to enhance. The NBA is a battleground where physical talent and technical skill collide. Although Dunn acquired Mason's template, an elevation in his jumping ability would be even more advantageous. Reflecting on the current dunk contest, which often lacked creativity and primarily focused on the difficulty of dunks and jumping prowess, Dunn envisioned several impressive dunks. Participating in multiple dunk contests could eventually lead to a stroke of luck and a championship. Time swiftly passed to the morning of July 19. After finishing breakfast, Dunn prepared to head to the Toyota Center for practice, eager to assimilate the Mags template and the Mason template. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Shaquille O'Neal, who was idly lying in a hospital bed. "Shaq, what is up? Are you bored again, man? I'm furious." O'Neal's sudden outburst left Dunn bewildered. "Calm down, Shaq. I can't imagine I've done anything to provoke you. Dunn thought, "Did you just assume my recent MVP win threatens your status as the Lakers' main man? Your paranoia seems excessive." Before Dunn could reveal his true ambitions, O'Neal divulged the situation. "Bro, I'm not angry with you. I am furious at Kobe. You didn't know? Man, you must have been training so hard that you've lost touch with the world." Apparently, that rascal Kobe was indicted by the Eagle County prosecutor yesterday, and they officially filed charges. He held a press conference at Staples Center, claiming that I was involved too. As O'Neal continued, his anger was palpable, though his voice gradually diminished. Upon hearing O'Neal mention Shaq's involvement, Duan could not help but chuckle. "Haha, Shaq, this indicates that Kobe holds you in high regard. He still instinctively regards you as the leader. Now that he finds himself in a predicament, akin to facing an insurmountable challenge on the court, he thinks of you. He would drive into the paint and pass the ball into your hands, whereupon you would slam it into the basket with ferocity, resolving all troubles and leading the team to victory. Of course, I understand what you are angry about. Just as Kobe is upset with you, as his leader, why did you not stand by him in his time of need?" Hearing Duan's teasing, O'Neal erupted in anger once more. After venting his frustrations, he regained a semblance of composure and continued discussing with Duan. "Duan, you make a valid point. He has undermined the unity of the team's locker room. He is a troublemaker. Moreover, I have heard rumors of impending incarceration, which spells trouble for us next season. He occupies $15 million in salary cap space, leaving us unable to strengthen the roster. Thankfully, we have you. Your performance in the Summer League has been exceptional, and I believe you will quickly adapt to the NBA. From here on out, the team must rely on you to compensate for Kobe's absence. You won't let me down, will you, Shaq's magician?" Duan surmised that O'Neal was attempting to motivate him to train rigorously, striving to ensure a stable team performance when the regular season commenced. After all, forming the Lakers F4 and failing to reach the playoffs would be a significant blow to their honor and reputation. After all, O'Neal is still the leader of the Lakers. If the team fails, the leader bears the responsibility. "Rest assured, Shaq, I will take care of the team. You focus on your recovery. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to reach out to Kobe. Inform him that you are recovering and unaware of the previous events. Unity is paramount for the team. Stay calm, Shaq. You wouldn't want your championship to be snatched away by Duncan again, would you?" Upon mentioning Duncan, O'Neal finally regained some semblance of rationality. Duan then introduced a Chinese proverb: "Brothers may quarrel among themselves, but stand united against external foes." He referenced last offseason's incident involving Iverson to speculate on Kobe's fate. With the NBA's assistance, high-profile stars are adept at minimizing issues. Initially, O'Neal was merely furious at Kobe's blatant disrespect, eager to settle old scores and team up with a few others to confront him. However, with Duan now speaking on Kobe's behalf and Duncan persistently pursuing him, O'Neal had no choice but to temporarily set aside his grievances. Nevertheless, he made it clear to Duan that he would not be the one to initiate contact with Kobe. Duan had no qualms about this. After all, the feud between O'Neal and Kobe was not something that could be resolved with a few words. Duan merely wished to maintain balance and unity within the Lakers' locker room, hoping to leverage the strength of the Lakers' F4 to secure his first championship. "Duan, can you make a trip to the Staples Center? Nike has expressed great interest and prepared a substantial contract for you. If you agree, we can hold a press conference this afternoon." Shortly after Duan hung up with O'Neal, he received another call from Jeannie Buss. Chapter 37. From spokesperson to shareholder, the owner increases the offer. "My apologies for being late." Upon arriving at the Staples Center, Duan found Nike CEO Phil Knight already waiting with two co-presidents, Mark Parker and Charlie Denson, along with Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak. "We need you." "Duan, you are not late. You've arrived just in time." Phil Knight, as gracious as ever, exuded a welcoming warmth. Hearing this, Duan swiftly approached Phil Knight and exchanged pleasantries before proceeding into the meeting room. Soon, Duan and the others entered a conference room where they found Lakers owner Jerry Buss, his eldest daughter Jeannie, his second son Jim, and general manager Kupchak already assembled. The size of this gathering indicated that both Nike and the Lakers were confident they could finalize Duan's sneaker contract today. Such confidence could not simply stem from a secretive collusion to undermine Duan's interests. After all, the ultimate decision to sign rested solely with Duan. Without a satisfactory financial offer, Duan would not sign. Engaging in such dubious tactics could lead to a scandal where the Lakers and Nike would be accused of exploiting this rookie. Should the situation escalate, the Lakers might emerge unscathed, but Nike's stock could suffer greatly. Nike had previously faced ridicule after offending Yao Ming. They could not afford to make such a mistake again. In other words, the presence of Nike executives and Lakers executives together indicated that Nike had offered a contract that even the Lakers management deemed genuinely sincere. In everyone's eyes, with an offer of this magnitude, Duan had no reason to refuse. 7 years for $80 million. Glancing over the contract, Duan was indeed taken aback by Nike's generous offer, although it was slightly less than LeBron's sneaker deal. Just 2 weeks prior, Nike had proposed a 6-year deal worth $50 million. This new offer represented an additional $3 million annually, and in precise terms, the guaranteed portion of the contract was $70 million over 7 years. With the remaining $12 million contingent upon performance incentives, we believe in your potential and unanimously agree that you have the capability to achieve the full bonus. Therefore, we are offering you $82 million over 7 years. If you are willing to accept, please sign. If you have any conditions for negotiation, we are open to discussion. Charlie Denson engaged in a detailed dialogue with Duan. Meanwhile, the Lakers representative, Jeannie Buss, acted as a translator and legal advisor, explaining each clause of the sneaker contract to Duan. With the credibility of the Lakers backing him, Duan felt ready to proceed with signing the contract. There was no need for further delay. Just 10 days prior, Nike had successfully acquired Converse. The urgency to bring Duan in today was largely due to Kobe's influence. Following the recent appeal by the prosecutor's office in Eagle County, companies like Coca-Cola and IBM swiftly announced their termination of contracts with Kobe. Remaining sponsors faced public backlash for their inaction, with Nike at the forefront. A few months earlier, Nike had signed a major deal with Kobe, and now, to terminate it would seem foolish. Rather than suffer losses, they preferred to remain silent and treat the situation as though nothing had occurred, minimizing the impact of the Kobe incident on Nike. Thus, hastily signing Duan was a strategy to divert public attention and leverage Duan's identity as a Chinese player and MVP of the Long Beach Summer League to bolster Nike's stock. Duan understood all too well that the longer he delayed, the less significant his importance would become once the public scrutiny faded. Therefore, seizing the moment to finalize the contract was prudent. I have 2 additional stipulations. First, if you infringe upon my nation's interests, I reserve the right to unilaterally terminate the contract without incurring any penalties. Very well, we will add that clause immediately. Phil Knight promptly agreed to Duan's condition. No one would want to be at odds with money. Phil Knight believed that there was little chance they would violate the interests of the Eastern Power in the coming years. My second request is personal. I wish for 90% of the contract value to be converted into equivalent equity. NBA players often face financial ruin post-retirement, but I am confident that Nike will not. I aspire to collaborate with Nike for 10, 20, 30 years, or even a lifetime. I kindly ask Phil to grant me this modest request. I wish to join the Nike family as a shareholder. I assure you that for at least 10 years, I will not liquidate my shares. Duan's proposition astonished everyone in the room. Mark Parker and Charlie Denson exchanged wide-eyed glances, while Phil Knight beamed with delight. Nike had just acquired Converse, and with cash flow already tight, minimizing cash expenditures would be ideal. Moreover, Duan's desire to transition from spokesperson to shareholder would undoubtedly enhance Nike's stock and instill greater confidence in investors. The Buss family members and general manager Kupchak were equally impressed by Duan's maturity. While other players might rush to sign lucrative contracts for immediate cash, only to squander it on extravagant purchases without understanding investment, Duan, having just entered the NBA without playing a single regular season game, was betting on his potential and commercial value, wholeheartedly binding himself to Nike as a shareholder. It is worth noting that Adidas was currently riding high with superstars like the graceful and statistically dazzling Tracy McGrady, the honor-laden yet humble Tim Duncan, and the tenacious Kevin Garnett, who dominated both ends of the court. Together, they had claimed dominance in the league from the regular season to the playoffs. Meanwhile, Nike's pillars, Jordan and Barkley, had exited the NBA, and the recently signed Kobe was embroiled in scandal. Although the potential of LeBron and Anthony was glaringly evident, they were still too green in the league. At such a time, Phil Knight often found himself anxious about the future, deeply concerned about the direction of his company. With unwavering confidence, Duan resolutely joined Nike. Phil Knight initially presumed that Duan was solely motivated by financial gain, fixated on the prospect of a lucrative salary. However, he soon realized that Duan possessed a genuine character. Consequently, he did not disappoint Duan and promptly responded, certainly, haha, I am immensely grateful to you, Duan, to express my appreciation. On behalf of Nike, I shall increase your guaranteed amount by an additional $7 million. Welcome to the Nike family. We shall not let you down. Chapter 38. District Housing Basketball, surrounded by good people after Duan officially signed the contract with Nike. The sum of $1.1 million swiftly entered his account, alongside Nike stocks valued at $9.9 million. For the next 6 years, Duan would receive at least $1.1 million in cash each summer. In addition to stocks worth $9.9 million. Moreover, aside from the sneaker contract, Duan had also entered into a supplementary agreement regarding the stocks with Nike. According to this agreement, Duan would not be able to liquidate these stocks for the next 10 years. Nevertheless, he had always intended to hold on to Nike's stocks for the long term, both to maintain a close relationship with the company and as a strategic investment to minimize tax liabilities. Cash received from the sneaker contract would incur personal income tax, whereas converting it into stocks and later selling those long-held stocks would only be subject to capital gains tax. Given California's high state tax, along with federal taxes, individuals could face a personal income tax rate of nearly 50%, while capital gains tax would only amount to 20%. To illustrate, James's 7-year, $93 million contract would yield only $50 million after taxes. Even without factoring in agent commissions. In contrast, Duan's $87 million contract, excluding the $12 million bonus and any appreciation of stocks, would still net him approximately $59 million, surpassing James by at least $9 million. Furthermore, as someone who provided crucial support to Nike and was willing to remain as a small shareholder, Duan's standing in the eyes of Nike's executives undoubtedly surpassed that of the relatively unfamiliar James. After becoming a Nike shareholder, Duan's NBA career was poised to progress even more smoothly. Remarkably, after signing at Staples Center in the morning, Duan returned to the same venue in the afternoon, impeccably dressed, to attend a sneaker signing press conference jointly hosted by the Lakers and Nike. The event garnered considerable attention, with representatives from ESPN, ABC, and TNT all in attendance. Additionally, the eager promoter of James, Sports Illustrated, dispatched a correspondent who later sought a separate interview with Duan. As a result of this event, not only did fans from both coasts remember Duan's name, but he also emerged as the breakout star of the 2003 draft class. During the press conference, although Nike did not disclose the specific figures of the contract, they hinted at an unexpectedly exorbitant deal. When questioned by reporters, Duan revealed that he had joined the Nike family not merely as a spokesperson, but also due to his strong confidence in the brand, having exchanged some of his compensation for Nike stocks, thereby becoming a small shareholder. This clearly indicated the optimism of American investors regarding the Chinese market. After the press conference, Duan initially thought he could focus on purchasing a luxurious mansion with his newfound wealth. However, upon exploring the prices of Beverly Hills properties through connections with the Lakers, he ultimately decided to settle for a modest villa in the emerging white community of Irvine. At that time, a wave of Chinese immigrants was already beginning to flow into Irvine. Although the demographics still leaned towards 70 white and 30 Asian, the proportion of Chinese residents was steadily increasing. Previously, Koreans made up the majority of Asians in Irvine, but in recent years, Chinese immigrants had begun to take the lead, followed by Indians. Given that Irvine was a dream destination for new immigrants, the Chinese community was largely free of compatriots from Hong Kong, Macau, or Taiwan, resulting in a predominantly Mandarin-speaking environment. Duan had no trouble communicating in English at work, but hearing Mandarin in daily life naturally provided him with a greater sense of comfort, particularly during visits to local Chinese restaurants, where even the dishwashers were individuals who had sold their traditional courtyard homes to immigrate. Their daily aspirations for a better life instilled a sense of accomplishment in Duan. To ensure he could maintain a lighthearted and joyful disposition each day, Duan ultimately spent $420,000 on a 6-bedroom, 6-bathroom house located in a Chinese community with excellent educational resources. Little did he expect that before he could engage in basketball with his brothers, he would first be immersed in the world of real estate. However, Duan did not even have a steady girlfriend, let alone a father-son duo playing in the NBA together. After purchasing the house, Duan found himself with limited funds remaining, as taxes loomed. Just as he contemplated requesting an advance on his salary from the Lakers, the team seized the opportunity presented by Duan's signing with Nike to attract a new wave of sponsors, simultaneously securing several endorsement deals for Duan. Thus, Duan's financial concerns were alleviated once more. Each offseason, the team engaged in efforts to secure sponsorships and sign contracts. Consequently, The long-term contract signed with star players significantly impacted the team's market value and future sponsorship revenue. Warriors owner latched generously invested in Curry, repeatedly incurring super luxury tax in pursuit of championships, precisely because Curry was a lucrative asset. The team's market value was substantial, with sponsorship revenues alone reaching $200 to $300 million annually. In contrast, the Lakers garnered only $30 to $40 million in sponsorship income, while ticket sales, including playoffs, amounted to around $50 to $60 million, with total operational expenditures hovering around $100 million. The Buss family, in an effort to bridge this financial gap, sought to enhance sponsorship and ticket sales. Originally, assembling a Lakers F4 lineup could effectively attract sponsors and aid in raising ticket prices for the upcoming season. However, before the Lakers could secure Payton and Malone, Kobe's issues arose. Now, with the Eagle County prosecutor's appeal, Kobe faced the risk of incarceration, causing significant losses for the Lakers. Fortunately, Duan's emergence came as a timely solution. Old Buss had already intended to recruit a Chinese player to attract Chinese sponsors. This unexpected turn of events, coupled with Duan's impressive performance and Nike's relentless support, propelled Duan to fame and commercial value upon entering the NBA. However, this time, an additional request arose. Aside from signing with the Lakers, they also wished to secure a separate contract with Duan. Clearly, numerous American brands aspired to emulate Nike, hoping either to leverage the appeal of a Chinese player to boost their stock prices or to enter the lucrative Chinese market. Duan had previously assigned the rights to handle his commercial endorsements to the Buss family when he signed with the Lakers. Although final approval would still require Duan's consent, the Buss family could at least convene discussions with potential sponsors. Duan received a call from Little Buss, informing him that someone was interested in securing him as a spokesperson. Learning that the brand had passed through the Lakers vetting process and aimed to sponsor the Los Angeles Lakers, Duan anticipated no significant issues. Of course, to err on the side of caution, he included a unilateral termination clause, similar to his agreement with Nike. Given that the endorsement contract was relatively modest, roughly in the range of $100,000 per year, Duan opted for a cash payment rather than equity. In summary, having recently faced financial constraints, Duan suddenly found himself affluent once again. As Wangbo aptly stated, once you attain fame, good people surround you. Reclining in his newly acquired home, parked in the garage with his new car, Duan felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Chapter 39. Filming advertisements, a chance encounter with Kobe while Duan had earned money. He had also become busier. His original plan to remain in Los Angeles throughout the summer to practice alone had to be abandoned due to a multitude of endorsement contracts requiring his presence for promotional activities. Consequently, he had to allocate several days to cooperate with sponsors in shooting print or TV commercials. Among these, the most significant was undoubtedly the Nike advertisement. Upon learning that Nike intended to gather LeBron, Anthony, and Duan for a campaign, Duan even took the initiative to propose a concept to Nike. Who was the most talented player? That would be LeBron. Who was favored by the heavens? That would be Anthony. But who was the most hardworking? That would be Duan. Unfortunately, Nike's executives quickly discerned Duan's intentions. After all, LeBron and Anthony were also cash cows selected by Nike and AJ, and they would not compromise their marketing strategy to elevate Duan at the expense of the others. Ultimately, the upcoming TVC advertisement would showcase all three players equally. The advertisement primarily highlighted the different jerseys, shoes, and other athletic gear worn by the trio during the shoot. As for signature shoes, those would have to wait for at least another 6 months. Following notification from Nike, Duan was compelled to carve out another 2 days to travel to Nike's headquarters in Portland for the upcoming TVC shoot. The agreed-upon filming location, a private basketball court in Portland. Duan encountered Anthony once more. However, their relationship seemed to have lost some of its former closeness. Anthony had arrived at the gym first, but not by much. Duan noticed him while he was tying his shoelaces. Coincidentally, just as Duan glanced over, Anthony finished knotting his laces. When their eyes met, neither spoke immediately, and the silence hung heavy in the air. The atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, clearly indicating that the familiarity between Duan and Anthony had diminished significantly. In that moment, there was an unspoken acknowledgement of distance, as if they were two kings who had lost sight of each other, or perhaps like strangers passing in the night. In reality, it had only been a little over a month since their last meeting, during which they had maintained regular communication via phone. However, the NBA is akin to a marketplace of fame and fortune. Even before the regular season commences, as long as there exists competition for interests and conflicts of benefit, The camaraderie once shared can easily fade. It echoes the classic adage. One fears both the hardships faced by friends and their successes, such as acquiring a luxurious vehicle. Anthony has always possessed a fierce competitive spirit, once vying with James for the title of the first overall pick. Even if Anthony claims to hold no grudges against Duan and expresses joy for his achievements, few would take such assertions at face value. If even blood brothers can become adversaries over matters of interest, how much more so can former teammates of a single year, differing in skin color? Ah, the sweet melon, may you be well. Ultimately, it was Duan who first shattered the silence. Whether Duan acknowledges Anthony as a brother is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether Anthony is willing to embrace Duan as a brother once more. The key lies in finding the right moment and team to play brotherly basketball together in the future. Why does Duan entertain this notion? Naturally, it is due to Anthony's undeniable personal prowess. Evaluating a star player's individual abilities through the lens of the NBA alone can be rather one-dimensional. To truly appreciate a player's strength, one must also consider their performance on the world stage. After all, the rules of the NBA favor the stars, particularly those adept at breaking through defenses. The league thrives on the allure and profitability generated by perimeter players. Thus, those without remarkable skills may find themselves ill-suited to the international arena. Only those who maintain dominance on the global stage, such as Jordan, Barkley, Anthony, Wade, and Durant, truly shined. In 2008, Kobe showcased a well-rounded performance at the Olympics. Yet his offensive prowess did not reach the level of unanswerable dominance seen in the NBA. Perhaps it could be said that his style of play rendered his offensive efficiency less remarkable. He predominantly displayed his dual capabilities on both ends of the court during the Olympics. James has participated in several international tournaments, accumulating decent statistics, yet his actual gameplay often evokes a sense akin to watching Wiggins play, aside from fast breaks. He seems almost invisible. Setting aside defense, it was Anthony's formidable offensive display on the world stage that made Duan acutely aware of his true capabilities. It must be said, the Warriors still require a Durant to deliver in critical moments. While the team could potentially secure another all-star small forward for a similar salary and build a championship-caliber roster, having Durant is undoubtedly a more stable option. Duan is well aware that, despite currently enjoying his time with the Los Angeles Lakers, he will inevitably seek new opportunities in the future. Even if Kobe were to accommodate him, the Lakers owner, Jerry Buss, cannot afford to maintain a championship-contending salary. Conversely, the New York Knicks, while struggling, consistently incur luxury taxes and possess the highest payroll in the league in a city of grandeur. Why wouldn't Duan seek to reunite with Anthony for brotherly basketball after leaving the Lakers? Although Anthony may demand a significant share of the ball and exhibit issues with his defensive attitude, Duan is capable of playing off the ball and providing defensive support, as long as Anthony can step up in crucial moments and stabilize the team's performance. Duan would be willing to make sacrifices for more championships and accolades. Ultimately, when it comes to the finals, a little maneuvering may be all that is required. Duan would not engage in overtly insidious tactics, but enhancing his statistics in a more graceful manner would certainly be acceptable. This is also for their future interests. Thus, Duan actively seeks reconciliation with Anthony. Anthony, not pretending to be aloof, greeted Duan with a radiant smile reminiscent of his younger days, opening his arms for a warm embrace. The bond between Duan and Anthony had never truly soured. They were once teammates who had celebrated a championship together. What conflict could arise? At worst, it might be due to Duan's rising prominence and his lucrative contract with Nike, which may have evoked envy in Anthony. Moreover, it was actually Duan's former agent, Bill Duffy, who harbored greater jealousy towards Duan. The commissions for agents are typically higher than those taken from player contracts, often exceeding 20. Had Bill Duffy been involved throughout Duan's deal with Nike, he could have garnered at least $10 million. Consequently, Duffy likely felt discontent towards Duan and may have exerted some influence over Anthony. After several one-on-one matchups, Anthony finally recognized Duan's prowess, realizing that Duan was no longer merely the younger brother who followed him around but was now a competitor capable of standing alongside him. Through these encounters, Duan also reconciled with Anthony and gradually became aware of Duffy's attempts to sow discord between them. To ensure the future of their brotherly basketball plans, Duan took it upon himself to advise Anthony to part ways with Duffy. Anthony hesitated, citing Duffy's connections with his family and the numerous endorsements he had secured for him. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere player-agent dynamics into something akin to family and friendship. A wise man's counsel may fall on deaf ears, so Duan chose not to press further, bidding farewell to Anthony after their advertising shoot. Utilizing ESPN's platform, Duan's dedicated training videos circulated online, garnering attention from local Los Angeles media. Perhaps influenced by Duan's commitment, Malone and Payton arrived early at the Toyota Center in early August. On one hand, they sought to prepare for the upcoming season, while on the other, they aimed to observe Duan closely and provide him with guidance to refine his defensive and offensive skills. After a month of rigorous training alongside Duan, Payton found himself astonished by the young man's relentless dedication. Lamenting how time spares no one. Recognizing the toll it was taking on his body and the potential for injury in the upcoming season, Payton decided to scale back his efforts and focus on recovery. In the following month and a half, he would occasionally visit the Toyota Center to offer advice to Duan, simply passing the time. Notably, as August drew to a close, Duan finally encountered the troubled Kobe. However, their interaction remained superficial, characterized by polite nods akin to colleagues passing in the hall, rarely exchanging much more than a greeting before parting ways. They were both aware that their purpose at the gym was to practice, not to engage in idle chatter. Thus, Duan and Kobe ultimately remained on divergent paths, each absorbed in their own training. Chapter 40. Hawaii Training Camp, Zen Master, and the Triangle Offense. Hawaii. Upon receiving a message from the Lakers management, Duan was informed that this year's training camp would not be held in Los Angeles, but rather in Hawaii. In fact, during the Showtime era, the Lakers had frequently hosted training camps in Hawaii. It can be said that this training camp would not be overly serious or tense. Rather, it would be more relaxed, resembling a team-building retreat or vacation. After receiving the message, Duan concluded his training session early. With 5 days remaining until the Hawaii training camp commenced, he intended to take this time to rest adequately. Continuous rigorous training is not always beneficial. Finding a balance between work and rest is essential. After all, to adapt to the demands of training, to quickly assimilate techniques, as well as to prevent injuries and expedite muscle recovery, Duan continued to utilize growth hormones. He planned to resume using them once the regular season began. Although the preseason was about to commence, as a rookie, he often found limited playing time in the first half. This meant that Duan would likely only play a half during the preseason. Minimizing wear and tear. It is during the regular season, with its heightened intensity and the absence of O'Neal, that Duan might find himself on the court for extended minutes to lead the bench players to an advantage. In such instances, utilizing growth hormones to enhance endurance and recovery becomes crucial. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Duan arrived at the designated location at the appointed time to participate in the Lakers' Hawaii training camp. "Shaq, when did you get discharged? You didn't even tell anyone. Can you really walk now?" O'Neal's unexpected appearance at the training camp took Duan by surprise. What astonished him even more was that O'Neal neither used a wheelchair nor crutches. He walked unassisted. "Haha, brother, did you miss Shaq? Shaq missed you too, along with the other brothers, so he came to the training camp to support your training. Shaq will never abandon you. Shaq will always be with you." O'Neal greeted Duan with playful banter. As O'Neal opened his arms for an embrace, Duan suddenly felt a wave of pressure. "Whoa, Shaq, have you put on weight again? At this rate, can you still play next season?" Duan was taken aback to see that O'Neal had noticeably gained weight. While it is common for NBA players to bulk up during the offseason, as they inevitably shed pounds after the regular season and playoffs, O'Neal's transformation was striking. He resembled a large, plump catfish. "What do you mean I've put on weight? Shaq is not fat at all." O'Neal, slightly displeased by Duan's comment, did not appear angry. "The surgery went very well. I'll definitely be able to play next season. However, while my bones and wounds have healed enough for me to walk, I am not yet cleared for gameplay. Exercise is out of the question. The doctors told me my toes cannot withstand intense activities. I still need about 3 to 4 more months to recover. Since I was injured during a game, I also need time to heal. Isn't that right, my little brother?" To justify his lack of weight loss and his desire for a leisurely lifestyle, O'Neal expressed reasoning that seemed logical to him but might sound absurd to outsiders. "You'd better not let Jerry Buss hear that. Otherwise, they won't renew your contract." Given the relatively pleasant rapport with O'Neal, Duan took the opportunity to remind him of a few things. Old Buss had long harbored grievances against O'Neal due to the immense pressure of managing the Lakers, exacerbated by O'Neal's hefty contract. With no new extension signed, how could O'Neal afford to be reckless? In truth, for O'Neal, who had entered the twilight of his career, a contract held more significance than a championship. Of course, if he could secure both a lucrative deal and a title, that would be the ultimate triumph. "I will be mindful of that," O'Neal assured Duan, patting his chest. However, Duan remained skeptical of O'Neal's commitment. A child's nature shows at 3, and a person's character at 7. Old habits die hard. Much like Thompson, who indulged during the off-season and hardly practiced, O'Neal's inclination was to eschew hard work whenever possible. During his 3 years in college, O'Neal mastered virtually all the techniques of the postgame. The young Shaq was akin to Duncan, possessing a hook shot, a floater, bank shots, and footwork in the paint, even showcasing his dribbling and mid-range jumpers before Jordan. Yet, as time passed, O'Neal discovered more effortless, convenient, and efficient scoring methods. Faced with double or triple teams, he relied on his strength and back-to-basket play, decisively resolving defensive challenges with thunderous dunks. With his current style of play, any weight gain would only enhance his dominance on the court. As for concerns about increased fatigue and injury risks, O'Neal remained unconcerned. As long as he could secure a substantial contract and a championship, everything else was secondary. All right, let us head inside. Let Shaq introduce you to Phil. O'Neal clearly held the Zen Master in high regard. Referring to him as Old Man, this was reminiscent of how all members of the Dream Team respectfully called Chuck Daly Coach Daly. Notably, Daly's coaching of the Pistons bad boys was particularly ruthless towards Jordan, famously stating that he made Jordan bleed. Yet, whenever Jordan encountered Daly, he responded with grace, maintaining a sense of respect. Phil, Shaq has brought you Duan. Upon entering the locker room, Duan observed a group of players gathered around the Zen Master, all engaged in meditation. The atmosphere suggested that the Master indeed possessed an air of enlightenment. Having encountered meditation courses in college to mitigate the effects of post-game excitement that hindered his sleep, Duan occasionally resorted to melatonin or brief meditative sessions before bedtime. The efficacy of these practices was hit or miss, evoking a sense of faith and skepticism. Shaq, Duan, you've arrived? Keep it down. Don't disturb them. Let us step outside. Upon hearing O'Neal's boisterousness, the Zen Master remained unperturbed, rising to lead O'Neal and Duan to a nearby office for a brief conversation. In their initial encounter, the Zen Master seemed somewhat aloof towards Duan, exchanging only a few words and advising him to seek Rambus next door for relevant videos on the Lakers' offensive and defensive strategies. Feeling somewhat slighted by the Zen Master's indifference, Duan understood that as a rookie, his reputation held little weight. Even icons like Jordan, O'Neal, and Kobe bowed to the authority of the Zen Master, a towering figure in the coaching realm. How could he spare a glance for Duan? Moreover, Duan was not part of the Zen Master's championship plans. During the Summer League, Duan had sensed this reality. Upon meeting Rambus again, however, Rambus displayed a warmer demeanor towards Duan. Seeing is believing, Rambus was acutely aware of Duan's capabilities. Upon learning that the Zen Master had sent Duan, Rambus promptly handed over a stack of videotapes. Are these all offensive? No defensive ones? Duan inquired curiously. Rambus chuckled and replied, 5 points can form 23 triangles. And as players move, the size and position of those triangles continuously change. From my understanding, few can master the triangle offense in just 6 months. Even role players have fewer responsibilities in executing the tactics, yet often find themselves confused during games. Their expectation for Duan was to become the core of the triangle offense, so he was advised to study diligently and not to disappoint them. Rambus then briefly elucidated that the foundation of the triangle offense comprised 23 sets of tactics, due to the player configuration in the triangle offense favoring those who could hold the ball at the three-point line. From the elbow, or in the post, there were higher passing requirements. Hence, tactics involving role players were often omitted, condensing the 23 sets into 7 or 8 usable strategies for practical application. These few tactics would then be further refined and expanded, adding 2 or 3 variations to each, ultimately evolving into 20 to 30 strategies for daily training. The videotapes provided were centered around the OK combination, establishing over 20 triangle offense strategies. Additionally, they included common plays such as pick and rolls, drives and dishes, and passing and cutting techniques, with the triangle offense's principles deriving from these foundational strategies. After absorbing Rambus's explanation, Duan began to comprehend why Jordan needed Pippen and Kobe required Gasol. It was primarily because Pippen and Gasol possessed the passing and playmaking abilities essential for high-ball situations. He also understood why Kobe's low-post play might discomfort O'Neal, as Kobe's positioning would necessitate O'Neal's movement to the high post. Moreover, the complex variations and intricate movements within the triangle offense posed a significant challenge. Rookie unfamiliar with these tactics could easily create chaos on the court, leading to miscommunication and collisions with teammates. Thus, rather than enhancing the team's offensive efficiency, the triangle offense could produce counterproductive results. Rambis informed Duan that the top priority was to familiarize himself with the fundamental movements of the triangle offense within the month leading up to the regular season. As for defensive strategies, while there was room for gradual learning, as a core player, there was little necessity to master an extensive array. Defensive tactics outnumbered offensive ones, often overly intricate. Defensive strategies were contingent upon the opponent's offensive tactics and characteristics. The key to defense lay in countering the opponent's moves and limiting their core players. For players who primarily focused on offense, even mastering hundreds of defensive schemes yielded minimal returns, as many would go unused. Typically, a team's defensive strategies were entrusted to the head coach, who either prioritized defense or delegated them to an assistant coach. Usually, the night before a game, an assistant would analyze the opponent's tactics and devise a targeted defensive plan. Allowing players to review the footage before practicing the next day. Of course, there would still be foundational defensive training during regular practice. In fact, before entering the NBA, the Zen Master had built his reputation on defense in the CBA, earning accolades as the best coach. His expertise in both offensive and defensive strategies was substantial, yet he possessed the emotional intelligence to delegate authority and allow his assistants to shine. Just as Chuck Daly respected the Dream Team superstars without calling a single timeout during the Olympics, the Zen Master often refrained from calling timeouts out of respect for players like Jordan, O'Neal, and Kobe, unless the situation became untenable. Through Rambis's insights, Duan gained a deeper understanding of the Zen Master. Alleviating his previous discomfort, the triangle offense, it appeared that the upcoming season would be quite intriguing. Acquiring more tactical knowledge could only be beneficial. Some command their teammates to defend the air, while others direct them to defend, only to find themselves guarding empty space. Chapter 41. Team Status. Preseason commences. After obtaining the videotapes on the triangle offense, Duan did not immediately delve into tactical study or regular training. The next day marked the new season's media day, followed by the official opening of training camp the day after. For today, however, Duan first joined the other Lakers players in the studio for a series of promotional photos. Yet, after completing the photo shoot, he learned that Kobe would not be attending. The media day was postponed until October 10th. The training camp's start date remained unchanged, implying that tomorrow would lack specific plans, granting all players a day off. Naturally, it was perfectly acceptable for Duan to remain behind, whether resting at the hotel or honing his skills at the gym. Becoming a gym are in pursuit of gaining the Zen Master's favor during the preseason. Aiming for increased playing time in the regular season, Duan opted to stay in the hotel to review the videotapes, striving to swiftly grasp the triangle offense. Nevertheless, the intricacies of the triangle offense proved challenging. Alone in his room, even with the personal explanation from Tex Winter, the originator of the triangle offense and current Lakers assistant coach, Duan found himself utterly perplexed. To deepen his understanding of the triangle offense, he reluctantly reached out to Rambis for additional assistance. Upon receiving Duan's request for help, Rambis bore no ill will, arriving at Duan's room shortly thereafter to provide instruction. Despite still feeling overwhelmed and on the verge of dozing off, reminiscent of his early days learning English, Duan gradually began to form a foundational understanding of the triangle offense through this structured learning. Time swiftly passed, and October 2nd marked the official commencement of the Lakers training camp in Hawaii. Following the morning's physical examinations, all Lakers players, except for the recuperating O'Neal and the absent Kobe, eagerly immersed themselves in the study of the triangle offense. During this period, the Zen Master also extolled the virtues of meditation and employed persuasive rhetoric to subtly manipulate the player's mindset. The role players, left with little room for contemplation, simply complied with the Zen Master's directives. However, Peyton exhibited a rebellious streak. After merely a brief session of a few minutes practicing the triangle offense, he began to reject the Zen Master's coaching philosophy. The Zen Master, unfazed, chose to disregard Peyton, allowing him to linger in the background. Peyton soon realized that his defiance bore no fruit and began to attract displeasure from both the Zen Master and O'Neal, prompting him to temper his behavior slightly. Nevertheless, little changed thereafter, as Peyton remained disengaged from the study of the triangle offense. Thanks to the previous day's instruction, Dunn began to understand the nature of Peyton's resistance. The triangle offense revolves around three key players, yet only one may handle the ball at any given time. This arrangement necessitates that the other two players, even stars like Jordan, must acquiesce to playing off the ball. Peyton, accustomed to being the primary ball handler, found it uncomfortable to relinquish control, navigate the offense, and abide by the rigid structure of the triangle offense. Simultaneously, the triangle offense delineates the scoring opportunities on the court, distributing them judiciously among the players. Typically, scoring is stratified by difficulty. Shots taken closer to the basket are inherently easier to make. Thus, within the triangle offense framework, it is most logical to allocate greater ball and shot privileges to the low-post stars. The Bulls allowed Jordan to operate from the low post, partly due to their lack of a dominant low-post player like O'Neal. Additionally, Jordan's prowess was indisputable. Relying solely on his drives, he often outperformed most big men in scoring efficiency. With his exceptional scoring ability, even when surrounded by defenders, Jordan could still find a way to score from the low post. Given O'Neal's dominance in that area, Jordan would defer to him when playing together. In terms of shot distribution within the Lakers, if O'Neal was not receiving the ball in the low post, the strategy would shift to resemble the successful approach of the Bulls, directing the ball to Kobe instead. O'Neal could operate effectively from positions 1 through 5 in the low post, while Kobe could function well from positions 1 through 3. Conversely, Peyton, who also favored low post play, was confined to positions 1 and 2. Considering shot selection and scoring efficiency, it was evidently more rational to give the ball to Kobe rather than Peyton. Furthermore, given Peyton's advancing age, he was increasingly susceptible to being outmatched by stronger defensive point guards. In essence, from the perspective of the triangle offense, the interior game took precedence over the perimeter. Given the Lakers' current composition, with O'Neal injured and Malone still acclimating to the triangle offense, the system ought to revolve around Kobe. Moreover, Kobe's individual capabilities rendered him less reliant on traditional point guard dynamics. Even after gaining weight, he was not hindered by small forward configurations, as long as there was sufficient firepower from the 4 and 5 positions. The team would thrive, especially if some high-post facilitation could be provided. Consequently, Peyton appeared somewhat superfluous. For Peyton personally, the triangle offense offered him no advantage, significantly diminishing his ball control and comfort level. Dunn understood Peyton's plight. Although Peyton was aging, he was not yet ready to retire after potentially winning a championship with the Lakers. Peyton undoubtedly desired to secure a lucrative contract to sustain his family. In this context, the Zen Master's insistence on reducing Peyton's ball control and shot attempts, assigning those opportunities to Kobe, was met with resistance. Anyone would be displeased in such a situation, as it was clear that without ball control, there would be no statistics, and without statistics, there would be no lucrative contracts. In reality, the Zen Master intended to repurpose Peyton into an off-ball role, akin to a 3 and D player. The Zen Master was well aware that one ball was insufficient for the Lakers' F4. Yet with Jerry Buss adamant about signing Peyton, there was little recourse in the Zen Master's vision. The combination of O'Neal, Malone, and Kobe executing the triangle offense would be unbeatable. Kobe, starting from the bench, was capable of playing off the ball. Malone, known for his pick-and-roll proficiency and exceptional off-ball movement, could significantly enhance the Lakers' transition offense. O'Neal, while primarily an on-ball player, would have sufficient opportunities to score as long as Kobe and Malone operated effectively off the ball. The most that could be expected was for O'Neal to share some ball control and shot opportunities with Malone. Among the 5 starters, aside from the 3 ball handlers, O'Neal, Kobe, and Malone, the remaining 2 positions should ideally be filled by 3 and D or 2 and D players, with the point guard and small forward needing to possess shooting capabilities to stretch the floor while maintaining solid defensive skills. Peyton was a capable defender, yet his shooting, especially from 3-point range and mid-range, had always been inconsistent. In fact, Peyton's free throw percentage had lingered around 70 for years, indicating a clear deficiency in shooting ability for a point guard. Thus, within the framework of the Zen Master's triangle offense, Peyton was less effective than Fisher, who was adept at creating space and had a reliable shot. Although Fisher might struggle against elite players like Rose, he could still hold his own against most starting guards. As for the Lakers' starting small forward, there was no pressing need for exceptional shooting ability. A reliable defender would suffice. After all, with Kobe's recent ascendance, defenses would no longer focus on him, allowing him to shoot more comfortably. It could only be said that Peyton and the Zen Master were at an impasse, each frustrating the other. The Zen Master felt that Buss ignored his advice by not utilizing the mid-level exception to sign a 3 and D wing, instead opting for an unutilized Peyton, who, due to his reputation, was forced into a starting role. Peyton, realizing the triangle offense was detrimental to his status, sought to assert himself, aiming to control the Lakers' offense to enhance his statistics and secure a lucrative contract post-championship. However, the Zen Master's considerable stature and adeptness at managing egos rendered Payton's efforts largely futile. It is noteworthy that while Payton found himself constrained within the triangle offense, Dunn thrived. Originally slated to practice with the bench unit, Dunn was called upon to temporarily fill Kobe's role due to Kobe's absence from training camp. Over the subsequent 2 days of 5-on-5 scrimmages, despite making mistakes and revealing vulnerabilities, the Zen Master remained exceptionally patient, granting Dunn ample ball control and shot opportunities. After a summer of rigorous training, Dunn's skills had reached a starting level, with only a short distance remaining to attain all-star caliber. The initial discomfort stemmed from the complexity of the triangle offense. However, under the Zen Master's direct guidance and with ongoing support from Rambis, Dunn gradually adapted to the triangle offense, increasingly demonstrating fluidity and impressive performance. Although the Zen Master had initially subjected Dunn to subtle manipulation, Dunn could sense a shift in the Zen Master's attitude towards him. Unfortunately, this promising situation was short-lived. On October 5th, Kobe finally arrived at the training camp in Hawaii. However, with Kobe's arrival came the inevitable shift of focus. As all attention gravitated towards him, Dunn, who had been relishing his newfound status, now found himself relegated to obscurity. Fortunately, he still had the company of Fisher, Devin George, Walton, Sampson, Udoka, and Pargo, allowing him to maintain a semblance of influence within the bench unit. As time swiftly passed, October 7th marked the Lakers' preseason opener against the Golden State Warriors. Dunn's NBA career was set to commence. Chapter 42, Payton's Cunning and Dunn's Counterattack. In Hawaii, at the Stan Sheriff Center of the University of Hawaii at Manoa, the local fans were as fervent as the Hawaiian summer. For a mere preseason game, over 10,000 seats were filled, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. As the starting players took the court, the cheers resonated like a tsunami. Particularly for the Lakers, the final player to enter was Kobe, whose reception was thunderous, as if the very roof of the arena might be lifted. However, unlike the cheers for other stars, Kobe was met with jeers and boos. Though the Lakers had chosen to hold their training camp in Hawaii, it was not Los Angeles, and without the protective embrace of home fans, even Kobe had to contend with the hostility. Nevertheless, Kobe remained largely indifferent, neither expressing dissatisfaction with the crowd nor confronting Payton, who was vying for prominence. Payton, while clever, was only skilled in petty tricks. As the game commenced, he seized control of the ball, with the Lakers starting lineup predominantly executing fast break and pick-and-roll strategies. Payton quickly advanced the ball, executing a simple pick-and-roll with Malone to score. Given the typically lax defense in preseason games and Malone's solid form, Payton's passes, though not as seamless as Stockton's, sufficed for Malone to find scoring opportunities. With Malone and Kobe drawing defensive attention, Payton was also able to penetrate the defense and attack the basket directly. As for the triangle offense, why resort to a complex and slow-paced approach when simple, efficient fast breaks and pick-and-rolls could yield points? Upon entering the era of small ball, the triangle offense did not entirely vanish. Rather, it transformed, akin to the Warriors' ball movement strategy. The reliance on low-post isolation plays for the front court was abandoned, with offenses initiated from the perimeter, utilizing the forwards as pivots to set screens, allowing guards to catch and shoot three-pointers with ease. Durant himself found the Warriors' intricate movements unnecessary, opting instead for straightforward isolation plays to dismantle opponents. Under the leadership of Payton and Malone, the Lakers embraced a fast-break approach, capitalizing on quick transitions and pick-and-rolls to maintain a comfortable lead, a strategy Payton and Malone naturally supported. Even in instances where fast breaks were unfeasible, Payton willingly passed the ball to Kobe, allowing him to orchestrate the triangle offense. Once Kobe received the ball, he would launch his shot regardless of defensive pressure, often facing double teams. Whether shooting from the perimeter or posting up, Kobe consistently encountered defensive traps, leading to challenging attempts that naturally resulted in a lower shooting percentage. Compounding this, Kobe endured a grueling summer, his physical, mental, and competitive states far from optimal. Observing Kobe's triangle offense yield less scoring efficiency compared to his own initiatives, Payton, brimming with confidence, continued to play his own game. Noticing Payton's defiance of his directives, although the Zen Master felt displeasure, he maintained a stoic demeanor. Ultimately, he utilized an official timeout to substitute Payton out of the game. Even after being benched, Payton retained an air of defiance. akin to a fisherman who had caught a prized fish, seemingly intent on continuing his battle of wits with the Zen master. Once Fisher was introduced, Kobe, now aided by a ball-handling guard, finally found his rhythm. Fisher, who did not monopolize the ball and could stretch the floor, would pass to Kobe upon crossing half-court. Despite the absence of O'Neal's inside dominance, Grant, the Cobra, remained on the court, with Fisher and Grant providing spacing. Kobe's offensive efforts from the perimeter became notably smoother, whether driving or shooting. After Kobe's exit, Duhon finally secured playing time alongside the re-entering Payton and Malone. Prior to this, Payton and Malone had played less than 5 minutes, both boasting shooting statistics of 2 for 3, with Malone also contributing 2 free throws and 2 rebounds, while Payton added 2 assists. Playing alongside these two ball-dominant figures, Duhon began to understand the frustrations Kobe had just experienced. It felt like he was either sprinting back on defense or bearing the brunt of missed opportunities. Was this his fate? Duhon felt a sense of discontent. After this experience, Duhon comprehended why the Zen master would deprive star players of ball control, opting to distribute touches among role players. Curry's philosophy encouraged role players to engage more with the ball, asserting that if Curry held the ball too long, it would harm the team. Most NBA players possess a sense of pride. Unless they are purely blue-collar, they aspire to score and vie for more lucrative contracts. Points, rebounds, assists. These statistics are akin to a cake, with scoring representing the most delectable portion. Duhon, possessing starting caliber, naturally yearned for his share of the cake, however. Running back and forth with Payton and Malone, consistently failing to touch the ball, began to grate on his nerves when he finally received the ball. Payton occupied the top of the arc or the wing, neglecting the corner to create space or cut to draw defenders, eyeing the limited offensive space. Duhon was compelled to operate in uncomfortable shooting zones, engaging in one-on-one or two-on-one situations, while Payton and Malone comfortably executed simple plays in their preferred areas, accumulating more statistics. Understanding this dynamic, it was inevitable that role players seeking lucrative contracts and ambitious rookies would harbor some resentment over time. Ultimately, 2 paths lay before them: leave in discontent or succumb to apathy and complacency. 2 minutes passed swiftly, and upon entering the game, Duhon ended up with a futile shooting attempt, yielding no results. During the intermission, it was Payton, who had just troubled Duhon for 2 minutes, now approaching him like a petty thug seeking payment. Stop with the nonsense of the triangle offense. If you play with us, you can showcase your talents more fully. We know you excel at shooting, and we can create numerous open opportunities for you. You will amass greater statistics and become a star adored by many. Duhon scoffed at this. If I were to align with you, wouldn't I merely become a scavenger of your leftovers? Phil's triangle offense has already allocated ball control. Have you consulted the others about your unilateral changes in strategy? With Shaq's weight, can he even keep up? He should dominate in the low post, obliterating all defenses. You seize the ball control for yourselves and shamelessly attempt to win over others. Isn't that rather excessive? This team is the Los Angeles Lakers, not the Seattle Supersonics. Shaq is the one who can lead you to victory. Phil embodies the spirit of the Bulls dynasty and the Lakers dynasty. Duhon's outburst drew attention, as he had anticipated some commotion upon joining the Lakers, believing the duo of the OK combination would be his primary obstacle, only to discover it was Payton and Malone. Seizing the opportunity and noticing the Zen master had soon benched both players, Duhon naturally took a stand, aligning himself with the Zen master. After all, the authority to determine who plays rests with the Zen master, and the majority of role players would adhere to his instructions, dutifully executing the triangle offense. Payton and Malone, newly arrived, wielded little influence. Although O'Neal and Kobe remained silent, Payton's factionalism would undoubtedly ruffle their feathers. Duhon's vocal dissent would likely garner favor from the Zen master and other role players. As for offending Payton, what did it matter? With the regular season approaching, Duhon would be leading the bench. As for Malone, at 40, he was likely indifferent, having left Utah solely in pursuit of a championship. Payton could not deliver that title to Malone, but the OK combination and the Zen master certainly could. Chapter 43. Competing with the elite, a perfect performance. Duhon had initially believed this conflict would create some ripples. However, the reality was quite the opposite. After O'Neal intervened, Payton, recognizing his misstep, quickly sought to pacify the situation. Subsequently, O'Neal spent some time chatting with Duhon, stating that disputes among teammates were entirely normal, recalling his frequent arguments with Kobe in their earlier years. Kobe often found himself at a disadvantage, frequently seeking the then general manager. The logo man, for assistance IT, was the logo man's favoritism that fueled Kobe's arrogance over the years, leading to an increasingly boisterous demeanor that became more unbearable. With O'Neal's guidance, Duhon began to grasp that NBA teams differ from NCAA teams. Conflicts arising from players' pursuit of their own interests and objectives were quite commonplace. In NCAA, coaches exerted control, preventing players from overstepping their bounds. In contrast, the NBA often bestows more power upon star players than coaches. If coaches cannot manage the situation effectively, and doing so proves thankless, they must allow the stars to resolve their own issues. The likelihood of discord increases in teams with luxurious rosters, even among teammates who have won championships together. Contrary to the close-knit relationships fans envision, during the Warriors' reign over the league, significant conflict still arose within the locker room. The Heat, under Jimmy Butler's leadership, made a remarkable playoff run, but mid-season, disputes erupted between Butler and team leader Haslam on the bench. O'Neal recounted that last season, Kobe occasionally provoked his ire, even considering physical confrontation. O'Neal's fighting prowess, well, those in the know understand. Situations like Duhon and Peyton's verbal skirmishes over ball control are exceedingly ordinary in the NBA. Preseason serves not only to refine tactics but also to navigate the diverse personalities, styles, and interests of teammates. Otherwise, the media would descend upon them like sharks sensing blood, transforming the nature of the conflict and escalating it to irreconcilable disputes. O'Neal lectured Duhon with authority and eloquence. Naturally, Duhon did not argue back. He humbly accepted O'Neal's insights. Observing the Zen master remaining silent on the sidelines, seemingly in a state of slumber, Duhon suddenly realized that his discord with Peyton appeared to have been instigated and facilitated by the Zen master. To maintain control over the locker room, the Zen master often encouraged infighting among the star players, positioning himself as the arbiter to balance the scales and wield greater influence. From the moment Peyton entered the game, disregarding the triangle offense in favor of his own style, the Zen master's lack of intervention indicated a deliberate design. Perhaps the Zen master intended for Kobe to clash with Peyton, but Kobe, burdened by numerous challenges, now seemed indifferent and detached. In the past, Kobe would engage in relentless trash talk on the court, but today, he had adopted a serene silence, with Kobe refusing to take the bait. The Zen master sought an alternative. Notably, during training camp's 5v5 scrimmage, Peyton had eagerly participated, frequently passing to Duhon. However, today, Peyton hardly passed to Kobe, let alone to the rookie Duhon. The Zen master recognized Duhon's strong desire to score and his considerable ambition. By leveraging the tensions between Duhon and Peyton, he effectively exacerbated their discord. Duhon, as anticipated, was young and temperamental. Through Duhon's outspokenness, the Zen master successfully undermined Peyton's standing within the Lakers' locker room. Should Peyton remain obstinate, refusing to adapt and execute the triangle offense, the Zen master would undoubtedly seek further opportunities to teach him a lesson. As for Duhon, having endured some grievances, the coach would ultimately need to provide him with some comfort. Kobe held no objections to this, and although Peyton wished to continue playing for a while longer, he merely muttered a few complaints before dutifully taking a seat on the bench. This moment, Malone's imposing presence on the court was undeniable. Even more gratifying for Dunn was the Zen master's explicit directive to the team to play around him. Previously, out of respect for the starting players, the Zen master refrained from addressing them sternly or calling for a timeout. Now, with substitutes on the court, albeit with Malone still present, he solemnly conveyed his instructions. This could be interpreted as tailoring the approach to individual capabilities or as a method of teaching according to one's strengths. For Dunn, it was impossible not to admire the Zen master. He understood the game. He possessed a high level of skill. With the Warriors starters still on the court, Dunn was essentially experiencing the intensity of a regular season starter-esque game ahead of time. Perhaps due to the influence of Mason's template, Dunn had already faced off against Richardson early in the preseason. This season, Richardson had been firmly established by the Warriors management as the team's mainstay. Dunn declared, "I'm playing against the elite." As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Dunn promptly sought to challenge Richardson. Being fellow NBA players from California, it was inevitable that Richardson would have heard some news about Dunn. However, Richardson's knowledge of Dunn was superficial. He was aware of Dunn's impressive performance in the Summer League, but was unaware that Dunn was also quite adept defensively. Observing Dunn's shorter arms, Richardson assumed Dunn would not be able to disrupt his shot. Thus, after engaging in a triple threat position, he stepped back for a jumper. In many ways, Dunn and Richardson were similar in type, even sharing comparable shortcomings. While they both possessed extraordinary physical attributes, their ball handling skills were slightly lacking, and their ability to integrate their dribbling with the ball was not as refined. Often, they found themselves unable to drive directly to the basket, leading to forced mid-range jumpers or passes out of drives. Such a playing style necessitated an increase in outside shooting to create driving lanes and enhance three-point threats. Coincidentally, as a high-flying dunk champion, Richardson, like Carter and Levine, particularly relished and excelled at shooting three-pointers. After his triple threat step back, Richardson, relying on his exceptional jumping speed and shooting quickness, typically caught opponents off guard. Little did he anticipate, however, that Dunn's jumping speed was equally remarkable. Despite his slightly shorter arms, his leaping ability compensated for this deficiency. Like many other perimeter players, Richardson employed a double movement shooting technique, and regardless of how swift his release was, it still afforded defenders a moment to react. In a flash, Dunn leapt forward, delivering a resounding block to Richardson. Unfortunately, the force of the block sent the ball out of bounds, and possession remained with the Warriors. Having learned from this encounter, Richardson no longer treated Dunn lightly and opted to approach the situation with greater seriousness. Richardson himself was not particularly adept at ball handling. Aside from his somewhat fluid crossover dribble, his other driving techniques were not his forte. Thus, after 2 seconds of dribbling, Richardson found himself in a bind, realizing he could neither drive nor shoot and was compelled to pass the ball to a teammate early. When Carl Porterchin received the ball, he drove directly to the basket, but Devin George failed to keep pace with Porterchin, prompting Malone to provide timely help defense. Perhaps intimidated by Malone's defensive presence, Porterchin hastily took a jump shot. Being merely an ordinary starting player, seeing Malone's considerable frame made him rush his shot, which came up short. Although Malone's rim protection was lacking, he excelled at securing defensive rebounds and positioning. After grabbing the rebound, Malone promptly passed the ball to Fisher and then sprinted down the court, anticipating another pass from Fisher. Meanwhile, Dunn was also racing forward, yet Fisher adhered strictly to the Zen Master's instructions, moving at a measured pace as he dribbled past half-court, setting up for a triangle offense. As this was merely a preseason game focused on practice rather than scoring, the emphasis was on executing and refining the triangle offense. Once all the Lakers players were in position, Fisher passed the ball to Dunn before moving to occupy the corner. Observing that the Warriors did not deploy a double team against him as they did with Kobe, and seeing only Richardson in front of him, Dunn opted for a one-on-one play. Utilizing his strength advantage, Dunn backed Richardson down towards the free throw line. With Fisher's defender, Speedy Claxton, failing to provide help, Dunn executed a half-turn shoulder fake, followed by a fadeaway jumper. Although Richardson had quick leaping ability, he was still faked out. By the time he lunged forward, Dunn had already released the shot. The attempt was slightly affected, yet it still grazed the rim before rolling into the net. Dunn was not selfish. Having experienced the consequences of Peyton's defensive prowess, he gradually learned to moderate his offensive hunger. Both Fisher and Devin George found opportunities for three-pointers from the wings and corners as Dunn attracted defensive attention while backing down. However, due to the continuous backing down and facing off against the Warriors' most formidable defender, Richardson, Dunn expended considerable energy. As the tactical linchpin, adhering strictly to the triangle offense, Dunn's three-point shooting was temporarily curtailed. If he were to resort to merely shooting pull-up threes beyond the arc, that would not constitute a triangle offense, but rather an isolation play. Sticking to the triangle offense did somewhat suppress Dunn's offensive output, but since everyone was following the same approach, Dunn did not feel particularly disadvantaged. For him, the liberation of his offensive instincts awaited the second half. After the first half, the Warriors withdrew their starting lineup, allowing Dunn, as a rookie, to continue competing in the second half. With no starting caliber players to contend with, Dunn's physical advantages became exceedingly pronounced. Even his ball handling skills would not be constrained by the opposing perimeter defense, enabling him to drive to the basket single-handedly for scores. Over the course of the game, Dunn played for 21 minutes, shooting 8 of 14 from the field, 1 of 2 from three-point range, and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, amassing a team-high 19 points for the Lakers. From a rookie's perspective, such a performance could be deemed nothing short of perfect. Even the Zen Master acknowledged Dunn's commitment to playing within the triangle offense and his willingness to share the ball with teammates. Chapter 44. Post-game practice, Malone's emphasis. Why did Dunn remain to practice after the game? Because of Kobe. Prior to winning a championship, everyone referred to Kobe as Michael Jordan's successor. After securing a championship, people gradually came to recognize Kobe, with some even believing he would become the second-best shooting guard, only behind Michael. I do not wish to be seen merely as Kobe's successor or the second Kobe simply because I play for the Los Angeles Lakers. I want to be my own person. My name is Dunn, the Chinese guard Dunn, the Asian guard Dunn. To ensure that more people remember my name, I must strive to be the best, you know? I missed 6 shots in today's game. That is utterly unacceptable. Henceforth, I shall impose upon myself a rigorous punishment, shooting 100 times from each spot where I missed. Only by pushing myself to exhaustion can I live up to the expectations of my fans. As Dunn successfully made 100 shots from the first spot, he promptly moved to the second, the area where he had missed during the game. With the trainer's assistance, Dunn continued to receive and shoot the ball quickly. But after sinking 4 or 5 in a row, he chose to take a break. All right, the machine can be turned off now. Let us rest for a moment. As he spoke, Dunn walked toward the bench, grabbing his water bottle and immediately hydrating. Clearly, Dunn's post-game practice was nothing more than a self-directed performance, a marketing strategy to cultivate an image of hard work. Dunn was a contracted player for Nike and also a minor shareholder, with Nike placing significant value on the Chinese market. How to package, market, and promote Dunn to a vast audience of Chinese and Asian fans, thereby generating greater profits for Nike, became an urgent issue that needed addressing. The Chinese market holds vast potential, yet the current purchasing power of Chinese fans does not satisfy Nike's ambitions. Therefore, Dunn proposed marketing himself as Asia's premier guard, boosting sneaker sales in Japan and the 4 Asian Tigers. Crafting a diligent persona could inspire a legion of fans and earn the favor of casual onlookers. Much like the first time one hears Kobe's motivational phrase, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" It resonates deeply. However, according to Vanessa, Kobe's confidant, Kobe slept like a rock. He did not practice that rigorously every day but occasionally ventured out at 4 in the morning to train. Undoubtedly, Kobe's early morning training was an exception rather than a routine. Nevertheless, fans hearing such tales would subconsciously believe that Kobe exerted himself tirelessly every day. Dunn's current marketing strategy aimed to create a similar misunderstanding among fans. Dunn did not practice shooting excessively after every game. It is essential to recognize that human beings are not machines. Shooting requires considerable muscular effort, and constant repetitive motion inevitably leads to the accumulation of lactic acid in the relevant muscles. For athletes, maintaining peak performance and eliminating lactic acid is of utmost importance. Thus, after participating in a game, the priority is to dissipate lactic acid, not to impose excessive additional training upon oneself. For instance, shooting 600 shots at first glance may not seem overly ambitious. However, as one continues to shoot, the muscle soreness increases, leading to a gradual decline in shooting speed. On average, the shooting frequency hovers around 5 to 6 seconds per shot, meaning it would take about an hour to complete. If grouped into sets of 100, one could finish a set in 5 to 6 minutes. However, each session requires a break of around 10 minutes. And by the time 6 sets are completed, it has already taken over 2 hours. Were it not for the purpose of marketing and enhancing commercial value, Duan would be reluctant to remain merely for appearances. Of course, while Duan may engage in deception, it is not entirely unfounded. Unlike others who repeatedly rely on editing, Duan opts for live shooting combined with editing. His daily training regimen already includes shooting practice, allowing him to easily capture additional footage tomorrow or the day after. After another half hour, once Duan's body has recovered, he sets off for the hotel. Massage, gua sha, and cupping all assist in detoxifying the body. No man can resist a thorough wellness treatment. After over an hour of both pain and pleasure, Duan soon finds himself comfortably sprawled on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next day, the lactic acid indeed has not significantly affected Duan. After completing stretching, aerobic, and strength training, Duan, invigorated, hurriedly films the remaining 500 shots from yesterday. Each successful shot is indistinguishable, while the missed shots vary widely. Relying solely on editing to achieve 600 shots would likely leave fans feeling something was amiss. However, if he truly attempts all 600 shots, each miss being unique, and editing merely enhances the overall flow of the shooting process, fans will remain oblivious to any discrepancies. Having completed the supplementary footage for the marketing video, Duan then eagerly engages in the pre-game warm-up for today's match. the focus remains on fundamental ball handling exercises. Presently, Duan has 3 technical deficiencies: ball control, passing, and the impact of his shorter wingspan, which makes his shots more vulnerable to being blocked, coupled with insufficient clutch performance. Basketball Achievement System: Duan, 19 years old. Player Templates: Ma Jian, Jason Terry, Corey Maggette, Desmond Mason. Physical Attributes: Static, height 200 cm, wingspan 205 cm, vertical reach 263 cm, weight 213 lbs, strength: upper body 89, core 81, lower body 85, speed: straight line 85, lateral 79, explosiveness 90, jumping, standing 80, running 84, bounce speed 89, agility: balance 79, coordination 81, flexibility 80, recovery: stamina 84, endurance 78, energy 79, basketball skills: ball handling, dribbling 79, ball protection 78, passing 73, court awareness 72, off-ball, catching 81, movement 82, evasion 80, cutting 86, screening 78, defense, disruption 73, perimeter defense 84, interior defense 81, help defense 76, stealing 75, blocking 77, rebounding, offensive 70, defensive 83, positioning 82, anticipation 72, finishing, driving 84, dunking 94, layup 88, close shot 80, mid-range 84, three-point 82, post play, positioning 81, footwork 82, backing down 84, hook shot 76. Other: free throw 93, putback 77, pick and roll 83, fast break 86, fakes 84, drawing fouls 96, strength assessment 83. Through the transformation of various player templates, you have firmly established the capability to be an NBA starter. If you play for a weaker team, you might seize the opportunity to become the core of the team. Even through data accumulation, you could become an all-star. However, your skills are still not fully developed. Ball control limits your ability to penetrate, and passing restricts your leadership potential. The inadequacy of his ball handling skills prevents Duan from fully showcasing his explosive power, ability to draw fouls, and driving capability. If his ball control could improve, Duan would no longer need to rely solely on shooting during clutch moments. Instead, he could gain more space through drives. As for passing, it is not as urgent for Duan. Within the triangle offense system, he primarily passes to open teammates. Even with poor passing skills, mistakes are rare. Therefore, ball handling and court awareness are attributes Duan urgently needs to enhance. These skills, while dependent on talent, can also be honed through relentless practice. After completing his ball control training, Zen Master arrives at the gym with the coaching staff. Since they are set to face the Warriors again in a preseason game, there will be no 5v5 scrimmage. Instead, they simply run through the triangle offense a few times, leaving the remainder for players' warm-up. The game soon commences, and once again, the Lakers secure an easy victory against the Warriors. Zen Master reintroduces Peyton, Kobe, and Malone, allowing them to collaborate on the court and foster chemistry. Although Peyton continues to push the fast break, he has reduced his ball dominance, resulting in Kobe having significantly more opportunities to score than the previous day. With no other players hindering him and without the burden of a superstar, Duan's ability to handle the ball and lead the team is put to the test. Given his teammates' capabilities, Duan must execute the triangle offense while frequently taking matters into his own hands. With his replacements being weaker in various aspects, his scoring efficiency naturally increases, particularly at the free throw line. With the Lakers boasting numerous shooters, even if they are not a star 4 lineup, they still present a formidable threat. His teammates create space for Duan, enabling him to drive to the basket with ease and exploit his exceptional ability to draw fouls. By the second half, Duan returns to the court with the bench unit. Despite consistently passing to open teammates, he still garners numerous shot opportunities in the second half, shooting 8 for 14, including 2 for 5 from three-point range and 4 for 5 from the free throw line. Duan amasses an impressive 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists in the latter half. By the end of the game, the substitute Duan, with a total of 32 points, once again emerges as the leading scorer for the Lakers. Regrettably, the visiting Lakers fans merely called out his name a few times, lacking the fervor of shouting MVP as they would for Kobe. Shaq, Kobe, Carl, Gary, do not forget to attend the media day the day after tomorrow. After the post-game locker room meeting, Kupchak intercepts O'Neal and Kobe on their way out. It's this moment. Malone suddenly points at Duan and inquires, "Is that rookie not attending?" O'Neal immediately chimes in. He is Shaq's little brother. He has performed quite well, hasn't he? As for Duan, he has other commitments, Kupchak explains with a smile. Chapter 45 Media Day, one-on-one with Joe Malone, now 40 years old, maintains an impressive level of performance, yet who can say how many more years he can continue? Upon joining the Lakers, Malone has even prepared himself for sacrifice. For instance, while the Lakers starting lineup appears to be the best in the league on paper, the bench unit is rather lackluster to ensure the bench does not falter too much. Malone has even considered teaming up with Payton to lead that unit. However, after discussing it with Payton, the latter was reluctant. Now, having discovered the potential in the rookie Duan selected by the Lakers, who has excelled in both the Summer League and preseason, Malone finds himself optimistic. He is uncertain how Duan will perform in the upcoming regular season or whether he will falter in his first playoff appearance. What Malone observes is that Duan trains almost daily. Although the coaching staff has not pressured him to train excessively, Duan voluntarily remains to practice even after preseason games. Such a driven young man is rare in the NBA, where Malone has played for 20 years. Malone himself embodies this ethos, constantly pushing himself to the limits to improve bit by bit. With similar draft positions, comparable physical attributes, and a shared dedication to training, Malone's admiration for Duan grows daily. Not only Malone, but also Kobe, who frequently encounters Duan during the offseason at the Toyota Center, subconsciously agrees with Malone when he mentions Duan. However, Kobe refrains from further discussing Duan, deeming it unnecessary to my love for basketball will never wane. However, my family and I have experienced too much, and we still cannot escape it. Basketball has become secondary to me. Family is paramount, I will not hide at home. My purpose here is to play well. On October 10th, during Media Day, Kobe publicly states this in contrast to his previously bold and confident demeanor. Kobe now appears somewhat cautious and reticent. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Payton and Malone express unwavering confidence regarding their championship aspirations for the new season. While O'Neal boasts freely during Media Day. As for Duan, he naturally does not participate in the Lakers' F4 interviews. Although Duan is undeniably the team's future and a key player for ticket sales, he is not yet ready to take center stage. The Lakers' first Media Day focuses primarily on the Lakers' F4. Of course, the reporters present are more interested in Kobe, but the immense pressure he bears makes him appear somewhat despondent, evoking a sense of melancholy. On a different note, while the Lakers' F4 is being interviewed, Duan finds himself surrounded by a dozen media representatives, engaging in their interviews. This arrangement is naturally organized by the Lakers in conjunction with Nike. The footage of Duan's post-game training has already been processed, and plans are underway to distribute it in cities with large Chinese communities such as Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, as well as major economically prosperous cities in Asia. Most of the journalists present are not local American reporters, but hail from various countries and regions in Asia. After this round of interviews, Duan has essentially solidified his status as the premier defender in Asia, despite having yet to compete in a single international match. Following 3 days of acclimatization, the Lakers finally welcomed the second NBA team, the Phoenix Suns, to the Staples Center for their preseason. Although the Nets soared after the swap between Kidd and Marbury, the Suns struggled significantly. Nevertheless, last season, under Marbury's leadership, the Suns managed to reach the playoffs. Facing a team of playoff caliber, the Zen Master placed considerable importance on this preseason matchup. From pregame warm-ups to tactical arrangements, he diligently advised the players. It must be said that the Lakers starting lineup is exceptionally strong, and the Suns are no slouches either. With point guard Marbury, shooting guard ISO Joe, small forward Marion, and power forward Stoudemire. The only weak link appears to be center Jake Voskuhl, a second-round draft pick from 2000. However, considering O'Neal's absence due to injury, the Lakers found themselves lacking a true center, relying on the makeshift starting role of Grant. Furthermore, since Payton was reluctant to execute the triangle offense and monopolize the ball, it translated into an elderly Marbury playing like his peak self. The Lakers, due to their disadvantage at the point guard and small forward positions, found it challenging to withstand the Suns' firepower, relying solely on Kobe and Malone. Duan prepared himself. It was time to warm up. With the score at 23-19 and the first quarter nearing its conclusion, the Lakers trailed by 4 points when the Zen Master suddenly called out to Duan. With Fisher as the designated point guard, Duan quickly received the ball, directly facing ISO Joe. This could be interesting. Observing that ISO Joe was not particularly robust, and having heard of his technical prowess, Duan opted to back him down, attempting to utilize his strength to overpower him. However, to his surprise, Duan discovered that ISO Joe was not as defensively lacking as he had anticipated. Yet, ISO Joe lacked defensive experience. After Duan pushed him back twice, ISO Joe failed to retreat and create defensive space, allowing Duan to pivot and drive straight to the basket. Stoudemire came over to help defend, but Duan faked a shot, exploiting Stoudemire's poor defensive habits and leaving him behind. Duan then leapt up, executing a contested floater. The Lakers' home commentator, Bill McDonald, erupted with excitement. It is only natural for home commentators to exhibit some bias. Even in a preseason game, Bill hoped for a Lakers victory and an impressive performance from the rookie. Duan did not disappoint. In his first game at the Staples Center, he exhibited no signs of stage fright, confidently sinking the ensuing free throw and scoring 3 points right off the bat. The Lakers fans, having eagerly followed Duan's summer news, were eager to witness his abilities firsthand. Upon seeing Duan's mature performance, they erupted into cheers, chanting his name, Duan, Duan, Duan. Encouraged by the fans' adulation, Duan felt invigorated, determined to showcase even more brilliance in the dwindling half-minute remaining. ISO Joe, preferring shooting over driving, opted for a step-back jumper. Duan, leveraging his impressive leaping ability, contested the shot. Although he did not touch the ball, he still disrupted ISO Joe's attempt. Considering the low mid-range shooting percentage, even peak Jordan hit only 50. ISO Joe's shot clanged off the rim, and the Lakers quickly grabbed the rebound, passing it to Fisher for a swift advance. With time running out, Fisher crossed half-court and promptly passed it to Duan. Playing at home certainly felt different. Spurred on by the crowd, a pumped-up Duan received the ball with unshakable confidence. As the crowd roared with thunderous applause, a smile broke through Duan's previously stoic demeanor. After Duan sank a three-pointer, he left the Suns with 1.4 seconds for an offensive play. ISO Joe received the ball and charged forward, but under Duan's pressure, he launched a desperate three-pointer at the buzzer, which, unlike Duan's, failed to find the basket. Duan, brother, that last shot was incredible. O'Neal approached Duan, towel in hand, ready to celebrate. Once seated, the playful O'Neal mimicked Duan's therapist, giving him a shoulder massage. With O'Neal being so friendly towards Duan, it was clear that the rest of the Lakers roster had similarly positive relations with him. In just 1 minute on the court, Duan had scored 6 points. Given his performances in the previous 2 preseason games, he could easily net a dozen points in the second half. Consequently, achieving 20-plus points for the game seemed well within reach. Duan's performance today mirrored his earlier exploits in Hawaii. In the second half, he maintained consistency, accumulating 14 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal in merely 15 minutes of play. Overall, he logged 20 minutes on the court, racking up 27 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. He also managed to control his turnovers and fouls well, with only 2 turnovers and 3 fouls. Should he enhance his ball handling and passing skills further, he could significantly reduce his turnovers. Following the Suns game, the Lakers were set to face the Cleveland Cavaliers, the second team to visit the Staples Center. Duan had been eagerly anticipating LeBron James, who would finally confront him as an opponent. Chapter 46, a starting debut. A level playing field. Duan, you've arrived? Please, have a seat. I called you over today for no particular reason, except to inform you that your previous performances have earned my trust. I greatly admire your attitude towards practice, your eagerness to learn, and your demeanor while playing. Your conduct on and off the court has caught my attention. I believe there has been some oversight in our previous arrangements. You can play without the ball, drawing defensive attention rather than solely relying on ball-dominant plays. To fully leverage your abilities, I have decided to promote you to the starting small forward for the next game. I trust you won't let me down, will you? The Zen master, resembling the venerable Colonel Sanders, spoke earnestly to Duan. Upon hearing this, Duan initially nodded in realization before a smile spread across his face. While being a sixth man certainly allowed for statistical accumulation, the status of a starter undoubtedly held greater prestige. Moreover, in the starting lineup, Duan would have more opportunities for open shots in a bench role. 3-point attempts were typically ball-dominant. Duan believed that shooting without the ball was more accurate than shooting off the dribble, especially in wide-open situations, where his shooting percentage would be even higher. With the chance to shoot open threes, there was no need to force contested ones. While Curry was unmatched in shooting off the dribble, Kerr still designed numerous plays for Curry to shoot off screens, enhancing his offensive prowess. Playing alongside Peyton, Kobe, and others in the starting lineup, Duan knew he would often be running back and forth, rarely getting the ball, but when he did, the opportunities would likely be favorable. Furthermore, in O'Neal's absence, the distribution of ball-handling duties in the starting lineup would be sufficient. Peyton, Kobe, and Malone would not deign to lead the second unit. Thus, it was probable Duan would function as a pseudo-starter, with his primary role being to lead the bench unit in scoring. Overall, Duan's ball-handling opportunities would not only remain unchanged, but might even increase. For instance, his previous preseason minutes had hovered around 20. Now, with the promotion to the starting role, it could gradually rise to between 25 and 30 minutes. Typically, an NBA team's sixth man should average around 30 minutes of play. The Zen Master's expectations undoubtedly solidified Duan's standing within the Lakers organization. After pondering these developments, Duan swiftly pledged his loyalty to the Zen Master. In response, the Zen Master subtly revealed his intention to reduce some of Kobe's starting minutes, suggesting that Kobe and Duan could become the Jordan and Pippen of the bench unit. Duan was somewhat taken aback, but the Zen Master quickly clarified that this was in Duan's best interest. He also noted Duan's apparent deficiencies in ball handling. Moving Kobe to the bench would alleviate some of Duan's ball handling responsibilities, reducing turnovers. Kobe's ball-dominant play would attract defensive attention, allowing Duan to showcase his off-ball talents and help Kobe create space. This strategy would lead to a more equitable distribution of ball-handling duties within the starting lineup. Once O'Neal returned from injury, someone would inevitably have to cede ball-handling responsibilities. Allowing Kobe to lead the bench would mitigate potential conflicts regarding ball distribution. Of course, the question remained, would Kobe be willing to lead the second unit? If he agreed to this arrangement, would he still prioritize scoring over facilitating, potentially leading to selective passing? The Zen Master indicated that he would take the next month to thoroughly analyze the situation and strive to assign Duan a more suitable role. Compared to the ball-dominant playstyle of the triangle offense, off-ball play would be simpler, involving movement, passing, and cutting, reminiscent of the Warriors style, albeit with fewer screens. Duan was eager to learn and master his new role within the triangle offense. Among his admirers were young maidens, married women, daughters of nobility, affluent patrons, and enthusiastic fans. Even distant relatives and friends, upon learning of Duan's residence, visited with gifts in hand. Duan, being a normal person with emotions and desires, saw nothing wrong with occasionally inviting a few friends over for a game or two. However, given the recent incident involving Kobe, he decided to exercise caution. Having been deceived by a beautiful woman, Dongzi fell victim to a scam, a common occurrence among Chinese expatriates abroad. To avoid unnecessary complications, Duan resolved to maintain a low profile, limiting his social interactions. At most, it is merely about hosting external guests at home, treating it as a normal social engagement and extending polite hospitality. As the saying goes, there is plenty of time ahead. If there is genuine interest and no ulterior motives, such matters can be addressed in the future. Due to the frequency of such situations, Duan found himself overwhelmed and, a few days prior, he had just hired a housekeeper, at last. Someone was available to lend Duan a helping hand, assisting with the more arduous and unseemly tasks. Perhaps it was the sudden appearance of the housekeeper that caused some of the more dubious neighbors to retreat, resulting in a quieter environment for Duan. However, there were still visitors every day. Fortunately, Duan spent most of his time practicing basketball at the Toyota Center. When guests came over, they often left behind gifts and contact information before departing. Duan was not bogged down by mundane affairs. Leveraging his prior experience with the triangle offense, he quickly grasped most of the responsibilities expected of a small forward within just 2 days. On October 16, the Lakers faced off against the Cavaliers at their home court, marking Duan's debut as a starting player alongside Peyton, Kobe, Malone, and Grant. The Cavaliers' starting lineup included James, Ricky Davis, Darius Miles, Boozer, and Big Z. This meant that James was playing as a point guard, rather than a small forward. As the game commenced, Big Z won the tip-off for the Cavaliers. James advanced the ball, but upon crossing half-court, he encountered Peyton's aggressive defense. Known as the Glove, Peyton was notorious for his tenacious defensive style, enveloping his opponents like a glove, rendering their shooting touch non-existent. In truth, had James possessed the shooting and post-up abilities of Billups, he could have easily overpowered the aging Peyton, given his height and weight advantages. Once entangled by Peyton, James felt the pressure of ball control intensify and had no choice but to pass the ball to Ricky Davis. Faced with Kobe's close defense, Davis struggled to find a shooting opportunity and was forced to back down and return the ball to James. Upon regaining possession, James immediately called for Darius Miles to set a screen. Just as he managed to shake off Payton, he found himself matched up against Duan, who had switched onto him. "Hey, Little Melo's brother. I heard you've been performing quite well in the Summer League." James thought he had found an easy target and attempted to drive past Duan using his body as a shield. However, to his astonishment, he found it impossible to budge Duan. Taken aback, James quickly secured the ball with both hands, faked a move to try to shake off Duan, but the latter remained unfazed, without any shooting space or an opportunity to pivot as if the referee had not seen him. James had to turn his back and seek assistance from a teammate. Fortunately, Boozer was nearby, and James passed him the ball, only for Malone to anticipate the pass and intercept it. The Lakers capitalized on Big Z's lack of speed and swiftly transitioned to a fast break, connecting Payton and Malone for a spectacular dunk, earning the Lakers their first 2 points. As James brought the ball past half-court, he called for 2 consecutive screens before encountering Malone's imposing presence instead of Duan. Although Malone's rim protection was lacking, his formidable defense was intimidating, making it even more challenging for James to maneuver past him. Consequently, James had to retreat and call for more screens in an attempt to penetrate the interior. Soon enough, he faced Kobe, and after attempting to get past him, he discovered that it was more troublesome than being tangled up with Payton. He inadvertently lost control of the ball to Kobe. Despite Kobe having smaller hands, his wingspan was significant. Another fast break off James's turnover led to Kobe executing a powerful dunk. Interestingly, Duan proved to be slightly easier to contend with. However, given his current offensive capabilities, it was still difficult for James to breach Duan's defense. Due to the challenges he faced in scoring against the Lakers starting lineup, James transformed into a dribbling guard, passing the ball to Ricky Davis or Boozer after crossing half-court, opting to play off the ball without any intention of initiating offense or facilitating team plays. Ricky Davis, confronted by Kobe's defense, felt equally pressured and was forced to rely on screens to shift the attack towards Payton and Duan. Yet he could only manage to retain possession with a shooting percentage below 40. Boozer, facing Malone's defense, also struggled, managing to score only marginally. The Cavaliers ultimately relied on Big Z's superiority at the center position to gain some traction. But his stamina was limited, preventing him from playing extensively. The Lakers bench was still led by Duan. Although Fisher, Devin George, and Grant were competent, James's talent allowed him to exploit screens for easy scores even as a substitute. Duan shot 4 of 6 from the field, making both of his free throws to tally 10 points, while James went 4 of 7, hitting 2 of 3 from the line, also finishing with 10 points. In the first half, Duan outperformed James in both scoring and efficiency. As the second half commenced, James continued his impressive performance, scoring 16 points. Duan, not to be outdone, added another 15 points, ultimately finishing the game with 30 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, which compared favorably to James's 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Chapter 47. The regular season opener, replacing Kobe. As a rookie, Duan's outstanding performance greatly compensated for the offensive firepower of the Lakers bench. With a perfect 4-0 record in the preseason, Duan was undoubtedly a pivotal factor. Initially, local Lakers fans were concerned that the absence of Shaquille O'Neal at the start of the regular season would lead to disappointing results. However, it now appeared that even without O'Neal, the Lakers would still be one of the most formidable teams in the Wild West. Consequently, many Lakers fans eagerly donned Duan's number 31 jersey in support of their homegrown talent. Watching the rookie grow step by step into the all-star, superstar, and megastar they envisioned filled them with a sense of accomplishment. Although Duan's ball control during the regular season wouldn't be as extensive as in the preseason, it did not diminish the expectations surrounding him. Fans were not merely fixated on statistics, they were genuinely invested in the games. The Lakers supporters hoped for Duan to excel in the regular season, becoming a reliable cornerstone for the team, and then further evolving into the Lakers' future star come playoff time. Just like the upcoming preseason match against the Suns, where Duan only managed to score 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists, his playing time had increased to 27 minutes, yet he failed to replicate his previous streak of 20-point games. In fact, the Lakers lost to the Suns by a mere 3 points, with the primary players sitting out in the second half, placing the blame for the loss squarely on Duan's shoulders. Nonetheless, despite this occurrence, Lakers fans mostly felt a sense of reluctance rather than disappointment towards Duan. It was entirely normal for a rookie to have an occasionally lackluster performance, and besides, Duan's output was not subpar. In truth, it could only be said that Duan had set an exceedingly high bar with his previous performances. Typically, third- and fourth-year rookies seldom achieve consecutive 30-point games in the preseason. It was precisely Duan's extraordinary display that led some fans to mistakenly compare the rookie to Kobe, who was already among the top 10 in the league. Given Kobe's abilities, it was only natural for him to lead his team to victory in critical moments, as he was a max contract player. Duan, however, was merely a rookie who had yet to play a single regular season game. Fans expected Duan to follow in Kobe's footsteps, hoping that the Lakers could reap the benefits of Duan's rookie season to secure more championships. Yet, they did not impose excessive demands on Duan, who was known for his tireless training. The day after the game, media outlets aired footage of Duan's post-game workout. Basketball commentators noted that Duan's subpar performance was not due to instability, but rather the schedule's demands. The close proximity of the Cavaliers and Suns games left Duan, known for his intense training regimen, unable to manage his energy levels effectively, resulting in a less stellar performance than usual. Lakers fans, seasoned in the sport, were well aware of the rookie wall and understood that rookies often struggled in away games and back-to-back matchups. Duan, being a notorious gym rat, still managed to score 19 points, grab 7 rebounds, and dish out 4 assists despite fatigue. What more could anyone ask for? The future looked promising indeed. In the subsequent match against the Cavaliers, Duan did not disappoint the Lakers fans, once again outscoring the number 1 draft pick, James, and aiding the Lakers in securing victory. Against the crosstown rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers, Duan continued his impressive streak, setting a new preseason high with 35 points. However, due to a back-to-back schedule with the Kings the following day, and given that the Kings were a playoff-caliber team with a defensive intensity greater than any previous opponents, Duan's performance dipped significantly. He played 31 minutes, shooting 6 of 16 from the field, 1 of 5 from three-point range, and 3 of 5 from the free throw line, finishing with a mere 16 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal. After being bested by the Kings, Duan realized that the upcoming regular season would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. In the current Wild West, many teams boasted formidable bench strength. For Duan to excel and post impressive stats, he would need to adapt to specific matchups. If the opposing players were strong defenders, he would have to rely on screens. If they employed a zone defense, he could pass to Kobe. At times, it would be more efficient to attract defensive attention through teammates, simplifying the game rather than forcing the issue himself. As the regular season approached, the core trio of Peyton, Kobe, and Malone were set to log over 35 minutes on the court. Duan's shot attempts were unlikely to exceed 10. With such limited opportunities, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to amass high scores. Furthermore, considering the abundance of talent within the Lakers, Duan ought to focus on fulfilling his designated role, allowing others to shine, without the need to overly assert himself. Should he have any surplus energy, he might contemplate strategies for marketing. In response, Nike had begun prioritizing Duan's signature shoe, aiming for its release before the All-Star game. As October drew to a close and the regular season was about to commence, Duan received an intriguing piece of news. 2 days prior to the opening game, Kupchak summoned Duan to his office at the Toyota Center. Observing Kupchak's enigmatic demeanor, Duan initially assumed it heralded something significant. However, he soon learned that it was not the case. Due to Kobe's unavoidable absence from the opener for a hearing, someone needed to fill his position. After deliberation, the Lakers management and coaching staff decided that Duan would temporarily step in as the starting shooting guard. With the OK duo sidelined and the bench requiring leadership, Duan would play a role akin to a pseudo-starter, effectively the sixth man. Kupchak's conversation with Duan aimed to reassure him, urging him to focus solely on his game. Duan assured him of his commitment to performing his duties diligently. Shortly thereafter, the Zen Master also had a brief chat with Duan, echoing a similar sentiment to Kupchak's. Like in the preseason, Duan would assume the starting small forward position. The Zen Master praised Duan's shooting and defense, promising him unlimited shooting freedom within the second unit. After being encouraged by the Zen Master, Duan readily agreed, expressing his willingness to serve under his guidance. The following day, under the coaching staff supervision, Duan practiced strategies with his teammates, striving to emulate Kobe's playing style. However, having previously adapted to the 3D role of a starting small forward, he found the sudden shift to being the team's focal point somewhat disorienting. On October 28, the coaching staff finalized the defensive strategies against the Dallas Mavericks, prompting the Lakers, including Duan, to engage in last-minute defensive drills to enhance their positioning and movement. By 3 p.m., they boarded a bus to the Staples Center, where a buffet dinner awaited them, primarily consisting of high-calorie carbohydrates such as hamburgers, sandwiches, hot dogs, pizza, and burritos, alongside fish, chicken, and vegetable salads. Most players dined on the provided buffet, while star athletes often opted for meals prepared by personal nutritionists at home. Arriving an hour or two later, during away games, without the team's buffet, players received a meal allowance to procure their own dinners. After dining and resting for a couple of hours, the team reconvened for warm-up exercises around 5 p.m. With the game officially commencing at 7 p.m. Prior to tip-off, players could snack on bananas, energy bars, or hydrate with performance drinks if desired. They could also consume goji berries, provided they were placed in a Gatorade cup. As the Mavericks starting five, Nash, Finley, Danny Fortson, Antoine Walker, and Nowitzki, took the court, it was time for the home team, the Lakers, to introduce their starters. Welcoming the 20 jersey of Gary Payton, he was the first to emerge as per the NBA's traditional order, with the second player stepping out first and the star concluding the introductions. With the OK duo absent, Payton was designated to lead the entrance. The Lakers fans erupted in applause, celebrating Payton's inclusion in the storied franchise. Next was the announcement of the future star, Dunn, who proudly donned the 31 jersey, eliciting a roar of support from the crowd. The cheers for Dunn seemed to eclipse those for Payton, with whispers of encouragement in Mandarin resonating from the front rows. Following Dunn's entrance, Grant and Devin George took the court, with Malone, as the veteran, closing the lineup. Chapter 48. A stunning debut, MVP. Oh my, how high is that? The NBA opening night tickets at Staples Center are notoriously difficult to obtain. By the time I tried, only the nosebleed seats were left, and they are the cheapest. For us international students, pinching pennies just to catch a game, we can't afford anything more extravagant. The nosebleeds are our best bet. How much? A mere $29. So, 2 tickets would be $58. What a generous deal. At Staples Center, the 03-04 season's opening game featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Dallas Mavericks was about to commence. 2 Chinese exchange students, perched in the uppermost tier, were scanning the arena, exuberantly shouting, "Wait, from this distance, how can we see the game? It's practically impossible." How can it be impossible? You can definitely see. If you watch games regularly, you'll be able to recognize the players' numbers and know who's on the court. Just watch the big screen. It syncs with the live action, but it's not the same. This is the live experience, akin to watching a movie in a theater versus viewing a recording at home. Moreover, tonight marks Dunn's NBA debut, and it's the opening game of the 03-04 season. If luck is on our side and we encounter Dunn, a signature would be a lifelong treasure. Dunn is the top guard from Asia. He outperformed even Kobe in the Summer League. Have you ever seen Yao Ming in an opening game? But you will witness Dunn in his. You right. The atmosphere here is electric. I even heard someone shouting for Dunn. Who's wearing the 31 jersey? Could it be Dunn? Over there, I see a few fellow Chinese. It seems many have come to support him. Exactly, Dunn is in the 31 jersey. Let us keep an eye on him. The lights have dimmed. The game is about to start. The teams are announcing their starters. This player is Michael Finley. The black player is Steve Nash. And there's a German named Dirk Nowitzki, part of the Mavericks' Big Three. Here they come, the Lakers starters. First up is Gary Payton, nicknamed the Glove. Back in the day, he flaunted his wealth to Jordan, who retorted that his Ferrari was a gift from the manufacturer. Whoa, Dunn. Dunn is on the court, starting. Incredible. Payton is the point guard, and following him is Dunn, which means he is stepping in as the shooting guard. With Kobe absent, Dunn is effectively taking on his role. What a sign of succession. Amazing. Dunn truly is exceptional. Is it really that impressive? Isn't Kobe the Lakers' primary player? Didn't he and Shaquille win 3 championships together? Why isn't he playing? Is he making way for Dunn? Kobe has encountered legal issues and cannot attend today's game. It might be tough for Dunn to immediately step into Kobe's shoes, but who knows what the future holds. By the time we graduate, the Lakers could very well belong to Dunn, upon witnessing Dunn's starting debut. The 2 Chinese students, along with other fans who traveled from afar, erupted in jubilant cheers. However, their excitement quickly turned to frustration. Why isn't anyone passing the ball to Dunn? Don't they know how to play? Damn it, Payton. This is the Payton I warned you about. Payton, for heaven's sake, pass the ball to Dunn. How hard can it be? He's just shooting without a second thought. It's like he's in a race to score. Finally, he passed it. But it was a miss. All thanks to Peyton for the late pass. If Kobe had been running with Peyton, never touching the ball, and finally received it only to have Peyton delay the pass, he surely wouldn't have scored. Peyton, do me a favor and pass the ball to Dunn earlier, would you? If not, let us get someone who can play. Zen Master, are you asleep? Call a timeout already. Look, that went in. It was Malone. Malone knows the game. He understands who can score. Just pass it to Dunn, and scoring ain't that difficult. Now Peyton gets it. He should have passed it to Dunn. Look at that post-up, that strength. After the pick, Dunn took on Nash. Surely a more favorable matchup than Peyton trying to go one-on-one. A steal from Finley, incredible. A fast break leading to a dunk. Dunn is phenomenal. Just because your name is Michael doesn't mean I won steal from you. Even Jordan couldn't escape my defense. Witness what it means to be the top guard from Asia. This defense is solid. What is up with the Zen Master? Dunn is coming off the court. He's supposed to capitalize on his momentum and score more before the opposing team catches up? Is he following some peculiar strategy? Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, they were cheering, Dunn. That's beautiful. Keep it up. Next, you can exploit that mismatch against Steve Nash. It should play to your strengths. Just don't rush. Save some energy for the second half. Stay aware of your position and trust your teammates. As Duan departed the court, the Zen Master discreetly imparted new instructions. Initially, Duan harbored a flicker of resentment. Today marked his NBA debut. It was also the season opener where he was stepping in for Kobe. Taking on the role of the Lakers' starting shooting guard, Duan felt compelled to present himself as exceptionally mature and outstanding before the Lakers' home crowd. However, upon learning that his playing time would be significantly tied to Nash, exploiting this defensive vulnerability, his frustration swiftly dissipated. With opportunities to score easily at hand, Duan was more than willing to sacrifice for the team. Brother, what would you like to eat? I'll send someone to get it for you. Shaquille O'Neal personally approached Duan, offering him a towel, and then kindly inquired about what food would replenish his energy. With the OK duo absent, Duan's playing time was bound to be considerable. Some players often indulged in burgers, barbecues, or popcorn during halftime to stave off hunger. The team's locker room typically stocked energy-boosting snacks like granola bars, chocolates, refreshing gum, and beverages rich in vitamins and electrolytes. I crave fish. Bring me some abalone. No problem, no problem. I'll call the hotel right away, O'Neal responded, all the while playfully dancing in front of Duan. Nevertheless, Duan chose to focus intently on the game rather than on O'Neal's antics. The Mavericks' defense may have faltered, yet their offensive firepower was formidable. Under the guidance of the eccentric coach Don Nelson, this Mavericks team bore a resemblance to the Warriors' small ball lineup. With no legitimate center on the floor, they relied on Nowitzki for rim protection and Anton Walker, who also donned the number 8 jersey, to take up space on offense. Every position was capable of shooting. Once Nash pushed the fast break, their transition offense proved nearly unstoppable. The Lakers, under Peyton's direction, matched the Mavericks' pace. However, relying solely on the duo of Peyton and Malone could hardly contend against a Mavericks team that had honed their chemistry over several seasons. Duan dismissed the notion, deciding to first head to the locker room and eat during halftime. The Mavericks faced a similar dilemma. Their offensive distribution was lacking, and they too suffered from a dearth of interior defense. This indicated that their rim protection was insufficient, allowing Duan to exploit pick-and-roll opportunities effectively. Josh, stay close to Duan. Don't give him a chance to shoot. Prior to the game, Old Nelson had reminded rookie Josh Howard, who was making his debut, to keep a close eye on Duan, as the only significant threat off the Lakers bench. Howard had shown promise in containing Duan during summer league matchups. Nelson believed that as long as Howard remained focused, their victory was practically assured. Howard indeed put forth considerable effort in guarding Duan. Yet as a rookie, he lacked experience in defending pick-and-rolls. Duan leveraged the screen to find himself against Nash, utilizing his explosive speed and strength to brush past him effortlessly. When Duan surged towards the basket, Walker, who lacked lateral quickness and rim protection, found himself at a loss. Duan quickly leveled the score with 21 points, then continued to target Nash relentlessly. On defense, Duan proactively guarded Jamison while Fisher tangled with Nash, leaving the Mavericks to rely on Walker's erratic shooting. Having played the 5, Walker was visibly fatigued, and his propensity for wild shots led to numerous misses. However, could the 191 centimeters Nash effectively guard Duan? Clearly not. The Mavericks' issues with their point guard and center defense were glaring. Duan's offensive style was perfectly suited to exploit the Mavericks' defensive lapses. Although not the primary offensive option in the starting lineup, Duan found himself with ample opportunity in the absence of ball-dominant players. He seized the moment, charging forward with determination and accuracy. The Zen Master observed Duan's impressive performance and opted to keep Payton and Malone on the bench, who said only New York fans would turn their backs. In truth, not all Los Angeles fans were die-hard Lakers supporters. Many attendees at the Staples Center that night were simply there for the spectacle. The Chinese community, often eager to partake in such events, rallied around Duan's dazzling display, cheering him on as he approached the halftime mark with nearly 20 points. Other fans joined in the excitement, chanting, "MVP, MVP, MVP." It was primarily due to Nelson's adjustments that Duan faced increased defensive pressure. As Duan's endurance waned, his efficiency diminished, compounded by teammates failing to capitalize on open shots, allowing the Mavericks to close the gap. To maintain the Lakers' lead, the Zen Master had to respond actively. With 19 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, Duan's dazzling performance in his NBA debut was noteworthy even before halftime. As Duan exited the game, the Zen Master took a moment to commend him, urging him to rest well for an even more impressive second half. Chapter 49. Winning over Payton, the West's top backcourt. As soon as the door swung open, a medley of delicious aromas wafted through the air. Inside the locker room, 2 catering carts stood, each laden with 7 or 8 dishes, divided into 3 tiers. While it might not suffice to fill the Lakers players entirely, it was ample for sampling and satisfying pangs of hunger. Applause erupted as O'Neal stepped in first, drawing everyone's attention. "Brothers, this is a seafood feast, courtesy of Shaq." Everyone played remarkably well in the first half, which was crucial for our lead. "Let's keep pushing in the second half and win this game together. Now, let's save the abalone for our star, Duan. The rest of you can dig in. No need to be shy." After O'Neal finished speaking, he embraced Duan and Malone, guiding them to the front of the carts. As the lids were lifted, steam rose from the dishes, maintaining their warmth as if freshly prepared. Abalone, oysters, geoduck, sea urchin, lobster, coral shrimp, king crab, snow crab, salmon, cod, halibut, shrimp fried rice, and lobster omelette were all present. Duan was taken aback by O'Neal's generosity. This meal must have cost several $1,000s. Watching his teammates gather, Duan felt no need to express gratitude with words. He dove right in, one hand grasping abalone, the other an oyster, followed by a selection of geoduck and sea urchin. Unlike other teams that used halftime for tactical discussions, the Zen Master was accustomed to hosting a sumptuous feast during this time. Occasionally, when the atmosphere was lively, he would join in with the other coaches, but today, he chose to maintain a composed demeanor, quietly meditating to himself. "Gary, do you have a moment to chat?" After satisfying his initial hunger, Duan sought out Payton for a conversation. "I alone cannot handle all the ball distribution for the bench. Would you be willing to assist me?" At this juncture, if Payton were on the court, Duan would undoubtedly pass to him, enabling easy scoring opportunities. "We are teammates, part of the same team. In the starting lineup, if you encounter rim protectors, you could always dish it to Carl, right?" Eager to enhance his debut performance, Duan candidly reached out to Payton, hoping for cooperation and flexibility. If Payton aimed to score and secure a lucrative contract, Duan was clear about his willingness to share ball rights from the bench, creating easier scoring chances for Payton. Payton, not one to overlook subtlety, discerned the underlying message in Duan's words. Duan wished to claim a greater share of ball control during their time together on the court. After some contemplation, Payton ultimately nodded. "I would be glad to mentor a younger player. I am here to pursue a championship and am willing to make sacrifices for the team. If the team needs me to lead the bench, then I shall do so." Undoubtedly, Duan's prowess had earned Payton's respect. His NBA debut revealed no signs of stage fright, and his individual skills were sufficient to neutralize an all-star like Nash. Had the Mavericks not resorted to a zone defense early on and employed double-teaming against Duan, his scoring would have easily surpassed 20 points. It was evident that Duan had demonstrated the capability to score 30 points in the regular season, akin to his preseason performances. Initially, Payton had fretted that the absence of O'Neal and Kobe might destabilize the Lakers, leading to discord within the locker room. However, with Duan emerging as a promising talent, the team found stability. Notably, Duan garnered support from the Zen Master and the team leader, O'Neal. while other rookies might have sought to monopolize the ball given their explosive scoring ability. Duan willingly shared the ball with his role-player teammates. It is also due to Dunn's humble character and the team's playing style that Payton's doubts were dispelled, leading him to abandon his ulterior motives. There was no necessity for the bench players to score in the starting lineup. Since Dunn was willing to create easier scoring opportunities for him within the bench unit, Payton was equally inclined to accept Dunn's goodwill and assist him in alleviating ball handling pressure. For Dunn, securing Payton's cooperation was crucial, as it would pave the way for a seamless integration into the team's dynamics. By establishing a rapport with Payton, Dunn would benefit from increased open shot opportunities, particularly from beyond the arc, where he excelled. Furthermore, with only one person managing the bench, it was arduous for Dunn to navigate the game without additional ball handlers to draw defensive attention. As halftime quickly approached its end, Dunn, Payton, Malone, and others re-entered the game as starters. The Zen Master had initially harbored concerns that Payton might continue his solitary play, neglecting to pass to Dunn and insisting on a fast-paced game against the Mavericks, potentially allowing them to close the point gap. However, Payton did not disappoint. He executed a high-post backdown before swiftly pivoting to create a scoring opportunity near the basket. When Nowitzki arrived for help defense, Payton, without a glance, lofted the ball high into the air. Malone, reminiscent of the Rain Man, suddenly soared, completing an emphatic alley-oop dunk. Turning to defense, Payton exerted considerable effort, compelling Tony Delk to release the ball prematurely. Faced with Dunn's defense, Finley had no choice but to pass to another teammate. Walker, hindered by Malone's presence, found it difficult to receive a pass for a shot, leaving Nowitzki and Eden Narela as the options. Naturally, the ball was sent to Nowitzki in the low post to take on Grant. At this stage, Nowitzki was still somewhat inexperienced, with a relatively soft playing style, and his isolation move did not yield the desired result, as he missed his jumper due to Grant's subtle interference. Seeing Dunn's positioning, Malone quickly executed a long pass. His passing skills often went unnoticed by fans, but as he aged, his game-reading ability and passing prowess had notably improved, providing Dunn with an anticipatory pass. Dunn effortlessly received the ball and executed a simple one-handed dunk. It was evident that Dunn's scoring would not be limited to just 20 points. After benefiting from Dunn's willingness to share the ball, Payton was eager to continue facilitating opportunities for him. With the Mavericks failing to double-team on the perimeter, Dunn decisively engaged in pick-and-roll plays, driving towards the basket to either finish or draw fouls. Dunn's ability to draw fouls was already impressive, especially with the added support of the referees. After a moment's hesitation, Payton proactively approached the Zen Master, expressing his willingness to sacrifice for the team and join Dunn in managing the bench unit. To this, the Zen Master not only approved but praised the initiative. He had already contemplated assigning either Payton or Kobe to support Dunn in alleviating ball handling duties. However, previously, Payton had been uncooperative, while Kobe remained silent during the preseason. As luck would have it, Payton's readiness to partner with Dunn on the bench allowed for a more equitable distribution of ball control between the starting and reserve lineups. The Zen Master subsequently implemented a new strategy. With a score of 71-78, the Lakers entered the fourth quarter with a 7-point lead. The dynamic duo of Dunn and Payton reignited their efforts, relentlessly attacking the Mavericks' vulnerable backcourt. Although their excessive reliance on each other diminished the involvement of other teammates. Deviating from the triangle offense's principles, the primary goal remained: securing the victory. The Zen Master had little grievance regarding this approach. The final score of 93-106 marked a triumphant debut for the Lakers in the 2003-2004 season. Achieving a 13-point victory over the Mavericks, the rookie, Dunn, stepped up magnificently in Kobe's absence, delivering an exceptional performance. He recorded 21 field goals with 13 conversions, hitting 3 out of 6 three-pointers and sinking 6 of 8 free throws, culminating in an impressive 35 points, along with 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals. Additionally, the new acquisitions, Payton and Malone, also excelled, contributing 26 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, and 21 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, respectively. In a post-game interview, rookie Dunn attributed the key to victory to their combined scoring of 61 points, declaring, "We are the premier backcourt in the West, and no one can stop us." Chapter 50, the first away game. One-on-one with Kobe under Nike's relentless promotion, Dunn's astonishing debut performance garnered widespread attention and discussion among North American fans within just a day or two. Everyone recognized the Lakers as the team of the formidable OK combination. Yet, in the absence of this duo, the Lakers managed to triumph over the Western powerhouse Dallas Mavericks under the leadership of Payton, Dunn, and Malone. It is noteworthy that the Mavericks were a Western Conference Finals team last season, having bolstered their roster during the offseason by acquiring two major players, Antoine Walker and Jamison. The Mavericks' original trio of core players were all All-Stars, while Walker and Jamison were also esteemed as All-Star caliber players. With a star-studded lineup, the Mavericks were expected to dominate, or at the very least, not lose by such a significant margin of 13 points. It can only be said that the previously overlooked rookie Dunn emerged as the standout performer in this season opener, unexpectedly becoming the X-factor that led the Lakers to victory. Adding to the intrigue, Dunn is a Chinese player with yellow skin, which further enhanced his visibility and created substantial media buzz. There were both congratulatory sentiments towards Dunn and a curiosity to learn from his experience. As fellow rookies, they shared the anxieties of their impending NBA debuts. Dunn graciously imparted some of his insights to his two brothers, yet, being inherently audacious, he remained largely unaffected by external opinions. For instance, in light of the fervent discussions surrounding him, Nike arranged various interviews for Dunn amidst his training sessions. Regardless of whether the coverage was laudatory, critical, or even defamatory, Dunn readily participated. After all, any publicity, be it positive or negative, served to elevate his profile and could yield financial rewards. In truth, following his remarkable debut statistics, it became increasingly challenging for the media to cast him in a negative light. Moreover, given his impressive performance, it was inevitable that opposing coaching staffs would begin to scrutinize Dunn's playing style. Once they dissected his approach, Dunn's scoring efficiency might diminish against tailored defensive strategies. If he failed to continuously adapt and improve throughout the season, he risked encountering the notorious rookie wall that many newcomers face. Some rookies falter due to gameplay issues, others due to physical exhaustion or injuries, and some due to the overwhelming pressure of public scrutiny affecting their mindset. Dunn's integration into the Lakers' triangle offense would likely resolve gameplay issues over time, as his understanding of the system deepened. Regarding physical stamina, Dunn began to explore external means to replenish his energy. As long as he avoided serious fouls, the likelihood of injury remained low. In terms of mentality, Dunn, as a time traveler, retained a relatively mature outlook. For instance, with numerous admirers eager to befriend him, he maintained a commendable level of composure. Time swiftly passed, and on October 30th, Dunn packed his belongings and traveled with the team for their away game. Notably, before boarding the plane, he received an envelope from the team manager, containing an $80 cash allowance. Upon hearing Shaquille O'Neal explain that this was the meal allowance for away games, Dunn learned that this subsidy was league-mandated, and teams could not exceed this amount, although many owners often sought to minimize such expenses. Regardless of whether players, like O'Neal, were injured and unable to play, they still received this meal allowance while traveling with the team. Since it was a charter flight, the journey was relatively smooth. However, after 2 hours in the air, the fatigue of travel became apparent upon reaching their destination. After arriving in Phoenix, Dunn, like his teammates, engaged in light exercise, listened to music, meditated, and then retired for a brief sleep. That, of course, there were a few players on the Lakers who felt it was a rare opportunity to explore the area and find familiar faces for an exhilarating night out. "Dunn, would you like to join us for a meal?" Kobe inquired. "Are you eating at the hotel? Shouldn't superstars like you have personal nutritionists?" The next morning, Dunn encountered Kobe in the hotel restaurant, surprised when Kobe initiated a conversation. "Well, that I had a falling out with my nutritionist, and I haven't had time to find a new one, so I'm just making do for now." "What would you like to eat?" "Order whatever you like." "It's on me. After breakfast, are you planning to train? If so, would you care for a one-on-one challenge?" Even when arriving at the arena just in time for the game, without much warm-up, Dunn's performance remained astonishingly hot, with an extraordinarily high scoring efficiency and a crucial game-winning shot. "Seems I've been conscripted. Can I at least get a meal before the beating?" Dunn mused, reflecting on Kobe's unexpected friendliness after previously exhibiting a cold demeanor. As if keeping others at bay, I might as well indulge. Dunn was eager to test Kobe's renowned one-on-one skills, often compared to Jordan's. After finishing breakfast, Dunn rested for half an hour before warming up for another hour. Once fully prepared, he finally engaged in a one-on-one matchup with Kobe. "Whoa, is that an elbow move? Are you expecting me to go easy on you, rookie?" During the 2002 offseason, Kobe bulked up, aiming to usurp Shaquille's position as the team's leader, transforming himself into a smaller version of Karl Malone. However, This increase in weight led to knee issues, culminating in surgery, coinciding with the tumultuous Eagle County incident. Amidst the chaos of that offseason, Kobe's weight not only failed to decrease but actually increased. When he backed down, he raised his elbow, and truly, Dewin found himself at a loss against Kobe. After a couple of exchanges, realizing he could not withstand the physicality, Dewin willingly gave up a step, and with that scant space, Kobe effortlessly executed a turnaround jumper. Had Kobe been aware of Dewin's impressive vertical leap, he might have refrained from attempting that shot initially, as Dewin managed to disrupt Kobe's shot early on. However, once Kobe discerned Dewin's physical capabilities, he adeptly utilized his core strength to hover in midair, releasing the shot just as Dewin was about to descend, giving Dewin shorter reach and average hang time. Over the course of half an hour, Dewin faced Kobe in 3 scrimmages, with the best outcome yielding a mere 11 points. It is noteworthy that this performance came from a Kobe who had not fully adjusted his game during the offseason. Dewin, at his current level, was indeed unqualified to challenge a superstar of Kobe's caliber, one of the top 10 in the league. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Kobe was Dewin's teammate, not his adversary. Besides, how many points could Kobe score in a single game? Dewin, from the bench, could certainly find ways to score akin to Kobe. There was still a game to be played later that evening, so let us conclude for now. With noon approaching, I shall take my leave for a meal. Understanding the disparity between himself and Kobe, Dewin refrained from further self-inflicted torment and sought an excuse to slip away. It would be wiser for Kobe to channel his pent-up frustration into the evening's matchup against the Suns. Where leading the team to victory took precedence, Dewin's desire to exit did not elicit any plea from Kobe, who continued to practice silently in the gym. Though you take me for a mere pawn? Chapter 51. Lubricant, Double-Double, Phoenix, Western Conference Arena. As the lights dimmed, the curtain on tonight's battle was set to rise. The visiting Lakers starting 5 made their entrance, with Karl Malone stepping onto the court first. Following him, Dewin appeared second. Next came Grant, then the showstopper Peyton, and finally, Kobe, the last to take the stage. Once the Lakers were introduced, the Suns starting 5 followed suit, beginning with the power forward Stoudemire, followed by the small forward Marion, the center Jack Voskuhl, and the shooting guard Joe Johnson. Lastly, amid cheers for the game's MVP, Marbury made his entrance. It is worth mentioning that last year, Marbury was arrested for drunk driving and sentenced to 10 days in jail, along with a 1-game suspension, tarnishing his reputation. However, due to his formidable individual talent, he was selected for the All-Star Game and the All-NBA third team, helping the Suns reach the playoffs. Although they were swept in the first round, the team that defeated them was the championship-winning Spurs, which mitigated the blow. From the atmosphere, it was clear that Marbury remained quite popular in Phoenix. Evidently, the majority of fans are rather pragmatic. As long as their star player brings them victories, their support is unwavering. To be fair, Marbury was indeed in his prime, exhibiting outstanding form. As the game commenced, Marbury faced Peyton's defense, initiating a one-on-one dribble drive, executing a swift crossover, a sudden stop, and another change of direction that left Peyton bewildered. Neither Malone nor Grant were renowned for rim protection, and Marbury commenced the game by cleanly finishing with a layup, securing the first 2 points. While Marbury's defense may be average, it was still significantly better than Nash's. Currently, Peyton's offensive game relied heavily on driving, and Marbury possessed the speed and physicality to counter him effectively. As the first half progressed, Peyton decided to pass the ball to Kobe, leaving Kobe somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this not how it was played during the preseason? However, receiving the ball was not a disadvantage. Even if Marion chose to defend him, Kobe remained undeterred. He backed in, attempting to establish himself in the comfortable mid-range zone. Marion aimed to push Kobe out, but he could not withstand the force of Kobe's elbow and ultimately retreated. Joe Johnson, failing to remain passive, opted to leave Dewin to double-team Kobe. Just as anticipated, Kobe not only refrained from passing but also executed a fadeaway jumper. Kobe, as ever, tested the basket's resilience, the sound of the miss resonating clearly. At that moment, with no one guarding him, Dewin seized the opportunity to dash beneath the basket. Although Dewin's rebounding anticipation was not particularly high, he was competent in basic judgment, especially with Malone and Grant occupying the paint. With no interference, Dewin successfully secured the offensive rebound and continued his drive towards the basket. As Jack Voskuhl approached to help, Dewin seized the moment, hesitating momentarily to fake out his opponent before deftly drawing a foul with a shooting motion. With that, He capitalized on Kobe's defensive attention, earning an offensive rebound and scoring a basket. Along with a chance for a free throw, he calmly sank the free throw, allowing the Lakers to edge ahead of the Suns by 1 point. However, in the blink of an eye, the Suns launched a fast break, with Payton unable to keep pace with Marbury, who finished the layup. "Give me the ball. I will handle him. Later, you can defend that rookie," Kobe remarked, unable to hold back his irritation, requesting the ball from Payton while indicating he would take on Marbury. Payton, incensed by this, retorted, "Do you think I can't handle him? I have 100 ways to defeat him." If they were opponents, Kobe would have long since hurled trash talk at him, questioning Payton's past defensive efforts. If your defense were as tough as your mouth, you might actually succeed. Yet, as they were teammates, and with the championship in sight, Kobe merely stated, "I am the team's leader," implicitly instructing Payton to heed his words and not overthink the matter. At that moment, Payton's thoughts revolved around the fact that the Lakers' leader he recognized was not Kobe, but Shaq. Furthermore, he had already established rapport with Karl and Dewin, so why should he heed Kobe's command? Did he look down upon him? Did he desire the ball? He would not grant Kobe his wish. Payton dribbled past half-court, disregarding Kobe's directive and instead passing to Dewin. Kobe, growing increasingly frustrated, clapped his hands in discontent as Dewin independently initiated an attack. With Marion actively defending Kobe, Dewin faced Joe Johnson. Having faced him in the preseason, Dewin had gathered some successful strategies against Joe Johnson. He began by backing in before seeking space to drive. But unexpectedly, as Dewin maneuvered past Joe, Marion abandoned Kobe to provide help. Dewin, not being obstinate, passed the ball to the open Kobe. Kobe, surprised to find himself unguarded, wasted no time and launched a jump shot. Joe Johnson's recovery was noticeably sluggish, and thanks to Dewin's assist, Kobe confidently nailed the mid-range jumper before promptly sprinting back on defense, showing no signs of celebration. Clearly, under Dewin's facilitative influence, Kobe refrained from directing complaints at Payton regarding the ball distribution. The Suns could not push the fast break and were forced into a half-court offense. When Marbury saw Kobe defending him, he opted not to force a play but instead passed to Joe Johnson. Standing a head taller than Payton, Joe held a significant height advantage, along with the skill set that suited his strengths. Joe lowered his center of gravity, quickly dribbling while feigning a drive to the basket. Payton, attempting to interfere, was left slightly behind as Joe managed to slip past him. By the time Payton turned to chase him down, Joe had already released a jump shot. Fortunately, mid-range shooting percentages rarely exceed 50. And although Joe's sudden jump shot was aesthetically pleasing, it failed to find the net. Consequently, despite Payton's defensive lapse, it did not result in a catastrophe. Malone secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Payton. The Lakers were prepared for a fast break, yet with Marbury closely guarded by Kobe, his prowess was diminished to merely 70 or 80%. In this predicament, the Suns could only hope for others to step up. Marbury, believing Joe Johnson's prior attempt had been sound, save for the missed basket, continued to feed him the ball. Joe, not disappointing Marbury, successfully executed a play against Payton, exposing him as the most significant defensive liability on the court. Seemingly embarrassed by being repeatedly called out and having failed to contain his assignments, Payton grew frustrated. This time, he did not pass to Dewin. Instead, he called for Dewin to set a screen. Dewin, needing Payton to alleviate the ball-handling burden from the bench, willingly played the role of a facilitator. Using Dewin's screen, Payton drove into the Suns' paint, yet was met by Stoudemire, who impeded him momentarily, only for Marion to rush in from behind. Thanks to Malone's persistent shouting and raised hands, Payton promptly passed the ball, allowing Malone to take a mid-range shot, thus granting Payton an assist. However, Marion soon began to assert himself, and while Dewin's defense against Marion was adequate, Marion excelled in screen and roll situations and chaotic scrambles. Through his collaboration with Marbury on screens, Marion frequently slipped past Dewin, positioning himself for easy baskets beneath the rim. In this era of basketball, such physicality was permissible. Had it been in the small ball era? Unless a star player received a whistle, it would have simply been deemed a foul. Observing Dewin endure considerable setbacks, Payton, during a transition play, passed him the ball. Dunn, however, paid little heed to it, for he was still young. And rookies inevitably had to pay the price for their lack of defensive experience. After suffering a few setbacks, Dunn gradually came to understand when to keep pace with Marion and when to call upon his teammates for help with defensive support. Yet, Marion was also adept at passing. When faced with a double team beneath the basket, he would hand the ball over to Stoudemire to handle the situation. The Suns' starting lineup was formidable, and completely stifling them was no easy feat. After Fisher was substituted in, Kobe finally gained a significant amount of ball control, able to unleash his long-suppressed offensive desires. The score stood at 24-26, with the Lakers trailing the Suns by 2 points at the end of the first quarter. With Marion resting on the bench, the Suns' defense faltered considerably. Although Hardaway could facilitate the team and initiate ball-handling plays, defense was not his strong suit, particularly after his major injury, which had further diminished his defensive abilities. As for Joe Johnson and Stoudemire, they were not particularly known for their defensive prowess either. Dunn immediately engaged Payton in a pick-and-roll, switching onto Hardaway, and took advantage of his high-post isolation to drive towards the basket. To limit Dunn's offensive capabilities, the Suns forwards had no choice but to double-team him, allowing Dunn to pass the ball to Payton or Devin George. While Dunn had few opportunities to score himself, Payton and Devin George thrived in their roles. Payton struggled to defend against quicker guards, yet had no issue handling slower forwards. The Suns were compelled to bring Marbury and Marion back onto the court, prompting the Lakers to promptly deploy Kobe and Malone as well at this rate. Even if the bench lineup faced double teams again, Dunn still had the potential to achieve a stat line of 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists tonight. Although it might not be as dazzling as his debut in the season opener, a double-double would still be worthy of making headlines for a rookie. Should he consider trying a more unconventional approach? Chapter 52. Zen Master. Dunn, you are too much of a team player. Dunn, you are a team-oriented athlete, and your excellence remains unwavering. I have always known that you would seamlessly integrate into the team and play a pivotal role in the game. As long as you can fully grasp the principles of the triangle offense, I believe all players will rally around you. A hint, perhaps. All of them rallying around me. Dunn had long aspired to be the leader of the Lakers. Yet he was well aware that his current capabilities did not permit such aspirations. Thus, he opted for a steady approach, remaining observant and, when conditions allowed, utilizing his energy to maintain harmony in the Lakers' locker room. Following the Lakers' F4, he aimed to secure that crucial championship title and achieve the NBA championship accolade, crafting a new template in the process. This time, he ordered no takeout, opting instead for the hotel to deliver food. However, he did have some snacks available, primarily bananas, energy bars, and protein gels. If he felt thirsty, he would drink Gatorade. Dunn was not shy about taking a few bananas upon seeing his teammates enter, grabbing 3 for himself and peeling one as he settled into his seat. Dunn, we have a back-to-back game tomorrow. Shouldn't you soak your feet in ice now? A staff member wheeled over several buckets of ice water, inquiring if Dunn would like to ice his feet. Icing could alleviate pain, reduce swelling, and diminish inflammation. For someone like Dunn, who was neither injured nor in pain, it could still help relieve fatigue and eliminate lactic acid. Dunn did not refuse the staff's kind offer. Noticing that Kobe, Payton, and Malone were all soaking their knees in ice water and even had ice packs strapped on, Dunn followed suit. Malone had played in the NBA for 20 years. His impressive durability was not solely due to physical gifts. As one ages, one must resort to using a thermos filled with goji berries. Maintaining health in basketball is a profound study. Moreover, Kobe, though not old, was also taking care of himself. How could Dunn, as a young player, not follow suit? While icing his feet, Dunn remained attentive, listening to the Zen Master's strategies and adjustments for the second half. In the previous game, during halftime, the Zen Master had engaged in meditation because the Lakers were leading by a comfortable margin, and the players were focused on indulging in a lavish meal. No amount of coaching would penetrate their minds. This time, circumstances were different. At halftime, the score was 52-49, with the Lakers leading by merely 3 points. This narrow margin was primarily due to Dunn and Payton's efforts. Winning on the road is typically more challenging than at home. To solidify their advantage and secure a road victory, the Zen Master had to fulfill his role as the dynasty's head coach. In the Zen Master's plan, all starters were to return for the second half, initiating plays with Dunn handling the ball, and if he faltered or grew fatigued, Kobe and Malone would step in as safety nets. The Zen Master wanted to observe whether Dunn could attract defensive attention as a ball handler within the starting lineup. If he could not, it would still allow Dunn to showcase his youthful tenacity and vigor. Whenever back-to-back games arose, the true dependables remained Kobe, Dunn, and Fisher. Those who could run tirelessly and withstand fatigue. I will hold the ball and take charge, right? Upon hearing the Zen Master's instructions, Dunn felt a surge of delight. He had been pondering whether to try for more assists to boost his chances of achieving a double-double. Fortune favors the bold. The Zen master had no intention of leading him astray. Rather, he wished for Dunn to play more selflessly. Dunn's mind was clear as a bell. After much contemplation, he realized that the onus was on him to sacrifice for the greater good of the team. Sacrificing the small for the greater. Dunn provided himself with a mental nudge, and everything fell into place. The Lakers' F4 all sought their statistics, even if it was not for the sake of padding their numbers. Their individual core styles would naturally accumulate significant stats during the game. A simple calculation reveals that in an average game with a score of around 100 points, the OK duo would contribute at least 40 points, while Payton and Malone would add another 30, leaving less than 30 points for Dunn and the other Lakers. It was impossible for Dunn to monopolize the contributions of the role players entirely. According to the principles of the triangle offense, he would have to share at least half of the scoring opportunities to satisfy their appetites. This meant that achieving an average of 20 points per game this season would be quite challenging for Dunn. However, he also needed to maintain his statistics to continue enhancing his commercial value and compete for the Rookie of the Year award. Given this, why not explore alternative avenues to expand his statistical contributions? During the Summer League, Dunn had already contemplated emulating Westbrook's approach, rendering Westbrook's path ineffective. It was noteworthy that Westbrook's style had significantly inflated his BPM and VORP advanced metrics. When observing the differences between ordinary players and stars without watching the games, one could easily discern the gap through basic statistics. However, when comparing stars with similar statistics or differing styles within the same tier, how does one measure their standing? Naturally, one must turn to advanced metrics, especially for the voters holding the keys to various awards, who often lack the time and energy to watch the games and instead rely on statistical sheets to guide their decisions based on advanced data. The most crucial statistic in basketball is scoring, yet scoring alone is not the sole indicator of talent. Nash's back-to-back MVPs were not based on exceptional scoring statistics, but rather on team success, combined with impressive advanced metrics, securing his titles effortlessly. Next, Dunn would be competing for Rookie of the Year against James and Anthony. He could not rely on scoring alone, but what if he could vastly outperform them in rebounds and assists? If he could average a triple-double in his rookie season, the Rookie of the Year accolade would be all but assured. Perhaps he could even enter the conversation for regular season MVP. However, in the history of the NBA, players like Oscar Robertson and Westbrook were exceedingly rare. Even primary ball handlers struggled to achieve an average triple-double. For Dunn to attain such statistics alongside the Lakers' F4 was rather fanciful. To achieve his goals, Dunn could only compromise and strive to push his statistics closer to a triple-double. Time was of the essence. He would start tonight, in the second half, re-entering the game for the second half. Dunn was clearly a different player than he had been in the first half. The essence of Dunn had begun to emanate the foul stench of a sewer. Although Payton had been battling in the NBA for over a decade, his instincts were not particularly sharp. After crossing midcourt, he obediently passed the ball to Dunn as instructed by the Zen master, then moved to the weak side at a 45-degree angle. This allowed Dunn, stationed on the strong side with his back to the basket, to be flanked by Kobe at the top of the arc and Malone in the corner. Should a double team arise, Dunn would have the opportunity to pass out, potentially securing an assist. "You'd best double team me," Dunn felt an urge to shout. Yet, Marion did not overcommit defensively. It was only when Dunn turned to drive past Joe Johnson and penetrated the paint that Marion released Kobe. Dunn had intended to keep an eye on Marion, and upon seeing him actually commit to help defense, he immediately passed the ball to Kobe. In the first half, Kobe had made 5 of 11 shots for 13 points, which was a rather average performance. Consequently, Dunn secured another assist, bringing him closer to a double-double. The Suns struggled to initiate fast breaks, rendering half their offense ineffective. In a half-court setting, Stoudemire, initially a strong asset, was effectively neutralized by Malone. Thus, the Suns found themselves stuck in a cycle of isolation plays with Marbury, Joe Johnson, and pick-and-rolls between Marbury and Marion. Kobe tightly guarded Marbury, while he could still penetrate the lane. The Lakers had defenders in place, particularly Malone's imposing presence. After only a few plays, Marbury began to feel overwhelmed. Johnson, facing Payton's defense, could create some shooting space, but his penchant for shooting hindered his effectiveness. If he continued to drive towards the basket or pass out after penetrating, he might have helped the Suns escape their predicament, but relying solely on his low 40 shooting percentage in isolation proved insufficient. The offensive capabilities of the Suns were severely restricted, while the Lakers, aided by Dunn's team-oriented basketball, navigated the game with ease and flair. With possession in hand, it was undoubtedly easier to accumulate statistics. Dunn generously shared his ball control with Kobe and Malone, leading to a rapid accumulation of assists. However, his passing could have been more precise, as sometimes Kobe and Malone needed to adjust against defenders. Otherwise, tallying assists could have been even more straightforward. Dunn, you are too much of a team player. At times, you should take the initiative to score. After substituting Dunn out, the Zen master offered him a few words of guidance. Dunn did not rebut, but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Having already secured a double-double, scoring was not an immediate concern. Moreover, the Zen master had no intention of letting Kobe play with the ball, advising him to continue moving without the ball while focusing on defense. On the Sun side, there were no adjustments to the lineup. Marion remained on the bench, which suited Dunn perfectly. Nevertheless, to maintain a good rapport with Payton, Dunn still passed the ball to him several times, allowing Payton to score a bit more. The Zen master, however, made no exceptions, pulling all the starting players except for Dunn. Initially, Dunn had recorded 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 12 assists, just 3 points and 4 rebounds shy of a 20-point triple-double. With over 4 minutes remaining, this undoubtedly provided Dunn with an opportunity. Unfortunately, the Lakers lacked a strong interior presence, and Dunn was surrounded by teammates less adept at boxing out. Furthermore, Dunn did not play through all the garbage time. After just over 2 minutes, the Zen master substituted him out, considering the need to prepare for the back-to-back game the following day. Ultimately, Dunn concluded the game with a double-double of 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 12 assists. Chapter 53. Consecutive 20s, the Devils' 4-game road trip undeterred by scandal, Kobe returned with 27 points and 6 rebounds. Aiding the Los Angeles Lakers in conquering Phoenix, the Los Angeles Lakers are an unstoppable force this season, triumphing over the Dallas Mavericks and Phoenix Suns. Los Angeles' first-round trio of superstars, Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, are now on the roster. Rookie Dunn showcased his prowess with 21 points and 12 assists, achieving his first double-double of the season. Dunn post-game interview. The shots I can't make, Kobe can. The passes Kobe can't make, I can deliver. Dunn intended to alleviate his physical fatigue in this manner, so as to participate in the upcoming back-to-back games with renewed vigor. Arriving this early? At 2:30 p.m., Kobe came to the Toyota Center for an early warm-up and discovered Dunn already practicing in the gym, so he initiated a friendly greeting. Young man, unable to sleep, I resorted to practicing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dunn resumed his shooting drills, mindful of the camera crew at work, as it would be inconsiderate to waste their time. Before long, other teammates arrived one after another, including O'Neal, who came to partake in the food and drink. O'Neal expressed a desire to share both the hardships and joys with his teammates, yet he consumed more than anyone else. O'Neal, who seldom focused on weight control, felt no need for a nutritionist. He believed the food provided by the team was clean, hygienic, and nutritious. Moreover, dining together fostered a lively atmosphere filled with laughter. It can be said that even the wealthiest players in the league would not miss an opportunity to enjoy the team's offerings. Many believe that back-to-back games necessitate more rest for players, which is indeed true. Nonetheless, under normal circumstances, players are not afforded excessive rest. To prevent injuries, teams participating in back-to-back games often have players arrive for warm-ups half an hour to an hour early, allowing ample time to get their bodies moving. Occasionally, the head coach will consult with players regarding their physical condition to adjust specific playing times. The Zen master, unlike most coaches, conducted warm-ups half an hour early and concluded them half an hour early, utilizing the remaining time for pre-game meditation. Back-to-back games entail not only physical fatigue but also psychological exhaustion, which should not be overlooked. The prevalence of pre-game meditation in the future NBA can be attributed, to some extent, to the influence of the Zen master. Having completed the meditation, the game was soon to commence. Tonight, the Lakers faced the Golden State Warriors, who were without their star player Richardson. During the offseason, Richardson was suspended by the league for 3 games due to domestic violence. Although he could play in the preseason, he was banned for the first 3 regular season games, with this match being the third. One could say that the Lakers were fortunate, as was Dunn. The Warriors excelled in height and defensive prowess, making it challenging for opponents to penetrate their interior during half-court plays. The Zen master understood the Warriors' situation and adjusted the team's strategy accordingly. After focusing on interior plays against the Suns, the Lakers aimed to emphasize outside shooting against the Warriors. With a focus on drive and kick plays, Dunn transformed from a ball handler back into a spacing option. As a spacing option in the starting lineup, Dunn received numerous opportunities for corner shots. Lacking ball control, it was difficult for him to accumulate assists. When the ball reached Dunn, it was generally expected that he would take the shot. Aware that the change in strategy would limit his chances to accumulate assists, Dunn resolved to seize as many rebounds as possible. Unfortunately, the Warriors' tall players excelled at rebounding, making it challenging for Dunn to find success. During the intermission, Payton initiated a conversation with Dunn. Typically, Payton should have been more inclined to pass the ball to Dunn for the sake of accumulating assists, but he prioritized his scoring statistics instead. As an all-star point guard, failing to achieve double figures in scoring while attaining double digits in rebounds and assists, akin to Kidd, could be rather awkward. For Dunn, he preferred to avoid conflicts over ball control during opportunities to accumulate double-doubles or triple-doubles. "Gary, don't worry. I will pass you the ball." For the sake of long-term benefits, Dunn chose to forego his aspirations of scoring 30 points that night. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 35-46, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. Originally, Los Angeles had only one little blacksmith, but with Malone's addition, they now had two, and upon noticing a decrease in shooting percentage, Dunn adjusted his approach, actively requesting the ball from Payton, executing a pick-and-roll against the Warriors' backup point guard, Avery Johnson, before driving to the basket and drawing a foul. If it weren't for the back-to-back nature of the game and the imminent trip to the Eastern Conference for an away game, Dunn would have had more time to play and accumulate statistics. With a score of 75-89, the Lakers triumphed over yet another Western Conference team by a margin of 14 points on November 4th. The Lakers faced their first Eastern Conference opponent of the season, the Milwaukee Bucks, who had participated in last season's Eastern Conference playoffs. Payton, who had played for the Bucks last season, had no personal grievances against them, but Dunn and Malone, as teammates, instinctively created scoring opportunities for Payton. As a result, Payton finished the night with 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, shooting 11 for 18 from the field, 1 for 3 from beyond the arc, and 5 for 6 from the free throw line. Kobe, meanwhile, played by his own rules, using the game as a chance to refine his skills, ultimately scoring 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists, his first 30-point game of the season. Dunn and Malone relinquished many shot opportunities to Payton, preventing their own scoring from exceeding 20 points. Nevertheless, both secured double-doubles, with Dunn recording 16 points, 7 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Malone posted 14 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 assists. The four mainstays of the Lakers collectively amassed 89 points, 32 rebounds, and 20 assists, leaving no reason for defeat. The final score was 109-101, marking the Lakers' successful first outing in the East. Reaping the benefits of the Eastern Conference, the consecutive victories fostered a more harmonious atmosphere in the team's locker room, prompting even the typically reserved Kobe to offer to treat his teammates to dinner. However, after this meal with the Bucks, the Lakers were set to travel to San Antonio to face the reigning champion Spurs. Without O'Neal anchoring the paint, defeating the Spurs, led by Duncan, would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Chapter 54. The unexpected Spurs. Relentless with starters, the Lakers' clash with the Spurs was initially anticipated to be a titanic showdown. However, upon the Lakers' arrival in San Antonio, they learned that Duncan had sprained his left ankle during a recent away game against the Grizzlies. Although the injury was not severe and seemed to require only a few days of rest, his status for the upcoming game was reported as uncertain. When players from other teams are listed as questionable due to injuries, there remains a strong likelihood they will still play. Yet, in the case of the Spurs, even when players appear relatively healthy, a designation of questionable status often means they will not take the court. One could say the Spurs were excessively accommodating. On the Lakers' side, O'Neal was sidelined, while the Spurs were also without Duncan and had also ruled out Parker. Interestingly, Parker's situation was somewhat related to the Lakers. It must be noted that the Lakers' formidable F4 lineup exerted immense pressure on the Spurs. Recognizing that relying solely on Duncan was insufficient against the Lakers' star-studded roster, the Spurs were compelled to seek an external reinforcement in Jason Kidd. Despite Kidd's shooting struggles, his ability to lead a team was undeniable. While Marbury was a statistical outlier with the Nets, Kidd propelled the Nets to consecutive NBA Finals. Just after the Spurs secured a championship by defeating Kidd's Nets 4-2 in the finals, Popovich and Duncan continually reached out to Kidd to check in on him. When Kidd entered free agency during the offseason, he contemplated a visit to San Antonio, where he was nearly swayed. However, the Nets management, recognizing Kidd's interest in the Spurs, quickly devised numerous strategies to retain him. They realized that even with the retirement of Robinson, the Spurs' salary cap was limited, offering Kidd only $10 million. In contrast, the Nets could extend a lucrative 5-year, $80 million contract to Kidd. Meanwhile, the Nets arranged a hosting job for Kidd's wife in New York and signed Mourning to bolster their interior presence. Persuaded by his wife, Kidd, unwilling to be a captive of the if-you-can't-beat-them, join-them mentality, opted to re-sign with the Nets. The Spurs, however, were determined not to miss out on Kidd. Having already let Duncan's prime slip away, they considered knocking Parker out and sending him on a plane to secure Kidd through a sign-and-trade deal. Yet, the Nets were no fools. What could a third-year Parker offer? To quote the legendary Jack, one of the key players in the Spurs' 2003 championship run, "What makes Parker better than Kidd? His French." The Spurs' desperate maneuvers to acquire Kidd undoubtedly bruised Parker's ego. Though Parker was still relatively inexperienced, he had proven himself as the Spurs' second option the previous season. The stakes were high. Before the game commenced, Payton appeared quite cheerful. After scoring 28 points in the last match, he had received praise from the Los Angeles media through his agent, which further lifted his spirits. This time, he was set to face either the third-year second-round pick, Jason Hart, or the seemingly frail second-year second-round pick, Manu Ginobili. Payton thought to himself, "Isn't this an opponent I can easily dominate? I'll hand you the ball, but you must stick to your strengths, understood?" Without Duncan to guard the rim, Payton felt the Spurs were more suited for his style of play. To secure Dunn's support, he had already conferred with him before the game about how to share the spoils. Dunn readily agreed, stating, "I'm a team player and couldn't care less about personal stats. What does he think he's doing? How can he even attempt to break through? Is he going for a layup? Watch me block you. Wait, why did he pass?" Once the game began, not only was Payton dumbfounded, but even Kobe had to call his teammates over to help contain Ginobili. Yet, on this night, Ginobili seemed inspired, channeling the spirit of Jordan, maneuvering effortlessly and feeding numerous assists to Raid Nestorovi. Nestorovi, a European big man, was signed by the Spurs in response to their failure to acquire Kidd and their wariness of O'Neal, hoping to strengthen their lineup at the end of the first quarter. The Lakers led the Spurs by 4 points, 25-21, but the situation was far from the anticipated route. Having witnessed the champion's depth, even Payton curtailed his desire to inflate his stats. The Zen master needed Dunn to exhaust Ginobili with offensive plays and to leverage Malone's scoring to widen the gap. The Spurs habitually deployed small forward Bowen to defend Kobe, thus placing Dunn opposite Ginobili on the offensive end. Ginobili's defense was not lacking, particularly his ability to assist, but in one-on-one situations. Aside from his little tricks and flops, he had little of note. Malik Rose, a stocky power forward, while robust, could not hold his ground against Malone, who was a mid-range sharpshooter. The Zen master opted to bench Kobe intentionally, allowing him to come in later and extend the lead decisively. The Lakers relied on a zone defense to stymie Ginobili's drives, combined with Dunn's post plays to sap Ginobili's stamina. While distributing the ball outside to Payton, Payton continued to penetrate the paint, drawing defenders and dishing to Malone, gradually widening the gap. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Popovich immediately called a timeout, bringing in shooters like Sean Hale, Hito Trko Liu, and Robert Horry, attempting to punish the Lakers with their shooting. The Zen master, seeing this, promptly sent in Kobe to bolster perimeter defense. On the Spurs side, Ginobili relinquished the ball as per the game plan, but his teammates' numerous missed shots only encouraged him to continue attacking. Popovich also recognized that with Duncan and Parker absent, no one else had the capability to lead the team. Thus, he had no choice but to call another timeout to discuss with Ginobili. "If you don't score." This team won. On the Lakers side, Malone and Kobe combined for 15 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 14 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist in the first half, respectively. Dunn, due to his role in the first half, managed only 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. After Ginobili exited, Dunn no longer had to expend energy on post plays or high-position setups. Observing this, Ginobili requested to return, eager to face the Lakers again. Popovich did not refuse, seizing the opportunity during the Zen Master's timeout to reintroduce all the starters, except Malik Rose, for a fierce contest against the Lakers. However, Popovich's decision to keep Horry on the floor became a liability. Following the timeout, Horry was not his usual self, struggling with missed shots and failing to secure rebounds, thoroughly dominated by Malone. The Spurs were fortunate that Ginobili still had some energy left. scoring 6 consecutive points and giving the impression that victory might be within reach. Yet, at a crucial moment, Kobe stepped up for the Lakers, hitting a three-pointer to stem the tide. Shortly thereafter, Dunn, using Kobe to draw attention, attacked the basket to draw a foul. With a score of 109-103, the Spurs pressed hard in the fourth quarter, but the Lakers ultimately secured a hard-fought victory by 6 points. Throughout the match, Ginobili amassed an impressive 33 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 assists, a valiant effort despite the loss. On the Lakers side, Kobe topped the scoring charts with 24 points, followed closely by Malone with 21. Dunn with 18, Payton with 14, and Fisher with 12. The Lakers may not have had high individual scores, yet someone consistently stepped up to contribute every minute. The Spurs fought fiercely under Ginobili's leadership, but ultimately fell short against the Lakers. However, after defeating the Spurs, the Lakers did not seem overly jubilant. Despite facing a Spurs team missing Duncan and Parker, they had been pushed to the limit. On this night, Kobe logged a staggering 41 minutes on the court, while Dunn, who previously played a maximum of 33 minutes, had his time increased to 38 minutes. This underscored that the Lakers' true strength was not as formidable as it appeared on paper, if they wished to conquer the Spurs in the playoffs and claim the championship. Both their offense and defense required significant enhancement, and of course, amidst this turmoil, there was one individual who felt a sense of joy: O'Neal. With the team enjoying a winning streak, it seemed the Lakers no longer needed him as their mainstay. Meanwhile, the team appeared to be subtly evolving into Kobe's domain. O'Neal had worried that he might be outmaneuvered by Dunn, but the reality was far from Dunn's claims that Kobe would lead the Lakers to a chaotic defeat. The team needed his guidance. Observing the Lakers struggle against a short-handed Spurs squad alleviated O'Neal's concerns. Next, the Lakers faced a back-to-back clash with the Eastern Conference powerhouse, the New Orleans Hornets. After playing 41 minutes, would Kobe become a liability in the following night's game? Chapter 55. The generous O'Neal and Kobe's transformation. On November 7, at the New Orleans Arena, the Lakers, having started the season with 5 consecutive victories, finally encountered their Waterloo, suffering their first loss of the regular season. Initially, the Lakers could have contended with the Hornets, but unexpectedly, Kobe's old ailment resurfaced, manifesting as soreness in his right shoulder. Since dislocating his right shoulder during a visit to Oakland to challenge the Golden State Warriors last December, this injury had become a recurring issue throughout Kobe's career, one he could not shake off. His right hand was his shooting hand, and the shoulder injury severely impacted his shooting form and touch. Yet, Kobe, known for his fierce determination and stubbornness, insisted on proving himself capable of making shots and leading his team to victory, despite the discomfort. The Zen master, unable to dissuade Kobe, reluctantly sent him onto the court, where he managed a lackluster 2-for-7 shooting and 2-for-4 from the free throw line. At first glance, 6 points from 7 attempts might not seem too terrible, but considering the 2 possessions consumed by free throws, Kobe's true performance was a dismal 3-for-9. The point differential against the Hornets was merely 7 or 8 points. Had they pushed harder, a comeback was still possible. However, Kobe insisted on proving his capability to overcome his injury, even if it meant shooting poorly, resulting in a futile endeavor. Following their recent match against the Spurs, Payton and Malone were exhausted, and the team could not afford to accompany Kobe in squandering energy. Only Dunn, Fisher, Walton, and Brian Russell remained to support the struggling Prince. Sitting on the bench, covered with a towel, he sulked in silence, seemingly lost in his own frustration. Such as Kobe. Some players who underperform often reveal injuries after the game. Los Angeles Lakers 89. New Orleans Hornets fall to their first defeat of the regular season. Kobe shoots 4-for-16 for just 10 points, becoming the scapegoat for the Lakers' loss. Kobe and Dunn combined for 41 points. Yet with Shaq absent, Payton and Malone falter. With Shaq sidelined, Kobe's shoulder flares up again, presenting the Lakers with their greatest challenge. Los Angeles Lakers cannot thrive without Shaq, just as the Chicago Bulls could not without Michael. Los Angeles Lakers should consider strengthening their front court. The team needs a big man due to the back-to-back schedule. The Lakers rested for an additional day in New Orleans after facing the Hornets. The following morning, upon receiving a news summary from his agent, O'Neal burst into laughter in his hotel room. As a teammate, O'Neal should not have found joy in Kobe's injury. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle upon reading the news. The initial struggles of Kobe were merely attributed to the back-to-back schedule. His shooting rhythm was greatly affected by fatigue, resulting in a few off nights. Now, with a shoulder injury, one must wonder if this could lead to a series of subpar performances. Shaquille O'Neal, well acquainted with Kobe's tenacity, knew that Kobe would undoubtedly take to the court despite his ailment. Even if the team physician and the Zen master hoped for a more extended period of rest for Kobe, considering his indomitable spirit, he would likely take a break for only a game at most. This implies that in the ensuing matches, Kobe's performance would likely be less than stellar. Ironically, the worse he performed, the more secure his position within the Lakers became. Dunn's words ring true. "The Lakers are in dire need of me." O'Neal, buoyed by this thought, promptly dialed his teammates residing in the adjacent hotel room, inviting them to a midday feast. The reason for not knocking on their doors was simply to avoid the possibility of being unable to locate them. A man's strength is akin to the water in a sponge. A little pressure will always yield some results. Even though the back-to-back games had thoroughly exhausted the players, there were always those who could muster the energy to revive their spirits and battle through the night. Basketball is not merely about sweating and exerting oneself. It is a pursuit that embodies a beautiful life filled with aspiration and passion. O'Neal, ever the gracious host, prepared a sumptuous seafood feast of oysters for everyone. Before arriving in New Orleans, Dunn had anticipated a plethora of New Orleans-style chicken wings. However, he was sorely mistaken, as he found few, if any, KFC outlets. The local delicacies primarily consisted of crawfish and oysters, with deep-fried shrimp, chicken, crab cakes, and alligator meat, as well as grilled oysters, beef, fish, and shrimp being particularly renowned. O'Neal had chosen to treat everyone to the famed char-grilled oysters of New Orleans. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Initially, the other Lakers players harbored some resentment towards O'Neal, who, despite being the highest-paid player on the team, was taking a paid leave due to injury, especially after their loss the previous night. Yet, O'Neal, as the team's leader, was not entirely inactive despite his absence from the court. This meal served as a testament to his camaraderie with his teammates. Treating them as brothers, considerate and generous, he refrained from losing his temper or dragging his teammates down with lackluster performances. Such a leader is truly rare. With each oyster consumed, he solidified his status. Even the financially secure Peyton and Malone held a certain respect for O'Neal, who had become affable and lavish. Thus, apart from the headstrong Kobe, O'Neal managed to rekindle the spirit of the Lakers' locker room with a single meal, dispelling the gloom of defeat. However, the Lakers' journey of losses was far from over. On November 10th, the Lakers faced off against the Memphis Grizzlies, the final leg of their grueling four-game road trip. With Kobe insisting on playing, yet hampered by injury, the Lakers' interior defense was notably weak. Confronted by the formidable Pau Gasol, the Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage, continually being pressured by the Grizzlies. Kobe's offensive efficiency suffered, yet he insisted on relying on his individual prowess to turn the tide. The Lakers scored 95 points but fell short against the Grizzlies, who tallied 105, marking another road defeat. Notably, Kobe led all scorers with 23 points, albeit on 21 attempts, and he made 10 free throws. Dunn was the second high scorer for the Lakers, contributing 16 points. The continuous road games, compounded by Kobe's disregard for team strategy, left Dunn feeling somewhat lost. He had initially planned to reduce his scoring and ball handling, aiming instead to leverage the triangle offense to achieve more double-doubles. However, under Kobe's influence, the team often found themselves needing Dunn to score, while at times, he was unable to receive the ball despite having the hot hand, leaving him increasingly perplexed. On November 12th, Carter and the Raptors visited the Staples Center, bringing warmth to the chilly atmosphere. Carter struggled, shooting 7 for 22 and 1 for 6 from three-point range, performing even worse than Kobe. Meanwhile, Kobe's insistence on playing selfishly had led the team to consecutive losses, resulting in a reprimand from the Zen master and a subsequent reduction in his ball-handling responsibilities. Naturally, this did not sit well with Kobe, who resolved to double his efforts on the defensive end. As long as I can make my opponent struggle just as I have, my wealth of experience in missing shots will give me the upper hand. Kobe gradually grasped the essence of winning, and Carter became the first casualty of this newfound wisdom. By shifting his focus from offense to defense, the determined Kobe proved formidable. Under his leadership, even though only Malone managed to score over 20 points, the Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Raptors with a commanding 94-79 victory. Meanwhile, Dunn resumed his familiar role as the centerpiece of the triangle offense, securing a double-double with 17 points and 11 assists. Just then, the formidable Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Detroit Pistons, stormed into Los Angeles. Without a doubt, The upcoming battle promised to be thrilling. Chapter 56. Proactive Switching, The Clash of Missed Shots. The Pistons began their season with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses, marginally trailing the Lakers 6 wins and 2 losses. However, as the Pistons embarked on their third game of a daunting 4-game road trip in the Western Conference, their players appeared to be in a noticeably less favorable condition than those of the Lakers. Yet, once the game commenced, Billups made his presence felt, quickly exploiting Payton's defensive lapses. On the defensive end, Billups not only managed to contain Payton, but also had the energy to assist in guarding Kobe. Thanks to Kobe's recent shoulder discomfort and the guilt stemming from 2 consecutive losses, he adjusted his style of play, refraining from excessive one-on-one attempts. Otherwise, he would have continuously allowed Big Ben to secure defensive rebounds, and the Lakers would have struggled against the offensive firepower of Billups and Hamilton. "Kobe, leave Hamilton to me. You focus on shutting down Billups. We cannot allow him to score easily," Payton declared, and Kobe, "You take care of that rookie, Tayshaun Prince. Talent may be negotiable, but effort is non-negotiable." Billups, once labeled a draft bust, was gradually revealing why he had earned that label. Although Payton was a second overall pick, age had begun to catch up with him, diminishing his mobility. Now, he found himself overmatched by Billups' raw talent, leaving him with little recourse. After several games this season, Payton recognized that his statistics were not as glamorous as they once seemed. Considering his fellow benchwarmer done, Payton willingly accepted the switch in defensive assignments. After all, Prince was merely a second-year player, and Payton had never been one to underestimate rookies. If Prince were adept at shooting, Payton would have been sending him open looks. Fortunately, Prince struggled with his shooting consistency, primarily relying on drives, which allowed Payton to contain him to some extent. Conversely, if Billups and Hamilton were not in possession of the ball, the Lakers could afford to let Prince take mismatches against Payton. How many times would Prince even attempt to shoot? Given his limited scoring ability, he posed little threat. The true concerns for the Lakers remained Billups and Hamilton. Payton could not contain Billups, but Kobe was more than capable. However, Kobe and Hamilton shared a close friendship, having known each other since high school. Kobe held a certain obsession with shutting Hamilton down, while Hamilton, when matched against Kobe, exerted extra effort on the defensive end. Dunn's willingness to guard Hamilton was not born from overconfidence in his defensive prowess, but rather to liberate Kobe, allowing him to focus on limiting the Pistons' true orchestrator. Billups. The architect of the infamous 58-point game, Billups had consistently been a player whose talent far surpassed his reputation. This phrase was originally used to describe Parker, but could equally apply to Billups. In Dunn's perspective, while the 2004 Pistons starting 5 were undeniably strong, the Lakers' F4 had proven their ability to triumph over them. The crux of the issue lay in Kobe's excessive desire to score. Had he channeled his energy into defending Billups rather than concentrating on defending O'Neal, the outcome of the finals would have been vastly different. Of course, Kobe had attempted to neutralize Billups, but unfortunately, Hamilton had also found his rhythm. In Dunn's memory, there had only ever been one Kobe, and it was impossible to simultaneously contain both Billups and Hamilton. However, now that Dunn had joined the Lakers, he was eager to test whether he could help limit Hamilton's offensive output. With half a regular season remaining until the finals, Dunn viewed this as an opportunity to accumulate invaluable experience in defending Hamilton. "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to wreak havoc on my turf." Kobe accepted Dunn's switch and was willing to lock down Billups, the engine of the Pistons. Under Kobe's vigilant defense, Billups struggled to find opportunities to score, often resorting to passing the ball to Prince and Hamilton. Hamilton typically did not linger at the top of the arc. He was constantly moving to help his team dismantle the opposing defense. Consequently, only the second-year Prince faced a rigorous examination of his ball-handling skills. After Prince secured the ball, Payton took full advantage, applying subtle pressure to disrupt Prince's dribbling. Given Prince's height and high center of gravity, he was vulnerable to losing possession when confronted by Payton's defense. In such circumstances, he could only shield the ball with his back, awaiting assistance from his teammates. Notably, after Larry Brown took over the Pistons, he developed a fondness for Big Ben, the team's sole all-star, and thus increased his involvement in offensive schemes. Big Ben executed a cross-screen with Prince, receiving the ball in return. Meanwhile, Hamilton, cutting towards the basket, utilized Eldon Campbell's screen to shake off Dunn's pursuit, quickly relocating to the three-point line. Following the established play, Big Ben passed the ball to Hamilton, who faked a shot to attract defenders before delivering a pass to the cutting Big Ben beneath the basket. The pace of the cut exhibited by DeBin is not something that an average person can keep up with. Even Ma Long found himself unable to contest the shot, helplessly watching as DeBin executed a powerful two-handed dunk. It must be acknowledged that Larry Brown possesses considerable skill. Although his foundation lies in defense, he adeptly integrates blue-collar players like DeBin into the team's offensive schemes. Remarkably, the two highest scoring seasons of DeBin's career coincided with Larry Brown's tenure coaching the Pistons. However, as a blue-collar player, DeBin lacks self-sufficient offensive capabilities. Relying solely on cuts makes it difficult for him to score in double digits in a single game. The Lakers did not pay much heed to the Pistons' interior offense. The real challenge lay in how Dunn would contain Hamilton after Kobe managed to neutralize Billups. Hamilton, with the ball, poses both a shooting and passing threat. Initially, Dunn struggled against Hamilton, often being outmaneuvered by Hamilton's crafty movements. Fortunately, Kobe's defense on Billups prevented him from freely passing to Hamilton. Times, Hamilton would find opportunities to shoot but could not convert, as his teammates lacked individual scoring abilities. T.O. avoided a 24-second violation. The Pistons, adhering strictly to Larry Brown's tactical directives, relied on Campbell to manage ball control and exploit the Lakers' most vulnerable defensive area, the interior. However, due to Campbell's age, he often found himself unable to execute effectively. The Lakers were thwarted by the Pistons' defense, unable to score efficiently, while the Pistons, limited by their own capabilities, also struggled to find points. The score stood at a mere 21-19. The defensive intensity was palpable. Yet the offensive display left much to be desired. On one hand, Prince's height and weight advantage made it difficult for Dunn to score in one-on-one situations, especially given Prince's long reach effectively hindered Dunn's shooting. On the other hand, defending Hamilton proved to be a strenuous task that consumed a significant amount of energy. The Pistons' Bob Sura and Corliss Williamson were unable to restrict Dunn's shooting or defend against his pick-and-roll plays against Billups. Without Prince's tight defense, Dunn was able to handle the ball and set up plays against Billups. While Billups is a commendable defender, Dunn's height and weight advantage gave him an edge. Moreover, Dunn's passing ability meant that if the Pistons collapsed defensively on him, Payton would seize the opportunity to drive to the basket. Initially, both teams engaged in a battle of missed shots, but with Dunn's three-pointer, the Lakers finally broke the deadlock. However, Dunn soon found himself covered by Prince and missed 2 attempts, prompting Kobe to take over, which resulted in 2 more misses. With the score at 40-41, thanks to Dunn contributing 10 points in the second quarter, the Lakers managed to turn the tide and briefly led by 1 point. Dunn, would you like a snack? Payton approached Dunn with a few bananas. Dunn glanced at Kobe, who was also munching on a banana, and shook his head, declining, "I'm not hungry. I just need a drink." Kobe demonstrated to other NBA players that when defending against Hamilton, one should refrain from eating during halftime. Chapter 57. A humble request for continued support? Workers typically have limited time, and writing is merely a hobby. With no games to watch, it can get a bit dull, so I carve out time during morning runs and evening leisure to write. I occasionally glance at comments to engage with readers about the book's content. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. The book's performance seems satisfactory. During lunch today, I received a message from the editor indicating that the continued support had not been ideal, which affected the next round of recommendations. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to turn to the last page of the book and lend their support. A humble request for continued reading. I would appreciate assistance from those who cherish this book to click through to the final page. Chapter 58. A 3-point response. Overcoming the Pistons. Request for continued support. Leveraging fast break opportunities. Billups quickly advanced with the ball. Unexpectedly, he took a long three-pointer from just beyond the arc, sensing danger. Kobe immediately lunged forward, but it was to no avail. With Billups sinking the long-range shot, the Pistons bench erupted in jubilation, and the atmosphere on the court momentarily stilled. The Lakers' lead over the Pistons had been precisely this three-point shot. Billups' daring move promptly leveled the score. Billups' audacious shot served as a wake-up call for Payton, who realized that given the poor shooting from both sides, it might be more prudent to gamble on a three-point shot rather than laboring for two-pointers with a 40% success rate. Billups, seeing Payton advance with the ball, was caught off guard when Payton opted for a trailing three-pointer. After all, trailing threes are Billups' forte, not Payton. It was only when Payton suddenly stopped and took the shot that Billups reacted and leapt out from inside the arc. Fortunately, Payton's shooting was inconsistent. However, as Billups sought the rebound, Dunn dashed to the front court, perfectly positioned to receive the ball. The Pistons typically employed a zone defense, effectively protecting rebounds within the free throw line, but were ineffectual against long rebounds that bounced outside the three-point line. Observing Dunn snatching the offensive rebound, Hamilton and Prince swiftly converged upon him. Yet Dunn, undeterred, lifted the ball to his forehead and executed a quick, elevated shot. Dunn. Many Lakers fans, witnessing the precise trajectory of Dunn's shot, felt an inexplicable certainty that it would succeed, and before the ball even went through the hoop, they began to cheer his name. Indeed, the shot found its mark. Dunn. A chorus of Lakers fans erupted in celebration, with a few even chanting MVP. Hamilton, forced to act as a support player, remained with Billups in the backcourt, preventing the Pistons from launching a fast break. Payton awaited defensive rebounds or fast breaks following Pistons scores. Soon, Hamilton once again utilized DeBin's off-ball screen to create an opportunity, pulling up for a mid-range jumper. However, even the master of mid-range shots cannot convert every attempt. Hamilton missed, and the rebound was secured by Grant, who naturally handed the ball to Payton. As Payton surged forward, Dunn also sprinted in support. Payton, eschewing ball dominance, swiftly passed to Dunn, who had just hit a three-pointer. The Pistons could not allow Dunn to continue shooting from beyond the arc. Malone received the ball and barreled into the lane. DeBin, realizing he could not defend the play, resorted to fouling Malone in a desperate attempt to thwart the shot. Yet Malone, foreseeing the contact, released the ball in time for it to circle the rim before finally dropping through the net. After scoring, Malone flexed his arm muscles toward DeBin with a satisfied grin. Had it been Artest, DeBin might have reacted differently, but given that it was Malone, he managed to restrain his temper. "I didn't expect you to choose to pass." Standing at the free throw line, Malone extended his hand to Dunn for a high five. Without Dunn drawing the defense, Malone would not have had the opportunity to execute that three-point play. "Gary, your passing is exceptional." After exchanging high fives with Dunn, Malone shared laughter with Payton. "Kobe, Horace, you're both outstanding." Malone, generous in praise, celebrated with both Kobe and Grant. Subsequently, he calmly sank the free throw, extending the Lakers' lead to 6 points. Billups, despite being capable off the ball, found it challenging to shake Kobe, who shadowed Hamilton across the court, making it difficult for Billups to contribute to the Pistons' offense effectively. Consequently, the Pistons' offensive efforts remained lackluster. In this context, they could only rely on Hamilton's mid-range shots and Campbell's inefficient low-post plays to alleviate their scoring drought. Larry Brown opted to substitute veteran Lindsey Hunter for Billups, hoping Hunter's shooting ability could alleviate the Pistons' offensive pressure. The issue, however, was that the Pistons struggled to score not because of Billups' lack of output, but due to Kobe effectively neutralizing him. Although Kobe had not scored much, it appeared to be a fair exchange between Billups and Kobe. In reality, Kobe's right shoulder injury limited his shooting, which was ultimately beneficial for the Lakers. Therefore, Larry Brown's substitutions yielded little effect. Hunter found himself similarly stifled by Kobe, compelling Hamilton to assist in ball handling and advance the ball past half-court. Hamilton's failure to move without the ball initially hindered the Pistons' ability to exploit the Lakers' defense, making their offensive efforts even more arduous. Seizing a dead ball opportunity, Larry Brown was compelled to take remedial action, substituting rookie Mehmet Okur for Campbell. The ball needed to transition from the perimeter to the paint, but with Hunter being covered by Kobe and Hamilton's ball handling skills being relatively average, he faced difficulties against Dunn's aggressive defense, leading to some ball handling errors. Although Dunn did not steal the ball directly from Hamilton, his less-than-smooth dribbling made it increasingly challenging to deliver the ball to the appropriate teammates. Under pressure, Hamilton had no choice but to pass early, handing the ball to the newly substituted Corliss Williamson. Williamson possessed some ball handling abilities and managed to score efficiently against Payton's defense. However, Dunn, still present on the court, overheard Kobe and Payton's conversation and insisted there was no need for a substitution. Williamson would not remain on the court for long, and Gary had certainly not been ineffective defensively. "We are not afraid of their two-pointers. What we need to defend against are the three-pointers that can easily narrow the score." Upon hearing Duan's words, Kobe refrained from suggesting any defensive substitutions and instead focused on staunchly guarding the Pistons' point guard, maintaining the lead until the final whistle. The Zen master had always intended to rely heavily on his primary players. And since Kobe willingly stepped up, the coach had no reason to decline. Despite Billups and the bench failing to yield the expected results, the Pistons were compelled to go all in, deploying their starters prematurely. The Zen master adeptly countered their moves, sticking to his strategy, And ultimately, it was the Lakers who emerged victorious. Duan, little did you know, you persevered until the end, with a score of 84-89. The Lakers held on to a 5-point advantage, securing a hard-fought victory at home and becoming the ultimate victors in this clash of Eastern and Western powerhouses. Duan, who played for 42 minutes, recorded 21 points with a shooting performance of 7 for 17, 3 for 8 from beyond the arc, and 4 for 6 from the free throw line, was the sole player in the game to surpass the 20-point threshold. This highlights the fierce intensity of this battle. Chapter 59. Welcoming Wade, the essence of brotherhood in basketball. Seeking continued reading. Hey, brother. I'm on my way to Los Angeles. How do you plan to host me? The night after facing the Pistons, Duan received an unexpected call from Wade. Upon hearing Wade's somewhat excited voice, Duan contemplated for a moment and replied, "We are brothers. I will certainly not let you down. You only come to Los Angeles once a year, and I will ensure that tomorrow night will be unforgettable for you. Are you excited? That's right. I will splurge and invite a big star from San Fernando Valley." After Duan finished speaking, silence ensued on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, Wade hesitantly responded, "San Fernando Valley, brother, you know I love my wife. Duan, assuming Wade had a large appetite, was compelled to increase his offer as he continued to engage Wade. However, Wade remained hesitant. "Brother, I appreciate your generosity, but I cannot." If Duan were not aware that Wade was also one of the Four Horsemen, and that there had been scandalous news about Wade abandoning his first wife to marry Kid's mistress, he might have believed it. Perhaps Wade, despite his newfound wealth, had not changed, but fundamentally, like most NBA stars, he could only admire the game, not the players. "Since you say so, I will have to treat you to seafood then. Thank you so much. You are truly my good brother." Miami is a coastal city, and given Wade's status as a first-round 5th overall pick, he could certainly afford a seafood feast. It is simply a fact that everyone has their youthful follies. Even James took half a season to realize that he needed to part ways with Ricky Davis to truly become the king in Cleveland. "When are you all arriving, and which hotel will you be staying at? Can you make it by noon tomorrow? I will drive to pick you up." After confirming Wade's itinerary, Duan quickly hung up. He needed to inform the Zen master in advance that Wade was his brother, as Duan wished to perform well in front of him at Staples Center the following night. Meanwhile, Duan also sent a text to his teammates, including Peyton, Kobe, Malone, and Grant, seeking their support. The NBA is rife with rivalries. Yet Duan had not developed any enmity with other teams. However, playing brotherly basketball against a rival was still an option. Duan quickly received replies from his teammates, all seasoned players who unanimously supported his decision. With the backing of his teammates, Duan felt a surge of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming game. However, his excitement kept him awake, prompting him to take a melatonin supplement. The following afternoon, Duan drove with a photographer to pick up Wade at the hotel where the Heat were staying, also to gather some promotional footage for their future brotherly basketball endeavors. The rookie Wade, filled with ambition yet cautious, was only brave enough to join Duan for a seafood dinner, and not of the scandalous variety. Years later, reflecting on this old tale would surely evoke amusement. "Brother, see you tonight." As the saying goes, one should not engage in battles without confidence. Time swiftly flew to around 7 p.m. in Los Angeles at Staples Center, where the Lakers were set to face the Miami Heat. To simplify the game plan, the directive was clear: pass the ball to Duan. Before the game, the Zen master, in his capacity as head coach, laid out the primary tactics for the match. The Heat had opened their season with a dismal record of 2 wins and 7 losses, with Wade's first victory in the regular season occurring against none other than James. Faced with such a weak Eastern Conference opponent, the Lakers were not expected to exert excessive effort. Duan possessed excellent ball handling and passing skills. In the previous game against the Pistons, he had consistently performed well, aiding the Lakers in their triumph. In this matchup against the Heat, it was truly a matter of simply passing the ball to Duan to secure an easy victory. Duan had preemptively communicated with his teammates, and naturally, there were no objections. They all agreed in unison. With the Lakers winning the jump ball, the game commenced. Peyton swiftly dribbled past half-court under Wade's defense and immediately passed the ball to Duan. Kobe, taking the initiative, ran off the ball to the corner, drawing away the former Lakers star Eddie Jones. Duan called for Malone to set a screen, effectively shaking off Odom's defense. This maneuver brought Haslam into direct confrontation with Duan. Unsatisfied, Duan continued to work with Peyton on pick-and-rolls, finally facing Wade. "Dwayne, you better be able to defend me." After delivering some trash talk to Wade, Duan quickly initiated a back-to-the-basket move, forcing Wade down towards the basket. Though Wade's physicality was commendable, Duan's sheer bulk presented a formidable advantage. Seeing Wade struggle against Duan, Odom had no choice but to provide help defense. Duan noticed Odom's approach and, before the double team could fully materialize, executed a bounce pass to Malone, who finished with an emphatic dunk. "Gary, Dwayne is my brother. Leave him to me, and rest assured, currently, the Heat's starting lineup lacked a true point guard. It was either Wade playing as the primary ball handler or Odom in the role of a forward. Odom typically handled the ball in the front court, meaning Wade was left to orchestrate from the backcourt, this time. The hand-check rule had not yet been abolished, making it challenging for Wade to bring the ball past half-court against Duan's relentless defense. In his rookie season, Wade averaged 3.2 turnovers per game, with at least 1.2 of those stemming from ball handling errors. "Brother, you should take charge of the ball. You ought to play to your strengths. You can't be the leader of the Miami Heat without the ball in your hands. I believe your ball handling skills surpass mine at present. You should be more involved in the offense." Although Duan recognized Wade's prowess without the ball, witnessing Wade merely act as a point guard, passing the ball after crossing half-court, and then running off-ball, compelled him to offer some guidance. "Brother, I know you're looking out for me. But I just arrived. I only want to win." Wade ran a circuit, and Duan matched his pace. It must be noted that Eddie Jones bore a striking resemblance to Kobe in terms of height, build, leaping ability, playing style, defense, and even appearance. Had Kobe not entered the league with the mantle of Jordan's successor, referring to him as Little Jones would not have been out of place. After Malone secured a rebound, the Lakers swiftly transitioned into a fast break under Peyton's direction. In recent years, the Heat, influenced by Riley's modern basketball philosophy, had eliminated the traditional center position, gradually forming the prototype of a small ball lineup. Peyton passed the ball back to Duan, who feigned a three-point attempt. As Odom and Eddie Jones closed in, Duan pivoted and passed to Kobe. Despite still recovering from a shoulder injury, Kobe did not hesitate upon receiving the ball and launched a three-pointer. With no one contesting, Kobe finally found his rhythm, landing a steady three-point shot. Though Duan hadn't scored yet, he had already registered 2 assists. "Dwayne, if you're not scoring, then I suppose I won't either." Duan continued to guard Wade, engaging in trash talk to undermine Wade's resolve. This brotherly basketball played by Duan was refreshingly authentic. Chapter 60. Exploding against Wade, aiming for the championship, seeking continued reading, with possession of the ball. Duan's individual prowess allowed him to score at will. Wade's gameplay revolved around off-ball movements, lacking a reliable shooting touch. Relying solely on cuts and fast breaks for scoring opportunities, how many points could he realistically tally in a game? Moreover, as a rookie, Wade's status within the Heat was not particularly high. Even if Wade managed to create scoring opportunities through his off-ball movements, his teammates might not efficiently deliver the ball to him. However, after Wade managed to score, Duan wasted no time and immediately called for a pick-and-roll with Wade, driving to the basket or dishing out assists to his teammates. What speed! Having defended Duan firsthand, Wade quickly realized that Duan's back-to-the-basket pivot speed was astonishing. Wade possessed incredible explosiveness and was slightly faster than Duan, yet his stride length was a tad shorter. Once Duan established a half-step lead after pivoting, Wade found it nearly impossible to keep up. "Dwayne, you should play with a more aggressive defensive mindset. Don't let that rookie in jersey number 31 waltz into the paint so easily." In response to his teammates' complaints, Wade could only nod in acknowledgement. Though Duan had targeted him in the pick-and-roll, failing to contain Duan was indeed a reflection of Wade's limitations. Wade aspired to present a tougher front in front of his good brother Duan. But unfortunately, Duan's strength was overwhelming. Wade realized that he simply could not compete against Duan in the low post. Unless something unexpected occurred, Duan was likely to secure a 20-point, 10-assist double-double tonight without much difficulty. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stands at 18-26, with the Lakers effortlessly securing an 8-point lead under Duan's orchestrated offense. "Duan, let us engage once more. I may struggle to defend against you, but you shall find it equally challenging to thwart me. I intend to demonstrate that my superior draft position is matched by my greater talent." Wade, unwilling to be continuously dominated by Duan, boldly initiated a challenge. The distinction between the two lies in Duan's pivotal role within the triangle offense, where he primarily engages in back-to-the-basket plays to attract defensive attention and facilitate team dynamics, subsequently seeking opportunities for personal scoring. Wade, on the other hand, need not concern himself with team coordination. He can simply leverage his explosiveness to attack the basket directly. Following a pick and roll, Wade seized the fleeting moment when Duan was slow to switch, immediately launching himself towards the hoop with a rapid Eurostep. Although he had yet to reach his peak performance, Wade found it relatively easy to surpass Duan. However, his finishing skills in the paint required further refinement. Perhaps due to a lack of sufficient physicality, Wade's ability to convert under duress was evidently not at the height of his prowess. Clearly, such a display did little to assist the Heat in narrowing the gap. Van Gundy, recognizing Wade's inability to contend with Duan, had no choice but to bring Eddie Jones onto the court early, hoping to curtail Duan's influence and bolster their offensive capabilities. Yet, Duan still had Payton by his side. Excluding the preseason, Duan and Payton had already played around 10 games together, fostering a strong camaraderie. With Payton alleviating the ball-handling pressure, Duan continued to navigate the game with ease. Were it not for the stark contrast between the Heat and Lakers uniforms, fans seated in the upper tiers might have mistaken Eddie Jones for Kobe. Of course, the Lakers fans did not have to wait long, as a few moments later, Phil Jackson sent Kobe and Malone onto the court. Despite battling shoulder issues, Kobe inevitably missed a few shots, but considering the Heat's struggles to score, it did not alter the course of the game. Duan, it appears I am no longer your match. Hey, rookie, do not underestimate Dwayne Wade. He is my brother. The Dwayne Wade I know possesses remarkable talent, capable of overwhelming any opponent. No one can defeat him, not even Michael Jordan. Stay focused. The game is far from over. So why concede defeat? Duan continued to taunt Wade, hoping to ignite his competitive spirit. Wade's demeanor seemed inherently tinged with insecurity, perhaps shaped by Riley's guidance into the fierce, resilient character he would ultimately embody. Duan believed Wade would ascend to be the historically celebrated third-best shooting guard, embodying the essence of the brotherhood Duan yearned for in basketball. With a score of 81-104, the Lakers starters clocked out after 3 quarters, achieving a resounding victory over the Heat by 23 points. Ultimately, Duan recorded 12 field goals made out of 7 attempts, sinking 1 out of 3 three-pointers, and converting 4 out of 5 free throws for a total of 19 points, alongside 4 rebounds and 11 assists. While he once again delivered a double-digit performance, he fell short of reaching the 20-point threshold. Observing the statistics alone, one might surmise that Wade had slightly outperformed Duan. However, the reality was that Wade readily acknowledged his defeat and, under Duan's persistent encouragement, regained his confidence, expressing his desire for a rematch in Miami. Following his victory over Wade in their brotherly game, Duan eagerly accepted the media's post-game interview. The Lakers had achieved a trio of home victories in the past week, dispelling the gloom of a previous 2-game losing streak on the road. No one had anticipated that, in the absence of their star player Shaquille O'Neal, the Los Angeles Lakers could still boast an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses, securing the second position in the Western Conference. Due to their flawless start, during the interview, a reporter began to hint at the possibility of him proclaiming the Lakers' championship aspirations. Embracing the playful atmosphere, Duan decided to indulge them, adopting a more flamboyant demeanor. If my grandmother were to play alongside the OK duo and Carl and Gary, we could still win the championship. Michael Jordan is undoubtedly the GOAT, yet without Phil Jackson, he too could not claim victory. Shaq is the best player in the league. Passing the ball to Shaq is the optimal strategy. Even against Michael Jordan, we need not worry. Let's not forget we have Kobe. I harbor no disrespect for Tim Duncan, but I must assert that in my eyes, Carl is the finest power forward. Gary is truly remarkable. He would sacrifice everything for a championship. He is my mentor with the Lakers, imparting invaluable lessons. When it comes to historical significance, I would place him alongside Magic. Gary holds great importance to me. After concluding the post-game interview, Duan undoubtedly gained greater influence within the Lakers' locker room. Chapter 61. Rematch against the Pistons? A warm welcome from Melo on November 18. At the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit, the Lakers and Pistons commenced their second regular season encounter of the year. Having learned from their prior defeat in Los Angeles, Larry Brown promptly adjusted the Pistons' offensive strategy. Due to a lack of superstars capable of elevating their offense, Brown resorted to modifying the team with a Princeton-style approach. However, this system necessitated a certain level of passing proficiency from every player. And lacking the glamorous lineup of the Kings, the Pistons found themselves relying on Billups to orchestrate their offense. If Billups were effectively contained by Kobe, the Pistons' offensive flow would be severely disrupted. Thus, Facing the Lakers' unwavering Princeton methodology would likely leave the Pistons in disarray in an effort to enhance the team's offensive capabilities and counter the triangle offense. Brown had begun teaching the Pistons a fast break strategy in the days leading up to the game. In essence, the triangle offense, as the king of half-court play, relies heavily on the stability of superstars under intense defensive pressure. By bolstering their defense and accelerating their offense, the Pistons aim to further exhaust the opposing superstars. While it is challenging to completely neutralize a superstar, it is possible to wear them down. Although Kobe and Malone were renowned for their exceptional stamina, Phil Jackson often leaned on his key players during high-pressure games. Due to fatigue, Kobe might miss crucial shots, and Karl Malone could falter at the free throw line in pivotal moments of the finals. Brown believed that even if they could not secure victory in the regular season, this approach might yield advantages in the finals against the Lakers. Indeed, Brown had already begun to analyze potential finals opponents in advance. Transitioning from the 76ers to the Pistons, Brown aimed to contend for the championship once more. The Pistons were last season's Eastern Conference finalists, and Brown felt that under his guidance, they had a significant chance of reaching the finals. Meanwhile, the Lakers, with an 8-2 record and the second position in the Western Conference in the absence of O'Neal. Alongside the luxurious Lakers' F4 configuration and the emergence of the superstar rookie Duan, seemed destined to break through the Western Conference. To test his hypotheses, the Pistons quickly engaged the Lakers in a fierce battle under Brown's direction. However, Payton soon realized that while the Pistons could play fast, so too could the Lakers. Yet, the Lakers' starting lineup led Payton to decide to play according to his vision. Adopting a defensive fast break strategy, Payton pushed the pace with the ball, while Kobe and Malone resembled two unstoppable freight trains. Furthermore, Duan exhibited remarkable speed in transition and possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers in pursuit. The Lakers were indeed a fast-break powerhouse. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson was slightly taken aback. This was an unanticipated avenue. Look at him, with that hefty build, wanting Shaq to run the fast break. Isn't that akin to slaughtering the pig after the grind? Shaq was the Lakers' most potent offensive asset and the most dominant player in the league. As the playoffs approached and the intensity of defense escalated, his value would only increase. The triangle offense engaged role players, yet ultimately served the superstars. Moreover, having played the triangle offense for so many years, it was no secret that Kobe would support this strategy in crucial games. As long as the OK duo remained intact, the Lakers would remain firmly under their control. With a score of 113-105, the Lakers battled the Pistons, trading offensive and defensive blows, providing an exhilarating experience for fans watching the game. However, the mood among the Detroit fans was far less jubilant, as the Lakers emerged victorious yet again, triumphing by an 8-point margin thanks to their star power. That evening, for Lakers players surpassed the 20-point mark, with Malone leading the charge by shooting 11 out of 16 from the floor, along with 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 27 points. Following closely behind was Kobe, who scored 24 points on 8 out of 15 shooting, including 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 7 out of 7 from the charity stripe. Payton contributed 22 points, shooting 10 out of 19, with 1 out of 4 from three-point range and 1 out of 2 from the free throw line. Duan finished with 21 points, making 8 of 13 field goals, 2 of 5 three-pointers, and 3 of 4 free throws, alongside 5 rebounds and 7 assists. Although he failed to achieve a double-double, his performance remained commendable. Thus, the Lakers surged forward with the momentum of a 4-game winning streak, advancing to New York. Upon disembarking from the plane, Duan promptly called Anthony, eagerly anticipating the gifts his good friend Melo had prepared for him. Before long, Anthony arrived in his car at the Lakers hotel to take Duan out for a good time. "Hey brother, welcome to my territory." Anthony greeted Duan with a warm embrace, though Duan noticed several people accompanying him. "Melo, it's great to see you again. You wouldn't let me down, would you?" "Of course not." "Ha ha ha." Under the radiant smile of the cheerful young man, Duan unguardedly hopped into Anthony's car, expecting to be taken to an upscale venue. He was surprised when they ended up in Brooklyn, navigating through winding streets to a quaint establishment resembling a bar. Upon entering, Duan was greeted by the alluring strains of music emanating from within, stirring a palpable sense of anticipation in his heart. How curious it is that the most renowned Atlanta Gold Club in America has closed its doors, only to be repurposed into a church. Truly, the social grapevine proves its worth, for connections abound. Yet, upon stepping inside, it became evident that this was a haven for the underground rap scene. predominantly featuring African-American artists. Oh, sweet Melon. I hosted Wade, treating him to a sumptuous seafood feast. I come to New York, and you bring me here to listen to music? Well, indeed. It is quite raunchy and violent. Noticing the predominance of African Americans in the venue, Duan felt a twinge of unease. Suppressing any further complaints, "Brother, care for a drink?" The entourage of Melon presented some beverages, and Melon himself seemed keen on sharing a few bottles with Duan to elevate the mood. No, imbibing would hinder my performance. I have a game to play tonight. You frequently play at Madison Square Garden, so perhaps you lack the urgency. But for me, this is a sacred venue I visit only once a year. I must make a commendable showing. It would be wise for you to drink sparingly as well. I aspire to best you in your prime. Duan firmly declined, pondering the possibility of the drinks containing undesirable additives. Upon hearing Duan's intention to establish superiority in tonight's match, Melon's interest was piqued, and he replied, "Then I shall abstain as well. I've heard you've been performing admirably. I am eager to see your progress. I shall not be defeated by you. You are my brother. Only I can triumph over you." Duan was eager to exit this place, but upon Melon redirecting the conversation towards basketball, he suggested they find a gym to practice and observe how everyone has evolved. "Melon, do not become overly complacent. We shall meet tonight." Duan faced off against Anthony in 2 matches, neither of which he won, the scores being 18-21 and 17-21, indicating their skills were closely matched. Had they continued, Duan might have turned the tide. Aware that the main event loomed, both players conserved their energy for the official game, thus halting their friendly competition. "Rest assured, Duan, you cannot defeat me. I shall conquer you. Overcome Kobe and vanquish the Lakers. This is my domain." Anthony exuded confidence and determination. Chapter 62. Melon, I await you in Los Angeles. Please continue reading. Melon, Melon, Melon. The Lakers have arrived at Madison Square Garden, with the starting 5 already taking the stage. The Knicks sent forth Allen Houston, Howard Isley, Dikembe Mutombo, and Kurt Thomas, until the arena erupted in cheers for Anthony, the son of New York, as he made his grand entrance. Once the starting players took the court, the lights brightened, and before long, both teams gathered at center court, the match about to commence. "Melon, I've heard New York fans are fickle, yet it seems you have won their favor," Duan jested. "If I were to outplay you, the crowd would surely be disheartened." Before the game commenced, Duan stood alongside Anthony, exchanging playful banter. "You cannot compete. Perhaps you should let Kobe take your place." The streetwise Melon declared that Duan was no match for him. As he yearned to outshine Kobe, just as Duan sought to challenge him, as the Lakers gained possession, Payton swiftly advanced the ball. Fresh off a fast break victory against the Pistons, and with the Zen master not negating Payton's aggressive style, his confidence surged, stirring new ideas. The Knicks, though slightly improved with Anthony's arrival, were hardly a powerhouse, beginning the season with a modest 4 wins and 6 losses. Moreover, their starting point guard, Howard Isley, was merely a veteran with bench-level talent. Could Payton not surpass Isley? As Payton once boasted, "Crossing you is easier than crossing the street in the morning." In a moment of penetration, Payton nudged Isley aside with his dribbling hand, effortlessly reaching the basket. Just as Mutombo positioned himself low, he was compelled to step into the paint to contest Payton's shot. Fortunately, Mutombo's size and wingspan proved advantageous. Faced with a towering obstacle, Payton opted to pass to Grant stationed at the corner. Grant, initially inclined to shoot, noticed Duan approaching and promptly handed him the ball, providing a screen to block Anthony's pursuit. With the ball in hand, Duan retreated to the 3-point line and launched a shot. With a wide-open opportunity following the screen, Duan could not afford to miss. The ball swished through the net, producing a delightful sound point. 3-0. Duan initiated the game with a 3-pointer, employing the off-ball tactics that had served him well in Syracuse. Scoring against his former teammate Anthony. "Melon, think you can catch up to me? You have a long way to go." After scoring, Duan taunted Anthony while extending a hand for a high-five with Grant. "Ha, Melon, you fell for it. We are now rivals. The battle has begun. Focus your attention. Just wait. I'll make you regret it." Anthony gritted his teeth. Matching Duan's pace, he swiftly maneuvered to the elbow, positioning himself to receive the ball. Aware that Anthony intended to exploit him one-on-one, Duan immediately engaged, vying for dominance. Previously, their encounters had been lighthearted, but this was a contest, and Duan was determined to employ every tactic at his disposal. Under Duan's aggressive defense, Anthony struggled to receive the ball comfortably but managed to secure it nonetheless. He attempted to back down and find his rhythm, yet Duan matched him physically, limiting Anthony's space. Forced to pivot, Anthony faced Duan squarely, executing a series of hesitant steps, but Duan remained unfazed, grounding himself. After a few fakes failed to shake Duan's balance, Anthony abruptly gathered the ball, stepping back for a jump shot. Duan lunged to contest, but Anthony had already released the ball. The basketball struck the rim, but, due to the spin imparted during the shot, it fell through the net. "Truth be told, you nearly blocked me," Anthony exclaimed triumphantly, flashing his signature radiant smile. Admittedly, due to his shorter wingspan, Duan found it challenging to defend against a superstar like Anthony. However, the difficulty of such shots meant that Anthony's shooting percentage would not soar too high. In reality, Anthony could only attempt a limited number of these shots per game, and his peak accuracy would barely reach 50. Thus, Duan felt no apprehension about being overwhelmed by Anthony's mid-range jumpers. In a typical game, one should begin with simpler shots, as a higher frequency of successful easy shots correlates with a greater likelihood of victory. While Anthony had achieved NCAA glory, he had yet to grasp the correct approach to winning. In contrast, Duan had recognized his own skills and role within the team, quickly learning the right way to secure victories with the help of players like Peyton, Kobe, and Malone. Duan's strategy was to conserve energy for a decisive performance in the second half. While Anthony became increasingly absorbed in the thrill of outmaneuvering Duan, growing more animated as the game progressed. Duan played for over 8 minutes, shooting 3 for 5, with 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, accumulating 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Anthony played for over 10 minutes, achieving 4 of 9, with 1 of 3 from three-point range, and hitting 2 free throws for a total of 11 points and 2 rebounds. Meanwhile, the score difference had widened to 11 points. Unbeknownst to Anthony, Duan's ability to lead the bench was exceptional. However, with the margin now exceeding double digits, Anthony had little inclination to ponder Duan's superior statistics. As Anthony resumed guarding Duan, the latter's scoring efficiency noticeably dwindled, while Anthony's formidable offensive prowess regained the upper hand. At halftime, Anthony had accumulated 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist, while Duan had registered 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. Merely examining the statistics, Anthony was not significantly superior to Duan. Knicks head coach Don Chaney was compelled to heavily rely on his starters, sending a fatigued Anthony back into the fray. Although Anthony possessed decent stamina, he was not a physical marvel. Typically, sharpshooters falter during crucial moments, while Duan, tasked with defending Anthony, remained spry and vigorous. "Melon, are you faltering? Perhaps it is time for you to concede." Duan continued to deride Anthony, hoping he would persist in attempting to back him down. Only by showcasing Anthony's numerous missed shots could Duan prove he had effectively contained him, thus justifying his claim to victory without relying on a mere fluke. "Melon, isn't he your subordinate from college? You should find a way to handle him." Just as Anthony struggled under Duan's defense, Allen Houston, dizzy from Kobe's relentless pressure, opportunely provoked Anthony. With gritted teeth, Anthony resolved to continue his one-on-one battle against Duan, resulting in a cacophony of clangs as he missed shot after shot. Frustrated, Anthony declared, "I have not lost to you. Indeed, I possess superior teammates." Duan did not deny it. His blunt words pierced Anthony's heart like a dagger. In comparison to 20 triple-doubles and 30 points, Anthony found it hard to assert that he had truly surpassed Duan. "I shall not lose again," Anthony declared, no longer stubborn, and instead arranged for a rematch in Los Angeles. "Farewell, sweet melon. I shall await you in Los Angeles." Chapter 63. Home court female fans, matching up with Pip and Duan. "Duan, could I trouble you for an autograph?" "Duan, we are your devoted fans." At the Staples Center, the Lakers were set to face off against the Bulls, and in the front row, not far from the Lakers bench, 2 stunningly beautiful women called out to Duan with enthusiasm. "Brother, you're quite the charmer. Aren't you? Is this the latest?" Shaquille O'Neal teased Duan, playfully nudging him towards the 2 female fans. The front row seats at Staples Center are not easily acquired with mere money, particularly those close to the Lakers bench. Undoubtedly, these women had some influence and a clear intention. They were on the hunt for allure, with Duan as their target. As the season progressed, Duan's average score exceeded 20 points, placing him temporarily at 15th in the scoring rankings. Not to mention, his rebounding and assisting statistics were commendable. Although statistics alone could not conclusively prove that Duan had attained all-star caliber, His fame had eclipsed that of certain all-stars from smaller markets, thanks to the marketing efforts of Nike and the Lakers. This indicated that as long as Dewin maintained his health, becoming a top-paid player in the league in 3 to 4 years would pose no challenge. This undoubtedly made him a desirable bachelor for many female stars and models in the Los Angeles area. "Where would you like me to sign?" "Right here." "Oh my." One particularly spirited female fan boldly indicated her chest and smiled at Dewin. Having encountered similar situations before, Dewin did not exhibit excessive shyness. With a pure gaze, he took the pin they had prepared and began to sign. "Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard." As Dewin spoke, the other female fan leaned into him and boldly asked, "Dewin, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? I should be free, and I don't have a girlfriend yet. If you're interested, please leave your number. By the way, may I know your names? I would be delighted to make friends with beautiful women." Since they were all part of the entertainment industry, Dewin had no qualms about playing along. Interacting with stars was certainly less precarious than engaging with ordinary individuals. Although the entertainment circle may not be entirely pristine, one could negotiate any disagreements amicably. It was only the naive youth who pursued regular individuals, seeking fleeting romances, which often led to scandal and even imprisonment. Dewin had no intentions of genuinely seeking a girlfriend here, yet as an athlete, he did have certain needs. If his nominal girlfriend were a star, it would not only satisfy his desire for conquest and achievement, but could also enhance their mutual fame and commercial value, allowing them to elevate each other further. "Dewin, can you handle both of us?" The bold female fan reached out to touch Dewin's abdominal muscles, even appearing eager to venture further. "Hey, girls, don't underestimate a basketball player's strength. Do you see my arms? My power is not something just anyone can withstand. Even with 2 of you, I fear someone among you might get hurt." At that moment, the other female fan introduced herself. "I am Eliza Dushku, a Hollywood actress. No wonder I found you somewhat familiar. Do you have a boyfriend?" Upon learning she was a Hollywood actress rather than someone from San Fernando Valley, Dewin immediately felt at ease. While actresses from San Fernando Valley were attractive, they could easily follow in the footsteps of Magic Johnson. Hollywood actresses tended to be more conservative, usually maintaining their integrity after a casual encounter. "I haven't dated anyone yet. I'm Emma Smith, and I have a few jerseys that I'd like you to sign. Both of you are my fans. It seems like a date with 2 stars is in order. Dewin, you must perform well tonight. Don't tarnish the reputation of our Los Angeles Lakers." "Ha ha ha, our Dewin is simply irresistible. It's impressive how quickly he has caught the attention of Hollywood celebrities. But you must be cautious. Don't let them drain you." O'Neal, Payton, Malone, and others, who shared a good rapport with Dewin, began to tease him, while other players joined in the merriment, some even jokingly demanding Dewin treat everyone to a meal. Dewin was not lacking in funds. Without a second thought, he promised to take everyone out for a grand feast during their next away game. However, in Los Angeles, he respected the team's locker room rules and refrained from overstepping, indicating that any treat would have to come from Shaq and Kobe. O'Neal, upon hearing this, volunteered to treat everyone that night, eager to celebrate his good friend Dewin. The anticipation of another feast naturally elevated the spirits of the others. The game commenced swiftly, and this time Dewin found himself matched up against the legendary Scottie Pippen. With that level of play, it's impressive that Michael led you to championships. The aging Pippen still exhibited commendable defensive awareness. Yet his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. As age takes its toll, Pippen's lateral movement had notably slowed. Dewin found it unnecessary to use screens against smaller guards. He could simply post up and swiftly maneuver to the basket. However, with the formidable duo of Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler patrolling the paint, Dewin opted not to exert himself too much, conserving energy for the battles ahead. Thus, he cleverly attracted the defense and passed the ball to Malone. Leveraging Malone's scoring prowess to rack up assists, Malone did not disappoint Dewin, converting every opportunity without fail. Although the score stood at 89-101, with only a 12-point margin, the Lakers had effectively secured victory after 3.5 quarters. With a promising evening ahead, Dewin refrained from excessive shooting in this game. Ultimately, he finished with 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 12 assists on 7 of 12 shooting, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line. After the game, rather than indulging in an ice bath or extra practice as usual, Dewin headed directly to the underground parking lot, where he busied himself with his car. While he typically took melatonin for restful sleep, this night proved different. Dewin found himself dreaming of practicing basketball, particularly focusing on his relatively weaker ball handling skills. Although it was not a nightmare, it indeed disrupted his sleep quality, leaving him drenched in sweat, a rather unusual occurrence. Chapter 64, Legacy of Number 31, Player of the Week practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Having dreamt of honing his skills, Dewin naturally wished to assess his progress in ball handling. Early the next morning, he drove alone to Toyota's center, only to discover that his locker was overflowing with exquisitely packaged balloons. As an NBA player, he was no stranger to balloons. Prior to every away game, the Players' Union would send a representative to deliver a couple of hundred balloons to the rookies. These were not solely for the rookies' personal use, but were also meant to be delivered to the veterans. The culture in NBA locker rooms dictates that even if veterans call rookies at 2 or 3 in the morning, the rookies must rise from their beds to deliver balloons. The workplace bullying culture prevalent in Japan and South Korea is, in fact, a lesson learned from America. Dewin, noticing the bizarre number of balloons in his locker, no fewer than several thousand, realized this was a prank orchestrated by O'Neal, Payton, Malone, and others. Not overly concerned, Dewin tidied up the balloons and headed to the gym to practice. By the afternoon, several Lakers players arrived to train, yet none admitted to the pranked. It wasn't until November 23, when the Lakers were set to face the Grizzlies at Staples Center, that O'Neal appeared before Dewin with a playful demeanor. Broaching the topic of female fans, as a seasoned veteran, O'Neal advised Dewin not to become too infatuated and reminded him to handle the aftermath of using balloons responsibly. In most states in America, surrogacy is legal. Compared to the exorbitant costs of child support, the expenses associated with IVF are merely a trifle. Some wealthy individuals, even in their 70s, manage to father children, leaving them questioning their own lives and whether they have been deceived. Upon testing, they often discover that they are still capable of fathering offspring, revealing that their partners had utilized technology to secure a long-term financial arrangement. For a rising star like Dewin, being targeted by predatory women was hardly surprising. Even Hollywood actresses, some of whom struggled to maintain their careers, could easily find themselves drawn to Dewin. Armed with O'Neal's insights, Dewin, already cautious by nature, became even more vigilant. While playful banter is acceptable, one must never gamble with lives. Dewin swiftly tucked away his aspirations of conquering Hollywood and refocused his energy on basketball. The Lakers first triumphed over the Grizzlies by a staggering 32 points, followed by a comfortable 21-point victory against the Wizards. However, this time, the win came with greater ease than the last. Moreover, Dunn's ability to exploit pick-and-roll situations to punish smaller guards is simply outstanding. Throughout the game, Dunn played for 38 minutes, achieving an impressive 14 out of 21 from the field, 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, culminating in a remarkable tally of 34 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. With a plethora of shots and an extraordinarily high scoring efficiency, Dunn's star-like prowess enabled the Lakers to secure a resounding 19-point victory over the defending champions, the Spurs. Following this match, Popovich became acutely aware that he could not have both Parker and Ginobili on the court simultaneously. The Spurs' perimeter defense necessitated more players capable of curbing their opponent's scoring rather than merely enhancing their own offensive capabilities. Following the Lakers' triumph over the Spurs, they swiftly faced another formidable Eastern Conference team, the Indiana Pacers. Due to Dunn's recent scintillating performances, local media in Los Angeles began to shift their focus from solely marketing Kobe to also highlighting Dunn's burgeoning presence. Dunn had previously revealed that he chose the number 31 jersey out of admiration for Reggie Miller. Consequently, in anticipation of the Pacers' arrival in Los Angeles, the media commenced crafting narratives surrounding the legacy of the number 31 sharpshooter. Dunn, your talent is unparalleled, and I consider you the most promising rookie. I believe the future belongs to you. It must be noted that Reggie Miller is indeed the king of trash talk. While his intention was to convey goodwill towards Dunn, it came across as somewhat aggressive to Dunn's ears. Subsequently, Reggie refrained from further banter and instead imparted his wisdom on off-ball movement, defending without the ball, as well as shooting techniques for both three-pointers and mid-range shots. Such a moment, seeing someone donning his jersey and continuing to battle in the NBA. How could he not feel elated? It is essential to recognize that whenever Dunn achieves success, the media inevitably invokes his name. Much like when Jordan was stirring up the league, the name of Dr. J echoed throughout the NBA. Only when Jordan became synonymous with the NBA, indeed with basketball itself, did that phenomenon cease. It can be said that the old-timers in the NBA often present themselves as fierce competitors with questionable morals prior to retirement, yet transform into benevolent figures who continually uplift the younger generation post-retirement, all driven by their own interests. Competing in the NBA requires one to establish superiority and earn their desired gains through skill. However, after retirement, they can only bask in the glow of their successors' achievements. Should they fail to find a representative to embody their legacy, even the likes of Jabbar would struggle to command respect from fans. For Reggie Miller to encounter Dunn before his retirement is undoubtedly a significant milestone in his life. Reggie, while I hold you in high regard, I shall not show you any mercy. Tonight, Dunn cannot rely solely on exploiting smaller guards and scoring through pick-and-roll maneuvers. Instead, he must triumph over Reggie Miller in front of a national audience, emulating Miller's own style. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. After the game, I shall inform you of your shortcomings. The well-meaning Reggie Miller, despite his calm demeanor, exhibited a somewhat arrogant attitude, treating Dunn merely as a rookie. Upon hearing this, Dunn could only maintain a facade of humility while steeling himself internally, ready to unleash a flurry of offense against his mentor. Kobe and Ron Artest are in your capable hands. I will take on Reggie. Prior to the game, Dunn conferred with Kobe regarding defensive assignments. Kobe replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead. If you struggle to contain him, let me know, and I'll step in to assist you against Reggie." Indeed, the Reggie Miller of today is far removed from the prime version capable of challenging Jordan. Once the game commenced, Dunn soon realized that the current Reggie Miller was even less challenging to defend than Hamilton. Hamilton consistently ran, making it difficult for Dunn to catch a breath. In contrast, Miller would run for a bit and then pause, with only occasional bursts of activity during screens and cuts. Having faced Hamilton twice in the past month, Dunn had accumulated significant experience in off-ball defense. Additionally, prior to the game, Reggie had freely shared his off-ball experience with Dunn, a deliberate act that, while potentially backfiring, provided Dunn with some excuses should he falter against Reggie later on. Nowadays, Reggie Miller's scoring efficiency has significantly waned, with few games exceeding 20 points. Judging purely by statistics, it seemed improbable for Reggie to outscore Dunn before the game. It must be noted that the old generation of stars not only possesses skill but also wisdom. Adept at finding ways to gracefully exit challenging situations. Dunn, however, did not attempt to outsmart the veteran by ignoring the advice given. After all, the objective is to win, and why not utilize Reggie's teachings to enhance his own performance? With an open mind, Dunn quickly grasped the nuances of defending Reggie and soon made it exceedingly difficult for him. The Pacers required Reggie Miller to create space, dismantle the opponent's defense, and manage a share of the ball. Unfortunately, Miller could not replicate his previous ability to catch defenses off guard with timely shots. The Pacers, relying solely on O'Neal and Artest for ball handling, found it challenging to penetrate the Lakers' defense. The Lakers effectively stifled the Pacers' starting lineup. Even Payton had a slight edge over Kenny Anderson. Due to limited playing time and ball sharing compared to Dunn, Reggie managed to score only 7 points by halftime, while Dunn had already amassed 18 points. "Reggie, I harbor no disrespect towards you, but if we wish to win, we must limit Dunn's scoring," stated Ron. "You've done an excellent job guarding Kobe in the first half. We need you to continue applying tenacious defense to completely stifle Dunn's offensive efforts. Let us secure this victory, for the Los Angeles Lakers are an obstacle we must overcome on our path to the championship." Though Reggie yearned to continue his battle with Dunn, he had to suppress his personal ambitions for the sake of the team's victory and their coveted championship title. As for the reason behind his modest 11-point first-half performance, it was not solely due to Artest's defense. One might say the blinding lights at Staples Center played a role in the second half. Facing the aging Reggie Miller, despite his crafty maneuvers, it proved difficult for him to contain the prime Kobe. Before Reggie could make his mark, Dunn swiftly added another 6 points to his total, bringing his scoring tally to 31 points. It was only fitting for the player wearing number 31 to score 31 points. Historically, dominating the court with double the score has been commendable. Yet, under Reggie's recent tutelage, Dunn had no qualms about surpassing him by a factor of 2. Seeing this unfold, Reggie could only shake his head and lament to O'Neal, "Dunn is a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. This is exceedingly unfortunate for us. Had we been able to leverage our resources to secure Dunn, I dare say no team would have been able to thwart our championship aspirations over the past few seasons." O'Neal, upon hearing Reggie's words, also indulged in a moment of fantasy, contemplating how splendid it would be if Dunn were their teammate. Alas, Although the Pacers had intentions of selecting Dunn, they only possessed a second-round pick. Lacking even a first-rounder to snatch him up, in reality, Dunn had simply emerged as a standout player. History is rife with confident draft day maneuvers that resulted in selecting underwhelming talents. Hindsight is always 20/20. But few possess the ability to consistently create draft miracles like the Logo Man. Once the starting lineups returned to the court, Dunn played for another 3 minutes before taking a break. With a score of 81-104, the Lakers triumphed once more over a significant contender, soaring in the Western Conference standings. After the game, Dunn graciously shared with the media the details of his pregame conversation with Reggie Miller. He humbly attributed his hot streak to the wisdom imparted by Miller. As a previous emblem of American basketball, Reggie Miller's guidance to Dunn, a Chinese player excelling against top American talent, elicited mixed feelings. However, through this interview, many began to embrace the legacy of the number 31 shared between Miller and Dunn, accepting Dunn's occasional flamboyance and profound humility. Following the interview, Dunn did not meet with Reggie again. However, Reggie did not miss the opportunity to reach out via phone, continuing to offer his seasoned perspective and insights. Dunn recognized that Reggie's intentions were genuine, and after introspection and reflection, he absorbed Reggie's suggestions. As December rolled in, Dunn found himself pleasantly surprised to receive his first accolade in the NBA, the Western Conference Player of the Week. Congratulations on earning the title of Western Conference Player of the Week during the 2003-2004 regular season. Achieving the Player of the Week milestone. Would you like to participate in the Player of the Week template lottery? Chapter 65. Pippen Template. Malone injured. Please continue reading. Dunn had anticipated that a new template would arrive at the All-Star weekend. Yet the delightful surprise came much sooner. It is essential to recognize that the honor of Player of the Week is no trifling matter. Many All-Star players toil throughout their careers without ever attaining such an accolade. The Player of the Week title is contingent not only on individual statistics, but also on team success, in strong teams. Even secondary or tertiary players have a shot at this honor due to consistent victories. Conversely, weaker teams rarely achieve consecutive wins within a week, making it exceedingly rare for their top players to receive such recognition. In other words, the Player of the Week template has a ceiling of superstar potential and a floor of championship puzzle piece, making it comparably valuable to an all-star template. Lottery, congratulations, you have won the Scottie Pippen template. Wow! Winning the Pippen template leaves Duan in a quandary, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Securing the template of a historical superstar in the weekly best template lottery is undoubtedly akin to hitting the jackpot. However, Pippen, despite being a historical giant, is arguably less celebrated among his peers, in the words of Barkley. A group of alphas is conversing, and here comes a beta trying to join the fray. This sentiment largely stems from Pippen's inconsistent offensive capabilities and his lackluster mental attributes. He is certainly more than adequate as a second fiddle, but falls short as a primary leader. Many question Jordan's historical status, claiming that without Pippen and the Bulls, he would be nothing. This is akin to questioning Curry's status as a system player, which, upon closer examination, appears rather absurd. During the three-peat era, everyone regarded Pippen as the greatest small forward in history, and even Bird refrained from voicing any doubts. Barkley always believed Pippen was on par with Jordan, convinced that just one Pippen was the missing piece to a championship. Thus, as Pippen sought a $10 million contract and departed the Bulls post-three-peat, Barkley willingly took a pay cut to the league minimum of $1 million, aiming to create salary cap space for signing Pippen and forming a triumvirate with Pippen, Barkley, and Olajuwon. Logically, this trio seemed even stronger than the Bulls' recently crowned champions. Yet, in reality, Pippen's abysmal shooting percentage of 32.9 hindered Barkley, who nonetheless managed to achieve a commendable 52.9 shooting percentage, only to be outmatched by the Lakers led by the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe, who triumphed 3-1. Isn't it astonishing? Pippen, burdened with mediocrity, still managed to secure 6 championship rings. After this playoff round, Barkley truly comprehended Jordan's greatness and recognized Pippen's actual prowess. The Rockets trio lasted merely a season before Pippen was promptly traded to the Trailblazers, a contender that allowed him to assume the nominal role of leader. Yet, when the playoffs arrived, Pippen devolved into a mere shadow of his former self. In the Western Conference Finals, Pippen, brimming with confidence in his ability to defend Kobe, was rendered ineffective. It was Pippen's lackluster performances in the playoffs over 2 successive seasons post-Bulls that unveiled the truth. Next to Jordan, Pippen was a superstar, the most formidable second-in-command in history. But without Jordan, Pippen was merely an ordinary all-star. Phil Jackson was acutely aware of Pippen's offensive limitations. When crucial shots were needed, he had no choice but to entrust Kukoc with the task. Analyzing Pippen's play reveals a plethora of simple plays, fast breaks, fake handoffs, drives utilizing screens, and open shots created by Jordan drawing defenders. Similarly, Draymond Green, known for his elite defense and playmaking, operates in a comparable fashion alongside Curry. Pippen garnered 6 championships alongside Jordan, while Green secured 4 with Curry. Pippen's superior athleticism is evident, yet his celebrated defense never earned him the Defensive Player of the Year award. Thus, observing how much Green has benefited from Curry, one can glean the extent to which Jordan carried Pippen throughout their journey. Upon meticulous reflection, one realizes that had Pippen not played alongside Jordan, even at his peak, he would merely be regarded as a step above an all-star, an almost superstar caliber player. Duan, having acquired the Pippen template, will undoubtedly enhance his physical attributes, defense, and ball handling skills, yet his offensive prowess may not see significant improvement. To ascend to stardom, one must possess extraordinary scoring ability. The measure of a superstar's potential is ultimately their scoring capability and their ability to perform under pressure. Hey, I aspire to be the alpha, yet why do I increasingly resemble a beta? It appears that until I acquire the template of a top-tier ball-dominant superstar, I must continue to leech off others. In Duan's estimation, once he fully assimilates the Pippen template, he will undoubtedly reach all-star caliber, perhaps even nearing the realm of superstardom. However, the ability to lead a team independently still eludes him, for now. He is merely basking in the glory of the Lakers' F4, securing a championship as a secondary goal. With the All-Star weekend approaching, Duan is certain to reap considerable rewards. Given the support of domestic fans, along with Nike and the Lakers' marketing efforts, there is a substantial chance for him to become an all-star player. Returning to the crux of the matter, upon acquiring the Pippen template, Duan had little time for practice. As on December 3 RD, he and the Lakers traveled once more to San Antonio. This time, although Popovich benched Ginobili, he still could not resolve the Lakers' issues of multifaceted perimeter scoring and defensive shortcomings. In a fiercely contested match, the Lakers emerged victorious by a narrow margin of 91-86. On December 4th, the Lakers faced the Dallas Mavericks in a back-to-back away game. Riding the momentum of their winning streak, the Lakers scored over 100 points yet again, defeating the Mavericks 109-102 and solidifying their position at the top of the league. After the Mavericks game, the Lakers stayed in Dallas for a day of rest, during which Duan treated everyone to a meal as per their prior agreement. Shortly thereafter, he collaborated with Nike to shoot promotional clips in Dallas, gearing up for the impending All-Star voting. Notably, Duan gained a wealth of playing experience from Pippen, significantly enhancing his understanding of the triangle offense. This means that leveraging the triangle offense, Duan can score more efficiently. However, with recent victories piling up, Peyton and Zen Master began to harbor differing views. Zen Master believes that fast breaks can serve as a tactical supplement to the team's strategy, but the Lakers must remain committed to executing the triangle offense. Peyton's stance is that they are currently leading the team to victory, while Zen Master should focus on managing the locker room, overseeing the bench, and calling timeouts. The game should be left to them to handle, without incessant interruptions. Zen Master felt that his authority was being challenged and his tactical philosophy questioned, which fueled his growing dissatisfaction with Peyton's increasingly brazen demeanor. Then, on December 17th, during the Lakers' home game against the Jazz, Malone suffered a knee injury due to physical contact during an offensive play and was carried off the court. Although the Lakers ultimately won the game, an MRI revealed that Malone would be sidelined for the next 2 months due to his injury, leaving the Lakers already thin in the front court, especially with O'Neal also out. This unfortunate turn of events was akin to the heavens raining misfortunes upon them. Coincidentally, Zen Master's frustration with Peyton had reached a boiling point. He seized the opportunity to blame Malone's injury on Peyton's insistence on speeding up the fast break. No one anticipated that amid a continuous winning streak, the league-leading Lakers would experience turmoil within the locker room. Chapter 66. Consecutive defeats. The China Derby with their leader O'Neal still recuperating from injury and Malone, who averaged nearly 20 points, now sidelined. The Lakers' lack of depth in the front court became glaringly apparent. Tensions escalated as Peyton clashed with head coach Zen Master. In light of these developments, an air of unease settled over the Lakers. Even Duan found himself quietly concerned, uncertain of how to address the growing discord within the locker room. "Duan, what's the matter? Am I not welcome?" "Anthony, accompanying the Knicks, arrived in Los Angeles and noticed Duan's lackluster demeanor. Duan briefly filled Anthony in on the Lakers' troubling situation. Upon hearing this, Anthony chuckled, "Brother, you're not the star of the team. You're just a rookie. Why are you worrying?" The observer remains clear where the participant is confused. Anthony's words struck a chord with Duan. Suddenly enlightened, Duan thought, "Right? I only earn $1 million a year. Why should I be concerned? O'Neal and Kobe aren't fretting over the team's performance, so why am I moping around? I merely aspire to be the Lakers' alpha, but that hasn't happened yet. Now, I'll just relax, focus on my stats, and aim for the All-Star game." Unlike other NBA players who live in the moment, Duan often reflects deeply, contemplating his commercial value and the team's influence. This tendency leads him to prematurely envision himself as a star player, when in reality, he has been overthinking. Just as Anthony pointed out, Duan is still merely a rookie. At this time, LeBron was still tying Ricky Davis's shoelaces. Even if Duan plotted to seize control, he would need a year or two to have a chance. That evening, Anthony unwittingly became the primary victim of Duan's newfound resolve to score at all costs. "Brother, weren't we supposed to go head-to-head? Why are you avoiding me?" Anthony was perplexed. Just half a month ago, Duan had been eager to clash with him, yet now he was constantly calling for screens and driving to the basket. Initially, Anthony had looked forward to this matchup, but now he felt discomfort, an almost nauseous sensation. "Carmelo, when teammates pass me the ball, they expect me to score. I must admit, your defense is superior to others. To score more efficiently, I have to avoid you. There's no other option. With Shaq and Karl unavailable, the team relies solely on me and Kobe. I must help the team win, which is the very reason we were selected in the draft. Isn't it?" Observing Duan's candidness, Anthony was at a loss. He sensed that Duan had a point, yet something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint the issue. While Anthony remained confused, Duan's performance soared. Duan's intellect shone through. His comprehension of the triangle offense exceeded my expectations. Duan's advancement is not characterized by a remarkable leap in personal ability, but rather by his astute integration into the triangle offense, leveraging its framework to showcase his unique talents. The triangle offense serves to amplify a player's capabilities, and Duan has undoubtedly capitalized on this aspect. He seamlessly incorporated both off-ball and on-ball movements within the triangle offense, resulting not only in his own enhanced performance, but also in a more harmonious synergy with his teammates. Furthermore, with Karl Malone sidelined due to injury, the Lakers found themselves in need of someone to absorb Malone's share of ball control. Kobe took on part of this responsibility, while Duan assumed the remainder, leading to a significant spike in his statistics. In a tightly contested game, the Lakers triumphed over the Knicks with a narrow 95-90 victory. Duan recorded an impressive 34 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, shooting 13 of 24 from the field, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc and 5 of 7 from the free throw line. Kobe, on the other hand, scored 39 points, along with 6 rebounds and 2 assists, shooting 15 of 31 from the field, 1 of 4 from three-point range, and 8 of 9 from the charity stripe. Despite the victory, the Lakers' future prospects remain concerning. It was evident that Duan and Kobe could not consistently deliver 30-point performances every game. To stabilize their situation, the Lakers needed to address their interior weaknesses. As time swiftly progressed to December 12, the Lakers' vulnerabilities in the paint were starkly revealed. Just recently defeated by the Lakers, the Dallas Mavericks comfortably overwhelmed them with a decisive 110-93 victory. Although Duan and Kobe managed to score 29 and 41 points respectively, their efforts were insufficient to avert the loss. Before Los Angeles media could analyze the internal and external challenges plaguing the Lakers, the team faced another defeat in a back-to-back matchup against the Trailblazers. Consecutive losses and the ensuing media frenzy exacerbated the turmoil within the Lakers' locker room. Kobe, already struggling to cope with external criticism this season, found himself transferring his mounting pressure onto his teammates as the team's performance waned. He initiated conversations with Shaquille O'Neal, urging him to expedite his recovery. However, O'Neal firmly stated that he had not yet healed and required at least another month. With their dismal record and Malone's unavailability, the Lakers management felt compelled to apply pressure on O'Neal, even enlisting the media to hasten his return. Yet, O'Neal, having received guidance from Duan, recognized this moment as his best opportunity to secure a contract extension and a substantial final deal in his career. Thus, he steadfastly refused to relent, adhering to the previously established plan for his return in January. Faced with such circumstances, Everyone was left to test their patience, waiting to see who would falter first. The Lakers continued to navigate their interior vulnerability and locker room discord while contending with various Western Conference teams. On December 19, the Lakers hosted the lowly Denver Nuggets from the previous season. In a close contest ending 97-102, the Lakers were fortunate that the Nuggets offered them a respite. However, their relief was short-lived as they subsequently fell to both the Suns and the Warriors, plummeting from first to third place in the conference standings. Next, the Lakers were set to face the Houston Rockets, featuring Yao Ming, at Staples Center. It was bound to be a brutal encounter in anticipation of the first Chinese derby. Duan took the matter seriously, arranging a private meeting with Yao Ming prior to the game. Duan reiterated his previous stance, expressing that he was still maturing and needed to enhance his skills, suggesting they revisit the conversation in 2006. Many were unaware that one of the prerequisites for national team selection was that players must be registered domestically. Since Duan had not participated in the domestic league, he was not a registered player, which meant that unless the rules were amended specifically for him, there was no way to mandate his inclusion in the Athens Olympics. Additionally, the recent incident involving Wang Zhizhi compelled the national team to be cautious of international scrutiny. Thus, for Duan, participation in the national team was more of an invitation than a summons. It is worth noting that the 2004 Athens Olympics represented a significant opportunity for Duan to make a mark. However, he feared that expectations might be excessively high, especially with formidable opponents in the 2008 Olympics. Any underperformance would inevitably lead to blame directed at him. Lu Xiang undoubtedly epitomized Chinese sports, yet following his injury-induced absence from running, public sentiment turned overwhelmingly critical. For this generation of athletes, any Olympics could be skipped, but one held on home soil demanded their utmost performance. The greater one's fame, the more one tends to fear public backlash. After much contemplation, Duan decided to stick to his original plan, casting aside these concerns and focusing on preparing for the upcoming Chinese Derby. On December 25, during the Christmas showdown, the first-ever Chinese Derby unfolded at Staples Center. Kobe, you guard Jim Jackson. I'll take Steve Francis, and Gary can handle Cat Mobley. How does that sound? Prior to the game, Duan proactively volunteered to defend Francis. Peyton chuckled, I thought you were going to guard Yao Ming. I certainly don't want to seek punishment, Duan retorted. With Yao's height, even Ben Wallace would struggle to contend. Guarding him would be tantamount to courting disaster. To secure victory in this Chinese Derby, Duan recognized that he must focus on limiting the Rockets' perimeter threat. Due to Peyton's significant decline in physical condition, he struggled to keep pace with the explosive quickness of smaller guards or the athleticism of power players, prompting Duan to step up and alleviate some of Peyton's defensive burden. If you can't handle Steve, just pass him off to me. Kobe, well aware of Duan's capabilities, had no objections to this defensive arrangement. With O'Neal adamant about not returning, an eager Kobe felt compelled to apply pressure on his teammates, urging them to intensify their training. Even Duan, often a fixture in the training facility, found himself frequently practicing alongside Kobe, who even initiated requests for one-on-one matchups. Duan, aiming to assess his progress following his adaptation of Scottie Pippen's playing style, accepted without hesitation. After enduring a series of challenging shooting performances, Duan had previously managed to best Kobe in a few encounters. Although Kobe was puzzled by the rapidity of Duan's improvement, he held a strong regard for Duan's current defensive prowess. As the game commenced, Yao Ming's involvement in the Rockets' offense became apparent. The Rockets employed a straightforward strategy, clearing one side of the court for Francis to operate in isolation. Duan understood that Francis was akin to Allen Iverson, excelling in penetration, though less proficient in shooting. Thus, he allowed Francis a slight advantage, positioning himself just inside the three-point line to defend against Francis' drive. Predictably, rather than launching a sudden shot, Francis patiently dribbled, attempting to throw Duan off balance. Remaining composed, Duan did not take the bait as Francis executed a sharp change of direction to drive left. Duan quickly adjusted, sidestepping to keep pace, only for Francis to abruptly halt and shift back to his right. Just as Duan anticipated Francis' next move and retreated to block his path, Francis pivoted once more, heading left towards the baseline. Grant, stationed beneath the basket, was compelled to assist Duan, who was now in a precarious position. Francis halted in front of Grant, shielding the ball with his back. Grant extended his arm for a block, but Francis continued his maneuver, slipping past him along the baseline. Duan, anticipating the play, moved into the restricted area to obstruct Francis' path. As Francis executed a low shot, he found himself in a familiar position, but his small jump shot was still a common tactic, albeit not his ultimate weapon. Like Kobe's beautifully executed fadeaway, it often resulted in more misses than makes. As Francis' shot clanked off the rim, a crowd of players converged under the basket for the rebound. However, the Lakers were simply too undersized. Even the Rockets' power forward, Kevin Cato, stood at 2.1 meters, towering over both of the Lakers' interior players. Not to mention the presence of 2.2-meter Yao Ming in the fray. Yao secured an offensive rebound, backing down two defenders before turning to slam the ball through the hoop, letting out a triumphant roar. Although Yao had only just begun to bulk up, he already exhibited a dominant presence reminiscent of O'Neal's imposing low-post play. Lakers fans in attendance couldn't help but reminisce about the days when O'Neal dominated in Staples Center. Undoubtedly, had the Lakers possessed an unstoppable O'Neal in the low post, the game would have unfolded entirely differently. Regrettably, neither O'Neal nor the previously active Malone graced the court that day. Boom. Yao Ming, is that you? Little brother? Who could enlighten me as to why he was lurking beneath the basket? Jim Jackson darted to the paint, scooping up the ball and swiftly passing it to Francis, exclaiming, "My apologies, I didn't realize he was there." He moved so quickly. I was still watching Yao grab the rebound. His teammates, well acquainted with his style, immediately fed him the ball. Traditionally, small forwards were expected to score and crash the boards in half-court settings. However, with the emergence of Pippen, the role of the small forward has evolved into one that emphasizes versatility, focusing more on defense, playmaking, and transition offense. Duan, with his exceptional awareness and speed in transition, caught Jim Jackson off guard. However, Jim Jackson observed Dunn's remarkable physique and concluded that even if he closely followed Dunn, it would be exceedingly challenging to thwart Dunn's scoring during fast breaks. Before long, Dunn found himself once again matched up against Francis. This time, Francis initiated with a direct and aggressive move, yet Dunn remained unfazed, resulting in Francis executing a clean shot. Dunn promptly leapt to contest it but fell short. However, the long two-pointer was not Francis's forte, indicating that Dunn had indeed disrupted his rhythm. Due to the distance of the shot, the ball ricocheted far, and Stanislav Medvedenko, who had just entered the game, assisted the Lakers in securing the rebound. Payton reached out for the ball and swiftly advanced. Consequently, Payton charged down the middle, flanked by Kobe and Dunn, drawing defenders towards them, before penetrating effortlessly to the basket for a fast break layup. Observing the Lakers' quick attack, the Rockets also executed a swift inbounds pass. However, midway through his advance, Francis veered out. Yao Ming set a screen for Mobley beneath the basket, as Mobley appeared to be positioning himself for a catch-and-shoot at the baseline. Meanwhile, Francis, stationed at the top of the arc, glanced toward Mobley's direction, but upon passing the ball, it unexpectedly found its way into Yao Ming's hands. Astonishingly unguarded beneath the basket, Yao Ming received the ball, pivoted slightly, and with a gentle leap, dunked it into the hoop. Unable to contain Yao Ming, the Lakers had no choice but to accelerate their pace, relying on fast break scoring to maintain the scoreline, attempting to exhaust Yao Ming's stamina through relentless back-and-forth runs. Nevertheless, the Rockets were not always impenetrable on fast breaks. This time, Payton was unable to push the tempo, considering the formidable presence of two towering figures beneath the basket. Thus, he could only pass the ball to Dunn, adhering to their triangle offense strategy. Dunn executed it with simplicity. Could Jim Jackson contribute? Certainly. Yet, Dunn opted not to go for an isolation play but instead called Grant for a screen. Kevin Cato struggled to keep up, and with only 3 perimeter defenders against 4 offensive players, the Rockets were destined to falter. While the Rockets focused their perimeter defense, Dunn maneuvered in front of Mobley, executing a back-to-the-basket move followed by a swift spin, easily penetrating the paint. Dunn understood that to claim victory in this China Derby, it was imperative to neutralize Yao Ming. Thus, he decided to confront Yao Ming in a manner reminiscent of Maguette's style. However, Yao Ming had already established his position beneath the basket, displaying no intent to block. Unlike other interior defenders who would leap at the slightest contact, Yao Ming remained rooted to the ground, unyielding. Consequently, Dunn was compelled to halt abruptly, feigning a jump shot to entice Yao Ming forward. As anticipated, Yao Ming fell for the ruse, lunging to contest the shot. Yet, Dunn quickly advanced a step while colliding with Yao Ming's chest. Given Yao Ming's considerable weight, he was unable to regain control of his body in the heat of the moment, inadvertently stepping forward and thereby committing a blocking foul. Following the contact, Dunn executed a leaning jumper, Although the shot missed, the whistle blew, granting him 2 free throws. "Apologies, Big Yao, but without Shaquille, our only path to victory is through you," Dunn remarked in Mandarin as he approached the free throw line. "No hard feelings. I completely understand. Drawing fouls is also a skill, so do not take it to heart." Seizing the brief moment before the official free throw, Dunn engaged Yao Ming in light conversation. "I also aspire to share the court with you on the international stage. Yet, I do have concerns about your condition, much like those of O'Neal and Ewing. Even the mighty O'Neal suffers from foot injuries that keep him sidelined for extended periods, causing significant trouble for the Lakers. Ewing stands as the sole center among the elite without a championship. It's not a matter of capability, but rather the early knee injuries he sustained in college. Those injuries have consistently hindered him at critical junctures. You see Kobe's strength, right? At the very least, he's among the top 10 stars in the league, and as for me, my average score has now exceeded 24 points, ranking 7th in the scoring title race. However, despite the fine form of Kobe, Peyton, and myself, we have been unable to secure victories. Ever since Malone's injury, the Lakers have been on a losing streak. This clearly illustrates that every team requires a formidable big man. The national team's success does not hinge solely on my presence. Rather, it is imperative that we have you. If you cannot play, even with an additional player or two, we cannot achieve favorable results." Dunn utilized the Lakers' current predicament to express his concerns to Yao Ming. As Yao began to ponder Dunn's words, Dunn successfully converted both free throws. Once the game resumed, Dunn continued to defend against Francis. Unsurprisingly, he was unable to thwart Francis once again, who surged to the basket. However, it was of little consequence, as Dunn had already raced to the front court, initiating a fast break. Van Gundy's utilization of Yao Ming in this regard was commendable. Consequently, the Lakers faced minimal interior defensive pressure during crucial moments, relying on the ironclad connection between Peyton, Kobe, and Dunn to stifle Francis, Mobley, and Jackson's shooting touch. Coupled with Kobe and Fisher's critical back-to-back fadeaway jumpers and a wide-open three-pointer, the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Rockets by a mere 2 points. Without a doubt, Kobe and Fisher were the unsung heroes of the Lakers' Christmas showdown victory. However, if one were to designate the true victor of this Christmas clash, it would undeniably be Dunn, who boasted an impressive stat line of 41 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block on 16 of 26 shooting, including 2 of 5 from beyond the arc and 7 of 11 from the free throw line. In his first game scoring 40 points and clinching the China Derby, Yao Ming, too, performed admirably, tallying 20 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks on 8 of 14 shooting and 4 of 5 from the line. Nevertheless, Dunn's numbers shone brighter. Throughout the night, Dunn relentlessly attacked Francis and Mobley, seeking to challenge Yao Ming at the rim. The Lakers relied heavily on Dunn's numerous free throws and fast break points, consistently staying competitive during critical moments. Just as the Lakers regained their morale with a Christmas victory over the Rockets, their long-standing rivals, the Celtics, delivered a devastating blow. While Kobe faced the Celtics with the intensity befitting a rivalry, Dunn's enthusiasm was notably subdued. In Dunn's perspective, not every game carried the weight of a Christmas showdown or a China Derby. Thus, he paid little attention to the regular season clash against the Celtics, refraining from the aggressive drive to the basket he had displayed against the Rockets. As a result, the Lakers' interior defense was schooled by the likes of Vin Baker. The reality of the Lakers' interior weaknesses could no longer be concealed. Lakers fans were incensed, demanding accountability from the team's management. Local media in Los Angeles began to scrutinize the Lakers' roster deficiencies, launching a barrage of criticism at the management, O'Neal, and Kobe for their inability to lead the team to success. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the higher the price of fish. O'Neal continued to remain unfazed, intent on securing a lucrative contract extension, even preparing to drag out negotiations. For the Lakers management, losing to anyone was unacceptable, especially the Celtics. With public pressure mounting, they had no choice but to temporarily compromise with O'Neal, extending his contract for 3 years at $45 million. Of course, in some respects, considering O'Neal's stature, this was undoubtedly a significant pay cut. However, O'Neal's previous contract with the Lakers extended through the 2005-06 season, and by the end of that contract, he would be 35 years old. Who would offer a 35-year-old behemoth a max contract worth $15 million? Not to mention, the Lakers had granted a 3-year contract, allowing O'Neal to play until he was 38 and retire with dignity. After obtaining the desired contract, O'Neal was elated and promptly convened a press conference with the Lakers. declaring that in light of the team's recent struggles, he, as the leader, had to take the risk of returning from injury early. In summary, the Superman Shaq had returned. Los Angeles' Lakers finally had a big fish. Chapter 68. All-Star Voting, Facing LeBron. O'Neal's return injected a surge of energy into the Lakers fan base. If it weren't for the overwhelming presence of active fans, one might have thought it was O'Neal himself in disguise. On January 2, in O'Neal's first game back, the Lakers traveled to Seattle to face the Supersonics. O'Neal played for a mere 25 minutes, yet he managed to score 25 points, grab 12 rebounds, dish out 2 assists, and swat 4 shots, leading the Lakers to a comfortable 104-89 victory over the Supersonics. Dunn, operating within the triangle offense, set screens for the smaller guards and distributed the ball to O'Neal, effortlessly achieving a stat line of 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists on 15 of 24 shooting, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and 2 of 3 from the free throw line. In the absence of Malone, Dunn found it increasingly difficult to rack up assists, as Payton no longer initiated fast breaks. Consequently, Dunn's opportunities to push the pace were reduced by nearly 8-0. In the past, Dunn would typically have 3 or 4 chances to score on fast breaks in a game. Now, he was lucky to get one. With simpler scoring opportunities dwindling, Dunn was compelled to focus more on facilitating assists. As time progressed, Dunn's mastery of the Pippen template deepened, leading to a more profound understanding of the triangle offense and the strategy of passing to Jordan. Time swiftly passed to January 4 at the Staples Center, where the Lakers faced the Clippers. Logically, this was the Clippers' home game. However, in the Staples Center, the Lakers enjoyed 43 regular season home games a year, while the Clippers only had 39. With the overwhelming support of approximately 70 to 80% Lakers fans in attendance, the Lakers, under the leadership of the dynamic duo, effortlessly dismantled the Clippers' lackluster performance. Notably, after the game, Shaquille O'Neal, during a sideline interview, boldly called upon the Los Angeles fans to cast their all-star votes for Payton, Kobe, Malone, and himself. Intriguingly, Clippers owner Donald Sterling was not only unfazed but rather delighted by the influx of Lakers fans filling the Staples Center, bringing in revenue. After all, the ticket prices for the Clippers are nearly half that of the Lakers. The 2 matchups each year where the Clippers host the Lakers are essentially the most lucrative moments for the Clippers. As for selling playoff tickets, given the current fierce competition in the Western Conference, how could the Clippers even dream of making it to the playoffs? Therefore, Sterling remained indifferent to the Lakers fans singing and dancing in his arena, contributing their all-star votes for the Lakers players. It is worth mentioning that the original all-star voting was conducted via ballots distributed within the arena. Once the voting commenced, fans who purchased tickets automatically gained the right to select all-stars from both the Eastern and Western Conferences. As times have evolved, additional voting methods have been introduced, including official website voting, wireless voting, electronic voting, and even voting at NBA-branded physical stores and partnered cinemas. Naturally, the voting method most familiar to domestic fans is through the NBA's official website. Initially, the NBA considered the limited number of fans watching games online, hence there were no restrictions placed on official website voting. Consequently, the vast number of domestic fans orchestrated a remarkable feat, toppling the recently crowned 3-time champion and reigning league MVP Shaquille O'Neal from his pedestal, allowing rookie Yao Ming to take his place as an all-star substitute. This demonstrated the influence of Chinese fans, prompting the NBA to reduce the weight of official website voting while segmenting it into numerous different countries and regions, each holding a certain proportion of the overall vote. However, this also underestimated the number of Chinese students studying abroad. After Ijalian entered the NBA, he nearly became an Eastern Conference all-star starter through official website voting, compelling the NBA to amend its rules. At this moment, it mirrors a time past. Presently, Duan, much like Ijalian, has garnered significant support from domestic fans. Moreover, Duan also enjoys the backing of local fans in Los Angeles. With 2 NBA teams in the city, and considering the relatively affordable ticket prices for the Clippers, Lakers stars possess a greater advantage in becoming all-star starters compared to players from other teams. While O'Neal's endorsement of Payton and Malone may not have been enough to secure their positions as Western Conference all-star starters, it might provide Duan with a valuable opportunity. Of course, the final outcome will depend on the results of the all-star voting. Fast forward to January 6, the Lakers traveled to Minnesota to face the newly formed trio of the Timberwolves. Castle is an underrated player who, despite his unimposing physique, adeptly dominated the aging Payton in the post. Duan was compelled to take on the responsibility of guarding Castle, yet he struggled to contain Castle's orchestration of the team. This was compounded by the fact that the Timberwolves star, Garnett, excelled in defense but struggled to command a significant share of offensive possessions. The Madman thrived on ball control and rhythm, and his arrival at the Timberwolves perfectly complemented their dynamics. The Madman's offensive prowess, Garnett's defensive skills, and Castle's playmaking transformed the Timberwolves into a remarkably formidable championship contender. Shortly thereafter, on January 7th, the Lakers arrived in Denver for a back-to-back matchup. The altitude of Denver significantly impacts visiting teams, and the Lakers found themselves grappling with the fatigue of consecutive games. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room became increasingly unstable. Kobe criticized O'Neal for his weight, suggesting he should train harder and shed some pounds. O'Neal, having secured a lucrative contract extension, lacked the motivation to endure rigorous training. In response to Kobe's sarcastic remarks, O'Neal adopted a nonchalant demeanor, unwilling to engage in banter with Kobe. Frustrated, Kobe could only resort to solitary extra practice after the game. The Lakers rebounded with a resounding 113-67 victory over the Hawks, dispelling the shadows of defeat. Shortly thereafter, the league announced the results of the first round of All-Star voting. Kobe amassed an impressive 426,000 votes as the leading Western Conference guard, while Payton secured 167,000 votes, placing him third among Western guards. O'Neal garnered 389,000 votes as the Western center, but still trailed behind Yao Ming's 415,000 votes. Duan received 355,000 votes as the third Western forward, while Malone lagged behind with 134,000 votes, ranking sixth among Western forwards. Above Duan were Garnett with 415,000 votes and Duncan with 387,000 votes. It can be said that Duncan's humility is quite remarkable. With 2 championships, an MVP, and a Finals MVP to his name, he has ascended into the top 10 of all-time greats, matching up with Olajuwon in terms of accolades. However, when it comes to popularity, he surprisingly trails Garnett. Given that Duan occupies the third position among Western forwards as a rookie, his aspirations of becoming an all-star player hinge on surpassing either Duncan or Garnett to secure a starting spot in the upcoming Los Angeles All-Star Game. Duncan's skill far exceeds that of Garnett, yet he remains less renowned. This serves as a wake-up call for Duan, reinforcing his resolve to collaborate closely with Nike to enhance his marketing efforts. In pursuit of becoming a Western Conference All-Star starter, Duan urgently reached out to Nike's owner, Phil Knight, discussing strategies to position him as a replacement for either Duncan or Garnett. Phil Knight expressed his support, noting that both Duncan and Garnett had betrayed Nike. Now that Duan has the opportunity to unseat one of them, Knight indicated that even if it meant incurring losses, he would assist Duan in his endeavors. In North America, Nike also unveiled promotional materials for Duan's first signature shoe. The design for Duan 1 had already been completed. Now it was merely a matter of whether the overseas manufacturers could fulfill the orders in a timely manner and deliver the products to North America. On January 12th, having resolved the issue with Ricky Davis, James, and the Cavaliers arrived at the Staples Center. Chapter 69. Within the strong, there are stronger. Duan, for tonight's game, conserve your energy in the first half and pass the ball to Kobe and Shaq. Kobe will be leaving for Eagle County at halftime, and the team will need you to provide more consistent offense and defense. Your role tonight will be significant, but I believe you can overcome any challenges and help the team secure victory. Prior to the afternoon's regular practice, the Zen Master took a moment to have a private conversation with Duan. It was then that Duan understood Kobe would be attending a hearing in Eagle County and would leave midway through the game. With the Zen Master's arrangement in mind, Duan realized how to approach tonight's matchup. Pass the ball to Kobe. Pass the ball to O'Neal. How difficult could that be? Just watch me perform. At around 7 p.m., the Staples Center came alive as both teams took the court and the game commenced swiftly. Much like in the preseason, Duan did not guard the point guard, James. Instead, the Lakers assigned Payton to apply pressure on James, creating some ball-handling challenges for him. After being traded to the Celtics, Ricky Davis was replaced by the Cavaliers with third-year lottery pick Kendrick Brown, filling the void left by Davis. James distributed the ball to Kendrick Brown while moving without the ball. But before he could cut to the basket and seize an opportunity, Kobe snatched the ball away from Brown. In an instant, Kobe transitioned into a fast break, executing a powerful dunk to give the Lakers an early edge. However, James was unable to receive the ball, as Duan had anticipated this sequence and positioned himself strategically near half court. As the ball was passed, Duan sprinted to just inside the three-point line, leaping in the air to intercept the pass. James, expecting to receive the ball and go for a direct dunk, was caught off guard by Duan's preparation. When James finally noticed Duan charging towards him, it was already too late to reclaim possession. After completing the steal, Duan swiftly passed the ball to the now streaking Kobe. Kobe received the ball, took 3 long strides, and executed another emphatic dunk, adding 2 more points to the Lakers' tally. Within the opening half-minute, the Lakers secured 4 easy points through their defensive transition. Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas had no choice but to call a timeout, substituting Kendrick Brown for backup point guard Kevin Ollie to alleviate some of the ball-handling pressure on James. "Kobe, you take care of this rookie, and I'll handle that backup." How does that sound? After the Cavaliers made their substitution, Payton anticipated Silas's strategy and opted to switch defensive assignments with Kobe. While Payton significantly hindered James's ball control, having someone to share the ball-handling burden allowed James to exploit mismatches against Payton in the frontcourt. After all, James was taller and stronger. If Kobe defended James while Payton defended a relatively unremarkable undrafted player like Kevin Ollie, the defensive pressure would naturally diminish. "No problem," Kobe replied, stepping up to guard James. After receiving the ball, Kevin Ollie found himself facing Payton's relentless defense, quickly passing to Duan, who was guarding Eric Williams. Williams, caught in Duan's tenacious grip, had no space to maneuver and was forced to protect the ball while waiting for a teammate to provide support. The Lakers inadvertently implemented a full-court press, leaving the Cavaliers without a player capable of advancing the ball past half-court. Consequently, James had to come up to receive the ball, quickly passing it to the now available Boozer, who had already sprinted to the front court. After receiving the ball, Boozer did not wait for his teammates. He made a quick feint, dribbled once more, and effortlessly launched a mid-range shot. Thanks to Boozer's individual prowess, the Cavaliers finally managed to score 2 points. Biggsy held his ground against O'Neal quite well, yet still succumbed to a couple of backdowns, culminating in a graceful turnaround hook shot that found its way into the net. MVP, MVP, MVP. The one-on-one displays of star players constitute the most captivating aspect of the game. Kobe, with 2 fast-break scores, elicited little surprise from Lakers fans, while O'Neal's successful isolation against Biggsy ignited cheers from the entire Lakers crowd. "Dwayne, let the MVP lead you to victory." After the basket, O'Neal sought out Dwayne for a celebratory high-five. Observing that Kobe and Payton had already advanced to apply tight defensive pressure, Dwayne seized the moment to share a few jokes with O'Neal. "Shaq, you're playing phenomenally. I will continue to pass you the ball," he chuckled. "What are you planning to eat later?" Shaq's treating. Despite O'Neal's hefty stature, he is quite the foodie. Every home game, he often orders takeout, sometimes indulging by himself, and at other times inviting the whole team to share. However, it must be noted that as one of the weaker teams in the Eastern Conference, the Cavaliers posed minimal pressure on O'Neal. Not to mention, the Lakers' perimeter defense turned ball handling into a significant challenge for the Cavaliers. By the time the first half concluded, with Kobe leaving the arena early, the score stood at 37-54. A substantial 17-point deficit. At that point, LeBron would be left to lament a 30-point effort, ultimately becoming a tragic hero, while Dwayne managed only a handful of points, ironically emerging as the clear-headed player. Wouldn't that be rather unfortunate? With Kobe absent, it seemed quite reasonable for me, as his successor, to take on a scoring role. During halftime, while dining, Dwayne pondered his strategy. When it was time for the second half to commence, Dwayne approached Payton, stating, "I will take Kobe's position and defend LeBron James." Initially, Payton was pleased, grateful for Dwayne's willingness to alleviate some defensive burden, and naturally had no objections. Little did he know, Dwayne's intention in assuming Kobe's role included inheriting the art of not passing the ball. With both Dwayne and O'Neal demanding the ball, Payton was reluctantly relegated to the role of a primary ball handler. However, with Kobe's departure, the Lakers' perimeter defense had developed a vulnerability. "Phil, leave it to me. Allow Shaq and Gary to rest well. Veterans require ample rest. Our goal is the championship. Only with good health can we aspire to seize the title. Wouldn't you agree?" O'Neal, upon hearing Dwayne's words, chuckled heartily. "Ah yes, Shaq is indeed fatigued and in need of rest. Let my little brother Dwayne lead you all in play. Shaq will step in at critical moments to guide you to victory." Who says that the player with the largest contract must also command the most playing time and produce the highest statistics? Shaq has already secured 3 championships for the Lakers. Isn't it time for him to enjoy a little respite? O'Neal was quite pleased to witness the rookie stepping up, willingly allowing them to reap the benefits of their emergence. There were indeed several rookies within the Lakers' ranks who required more court time. The Zen Master, considering that both Dwayne and O'Neal had voiced their intentions, decided to oblige. Thus, Dwayne soon found himself leading the team, guiding the other Lakers reserves into battle. Yet, Dwayne offered no opportunities. He continued to actively defend against LeBron. Upon reaching the front court, LeBron began orchestrating the play, calling for screens while preparing to drive. Dwayne was aware that LeBron was left-handed and preferred to maneuver to his left when utilizing screens. Additionally, LeBron's style involved using screens primarily to penetrate rather than shooting directly like a marksman. This characteristic allowed Dwayne to avoid forcing his way through screens. Instead, he could simply sidestep and maintain an agile lateral movement to position himself in front of LeBron. Remarkably, Dwayne and LeBron appeared to engage in an intricate game of cat and mouse. As LeBron called for 2 consecutive screens without managing to penetrate the paint, he was forced to retreat beyond the three-point line, attempting to shake Dwayne's balance with 2 quick dribbles. With approximately 3 seconds left on the shot clock, he suddenly passed the ball to the bench's small forward, Jason Capono, an adept three-point shooter. Capono faced the daunting task of making a shot with mere seconds remaining on the clock. A near-impossible feat with a resounding duong, Dwayne dashed toward the front court. Almost instantaneously, the basketball appeared before him, and he executed a soaring dunk. Do not inquire why Dwayne was running at such speed. Simply trust in his teammates. This time, LeBron, having bypassed the screen, did not continue his drive but instead opted for a jump shot, releasing the ball before Dwayne could react. Realizing he had no chance to contest the shot, Dwayne redirected his attention to the ball, eager to see whether it found the net or clanged off the rim. Should it miss, he would need to track the rebound's trajectory before deciding whether to initiate a fast break. Duong, as anticipated, LeBron misfired. However, the rebound was snatched by Cavaliers center Tony Batty, who immediately initiated an offensive play in the low post. "LeBron, you startled me. I genuinely thought you would make that," Dwayne jested upon seeing LeBron's miss. With Batty scoring, the Lakers regained possession. Unable to mount a fast break, they transitioned into a triangle offense under Dwayne's leadership. LeBron, operating as the point guard, had no need to defend Dwayne, a swingman. Nevertheless, Dwayne proactively set a screen, positioning himself in front of LeBron. As Dwayne began to back down, LeBron instinctively retreated a step, seemingly attempting to guard against Dwayne's pivot and drive. Recognizing LeBron's defensive posture, Dwayne pivoted to face the basket, executed a smooth step-back dribble, and launched a three-pointer. LeBron, slightly delayed in his reaction, could only rush forward, but it was too late. This, however, did not prevent him from taking a few steps forward, ultimately glancing at the basket as Dwayne's shot went up. Fortunately, Dwayne's leap was not particularly high, and he remained vigilant of LeBron's movements post-shot. With a whistle sounding, Dwayne's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Yet the referee's call was made that LeBron had infringed upon Dwayne's vertical space, causing Dwayne to land awkwardly and fall to the floor. Although both were Nike-sponsored athletes, Dwayne's contract, while not as lucrative as LeBron's, nonetheless granted him a degree of prominence. Moreover, this was the Lakers' home court, where the home court advantage was quite evident. LeBron, feigning innocence, raised his hands towards the referee, seeking an explanation. Meanwhile, Dwayne stepped to the free throw line and swiftly converted all 3 attempts. Acknowledging the challenge ahead, Dwayne persisted in seeking opportunities to trouble LeBron. LeBron's minor infractions became somewhat subdued, allowing Dwayne to capitalize on open shooting opportunities, sinking 2 three-pointers. With Dwayne's impressive second-half performance, tallying 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, the final score settled at 82-104, with the Lakers triumphing by a substantial 22-point margin against the Cavaliers led by LeBron. Of course, post-game, the narrative remained unchanged. The Cavaliers lost. Yet LeBron emerged unscathed. He finished the game with a valiant 31 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, seemingly outshining Dwayne's 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists. However, during the post-game interviews, Dwayne, as the opposing player, took it upon himself to defend LeBron. LeBron performed exceptionally well. Had it been anyone else facing the formidable duo of Shaq and Kobe for the first time, they might have been too intimidated to play. I have faith in LeBron's talent. The sky is truly his limit. However, this is the Staples Center, and no one can soar over Shaq. I am unconcerned with who will be named Rookie of the Year. Perhaps it will be LeBron, or perhaps it will be Carmelo. As for me, I am already strategizing against our all-star rivals. Chapter 70. Reflections from Sanjiang. Thank you all for your support. Previously, when requesting readership, I mentioned that writing is merely a hobby. I never anticipated achieving recognition on Sanjiang and receiving such significant recommendations in recent years. I have written under pseudonyms, dabbling in sports and various other genres. After a busy 6 months, I finally found stable employment and resumed writing. I initially thought that gaining a recommendation from the editor would be a great accomplishment, but I was surprised to discover the recommendation mechanism had changed, primarily focusing on readership. Here, I must extend my gratitude to my editor, Nishio, for their unexpected support in propelling my work forward. Of course, the most profound gratitude belongs to the readers who have accompanied this journey. Had this book garnered no interest, I might have simply aimed for a couple of months' worth of readership before concluding. To my astonishment, the book has performed quite well, accumulating over 7,000 collections and several thousand reviews. This undeniably fuels my motivation and sense of responsibility to craft this book with care. To that end, I have procured several autobiographies and resources regarding basketball stars to enrich this work's depth, striving for a more authentic portrayal. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the readers for their unwavering support. Special thanks to Edian Sei, Kaisei Fei, and Jingting Xin Chao for their generous contributions of 100 and 500 Chidian coins, respectively. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Zhongdian, a fervent admirer of stories. On an autumn night, as the phoenix dances, I navigate the sea of books, pondering the intricacies of two, reflecting on the melancholic figure of Duanmu, the enduring essence of the Sacred Heart, the elusive Qian Shuiyu. The desolate Kuqiong Jikuan and the enigmatic Ext Panadai acknowledge the camaraderie of fellow readers such as Shuyu 20180308231057316, the Knights of the Bull Rider, and the whimsical Zui Ixuanqing. I also pay homage to the likes of Asakara Prince, CC's Demaduka, and Shuyu 20230627210038431, alongside those who share the literary journey, including Feng Ilua Yi and Shuyu 20210921173853466. I delve into the narrative of Chapter 71, titled Rookie All-Star, The Battle for the Western Conference's Pinnacle. I observed Duan's audacious claims during a post-game interview, asserting his study of all-star adversaries, a remark that, while bold, borders on arrogance. With luminaries such as Duncan, Garnett, Nowitzki, and Malone gracing the Western Front, it seems audacious for a rookie like Duan to assert his presence among such esteemed company. In the wake of Duan's declarations, numerous media outlets beyond Los Angeles have taken to scrutinizing him, questioning the audacity behind his statements. Yet, before Duan could respond, local Los Angeles media sprang to his defense. They posed the inquiry: does a small forward averaging 24.7 points, 5.8 rebounds, 8.1 assists, 1.2 steals, and 0.6 blocks not deserve a place among the all-star forwards, especially considering his team frequently contends with the absence of its star players, yet stands second in the Western Conference thanks to his contributions? The local media highlighted Duan's performance stats and the Lakers' success. The chorus of critics began to quiet, some even shifting their stance to laud Duan's prowess. His statistics and contributions, particularly when compared to the likes of T-Mac and Kobe, bolster his case. Notably, Duan's win shares, WS, stand at 3.4, outpacing Kobe's 3.1 and Malone's 2.8, affirming his role as the Lakers' most impactful player. With an efficiency rating, PER, of 28.2, Duan ranks second, only behind Garnett's 29.1, underscoring his ability to excel in high-pressure situations. His performance has elevated him from a brash rookie to a formidable contender in the 2003 draft class. Drawing comparisons to the top picks, the Lakers roster has transformed from a mere F4 to a quintet of giants. The Lakers prepare to face the Denver Nuggets on January 14. They do so with renewed vigor. Even in Kobe's absence, the Nuggets, recognizing Duan's rising star, have resorted to extensive defensive schemes against him, yet Duan, having honed his skills alongside legends like O'Neal and Payton, rises to the occasion. He delivers a near triple-double performance of 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists. Shortly thereafter, the NBA announces the second round of All-Star voting, revealing Duan's impressive tally of 778,000 votes, placing him third among Western forwards and narrowing the gap with Garnett and Duncan. This surge in support reflects the effective marketing by Nike and the buzz generated by Duan's interviews. The Lakers gear up to face the Sacramento Kings on January 16. the stakes are high. With both teams vying for supremacy in the West, with a shared history of near misses in the playoffs, the Kings are determined to seize their moment. Coach Rick Adelman rallies his players, emphasizing that victory over the Lakers, even without Kobe and Malone, is imperative for their championship aspirations. The pursuit of the championship drives Adelman and his core players, as they have dedicated 5 years to this quest. The urgency is palpable. Failure this year may lead to irrevocable changes within the team. The Kings are poised to prove their mettle, striving to emerge as the true kings of the West, with aspirations of capturing the elusive championship. Victory is paramount. The valiant Kings emerge from the locker room, proceeding towards the competition arena of Golden One-centered in celebration of the Upper Sanjiang. An additional update will be provided tonight, with another to follow shortly. Chapter 72. A Clash of Titans, returning to the pinnacle of the West. Chapter 72. A Clash of Titans, returning to the pinnacle of the West. Done. Later you should loft the ball skyward. Do not deliver it to me from the ground. As the game was about to commence, O'Neal leaned in towards Dunn, whispering confidentially, "Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive the ball comfortably," Dunn assured O'Neal. He was acutely aware that the current Kings were one of O'Neal's nemesis. Over the years, 3 teams had successfully contained O'Neal, all of which resided in the West. The Jazz led by Malone, the Spurs under Duncan, and the current Kings. Now, having been unable to best Malone, he joined the Lakers as part of their ensemble. Duncan, lacking a formidable ally, found his external teammates rather inexperienced. As long as O'Neal had Kobe by his side, the Spurs posed little threat. Thus, O'Neal's principal concern now rested solely with the Kings, whose interior lineup was nothing short of opulent. Once upon a time, whether it was Divac, Scott Pollard, or even Webber, they could hold their own against O'Neal. Now, with Scott Pollard departed and Webber sidelined due to injury, the Kings had acquired Brad Miller during the offseason. In summary, to contend with the imagined adversary of O'Neal, the Kings invested considerable effort in constructing an anti-shark armor. In this match, O'Neal found himself without Malone to share the offensive burden, yet he had to confront the perimeter defense of Brad Miller and the pressure of Divac's defense looming behind him. In truth, O'Neal was not intimidated by having 2 opponents at his back. Much like Kobe remained unfazed by 2 defenders leaping to disrupt his shot. What truly troubled O'Neal was the fear of not receiving the ball. After all, O'Neal could not initiate an offense from the high post. He required possession from the low post to commence his attack. As O'Neal himself articulated, due to the Kings' targeted defense against him, it was exceedingly difficult for him to simply receive the ball from the ground, necessitating that he rely on his innate talent to catch it from above. Fortunately, Dunn had recently garnered the accolade of Player of the Week, acquiring the Pippen template. While the Pippen template did not enable Dunn to directly evolve into a top-tier scorer, it did enhance his overall capabilities. Consequently, Dunn's ability to deliver the ball to O'Neal saw a significant improvement. Though not yet as dazzling as Kobe's intricate passing techniques, Dunn was quite adept at penetrating to the low post and ensuring the ball reached O'Neal's hands. With O'Neal having received Dunn's promise, he felt a surge of confidence. As teammates who had fought side by side, O'Neal had long recognized Dunn's daily progress. If Kobe could deliver the ball to him amidst a crowd, Dunn should certainly possess the capability to do so. Returning to the action, with O'Neal aiding the Lakers in securing possession, the game commenced. Payton dribbled past half-court, only to encounter Bibby's staunch defense midway. While Bibby's defensive skills were somewhat average, his physicality was commendable. He had often been criticized for his lack of defensive prowess primarily due to his height. However, Bibby was currently in his prime and could hold his own against the aging Payton. Observing Payton struggling with the ball, Dunn proactively moved to offer support. Yet, Doug Christie of the Kings was equally relentless, continually making contact with Dunn's lower back, utilizing physicality to deplete Dunn's stamina even before he could receive the ball. Doug Christie had long been known for his defensive capabilities, historically assigned to limit Kobe's scoring. With Kobe absent, Dunn now bore the brunt of such attention. Thankfully, although Dunn appeared a rookie, he possessed a wealth of experience akin to that of a seasoned player. Upon receiving the ball, Dunn used his elbows to create space, compelling Doug Christie to step back to avoid contact. Seizing the opportunity to break through, Dunn swiftly dribbled toward the front court, passing to Kareem Rush with a deft touch. Then utilizing a screen to hand off to Peja for a one-on-one play. Peja's defensive skills were undeniably inferior to Doug Christie's. However, just as Dunn prepared to engage Peja, Doug Christie resolutely double-teamed him. Unlike Kobe, who might disregard the double-team to take a shot, Dunn opted to pass to Kareem Rush, who immediately launched a three-pointer that seemed promising, aiding the Lakers in scoring from beyond the arc. Nonetheless, Brad Miller promptly retrieved the ball beneath the basket, passing it to Bibby in transition. Bibby advanced toward the basket, drawing the defenses of Payton and Kareem Rush, then redirected the ball to Doug Christie. Without hesitation, Doug Christie launched a three-pointer upon receiving the pass. Dunn rushed to contest, but it was too late. With Doug Christie's three-pointer, the Kings swiftly equalized the score within 3 seconds. A.S. Payton prepared to initiate a fast break. He discovered the Kings' paint was congested with players, including O'Neal. In a half-court setting, the Lakers adhered to their triangle offense strategy. Dunn quickly acquired the ball, yet Doug Christie remained like a ferocious hyena, relentlessly pursuing Dunn. Utilizing a screen from Payton, Dunn found himself face-to-face with Bibby. Just as Doug Christie squeezed through the screen, he aimed to re-dash engage. That moment, without a second thought, Dunn executed a step-back three-pointer. With too many bodies in the paint, Dunn recognized that even if he bypassed Bibby, he would still be susceptible to a double team from Divac and Doug Christie. Given this, Dunn opted for simplicity, relying on his three-point shot to exploit the smaller Bibby to S for passing to O'Neal. He could wait until Dunn grew weary to deliver the ball to Shaq, he mused. The swish of the net echoed once more, indicating Dunn's shooting touch was quite favorable tonight. The Kings continued to attempt fast breaks, yet the Lakers' man-to-man defense held firm. Bibby sought to exploit his physical advantage against Payton, but was thwarted by Payton's defensive experience. However, Peja managed to secure the rebound, enabling the Kings to reinitiate their Princeton offense. Peja moved without the ball, while Doug Christie positioned himself in the corner, poised for a possible cut to the basket. With Divac actively moving from the low post to facilitate, O'Neal had no choice but to step closer to the free throw line, striving to remain nearer to Divac. Brad Miller also advanced to the elbow, first setting a screen for Bibby before swiftly rolling towards the basket. The Kings' movement and screens were bewildering. Even Dunn, equipped with Pippen's defensive acumen, dared not to overcommit, adhering closely to the man-to-man strategy initially laid out by the Zen master. Keeping a watchful eye on Peja, ultimately, Kareem Rush, having followed Doug Christie for 2 laps, failed to notice Brad Miller suddenly appearing before him. Doug Christie capitalized on this, receiving the ball to sink another three-pointer from the corner. However, this time, Dunn seized the opportunity for a fast break. Stanislav Medvedenko made a long pass from the baseline to the front court where Dunn awaited. Although Doug Christie was right beside him, Dunn pushed him aside just as he was about to receive the ball. Such off-ball contact remained permissible in this era. The whistle remained silent, and Dunn secured the ball, charging towards the basket for a thunderous two-handed dunk. Peja, renowned for his shooting prowess, was already sprinting down the court. Dunn had no choice but to relinquish Doug Christie and pursue Peja. Before long, the Kings reverted to their Princeton strategy, leaving the Lakers players disoriented, striving to keep them at bay from the basket. Fortunately, the Kings indeed favored shooting, with their three-point attempts representing a significant portion of their total shots, nearly the highest in the league. Even though Doug Christie had netted 2 consecutive three-pointers, their subsequent shooting percentage quickly regressed to a more typical 40%. With O'Neal's interior dominance and exceptional finishing ability, the Lakers held a marginal 2-point lead at the end of the first quarter. Thanks to Dunn's markedly improved individual capabilities, he managed to efficiently score in the paint, even when supported by Fisher, Walton, and other spacing options, particularly while Divac was off the court. However, the favorable circumstances were fleeting, as the Kings reinstated their starting 5, prompting a resurgence in their scoring efficiency. By the conclusion of the first half, the score stood at 52-55, with the Lakers trailing the Kings by 3 points. Dunn had honed an efficient scoring ability during his half-season with the bench. Upon the return of O'Neal and Payton, Dunn took a brief respite, with the score differential remaining stable around 5 points. After a grueling battle, the players were fatigued. Dunn seized the opportunity to rest for a few minutes. Thus, when he re-entered the game and received the ball, he did not hesitate. After calling for 2 screens, he finally broke free from Doug Christie's grasp, reappearing before Bibby. "Don't come near," Bibby thought, feeling a headache at the sight of Dunn. Taller, stronger, and an exceptional shooter, defending Dunn felt like a death sentence. Swish, another one in. Dunn sank his 7th three-pointer of the game, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. O'Neal secured the rebound, granting the Lakers another offensive possession. Dunn once more received the ball at the front court, calling for double screens as he sought the optimal shooting opportunity. As it appeared that Dunn was about to exploit Bibby's defense again. Brad Miller emerged from the paint to contest Dunn's shot. Recognizing the impending challenge, Dunn executed a behind-the-back dribble, causing Brad Miller to leap in anticipation. However, Dunn swiftly pivoted and drove toward the middle. Bibby found himself in front of Dunn, who was shielding the ball, and immediately, Dunn powered through Bibby, continuing his drive towards the basket. Upon noticing this advantageous situation, O'Neal waved at Dunn. Dunn, recognizing the opportunity presented by O'Neal, executed a high lob pass to him. O'Neal assessed the trajectory of the pass and decided to go for an alley-oop. With a surge of energy, he leapt into the air, secured the ball confidently, and unleashed his signature Shaq attack towards the hoop. The basketball zipped through the net, but O'Neal remained suspended above the rim, reluctant to descend. In previous instances, the Kings would have had someone sprint out of bounds to initiate a fast break. However, the Kings were in disarray, their minds clouded with confusion, leaving little room for a quick offensive response. Only Rick Adelman, the head coach, sensed the urgency of the situation and promptly called for a timeout. Following the break, the Kings played with more caution, refraining from reckless three-point attempts, instead opting to score through two-point shots. Unfortunately, without Weber, they lacked a reliable clutch shooter. Divac, Peja, and Bibby all took their shots, but none could help the Kings score. Meanwhile, Dunn continued to execute pick-and-rolls, dishing the ball to O'Neal, who consistently converted for 2 points in the final 2 minutes, to stifle the Lakers' scoring and reclaim the lead. Rick Adelman resorted to the hack-a-Shaq strategy, frequently sending O'Neal to the free throw line. After playing 39 exhausting minutes, O'Neal found it exceedingly difficult to convert free throws in such a taxing moment. Witnessing this predicament, Phil Jackson had no choice but to bench O'Neal. With Payton and Dunn managing the ball to run down the clock, the Lakers managed to navigate the final minute with great difficulty. The Lakers, after a grueling battle on the road, triumphed over the Western Conference leading Kings with a narrow score of 97-94. Reclaiming their position atop the Western Conference standings, Dunn, with a stat line of 12 for 28 shooting, 7 of 17 from 3, and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing 34 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, and 2 steals, was undoubtedly the chief architect of this victory in the battle for the Western Conference supremacy. Chapter 73. Physical limitations. Western Conference is leading forward the following night. The Lakers faced the Clippers at home in a back-to-back matchup. The game concluded with a score of 89-91, as fatigue from consecutive days of play rendered the Lakers unable to easily dominate even against a weaker Western Conference team. Fortunately, they emerged victorious, solidifying their grip on the Western Conference's top spot. Shortly thereafter, on January 19, the Suns visited the Staples Center once more. Given the Suns' already fragile interior defense and the recent injury to Stoudemire, they stood little chance against a Lakers team bolstered by O'Neal's presence. The Lakers triumphed with a commanding score of 102-88. However, in this game, Dunn seemed to reach a physical plateau, confronting what is often referred to as the rookie wall. His shooting was dismal, going 8 for 21, 1 for 5 from beyond the arc, and 3 for 6 at the charity stripe, leaving him with a disappointing 20 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. Nevertheless, with O'Neal drawing defensive attention, Dunn's performance, despite his struggles, was not entirely disheartening. It was evident to Dunn that something was amiss with his physical condition. Despite his post-game therapy sessions and consumption of nutrient-rich foods such as goji berries, abalone, and sea cucumbers, he felt unable to keep pace with the demands of his body. Clearly, he needed to adopt a more strategic approach on the court. After acquiring Pippen's skill set, Dunn noticed an enhancement in his physical capacity. And with his defensive prowess improving, he aspired to cultivate a dual-threat persona, positioning himself as an emerging NBA star. However, achieving true offensive and defensive synergy was no simple feat. Players like Garnett and Pippen exemplified this duality. Yet their offensive capabilities did not match their defensive tenacity. It must be noted that sacrifices often accompany gains. Icons like Jordan and Kobe, possessing seemingly limitless stamina and prowess on both ends of the court, remain a rarity in the NBA. Leonard exemplifies a player who can excel on both ends, yet he frequently requires rest during the regular season due to physical strain. Dunn, currently lacking sufficient stamina, must first focus on fulfilling his offensive responsibilities and managing his statistics effectively, as the value of defensive contributions is often difficult to quantify numerically. Dunn, drawing from a wealth of game experience, understood the importance of balancing effort and rest on the court. Until now, he had not encountered such physical constraints, but many players, including stars, face similar challenges as they approach the All-Star break. A notable example is Andrew Wiggins, who often shines at the beginning and end of the season but tends to experience a dip in form as the All-Star weekend approaches, while others may see their performance decline by 4 or 5 points per game. Wiggins' drop is merely 1 or 2 points, maintaining his scoring within his usual parameters. This speaks to Wiggins' status as a former number 1 draft pick, showcasing that his innate talent allows him to excel beyond the majority of NBA players. In a few years, as Dunn accumulates various player templates, he too will be capable of dominating the league based on sheer talent alone. For now, however, Dunn must play with greater intelligence. With O'Neal and Kobe alongside him, he can afford to delegate high-difficulty plays to them, focusing instead on scoring through simpler means, as any points contribute to the overall tally. On January 21, the Lakers embarked on a new road trip, which included another back-to-back, presenting a significant test for Dunn's stamina. Fortunately, they secured a victory against the Grizzlies in Memphis. This season, the Grizzlies were also vying for a playoff spot, but they were still far from the Lakers' level. Dunn understood that O'Neal was not to be matched by Gasol or Lorenzen, leading him to reduce his personal offensive attempts and prioritize passing to O'Neal. After defeating the Grizzlies, the Lakers traveled overnight to Dallas. Back-to-back games are particularly taxing, and even the mighty O'Neal felt the effects of fatigue. Similar to their previous back-to-back in Denver, O'Neal struggled to keep pace after the first half. While altitude was a factor in Denver, the Mavericks' relentless pace was to blame in Dallas. As the Mavericks trio continued to sprint across the court, even O'Neal found it challenging to maintain his usual vigor, transforming into a mere shadow of his former self. With 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, he led the Lakers in scoring. Following the loss to the Mavericks, the Lakers took a day to recuperate in Dallas before heading to Salt Lake City on the evening of the 23rd. This season, the Jazz were performing reasonably well, even after the departures of Malone and Stockton. Under the guidance of Coach Sloan, they maintained a balanced record of 21 wins and 21 losses. Unfortunately, recent injuries had plagued their star player Kirilenko. Some may question Kirilenko's capability to lead, but under Sloan's tutelage, had he remained healthy, the Jazz would have had a genuine chance at the playoffs. However, without sufficient players, the Jazz were unable to mount a challenge against the weary Lakers. With O'Neal and Dunn combining for 54 points, the Lakers triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 89-83. With a 3-day break ahead, most Lakers players had the opportunity to rest. But Dunn was occupied with shooting promotional material for his upcoming Nike signature shoe, the Dunn One. The third round of All-Star voting results had been released, and the Los Angeles All-Star Weekend was set for mid-next month. Dunn had amassed an impressive 1.275 million votes, surpassing Garnett's 1.273 million and Duncan's 1.219 million, positioning him as the leading forward in the Western Conference. Nike executives informed Dunn that they would continue to assist in gathering additional votes to ensure his participation as a starter in the All-Star game. It was evident that with the promotional video for the Dunn One already completed and hundreds of thousands of shoes prepared for release, Nike had no intention of missing out on the prime marketing opportunity presented by the All-Star game. When comparing the cost of several $millions in advertising for the Dunn One to the relatively modest investment of tens of thousands for All-Star votes, the latter seemed trivial by comparison. Chapter 74, Wellness Basketball, A Battle for Validation. On January 26, after finishing the advertisement, Dunn returned to the Toyota Center for practice, only to unexpectedly encounter Kobe. Kobe paused his training and engaged Dunn in conversation. "How about we practice together?" he suggested. Dunn, however, promptly shook his head, replying, "No, you go ahead. I still need to warm up, don't mind me." Having spent half a season alongside Kobe, Dunn was well aware of his competitive nature. Ultimately, if they practiced together, it would inevitably lead to a one-on-one showdown. Using Pippen's experience as a benchmark for other NBA players, he faced Jordan only a few times a season. In contrast, Pippen endured nearly daily confrontations with Jordan from early October to mid-June, bearing the brunt of his offensive prowess. After acquiring the Pippen template, Duan's defensive acumen has reached a commendable level. There is no necessity for him to engage in one-on-one battles with Kobe to enhance his defensive prowess. Furthermore, Duan is currently grappling with limitations in stamina. His priority now is neither to learn nor to overtrain, but rather to minimize energy expenditure and alleviate the demands of gameplay. Today, Duan's visit to the Toyota Center for practice is not aimed at assimilating player templates. but rather to warm up and maintain his form. Just as a car that is seldom driven is more prone to malfunction, so too are individuals. Those who remain active are invariably healthier than their sedentary counterparts. Athletes who consistently maintain a certain level of physical activity may find that a sudden day of complete rest leads to various discomforts when they finally need to perform, a phenomenon often referred to as overresting. With the regular season ongoing and Duan yet to resolve his stamina issues, he has no intention of taking a break at this juncture. Upon hearing that Duan had declined his generous offer, Kobe merely shrugged and swiftly resumed his own training regimen. If it weren't for Kobe's complete change of attire, Duan might have assumed that Kobe was residing at the Toyota Center solely for the purpose of practice. On January 28, the regular season continued with the Lakers hosting the Supersonics. With the scoring duo of O'Neal and Duan alongside Payton to alleviate ball handling duties, Duan sought opportunities to conserve energy on the defensive end, making the game considerably easier for himself. Over the course of 35 minutes, he recorded 14 attempts, making 6 of them, including 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and converting 4 of 6 free throws, effortlessly accumulating 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Although he fell short of a double-double and his shooting touch had yet to return, Duan's scoring efficiency had markedly improved. To Duan's surprise, the following day, he did not see Kobe at the Toyota Center. Assuming Kobe was simply fatigued and in need of rest, he thought little of it. However, on the third day, Duan returned to practice at the Toyota Center yet again to find Kobe absent, which piqued his curiosity. After inquiring with the staff, he learned that Kobe had left the team after the Supersonics game and was currently attending a hearing in Eagle County. This truly makes one wonder, is it really so difficult to engage in a leisurely game of basketball? With no other option, on January 30, Garnett led the third-place Timberwolves to the Staples Center. According to local media prior to the game, it was time to assess Duan's leadership capabilities. As a mere rookie, leading the team? Surely this is a jest? Duan felt inclined to voice his skepticism, yet the external media insisted that he must assist the Los Angeles Lakers in securing victory in this crucial matchup. High-stakes contests are the ultimate showcase for a star's individual talent and leadership qualities. This evening, the Lakers could rely on just 3 stars: O'Neal, Duan, and Payton. Payton's form this season has been rather concerning. Despite his availability, his performances on both ends of the court have only been average among starting point guards in the league. As for O'Neal, he has achieved it all: regular season MVP, All-Star MVP, and Finals MVP. No one can question O'Neal's individual talent and leadership capabilities. Therefore, whether the Lakers can defend their home court against the Timberwolves trio hinges on Duan's performance. Given that Duan currently ranks first among the Western Conference All-Star forwards, he must embrace the responsibilities that accompany this title. While Duan is ranked first and Garnett second in the All-Star voting, such accolades are superficial. The true measure lies in performance. Whether Duan can live up to this designation will soon be revealed in the upcoming game. Of course, it is unlikely that Duan will directly match up against Garnett. However, the Timberwolves, like the current short-handed Lakers, boast 2 perimeter stars and 1 interior star. To aid the Lakers in achieving victory, Duan must exploit the defensive weaknesses of the notorious Sprewell. Presently, Duan ranks 5th among the league's leading scorers, surpassing Sprewell, subtly hinting at his emergence as a superstar. Thus, dismantling a 4-time All-Star guard should be a reasonable expectation. Right? Duan, swept up by public opinion, reluctantly set aside his aspirations for a leisurely game of basketball. At the very least, in the forthcoming match, he must fully commit to both offense and defense, striving to outshine Sprewell. Moreover, simply amassing personal statistics won't suffice. The paramount objective remains to secure a home victory for the Lakers. Duan, do not fret. Just pass me the ball, and Shaq will lead you to victory. As the game approached, O'Neal playfully squeezed Duan's shoulder. Initially, Duan felt a tinge of anxiety, primarily due to the weight of the responsibility to win. Nevertheless, he was still unable to completely relax in this matchup. Duan was determined to win and prove himself. After all, should they lose, both O'Neal and Duan would face criticism, leaving no one unscathed. If he aspired to become the team's leader, he must first possess the courage to shoulder responsibility and accept external scrutiny. However, in contrast to criticism, Duan preferred praise. Did you not claim that I was undeserving of my position? Well, I shall demonstrate who is truly superior, me or Garnett. Chapter 75. Dismantling Sprewell, winning both the game and the stats. O'Neal's jump ball was as steadfast as ever. Once the Lakers gained possession, they swiftly crossed half-court under Payton's guidance. Having faced each other previously, Payton opted against isolating Castle and instead passed the ball to Duan. Now matched up against Sprewell, Duan, confident in his height advantage, chose not to call for a screen, instead initiating a high-post backing move against Sprewell's defense. There was some merit to his approach. However, he would need to exert some effort. Otherwise, he would be overpowered. As Duan pushed Sprewell towards the paint, he began to engage in trash talk. To be fair, Sprewell's defense was notably tenacious. In his rookie and sophomore years, Sprewell reached all-defensive team caliber. And prior to Jordan's first comeback, he even made a special trip to the Warriors to study Sprewell. However, the New York Knicks' chaotic environment has adversely affected Sprewell's mental fortitude, and his physical condition has deteriorated due to the distractions of New York's nightlife. Defensive intensity is primarily dictated by physical attributes and willpower. Look at Wiggins. Despite engaging in leisurely basketball, his all-star votes were minimal. Yet, when the finals arrived, fueled by sheer willpower and endowed with extraordinary talent, he consistently thwarted the Celtics' best efforts with impeccable blocks. Now, Sprewell's defensive tenacity is not what it once was, and with his physical condition waning, what could he possibly use to contest Duan? Even when provoked by Duan's banter, an infuriated Sprewell exerted all his strength to defend Duan, only to be brushed aside by Duan's powerful backing move. However, just as Duan turned to drive to the basket, Garnett descended upon him like a guardian angel, suddenly double-teaming him. Damn, so it was Garnett's help defense that made the difference. Garnett's lateral speed is impressive, and his long arms enable him to swiftly assist on defense, disrupting perimeter players' attacks. Yet, upon seeing Garnett, Duan felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. You think you can just rely on your stature? Duan momentarily halted, attempting to shake Garnett off with a feint, but Garnett remained unfazed. Immediately, Duan pretended to pass to Garnett, who had inadvertently released Stanislav Medvedenko, now stationed in the corner. At last, Garnett turned to cover the corner, anticipating a defensive shift. Oh no. Garnett's instinctual help defense was second nature. Upon noticing Sprewell struggling against Duan, he instinctively moved to assist. However, the Lakers' interior presence is bolstered by O'Neal, and relying solely on Ervin Johnson would be insufficient. If Garnett were to abandon Sprewell, Duan could penetrate to the basket, creating a difficult 2v2 situation with O'Neal, posing a challenge for the Timberwolves. Although Kobe was absent tonight, why did this scene feel so familiar, reminiscent of when Kobe was on the court? Garnett, aware of Kobe's absence prior to the game, had felt confident about the match's outcome, yet now, as the game commenced, something felt amiss. In truth, previously, only Kobe had the ability to disregard defensive pressure, effortlessly driving to the basket and delivering the ball to O'Neal, maximizing the latter's dominance in the low post. While passing to O'Neal is undoubtedly a sound strategy, it necessitates the presence of perimeter players of all-star caliber to execute it effectively. It is worth noting that O'Neal's aerial prowess occupies vital space in the paint, prompting Ervin Johnson to avoid the area to prevent injury and instead rush to retrieve the ball from the baseline. In reality, the Timberwolves possess a commendable transition offense, but this time, they had no opportunity to capitalize on it. In a half-court setting, the Timberwolves initiated a play with Castle isolating against Payton. However, Payton, unwilling to be humiliated, summoned all his strength, ultimately blocking Castle's turnaround jumper after a backdown. Though some luck was involved, he succeeded in his defensive effort. After swatting the ball away, Payton immediately sprinted down the court, with Duan and Sprewell hot on his heels. Sprewell, facing a 2-on-1 situation, was inevitably at a disadvantage, resulting in a connection between Payton and Duan, culminating in a spectacular alley-oop dunk from Duan, who wreaked havoc upon the Timberwolves' rim yet again. You could run just a little faster. Unlike O'Neal, Duan did not linger at the rim after his dunk. Instead, he swiftly descended to the ground, having unleashed his power upon the basket. The madman is prone to bouts of fervor. Once he becomes consumed by his passion, he mirrors the style of Westbrook, neglecting to pass to his teammates and insisting on taking the ball himself to launch an attack. Even though Garnett's offensive prowess pales in comparison to his defensive skills, he still boasts an average scoring ability of 20 points per game. Duan hopes the madman can effectively neutralize Garnett, thus securing victory in the contest for the top forward in the Western Conference. As anticipated, the madman repeatedly falls prey to the provocations of a rookie, displaying an undeniable fury and immediately seeking the ball from Castle. Duan, having researched prior games, knows that the madman has developed a penchant for long-range shots and deep two-pointers over the last few seasons, compelling him to defend from beyond the three-point arc. Faced with Duan's close guard, the madman initiates a triple threat stance, feigning a shot while simultaneously using his elbow to threaten Duan and create space for both shooting and driving. In response, Duan quickly adjusts, maintaining a firm grip on the madman's waist, refusing to ease his defensive intensity. This exchange reveals to the madman that Duan is no ordinary rookie. Thus, he swiftly executes a behind-the-back dribble and pivots leftward to drive. Duan swiftly shifts to keep pace, continuing to apply pressure at the madman's waist to slow his drive and restrict his jumping ability during the shot. Recognizing the risk of being blocked if he continues toward the basket, the madman decisively halts his advance. As he comes to a sudden stop, he pushes the ball-handling arm against Duan, then steps back to launch a shot from just inside the three-point line. This attempt, a long two-pointer, is clearly rushed, teetering on the brink of a three-pointer. Nevertheless, the madman, relying solely on his individual skill, creates a shooting opportunity. Duan lunges forward but fails to disrupt the madman's shot, instead turning to observe the ball's trajectory as he considers whether to initiate a fast break. The sound of the ball clanking off the rim is notably sharper and quicker than usual. Upon seeing the ball ricochet outward, not far from his position, Duan immediately rushes to secure the rebound. The madman, noticing the miss, also rushes to the ball, hoping to grab it from Duan in a bid for a jump ball. The referee, aware of the foul committed by the madman, sees Duan's intent to draw 3 free throws as slightly excessive. In this era, while home court whistles do exist, such tactics are not the way to draw fouls. Otherwise, the game would become unwatchable. In a fierce matchup like tonight's, the league favors letting stars resolve their own disputes unless the referees have been given special instructions. Thus, the madman is merely called for a common foul, and the Lakers resume play from the sideline. With the madman averaging around 2 fouls per game, attempting to eliminate him through foul drawing seems implausible. Duan, having discerned the officiating style for the night, concludes, "It appears I must rely on sheer strength to secure the victory." Following the sideline inbounds, the Lakers quickly advance into a half-court offense. Duan again takes possession, backing down as he continues to push the madman toward the paint. At this moment, Trenton Hassel unexpectedly arrives to double-team, disrupting Duan's dribble. Seizing the opportunity, Duan swiftly passes the ball to Kareem Rush, who has stepped in for Kobe, signaling for a handoff screen. Although Duan initially intended to exploit the madman through isolation plays, he finds himself thwarted by either Garnett's help defense or Hassel's presence. Thus, Duan resorts to utilizing pick-and-roll tactics against the smaller guards. Upon receiving the ball, Kareem Rush intends to shoot a three-pointer but quickly catches onto Duan's hand motion during the pass. As Duan shoves Hassel aside and moves to receive the ball, Kareem immediately dishes it back to Duan and positions himself to block the defender on Duan's tail. Seeing this, Hassel promptly shifts to contest Duan, forcing Garnett to inch closer to the free throw line. Unfazed by Hassel, Duan uses his elbow to clear a path, continuing his drive toward the basket. Garnett, now obstructing Duan's path, finds himself on the receiving end of a European step, where Duan simultaneously feigns a pass to prevent O'Neal from receiving the ball. Garnett retreats a step, but at that moment, Duan unexpectedly halts and releases a jump shot. Garnett, realizing too late, leaps to contest the shot but cannot reach it in time. The ball goes in. Duan. Following this successful jumper, the Staples Center erupts in cheers. Although Duan's play may not have been a 1-on-5 scenario, he single-handedly penetrated the Timberwolves' defense. He faced Garnett directly, scoring in his presence, a display of sheer audacity. In truth, Garnett, having been scored upon by Duan, felt no sense of embarrassment. Instead, as he made his way back on offense, he cast a sidelong glance at O'Neal. Meanwhile, the madman, having seen Duan score multiple points while remaining scoreless himself, grew increasingly agitated, eager to regain possession and score. Duan maintained his vigilant defense against the madman, who, employing a mix of drives and shots, refused to pass and continued to isolate against Duan. In reality, Duan's defense was not impenetrable. The madman consistently found opportunities to shoot amidst his agile movements. Much like Kobe, who could still seize open shots despite double teams, the madman too maintained his offensive rhythm. However, his mid-range shots exhibited a tendency to clang off the iron, as he could make them but with a low success rate. During the intermission, Duan reviewed the statistical data with an assistant coach. Yet, Duan, aware of his own defensive efforts against the madman, recognized that he had not entirely contained him. Many times, the madman wasted possessions by forcing difficult shots, ultimately diminishing his scoring efficiency. Duan, your defensive responsibilities are substantial. Do you wish to take a breather? Upon hearing Duan's query, the Zen master expressed his satisfaction. Excellent, you possess great spirit. The Zen master relishes such spirited and resilient youth, even under intense scrutiny. With the madman resting, Duan need not expend excessive energy defensively, allowing him to focus on simpler plays. Garnett's help defense indeed proved formidable. Duan's initial drive to the basket resulted in a blocked shot. Subsequently, Duan adapted, opting to directly shoot a three-pointer following a screen. As the madman returned, Duan not only refrained from attempting any more three-pointers, but also willingly relinquished shooting opportunities, instead passing to O'Neal in the paint. Duan concentrated his efforts on defending the madman and engaging in some verbal sparring. True to form, the seemingly manic madman continued to showcase his diverse skill set, repeatedly demonstrating his strength through missed shots. Prepare me a bag of grapes. I require more energy, it must be said. Defending the madman is indeed a taxing endeavor. Since a victory hinges on successfully containing him, Duan naturally intensifies his defensive efforts. However, the fatigue that had previously been manageable began to weigh heavily on Duan as the first half neared its conclusion. With the intensity of the game already at a playoff level, Duan's premature entry into playoff mode was not entirely unreasonable. Thus, the second half promised to be a grueling battle. During halftime, O'Neal, as usual, provided a sumptuous feast for the team, spotting Duan engaging with a punching bag. O'Neal also requested a bottle of grapes. However, rather than an injection, he simply popped the cap, enjoying the grapes alongside his meal, all while reveling in the locker room's pungent scent of sweat. Duan, would you care for some? O'Neal raised his drink in invitation. Though Duan felt a pang of hunger, he opted to decline. Choosing to inject grapes was intended to prevent any sudden nausea during the game. Furthermore, consuming food just before playing could lead to dizziness, impairing focus on the match. After finishing with the punching bag, with time running short in the halftime break, Duan consumed half a bottle of Gatorade before rejoining the fray. Coincidentally, the madman, perhaps having indulged as well, seemed to lose focus. Duan deftly escaped the madman's defense, sinking a mid-range jumper and then a three-pointer, extending the Lakers' lead to over 10 points. Hitting back-to-back mid-range attempts illuminated to Duan why Garnett's mid-range game is revered as ironclad. With the score at 62-74, the Lakers entered the fourth quarter with a 12-point advantage. Shaq, Duan, are you both holding up? O'Neal shook his head, indicating the need for rest. Duan, feeling sprightly, chose to remain on the floor. Notably, Duan had already logged 31 minutes, the most of any player on the Lakers side. However, upon encountering each other, the madman was fueled by a burning desire for retribution. Upon spotting Duan, he appeared to unleash a torrent of pent-up aggression. Losing all semblance of rationality, Duan intensified his defensive efforts. He also began to play shrewdly, leveraging Garnett's absence to exploit pick-and-rolls against the smaller guards, driving to the basket for scores. Once the Timberwolves reintroduced Garnett and Castle, the Lakers countered by bringing O'Neal and Payton back into the game. From that point onward, Duan largely refrained from taking isolation shots, instead focusing on facilitating for O'Neal. Utilizing O'Neal's dominance in the low post, the Lakers managed to stretch their lead to 17 points. However, the Timberwolves resorted to the hack-a-Shaq strategy, disrupting the Lakers' offensive flow. The final score of 87-95 saw the Lakers emerge victorious by a margin of 8 points. It is noteworthy that the madman concluded the game with a shooting line of 9 for 24, including 2 for 5 from three-point range and 6 for 7 from the free throw line, accumulating a total of 26 points. Garnett, meanwhile, recorded a double-double with 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists on 9 for 16 shooting, including 3 for 4 from the line. Done with an impressive performance of 11 successful shots out of 25 attempts, including 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc and 6 out of 10 from the free throw line, amassed a total of 32 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, thus triumphing with both victory and statistics. Successfully overcoming the challenges posed by the Mavericks and Garnett in the post-game interview, Dunn unabashedly proclaimed, "Doubts exist to be shattered." He expressed admiration for a quote by Michael Jordan, stating, If I do not annihilate my opponents, others might mistakenly believe I am on par with them. We are the leaders of the West, and we shall also ascend to the pinnacle of the league. We fear no challenge. Chapter 76, The Infernal 7-Game Road Trip. All-Star starting forward. In a moment where he was not at his best, Dunn achieved a remarkable victory in a crucial showdown among the top 3 in the West, decisively dispelling the doubts cast upon him. Although some voices suggested that Dunn was merely riding the coattails of the Lakers' F4, it is undeniable that he played a significant role at the season's outset alongside Peyton, Kobe, and Malone to propel the Lakers to the top of the Western Conference. It is hardly plausible to assert that Dunn was simply benefiting from Peyton's prowess. Even employing a controlled variable approach would not support such a claim. It is noteworthy that Peyton's average points per game have dwindled from nearly 20 at the season's start to 17. In contrast, Dunn's scoring has surged past Kobe's to an impressive 25.3 points following the departures of Malone and Kobe. Despite his limited appearances, O'Neal has maintained an average of 26.8 points. To some extent, Dunn and O'Neal are engaged in a mutually beneficial partnership. In reality, Kobe could also perform at such a level, exhibiting greater efficiency and ease, yet he remains unwilling to accept a subordinate role to O'Neal. Presently, while Dunn harbors ambitions for status, statistics, and fame, he understands that the immediate priority is to enhance his performance and secure a championship ring. Returning to the matter at hand, following their victory over the Timberwolves, the Lakers embarked on another road trip. Typically, a 4-game road stretch is quite arduous. Even all-star players can experience a decline in form after extensive travel. A 7-game road trip could potentially lead to exhaustion and injury if luck runs thin. Notably, the Lakers' first game on this journey took place in the frigid climes of Toronto, illustrating the challenges ahead. Fortunately, the Lakers have O'Neal, while the Raptors lack a dominant center, as their starting center, Antonio Davis, was injured early in the season. In this evening's match, the Raptors' decision to position Bosh against O'Neal was somewhat cruel. Having just faced the Timberwolves, Dunn found himself with limited energy to contend with Carter. As he had done previously, he simplified his approach, setting screens for the smaller guards, driving to the basket to assist O'Neal, taking a few three-pointers off ball, and exerting maximum effort on fast breaks. The game concluded with a score of 87-83, as O'Neal delivered a stellar performance with 36 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks, securing a narrow victory for the Lakers in their first game of the 7-game road trip. As the team's second scoring option, Dunn contributed 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, showcasing a commendable performance. However, following their triumph over the Raptors, the Lakers proceeded to Indianapolis for a back-to-back challenge against the Eastern Conference leaders, the Pacers. Under Carlisle's guidance, the Pacers have shown noticeable improvement this season. Previously, at Staples Center, the Lakers had secured an easy victory against the Pacers, but the dynamics shifted as the Lakers now faced the daunting task of playing back-to-back on the road. Without Kobe, the Lakers' perimeter defense was diminished. Dunn was tasked with guarding Reggie Miller. The question arose, who would defend Artest? If Dunn focused on Artest, Miller would likely capitalize. The Pacers' overall strategy heavily relies on perimeter shooting, which poses challenges for the Lakers. While O'Neal could dominate the paint as he did against the Raptors, he could not extend his game to bolster the Lakers' perimeter defense. The game ended with a score of 87-94. Despite O'Neal's impressive 32 points, the Lakers fell short. This was partly due to their inability to contain the Pacers and the diminished scoring efficiency of both Peyton and Dunn due to fatigue and the Pacers' defensive intensity. Nevertheless, losing to the Eastern Conference leaders on a back-to-back is not an insurmountable setback, especially considering the Lakers were missing 2 star players. Furthermore, having only lost 1 game in their 7-game road trip, the Lakers still maintained their position at the top of the Western Conference. The Kings would need to secure an additional victory to dethrone them. O'Neal reassured, there is no need for concern. Shaq will lead you to victory. Soon, the Lakers encountered a fortuitous opportunity. On February 4th, they arrived at the Gund Arena in Cleveland. The Cavaliers were undeniably struggling, with a record of 19 wins and 29 losses, placing them 10th in the Eastern Conference. Had they been a Western team, they would have already begun preparations for the 04-05 season. The Cavaliers' predicament, whether to tank or strive for a playoff spot, added to their dilemma. Dunn, congratulations! You are the first rookie of your class to become an all-star. One need not guess. Dunn could ascertain LeBron's intentions with little effort. It can only be said that LeBron was casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. The core issue between Dunn and LeBron lies in their opposing forces. While Dunn's playing style may not mirror LeBron's exactly, it is certainly similar. Regardless of the circumstances, Dunn would never team up with LeBron. Of course, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Dunn engaged LeBron in cordial conversation, offering words of encouragement. It is worth mentioning that the results of the fourth round of All-Star voting have been released, with Dunn amassing 1.82 million votes, emerging as the leading vote-getter for the Western Conference All-Stars. Following Dunn, Garnett received 1.8 million votes. This situation reflects the phenomenon of the top two contenders clashing while the third rises unnoticed. The fracas between Dunn and Garnett has captured the attention of basketball fans across America. Meanwhile, the modest Duncan has fallen from the top two positions among Western forwards in the All-Star voting. At his peak, Duncan had just secured his second regular season MVP, championship, and finals MVP, but now finds himself relegated to the All-Star bench. This situation mirrors last year's predicament with O'Neal. Once again witnessing such circumstances, North American fans, despite being unaware of the true reasons behind Dunn's rise as the leading vote-getter, speculate on the influence of a mysterious force from the East. However, the doubts surrounding Dunn have not reached the levels experienced by Yao Ming last year. This is partly due to his outstanding statistics and the team's excellent performance in repeated encounters with fellow stars. Dunn often emerges victorious. For instance, in tonight's match, Dunn utilized his understanding of LeBron to personally defend him, limiting LeBron to a mere 16 points. Although Dunn himself scored only 21 points, O'Neal once again delivered a remarkable 35-point performance, leading the Lakers to a comfortable 109-97 victory, thereby solidifying their position at the top of the Western Conference. Following this triumph, the Lakers continued their journey eastward, swiftly arriving at Philadelphia's East Coast. The 76ers are marginally better than the Cavaliers, with a record of 20 wins and 29 losses. Since Larry Brown's departure, the 76ers' defensive prowess has waned. Even with the addition of the big dog Robinson, their issues cannot be resolved solely through offense. Overall, unless both Iverson and the big dog find their rhythm, the 76ers' porous defense will render them incapable of securing victories. Comparatively, Dunn finds facing the 76ers more favorable than the Cavaliers, as he feels quite comfortable against their perimeter defense. Iverson's true height is under 1.8 meters. Eric Snow barely exceeds 1.9 meters, while the big dog towers over 2 meters but lacks defensive acumen. Perhaps tonight, Dunn might once again deliver an outstanding performance, scoring 40 points. After facing the 76ers, the Lakers would continue their journey southward. On February 8th, O'Neal returned to familiar territory, arriving at the TD Waterhouse Center. Home of the Magic. To be fair, McGrady has been exceptional this season, yet the Magic's record is dismal, standing at 13 wins and 39 losses halfway through the season. Although McGrady leads the scoring charts, he lacks adequate support. However, given the team's poor performance, the primary star must bear the brunt of the blame. With a score of 98-90, thanks to O'Neal's dominant performance of 34 points and 12 rebounds, the Lakers once again reaped the rewards of playing against Eastern Conference teams. Following this, the Lakers faced the final team in the East, the Miami Heat. It was once again time for Dunn to reunite with his close friend Wade. Chapter 77, Back-to-Back China Derby, All-Star Weekend. Brother, welcome to my domain. On February 9th, Dunn and the Lakers arrived in Miami, quickly reuniting with Wade. Compared to 2 months prior, Wade appeared significantly more self-assured. Dunn initially expected Wade to treat him to a lavish meal, much like during his visit to Los Angeles. To my astonishment, Wade has undergone a transformation, extravagantly purchasing a yacht and inviting a bevy of Latin dancers and models to accompany Dunn on his excursion. Merely half a week prior, Dunn was reveling in the snowy landscapes of Philadelphia. Yet now he finds himself basking under the scorching sun of Miami, where temperatures soar above 20 degrees, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. In any case, he feels rather dazed, with only fragmented memories of Miami's waves, immense, frothy, salty, and soothing. Fortunately, Dunn is youthful and robust, with a commendable capacity for recovery. By the following morning, the symptoms of heat exhaustion appear to have dissipated. Throughout a game lasting between 37 and 40 minutes, Dunn seldom exhibits signs of fatigue or underperformance, and no doubt he will display the same determination tonight. Dunn intends to repay his dear friend Wade with an all-out effort on the court. As the clock strikes 5 in the afternoon, the Lakers arrive at the American Airlines Arena, commencing their warm-ups in preparation for the evening's contest. Dunn reflects, I haven't had the opportunity to express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your influence in having Dwayne look out for me, I might have continued to face ostracism from my teammates, much like during my time with the Clippers. The fact that I can take to the court tonight is likely due to you." Upon Duan's arrival at the arena, Wang Zhizhi, who was already practicing inside, approached him and expressed his thanks. "These gestures are but trifles to me. You are a senior. Without pioneers like you, neither Yao Ming nor I would have achieved our current standing. I merely hope you do not lose heart. The storm has passed, and I believe the national team and fans will embrace you once more. I also aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with you one day, bringing glory to our country. I wish for you to overcome your current challenges, practice diligently, and strive to enhance your skills in the NBA to the utmost of your abilities." Duan's words, though simple, seemed to strike a chord deep within Wang Zhizhi, rendering him unable to contain his emotions as tears streamed down his face. Time swiftly progresses to 7:30 in the evening, and the starting players of both teams take to the court. Notably, Wade is the last of the 10 starters to make his entrance. It is hardly surprising. Wade's demeanor and presence have shifted, exuding newfound confidence as he indulges his friends with the yacht and models. After battling through half a season, the Heat, under the leadership of Odom and Eddie Jones, stand at a record of 21 wins to 31 losses. After enduring such struggles, Riley has finally come to a realization, establishing Wade as the team's leader. However, Wade is still not sufficiently robust, and the Heat are not constructed around him. His ascension merely grants him additional ball-handling opportunities. Duan recognizes that, given Wade's current capabilities, he is not yet in a position to decisively overcome the Lakers. Thus, he opts not to defend Wade directly, instead focusing on neutralizing Eddie Jones. This season, Duan has engaged in over 30 private duels with Kobe. And having absorbed the lessons from Pippen's template, defending against Eddie Jones is akin to child-esque play for him. Consequently, Duan's effective containment of Eddie Jones results in the latter's dismal performance. Shooting 4 for 13 from the field, making just one of 3 three-point attempts, and converting 2 of 3 free throws, totaling a mere 11 points, leaving the Heat's mini-trio lacking a scoring avenue. Coupled with Shaquille O'Neal's dominance in the paint, who records a formidable double-double with 29 points and 15 rebounds, the Lakers triumph over the Heat with a score of 95-86. Turning to the Chinese Derby, Duan achieves a commendable stat line of 24 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists on 9 of 16 shooting, including 2 of 6 from beyond the arc and 4 of 5 from the charity stripe. Wang Zhizhi, with only 13 minutes of playing time, cannot compare to Duan's standing or ball-sharing opportunities. Nevertheless, through his own efforts, he manages to score 4 points, grab 2 rebounds, and dish out 1 assist on 2 of 4 shooting. "Duan, I'll see you in Los Angeles. Rest assured, Dwayne, I will definitely not shortchange you." After the game, Duan and Wade instinctively gravitate towards each other, embracing in farewell. Wade may have lost the match, yet his face radiates with a smile, clearly looking forward to the forthcoming All-Star weekend in Los Angeles. The Lakers' grueling 7-game road trip is nearing its conclusion, with the final contest taking place in Houston, and it will be a back-to-back game. For Duan, this is akin to a back-to-back Chinese Derby. As the season progresses, the Rockets amass a record of 29 wins and 22 losses. Even with such an impressive record, they find themselves ranked 7th in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, highlighting the intense rivalry. In truth, the disparities among Western teams are not vast, and it is common for the top 4 teams to fall to those in the lower playoff bracket. The upcoming back-to-back matchup in Houston poses a significant challenge for the Lakers, the top team in the West, indicating that despite a grueling schedule, victory remains within reach. On February 11th at 7 p.m., the Lakers starters make their entrance at the Toyota Center. Apart from Malone, who is sidelined due to injury, the remaining 4 players are present. This situation places considerable pressure on the Rockets as well. As the game commences, the defensive assignments remain unchanged. Duan on Francis, Peyton on Mobley, and Kobe on Jim Jackson. Duan also utilizes screens to switch onto Francis, strategically wearing him down on the offensive end. Thus, it is evident that conflicts between O'Neal and Kobe are inevitable. Furthermore, O'Neal, playing a back-to-back, inevitably struggles on defense. Yao Ming, not only proficient in post-play but also capable of hitting mid-range shots, presents a challenging matchup for O'Neal. Having a seasoned veteran is akin to possessing a treasure. This season, the Lakers rely not only on their star-studded lineup but also on the wisdom of experienced players. While these veterans may appear lethargic at times, Either coasting through games or playing conservatively, when the stakes are high, their pedigree shines through. With Duan and Payton leading the charge, the Rockets struggle to defend against the Lakers' potent perimeter attack, leading to a widening gap of 11 points. Yao Ming, stepping in during the fourth quarter, scores 9 points in just over 7 minutes, a commendable effort compared to previous performances, yet it is not enough to secure victory for the Rockets. The Lakers, bolstered by the flawless perimeter defense of Payton, Kobe, and Duan, stifle the Rockets' scoring efforts. Additionally, Rockets coach Van Gundy only contemplates utilizing Shaq to regain possession in the final minute, a decision that comes too late. The Lakers emerge victorious with a 98-93 score, concluding their grueling 7-game road trip with a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. Chapter 78, Rookie Training Camp, Ocean Adventure every year. The day preceding the All-Star Weekend marks the time for rookies to participate in the Rookie Training Camp. This year, the All-Star Weekend spans 3 days, commencing on the 13th, a Friday, featuring the Rising Stars Challenge. The 14th, a Saturday, will showcase the Skills Challenge, 3-point contest, and Slam Dunk contest, along with the inaugural Shooting Stars competition. Finally, the 15th, a Sunday, is reserved for the most anticipated All-Star Game. Brother, I've arrived in Los Angeles. Come pick me up. Duan had not been on the road long when he received a call from Anthony. Originally, Duan had made plans with Anthony and Wade to attend the rookie training camp and subsequently set sail for some fun. Wait for me at the airport. I will be there shortly. After receiving the call, Duan altered his itinerary to pick Anthony up from the airport. As this is a friendship among men, Anthony opted not to bring his girlfriend along for the All-Star Weekend adventure. Once Duan dropped Anthony off at the Staples Center, Wade called Duan. Brother, I'm here. Where are you? I can't wait to set sail, Dwayne. Please call me Captain Duan. Yes, Captain. First Mate Dwayne. Wade requests new orders from Captain Duan. Please assemble at the Staples Center promptly. The Aquaman is about to set sail. After approximately half an hour, Wade, dressed impeccably in a suit and sunglasses, looking exceptionally dapper, finally appeared before Duan and Anthony. All right, let us head to class first. After exchanging pleasantries, Duan suggested they complete the rookie training camp before heading out. This camp is meticulously organized by NBA Commissioner David Stern for the newly inducted rookies. Over 20 years ago, when Stern first assumed the role of NBA Commissioner, he aimed to reshape the public's perception of the league, which was often marred by associations with gambling, drugs, and chaos. Especially after Michael Jordan emerged as the embodiment of the American dream. Stern sought to elevate NBA players as part of the American upper class, embodying the virtuous American dream. To prevent young, wealthy players from spiraling into excess and squandering their futures, the NBA invites experts each year before All-Star Weekend to educate rookies. If the newcomers are willing to learn diligently, they will acquire knowledge on how to navigate media interactions, manage finances, foster relationships with veteran teammates, and create marketing opportunities to enhance their visibility. However, the overwhelming majority of rookies treat this as mere formalities, perceiving it as a compulsory task to fulfill. Hey, rookies, good afternoon. Please come in. Duan, along with Anthony and Wade, entered an office where 2 experts awaited. Rookies, I understand you are wealthy and promising, but while you are here, you must heed our guidance. Do you comprehend? Hasten to take your seats, seasoned members of your team. Have none of you instructed them on the virtue of obedience? Following the entrance of Dunn and his companions, the 2 experts immediately established their authority. As this was Dunn's inaugural participation in the rookie training camp, he found himself at a loss, exchanging nervous glances with Anthony and Wade before dutifully settling onto the bench. I possess your profiles, and I am well aware of your considerable talents. Each of you is destined to become the leader of your respective teams, they declared. You shall attain fame and fortune. Yet at this moment, you lack the requisite maturity and resilience. Have you noticed? Merely a slight elevation in our voices has rendered you speechless, compelling you to comply. Should your adversaries hurl insults at you, will you simply acquiesce? In crucial matches, if your opponents excel while you falter, will you merely watch as victory slips through your fingers? Absolutely not. We must be steadfast and exert ourselves to showcase our formidable prowess and unyielding spirit in every contest. Evidently, the experts were not solely intent on intimidating Dunn and his companions, but were also assessing their mettle. Upon the conclusion of the first expert's remarks, the second took the floor. Now, each of you in turn declare, I am the leader of the team. You start. The expert pointed at Anthony, who, glancing at Dunn and Wade, proclaimed with conviction, I am the leader of the team. New York is my domain. Anthony's self-assurance was palpable, having already been established as the alpha of the New York Knicks. Excellent. Next. You? The expert directed at Dunn. I am the leader of the team. Step aside for me, please, Dunn responded loudly. However, the expert shook his head. You lack confidence. You must be more assertive. No leader is granted their position. It is seized through merit. You should assert to Shaq and Kobe, listen up, the Los Angeles Lakers are my team. I am the leader, and I will lead you to victory. Disobedience is not tolerated. Upon hearing this guidance, Dunn roared, the Los Angeles Lakers are my team. I am the leader. In that moment, Dunn grasped the underlying rivalry between Kobe and Shaq. I am the leader of the team, and I will secure a championship for Miami. Wade soon followed suit, exclaiming with fervor. The two experts applauded, then posed a question. If your next match pits you against Kobe or Iverson, and you find yourself in a media interview, what will you say? Yet, their dissatisfaction was evident. No, 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 too polite. Even if you think so, you must not convey it to the media. You ought to boast confidently. I will demonstrate who the true number one guard in the league is in the next game. Tell Allen, I will give him a lesson. I will restrict Kobe to under 20 points, and he will be overwhelmed by me. Only by doing so can you create a buzz, garner greater fame, and earn more money. The expert thundered, punctuating his words by slamming the table. Wade's cheeks began to swell with suppressed laughter. After the expert finished with Wade and turned his attention to Dunn, the latter mused, it seems I have grasped this on my own. You are teammates with Kobe. You must be aware of the challenges he is currently facing. The expert then shifted topics, addressing the rookie's interactions with eager female fans. Clearly, Kobe's performance in the rookie camp had not met expectations, rendering him a cautionary tale. Boys must protect themselves. We are far too alluring to girls seeking fame or attempting to profit from us. I have heard that even if something occurs, you should tidy up after yourselves. Should you encounter trouble, inform your team or your agent, rather than concealing it out of embarrassment. Troubles that can be resolved with money are not true troubles. The real dangers for NBA players lie in legal issues. Legal troubles not only deplete your finances but also tarnish your reputation, divert your focus, and jeopardize your family, ultimately hindering your ability to play. Everything you possess is a result of your performance on the court, so regardless of the challenges you face, you must prioritize your game. The experts shared a wealth of knowledge with Dunn and his companions, delving into locker room dynamics and financial investments. They even cautioned Dunn about the true motivations of agents, who often have their own interests at heart. However, the rookie training camp was brief, lasting merely over 5 minutes. Whether the rookies absorbed the lessons was contingent upon their attitudes. The experts were not their parents, merely individuals earning a salary. Thus, after their instruction, they did not linger for additional tutoring, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next batch of rookies. Gentlemen, the grand adventure is about to commence. After the session, Dunn made a call to the dock, then drove Anthony and Wade, preparing to set sail. As it was mid-February, Los Angeles's temperatures were not particularly warm, and the ocean was rather cool, so Dunn had not arranged for any banana boats. Nevertheless, the beaches of Los Angeles were not devoid of waves, allowing the trio to enjoy the ebb and flow of the sea. Chapter 79. The Rookie Challenge, aiming for MVP. Another outing at sea, is it? On February 13th at 1 p.m., Dunn reconvened with Anthony and Wade. Soon, I shall take you for a massage. Dunn clarified the afternoon's plans to his companions. Wade grinned. Are you serious? Absolutely serious, Dunn replied with a playful smirk. Anthony joined in, flashing his signature radiant smile. Before long, as they indulged in their massages, Anthony and Wade began to emit cries of distress. Brother, what the heck? Dunn, unfazed by their protests, retorted. Tell me, is it uncomfortable? Is it serious? Anthony and Wade could only respond with silence. Have you forgotten the lessons learned at the rookie training camp? We must focus on excelling in our game and not dwell on trivialities. There's a rookie challenge tonight. Surely, you don't wish to lose to those second-year players, do you? As the local star of Los Angeles, Dunn found it effortless to arrange a lavish outing for Anthony and Wade. And he certainly had the means to do so. However, Dunn required the MVP title from the rookie challenge, and he needed the support of Anthony and Wade to secure victory in the upcoming contest. Typically, the second-year team, with their greater experience, triumphed in the rookie challenge, and the MVP was only awarded to players from the winning team. Dunn had noted that since the inception of the rookie challenge in 1994 until the previous All-Star weekend, Only 9 players had received the MVP title: Anthony Hardaway, Eddie Jones, Damon Stoudemire, Allen Iverson, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Elton Brand, Wally Szczerbiak, Jason Richardson, and Gilbert Arenas. Thus, if Dunn were to win the MVP, he could aspire to reach the heights of superstars like Iverson or, at the very least, achieve the caliber of players like Richardson, who averaged 20 points during his prime. The fact that most MVPs were also All-Stars signified that the template for Rookie Challenge MVPs closely resembled that of All-Stars. With the Rookie Challenge approaching and the backing of Anthony and Wade, Dunn was determined not to miss the opportunity to secure the MVP title. You are correct, Dunn. Let us unite and triumph in tonight's Rookie Challenge. However, you must treat us well tomorrow. No excuses, Anthony chimed in. After their ocean adventure the day prior, Anthony began to embrace his vivacious side, becoming more spirited and animated. Previously, he had been somewhat reserved, often waiting for his girlfriend to initiate their romantic escapades. Yet yesterday, out at sea, he had been nonchalant, neither pursuing nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. However, when it came to serious matters, he exerted himself more than anyone else. It was during their conversation about Wade inviting Dunn for an ocean outing in Miami that Anthony realized there were alternative ways to enjoy life. Now that none of them were encumbered by girlfriends, they felt even freer. Fear not. Even if we have the dunk contest tomorrow, I shall accompany you without hesitation and ensure you have a delightful time. Dunn promised, prompting Anthony and Wade to voice no further objections. Time swiftly passed, and by mid-afternoon, the trio arrived at the Staples Center, ready to warm up for their practice session. The Rookie Challenge was scheduled to commence earlier than regular matches, kicking off at 5:30 p.m. However, the Rookie Challenge typically garners little viewership, and a venue accommodating 20,000 spectators is unlikely to be filled to capacity. On occasion, the event is even held in university arenas with a mere 4,000 or 5,000 seats. Nevertheless, the players representing both teams place great importance on this match, arriving early at the Staples Center to commence their warm dash-ups. By the time Dunn and his companions arrived at the arena, players such as Hinrich, Bosch, and Come had already gathered. With most first-year rookies' training jerseys damp from exertion, it was here that Dunn encountered Yao Ming once more. What began as a simple exchange of pleasantries quickly drew the attention of members from Yao's team. And soon, domestic reporters sought to interview Dunn. He found himself momentarily delaying his warm-up to accommodate them. Fortunately, the interactions remained brief, and after a few minutes of interviews, Dunn rejoined his fellow rookies for collective warm-ups. Speaking of which, this year's All-Star coaches for the Eastern and Western Conferences are Carlisle of the Pacers and Saunders of the Timberwolves, respectively. The Western Conference coach was originally expected to be the Zen Master. Given that the Lakers are the top team in the West, however, he declined the position, citing health issues, though the truth was that he wished to avoid the extra work during All-Star Weekend and instead enjoy a vacation with Jeannie. Consequently, Rick Adelman, the coach of the second-seeded Kings, who had served as the Western All-Star coach last year, saw the position fall to Saunders, the coach of the third-seeded team. This meant that the coaches for the rookie and sophomore teams were assistant coaches from the Pacers and Timberwolves. Although the coaches for the Rookie Challenge are typically seen as mere figureheads who rarely call timeouts, they do possess certain responsibilities, such as deciding which 5 players will take the court. Due to Dunn's amicable relationship with Reggie Miller, Pacers assistant coach Mike Brown held a favorable view of him. Indeed, he would later become the only coach to have worked with legends such as Kobe, LeBron, and Curry. Last season, Mike Brown served as an assistant to Popovich, earning a championship ring with the Spurs before joining Carlisle at the Pacers. Being from the Spurs coaching tree, Mike Brown is particularly adept at establishing defensive systems and has a solid understanding of strategies that involve giving the ball to Duncan. In the years to come, his tactics will evolve to include distributing the ball to LeBron, Kobe, and Curry. In any case, Mike Brown, eager to help the rookie team triumph in the Rookie Challenge, understood how to leverage the resources of the first-year players, skillfully combining the lineup to build a superior defensive framework. Wade, Hinrich, Dunn, Anthony, and Bosch comprised the starting lineup selected by Mike Brown. In reality, it would have been more fitting for Hinrich to play point guard and Wade to occupy shooting guard. However, in their respective teams, Wade played point guard while Hinrich took on the shooting guard role. As for Bosch, having previously faced Shaquille O'Neal, what was the harm in matching up against Yao Ming in a Rookie Challenge? He could always give it a try. Although the starting lineup was somewhat undersized, Dunn was still quite pleased with it. Thus, they typically executed fast breaks, repeatedly running back and forth to attack the basket. The smaller starting lineup was inconsequential, as deploying the Death Five would serve little purpose when there was no defense. It would be more beneficial to utilize a smaller, faster lineup. Moreover, both Wade and Anthony were Dunn's close friends. If Wade played point guard, wasn't that merely to facilitate Dunn's ball handling? Dunn was naturally very content with this lineup that suited his style of play. As for whether anyone might feel dissatisfied, it was evident that LeBron would not be pleased. After all, he was the first overall pick. LeBron, feeling aggrieved and disgruntled about coming off the bench for Dunn in the rookie challenge, approached Mike Brown seeking an explanation. Mike Brown, unfazed by LeBron's unreasonable complaints, simply asked him, "Are you capable of replacing Dunn? Or would you prefer to take Anthony's position at power forward?" Asking him to play power forward and do the dirty work would be akin to torturing him. While LeBron yearned to take Dunn's place, given that this starting lineup suited his abilities perfectly, the reality was that Dunn's performance during the regular season, in terms of statistics, team success, and individual matchups, left LeBron with no room for argument. With the only rookie voicing dissent silenced, the starting lineup for the rookie team was thus finalized. As the clock approached 5:30 in the evening, a considerable number of seats in the Staples Center were now occupied by spectators. Although the arena was not filled to capacity, this was already a remarkable improvement compared to past rookie challenges. "Dunn, will you be participating in the jump ball?" Before the jump ball commenced, Bosh extended a friendly gesture toward Dunn. The starting center for the sophomore team was Yao Ming, and the jump ball was originally supposed to be contested between Bosh and Yao. However, considering that both Dunn and Yao hailed from the same country, Bosh graciously ceded the jump ball to Dunn. In response, Dunn nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Thank you, Chris. I'll be sure to pass you the ball later." "Hey, that's a promise. I know your passing is exceptional. Shaq frequently praises you in the media." It seemed that Bosh had been observing Dunn for quite some time, eager to play brotherly basketball together in the future. "Big Yao, I'm here to jump ball with you." "All right, ha ha ha." Yao Ming flashed his signature sheepish grin upon Dunn's arrival. The referee soon tossed the ball into the air, and perhaps Yao did not take it seriously, as he did not jump at all, but merely stood in place and stretched out his hand. Dunn, however, was earnest, exerting all his effort to snatch the ball from Yao's grasp, thus leaping with vigor. As Dunn soared into the air, he realized Yao had yet to take off. "Big Yao, don't hold back. It won't be fun if you do." Before long, Wade brought the ball across half court, and even without Dunn requesting it, Wade instinctively passed the ball into Dunn's hands. Immediately, Dunn began to move without the ball, evading Ginobili's defense and making a cut toward the basket. Observing this, Dunn executed a pump fake to draw defensive attention. During the first 30 minutes of the rookie challenge, while the defense was lackadaisical, there was still an effort to appear engaged. As the most well-known player among the rookies, Dunn's pump fake naturally drew the sophomore team's perimeter defenders towards him, feigning an attempt to disrupt his shot. Unexpectedly, Dunn's feigned shot turned into a genuine pass, swiftly delivering the ball to Wade beneath the basket. Wade was remarkably quick. By the time he reached the basket, Yao was still positioned outside the paint. At this moment, as Wade received the ball, Yao had to take a step into the paint to effectively defend against him. Due to Yao's earnest defensive demeanor and his awareness of Wade receiving the ball, he took a serious step into the paint, only to witness Wade's impressive ability to finish at the rim. "Bro, you're going all out. There's no need to play like that in the rookie challenge." Dunn rushed to assist Wade after he converted a 2+1 play. Simultaneously, Anthony approached Wade as well. Aware that Dunn and Anthony would come to help him up, Wade took his time getting off the floor, extending his hands toward both of them. "Have you two been secretly practicing without me? Why are you so in sync?" Anthony first adopted a posture as if to assert that he had arrived first, before breaking into a smile and saying, "I love this feeling of seamless teamwork between brothers." Before long, Dunn and Anthony helped Wade to his feet, and Wade then stepped to the free throw line, exchanging high fives with Dunn and the other starters. With a successful free throw, the rookie team took a 3-point lead. Chapter 80. The sudden infighting, Rookie Challenge MVP. Due to the nature of the Rookie Challenge, both teams scored rapidly. Following Wade's free throw, the sophomore team quickly netted 2 points through Stoudemire's fast break. In response, Dunn executed a fast break of his own. Wade once again brought the ball across half court, and after receiving it, Dunn drove into the paint to draw defenders before passing the ball to Anthony in the low post. However, Anthony appeared somewhat hesitant, despite having no defenders in front of him. He did not shoot immediately, but instead dribbled to find his rhythm before finally taking a jump shot. The ball went in, Yet in this era, such a shot did not count as an assist. This made Dunn realize that playing brotherly basketball with Anthony might lead to missed opportunities for easily obtainable assists. Moreover, in terms of seizing shooting opportunities, Anthony did not excel as much as Kobe, who was adept at catching and shooting. As the two coaches refrained from calling timeouts, the game swiftly reached the 7-minute mark, entering the first official timeout of the Rookie Challenge. The rules of the Rookie Challenge closely resemble those of the NCAA. With two halves, each lasting 20 minutes, if neither coach calls a timeout, the game pauses at the 7 and 14-minute marks for official timeouts, during which advertisements are introduced. Dunn, could I trouble you to continue playing? Mike Brown inquired of Dunn. In the Rookie Challenge, both teams only had 9 players. Even though the starters and substitutes constituted 2 separate lineups, one player would inevitably fulfill the dual role of both starter and substitute. Dunn was undoubtedly the most formidable player on the rookie team. From the previous 7 minutes of play, Dunn had made both of his attempts, tallying 4 points, 1 rebound, and 5 assists, demonstrating exceptional teamwork. In contrast to the second-year team, which played more individually, the rookie team executed a more organized style of play under Dunn's orchestration. Consequently, after 7 minutes, the rookies led the sophomores by 5 points. 27-22. No, I have to participate in the dunk contest and the All-Star game in the next couple of days. I want to take up too much of everyone's time during tonight's game. It is sufficient for everyone to enjoy themselves and play to their heart's content, without concern for my presence. Thus, Duan declined Mike Brown's goodwill on this pretext. The first-year team, hearing Duan's words, naturally developed a greater fondness for him. Although the audience at the Rookie Challenge match was sparse, it was anticipated that millions across the nation would be watching this game on television. The eager first-year rookies hoped to secure more playing time and display more dazzling statistics. In truth, Duan's statement was merely a fade. He was reluctant to share the spotlight with James. Happiness is often derived from comparison. Once James took to the court for 7 minutes, the other players on the first-year team would know whom to revolve their game around. 7 minutes of playing time is neither excessive nor insufficient if they maintained a fast-paced game. Each player would ideally have at least 3 shooting opportunities. However, it was clear that James had aspirations for the MVP of the Rookie Challenge, unwilling to settle for just 3 shooting attempts in the first half. The first-year team's bench comprised James at point guard, Hinrich at shooting guard, Josh Howard at small forward, Haslam at power forward, and Kaman at center, making it entirely reasonable for James to handle the ball initially. The other bench players saw James driving to the basket and had no objections. After all, they believed James and Duan were of similar ilk. In the first 7 minutes, Duan had effectively orchestrated the team's plays through his drives and assists, allowing Bosch, who was tasked with defending Yao Ming, to achieve an impressive shooting record of 3 for 4, scoring 6 points in that time. Yet, when James consecutively scored 3 baskets, it became evident that something was amiss. James called his teammates over for a screen, but when he penetrated to the basket, he neglected to pass the ball to his teammates. This infuriated Haslam. LeBron, what are you doing? Pass me the ball and get out of my way. Haslam, an undrafted player from 2002, had fought hard to earn his place in the NBA through last summer's Heat training camp, gaining the trust of the management, which allowed him the opportunity to participate in this Rookie Challenge. Lacking offensive prowess, Haslam relied heavily on his teammates' passes, and his scoring zone aligned perfectly with James's. Both were primarily effective near the basket. Witnessing James hogging the ball while expecting him to do the dirty work, Haslam was understandably displeased. When James noticed Haslam's objections, he merely cast a disdainful glance and passed the ball to Hinrich, clearly dismissing Haslam's status as an undrafted player. Haslam, feeling snubbed, was further incensed. Just as he was about to confront James, Hinrich drove to the basket and passed the ball to Haslam. Haslam, a bit rushed upon receiving the ball, managed to suppress his frustration and aimed to score first, but inadvertently got blocked by the rim. Observing this, James couldn't suppress his laughter. Is that all you've got? Haslam, stung by James's mockery, was eager to confront him. However, Kaman unexpectedly snatched the rebound and promptly scored on a second chance. Stop it! Hinrich and Josh Howard noticed the escalating tension and rushed to separate Haslam and James. Haslam, however, adopted an aggressive stance, seemingly intent on breaking free from Hinrich's grasp to confront James. James, seeing this, escalated his verbal jabs but showed no intention of disengaging from Josh Howard. Haslam persisted forward, even as Mike Brown rushed onto the court. Yet Haslam remained undeterred. In truth, Haslam was not entirely indifferent. He was deliberately provoking the situation. Aware of having erred, he opted to embrace the chaos, seeking to draw the audience's attention toward himself, as he had learned at the rookie training camp the previous day. A player of his obscurity, relegated to the role of a blue-collar worker, could only elevate his profile by challenging more renowned stars. With no formidable opponents to confront and knowing they would ignore him, he could only take aim at James, a mere teammate, for a day. Ultimately, he figured the worst-case scenario would result in a few-game suspension, a small price to pay for newfound recognition. Indeed, the conflict led to a brief interruption in the game. Since the altercation had not escalated into an actual fight, and James had engaged in the verbal sparring, Mike Brown, as the first-year team's coach, had no choice but to penalize both James and Haslam, relegating them to the bench. Haslam, resembling a triumphant general, laughed heartily from the sidelines. Once the game resumed, Haslam enthusiastically waved a towel in support of his teammates. In light of this, Mike Brown had little recourse but to advise everyone to refrain from discussing the earlier altercation or James's premature departure during post-game media interviews. Mike Brown noted that with James absent, the others would have ample playing time, and as long as they could defeat the second-year team, they would all enjoy considerable fame. To this, Duan and the others expressed no dissent, even exhibiting a sense of camaraderie. At the conclusion of the first half, the score stood at 73-70, with the first-year team enjoying a 3-point lead. Wade had already tallied 16 points, while Anthony contributed 12 points. Duan, with a modest score of 9 points, had nonetheless achieved double digits in assists, boasting 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists, if he maintained this momentum in the second half. Achieving a substantial double-double would be well within reach. Provided the first-year team secured victory, the MVP of this rookie challenge would likely be a foregone conclusion for Duan. Initially reluctant to play extensively, Duan found himself compelled to start in the second half. Aware that the defensive intensity would escalate in the final 10 minutes, making it more challenging for Duan to accumulate assists, he opted to maintain his persona, focusing on team play and feeding his teammates without attempting a single shot himself. The other first-year players, witnessing Duan's selflessness, were profoundly moved. When the first official timeout of the second half arrived, Duan had just exited for a breather, and Howard and Haslam eagerly urged him to return to the court. Unable to decline their heartfelt request, Duan acquiesced to play a few more minutes. Given the second-year team's 7-point deficit and their desire not to lose face against the rookie team, such a decision was reasonable. Ultimately, the first-year rookies, observing the second-year veterans' earnest defense, felt compelled to elevate their own performance. As the score gap narrowed to 3 points, Mike Brown called for a timeout, substituting in players from the starting lineup who could genuinely contribute on both ends of the court at this juncture. However, Duan opted to step back, requesting a brief respite. He had noticed that Yao Ming had not returned for the second half, indicating that he would likely sit out. Without Yao, an imposing presence in the low post, the second-year team's inside defensive capabilities were rather average. Neither Stoudemire nor Boozer posed a significant threat to Duan and Wade's penetrative play. Thus, Duan felt confident that upon re-entering the game, he could lead the team to victory. Mike Brown, upon hearing Duan's wish to rest, did not insist on his continued participation, reluctantly acquiescing to allow him a break. With 4 minutes remaining in the game, the first-year team had gone from a 3-point lead to a 4-point deficit, prompting Mike Brown to spring into action, calling another timeout to reintroduce Duan to the game. Duan had no objections, nor did the other first-year players. Subsequently, the first-year team fielded a pure starting lineup. Although the interior defense offered by Anthony and Bosch was limited, their perimeter defense remained formidable. The second-year team struggled without a genuine point guard, making it challenging for Stoudemire and Boozer to receive the ball and initiate offensive plays in the paint. Relying solely on Ginobili's drives to the basket was ineffective against the relentless pressure from Wade, Hinrich, and Duan. Moreover, Ginobili had not planned to play extensively. As the score began to slip away, Ginobili passed the ball to Ronald Murray and others, allowing them to handle the offense. After Duan re-entered the game, the first-year team turned the tide, ultimately triumphing over the second-year team by a 5-point margin, finishing at 139-134. Shortly thereafter, the MVP of this rookie challenge was announced. Congratulations on your stellar performance in the 2004 Los Angeles All-Star Weekend Rookie Challenge, where you started and achieved a remarkable 22 points, 7 rebounds, 21 assists, and 1 steal, securing the MVP title. You have unlocked the Rookie Challenge MVP achievement. granting you a chance to draw for a Rookie Challenge MVP player template. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Chapter 81. Acknowledgements after 37 days and a total of 224,000 words. It is finally time for this book to be published. I have previously shared the journey of writing this book, which began as a personal endeavor with little expectation of earning any significant amount. To my surprise, I have received such recognition from numerous readers along the way. Much like the protagonist Duan, I, too, have become increasingly ambitious and driven due to external influences. I am now conscious of the data and the tangible benefits that fame can yield. However, without the privilege of having a benefactor akin to the Lakers' F4 to rely upon, the author can only strive to engage with fellow readers in a brotherly game of basketball, hoping to garner their support. There is no need for overly sentimental words. The author does not possess the habit of lamenting. Additionally, due to the nature of part-time writing, there has been a lack of stored manuscripts. Therefore, upon publication, there will not be an immediate surge of updates, numbering in the tens of thousands. I shall exert my utmost effort to conceptualize, research, and produce content that satisfies both myself and my readers in terms of quantity and quality. Naturally, after publication, it is inevitable that I may experience a depletion of inspiration, leading to a probable reduction in update frequency or even a request for leave to avoid subpar writing. Now, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the editor, Nichio, for their support. I also thank those who have offered their encouragement, such as Duin, who donated 100 Chidian coins, and Igia, who contributed 500 Chidian coins. My appreciation extends to readers like Zhongdian, a lover of stories. Deep Autumn Night, Dance of the Phoenix, Navigation Through the Sea of Books, by Shi, who couldn't ride the sister, Duanmu Anyun, Xingxin Yongtsuan, Qian Shuiyu, Kucheong Jikuan, X. Pong, and many others who have shown their support through generous donations. I am immensely grateful to both new and veteran readers for continually voting for this book and leaving comments that have helped it reach its current standing. Lastly, I humbly request for a first subscription. Even those who are still nurturing the book, I kindly ask for your support. Thank you all. Chapter 82. Eddie Jones Template, a spectacular dunk contest, first update. Seeking first subscription. Congratulations. You have obtained the Eddie Jones Template. After completing the Rookie Challenge MVP player template, Dunn found himself momentarily stunned, previously walking the path of LeBron, leaving him no avenue for escape. How had he suddenly switched to Kobe's trajectory? Eddie Jones, the original flying man, possessed the ability to leap for a layup from just inside the three-point line. Before Kobe learned from Jordan, many of his skills were actually gleaned from Eddie Jones. However, what Eddie Jones could never have anticipated was that the saying, "A disciple starving his master," would ironically apply to his own situation. Kobe's growth was astonishingly rapid. In a mere 2.5 seasons, he surpassed him, compelling the Lakers management to decisively let him go. It must be said that Eddie Jones indeed showcased remarkable athletic prowess, along with solid defense and off-ball skills, but he lacked the ball-handling offensive capabilities required by the Lakers, as well as the interior passing skills needed by Shaquille O'Neal. Ironically, these are the very abilities that the Lakers could find in Kobe. One was an all-star whose potential had been exhausted, demanding a max contract from the Lakers, while the other was a rising successor to Jordan, with a modest contract yet boundless potential. Moreover, Eddie Jones lacked the durability and the signature fadeaway shot that could rival Kobe's, which hindered his evolution from an all-star to a superstar, preventing him from becoming the second-in-command to help the Lakers secure a championship. In reality, Eddie Jones was not incapable of mastering the mid-range game, but he failed to refine and deepen his skills, thus lacking the ability to deliver in crucial moments. Considering cost-effectiveness and the future, the plan to trade Eddie Jones had actually begun the moment Kobe was swapped for Divac. To take a step back, even if Kobe had not panned out, the Lakers could have traded Eddie Jones plus some additional assets for a stronger guard that would better complement Shaquille O'Neal. Tomorrow, Dunn would participate in the dunk contest. Had he been able to acquire the Eddie Jones template 10 days, or even half a month earlier, it would undoubtedly have significantly increased his chances of winning the title of Dunk King. There was no time to digest this information now. Dunn would rely on the Mason and Pippen templates in the upcoming contest. While assimilating the Eddie Jones template could enhance Dunn's abilities, continuing to ascend would not be an easy feat. Dunn checked the basketball achievement system and quickly clarified his current strength. Basketball achievement system. Dunn, age 20, player templates. Ma Jian, Jason Terry, Corey Maggette, Desmond Mason, Scottie Pippen, Eddie Jones, physical attributes. Slightly above average, Basketball skills, slightly above average. Strength assessment, 89, slightly above average. Dunn had nearly assimilated the Pippen template, yet his strength remained stuck between all-star and superstar. Unable to advance further, it must be acknowledged that during these times, the title of superstar is not easily attained. The strength of a superstar is built on solid foundations. Should Dunn manage to push through and evolve into a superstar, he would rank among the top 10 in the league, typically leading one of the top 4 teams in the Eastern or Western Conference playoffs. Furthermore, since it was not yet common for superstars to unite in a single team, akin to the formation of the O'Neal-Kobe duo, which featured 2 top 10 players, there had only been the Lakers that season. The other 2 members of the Lakers' F4 had essentially descended to a level below All-Stars, merely maintaining their status as starting players in the league. It was Dunn, through his remarkable rise, aided by the system's modest support and his diligent practice, who provided the Lakers with all-star caliber strength, propelling them to the top of the Western Conference. For now, Dunn suppressed his joy at acquiring the Eddie Jones template, took a melatonin supplement, and retired early for the night. The following afternoon, he would be accompanying Anthony and Wade on an outing, and later in the evening, he was set to participate in the dunk contest. Therefore, it was crucial for him to rest well. Fortunately, Anthony and Wade were aware of Dunn's important engagement that night and exhibited restraint during their outing until they returned from the sea, thus ensuring a delightful conclusion. During this era, participants in the All-Star Weekend events were expected to don their respective team jerseys. Thus, should anyone appear in a superhero outfit for the dunk contest, it would undoubtedly capture attention and astonish onlookers. This was precisely the surprise Dunn had meticulously prepared for this year's Dunk King competition. Furthermore, he did not act unilaterally. Prior to the contest, he had duly informed the league and obtained approval from the operational department. As for the white tiger-themed Dunn one, which was essentially a black and white tiger-striped sneaker, some fans might find it unattractive, yet on the electrifying stage of the dunk contest, it would undoubtedly exude a wild charm. Additionally, well over a month prior, Dunn had received his Dunn 1 sneakers while shooting promotional videos, and he had been wearing them during practice. Thus, there were no issues with the shoes being new or any discomfort from breaking them in during the dunk contest. In anticipation of the upcoming All-Star game, Dunn had also prepared the purple gold and gold colorways of the Dunn 1. Since he lacked the credentials to vie for the All-Star MVP, he resolved to showcase his sneakers and promote the Dunn 1 to the best of his ability. The All-Star Weekend is inherently a spectacle. If one cannot attain the coveted accolades, one should seize the opportunity to amass fame and fortune. The evening swiftly arrived, commencing with the Shooting Stars competition. As the home team, the seasoned Magic Johnson led the Los Angeles Lakers to victory in this inaugural event. Before long, the skills challenge commenced, and Dwayne Wade felt compelled to cheer for Gary Payton. However, the relentless tide of time saw the formidable Baron Davis clinch the championship in this year's skills challenge. Next came the main event, the three-point contest. Regrettably, Peja Stojakovic fell short of securing a third consecutive title, bidding farewell to the stage with a declaration that he would not partake in future contests. Finally, the highlight of the evening, the slam dunk contest, was upon us. Notably, a player was poised to pursue the trifecta of championships, none other than the Dunk King, Jason Richardson. This was particularly significant as the older generation of dunkers, such as Vince Carter, had chosen to step back, leaving the spotlight to the new wave represented by Richardson, whose dominance in the realm of dunks was unparalleled. In recent years, the number of newcomers participating in the dunk contest had dwindled. Initially, the league had expressed interest in having LeBron James join the competition, but he steadfastly declined, leading to an unfulfilled hope. In stark contrast, Wade opted to enter the fray. He recalled Richardson's near miss at a third title and, considering the dearth of competitors and the overall lack of quality this year, he bravely decided to challenge Richardson. Fully aware of the risks involved, "Shaq, please hold on to this for me. I will retrieve it shortly." As the competition was about to commence, Wade entrusted his backpack, containing his Superman costume, to Shaquille O'Neal. Weeks prior, Wade had sought O'Neal's permission to use the Superman trademark, wishing to avoid the fate of being begrudged by a petty O'Neal like Dwight Howard. "No problem, Wade. Give it your all and bring home the Dunk King title for us." O'Neal donned Wade's backpack and proceeded to film the dunk contest with his DV camera. Due to the convention of allowing rookies to perform first in the skills challenge, three-point contest, and dunk contest, Wade was the inaugural contestant in this year's dunk contest. The DJ announced, "Please welcome Dwayne Wade of the Los Angeles Lakers, number 31." After the DJ introduced him, Wade approached the left side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. He took 2 steps towards the basket, then launched himself off both feet from the paint. During his ascent, Wade switched the ball from his left hand to his right between his legs. Simultaneously, he executed a slight body rotation, turning approximately 90 to 120 degrees. The double-foot takeoff provided him with ample lift, allowing him to soar higher and farther. As he reached the peak of his jump, Wade found himself positioned to the right of the basket rather than directly in front of it that moment. Utilizing the momentum from his mid-air twist, he engaged his core and upper body to swing his right arm in a wide arc, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop as he descended. My goodness. Did Wade just pull that off? A perfect score of 10 is a must. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating Wade's astonishing 180-degree between the legs windmill dunk. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. The judges, largely comprised of esteemed Lakers alumni, naturally bestowed Wade with the highest accolades. It was evident that Wade's dunk was a variant of Carter's iconic 360-degree windmill dunk, yet no one had envisioned such creativity before. In the dunk contest, originality is often rewarded with perfect scores. Without it, the competition typically hinges on the difficulty and aesthetic appeal of the dunks. While no one could replicate Carter's flawless windmill, many had still achieved perfect scores in prior contests. My brother, that was an incredible dunk. Wade, you make me proud. Everyone come see, my brother is the dunk king. Upon witnessing Wade's impressive display, his friends Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade, who were cheering from the audience, leaped to their feet, eager to celebrate with him. Bro, look at the court. Ricky Davis just slipped. No, I mean he was intimidated by your dunk. He's a coward now. Too scared to follow your lead? Anthony laughed, playfully slapping Wade's chest. Wade turned to see Ricky Davis recovering the ball and launching from beyond the three-point line. In the dunk contest, each participant has a maximum of 3 attempts. But prior failures can significantly impact the judges' scores. Unfortunately for Davis, he had to lower the difficulty of his attempt, opting for a less complex 360-degree windmill dunk. The judges, unimpressed, awarded him only 40 points. The next contestant, Chris Birdman Anderson, capitalized on the presence of white players, earning 45 points with a seemingly rigid 180-degree fold-back dunk. Following him was Fred Jones, who executed a self-throw, one-handed alley-oop from the left side at a 45-degree angle, performing a 180-degree rotation to dunk from the right side of the basket. Although this dunk appeared simple at first glance, it required exceptional hand-eye coordination and body flexibility. Many would struggle to catch the ball mid-air. However, Jones not only secured the ball but also executed a powerful slam, earning the judges' respect with a perfect score of 10. Wade, however, was less than satisfied. That deserves a perfect score? If I were judging, I'd only give it a 9. Clearly, Wade was defending his friend, believing only Wade's previous dunk was worthy of a perfect score. Wade chuckled to himself, thinking, as expected of you. As the 2-time dunk king Richardson prepared to take the stage, Wade bid farewell to Anthony and Wade and approached the sidelines for his second dunk. Along the way, he exchanged high-fives with his Lakers teammates, including Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton. Malone, having largely recovered from his injury, would return after the All-Star weekend, pending clearance from the team physician. Meanwhile, Richardson was already at the basket, executing a windmill dunk that earned him 45 points. One might say Richardson miscalculated. After all, Carter had received only 49 points for his remarkable 180-degree windmill dunk from behind the basket. Richardson's dunk lacked the elegance of Carter's, and attempting to secure high scores with simpler moves showed a lack of respect for the competition. Given that Jones had just scored 50 points with his earlier dunk, Richardson's nonchalant approach was somewhat foolish. Fortunately for Wade, Richardson's subpar performance granted him a greater opportunity to shine. However, Wade's attempt to perform a 180-degree between the legs dunk from behind the basket was initially unsuccessful. His arm fell just short, failing to complete the dunk. Having practiced this move at the Staples Center with high success rates, Wade felt confident in executing it at the dunk contest. On his second attempt, Wade launched himself with renewed vigor and successfully completed the high-difficulty dunk. The judges awarded him scores of 10, 9, 10, 9, and 9. Despite the home advantage, Wade fell short of a perfect score due to his earlier misstep. Nevertheless, with a cumulative score of 97 points, he secured a place in the finals of the dunk contest. Historically, it is rare for contestants to achieve perfect scores in the preliminary rounds, with scores above 95 typically guaranteeing advancement to the finals. Before long, the other two finalists emerged from the remaining participants. In this era, the dunk contest finals do not strictly feature two competitors. Rather, the format allows 4 to advance to 2, or 5 or 6 to advance to 3. Jones underwhelmed in his second attempt, scoring only 43 points, yet his initial perfect score was sufficient to propel him into the finals alongside Wade. Anderson, benefiting from the presence of white players, also managed to accumulate 45 points in his second attempt, bringing his total to 90 points and placing pressure on Richardson as he prepared for his turn. With no other option, Richardson resorted to an impressive self-throw, backboard-assisted dunk, executing a between-the-legs slam that garnered the evening's third perfect score. As Wade donned his Superman costume and red cape, standing on the sidelines in a striking display, he prepared for his moment to shine. Is he really going to do this? Not only was Richardson left speechless, but Jones, who also advanced to the finals of the dunk contest, was equally astounded. Physical attributes: static, height 201 cm, wingspan 206 cm, vertical reach 264 cm, weight 211 lbs, strength: upper body 93, core 91, lower body 94. Speed: linear 89, lateral 93, explosiveness 92, jumping, standing 87, running 94, jump speed 90, agility, balance 90, coordination 89, flexibility 85, recovery, stamina 89, endurance 87, energy 96, basketball skills, ball handling, dribbling 85, ball protection 87, passing 86, court awareness 81, off-ball, catching 88, movement 85, separation 83, cut 91, screening 89, defense, disruption 92, perimeter defense 96, interior defense 87, help defense 91, stealing 89, shot blocking 82, rebounding, offensive 81, defensive 87, boxing out 85, anticipation 84, face-up, driving 88, dunking 94, layup 88, close shot 82, mid-range 85, three-point 82. Back to basket, positioning 82, footwork 86, post moves 84, hook shot 77. Other, free throws 93, putbacks 81, pick and roll 88, fast break 89, fakes 86, drawing fouls 96, power assessment 89. Having transformed through various player templates, you stand on the precipice of stardom. Your physical prowess is exceptional, and your abilities are comprehensive, making you the undeniable core of the team. You could be the leading figure of a playoff team and have the opportunity to compete for the title of the second-best team in history. However, if you aspire to lead a team to victory on your own, further enhancement of your offensive capabilities is required. Chapter 83, Superman Dunk, Dunk King. Second update, Chapter 83, Superman Dunk, Dunk King. Second update, do not let down the name of Superman, Dune. This is the Staples Center. Prove to them with your prowess that this is the territory of Superman Shaq. Before Dune took the court, O'Neal took the initiative to adjust Dune's cape, embodying a parental figure with all hopes resting upon Dune. Rest assured, Shaq, the championship belongs to Superman. No one can defeat Superman. Soon, Dune received the ball at center court, began to accelerate, and all the while cradled the ball with both hands until he stepped into the paint, leaping from a position just inside the free throw line. With a single-foot takeoff, he executed a two-handed windmill dunk. The crimson cape billowed in the air, and with his upper body slightly leaning forward, Dune appeared to soar, boom. As the basketball cleanly swished through the hoop, the crowd erupted into a fervent cheer. Dune, 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 my goodness. Superman, Dad. Look at Superman. On the sidelines, O'Neal, captivated by Dune's spectacular dunk, instinctively pulled Kobe closer, tucking him under his arm. With no mind to argue with Kobe, O'Neal turned to share laughter and celebration with Peyton and Malone. This kid Dune possesses a flair reminiscent of Shaq's early days. Shaq had recognized this young talent from the draft. Now you understand why Shaq invited him to the Shaq Manor to introduce you all, right? This kid is capable of anything. The sky is truly his limit. O'Neal, filled with self-satisfaction, gestured animatedly. Meanwhile, the audience and judges raised their scorecards, all displaying 10.50 points. Dune had once again secured a perfect score. Dressed in his Superman attire, he commenced with a flawless dunk. Coupled with the fact that the majority of the audience were Lakers fans, cheering ardently for Dune, this undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on Jones and Richardson. who were yet to take the stage. With no alternative, Jones stepped up under the weight of expectations, showcasing the same routine that earned him a perfect score in the preliminaries, albeit with even more refined maneuvers. A self alley-oop, a 180-degree spin beneath the basket, a one-handed alley-oop, and a powerful windmill dunk. In terms of difficulty and execution, it was impeccable. Even though Dune's superhuman windmill dunk had already mesmerized the crowd and judges, Jones' flawless dunk was certainly deserving of a perfect score. With the first dunks of the two finalists concluding with perfect scores, Richardson, the defending champion, broke into a cold sweat, feeling the pressure mount. Under this duress, Richardson attempted a self alley-oop with an under-the-leg switch but faltered, either failing to catch the ball after takeoff or having his dunk bounce off the rim. After two consecutive misses, Richardson was forced to alter his strategy, opting for his signature 360-degree windmill dunk. This time, he succeeded, but due to his previous errors and the intentional reduction of difficulty, he only garnered 38 points. Dune. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Dune took to the court once more. This time, Dune's dunk was straightforward, a leap from the free throw line, devoid of any superfluous movements. Could Dune dunk from the free throw line? Naturally, he could. Yet, why did he choose to take off half a step inside the line earlier? On one hand, it was to lower the difficulty and ensure a clean finish on his first dunk. On the other, it was to temper the expectations of the fans and judges, leading them to believe Dune could not dunk from the free throw line. The vast majority of NBA players possess the ability to dunk from within a step of the free throw line. However, to execute a dunk from the line itself, one would be hard-pressed to find even a few players throughout a season capable of doing so. Among Dune's templates, Pippen could indeed dunk from the free throw line, not to mention Dune also had the Dunk King Mason's template. Simply put, Dune's second dunk in the finals was merely a showcase of the Superman cape. Dunking from the free throw line was not extraordinary, but a Superman dunk from the free throw line was visually stunning. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The judges, all of whom were affiliated with the Lakers, had no reason not to award Dune a perfect score given the explosive nature of his dunk. With two consecutive perfect scores, this meant that the defending champion Richardson was prematurely eliminated. The suspense of this dunk contest now hinged on whether Jones could continue to deliver spectacular dunks worthy of perfect scores and challenge Dune in a tiebreaker. Dune, may I invite you for an interview? An official NBA female reporter approached Dune with a microphone in hand. Dune had no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. May I ask, what inspired you to don the Superman uniform for your dunks? Because of Shaq, Dune replied with a smile. Shaq, like Michael, is so extraordinary he seems otherworldly. He brought the Los Angeles Lakers 3 consecutive championships. He is one of the most dominant players in league history. I have always suspected Shaq might be an alien. So one day, during a gathering at Shaq's manor, I stealthily snuck into his bedroom. Guess what I found inside? I discovered an entire wardrobe of Superman uniforms. It was then I realized Shaq is actually from Krypton. I aspire to be as powerful as Shaq, which is why I privately commissioned my own Superman suit. After donning the Superman attire, I found that I had the ability to soar momentarily in the air, and that is precisely why I performed so exceptionally well in the dunk contest. The area where Dune was being interviewed was not far from where O'Neal was situated. However, due to the noise in the arena, O'Neal, carrying his backpack, could not hear what Dune was saying and could only peek over, trying to catch snippets of the conversation. Dune noticed the comical sight of O'Neal and first gave him a thumbs up, then pointed to his Superman uniform on his chest, and finally gestured toward O'Neal. O'Neal understood, handed off the DV he was holding to Peyton for safekeeping, and then made a gesture of Superman taking flight towards Dune and the reporter. So that's how it is. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Dune, for the interview. However, after 2 failed attempts, unwilling to concede defeat, Jones was left with no choice but to go all out and attempt the self-alley-oop, executing a side layup dunk. Unfortunately, such feats are only achievable by Jordan, and Jones could not replicate it, ultimately succumbing to the pressure. With 3 unsuccessful dunks, Jones only received 30 points for his second attempt. Although the dunk contest was not yet over, it had already reached its conclusion. Congratulations on winning the title of Dunk King at the 2004 Los Angeles All-Star Weekend Dunk Contest with a perfect score of 100 in the finals. You have achieved the Dunk King accomplishment and earned a chance to draw a Dunk King player template. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Chapter 84. 2 major templates. Comprehensive enhancement. All-Star MVP. Chapter 84. 2 major templates, comprehensive enhancement, All-Star MVP, third update, subscription requested. Congratulations on obtaining the template of Brent Barry. What on earth is this? After drawing the Dunk King template, Dune was momentarily at a loss as to who Brent Barry was. Brent Barry, a white player who could fly, possessed the ability to dunk from the free throw line. He was a prolific scorer and the son of the legendary Rick Barry, one of the top 50 players. Brent Barry not only inherited his father's leaping ability, but also his superb free throw shooting and exceptional shooting skills. He belongs to the same category as Carter and Levine, capable of both dunking and shooting. As a sharpshooter, Brent Barry maintained a three-point shooting percentage above 40 for most of his career, with a mid-range shooting percentage reaching 45 and an overall shooting percentage exceeding 45, boasting an effective field goal percentage over 60. Of course, these statistics were achieved while playing as a role player. Had he performed with such excellence as a primary star, he would have quickly transformed into a figure akin to Curry. It can only be said that Brent Barry, as a role player, was an excellent piece of the championship puzzle. Averaging 10 points per game at his peak, he was qualified to be a starter but lacked the ability to become a core player. However, for Duan, the template of Brent Barry is not worthless. Rather, it is quite suitable for him in the present. After all, with the acquisition of the Pippen template, Duan no longer lacks physical talent. What he needs to refine is his offensive technique. Slam dunk champions typically possess remarkable athleticism, and their offensive skills, apart from finishing at the rim, are often rather average. Provided that Duan does not draw the templates of Jordan or Kobe, even if he were to draw those of Wilkins or Carter, it would not be of much significance. While Wilkins may have snatched the dunk champion title from Jordan, his exceptional physical gifts were ultimately a double-edged sword. Relying solely on physical prowess means one need not toil over technical skills. This has resulted in Wilkins being a prolific scorer yet repeatedly falling short in the playoffs, managing to lead his team only as far as the Eastern Conference semifinals. Thus, the fact that Wilkins does not rank among the top 50 has its reasons. The same applies to Carter, who has been a prodigy since his debut, effortlessly soaring through the AI art. It was only after being sidelined by Bowen that he began to hone his technical skills, relying on a more grounded style of basketball to extend his career for a remarkable 22 seasons. Similarly, later on, Wiggins exhibited extraordinary physical attributes, yet lacked the patience to diligently refine his technique. One could say that stars with superior athleticism generally share a common trait. It is only those like Kobe and Jimmy Butler, whose physiques are commendable compared to the average NBA player, but still fall short when pitted against superstars that truly dedicate themselves to rigorous training. To echo Jimmy Butler's words, among the successors to Jordan, who is the most gifted player? Tracy McGrady. Who is the player most favored by the heavens? Carter. Who is the most diligent player? Kobe. Of course, both offensive skills and physical gifts have their limitations. Does LeBron prefer to be second best? Does he not desire to surpass Jordan? When he joined the Heat, LeBron candidly expressed his ambitions, declaring that his aspirations were not merely 1 or 2, nor 3 or 4, and certainly not 5 or 6. Had LeBron perfected his shooting, he could have potentially surpassed Jordan in championship titles. Achieving 7 yet, why has this not come to fruition? Is it due to a lack of desire? One can only conclude that shooting, too, is a talent with stringent limitations that cannot be overcome solely through relentless practice. In reality, LeBron ranks among the top 10 in three-point shooting volume in history. However, if he hesitates to shoot in crucial moments and fails to make the basket, what good does it serve? It merely results in the development of a fade. Nevertheless, it can assist Duan in enhancing his shooting aptitude, elevating his capabilities to new heights. Originally, Duan's pick-and-roll offense, transition play, and ability to draw fouls and score were yet to be tested on the grand stage of the playoffs. Furthermore, Duan has always been anticipating the activation of an all-star player template, which has yet to occur until today. It seems he must await the all-star game tomorrow night. While Duan may not be particularly invested in the forthcoming all-star game, initially planning only to promote the first-generation Duan, the acquisition of an additional all-star player template, even if it overlaps with those of Pippen or Eddie Jones, would still be advantageous. Participating in the All-Star Weekend and obtaining 3-player templates is undoubtedly a profitable venture for Duan. However, he is quite ambitious and desires to gain even more. As for the final All-Star player template, which remains shrouded in mystery, Duan naturally holds heightened expectations. Yet, specific issues must be analyzed in detail. Without securing a template from a historically top 10 superstar, Duan's anticipation may be nothing more than fanciful daydreaming. On the afternoon of February 15, at the Staples Center, in just a few hours, the All-Star Game will commence here. In the home team's locker room, Shaquille O'Neal, although Yao Ming's backup, has already assumed the role of the locker room leader, calling friends and entertaining the Western All-Stars who have traveled from afar. "Hey, brother, you finally made it. Come everyone, take a look. This is Shaq's little brother Duan. He is the newly crowned slam dunk champion, and he will soar above that group of Eastern guys in the upcoming game." Upon seeing Duan walk into the locker room with his bag, O'Neal rose to greet him, dancing playfully to amuse the other Western All-Star players. Thanks to O'Neal's personality, everyone is eager to gather around him. In contrast, Kobe sits alone in a corner, head bowed, scratching his head, seemingly troubled by O'Neal's presence in the locker room. After entering, Duan did not refuse O'Neal's kindness and chose a locker beside him to place his backpack. Shortly after, Wolves head coach Flip Saunders entered the locker room, exchanged a few words, and then led the Western All-Stars outside to warm up. "Hey, Duan, can I have a word with you?" Francis approached Duan while he was warming up. As expected, Francis got straight to the point. "I want to help Yao become the All-Star MVP, and I need your assistance," true to his reputation as someone highly regarded by Yao Ming. Francis, despite not having an All-Star MVP himself, is already thinking about helping Yao achieve one. "I know that Chinese fans hold me in high esteem, and the numerous votes I received are thanks to them. Because of Yao Ming, I also understand that you all hope for Yao to attain greater accomplishments in the NBA. But this is all I can do." KG was last year's All-Star MVP, and he cannot continue to hold that title, so he does not mind who becomes the MVP this year. As long as the three of us are Western All-Star starters, we have a significant chance if we unite. Although Francis was already a Western All-Star starting guard before Yao Ming joined the Rockets, his popularity in the United States has never been particularly high. In previous All-Star voting, he received only around 400,000 to 500,000 votes. However, in the past 2 years, Francis has garnered no less than 960,000 votes, doubling his previous numbers. Who is responsible for this? No need to ask. Francis has always felt that Yao Ming was the first overall pick he personally selected. A gift from the heavens, hence his deep care for Yao. Upon hearing this, Duan naturally agreed. "No problem, I will pass the ball to Yao. You just let him know." Duan was hesitant to approach Yao Ming himself due to the competitive relationship between O'Neal and Yao. While O'Neal and Yao have a decent rapport privately, it is simply implausible to think that O'Neal would not mind Yao taking his starting center position in the Western All-Stars in this era. The selection of regular season awards often operates under unspoken rules. If a player misses too many games, their candidacy will lag behind other players of similar caliber and statistics. In the 2001 to 2002 season, O'Neal had slightly better regular season stats than Duncan, yet he did not compete for the MVP title against Duncan, who had the same record due to attendance issues. The same is true this year. Having missed so many games, O'Neal can only hope for a spot on the first team. With no expectations for the MVP. As for the upcoming finals, O'Neal is well aware that Kobe is likely to emerge and make a significant impact. After much contemplation, O'Neal believes that winning the MVP in the Los Angeles All-Star Game holds more importance. Does Kobe seek the finals MVP? Let him go and get it. Does Duan aspire to become the leader of the Lakers? Then he should compete with Kobe for it. After all, he has already secured a substantial contract. Once he earns a few more All-Star MVPs, regular season accolades, and championships, he can comfortably enjoy his leisure. Having relinquished the leader position, surely Kobe will not continue to pressure him into training. O'Neal's calculations are astute, unaware that Francis has his own schemes. Back to the matter at hand, the All-Star Game is about to commence. Duan did not anticipate that, upon officially stepping onto the court as a starting forward for the West, the system would finally provide feedback. Congratulations on officially entering the All-Star Game as a Western All-Star starting forward during the 2004 Los Angeles All-Star Weekend. Earning All-Star honors. You have achieved All-Star status, granting you a chance to draw an All-Star player template. Would you like to proceed with the draw? As the game had yet to begin, Duan silently contemplated. Draw. Congratulations, you have received the Jason Kidd template. Wow, Kidd's template. After acquiring Kidd's template, Duan couldn't help but glance at Kidd, who was sitting on the Eastern All-Stars bench. Although Kidd's career was marked by being a role player on a championship team, his individual abilities are certainly not inferior to Pippen's. Kidd can do everything on the court except score. He may not have led a team to a championship as the primary star, but he can guide any team to victory. While both he and his team may fall short of the championship title, Kidd's ability to support teammates is unparalleled, effectively transforming mediocre players into near all-star caliber. In contrast, other all-around players like Westbrook and Durant have struggled to achieve similar success. Acquiring Kidd's template undoubtedly represents a significant enhancement for Duan, providing him with the essential capabilities of leadership and team building necessary to become a top player. However, at this moment, Duan has no time to ponder further. He must focus on passing the ball to Yao Ming and see if he can collaborate with Francis to secure an All-Star MVP for Yao. Speaking of which, the Eastern All-Star center is Ben Wallace, and soon enough, he and Yao will face off for the jump ball at center court. Yao, leveraging his height, skillfully tapped the ball back to the rear court. Duan seized the opportunity to retrieve the ball and promptly passed it to Francis. Once Francis delivered the ball to Yao, Wallace made a slight nudge against Yao but chose to relent. Previously, in the regular season, Yao had outplayed Wallace, leaving him feeling like Iverson. Why endure the same fate again in the All-Star game? Wallace opted not to continue defending, and Yao, instead of taking advantage of his position to force a shot, executed a graceful hook shot, effortlessly guiding the ball through the hoop. Should Dunn reflect upon his assist statistics, he might also need to contemplate the timing of his passes. However, this evening, Dunn displayed no interest in inflating his numbers. He did not call for a pick, instead employing a crossover step to deftly bypass Carter, who ceased his pursuit and made his way to the basket. Subsequently, with a deceptive no-look pass, he deftly delivered the ball into Yao Ming's awaiting hands. Yao, having honed his skills under Francis's tutelage, was accustomed to Francis's eccentric passing style, which often left teammates in awe. Yet, Francis seldom shared the ball, with Yao being a notable exception. Upon receiving Dunn's pass, Yao did not disappoint, executing a graceful layup with a decisive dunk. With an official timeout called, Dunn joined Francis, Yao, and others on the bench. At this juncture, the soon-to-enter Shaquille O'Neal proactively offered Dunn a towel. Dunn, I know you share a close bond with Yao. However, Shaq is your brother, and you must lend him your support. Shaq can bestow upon you the mantle of Superman and even grant you the role of team leader. But you must help Shaq secure the MVP of this game. Dunn recognized that O'Neal was attempting to manipulate him, yet he decided to acquiesce for the moment, as this arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous. Shaq, who are we to each other? We are brothers. As long as you ask, I will certainly assist you, Dunn declared, patting his chest, then giving O'Neal's thigh a reassuring tap to ease his concerns. Among the 12 players on the Western All-Star team, Dunn was a starter while O'Neal was a substitute. Their overlapping time on the court would amount to merely 6 or 7 minutes throughout the game. In recent months, Dunn had diligently refined this particular skill. Provided he had no aspirations for the All-Star Game MVP, the statistics from the exhibition held little significance. Under such circumstances, sharing the ball with O'Neal posed no considerable dilemma. It was simply a matter of mutual willingness. Furthermore, since Yao and O'Neal were in a starter-substitute dynamic, they would not be on the court simultaneously, absolving Dunn of the need to choose between passing to one or the other. Even if Dunn refrained from passing to Yao, he would likely still score at least 20 to 30 points. If Yao were to achieve a dazzling stat line of 30 points and 10 rebounds, it would be exceedingly challenging for O'Neal to wrest the All-Star MVP from Yao's grasp. Unless O'Neal decided to forego victory, conceding the win to the Eastern All-Stars. Otherwise, Yao's potential for claiming the MVP would hinge solely on his desire to exert himself and avoid contesting O'Neal for the accolade. Realizing this, Dunn chose to disregard the unfolding events on the court. The Lakers, boasting an F4 lineup, possessed formidable resilience. Provided Kobe did not create turmoil, Dunn, controlling the ball, could accomplish much within the triangle offense without fearing detrimental impacts on the team's performance. Superstars or megastars seeking championship glory typically require one or multiple tactical systems. If one does not wish to become a mercenary, they must tailor a system conducive to their strengths. Currently, Dunn had no alternative but to rely on the triangle offense. Nevertheless, the triangle offense was indeed exceptional. Whether functioning as the pivot, aiding the O'Neal-Kobe duo, or eventually becoming the focal point of the triangle offense, this strategy would undoubtedly benefit Dunn. Following Kidd's retirement, he transitioned into coaching with notable success. Having unearthed Giannis and led the Mavericks to the Western Conference Finals, by utilizing Kidd's template, Dunn could fully grasp the triangle offense, transforming it into his own tactical framework. In that scenario, Dunn would emerge as the unequivocal core of a self-sustaining system. Whether he chose to remain with the Lakers or embark on a new journey as a megastar, he would be well prepared. Brother, are you intimidated by Shaq's thunderous dunks? Indeed, standing before you is Superman Shaq. Hailing from Krypton, Kirilenko and Nowitzki were the two surplus substitutes for the Western All-Star team. O'Neal had long anticipated this, so during the subsequent break, he immediately sought out Dunn, showering him with flattery. Lacking assistance, O'Neal was relegated to low-post isolation plays, predominantly employing hook shots and bank shots to conclude his efforts. Given that the opponents were not applying significant pressure, O'Neal could not recklessly impose his strength under the basket and deliver punishing dunks. To achieve superior statistics, O'Neal indeed required Dunn's assistance. Dunn, do not forget our agreement. Observing Yao's impressive first-half performance of 10 of 12 shooting, amassing 20 points and 5 rebounds, O'Neal could not resist reminding Dunn once more before returning to the court. Dunn retorted, somewhat exasperated, I am the leader now, Shaq. You must obey me. O'Neal immediately felt the sting of defeat, acknowledging that he had promised to support Dunn in his role as the Lakers' leader. Thus, Dunn's assertion was entirely justified. Furthermore, O'Neal recognized that Dunn likely found him somewhat bothersome, leading him to comply and remain silent. With Dunn's assistance, O'Neal finally seized the opportunity to showcase his spectacular skills during the All-Star game. The Eastern All-Star's rim quivered precariously, prompting the audience to worry that it might succumb to O'Neal's might. After the first half, O'Neal recorded 14 points and 7 rebounds, while Yao tallied 20 points and 5 rebounds. Although their statistics revealed a notable disparity, O'Neal believed that being at Staples Center conferred a slight home court advantage in the MVP selection. Coupled with the Western All-Star's 8-point lead at halftime, O'Neal felt his chances of claiming the MVP were steadily increasing. During the intermission, he overheard a conversation between Sanders and Yao. With Francis's unwavering support, Yao had produced a remarkable 10 points and 2 rebounds on 5 of 6 shooting. Should the Western All-Stars emerge victorious, Yao's performance would undoubtedly secure him the MVP. Although Yao's impact in the game was somewhat limited, it must be acknowledged that basketball is a game won by the team that scores the most points. With a sense of trepidation, O'Neal re-entered the fray, yet Dunn promptly delivered the ball to O'Neal. Given O'Neal's innate talent, even in a moment of distraction, he instinctively converted the pass into a dunk. This left Big Ben bewildered. How did O'Neal exert such force? I hardly defended him. Who had provoked his ire? No, why was I the one who got hurt? At this juncture, O'Neal was resolute in pursuing victory and the All-Star MVP. Unwilling to relinquish either, the other Western All-Star players were not oblivious to O'Neal's fervent determination, yet out of respect for his past contributions, they did not extend the ball to him. The All-Star game was, after all, an exhibition. Everyone was eager to showcase their skills and accumulate statistics. O'Neal and the Lakers represented the formidable barrier to their championship aspirations. Thus, no one offered O'Neal assistance. During the break, O'Neal sought help from Sanders. Due to the unwritten rules, Garnett could not contend for the MVP, resulting in a lack of ambition regarding the accolade. The starters included Francis, Ray Allen, Kirilenko, Garnett, and Duncan. The substitutes were Castle, Kobe, Dunn, Nowitzki, and O'Neal, with Duncan solidly manning the paint. It was akin to a no-fly zone, a veritable fortress. Recently crowned Skills Challenge champion, Baron Davis, upon witnessing the scene, dribbled past half-court before passing to Michael Redd. Redd sought out elder statesman Ray Allen for a skills duel. Managing to sink a few shots, though his three-point shooting percentage was rather pedestrian against Allen's defense, achieving only 2 of 5. Pierce attempted a shot, but Kirilenko's defense nearly stripped the ball from him. Ultimately, it was Little O'Neal who attempted to isolate Garnett, but he ended up with a dismal shooting percentage of 1 for 3. When Dunn and his compatriots took the court, the most surprising development was Kobe immediately driving to the basket to feed O'Neal. Although O'Neal was unclear on Kobe's sudden change of heart, he did not dwell on it. Upon receiving the ball, he aggressively attacked the rim, eager to surpass Yao in statistical output. From Dunn's perspective, he was bewildered to witness O'Neal seemingly win over Kobe. Was O'Neal employing a clever strategy akin to 2 peaches to kill 3 scholars, relaying his earlier sentiments to Kobe? In Dunn's understanding, unless O'Neal had persuaded Kobe into supporting him for the top spot, Kobe would not have voluntarily assisted O'Neal. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Dunn was at a loss. To adhere to their prior arrangement might result in O'Neal's manipulation. Yao, as an emblem of Chinese basketball, was someone Dunn hoped would earn the All-Star MVP. He was unwilling to merely acquiesce to O'Neal's whims, As such, upon receiving the ball, Dunn feigned a drive toward the basket. Only to miscalculate his pass slightly, O'Neal failed to secure the ball, resulting in a turnover as Jamal Magloire intercepted the pass. Everyone present failed to perceive any issues with Dunn, as the risks of passing errors are indeed prevalent in a crowd. Moreover, Dunn did not take the initiative to attack tonight. He spent his time either passing to Yao Ming or to Shaquille O'Neal. His stat line of 0 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists clearly indicates that Dunn is not a player who concerns himself with personal statistics. As Dunn found himself sidelined, he noticed that his matchup, Tracy McGrady, also seemed to be coasting. Coincidentally, the two wandered together to an unnoticed corner of the court. It was unexpected when McGrady, seemingly intrigued by Dunn, proactively sought his contact information. This is Shaq's territory. With a thunderous dunk from O'Neal followed by a roar, the Los Angeles All-Star game came to an end. The Western Conference All-Stars triumphed over the Eastern Conference All-Stars with a score of 132-139, claiming victory in the All-Star game. The true victors, however, were Shaquille O'Neal, the cornerstone of the Western team, and Yao Ming Stern, that mischievous old man, initially announced only O'Neal's name, pausing to gauge the reactions of others before finally mentioning Yao's name. Upon hearing the boos from the Los Angeles crowd, Stern not only remained unfazed but broke into a grin. It was evident that Yao's name had been forcibly inserted by Stern. He has been actively promoting the globalization of the NBA, emphasizing the development of the Chinese market. The All-Star MVP inherently carries commercial and entertainment attributes, and there have been instances of co-MVPs in the past. Just 4 years prior, O'Neal and Duncan had jointly received the All-Star MVP trophy. What harm is there in allowing O'Neal, this dual MVP, to experience a similar accolade once more? Statistically, O'Neal's contribution was merely 29 points and 12 rebounds. Satisfied with his All-Star MVP award, O'Neal refrained from creating a scene and instead celebrated warmly with Yao Ming. Meanwhile, amidst the jubilant MVP award ceremony, in a corner unnoticed by others, McGrady had struck up a casual conversation with the newly acquainted Dunn. If not for the knowledge that McGrady and Francis would switch teams in the upcoming off-season, and the understanding that McGrady would soon face a series of injuries, Dunn would have been intrigued to converse further with McGrady. It must be said that not everyone is deemed worthy to call Dunn a brother. Ultimately, Dunn merely exchanged contact information with McGrady, considering it a means to expand his circle of acquaintances. Chapter 86. The quintet unites to address Peyton. Victory belongs to Los Angeles. During this All-Star weekend in Los Angeles, the players of the Lakers emerged as the undeniable champions. Dunn claimed MVP in the Rookie Challenge and also won the Slam Dunk contest, while O'Neal was named All-Star MVP. Furthermore, Kobe, through the All-Star game, managed to alter some fans' rigid perceptions of him. Although he refrained from passing to other teammates, he still made the effort to pass to O'Neal. In essence, only those whose prowess had earned Kobe's acknowledgement were entitled to receive his passes. Of course, for O'Neal, facing the pivotal moment where Yao Ming could potentially snatch the All-Star MVP away, Kobe's sudden assistance allowed O'Neal to let go of some past grievances towards him, perhaps in personal life. Their interactions could not continue, given Shaq's significant impact, but within the team, Kobe remained his ever-capable younger brother. If he desired more accolades, he should pursue them. Observing Kobe and Dunn, his reliable allies forged from his own efforts, O'Neal felt a sense of assurance regarding his championship aspirations this year. Tonight, the Lakers faced the Trailblazers, now without their star Rasheed Wallace, which promised to be a match they could easily secure victory in. Yet, oddly enough, for a game anticipated to be a straightforward win, ticket prices soared higher than those for previous high-stakes Western matchups. This surge was attributed to the Lakers organizing a media conference following the All-Star weekend, announcing that Malone had passed his physical and would be returning to play in the upcoming match. This signified that the Lakers' F4, or rather, the Five Giants, would make their debut together in the next game. Lakers fans had eagerly awaited this moment and naturally wished to witness it firsthand. However, once the game commenced, for the sake of caution, Malone only served as a pseudo-starter, playing merely 16 minutes and registering 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist on one hand. Malone had been inactive for a considerable period and required several games to regain his rhythm. On the other hand, the starting lineup of the Five Giants exacerbated the issue of insufficient ball distribution. The potential for internal strife was not merely a fleeting concern but a reality within the confines of the team's dynamics. The trio of Kobe, Peyton, and Dunn could each command 20 shot attempts. However, Neither Payton nor Malone could be relegated to the role of mere role players with shot attempts dropping below 10. The crux of the matter was that the Lakers averaged around 80 shot attempts per game. At least 10 of those attempts had to be allocated to role players per the principles of the triangle offense. This implied that the distribution of ball handling had become an unavoidable dilemma. The Lakers would need to undergo further adjustment to maintain their unmatched prowess as they approached the playoffs. After their encounter with the Trailblazers, the Lakers embarked on an overnight journey to San Francisco. On February 18, they were set to face the Warriors. The Warriors had recorded a disappointing 23 wins and 28 losses thus far, positioning them as the 10th team in the Western Conference. Based on their current record, the Warriors had effectively declared themselves out of playoff contention, shifting their focus to preparing for the 2004 to 2005 season. Consequently, the Lakers did not place significant emphasis on this upcoming game. The Zen Master arranged for O'Neal and Malone, both veterans recovering from injuries, to have their playing time minimized, aiming to alleviate the ball distribution conflict within the Lakers. Upon hearing this, O'Neal promptly agreed. "It's a deal." Double happiness, Malone, aware of the team's current predicament and having recently sustained another injury, acknowledged his declining physical condition. Thus, he felt willing to sacrifice his shot attempts and playing time for the sake of the championship, showing no dissent. Yet, it was under these circumstances that the Lakers faced the Warriors, who boasted Eric Dampier and Clifford Robinson, and were exposed in the paint. Dampier, a lottery pick from the '96 draft class, possessed undeniable talent, though his technique left much to be desired. This year, coincidentally his contract year, Dampier had finally showcased his potential, achieving impressive averages of 12 points and 12 rebounds per game. He believed himself to be the second-best center in the West, just behind O'Neal. Thus, facing the Lakers, the top team in the West, he was determined to seize the opportunity to shine whenever O'Neal was off the court. To everyone's surprise, Dampier displayed remarkable experience in his endeavors to establish himself. By the end of the game, he had posted a stat line of 10 for 18 shooting, 4 for 7 from the foul line, totaling 24 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks. Although Robinson's performance did not match Dampier's explosion, he faced off against the shooting-oriented white forward Stanislav Medvedenko with relative ease, finishing with 20 points and 5 rebounds on 8 for 14 shooting, including 1 for 3 from beyond the arc and 3 for 5 from the free throw line. The Warriors, relying on the combined efforts of Dampier and Robinson, managed to push the Lakers to the brink. At the same time, they instructed Kobe to smother the erratic Nick Van Exel on defense, while Dunn was tasked with tightly guarding Jason Richardson, a former dunk contest competitor. Thanks to the collective effort of the starting five, the Lakers narrowly clinched victory with a three-pointer from Kobe that served as a near buzzer beater, followed by a clutch free throw from O'Neal, securing a hard-fought 100-98 win. Following this match, the Zen Master recognized the necessity of having Malone and O'Neal in the paint to perform the gritty work. To ensure their diligent contributions, it was imperative to guarantee their share of ball handling. Thus, the solution lay in addressing the perimeter, reallocating some shot attempts to satisfy the needs of O'Neal, Malone, and the role players. With a desire to avoid conflict with Kobe and perceiving a tactical disconnect with Payton, the Zen Master opted to engage Dunn in a conversation. After being invited for tea, Dunn emerged from the discussion with a calm demeanor. He expressed, "No problem, I am a team player and willing to make sacrifices for the team." Deep down, however, Dunn understood that reducing his shot attempts in the starting lineup would only minimally affect his scoring stats. As the axis of the triangle offense, he could still facilitate scoring opportunities for O'Neal and Malone. When it came to the bench unit, could he rely on Fisher or Devin George for scoring? Ultimately, he would still be expected to lead the second unit and maintain the score. T.O. put it plainly, executing the triangle offense centered around O'Neal and Malone would impact Dunn the least. The ones truly affected would be Kobe and Payton. If Payton found himself unable to contribute statistically, he might become discontent with the triangle offense, necessitating the Zen Master to address the situation with Payton. Having acquired the Pippen template, Dunn swiftly navigated through the rookie phase, no longer requiring Payton to alleviate the ball-handling burden for the bench unit. At that point, he could simply remain uninvolved. On February 20th, the Lakers hosted the 76ers. However, due to differences in scoring efficiency, Payton only managed 9 points, while Dunn and Malone netted 16 and 15 points respectively, creating a noticeable disparity. Nevertheless, the string of victories overshadowed the ball distribution conflicts among certain players. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room, under O'Neal's exuberant singing and the lavish meals he provided, was remarkably pleasant. Under the auspices of a commendable locker room atmosphere, the Lakers continued their triumphant march. Consecutively defeating formidable opponents such as the Suns and the Nuggets. It was not until February 26, when the Lakers faced the second-ranked Kings at home, that they once again experienced the bitter taste of defeat. The prior string of victories had diminished the distribution of ball control, leaving Payton, who averaged merely 10 points per game, feeling aggrieved. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Kings' numerous fast breaks, Payton, driven by personal motives, initiated a hurried offensive. The Zen master seized this moment to confront Payton, holding him accountable for his actions. In response, Payton adopted the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, exhibiting defiance and even hurling harsh words at the Zen master. Witnessing the escalation of tension, O'Neal promptly intervened, acting as a mediator between the Zen master and Payton, urging both parties to calm their tempers. Nevertheless, he secretly hoped for Payton to apologize to the Zen master and adhere to the triangle offense without further unilateral decisions. After 2 days, Payton relented. However, the Zen master opted for a decisive approach, redefining Payton's role and significantly reducing his playing time. Relegating him to a nominal starter, Payton's minutes were slashed by half, with his ball control plummeting from an average of 11 to 6 or 7 times per game. The additional opportunities were primarily distributed between Dunleavy and Fisher. The Lakers had effectively neutralized the disruptive presence of Payton, who, though simmering with frustration, dared not voice his grievances for fear that the Zen master might exclude him from the playoff roster, jeopardizing his chance at a championship ring. Ultimately, he devised a plan with the team, claiming to be suffering from a groin strain, and voluntarily took time off. The Zen master, preferring to avoid conflict, nodded in agreement, allowing Payton to temporarily depart. Thus, at the end of February, the Lakers embarked on a 3-game road trip in the East, relying on the stellar performances of Kobe, Dunleavy, Malone, and O'Neal to triumph over the Wizards, Nets, and Hawks, reaping the benefits of the Eastern Conference. Until March 3, during the final leg of a 4-game road trip, the Lakers secured victory at the Toyota Center, bolstered by the strength of their starting lineup in this back-to-back contest. After a fortnight of adjustment, the Lakers had truly evolved into a complete unit, officially initiating their campaign for the championship. Chapter 87. Kobe's absence, Dunleavy leads. Conclusion of the regular season. Dunleavy, with Kobe set to miss a week. You surely won't let Shaq down, will you? With only 22 games left in the regular season, it was fortuitous that external factors necessitated Kobe's absence for a week. O'Neal harbored concerns that the departures of Payton and Kobe would adversely affect the Lakers' performance, especially with a demanding schedule ahead, featuring 5 games in a single week, including 2 back-to-back road games and a 4-game stretch across the East and West. Such a grueling schedule was undoubtedly a trial for the over 300-pound O'Neal. Shaq, this is not something you should worry about, didn't you already declare? I am the leader of the Los Angeles Lakers. Rest assured, as the team captain, I will guide you to victory. Observing Dunleavy's irritating demeanor, O'Neal instinctively clenched his fist but quickly relaxed, opting to massage Dunleavy's shoulder instead. You're right. We are brothers, and Shaq will support you. Let us continue to win. Once the entire Lakers team is assembled, defeating them would prove exceedingly difficult. Since Dunleavy had already made bold declarations, he decided to remain observant and await the outcome. Just as Dunleavy had remarked in the summer, it mattered little who led the Lakers. Success was not contingent upon one individual's contributions. Meanwhile, Dunleavy was unconcerned about O'Neal's thoughts. This season, his average points per game had dipped to 23.3, threatening to exclude him from the scoring leader's top 10. Although Dunleavy was willing to sacrifice some ball control for the sake of the championship, he harbored ambitions of his own. Earning a spot on the all-rookie team was precisely what Dunleavy sought after this season. His regular season statistics were commendable. Aside from a lack of sufficient impression points in front of the evaluators, Dunleavy had a significant chance of making the all-rookie team. Los Angeles, being a major city, made it easier for Lakers players to receive such honors. With Dunleavy backed by Nike, as long as they mobilized their resources to promote him, he had a reasonable shot at securing a spot on the all-third team or something similar. Of course, relying on others was not as effective as relying on oneself. Furthermore, it was an opportunity to validate the advantages of the kid template. After a fortnight of adaptation, Dunleavy had nearly assimilated the styles of Eddie Jones, Brent Barry, and Kidd. What remained was the practical experience of leading a team as a core player and gaining experience in scoring high-to-win games. To be fair, Dunleavy was fortunate. His debut match as a leader was against the Western Conference's weaker squad, the Supersonics. However, due to the absences of Peyton and Kobe, Dunleavy could not play as effortlessly as before. With no one on the wing to attract defenders, he found himself compelled to rely solely on his individual prowess to tackle defensive challenges. Often facing intense double-dash teams, To returned to the matter at hand. As the game commenced, O'Neal helped the Lakers secure the initial possession, and Fisher swiftly brought the ball past half-court before passing it to Dunleavy. Noticing the Supersonics employing a zone defense, seemingly intent on double-teaming him, Dunleavy paused at the top of the arc, dribbling while signaling to O'Neal in the low post. O'Neal immediately assumed a position ready for the ball. His hands outstretched, Ray Allen and Reggie Evans were keenly focused on Dunleavy, unaware of the unfolding situation in the low post. Suddenly, Dunleavy executed a drive, and just as Allen and Evans converged on him, he deftly lobbed the ball to O'Neal. With the advantage of the kid template, Dunleavy's passing had become even more exquisite. Once O'Neal received the ball, he felt at ease, promptly pivoting for a thunderous dunk. A spectacle that sent ripples through the audience. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, taking no more than a second. O'Neal's dominance in the low post required no further elaboration. At that moment, O'Neal was complemented by a capable perimeter player who could distribute the ball effectively, amplifying the threat posed to the opposition. Within the Zen Master's triangle offense system, initial plays would typically involve role players. However, under Dunleavy's command, the first 3 offensive possessions were all initiated by him, culminating in finishes by O'Neal. Within just over a minute of play, they had already amassed 6 points, much to O'Neal's delight. When Dunleavy signaled for the ball, O'Neal complied without hesitation, benefiting from O'Neal's formidable presence in the paint. Defending against Malone, Lewis had no choice but to begin his defensive effort from the top of the arc. As O'Neal prepared for a one-on-one opportunity in the low post, he instinctively drifted towards the paint, gravitating closer to O'Neal. Yet, Dunleavy executed a deceptive pass that found its way to Malone, who began to score efficiently. This turn of events rendered the Zen master speechless, reverting him to his usual demeanor. As he stood silently on the sidelines, having played only a little over 2 minutes, Supersonics coach Nate McMillan was compelled to call a timeout to adjust their strategy. The Supersonics zone defense was initially designed to effectively limit Dunleavy's penetration and O'Neal's low-post offense. However, they lacked a defensive specialist akin to Kirilenko or Marion. The Supersonics small forward, Reggie Evans, was often drawn away by Dunleavy's ball handling at the top of the arc, leaving O'Neal with a comfortable one-on-one situation in the paint. What exemplifies the triangle offense? This was how it was done. Dunleavy leveraged his shooting threat to draw the Supersonics perimeter defenders, creating advantageous one-on-one, or even one-on-zero, opportunities for O'Neal and Malone. Faced with this predicament, McMillan found it intolerable. To curtail the Lakers' triangle offense and diminish their scoring efficiency in the paint, he instructed Evans to remain stationary, preparing to assist on O'Neal's plays from the wing. Allen was assigned to guard Dunleavy until he penetrated inside the three-point line, at which point Daniels would look to double-team him. It is worth noting that Allen's defense was commendable. During the intense Celtics-Lakers rivalry, he successfully contained Kobe, showcasing his defensive prowess. However, Allen's clean defensive style proved insufficient to stifle Dunleavy's effectiveness. As Dunleavy drove, he effortlessly brushed aside Allen's defense without needing to change direction or pivot, accelerating past him. Once Dunleavy penetrated the paint, the Supersonics' interior defense, already lacking in prowess, faced an insurmountable task against a 2-on-3 situation. Initially, Dunleavy had intended to assess his shooting capabilities in a live game context. However, he easily dismantled the Supersonics' defense using only his passing and driving skills. Thanks to Dunleavy's passing and penetration, O'Neal and Malone found their task simplified, allowing the Lakers to extend their lead significantly in the first half. Ultimately, with a stat line of 24 points, 4 rebounds, and 12 assists, Dunleavy wrapped up his work early. Undoubtedly, he delivered an impressive performance in his first game as a leader, earning widespread satisfaction from the Lakers organization. The Zen Master found no faults in Dunleavy's execution, and O'Neal relished such straightforward yet effective contributions. Of course, one might wonder if there were any dissenting opinions regarding Dunleavy. Indeed, there were. It can only be said that no one is without flaws. At that moment, in a villa in Los Angeles, Peyton, sidelined by his groin injury, had turned off the television before the game concluded. Nevertheless, it was overly ambitious to expect a rookie to lead a winning streak as the season drew to a close. Even the peak Jordan could not maintain an unbroken winning streak. On March 7, after defeating the Eastern Conference's second-ranked Nets at home, the Lakers embarked on a grueling 4-game road trip. Early the next morning, they arrived in Salt Lake City. Due to the harsh conditions of the high-altitude climate, Salt Lake City stands as one of the most formidable away venues during back-to-back schedules. Furthermore, after the Lakers' recent triumph over the defensively adept Nets, Shaquille O'Neal found himself considerably drained. Consequently, in the matchup against the Jazz, a fatigued O'Neal was once again sidelined. Coach Phil Jackson, concerned about the potential for overexertion leading to injury, also worried about the possibility of an unexpected setback for Karl Malone. Thus, both O'Neal and Malone were restricted to playing only the first half. In the second half, Dune unleashed his full offensive prowess. However, the climate of Salt Lake City undeniably had an adverse effect on his performance. Despite amassing an impressive near triple-double with 37 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists, he found himself surrounded by teammates whose skills paled in comparison to his passing ability. The lack of quality among the role players became painfully evident, as the Lakers struggled to score in the paint following the departures of O'Neal and Malone, presenting a significant challenge. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 89-94, marking a lesson in defeat for Dune after leading the team to a brief winning streak. However, the following day, the Lakers flew to the East Coast, where they seized an opportunity against their arch-rivals, the Celtics. A rejuvenated O'Neal returned with force, rendering Celtics center Mark Blount incapacitated. With the Celtics frontcourt already depleted, O'Neal's relentless aggression proved insurmountable for the beleaguered substitutes. The Lakers triumphed with a decisive score of 109-98, continuing their journey to the next venue. In their back-to-back away games, the Lakers faced the Timberwolves, who had recently surpassed the Kings to claim the second spot in the Western Conference. Dune's leadership faced yet another rigorous test. Unfortunately, he found himself in a dilemma regarding whether to defend against Sam Cassell or the relentless Kevin Garnett. Whichever choice he made seemed flawed. Fisher exerted every effort but was still left battered by Cassell. When Dune attempted to guard Cassell, Garnett exploited the opportunity to dominate Kareem Rush. Although Dune effectively orchestrated the team's plays, facilitating solid offensive performances from O'Neal, the latter's fatigue prompted him to seek additional rest. Unlike Kobe, Dune refrained from pushing O'Neal to his limits. He merely offered encouragement, extolling O'Neal as the greatest center in history. Yet, the gap between O'Neal and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in terms of championships and regular season MVPs remained significant. Dune yearned for O'Neal to exhibit greater passion on the court. Unfortunately, one cannot rouse a person who feigns sleep. O'Neal remained unyielding. With a shooting line of 10 for 17 and 6 for 10 from the free throw line, O'Neal finished the game with a modest 26 points, 11 rebounds, and 1 block. 4 other centers. Such numbers might be commendable, but Dune was acutely aware that O'Neal's capabilities should have easily allowed for an additional 10 points. It could only be said that O'Neal was constrained by his own weight and mindset. Otherwise, his prowess would have placed him among the top 10 in history. In this match, Malone too was persistently hounded by Garnett, failing to deliver his usual performance, contributing only 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists on 7 of 16 shooting and 3 of 6 from the charity stripe. To be fair, the combined output of the Lakers' two big men totaling 43 points was indeed commendable. However, for the Lakers to secure victory, Dune needed to score at least 43 points from beyond the arc. Without Kobe to share the offensive burden, Dune struggled under the relentless pressure from Garnett and Cassell, shooting 27 times to yield only 35 points. The Lakers ultimately succumbed to the Timberwolves by 8 points. With a final score of 98-106, narrowing the gap between the two teams to just 1 victory, it is said that a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Although Dune had adopted Jason Kidd's template and possessed comparable passing talent, he struggled to unify the team around his singular vision. Furthermore, the quality of the Lakers' role players left much to be desired. Kidd's success in leading his team to the finals stemmed, in part, from his teammates possessing physical gifts despite their technical shortcomings, as well as the advantageous landscape of the Eastern Conference. Dune, however, found himself in the Western Conference, engaging in fierce battles against formidable teams like the Timberwolves. On March 13, the Lakers arrived in Chicago, coinciding with Kobe's return to the team. During Kobe's week-long absence, Dune had managed a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. The losses were largely attributed to the challenges of back-to-back away games, while the victories included a notable win against a strong Eastern Conference team, the Nets. Any team lacking a max contract player is bound to experience some decline in performance. Thus, Dune's leadership record could not be deemed poor, but rather it fell short of expectations. The Lakers, who had been running low on momentum, soared back to life. From mid-March, they embarked on an impressive 11-game winning streak, extending into early April. Among the teams they defeated were the 3rd-seeded Kings and the 7th-seeded Rockets. Unfortunately, as April arrived, the Lakers faced the defending champions, the Spurs, who had recently overtaken the Kings in the standings. While the Spurs roster may not have been as strong as the Lakers, the latter's extensive winning streak had inevitably led to some fatigue. The Spurs, adept at conserving energy for the season's end, rested their key players to maintain their strength. Following the Lakers' loss, Gary Payton finally found an excuse, claiming the team faced challenges that necessitated his premature return to the court in pursuit of a championship. With only 5 regular season games remaining and the Timberwolves posing no threat to the Lakers' top seed, Coach Jackson began to implement a rotation strategy for the team's veterans. The Lakers concluded the regular season with a record of 3 wins and 2 losses in their final 5 games, which did not hinder their impressive overall record of 60 wins and 22 losses, allowing them to advance to the playoffs as the top seed in the Western Conference. Notably, the 8th-seeded team in the West was the Utah Jazz, a team that had consistently posed challenges for the Lakers during the regular season, with each team winning 2 games against the other. In 2001, anticipated that coach Jerry Sloan could lead a team of misfits to a respectable record of 42 wins and 40 losses, securing the 8th seed in the Western Conference by the end of the season. Chapter 88. Playoff Debut. 3rd update. Subscription requested. As the 2003 to 2004 season came to a close, Dune, having participated in all 82 games of his rookie season, delivered an impressive average of 23.4 points, 5.8 rebounds, 7.8 assists, 1.1 steals, and 0.6 blocks to his supportive fans. In terms of scoring, Dune ranked 6th in the league, trailing only behind the likes of Tracy McGrady, Shaquille O'Neal, Peja Stojakovic, Kevin Garnett, and Kobe Bryant. In total points scored, Dune amassed 1919, placing him just below Garnett's 1987 and Stojakovic's 1964. Dune also made his mark in assists, ranking 4th in the league with an average of assists per game, following only Kidd, Stephon Marbury, and Steve Nash. Many may find it astonishing that Marbury, often referred to as the Lone Wolf, consistently ranks highly in assist statistics. In fact, during this season, he achieved the highest number of assists in the league, totaling 719. This serves as a reminder that statistics can sometimes be misleading. Had Dune not adopted the templates of players like Scottie Pippen, Eddie Jones, and Kidd, his scoring and playmaking abilities might appear somewhat inflated. However, now, Dune exudes a genuine aura of being among the top 10 stars in the league. After departing from the iconic duo and the Lakers, Dune's individual prowess may not quite measure up to the league's elite. Nevertheless, regarding his leadership abilities, Dune felt he had surpassed many stars who excelled in isolation but struggled to unite their teammates in pursuit of victory. Moving forward, Dune aimed to leverage his skills to help the Lakers secure the most coveted prize of the year, the NBA championship. This journey would mark Dune's remarkable transformation from rookie to superstar. Dune, are you excited? On April 18, at the Staples Center, the Lakers were set to face the Jazz in Game 1 of the first round of the playoffs. Prior to the commencement of the match, O'Neal, as the team's veteran leader, expressed concern for Dune, rookie about to embark on his playoff journey. Excited. It seemed not quite that I felt a bit nervous and fatigued. In truth, the night before, Dune had been eagerly anticipating the game. Even after taking melatonin, he remained restless for an hour or 2 before finally succumbing to sleep. Previously, during the All-Star game, he appeared unfazed. However, the prospect of stepping onto the playoff stage felt distinctly different. Yet, this was indeed the most familiar arena, the Staples Center. Dune was uncertain as to what had influenced his current state. Rest assured, even if you perform poorly, Shaq will still lead you to victory. Do not be misled by how fierce Kobe seems now. When he first entered the playoffs, he too was hesitant. You still have much to learn, so take your time. Later, when you find your rhythm with the bench unit, aim to score a few points. Just remember to pass the ball to Shaq, and he will carry you to victory. With his experience as a 3-time champion, O'Neal offered Dune invaluable insights. After hearing O'Neal's words of wisdom, Dune recognized the merit in following this approach. While he believed in his own capabilities, it would be prudent to lean on O'Neal for support and accumulate playoff experience. After all, he had no chance of competing for the Finals MVP this year. Given Dune's current skill level, he was unlikely to be relegated to the status of a mere role player in a championship team. Winning the title was the priority. For now, he would focus on passing the ball to O'Neal and testing the fruits of his labor on the playoff stage. Perhaps it was O'Neal's backing that instilled in Dune the confidence of wielding power through association. Dune suddenly began to tremble with excitement, with spirited fervor. As Shaquille O'Neal triumphantly outjumped Greg Ostertag, the Jazz center, the ever-reliable Gary Payton skillfully dribbled the ball past half-court in pursuit of the championship ring. Payton had no choice but to temper his temperament and petulance. Following the established strategy from the final 5 games of the regular season, the ball was entrusted to Dune for handling. Faced with Kirilenko's one-on-one defense, Dune naturally opted against isolation and immediately executed a pick-and-roll with Payton. Meanwhile, O'Neal and Kobe prepared for their respective isolation plays. As Dune and Payton executed the cross-screen, the Jazz opted for a front-and-back double-team on Dune. Without hesitation, Dune released the ball, delivering a high lob to O'Neal. Unexpectedly, Kirilenko abandoned Dune, retreating into the paint. Thanks to O'Neal, who powered through Ostertag's defense, he created a breakthrough space with a strong post-up, then executed a powerful turnaround dunk. Though Kirilenko's help defense was swift, it paled in comparison to O'Neal's seamless sequence of moves. Clearly, there was no issue. Although O'Neal took a step back to establish position after receiving the ball, Dune did not register an assist. However, that precise and error-free pass to O'Neal, coupled with O'Neal's individual prowess, resulted in a successful basket, significantly bolstering Dune's confidence. Prior to the playoffs, Dune could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might falter in his postseason performance. Now, having realized that he was executing his role effectively, and with O'Neal as a reliable ally, Dune's confidence surged. He could finally play without restraint or hesitation. Although Kirilenko had the height advantage, Dune could match him physically, and considering Kirilenko's off-ball play, Dune could simply shadow him. Carlos Arroyo lacked the court vision of John Stockton, unable to thread the needle to deliver the ball to Kirilenko for a driving finish. Consequently, he could only loop around and lob the ball to Tom Gugliotta in the post, where Gugliotta attempted to score against Malone. Once an all-star caliber power forward, Gugliotta's prime had long since faded. Malone skillfully occupied Gugliotta's position, and Gugliotta, unable to move Malone, had no choice but to pass the ball back outside. Alexander Pavlovich, a shooter, found it impossible to create space for a shot against Kobe's defense, and thus had to relinquish the ball to Kirilenko, who was left with merely 5 or 6 seconds to attempt a shot. Sometimes, the team's star player must bear such burdens. Under Dune's staunch defense, Kirilenko could only rely on his height to attempt a shot. While Kirilenko was indeed a versatile player with decent shooting skills, his strength lay in pick-and-roll drives to the basket. After receiving the ball, O'Neal chose to pass it back to Dune, who had recently assisted him. With the assurance of O'Neal's support, Dune seized the opportunity for a fast break. Charging forward with determination, and no matter how strong the defense, he scored emphatically. Despite some physical contact, Dune managed to dunk the ball into the basket with confidence. Regrettably, the playoff officiating was far stricter than in the regular season, and Dune did not earn an and-one opportunity. Nevertheless, in his playoff debut, Dune did not shy away. As the game commenced, he utilized his individual skills to help the Lakers extend their lead by 2 points. For Dune, participating in the playoffs for the first time felt akin to facing a monumental examination. Before entering the arena, he was filled with unease and various worries. Yet upon receiving the ball, he realized he could handle the challenges with ease. For a scholar like Dune, achieving a perfect score might be unattainable, but even in less than ideal conditions, his foundational skills would surely secure a high score. Much like Wiggins, who scored around 17 or 18 points during the regular season, continued to do so in the playoffs. Given Dune's current physical prowess and basketball acumen, as long as he had possession of the ball, his scoring potential undoubtedly exceeded 18 points. He could likely reach 20. However, he was not inclined to attempt shots like the previous one, as they lacked significance. The Lakers, as the top team in the West, appeared to have a 5-star lineup, though in reality, they functioned more like an F4. Dune had taken on Payton's role, yet Payton only possessed the capabilities of an average starter and had devolved into a role player due to his inability to adapt to the triangle offense. Nonetheless, the assembly of 4 superstars rendered the Lakers the most formidable team in the league. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Lakers were well positioned to claim the championship. Even though the Eastern Conference Pistons also boasted 4 all-star players, the quality of the OK duo was incomparable to that of Billups, Hamilton, Wallace, and Wallace. Thus, as long as the Lakers ensured the health of O'Neal, Malone, and others, without self-sabotage, the championship title for that season was virtually guaranteed. Against a team like the 8th-seeded Jazz, the Lakers need not exert their full strength. Their primary concern lay in the upcoming road games and how to acclimate to the high-altitude climate of Salt Lake City. Consequently, to mitigate the risk of injury to O'Neal, Dune's strategy evolved from passing to O'Neal to distributing the ball to Kobe. The Jazz's defensive strategy involved zone defense, with aggressive double-teaming and low-post traps. The key player being Kirilenko. Dune decided to exploit this by driving towards O'Neal on the strong side. Upon facing the double team, he would pass to Kobe stationed at the weak side 45-degree angle. Aside from his first shot, where he struggled to adapt to the intensity of single coverage and missed, Kobe quickly found his rhythm, hitting a series of jump shots with commendable accuracy, thus providing Dune with several assists. Those in the know understand. While one player may not register an assist, another does. As a facilitator, Dune naturally preferred to pass to the latter. Phil Jackson, a basketball savant, quickly discerned Dune's intentions as he relentlessly fed Kobe the ball. Greg Ostertag, the Big Bear, was originally a strategic asset for the Jazz, specifically designed to counter O'Neal. Even if O'Neal didn't receive the ball, the exertion he imposed on Ostertag was substantial. Consequently, O'Neal, who was engaged in a physical battle for position, found himself somewhat displeased at not receiving the ball. With such a prime opportunity, why isn't Dune passing to me? Dune, what kind of sorcery has Kobe cast upon you? Are you not vying for the top spot against him? Initially perplexed, O'Neal's confusion transformed into uncontainable laughter upon being substituted onto the bench. Kobe, Dune, get moving. O'Neal seemed to wield his towel like a whip, urging his teammates from the sidelines. To be fair, without O'Neal on the floor to hinder the Lakers' transition speed, they could play even faster. Sloan had not anticipated that Phil would audaciously substitute O'Neal, the lethal weapon, out of the game so early. Observing the Lakers' substitution, Sloan initially intended for Ostertag to dominate the paint while O'Neal rested. However, after witnessing the Lakers execute two swift transition plays, he swiftly adjusted his lineup, emphasizing double-teaming Kobe. Dune recognized the Jazz's defensive adjustment and directed Kobe to the low post. Kobe was not merely capable of overpowering smaller opponents. He could also exploit mismatches. While his low-post threat was not as formidable as O'Neal's, he was now a formidable presence in his own right, to create space for Kobe in the paint. And with no external threats drawing defensive attention, Dune called for Malone to step out of the low post to run a pick-and-roll with him. Consequently, Dune swiftly recreated the exquisite pick-and-roll synergy previously seen between Stockton and Malone. Right before Sloan's eyes, time had altered the landscape. Malone was no longer the Jazz's leading star, nor did he still don their colors. Witnessing this scene, a hint of melancholy crept onto Sloan's serious visage. Sloan had proven that the team could reach the playoffs without Stockton and Malone, yet regrettably, he had not secured the championship with his two prized players. With Dune's guidance as the Lakers commander, Malone shone anew on another Western powerhouse, effortlessly dismantling the Jazz's defense. The disparity in team strength was glaringly evident. Dune first led Fisher and other bench players through 5 minutes of gameplay, followed by O'Neal, Kobe, and Malone entering the fray. O'Neal would dominate the low post for 2 or 3 minutes, after which Kobe would take over for another 4. On the surface, it appeared as though the Lakers were simply relying on individual prowess, executing straightforward star isolation plays. In reality, this was all part of the triangle offense under Dune's orchestration, creating exceptional isolation opportunities for the OK duo. Why is the playoffs the stage for superstars? Because in the playoffs, stars are either double-teamed or en route to being double-teamed. The majority of all-stars possess commendable isolation skills, yet when consistently double-teamed, their scoring efficiency inevitably declines. The triangle offense serves to leverage superstar talent to attract defensive attention, creating scoring opportunities for role players, while simultaneously alleviating the burden on superstars and reducing defensive pressure. Dune was not so grand as to distribute the ball to other role players. Even with Peyton, with whom he had a cordial relationship during the regular season, he refrained from passing. Dune was steadfast in his conviction to deliver the ball to those most likely to convert. Thus, he relentlessly fed the ball to O'Neal and Kobe, occasionally collaborating with Malone on pick-and-rolls. With a score of 42-58 at halftime, having tested his abilities, Dune had discerned how to lead his team to victory in the playoffs. Of course, Dune's approach to winning necessitated support from other stars. He had yet to evolve to the level of carrying a team of lesser talents through the playoffs with ease. As the second half commenced, the Jazz's offense remained somewhat tepid, yet their defensive aggression was markedly intensified. With the Jazz trailing the Lakers by a considerable margin, the referees hesitated to penalize the Lakers for their home court advantage. Despite the Jazz's more assertive defensive maneuvers, the Zen master discerned the referees' inclinations and, in a bid to protect his key players from injury, refrained from over-relying on them as he had in the past, opting instead for a blend of starters and substitutes. This shift inevitably resulted in the Lakers' offense being less formidable than in the first half. It must be said, however, that Sloan, true to his reputation, adeptly capitalized on the referees' tendencies. At the conclusion of the third quarter, with a score of 63-81, the Lakers not only failed to diminish the deficit but, bolstered by their robust capabilities, managed to extend their lead. Nevertheless, the Jazz's resilience prevented any further widening of the gap. Ultimately, the Zen master was compelled to introduce Kobe, alleviating some of the offensive burden from Dunn. After a minute had elapsed, Sloan noted that O'Neal remained on the bench, and the Zen master showed no inclination to deploy him, thus extinguishing any hopes of staging a comeback through the hack-a-Shaq strategy. With a final score of 86-101. Thanks to Dunn and Kobe each surpassing 20 points, while O'Neal and Malone each contributed 15, the Lakers effortlessly secured their first playoff victory of the season. Moreover, Dunn's impressive stats of 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 10 assists earned him his first career playoff double-double. As the NBA playoffs unfolded with fervor, the mysteries surrounding the regular season awards began to unravel. In keeping with tradition, the NBA officially announced the recipient of the Sixth Man of the Year award, Antoine Jamison of the Dallas Mavericks. Earlier, during the Summer League, Dunn had set his sights on this very accolade. However, fortune smiled upon him, as he was fortunate enough to be surrounded by players whose skill sets complemented his own. Additionally, the off-court incidents involving Kobe provided Dunn with increased playing time and ball-handling opportunities within the Lakers. Consequently, since his entry into the NBA, Dunn had always occupied a starting position, rendering him ineligible for the Sixth Man award. Nevertheless, it is important to note that Dunn currently lacked for a Sixth Man prototype. Rarely does one find players like Harden, who transcends the bench to claim the regular season MVP. In most cases, merely becoming a crucial piece of a championship puzzle is commendable. Presently, Dunn's aspirations have undoubtedly shifted toward pursuing both the regular season MVP and the Finals MVP, though not in this season. The news regarding Dunn's potential as the Rookie of the Year was beginning to surface. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed likely that he would share this honor with LeBron James following the second round of the playoffs. Should the Los Angeles Lakers be eliminated in the first round, Dunn would need to travel to New York for the awards ceremony. Conversely, if the Lakers advanced to the Western Conference semifinals, LeBron would come to Los Angeles to join him. Prior to the commencement of Game 2 of the Lakers vs. Jazz playoff series, a high-ranking Nike executive relayed news regarding the Rookie of the Year award to Dunn. In reality, the selection process for the various regular season accolades had concluded, and for a prominent sponsor like Nike, obtaining the results was not a formidable challenge. The NBA, however, had opted to withhold this information temporarily, casting a wide net to capture the attention of fans from non-playoff teams and thereby enhancing overall viewership for the playoffs. Upon learning of his impending recognition as Rookie of the Year, Dunn initially felt elated. However, the prospect of sharing this honor with James diminished his enthusiasm. Previously, Dunn had only aimed to outshine others, yet unexpectedly, in his rookie season, he found himself overshadowed by LeBron. One might say, frequent encounters with the unknown can lead to unexpected surprises. This year, much like 9 years prior, produced an unexpected turn of events. Moreover, it was quite astonishing that Jason Kidd, who had not demonstrated exceptional credentials, was deemed worthy of sharing the Rookie of the Year title with Grant Hill, a player often considered a successor to Michael Jordan. Kidd averaged 11.7 points, 5.4 rebounds, and 7.7 assists with a shooting percentage of just 38.5, while Hill boasted averages of 19.9 points, 6.4 rebounds, and 5 assists with an impressive shooting percentage of 47.7. While Kidd's team performance slightly surpassed Hill's, one must not forget the more illustrious rookie, Glenn Robinson, who had led the league's worst team, the Bucks, to a near postseason berth. Similarly, Kidd and Hill, despite not making the playoffs and possessing inferior statistics and team outcomes, achieved early acclaim. It can only be said that business is business. This year, in the Eastern Conference, Carmelo Anthony has also made strides into the playoffs, yet due to past blemishes, he is not deemed suitable for promotion, despite his commendable statistics and performance. For Nike, the identity of the Rookie of the Year, whether it be Dunn, James, or Anthony, holds equal significance. Nike would not undermine Anthony merely to elevate James. It is worth noting that Nike's influence does not extend that far at present, and they lack the capacity for such manipulation. Given the current dynamics, Nike still relies on the enduring legacy of Jordan, while Anthony is regarded as a future star in Jordan's eyes. It is simply a testament to Jordan's discerning eye for talent. Returning to the matter at hand, April 21 arrived swiftly, heralding Game 2 between the Lakers and the Jazz at the Staples Center. Yet, a super team remains a super team. Following Kobe's proactive decision to defend Gordon Jirasek, the latter soon found himself subdued. Sloan did not anticipate the Zen Master's early reliance on his key players. In an effort to thwart Dunn's pick-and-roll and fast-break capabilities, Sloan deployed additional wing players to stifle Dunn. Yet neglected to prepare a formidable center to defend O'Neal. It can only be said that while Sloan endeavored to outmaneuver Dunn, the Zen Master anticipated Sloan's strategy. Armed with greater tactical options, the Zen Master played his trump card early with O'Neal. Without immediately calling for a timeout, Sloan could only resort to double-teaming both Dunn and O'Neal while allowing other role players to operate freely. Sloan gambled on the Lakers' role players faltering in their shooting, hoping to capitalize on O'Neal's inability to transition quickly on defense, thus focusing on defensive counterattacks to narrow the score. However, the Lakers' bench players, including Fisher, Rick Fox, and Grant, were all capable scorers. Dunn's adeptness at distributing the ball allowed them to catch and shoot with ease, with the Lakers' role players hitting 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc. Sloan was compelled to call a timeout and reinstate his starters, implementing a 2-1-2 zone defense with Kirilenko providing help defense. In response to Sloan's timeout, the Zen Master remained unfazed. The solution was simple: reintroduce Kobe and Malone to the court. Trusting in Dunn's capabilities, the Zen Master allowed him to lead. Aware of the subtle pressure from the Zen Master, Dunn nevertheless rose to the occasion, consistently seeking mid-range shots or calling for Malone to set screens, drawing Kirilenko's attention. When opportunities dwindled, he would pass to Kobe with roughly 4 seconds left on the shot clock, allowing Kobe to devise a solution. Kobe had no qualms about taking on this responsibility, eager to showcase his one-on-one skills, provided the spacing allowed for it. However, Dunn did not afford Kobe ample time for isolation. Consequently, the Jazz lacked the manpower to double-team the off-ball Kobe, focusing instead on pressuring Dunn, hoping to induce a turnover. By the time Dunn passed to Kobe, only 2 defenders would be closing in on him, rather than 3, 4, or 5. Given the urgency of the situation, Kobe would not squander the opportunity. And whether the shot would fall was another matter entirely. Through a methodical, drawn-out offensive strategy, the Lakers maintained a steady advantage of around 10 points. That evening, O'Neal logged significant minutes, tallying 22 points, and after a series of 4 free throws, only converting 1, the Zen Master decisively opted to substitute him. Even in O'Neal's absence, the Lakers still boasted the talents of Kobe, Dunn, and Malone, the essence of a super team that could operate with autonomy. As the Jazz resorted to fouling O'Neal, their collective foul count reached its limit. Under the Zen Master's guidance, Dunn and Kobe intensified their drives to the basket. Although there were numerous penetrations, they eschewed isolation plays, instead facilitating for Kobe, Malone, and O'Neal. With Kirilenko positioned for help defense, Dunn's exertion was not excessively taxing. Jazz power forward Tom Gugliotta, witnessing Dunn exploit Malone's screen to penetrate the lane, grew wary of the possibility of Dunn drawing a foul, thus limiting his defensive actions to merely positioning himself for a block. Unexpectedly, Dunn soared past him, as if to execute an emphatic dunk over him. Could it be that Dunn was about to deliver a thunderous dunk? My goodness, Dunn, Dunn, Dunn. Many Lakers fans leapt from their seats, exhilarated by Dunn's audacious move. Gugliotta, taken aback by Dunn's towering presence, instinctively retreated, eager to avoid becoming a mere backdrop. In an unexpected turn of fate, Gugliotta inadvertently stepped into the restricted area, rendering Dunn's dunk all the more legitimate and spectacular. As the formidable Dunn soared towards Tom Gugliotta, the air crackled with anticipation. When Tom reached out to block the impending shot, Dunn deftly placed his left hand on Tom's shoulder, leveraging it to propel himself downward and negate any defensive interference on his dunk. With a powerful swing of his arm, He unleashed a thunderous slam that sent the basketball crashing through the net, simultaneously toppling Tom to the floor with a resounding thud. This spectacular display, a gravity-defying windmill dunk from the reigning dunk champion, ignited a fervor among the fans at Staples Center, who erupted in chants of MVP. MVP, MVP. Even with Kobe and Shaquille present, the Lakers supporters leapt from their seats, rallying around Dunn with exuberant cries of MVP. Indeed, the MVP of the Rookie Challenge was an MVP in their eyes. Shaquille, having just taken a breather, joined in the chorus, bounding to the sidelines to encourage the audience with his own MVP, while enthusiastically waving a towel, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. It must be said, Dunn chose the perfect moment to shine. With the deficit shrinking to under 10 points and the atmosphere still fraught with tension, Dunn's explosive dunk sent shockwaves through the Jazz, leaving them momentarily dazed. An undeniable morale booster. As for the officials on the sidelines, despite the potential for an offensive foul in Dunn's move, the electric ambience rendered any hesitation moot. However, one referee voiced a dissenting opinion. Here at Staples Center, the judgment is ours to wield, and we ought to allow the fans of the Los Angeles Lakers, and indeed all of America, to relish Dunn's dunk in slow motion time and again. You are correct, and I concur with your perspective. What constitutes a professional referee? This is professionalism. What began as a jaw-dropping dunk to astonish the Los Angeles fans swiftly morphed into a celebrated highlight for basketball enthusiasts nationwide. Thus, there was no question regarding the call. Dunn's score stood valid. Furthermore, what should have been a brief 3-minute game segment extended by several minutes due to Dunn's thunderous dunk. The Jazz's momentum, which had been gaining, came to an abrupt halt. Time and again, witnessing Dunn's ferocious and passionate in-game dunks, the Jazz players' resolve began to crack under the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Although Sloan didn't choose to concede, passionately rallying his squad from the sidelines, the determination of the Jazz players was evidently diminished post-timeout. With the score at 93-105, fueled by Dunn's electrifying dunk, the Lakers triumphed by a commanding 12-point margin. Securing victory in Game 2. Now, the Lakers were poised to pack their bags and carry their talent to Salt Lake City. As the top team in the West, securing victories in Games 1 and 2 at home was commendable. But the true test lay in overcoming the hostile conditions of the away games to clinch victories in Games 3 and 4. As a rookie, Dunn too needed to learn anew how to win in the playoffs on the road. Chapter 91. The Unwritten Rules of Away Games, Shaq's Tip, Part 3. Dunn had initially believed that as the star player leading his team in the playoffs, his primary responsibility was to perform exceptionally on the court, delivering consistent and stellar performances while stepping up in crucial moments to support his team. He thought that away games merely required him to rest well, train diligently, and adjust his state of mind to mitigate the adverse effects of playing on the road. However, reality proved otherwise. Playing well was merely one facet. As the star player, there was much more to manage to effectively lead the team through the playoffs. Shaquille, as Dunn's seasoned mentor, imparted a crucial lesson to the rookie. When Shaquille revealed a suitcase brimming with cash, Dunn began to grasp that being the team leader required more than just verbal assurances. It was not enough for Shaquille to simply promise Dunn he would ascend to the role of the Lakers' leader. On the afternoon of April 22, the Lakers arrived in Salt Lake City. Shortly after settling into their hotel, Shaquille treated the entire team to an extravagant meal. Not deterred by the scene, Shaquille waited until Kobe departed before unveiling the suitcase on the table. Upon opening it, it was filled to the brim with cash. All in small bills? No wonder there was so much. Dunn stole a glance, uncertain of Shaquille's intentions. Brothers, let us all share, 5,000 each. Hurry up if you want to go out. Shaquille chuckled mischievously while dispersing the cash. These are tips? Shaq, what do you need us for? A curious Walton inquired. As NBA players, they were only entitled to the salaries stipulated in their contracts, and those salaries applied only during the regular season. In the playoffs, they technically earned nothing, merely splitting any bonuses. However, the playoff bonuses paled in comparison to regular season salaries. In short, even if they won the championship, the reward was merely a few $1,000s. For such a meager sum, why risk everything? Star players battled for honor and to prove themselves, which was commendable. Logically, it made no sense for role players to jeopardize their health, risking injury for those earning exorbitant salaries while striving for a championship. Hence, to clarify the purpose for role players, to win for the team, to win for their brothers. Most star players would dig into their own pockets during the playoffs to provide tips for the veterans and rookies on minimum salaries. What defines brotherhood? It is the tangible support of hard cash. What defines leadership? It is the act of ensuring that your brothers benefit from your success. Shaquille frequently treated his teammates to meals. And during the playoffs, he understood the rigors they faced, thus generously sharing his wealth. This money, unlike salaries, was untaxed. To facilitate their daily lives, Shaquille even thoughtfully converted it into small denominations. This could be interpreted as Shaquille discreetly bestowing over $10,000 as bonuses during this away game. After all, the bonuses issued by the league were subject to normal taxation. Since you have sincerely inquired, let Shaquille enlighten you, rookie. Playing away in the playoffs differs significantly from playing at home. The team confines us to the hotel. Restricting our movements, to prevent you from feeling cooped up over the next week, Shaquille is allowing you to unwind in Salt Lake City. While explaining the nuances of playoff away games to Walton, Shaquille was subtly reminding Dunn. Regardless of whether Dunn aspired to be the Lakers' leader in the future, he would inevitably encounter similar situations. Either you pay for services rendered, or you invest in fostering camaraderie among your teammates. It can be said that the world operates on mutual benefit. People are drawn together by self-interest. For Dunn to become the leader of an NBA team, there was much to learn beyond merely being skilled at basketball. If you prefer not to exhaust your energy, perhaps use this money to acquire a gaming console or an MP3 player. With Shaquille's business concluded, he encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves after a hearty meal and the conclusion of the gathering. With everything that needed to be said already articulated, the cash had been tossed onto the table. Shaquille rose, seemingly ready to depart for personal matters. Observing Shaquille's exit, Peyton and Malone also stood up from their seats. Dunn, noticing this, promptly called out, "Gary, Carl, don't leave just yet. This is for you." He casually snatched a handful of cash from the table, likely not exceeding $5,000, and tossed it onto Peyton and Malone's table. Peyton, grinning, quipped, "We're not in need of this little amount." Indeed, among those present, who truly needed such a trifling sum. However, we must not disregard Shaquille's goodwill. If you don't take it, how can I? If I don't accept it, how can everyone else? With Kobe and Shaquille having departed, Dunn naturally assumed the role of the Lakers' second-in-command, asserting authority. Peyton and Malone, once prominent figures who personally financed such acts, now found themselves receiving tips from the team leader. A nostalgic reminder of their rookie days, an experience that inevitably left them feeling slightly embarrassed. When the leader offers you cash, refusing it sends a clear message. Do they aspire to overshadow Kobe? Are they attempting to usurp authority? Since you've joined the Lakers, it's crucial to grasp the situation. Even if you have no interest in it, an unexpected income is a welcome bonus. So why not seize the opportunity? Although Peyton and Malone were indifferent to the cash, they were keenly aware that, under Shaquille's leadership, they could finally grasp the elusive championship rings they had long coveted. Despite Shaquille's jovial demeanor, he commanded respect both on and off the court. Observing Shaquille's adeptness in both realms, Peyton and Malone couldn't help but admire him. No wonder Shaquille achieved 3 consecutive championships. People tend to follow the crowd. As Peyton and Malone acquiesced, bending to Shaquille's wishes, they accepted the money and exited promptly. A.S. Dunn continued to distribute cash, humbly playing the benefactor. Others had no further thoughts. Taking the money without counting it and turning to leave. As for Dunn, he believed in the principle of generosity, helping Shaquille with a task while simultaneously absorbing his wisdom. Chapter 92. The Gentleman's Sweep. Advancing to the next round, first update, beat LA, beat LA, beat LA. Delta Airlines Center is about to host Game 3 of the playoff first round between the Lakers and the Jazz. As soon as the Lakers starting players take the court, the Jazz fans erupt in a unified chant, exerting pressure on the Lakers players. Even when Jazz legend Karl Malone steps onto the court as the Lakers starting power forward, the din of the crowd does not wane. It is evident that the Jazz fans are acutely aware that their team has reached a critical juncture this season. If they fail to secure victory in this match, the Jazz will face elimination at the hands of the Lakers, potentially suffering a clean sweep. The disparity between the top seed and the 8th seed in the West is simply too vast. Against a powerhouse like the Lakers, the Jazz, a team nurtured by Sloan, finds it nearly impossible to secure a win. However, once Game 3 commences, hope ignites among the Jazz fans. As a member of the Lakers, Duan understands why even Malone, who has spent countless years in Salt Lake City, must readjust to the local climate. If the starters are struggling, the bench players may fare even worse. What surprises Duan is that Kobe was the first to leave the banquet after it concluded. In Los Angeles, who is the strongest? Those in the know understand, while those who do not should refrain from asking. With a score of 16-23, the Lakers trail by 7 points at the end of the first quarter, and the second quarter offers no improvement. Duan notices that the Zen Master is collaborating with Sloan to orchestrate a strategic game. It can only be said that in the playoffs, with millions of dollars in ticket sales at stake, no one can remain indifferent or detached. While the Zen Master is the head coach, he is not immune to the influence of management. Thus, it is no wonder that despite winning numerous championships with the Lakers, the Zen Master insists on leaving as soon as his contract expires, even disregarding Genie. If there is an understanding of strategy, why do some teams still face sweeps? Duan is not entirely clear and can only observe and learn. Accumulating playoff experience. With a score of 83-91, Game 3 between the Lakers and the Jazz unfolds at a much faster pace than Games 1 and 2, nearly half an hour ahead of schedule. Unlike the regular season, where losses might lead the Zen Master to mediate with meditation to alleviate pressure or deliver heartfelt speeches to motivate the team, after checking into the hotel, the Lakers captain imposes strict management on the players. The players can only listen to music or play games in each other's rooms, with the only option being to retire early for the night. Time swiftly progresses to April 27, where Game 4 between the Lakers and the Jazz commences at Delta Airlines Center. The Lakers, shedding their initial fatigue from arriving in Salt Lake City, finally display the caliber expected of them. However, the Jazz players, having just secured a victory, are equally determined and unyielding. Thus, it is prudent to be cautious when considering the next round's opponent. This season, Duan and Kobe undoubtedly form the league's premier wing duo. Although they have yet to reach the legendary status of Jordan and Pippen, their prowess is sufficient to make other teams take notice. Sloan is well aware of the impact of having both Duan and Kobe on the court, thus he has no choice but to adopt a strategy focused on his key players, continuing to confront the Lakers head-on. Nevertheless, in Duan's orchestrated defensive counterattacks, the Lakers capitalize on more opportunities, extending their lead to about 5 points. With each display of athleticism at the rim, not only the Jazz's big man but other interior players also find themselves outmatched by O'Neal. With a score of 54-46, O'Neal's impressive tally of 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks in the first half helps the Lakers secure an 8-point lead. However, the Jazz are not without their own strength, even if they seem to be at their limits. Just like in Game 2, Duan, having learned to manage his energy effectively during the regular season, once again showcases his explosive athleticism to North American fans. When the enemy is fatigued, we strike. As the Jazz starters begin to tire, Duan unleashes a barrage of dunks that leave the Jazz fans in awe, despite Westbrook's low shooting percentage at times. Watching him play remains a thrilling experience. The final score, 101-89, reflects that each quarter saw a Lakers star step up, and the underdog Jazz simply cannot compete. Before departing, O'Neal expresses in a post-game interview, "We are incredibly fortunate to have Duan. Like Kobe, he embodies the future of the Los Angeles Lakers. We will secure 3 more championships and etch our names in history. If the Lakers were not the top seed in the West, a super team, and if they had not already claimed 3 consecutive championships, many might consider O'Neal's confidence to be overblown, especially against an 8th-seeded Jazz team. However, given the current situation, O'Neal's assertions are not mere self-promotion. Can the combination of Kobe, Duan, and O'Neal not rival the legendary trio of Jordan's Bulls? The OK combination is sufficient to claim 3 consecutive titles, and with Duan's remarkable rookie season, he is certainly not a liability. In fact, during the same interview, Duan states, "When I think about the Los Angeles fans waiting for us, I just want to finish this game as quickly as possible. Like Gary and Carl, I joined the Lakers solely to win a championship. Before coming to the NBA, I was an NCAA champion, and I believe I can achieve the same in the NBA. My ambitions are grand. Not just 1 or 2, nor 3 or 4, the Los Angeles Lakers will become the premier franchise in the league. In my eyes, Phil is the greatest coach of all time, and Shaq is the greatest player." Duan is unwilling to settle for being merely a top performer during the regular season, only to become an afterthought in the playoffs. While he acknowledges that the Lakers in the playoffs are indeed the OK Lakers, this does not diminish his status as the focal point of the discourse surrounding the team. Having heard that the Rookie of the Year announcement is imminent, Duan takes the opportunity to stoke the flames of his own ambition before the second round of the playoffs begins. On April 28, the Lakers return to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at the Toyota Center, they are greeted by a throng of fans who have come to welcome them. Duan notices many fans donning his jersey, clearly indicating his popularity. However, he has no time to greet the fans. It is not until the following afternoon that the team reconvenes to warm up, train, and prepare. Notably, that evening, the Lakers learn of their second-round opponent and can begin their preparations, which will be the Sacramento Kings. Consequently, the second-seeded Kings find themselves surpassed by the Timberwolves and Spurs, dropping to fourth in the West. Nevertheless, leveraging the Princeton system and the collective effort of the Kings players, the similarly talented Mavericks are swept 4-1, allowing the Kings to advance to the second round of the playoffs ahead of the Lakers. By the third day, on the evening of April 30th, Game 5 between the Lakers and the Jazz commences once more. Without any leniency and playing on their home court, the Jazz are undoubtedly no match for the Lakers. With a score of 83-98, the Lakers achieve a comfortable 15-point victory, effortlessly dispatching their first-round opponents. Throughout the series, O'Neal shines the brightest, averaging 27.4 points, 12.6 rebounds, 1.2 assists, 0.4 steals, and 2.8 blocks per game. Kobe follows closely, averaging 22.4 points, 5.5 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 2.6 steals, and 0.2 blocks per game on 17.4 attempts. Duan ranks third, averaging 20.6 points, 5.2 rebounds, 10.8 assists, 1.2 steals, and 0.8 blocks on 15.4 attempts. In contrast, Malone averages only 14.6 points and 9.8 rebounds. Merely maintaining a starting-level performance. As for Payton, he pales in comparison, averaging only 4.2 points, while Fisher at least manages 6.8 points. From the first round alone, it is evident that Duan's impact in the playoffs is already on par with Kobe's. This undoubtedly signals that Duan has firmly established himself in the postseason, as long as O'Neal's form declines, and Duan plays a crucial role in helping the Lakers secure the championship. He will be in a position to challenge for the title of team leader. However, before that, Duan must first celebrate a trophy with James. Congratulations! You have been awarded the NBA Rookie of the Year for the 2003-04 season. You have achieved the Rookie of the Year milestone and earned a chance to draw a rookie player template. Would you like to draw? Chapter 93. Larry Johnson Template. Western Conference Semifinals commence. Chapter 93. Larry Johnson Template. Western Conference Semifinals commence. Second update. Subscription requested. Brother, congratulations on becoming the Rookie of the Year. You are undoubtedly the best player of our draft class. Shortly after the NBA officially announced the Rookie of the Year candidates, Wade's call reached Duan. During the call, Wade invited Duan to join him for a vacation and training during the offseason. However, as both players are currently focused on preparing for the next round of the playoffs, they have yet to agree on a specific time. If possible, Wade naturally hopes to reunite with Duan in the NBA Finals. And after the Finals, they can plan a trip together. And of course, Wade is also aware that this possibility is slim. Previously, in the first round of the playoffs, the Heat narrowly advanced 4-3 due to injuries to the Hornet star players, David Wesley and Baron Davis. Had it not been for Eddie Jones and Karen Butler stepping up, Wade would have likely been left fishing at sea. However, whether the Heat can maintain their good fortune from the first round remains uncertain. In summary, the Miami Heat are poised to face the Eastern Conference's top-seeded Pacers in the second round of the playoffs. As a close ally, Duan can only extend his best wishes to Wade, hoping for an outstanding postseason performance that will lead to the Eastern Conference Finals and, ultimately, the NBA Finals. After exchanging mutual hopes for a rematch in the Finals, Duan quickly ended the call with Wade. Not long after, Duan received another call from various players he had encountered during the All-Star weekend, including Bosh and McGrady. What surprised Duan was the delayed call from Anthony. Apologies for reaching out at this moment. Duan, I was uncertain whether to congratulate you, Anthony said, his pride stung by not being named the Rookie of the Year. Even calling Duan to offer congratulations felt somewhat conflicted. Duan chuckled, "Come on, we are brothers. There's no shame in losing to me. Our achievements are intertwined. My honors include a part of yours, don't they? We fought side by side in the Rookie Challenge, remember? Cheer up, we are brothers, and you should be happy for me." Hearing Duan's words, Anthony quickly clarified, "Brother, you misunderstand me. I'm not upset because you won Rookie of the Year. It's perplexing to see LeBron sharing that accolade with you. If it were just you, I could accept it. Of course, I had hoped to share that honor with you. But I cannot comprehend why LeBron is even in the same conversation as you. It diminishes the significance of your Rookie of the Year award. It feels as if your medal has been tarnished, leaving a sour taste." Duan understood Anthony's sentiments. After all, Having LeBron share the Rookie of the Year title seemed somewhat unjust even to him, let alone to Anthony. Back in their NCAA days, Duan recognized Anthony's fierce pride. He had always believed he was unparalleled. History bore witness to Anthony's triumphs in the NCAA championship, showcasing his capability to lead a team to victory, establishing himself as one of the best freshmen in NCAA history. When the media began to portray Anthony and LeBron as rivals, Anthony, having secured an NCAA championship, believed he was superior to LeBron. From Anthony's perspective, if LeBron's status as the #1 pick was a result of the Cavaliers' fortunate draw, he could accept that. However, the notion that LeBron could be compared to him regarding the Rookie of the Year award was baffling. The New York Knicks had solidified Anthony as their core player from the moment he joined, propelling them to 6th in the Eastern Conference. Had it not been for the Pacers and Pistons occupying the top 2 seeds, the Knicks would have likely secured a higher playoff position. Unfortunately, the Knicks faced the Pistons in the first round, resulting in a swift exit for Anthony, who had just stepped into the playoffs. Consequently, the psychological toll of being swept by the Pistons lingered as he learned of Duan and LeBron's shared honor. If Duan were in Anthony's shoes, he would struggle to accept the outcome. Regardless of personal statistics or team success, Anthony ranked above LeBron. Even if Anthony acknowledged Wade's superior performance, he could not reconcile sharing an accolade with a player whose team had not made the playoffs. If Duan's achievements could be attributed to playing alongside the legendary Lakers, perhaps sharing the Rookie of the Year title would be understandable. Yet, the player who could truly stand alongside Duan should be Wade. Not LeBron. Anthony's girlfriend, for years older than him, recognized who could genuinely support Anthony. She considered advising him to call LeBron, but seeing Anthony still fuming, she refrained from stirring the pot. Realizing Anthony was still upset, Duan took the opportunity to counsel him, aiming to alleviate his frustration. Having ascended to superstar status this season, Duan eagerly anticipated the chance to lead a team. If he couldn't command the Lakers, he would seek to realize his ambitions with another prestigious franchise. Knowing the challenges ahead would be formidable, Duan believed only Anthony, as the Knicks' leader, could assist him in navigating these hurdles. Moreover, considering Anthony's individual prowess and his team's shortcomings, he needed a capable partner to help unify the squad. Simply pairing with the declining Billups had propelled them to the Western Conference Finals, and the 2009 landscape indicated that whoever emerged from the West, be it the Lakers or the Nuggets, would likely seize the championship. Thus, if Duan could join forces with Anthony, even at the expense of individual statistics, they could potentially contend for the title. Furthermore, joining the Knicks would eliminate concerns about limited salary space and the inability to attract star players. After managing to pacify Anthony, Duan felt unencumbered. The clock swiftly struck 3, and Duan attended the NBA's official Rookie of the Year award ceremony and press conference. There, he encountered LeBron, donned in a sharp suit. Duan had little desire to linger near LeBron, but during the media interview, he heard LeBron confidently proclaim, "Time will prove everything. I will be a better player than Duan." This remark diminished Duan's interest in entertaining LeBron's bravado. "Michael, David, Shaq, Tim are all Rookie of the Year. My goal is aligned with theirs. The championship is my pursuit. The playoff journey is more arduous than the regular season, but this is Los Angeles. Here, I wish to represent the Lakers fans and proclaim the mantra, Lakers for the championship." While Duan recognized the marketing tactics at play, he aimed to elevate himself beyond LeBron's level. While LeBron was still vying for attention among his contemporaries, Duan had already begun to engage with 3 of the top 10 players in history. The upcoming opponents for the Lakers were no mere pushovers. Against the Jazz, the Lakers could afford to ease up, but facing the Kings, armed with 4 All-Stars, Webber, Peja, Divac, and Brad Miller, the Lakers would need to give their all. Thus, Duan understood that transforming aspirations into reality would demand even greater effort. Additionally, upon receiving the Rookie of the Year notification that morning, Duan was granted another chance at a rookie player template lottery. "Congratulations! You have won the Larry Johnson template." After drawing the prize, Duan initially mistook Johnson for Magic. Upon further confirmation, he realized it was Larry Johnson, the second best among all Johnstons in the NBA. Following Magic, Larry Johnson, colloquially known as Grandmama or LJ, may sound whimsical, yet he was a powerhouse in the NCAA, entering the NBA as the #1 pick. Despite his shorter stature, he was one of the league's most formidable rebounding forces. A tough competitor even Shaquille would respect. However, his reliance on post play and somewhat limited static athleticism ultimately led to a decline after a back injury, transitioning him from an aerial threat to a more grounded player. To be candid, had Duan not previously acquired templates from players like Pippen and Eddie Jones, the Larry Johnson template would have been a significant boon. However, in his current situation with the Lakers, the low post game belonged to Shaq, Kobe, and even Malone, rather than Duan. Moreover, Duan preferred the role of a versatile forward, one that allowed for more data accumulation and a lighter style of play. In essence, the Larry Johnson template, while enriching Duan's arsenal, required him to step beyond his comfort zone. To advance further from his existing foundation, Duan needed to continue striving for championships, whether as a regular season MVP or a finals MVP. Naturally, having something was better than nothing. If they reached the Western Conference Finals, or even the finals, and opponents sought to limit Duan's penetration and outside shooting, he could unexpectedly exploit the low post for a few surprise plays. Yet, time was of the essence. Before Duan could fully absorb the Larry Johnson template, the Kings arrived in Los Angeles. On May 4th, during the Western Conference semifinals, the Lakers faced off against the Kings in Game 1, swiftly igniting the atmosphere at the Staples Center. Chapter 94, Star Basketball vs. Common Man's Basketball, Zen Master Strategizes Against Adelman. Third update, seeking subscriptions, the Kings advanced to the Western Conference semifinals slightly ahead of the Lakers, yet displayed no signs of fatigue. Bibby propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed, and Payton found himself unable to mount an effective defense. Just as the Lakers settled into position, Bibby delivered the ball to Webber beneath the basket. Webber faked a move, causing Malone to leap in response. However, Malone maintained excellent body control, refraining from leaning into Webber. Recognizing the lack of opportunity to draw a foul, Webber spun and glided along the baseline, intent on attacking the rim. Shaquille O'Neal had no choice but to relinquish Divac to provide defensive support. Faced with O'Neal's imposing presence, Webber prudently opted against a forceful attack, adhering strictly to the principles of the Princeton offense, passing the ball to the open Divac. Divac, upon receiving the ball, executed a mid-range shot, with Malone lunging toward him, yet still arriving a beat too late. The basketball swished through the net with elegance. As the Kings effortlessly converted a mid-range basket through exquisite teamwork, it is often said, "You have your cunning plans, while I possess my means to scale the walls." Unlike the Kings, who boasted 4 All-Stars yet played a cohesive brand of team basketball, the Lakers, as a super team, focused their strategy around their stars, emphasizing star-centric play. Duhan executed a pick-and-roll with Payton, deliberately seeking to create a mismatch against Bibby. However, the Kings were well prepared. Peja shadowed Duhan through the screen. Bibby advanced to delay the double team, while Divac stepped up to within a step of the free throw line, thwarting Payton's entry. Thanks to Bibby's relatively modest height, Duhan was able to keep a watchful eye on the positions of Divac and O'Neal beneath the basket. Duhan leaped to pass, lofting the ball to O'Neal down low. Divac leaped to intercept, but was unable to disrupt Duhan's delivery in that moment. O'Neal received the ball and executed a swift turnaround, scoring off the backboard, bringing the Lakers level. Both teams' initial possessions showcased their core strategies, appearing both simple and visually pleasing. However, as time elapsed, the style of play swiftly transitioned from offensive flair to a defensive showdown. Much like the Warriors ball movement, the Kings Princeton system had flourished in its initial 2 seasons. Yet, after 6 seasons, and with the Kings consistently contending in the Western Conference, how could the Lakers be unfamiliar with their Princeton offense? Under normal circumstances, the Lakers could effectively neutralize the Kings' offensive maneuvers in half-court play, with the Kings relying primarily on the individual prowess of players like Webber and Peja to score. The Kings focused on rebounding, executing fast breaks to exploit their speed, attempting to capitalize on O'Neal's considerable weight, knowing he could not sustain constant movement throughout a 7-game series. To compensate for O'Neal's speed and stamina issues, the Lakers were compelled to retreat more swiftly on defense, striving to limit the pace of the Kings' ball handlers and minimize their transition scoring opportunities. As for their offense, the Lakers faced no significant challenges. With Duhan orchestrating the offense, they relied on straightforward pick-and-rolls to draw defenders, passing to O'Neal and Kobe, allowing them to leverage their individual skills to gain the upper hand. The Kings made their first substitution, bringing in Brad Miller to replace Divac in an effort to contend with O'Neal. Fortunately, it was still early in the Western Conference semifinals, and O'Neal's stamina remained robust. With Duhan feeding him the ball down low, O'Neal went to work on Miller, extending the Lakers' lead. However, once O'Neal took a breather, Duhan could continuously call upon Malone and Grant to run high pick-and-rolls. The Kings faced a dilemma: either switch defenders on Duhon or deploy larger players to delay the double team. Their strategy against Duhon was to delay the defense, but Duhon not only possessed exceptional passing skills but also an impressive court vision. Thus, Duhon expended minimal effort, merely passing the ball to Malone or Grant, enabling them to secure open mid-range opportunities, effortlessly accruing assists to maintain the Lakers' advantage. Since his return from injury, Malone had proven reliable with his mid-range shooting. Yet, Rick Adelman, known for his unwavering commitment to his starters, was even more relentless than the Zen Master. Once O'Neal regained his strength, he would naturally be sent back onto the court to support Duhon and Kobe. Unexpectedly, the Kings retained their full starting lineup, with Bibby, Doug Christie, Peja, Brad Miller, and Divac, leaving Webber to rest on the bench for a spell. With Webber absent, the Kings appeared to exhibit even greater cohesion. The Lakers, despite having bench players, could not replicate the defensive prowess of their starters, occasionally allowing the Kings to exploit gaps for easy cuts or fast break opportunities. Leveraging O'Neal's dominance inside, the Lakers quickly stabilized the score. Rick Adelman took note of the Lakers' focus on O'Neal, opting to rest Christie and Peja for a few minutes to allow them to catch their breath. However, sometimes wisdom is not applied effectively. Before the Zen Master could remind Duhon to pass the ball to Kobe, Duhon signaled for O'Neal to draw defenders in the low post, with Malone stepping up to support. Clearing the left side for Kobe. Duhon's pick and roll with Malone successfully attracted a significant amount of defensive attention from the Kings. At this juncture, Duhon passed the ball to Kobe, allowing him to isolate against Anthony Peeler, a guard barely over 6 feet tall. Given Kobe's prowess, whether shooting or driving, it was as effortless as sipping water. Indeed, Kobe possessed a formidable offensive appetite. During the first round against the Jazz, he frequently expressed dissatisfaction to Duhon about not receiving the ball. "You should pass it to me, not to Shaq. I have great shooting opportunities and ample space." Now, with Duhon creating even better chances for him, Kobe seized the moment, rising for a jump shot without hesitation. The ball swished through the net, securing 2 points for Kobe and an assist for Duhon. This is what it means to be a superstar. A true superstar plays in the playoffs as if it were the regular season, exhibiting remarkable consistency and stability without significant fluctuations in performance or statistics. As a side note, Kobe's career regular season shooting percentage stands at 44.7, slightly elevated to 44.8 in the playoffs. While he may not be comparable to Jordan, he remains a standout among the 4 premier shooting guards. Moreover, Kobe achieved this shooting percentage while often facing double and triple teams. Thus, one-on-one matchups were a walk in the park. To use Thompson's words, "The team's owner is there to facilitate this." With the first half yet to conclude, Duhon, through his continuous passing to O'Neal and Kobe, was on the brink of double-digit assists if Duhon lacked ambition. Serving as Pippen beside the dynamic duo would be quite delightful. However, having acquired the system, Duhon was far from foolish, unwilling to squander his unique talents. It must be acknowledged that Webber, as one of the top power forwards, possesses formidable individual skills. It can only be said that his absence of a championship has caused him to fall behind the likes of the Big Fundamental and the Wolf King. Timeout. Observing Webber's solid form and considering O'Neal's sweat-drenched state, the Zen Master called a timeout as Fisher dribbled past half-court. The Zen Master asserted that this timeout was far from wasted, as he intended to experiment during the game. If successful, the Lakers' chances of victory in this series would undoubtedly increase. It was indeed Duhon who alerted him. The defense had been effective in retreating, while Duhon was also adept at creating easier scoring opportunities for Malone and Grant, successfully helping the Lakers extend their lead. Contemplating the possibility of O'Neal's decreased scoring efficiency due to fatigue adversely impacting the team's defensive speed, the Zen Master decided to once again bring O'Neal to the bench. O'Neal, already exhausted and drenched in sweat, naturally accepted the Zen Master's well-intentioned decision. Kobe was then positioned in the low post, akin to O'Neal's earlier role, to attract defenders. Should an opportunity arise, Duhon would undoubtedly pass to Kobe. As the Zen Master had faith in Duhon's court insight and game-reading abilities, Rick Adelman, a tactical mastermind, had constructed a commendable team system, yet his in-game adaptability lagged behind that of the Zen Master. The Kings' fast break struggled to materialize effectively due to the Lakers' enhanced retreat speed. Relying on high pick-and-rolls, the Lakers continued to punish the Kings from mid-range, gradually widening the gap in scored, by the end of the first half. Rick Adelman, despite his reliance on starters, found himself bereft of alternative strategies. With a score of 41-52 at halftime, the Lakers, holding an 11-point lead, engaged in meditation under the guidance of the Zen master, embodying a spirit of rejuvenation. Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, Rick Adelman bellowed, "Doug, you will defend Duhan in the second half. We cannot allow him to continue passing the ball with such ease. He has already amassed 9 assists in the first half. And if this continues, we will be undone by his playmaking. Chris, Karl Malone is aging. I need you to adopt a more aggressive mindset to help the team close the gap. I know you can do it. You are our king, and you must believe in your abilities. Peja, keep running. Vlade and Brad will assist you in dealing with your trailing defenders. You need to shoot and show those Lakers a thing or two. Mike, you must initiate more offensive plays. Neither Gary Payton nor Derek Fisher can contain you. I understand that everyone is feeling fatigued, yet our efforts are undoubtedly worthwhile. As long as we can triumph over the Los Angeles Lakers, we can emerge from the West and claim the championship that rightfully belongs to us. Have you noticed? The big shark of the Lakers can barely move anymore. Just a little longer, everyone. If we persevere, victory shall surely be ours. In stark contrast, the Lakers players exude vitality and energy. At this moment, O'Neal still possesses surplus energy, engaging in playful antics on the sidelines to entertain his teammates. Wasn't it said that O'Neal could no longer keep up? The Lakers continue to adhere to the strategy of passing the ball to O'Neal, as their perimeter players, Dunn and Kobe, also present formidable offensive threats, while the presence of Karl Malone in the paint further complicates defensive assignments. The Kings' strategy for defending O'Neal remains primarily focused on one-on-one matchups in the playoffs. The quality of star players often determines the outcome. Regardless of how much team basketball is played, it ultimately hinges on the individual prowess of the stars. The triangle offense, which allows superstars to fully unleash their talents, has repeatedly proven its efficacy in the playoffs. Rick Adelman, witnessing Divac struggle against O'Neal's isolation plays, has no choice but to substitute Divac. Bringing in Brad Miller to absorb the punishment in an effort to tire O'Neal out quickly, the Kings ramp up their pace, increasing the frequency of the Lakers' transition runs. However, due to some personal motives, Dunn opts to quicken his pace slightly, ensuring that the Kings' key players do not catch their breath. Logically speaking, after 20 minutes of play, O'Neal is utterly exhausted. The Kings' interior players cannot possibly maintain composure after running back and forth for over 20 minutes. Against a team like the Kings that heavily relies on its starters, although Dunn could not find opportunities to exploit mismatches in the first half, he is poised to strike hard in the second half when the Kings players tire. For now, it is not the right moment. Thus, Dunn's statistics stand at a modest 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists. As the Zen master actively substitutes O'Neal, he elevates Grant to a more spaced-out role. Nevertheless, regardless of whether the Kings can score, under Dunn's leadership, the Lakers capitalize on defensive rebounds, executing 2 consecutive fast break scores. Observing the point differential nearing 20, Rick Adelman urgently calls for his players to bolster their defense and hasten their transition back. With a swift crossover, Dunn leaves Doug Christie feeling as if his ankle has been pierced by a nail. As Christie falls, Dunn has already penetrated the paint. Weber attempts to thwart Dunn's advance. Yet he cannot contend with Dunn's explosive leap. Dunn is no ordinary dunker. This is the Dunk King. Welcome to Los Angeles. MVP, MVP, MVP. In truth, the point gap has already approached 20, and the Lakers do not require Dunn to rise up and dunk to ignite their spirits. Nevertheless, the fans delight in witnessing such moments during the playoffs. The Kings are weary, lethargic veterans, while the Lakers boast Dunn, the vibrant Dunk King. Perimeter players inherently attract more attention than those in the paint. Dunking, especially during actual gameplay, particularly over all-star players, is nothing short of breathtaking. Following Dunn's explosive dunk, Rick Adelman is compelled to call a timeout. After the break, the Kings exploit Divac's position for a low-post score. Moments later, Dunn initiates a fast break, disregarding Christie's attempts to impede him, and slams the ball through the hoop. Seeing Christie struggle to defend alone, the Kings are invigorated, completely oblivious to Dunn's fatigue, and are forced to match his pace on the fast break. Yet, before the Kings players can succumb to exhaustion, Malone is instead overwhelmed by Dunn's speed. Out of courtesy, Malone suppresses his urge to vomit, pouting as he suddenly embraces Weber. To prevent the Kings' transition offense, the Lakers have accrued numerous fouls, and their count has now reached its limit. Seizing this opportunity, Malone is able to exit the game, promptly heading to the locker room. observant individuals can easily guess what transpired, and the Zen master inquires little. Immediately substituting Stanislav Medvedenko into the game. It is worth noting that Malone's voluntary exit granted Weber a pair of free throws and exposed a defensive lapse. The Kings swiftly capitalize on this opportunity, with Weber scoring 6 consecutive points through sheer individual talent. One cannot deny that experience triumphs over youth. As for Dunn, he is compelled to continue executing the strategy of passing to O'Neal, leading to a halt in his personal scoring. By the end of the game, Dunn's statistics reflect 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 15 assists. Aside from his rebounds not reaching double digits, his performance closely resembles that of Kidd. It must be noted that the Kings roster is rather extensive, making it challenging to accumulate rebounds. Nonetheless, securing victory is paramount. With 15 assists, Dunn's impact on the game is undeniable. However, after the game, following an interview, Dunn is informed of an additional procedure, a surprise drug test arranged by the league. While drug tests are not uncommon in the NBA, they are infrequent. Upon receiving this news, Dunn not only remains unfazed but also contacts Nike to help generate some publicity. Regardless of whether the Kings reported him to the league, the narrative will inevitably lean toward that direction. After all, people are often drawn to conspiracy theories, and the media tends to fabricate stories. By promoting this angle, fans might initially believe that Dunn had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Once the results of the drug test return negative, Dunn will emerge as a victim, garnering sympathy from a broad fan base, undoubtedly generating a wave of attention. Chapter 96. The Lakers' Predicament, Isolated Open Shots. Second update, subscription requested. Dunn's individual statistics and performance are unparalleled. Yet the controversy regarding his shared Rookie of the Year accolade with LeBron James has yet to settle. Now, news emerges that Dunn, following an outstanding performance in Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals, is undergoing a surprise drug test. The Los Angeles media naturally takes a keen interest, vying to report on the situation. However, unlike the out-of-town media, even before the drug test results are disclosed, the Los Angeles outlets predominantly defend Dunn while questioning the NBA's impartiality. Coincidentally, the New York media, which has historically been at odds with its Los Angeles counterpart, now sets aside past grievances to unite in a common cause, fabricating an atmosphere of league injustice, portraying Dunn as a victim. Of course, the primary objective of the New York media is to leverage this situation to mitigate the negative impact of the New York Knicks' first-round playoff exit. By supporting Dunn, they also craft a narrative of Carmelo Anthony as a tragic hero. Once Dunn's drug test results are announced as negative, fans in both Los Angeles and New York rally behind him. In an instant, Nike capitalizes on the situation, with Dunn, Anthony, and LeBron all enjoying a surge in visibility, leading to increased sales of their respective sneakers. Had Dunn not been preoccupied with assimilating Larry Johnson's playing style, Nike was contemplating a discussion with the Lakers to allocate some of Dunn's training time for promotional shoots. Ultimately, both parties agreed to postpone the ad campaign until the Lakers either advance to the Western Conference Finals or are eliminated in the Western Conference semifinals. For now, they can only release footage of routine shooting drills and highlight dunks not showcased during the slam dunk contest. As time passes, sales of Dunn's first signature shoe skyrocket. The second game of the Western Conference semifinals is fast approaching. Notably, prior to the commencement of Game 2, the league announced this season's regular season MVP recipient. Kevin Garnett, the star of the second-seeded Timberwolves, triumphed over the Spurs' Tim Duncan, claiming his first regular season MVP award. Duncan had previously secured back-to-back regular season MVP titles, while the Lakers' 2 star players had each missed a significant number of games. Although the Pacers have performed admirably, astute observers recognize that the current league landscape favors the Western Conference. Hence, Shaquille O'Neal ranks only 3rd on the regular season MVP list. Garnett's ascendance, aided by the support of Castle and the Madman, represents the culmination of years of hard work. Naturally, the Lakers' 3 players also made it into the top 10 of the regular season MVP standings, with Kobe in 4th, O'Neal in 6th, and Dunn in 7th. Although Dunn received only 3 second-place votes and 5 third-place votes, it signifies that he has garnered media recognition in just one season. Nike will undoubtedly assist Dunn in promoting his accolades, yet he is clearly not satisfied with merely contending for the regular season MVP title. Even without Nike's intervention, Dunn managed to secure 8 votes, indicating significant potential. According to the current regular season MVP rankings, Dunn still has a chance to be included in the All-NBA team. However, whether the NBA officials will grant this remains uncertain, especially considering Dunn's youth. In this era, The four prominent power forwards occupy numerous positions on the All-NBA team. Garnett and Duncan are the top two regular season MVPs, making their inclusion in the first team nearly guaranteed. Though Webber missed a stretch due to injury, he still led his team to a fourth-place finish in the West, while Nowitzki propelled the Mavericks to fifth. The third-place regular season MVP, Shaquille O'Neal, is also a certainty for the All-NBA team. As he faces no competition in the Eastern Conference in the competition for the remaining spot, it essentially comes down to Peja, Artest, and the formidable Yao Ming vying against Dunn, while Dunn and Peja boast superior statistics. In terms of achievements, it is Dunn and Artest who have the edge. Yao Ming, a seasoned star, previously led the Trailblazers and has since provided immense support on both ends of the court for the Pistons. Many fans even believe that the leadership of the Pistons has shifted from Ben Wallace to Yao Ming. Overall, when compared to others, Dunn possesses certain advantages in the race for the All-Star roster. The issue, however, lies in the fact that most contenders are established second options, while Dunn, as part of the star-studded Lakers, can only be deemed a third option, which places him at a disadvantage in the awards race. Due to the league's stringent protection of the All-Star roster, Nike has yet to uncover any information for Dunn, leaving him to patiently prepare for the Western Conference semifinals. On May 8th, the Lakers faced off against the Kings in Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. After 4 days of intense discussions and reflections with the coaching staff, Rick Adelman, albeit taking a risk, adjusted the Kings' defensive strategy. The Kings employed a 3-2 zone defense to limit the Lakers, focusing their efforts on containing the offensive threats of Kobe and Shaq. Initially, the Lakers were caught off guard. Dunn utilized a pick and roll with Payton to draw attention and passed the ball to Shaq, who was in a one-on-one situation against Divac, surrounded by the formidable Divac and Webber. Shaq struggled to pass to the wide-open Malone due to his limited passing ability. To his surprise, Bibby suddenly appeared in front of him. Shaq, with his dribble too high, faced a smaller defender's steal, forcing him to awkwardly elevate for a pass, only for Webber to leap and intercept the ball mid-air. Soon after, Payton advanced past half-court, and Dunn sought another opportunity for Shaq to go one-on-one. After receiving the ball, Dunn refrained from rushing his shot and signaled Malone to set a high screen. A.S. Webber followed Malone out. Dunn feigned a drive to attract Webber's attention, ultimately delivering the ball back to Shaq for the isolation play. Dunn was not incapable of scoring himself. Rather, he understood that Shaq, being the highest-paid player on the court, needed to have the ball in his hands to achieve his scoring goals within his limited playing time. If the Lakers merely had Shaq running back and forth without involving him in the offense, he would become a liability during the Kings' fast breaks. No team is extravagant enough to invest the league's second-highest salary in a decoy. By enabling Shaq to take on defenders, Dunn also aimed to exhaust Divac and Brad Miller's stamina. Otherwise, if Shaq were to tire and exit the game, Divac would still possess the energy to contribute offensively, leaving the Lakers vulnerable in the paint. Shaq did not disappoint Dunn. With Dunn's assistance, he finally broke free from the triple team, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop while earning an additional free throw opportunity. Although Bibby attempted to provide help defense, preventing Shaq from scoring required someone to step up and slow his attacking speed. Utilizing his agile footwork, Shaq spun past Divac, and even Bibby's attempts to restrict Shaq's scoring proved futile. Even at the cost of fouls, it had become second nature for Shaq to dunk with one or two defenders hanging off him. This season marked Dunn's rise, allowing Shaq to play more comfortably without enduring such relentless pressure. However, as the playoffs progressed, Shaq's free throw shooting required greater focus. His missed free throws cost the Lakers a chance to regain the lead. Additionally, due to Shaq's free throw attempts, the Lakers struggled for rebounds. Enabling the Kings to easily control possession, Flash, Peja, utilizing a screen from Divac, sank the game's first three-pointer from the right wing, placing the Lakers once again behind the Kings. Unfortunately for Shaq, luck was not on his side this time. As he received the ball and made his way toward the basket, he found himself beset by a triple team as Divac and Peja collapsed on him. Recognizing the futility of his position against Bibby and Peja, Shaq decided to rise and attack the rim. Aware they couldn't contain Shaq, Bibby and Peja resorted to grabbing his arms to thwart the attempt. Simultaneously, Divac, arriving late but undeterred, leapt to block Shaq's shot, grabbing one of his arms mid-flight. Shaq, faced with a suffocating stack of defenders, failed to convert his attempt. Once again at the free throw line, Shaq's eyes burned with frustration, fueled by the desire to overpower Divac and the others. However, the physicality of the matchup was intense, and the exhaustion was evident. with Shaq already having defenders clinging to him. With his rhythm completely disrupted, Shaq braced himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he prepared to take 2 free throws. The sound of the ball clanging off the rim made Shaq feel as though he might perish from despair. After such a strenuous effort, he had squandered a crucial offensive opportunity for the team. In quick succession, Webber hit a mid-range jumper, extending the Kings' lead to 2 points. This moment, as the Lakers commander, Dunn was acutely aware of the Kings' defensive strategy. With Shaq temporarily stifled, it was time to let Kobe take charge and break the deadlock through his individual prowess. Dunn initiated a high screen with Malone, observing as Bibby gravitated toward Shaq. In a sudden turn, Dunn passed the ball to the weak side, finding Kobe. Bibby, realizing this, swiftly shifted his focus to double-team Kobe. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe noticed only Doug Christie in front of him and, with a simple feint, rose for a 3-point shot. Swish! Kobe's 3-pointer alleviated the Lakers' scoring drought, but Bibby and Webber immediately surged toward the front court, leaving Dunn and Kobe scrambling to keep up. In a moment of quick thinking, Divac swiftly executed an inbounds pass to Christie, who then sent a long pass to Peja. Although Dunn and Kobe were preoccupied with Bibby and Webber, Peyton managed to close in on Peja. Yet his height disadvantage rendered his jump ineffective. Swish! Another 3-pointer. At this point, a breathless Shaq finally arrived at the backcourt. As the Lakers commander, Dunn faced an immense challenge. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. If he could not rally the team to close the gap, he would have no choice but to listen to the coach's strategy after a timeout. However, while Dunn respected the coach's philosophy, he yearned for the team to achieve victory under his guidance. He was unwilling to merely adhere to the coach's instructions. Dunn sought to demonstrate his leadership capabilities, allowing the coach to continue observing from the sidelines. It was time to showcase his true skills. Until now, Dunn had primarily played a supporting role for the dynamic duo, providing assists and capitalizing on the opponent's fatigue. This approach allowed Dunn to shine individually, boasting impressive statistics while facilitating the team's success. Yet, this style was only effective when the duo could lead the team to victory. Clearly, tonight's game was different. The duo faced significant challenges, while Dunn was largely left in one-on-one situations. Within the triangle offense, Dunn served as the pivot, responsible for distributing the ball, which was indeed correct. However, he was also the third scoring option in the triangle offense, the third superstar of the star-studded Lakers. Thus, as Kobe's teammate, Dunn sometimes needed to embrace Kobe's basketball philosophy. In the playoffs, relying solely on simple plays was untenable. Superstars are there to resolve complex issues and tackle difficult situations, compared to double-teaming or triple-teaming. An isolation play was akin to having a wide-open opportunity. Now, Dunn was not merely capable of shooting 3-pointers or mid-range shots. He could also explore low-post options. Nonetheless, he needed to keep a card hidden. Dunn resolved to start with 3-point attempts, as 3-pointers were the most effective means to dismantle a zone defense. Furthermore, it was precisely in this area that Dunn excelled offensively. Chapter 97. A Sudden Strike. The Firefighter, third update, subscription requested. As the Lakers faced mounting difficulties on the court, the coach observed everything from the sidelines. He prepared to call a timeout to substitute Fisher into the game and position Kobe in the low post to alleviate Shaq's offensive burden. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Dunn, who typically prioritized teamwork, deviated from the script and opted for an isolation play. On the court, Dunn feigned a request for Malone to set a high screen. Webber moved in to defend, while Christie's attention shifted, retreating to a corner. If Dunn were to pass to Kobe, he would find himself double-teamed with Peja. If he passed to Shaq, Peja would collapse on him, and Christie would switch to Kobe. Even if Malone received the ball, he could disrupt Webber's defense momentarily. However, this time, Christie did not wait for Dunn's pass. As Malone approached the 3-point line, Dunn seized the opportunity to shoot a 3-pointer off the screen. Webber's intention was merely to delay Dunn's drive to the basket, thereby easing the pressure on Shaq and forcing Dunn to release the ball early. Point 1 can only say that Duan's remarkable performance of 15 assists in the previous game has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on the Kings players, who mistakenly believe that Duan is merely a passer. By the time Webber recognized the shift in dynamics and attempted to intervene, it was evidently too late. Duan unleashed a sudden 3-point shot with precision, demonstrating his scoring capability. Due to the failure to initiate a fast break, the Kings were compelled to revert to a half-court offense. Kobe observed that the Kings seemed intent on allowing the informed Peja to continue shooting 3-pointers. So he anticipated Bibby's passing route and executed a steal. This was swiftly followed by a fast break, contributing another 2 points for the Lakers. Just moments earlier, the Kings had established a 5-point lead, only to have it swiftly erased by Duan and Kobe. The Zen master, previously restless, regained his composure. However, over the past few days, the Kings had adjusted not only their defense but also adopted a bolder approach on offense. Utilizing the same passing and screen tactics previously assigned to Peja, they unexpectedly applied it to Bibby. Peyton's defense against Bibby was commendably diligent, showing a marked improvement in his attitude compared to the regular season. Nonetheless, faced with the Kings' extensive off-ball movement and screen plays, Peyton struggled to keep pace with Bibby. In a flash, Bibby sank a three-pointer, extending the lead once more. There was no rush, although the Lakers were trailing. With their plethora of star players, even the most stringent defense could not stifle their offensive capabilities. Presently, the Lakers focused on their defensive issues. Peyton needed to take a breather, and O'Neal required a slower pace. Upon returning to the front court, Duan assessed the Kings' zone defense positioning and signaled his teammates to spread the floor. Kobe, seeing Duan's gesture, was puzzled. "Isn't this my play?" Just as Kobe expressed his astonishment, Duan again struck with a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The Kings employed a 3-2 zone defense rather than a 1-3-1 or a man-to-man, and despite Duan's recent success from three-point range, Doug Christie remained within the arc, waiting for Duan. Consequently, with Duan stepping back to launch his shot, Christie had no opportunity to contest it. Perhaps due to an enhanced three-point shooting ability or simply a favorable shooting night, Duan's open three-point attempt resembled a routine practice shot, utterly reliable. The Kings, unperturbed about whether the Lakers could score, accelerated their pace following Duan's basket. Ultimately, it was Kobe who committed a foul against Webber beneath the basket, preventing Webber from scoring directly. Seizing the opportunity from Webber's free throws, the Zen master opted to substitute O'Neal and Peyton back into the game. As Fisher and Grant entered, they also brought the corresponding tactical adjustments to the court. Duan quickly learned that the Zen master wanted him to execute high screens with Malone and Grant, while Fisher and Kobe were to position themselves in the corners, grasping the Zen master's intentions. The Kings' interior defense surpassed their perimeter effectiveness. If the Lakers could draw the Kings' interior defenders outward with their high screens, then Duan could easily dish the ball to Kobe. Whether Kobe faced Bibby or Doug Christie in the low post, he could effortlessly blend drives and jump shots. Even if Kobe encountered a double team in the low post, he would still be closer to the basket, thus increasing his shooting percentage. Moreover, with Malone and Grant stationed high, they would be better positioned to defend against the Kings' fast breaks. Following Webber's successful free throws, the Lakers adhered to the Zen master's strategy. The Kings, having not substituted, and with Rick Adelman not being privy to the Zen master's strategic adjustments, failed to respond with any targeted defensive arrangements. By the time Duan passed to Kobe, who executed a baseline dunk over Peja, the Lakers had once again leveled the score. The Kings, as usual, sought to swiftly inbound the ball, aiming to catch the Lakers off guard. However, the Lakers had prepared a specific defensive response, and the Kings' fast break faltered, leading them to revert to a half-court offense. Bibby, running off the ball, attempted another three. Yet, in this era, even the most proficient three-point shooters may struggle to exceed a 40% success rate during games, regardless of their training accuracy. Although Bibby had recently made a three-pointer, he failed to capitalize on this open opportunity. With a resounding duong, Malone stepped forward to seize the rebound. Subsequently, Malone passed the ball to Duan and initiated a fast break. Duan, initially intent on a controlled approach, quickly followed suit, attracting defenders along the sidelines and lofting the ball to the basket. Malone, with his exceptional finishing ability, converted the and one despite Webber's foul. However, Malone's free throw woes continued, and the Kings capitalized on this opportunity to execute a fast break, leveling the score once again. Next, Duan, leveraging the defensive attention Kobe attracted in the low post, executed a deceptive drive, cutting through the lane. Peja and Bibby, recognizing Duan's rapid penetration, opted against committing a foul. Duan's dunk helped the Lakers reclaim a 2-point lead. Yet, the favorable moment was fleeting. Although the Kings' fast break was thwarted by the Lakers' defense, Divac recognized O'Neal's absence and exploited his mismatch against Grant. Consequently, both teams focused their attacks toward the basket, with the Lakers relying on Duan and Kobe's two-man game while the Kings shifted their strategy to prioritize Divac. Nonetheless, this situation did not persist long. The Kings maintained their defensive strategy against O'Neal, opting for double teams upon his reception of the ball. This time, however, O'Neal displayed remarkable prowess, powering through the triple team and emphatically slamming the ball into the basket. The primary reason behind this was the Kings' emphasis on increasing offensive efficiency through fast breaks. The relentless back and forth took a toll on their stamina, and the mutual necessity for help defense diminished their effectiveness. As fatigue set in, their speed and physicality waned. With a score of 29-33, the Lakers entered the second quarter with a 4-point lead. Due to defensive vulnerabilities on both sides, the teams continued to exploit each other's weaknesses, aiming to stretch their advantages. Although the Kings substituted Divac to contend with O'Neal, Webber took a breather. The Kings could not rely on Webber for tough situations, and the perimeter threats of Doug Christie and Peja were effectively neutralized by Kobe and Duan. Relying solely on Bibby to shoot threes, the Kings faced an uphill battle to turn the tide. As Rick Adelman persisted in playing his starters, Bibby's fatigue increasingly resulted in missed three-point attempts. Meanwhile, O'Neal capitalized on his opportunities in the paint, securing several baskets. Of course, O'Neal's presence slowed the Lakers' pace, and once Webber returned after a 3-minute rest, O'Neal soon followed suit. However, this time, Kobe, defying his usual reliability, missed consecutive shots, squandering an opportunity to extend the Lakers' lead. With O'Neal resting and Kobe faltering, Malone could only offer limited support, necessitating Duan to rise and inspire the team. Thus, Duan called for 2 screens, intentionally positioning himself against Brad Miller. With a series of crossovers, Duan adeptly evaded Miller, followed by a Eurostep feint, driving to the basket for a powerful dunk. Ignoring Fisher's attempt to help defend, Bibby inadvertently became a mere backdrop to Duan's highlight. In a moment when fatigue enveloped the team, a teammate's emphatic dunk could undoubtedly uplift spirits. Shortly thereafter, fueled by a defensive rebound, Malone passed the ball to Duan, who in turn fed Malone for an easy basket. Striking a balance between challenging shots for himself and simpler opportunities for teammates, Duan increasingly embodied the role of a playoff star. Under Duan's leadership, the Lakers stabilized their position and even re-established a significant lead. This compelled Rick Adelman to deploy 2 substitutes, initiating the hack-a-Shaq strategy. Once O'Neal exited, Kobe finally found his rhythm, igniting a small surge by scoring 6 consecutive points in the low post, prompting the Kings to call a timeout. Following the break, the Kings, desperate to close the gap, increased their 3-point attempts. Unfortunately, their well-intentioned efforts backfired as Peja and Bibby's consecutive misses allowed the Lakers to extend their lead to 13 points. However, as the game progressed, Kobe's performance faltered under defensive pressure, and the Kings quickly narrowed the gap to within 10 points. Duan was compelled to step up, sinking free throws to restore the lead to 10. By the time O'Neal re-entered the game, Duan sensed victory in Game 2 was within reach. T.O. enhanced their transition defense. The Lakers even chose to concede some rebounds. Yet, every sacrifice proved worthwhile, with a final score of 99-106. No one anticipated that the thrilling offensive battle of the first 3 quarters would devolve into a defensive struggle in the fourth. The Lakers were fortunate that their star players excelled not only in scoring but also in defense. In this game, Duan not only accumulated 29 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists but also recorded 2 steals and 1 block. Although Kobe managed only 27 points on 23 attempts, his 3 steals were equally significant. O'Neal, with limited playing time, contributed 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Yet who could deny the importance of O'Neal's defensive presence? However, the next challenge loomed on the horizon. Playing away, Game 2 was the Lakers' home court, and winning it proved to be an arduous task. Who knows what kind of troubles await at the Golden One Center? Chapter 98. We are unstoppable with the pick and roll. First update. Seeking subscriptions, pick and roll? Shaq should be down low. After the conclusion of Game 2, the Lakers arrived in Sacramento, following closely behind the Kings players. Upon reaching the visiting hotel, Dunn approached O'Neal and knocked on his door. Dunn attempted to persuade O'Neal to collaborate with him in practicing the pick and roll over the next few days, so they could effectively utilize it in the upcoming Games 3 and 4. As well as in subsequent matches. Shaq, do not resist. Executing the pick and roll will benefit both you and me. Although you may feel rather hefty at the moment, your width and strength render you a moving fortress. You can help me block everyone. When I drive to the basket or pull back for a 3-point shot, you can more easily roll towards the hoop from the other side, even if 2 big men converge upon you. As long as you desire the ball, I will promptly pass it to you in the air, allowing you to attack the rim. Once you receive the ball mid-air, no one will be able to stop you. You are like a massive truck. You can demolish anything that obstructs your path with your force. Trust me, we shall be invincible with the pick and roll. Although they triumphed in Game 2. Dunn and Kobe's playing time reached unprecedented heights, soaring to a full 43 minutes. In contrast, O'Neal, the Lakers' leader, was limited to just 28 minutes due to his detrimental impact on the team's defense. While O'Neal's offensive efficiency in the previous Game 2 was commendable, the quality of the Lakers' interior rotation players was alarmingly poor. Once O'Neal was off the court, the weaknesses in their interior defense became glaringly evident. Although O'Neal hampered the Lakers' transition defense, making them susceptible to the Kings' fast breaks, his presence on the floor ensured that their half-court defense remained formidable. Therefore, increasing O'Neal's playing time is crucial for the Lakers' success in the upcoming Games 3 and 4. Moreover, Game 3 and Game 4 will be contested on the Kings' home turf. And with Kobe preoccupied with off-court matters, attending a hearing in Eagle County, Dunn was determined to secure at least one victory in the away games. This required addressing the ongoing issue of O'Neal's transition defense and further enhancing his offensive efficiency. As the series progressed, O'Neal's stamina would inevitably decline, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain a high shooting percentage while facing double teams. Thus, after pondering throughout the night, Dunn concluded that rather than allowing O'Neal to remain stagnant in the post, it would be more beneficial for him to move around the low post more frequently. Running for over 30 minutes and then resting is certainly preferable to being a liability on defense. Resulting in only 28 minutes of play. As Dunn articulated, O'Neal is well suited for the pick and roll. Once O'Neal agrees to collaborate with Dunn on this strategy, not only will he find it easier to attack the rim, but Dunn will also benefit from increased opportunities for outside shots or driving to the basket behind screens. Dunn was acutely aware that O'Neal was not incapable of executing the pick and roll. Rather, it stemmed from laziness, team hierarchy, and pride. After O'Neal was traded to the Heat, did he not adapt his playing style to secure a fourth championship ahead of Kobe, willingly engaging in pick and rolls with Wade? The quality of O'Neal's screens transformed Wade's inconsistent shooting into that of a 5 centimeter shorter Jordan. While Wade's outstanding individual ability played a significant role, his finals averages of 34.7 points per game, alongside O'Neal's 13.7 points per game, left no doubt about O'Neal's influence on their championship success. In reality, O'Neal's pick and roll skills were commendable. Back in NCAA, when O'Neal was a supporting player to Chris Jackson, he frequently executed pick and rolls with him. While the name Chris Jackson may not ring a bell for many, the draft template for Curry, known as Moonlight Pistol, or Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, is likely more familiar. O'Neal's admiration for Curry can be partly attributed to this shared history. After retiring, O'Neal often proclaimed that he and Curry were invincible when executing the pick and roll. As for the defensive shortcomings of both players, basketball is a team sport, after all. Even if it is challenging to find 3 and D players, there are still plenty of forwards capable of doing the dirty work. Currently, the Lakers boast Kobe on the perimeter and Malone in the paint. Although Dunn's offensive prowess may not rival Curry's, his defensive capabilities provide a considerable advantage. With such a formidable 4-star lineup, they rank among the best in NBA history. O'Neal rolling to the hoop for a catch-and-score opportunity is undoubtedly more comfortable and less laborious than engaging in back-to-the-basket isolation plays. Once Dunn and O'Neal successfully execute the pick and roll, the Kings will have no choice but to adjust their defensive focus, sending help to guard Dunn and O'Neal. Consequently, Kobe, stationed in the low post, can emerge as a secret weapon, catching the Kings off guard. In essence, creating offensive threats in the low post and applying pressure on the opponent extends beyond mere isolation plays. Typically, one learns the pick and roll before mastering back-to-the-basket isolations. Given O'Neal's prior experience with pick and rolls, rekindling that skill should not pose too much difficulty. The only challenge lies in setting aside his internal reservations, as isolation plays often symbolize one standing within the team. In this day and age, who among the players does not have the privilege to engage in isolation plays, reserved only for the team's leader? O'Neal has considered that if Kobe possesses the ability to snatch the finals MVP from him, then let Kobe take it. However, when it comes to the necessity of executing the pick and roll with Dunn and allowing Kobe to handle the isolation plays, O'Neal still feels a twinge of reluctance. After 2 days of persistent persuasion from Dunn, O'Neal finally relented, agreeing to practice the pick and roll with Dunn during training. However, the interval between Games 2 and 3 is merely 2 days. Dunn and O'Neal's pick and roll collaboration was only practiced for an afternoon, and their synergy remained somewhat unrefined, with the Game 3 matchup looming that evening. As such, Dunn and O'Neal's pick and roll execution may not be immediately effective on the court, but they would have to rely on in-game practice and adapt on the fly. The Lakers had previously secured victories in Games 1 and 2 with this lineup by the time Game 3 arrives. Even without introducing new strategies, defeat is far from guaranteed. In the playoffs, there is little to fear on the road, as the climate in Sacramento is not markedly different from that of Los Angeles. Chapter 99. Kobe's Arrival Strategy, O'Neal's Transformation, Second Update, Seeking Subscriptions, May 10, Sacramento, Golden One Center. With O'Neal defeating Divac to secure possession for the Lakers, the game commenced. Dunn anticipated a challenging contest, but to his surprise, the Kings faltered and adjusted their defensive strategy. Perhaps due to Dunn's previous success in unexpectedly sinking numerous three-point shots, the Kings deployed a 1-2-2 zone defense tonight to limit Dunn's outside shooting. The distinction between the 1-2-2 zone and the 3-2 zone lies in the positioning of the primary defender on the ball handler, whether they stand at the three-point line or the free throw line. While they may appear similar, the 1-2-2 zone requires defending a much larger area compared to the 3-2 zone, significantly increasing the difficulty of the defense. It is worth noting that both formations exhibit relative weaknesses in low-post defense. With only 5 players on the court, a team's defensive resources are inherently limited, by intensifying their focus on Dunn. The Kings consequently reduced their restrictions on interior players O'Neal and Malone. It is common knowledge that offense requires space. Shooting necessitates space, low-post isolation requires space, and cutting to the basket also demands space. The greater the offensive space available to the attacking team, the more opportunities they have for easy baskets, and the lower the difficulty of their offensive plays. The Kings assigned Doug Christie to defend Dunn at the three-point line, aiming to restrict his shooting. Dunn, understanding the situation, immediately signaled for Malone to move to the three-point line to set a screen. Preparing to drive after the pick, Webber followed Malone from the low post but did not reach the three-point line. However, as Malone moved to the three-point line, he effectively blocked Doug Christie from pursuing Dunn. Utilizing the screen, Dunn evaded the defense, and with Webber failing to recover, he found himself with a semi-open shot opportunity. As Dunn suddenly leaped for the shot, Bibby, defending Payton, rushed to contest Dunn's attempt. However, Dunn had anticipated Bibby's arrival, resulting in a classic regular season play where Dunn executed a fake shot, leading to a pass to Payton. Payton cut to the basket, taking advantage of O'Neal's presence in the paint, which drew Divac's attention, and easily completed the layup. One might say that cleverness can sometimes backfire. Rick Adelman, initially focused on containing the O'Neal-Kobe duo, now aimed to neutralize Dunn as well. Little did he know that Dunn's keen basketball IQ would exploit the vulnerabilities in the Kings' defensive setup, effectively activating Payton, who had previously been rendered a mere role player. Payton's struggles to contribute in the triangle offense stemmed not only from his shooting inefficiencies, but also from his strained relationship with Phil Jackson. In truth, Payton's abilities, when excluding his shooting, still reached a starting caliber in the league. The Lakers' starting lineup was already a formidable 4-star configuration, and if Dunn could activate Payton's contributions, the Kings would face insurmountable challenges on defense. The pace and scoring efficiency of the Lakers' transition offense in Game 3 were noticeably inferior to that of Game 2. In response, Rick Adelman attempted to curb the Lakers' offensive flow by employing a 1-3-1 zone defense. Meanwhile, under Dunn's leadership, the Lakers focused on executing high screens with dual picks, leaving Kobe alone in the low post for isolation plays. Recently returned from Eagle County, a fired-up Kobe was brimming with determination. Dewin could only express that the catch-up rule was indeed as renowned as its reputation suggested. With a score of 30-24, the Lakers, fueled by Kobe's efficient scoring, secured a 6-point lead by the end of the first quarter. Despite playing on the road, observing this, Dewin was unreserved, feigning a pick-and-roll while secretly launching an unexpected strike. As long as Webber could step out from under the basket, even if Dewin missed, there remained a significant opportunity for O'Neal to seize the offensive rebound and initiate a second attack. With a score of 61-52, the Lakers entered the second half with a 9-point advantage. It is worth noting that during halftime, the usually reluctant O'Neal to engage in pick-and-rolls with Dewin, having logged only 13 minutes of playtime and accumulated 9 points and 3 rebounds, felt compelled to suggest a partnership for the second half. Dewin, however, declined his proposal, citing insufficient synergy and the potential detriment of using game time for practice. Dewin intended to reserve the pick-and-roll with O'Neal as a strategic ace up his sleeve, preferring to win the match through alternative means. The primary reason remained that their collaboration in pick and rolls was still not sufficiently synchronized. To avoid any ill-fated outcomes stemming from well-meaning intentions, Dewin opted to stick to his original strategy, maintaining a steady approach to secure victory. After being rebuffed by Dewin, O'Neal resorted to a bottle of grape juice, opening it and consuming it in a series of quick gulps, revealing a visage of sorrow as the bitter liquid coursed down his throat. Observing this, Dewin had little to say, muttering to himself, "With Kobe in such excellent form tonight, he is clearly the star. Passing to him is undoubtedly the right choice. Besides, I only managed 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists in the first half. Surely I must take more shots in the second half? If you, O'Neal, consume more of the ball, what will be left for me?" To prevent O'Neal from inadvertently harming the team on defense, Dewin considered that since O'Neal was being targeted by the Kings, it might be best for him to rest on the bench. After all, whenever O'Neal took the court, Dewin would ensure to pass him a few balls, thereby enhancing the Lakers' low-post threats and interior scoring. Although Kobe, under the catch-up rule, was formidable, he was also rather stubborn. Despite facing a triple team, he still executed a beautifully arched fadeaway. Dewin decisively opted for a high pick-and-roll to exploit the matchups against Malone and Grant. In the previous 2 games, Malone had diligently scored a modest number of points, primarily focusing on defense and his collaboration with Dewin in pick-and-roll situations. With O'Neal absent, the Kings concentrated their efforts on defending Dewin, the ball handler, and Kobe, the finisher. Their defense against Malone was limited to one-on-one matchups, occasionally allowing him opportunities for open shots due to late help defense. Malone indeed made the most of his chances, scoring 8 points on 4 of 6 shooting before O'Neal returned to the game. Once O'Neal was back on the court, the immobile Divac and Brad Miller could not contend with him. The Kings resorted to employing their substitutes to counter O'Neal. Nevertheless, O'Neal's minutes tonight were fewer than in Game 2. Although there was considerable physicality, he managed to keep his free throw attempts under control. After sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, Rick Adelman had no choice but to reintroduce Doug Christie, leading the Kings to deploy their entire starting lineup in a bid to match the Lakers blow for blow. The Zen Master was equally unyielding, maintaining his starting lineup, save for O'Neal on the bench. Utilizing high pick-and-rolls, Kobe operated in the low post while Dewin and Kobe attracted defensive attention, enabling Payton, Malone, and Grant to seize additional offensive opportunities. The Kings managed to limit Dewin and Kobe, but struggled to contain the rest of the team as the score gap widened. The Kings' defensive actions became increasingly aggressive, resulting in Payton receiving a push to his waist from Brad Miller during a cut to the basket. Injuries are an inherent aspect of the playoffs. Fortunately for the Lakers, Payton's impact within their system was not overly significant. Moreover, with Payton's injury, the Lakers players found a shared resolve against their adversaries. It must be said that the Kings were not lacking in talent. Their strategy significantly curtailed O'Neal's effectiveness, yet it still proved insufficient to rival a super team like the Lakers in tonight's game. Under the catch-up rule, Kobe was in fiery form. The Kings attempted to stifle Kobe through double-teaming, but the Lakers boasted more than just one star. With Kobe drawing defensive attention, Dewin, Malone, and others were able to step up. Even O'Neal, despite limited playing time, maintained impressive scoring efficiency during his brief appearances. In other words, as long as one Lakers player erupted, the Kings stood little chance of winning. Conversely, it was implausible for the Kings to wait for all 4 of the Lakers stars to go cold. With a final score of 114-102, the Lakers secured their 3rd consecutive victory in the Western Conference semifinals, pushing the Kings to the brink at 3-0. Only 2 days remained until the next Game 4. Chapter 100. The Joy of Pick and Roll, a Blissful Continuation. Early in the morning, Dewin was stirred from his slumber by a knock at the door. Although slightly irked, he rose to answer it. The hotel, arranged by the Lakers, was also occupied by NBA officials and potentially even the FBI. Both floors were filled with Lakers players and staff, leaving little chance for outsiders to disturb Dewin. Nonetheless, caution was warranted, and he opened the door only a crack. Inquiring, "Who is it?" "Dewin, it's me. You were fantastic last night. Shaq wishes to reward you by inviting you down for breakfast." Upon hearing O'Neal's deep, raspy voice, Dewin opened the door wider. "Shaq, why are you up so early? You're not just here to invite me to breakfast, are you? If there's something to discuss, just say it. No one visits without a purpose." O'Neal, arriving early under the pretense of inviting him for a meal, clearly had other matters to address. "Hey brother, you were right. We need to work more closely together in the next game. We must decisively eliminate the Sacramento Kings. Gary is my good friend. He was injured by someone. As the team leader, I must stand up for him. Oh, and now the Los Angeles Lakers are your team. Shaq is here to support you and help avenge Gary. Dewin, as the team leader, you wouldn't just sit idly by. Would you? While O'Neal's words danced around the issue, Dewin understood the underlying message. It was evident that if O'Neal were to relinquish his position as the team leader, he would struggle to accept Kobe stepping ahead of him. In contrast, O'Neal appeared indifferent to Dewin's verbal gains, viewing him as merely a facilitator within the triangle offense, akin to an enhanced version of Pippen, meant to assist him. Kobe, however, was different. As another finishing point, he had outperformed O'Neal in these playoffs. Although O'Neal had secured his contract extension with the Lakers, still in his prime, he was reluctant to relinquish ball control and his low-post territory. In reality, O'Neal planned not to seek Dewin for pick-and-rolls after facing the Kings unless absolutely necessary. The recent games had seen O'Neal's playing time decrease, while Kobe's scoring had steadily increased, leaving O'Neal's mindset somewhat unsettled. After weighing the pros and cons, O'Neal chose to collaborate with Dewin, recognizing that Dewin could indeed facilitate easier scoring opportunities for him. Though Dewin was unaware of O'Neal's strategic intentions, he could intuit some of them. Rather than rejecting O'Neal's initiative to practice pick-and-rolls, Dewin welcomed it with enthusiasm. In Dewin's perspective, O'Neal's willingness to set screens was ultimately beneficial. Regardless of O'Neal's motivations, as long as Dewin, the tactical initiator, did not agree, O'Neal's efforts would be in vain. Theo put it plainly, O'Neal's success depended not on his own choices, but on the options Dewin provided. With the ball in Dewin's hands, even Jordan would have to heed his authority. Taking into account O'Neal's screening quality and scoring prowess, this collaboration would greatly assist Dewin in amassing statistics during the upcoming playoffs and the following regular season. Observing Stockton and Malone, as well as Nash and Stoudemire, it was clear that practicing pick-and-rolls with O'Neal would yield only benefits, never drawbacks. The mutual intent was palpable, and everything was unspoken. After breakfast with O'Neal, he soon suggested they head to the hotel gym for a bit of exercise to aid digestion. 2 hours later, Dewin and O'Neal naturally found themselves on the hotel basketball court, commencing basic pick-and-roll drills. By the afternoon, O'Neal even called Malone over to instruct him on effectively executing pick-and-rolls with Dewin during games. Malone had joined the Lakers with championship aspirations, and given O'Neal's willingness to step out of his comfort zone to collaborate with Dewin, Malone had no reservations about sharing his expertise. Throughout the afternoon, Malone guided O'Neal on refining his pick-and-roll techniques, even offering valuable advice on Dewin's drives and jump shots using screens. 2 days swiftly passed, and soon it was the evening of May 12th. The Lakers players were eager to avenge Peyton, while the Kings players were determined to avoid being swept. Thus, this clash of titans was undoubtedly inevitable. In fact, following Game 3, the Zen Master had received directives from the Lakers management. Why had they not prepared for a harmonious game before Game 3 commenced? This is due to the formidable strength of the Kings. Had they not secured a match point in advance, the Lakers management would have hesitated to intervene. However, tonight, the Zen Master stands resolute against the pressure from management, prepared to entrust the game to the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe. After all, he himself hails from a player background. The Zen Master understands better than anyone when a coach should assert authority in the locker room and take command of the game. At times, players have their own ideas, and a coach's unwarranted interference can lead to unintended consequences, resulting in alienation and discontent. When the morale of the team falters, it becomes increasingly difficult to lead. The Zen Master harbors aspirations of guiding this Lakers team to another championship. Therefore, even if management imposes certain tasks, he will counter their directives for his own interests. The Lakers already possess superior strength, and their morale is particularly high. Once the Zen Master keeps those who may hinder progress off the court, the Lakers swiftly display the prowess expected of championship contenders. Initially, when O'Neal was pulled out to the three-point line to set a screen for Dunn, the Kings were momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Is that really O'Neal?" While everyone was left agape, Dunn utilized O'Neal's pick to shake off Doug Christie's defense. Though their initial pick-and-roll yielded only one successful execution, discerning observers recognized its devastating impact on the Kings' zone defense. With O'Neal positioned at the three-point line, Divac was compelled to extend to the high post, and due to the quality of O'Neal's screens, Doug Christie was rendered nearly ineffective. Simultaneously, Peja was in no position to release Kobe. Consequently, should Divac fail to impede Dunn's progress, The Lakers would find themselves in a favorable 3-on-2 situation in the elbow area, with Dunn, O'Neal, and Malone facing Bibby and Webber. If Fisher were to cut to the basket while Bibby left him unguarded, it would escalate to a 4-on-2 advantage for the Lakers. With Dunn's masterful passing ability, the Lakers' offensive flow appeared almost effortless. Turning to defense, the unencumbered O'Neal faced minimal contact, conserving energy compared to the previous 3 games of the series. If Bibby's double team arrived early, he could collaborate with the Kings center above the free throw line to trap Dunn, who would then pass to O'Neal for a driving finish. Should the Kings execute their transition offense swiftly, Dunn might even deliver a long pass from the backcourt, allowing O'Neal to feast at the rim. O'Neal was diligent in providing screens for Dunn, never resorting to fake picks, but instead establishing a solid wall before rolling to the basket. As anticipated, Bibby instinctively teamed up with Divac to trap Dunn, who promptly passed the ball to the rolling O'Neal, who had already established position in the paint before Divac could react. Meanwhile, Fisher also made a timely cut to the basket. Webber found himself in a predicament, facing 3 defenders and could only muster the strength to charge into the lane, attempting to intercept O'Neal. The 300-pound O'Neal powered through the 200-pound Webber, executing a thunderous dunk. Have you ever been struck by a freight truck? Webber, upon hearing O'Neal's taunts, displayed no signs of embarrassment or anger, instead choosing to remain on the floor for a moment. When his teammates assisted him to his feet, he rubbed his chest, still reeling from the impact. Due to Webber's earlier fall, the Kings missed an immediate opportunity for a fast break. As the game transitioned to half-court play, Peja and Doug Christie found themselves hindered by Kobe and Dunn, while O'Neal patrolled the paint, leaving the Kings to seek solutions through Bibby and Webber. Fisher, with his quick defensive prowess, could only maintain a defensive stance against Bibby, who excelled at screen and roll plays, managing to somewhat disrupt the picks. Thus, the Kings circled back, ultimately resorting to Webber. Though Webber had previously managed to score against Malone's defense, this time, possibly due to the recent collision with O'Neal, his muscles tensed, and his jump shot clanked off the rim. As Malone secured the rebound, it quickly became Webber's time to endure once more. Dunn and O'Neal executed their strategy again, with O'Neal charging toward the basket. As the team's primary star, Webber was left alone in the paint, unable to allow O'Neal an easy path to the rim. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself only to be sent sprawling once more. It seemed as though the league wished for the series to extend a game or 2 longer. As a whistle blew, nullifying one of O'Neal's baskets. However, this had little impact. O'Neal appeared intent on either incapacitating Webber or exacting revenge on Brad Miller, the instigator of Peyton's injury. It is said that Mutombo, who faced off against the nearly 300-pound O'Neal in a prior series, emerged from the ordeal covered in bandages and was promptly hospitalized. Now, Webber found himself confronted by an even more formidable O'Neal, a veritable explosive force charging at him. One can only imagine the sheer force of that impact. Due to the relentless screen and roll offense, Webber struggled to withstand the onslaught, though Rick Adelman was visibly furious. Believing O'Neal was committing acts of violence rather than playing basketball, he ultimately had no choice but to substitute in Brad Miller. At last, O'Neal achieved his desire, able to attack Miller directly and avenge Peyton. O'Neal had a long-standing vendetta against Miller. 2 years prior, Miller's antics had provoked O'Neal to throw punches. However, Miller, with his extensive boxing background, managed to evade all of O'Neal's blows, leaving one to ponder the outcome had they met in an octagon. Yet on the court, Miller had no means of escape, forced to endure O'Neal's brutal assault. Nonetheless, O'Neal had now targeted all 3 of the Kings' big men. One might say that while the screen and roll was exhilarating for a moment, it proved to be a consistently enjoyable strategy. Previously focused solely on low-post isolations, O'Neal discovered a new avenue of success through the screen and roll, finding joy in dominating his opponents. Although such playstyles could be physically taxing, they undoubtedly drew the attention of everyone on the court toward him. The low post still presented challenges such as being denied entry and facing double teams upon receiving the ball. However, executing screen and rolls allowed him to receive the ball more easily, often finding defenders standing like punching bags, ready to absorb his collisions before he emphatically finished with a dunk. O'Neal pondered whether, if he could emulate Malone's infamous elbow, he too could leverage the screen and roll to score more effortlessly. As for low post play, he was decidedly inexperienced. Upon O'Neal's departure, Kobe finally gained possession, ready to go one-on-one. The Lakers' high screens and Dunn's passing provided Kobe with numerous opportunities for low-post isolation. Kobe relished the sensation of single-handedly overcoming opponents and leading his team to victory. The Kings, aware of O'Neal's 3 fouls, hastened to target him in their screen and rolls, aiming to expedite his exit from the game. The referees were equally clear. O'Neal was no longer suited to wreak havoc on the court. Nevertheless, Dunn persisted with screen and rolls alongside Malone and Grant, challenging the Kings' interior defense. Conversely, despite the Lakers' vulnerabilities in the paint, the Kings failed to capitalize on O'Neal's absence, struggling to score consistently in the low post. Instead, they often found themselves missing shots, providing the Lakers with ample opportunities for fast breaks. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, Dunn could rely on Kobe, and when Kobe grew weary, Malone could step in, while Fisher remained ready to unleash a surprise 3-pointer. As fatigue set in for others, Dunn regained some energy, ready to take control of the ball and the game. On the defensive end, he remained stationed under the basket, thus avoiding excessive fouling. However, by this point, the Lakers had extended their lead significantly. Even with the referees seemingly favoring the Kings, they struggled to mount a comeback. Subsequently, Kobe's masterful low-post play continued to help the Lakers maintain their lead. With a score of 104-97, even with the Lakers star O'Neal fouling out early and the home court officials showing some bias, the Lakers triumphed by a 7-point margin in Game 4 of the Western Conference semifinals. Consequently, the Lakers achieved a 4-game sweep over the Kings, successfully advancing to the Western Conference Finals, becoming the first team this season to secure a spot in the conference finals. Chapter 101. Take it back, let's go Lakers. Due to their early sweep of the opponent, the Lakers players enjoyed nearly a week of rest before the Western Conference Finals, making any minor fatigue inconsequential. To Dunn's surprise, even in the dead of night, dedicated fans gathered at the airport and outside the Toyota Center, eagerly awaiting Kobe, Shaq, and Dunn. The Lakers for the championship, with 2 consecutive rounds of playoffs passed with ease. The rallying cry of Lakers for the championship was no longer merely voiced by Dunn. The fervor among Lakers fans was palpable. Originally, the Lakers management aimed to sell more playoff tickets, but due to the Zen master's adherence to his own principles and the unity of the Lakers players, they swept the Kings and were left to seek alternative means of revenue. Thus, seizing upon the fans' escalating championship enthusiasm, the Lakers management organized a unique meet-and-greet event prior to the commencement of the Western Conference Finals, aimed at encouraging Lakers fans to purchase playoff jerseys emblazoned with "Take It Back." The phrase "Take It Back" signifies a desire to reclaim what is rightfully theirs in the previous season. The Lakers suffered a defeat against the Spurs in the Western Conference semifinals, thus missing the opportunity for a four-peat. This season, the resurgent Lakers undoubtedly aspire to reclaim the championship title. The Lakers' strategy is to regard the reigning champions, the Spurs, as their hypothetical adversary, hoping to face them in the Western Conference Finals and personally eliminate them for retribution. Based on the current standings, even with the regular season MVP Kevin Garnett, the Timberwolves find themselves trailing 2-3 against the Spurs, led by Duncan. Under normal circumstances, unless the Spurs lose back-to-back games in Games 6 and 7, they remain the more likely candidates to progress to the Western Conference Finals, without a doubt the defending champions. The San Antonio Spurs in this year's fiercely competitive Western Conference, while the Spurs roster may appear rather ordinary on the surface, they possess the peak version of Duncan, alongside the Olympic champion Gin Billy from the 2004 Athens Games, and last season's second-in-command Parker. The GDP trio is already beginning to reveal its prowess. Moreover, the Spurs boast formidable players such as Bowen, Turkoglu, and Horry. To put it bluntly, while the Timberwolves may have the star power of their big three, the overall strength of the Spurs is arguably superior. The Timberwolves' 7 consecutive first-round playoff exits, including multiple sweeps, certainly have their reasons. Had it not been for the arrivals of Castle and the Madman, Garnett's reputation as a hard-nosed warrior would eventually have diminished to a level comparable to that of McGrady, due to his tendency to retreat in battles. Of course, the root cause of this phenomenon lies in the lengthy penalties imposed for Enyong contracts, which deprive them of several years' worth of draft picks. Garnett lacks reliable support, and the quality of the Timberwolves' rotation players is inadequate for making a deeper playoff run. The disparity in the quality of role players between the reigning champions and a first-round exit team is already quite pronounced. It is evident to any keen observer that in the series between the Spurs and the Timberwolves, the Spurs hold a distinct advantage. A few days later, the Spurs did not disappoint the Lakers management. After a thrilling Game 7, they triumphed over the Timberwolves 4-3, advancing to the Western Conference Finals to face the Lakers on the evening of May 21, at the Staples Center, nearly 20,000 Lakers fans, including wealthy patrons and Hollywood celebrities in the front row, donned specially designed jerseys emblazoned with "Take It Back." Notably, prior to the game, the league officially announced the All-NBA first-team selections for the season, with only the OK duo from the Lakers making the cut, leaving Dewin regrettably excluded. However, both Kobe and Shaquille were recognized as first-team players, while Duncan was the sole representative for the Spurs. In the Eastern Conference Finals, Big Ben and Little Shaquille earned second-team honors, with the Pacers adding Artest for the third team. From the All-NBA selection list, Dewin's omission seems justifiable. In this era, the unspoken rule for All-NBA selections is that a team can have a maximum of 2 representatives. With so many teams in the league, there is only so much pork to go around. While the Lakers' OK duo deserve their first-team recognition, granting Dewin a third-team spot would likely incite discontent among other teams whose players made the playoffs but did not receive All-NBA honors. The Pacers, with a record identical to that of the Lakers, managed only 1 second-team and 1 third-team selection. Reflecting on Thompson's situation before Durant joined the team, he too was limited to 2 third-team selections. And once Durant arrived, he found himself entirely overshadowed in the All-NBA conversation. Dewin quickly realized that to achieve personal accolades in a super team environment, one must either possess the ability to manipulate the media into casting votes or at least become the team's second-best player. Now, with his star-level prowess, Dewin naturally finds it unsatisfactory to have only a handful of third-team honors in his career. Returning to the matter at hand, in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between the Lakers and the Spurs, the Lakers certainly held a significant advantage. The Spurs, having just battled the Timberwolves in a grueling Game 7, were now facing back-to-back games on the road, which would undoubtedly take a toll on their players' stamina. As the game commenced, Dewin and Shaquille immediately employed the same high pick-and-roll strategy that had previously dismantled the Kings. In truth, against the Spurs, Dewin need not rely solely on Shaquille for screens. He could simply find anyone to set a pick and exploit the mismatch against Parker. It was precisely because Shaquille aimed to bully Duncan, as he had previously with Webber, that he had been so attentive to Dewin in the days leading up to the game, treating him to several meals that Dewin could hardly refuse, thus agreeing to play along with Shaquille's plan. With Shaquille blocking Turkoglu, Dewin dribbled past Nestorovic, who had retreated to the free throw line. After receiving the ball, Shaquille sought to challenge Duncan. Though Duncan positioned himself well and raised his hands to contest Shaquille's shot, he was ultimately powerless against Shaquille's powerful leap and dunk. Nevertheless, Duncan, despite his seemingly dazed demeanor, was quite astute. He understood the necessity of contesting Shaquille's attempts without engaging in a brute force confrontation. Thus, as Shaquille leapt to collide, Duncan wisely retreated to absorb the impact rather than being flattened. Unlike Webber in the previous series, however, tonight, Kobe took on the task of shadowing Parker throughout the court, making it difficult for Parker to even handle the ball. With Billy relegated to the bench, the Spurs lacked a legitimate scoring guard, forcing them to rely on Turkoglu to support Parker in the starting lineup. In this scenario, Dewin, tasked with defending Turkoglu, quickly engaged him, utilizing the handcheck rule to restrict Turkoglu's movements. Ultimately, the veteran Bowen had to exploit Fisher's height disadvantage to help the Spurs advance the ball past half-court. Nevertheless, Fisher remained active, employing subtle tactics to drain Bowen's energy during their defensive exchanges. Bowen, a 3 and D player, had limited self-creation ability, and although Fisher was shorter, Bowen opted not to force a contested shot. The ball swiftly found its way into Duncan's hands, but facing Malone proved challenging for Duncan. He still bore the scars of that fateful encounter from years prior. Meanwhile, Malone, aware of his waning physical prowess, knew he could not withstand Duncan's strength, especially given Duncan's renowned low-post skills. Consequently, Malone resorted to a gritty, low-road defensive strategy, making it increasingly arduous for the already fatigued Duncan. Popovich, recognizing Duncan's struggle, had no choice but to bring Billy into the game early. However, the defensive prowess of Dewin and Kobe effectively neutralized both Parker and Billy. As for Bowen's open three-point attempts, the Lakers were confident he would not suddenly erupt and sink them. With Bowen preoccupied with guarding Kobe and Billy matched against Dewin, the latter had little difficulty scoring. Dewin executed a high-post isolation and, with a swift spin, drove to the basket. As Duncan rotated for help, Dewin deftly passed the ball to Malone, who finished with an emphatic alley-oop dunk. During the regular season, the Lakers had consistently demonstrated to Popovich that Parker and Billy could not coexist on the court. Should Popovich have forgotten this lesson and repeated his mistake, Duin was more than willing to remind him. Shortly thereafter, Popovich substituted Turkoglu back into the game, but it proved futile, for Duin was adept at executing pick-and-roll plays. Thus, before Kobe could ignite and carry the team past the Spurs, the Lakers, led by Duin's ball-handling prowess, swiftly extended their lead, establishing the foundation for a victorious game won in the first half. In tonight's game, the Spurs starters were clearly fatigued. Duncan had no objections to the staggered travel arrangements. As long as they secured a win, he cared little for other matters. Yet, with the entire Spurs team struggling to find their rhythm, the Lakers appeared vibrant and ready to seize the opportunity. The Spurs, known for their defensive prowess, were destined to falter when unable to contain the Lakers, leading to an inevitable defeat. The final score read 89-115, with the Lakers triumphantly defeating the reigning champions by 26 points in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, showcasing the dominance of the superteam. Following the conclusion of Game 1, many Lakers fans lingered outside the Staples Center, chanting in unison, "Let's go Lakers!" Undoubtedly, in the eyes of Lakers fans, as long as they could vanquish the Spurs, they believed the Lakers could break through the West and reclaim the championship title. After Dunn secured the ball at the top of the arc, he patiently awaited O'Neal's leisurely arrival in the frontcourt before initiating a high pick dash and dash roll at it. Was evident that Popovich had conducted some research and made adjustments regarding the pick-and-roll between Dunn and O'Neal. At that moment, Duncan stood at the free throw line, while Rasho Nestorovic squatted under the basket. Dunn utilized O'Neal's screen to sprint along the three-point line to the left, then leveraged Malone's pick as he moved up from the low post to the elbow, executing a breakthrough from the 45-degree angle to the basket. The two consecutive screens rendered Duncan's help defense utterly ineffective. As Dunn drove toward the basket, Parker and Nestorovic converged in a double team. Yet Dunn remained unfazed, effortlessly executing a high lob pass to Malone, who had slipped under the basket after the pick. Malone, upon receiving the ball, made a slight forward motion before effortlessly depositing it into the hoop. Instead of executing their usual passing plays, the Spurs found themselves outmaneuvered by the star-studded Lakers, who, under Dunn's orchestration, completed a well-executed passing sequence. Undoubtedly, if this continued, the Spurs had no chance of overcoming the Lakers. Consequently, Popovich had no choice but to call a timeout for adjustments. Ginobili replaced Parker on the court, slightly enhancing the Spurs' defense. However, the issue remained that scoring against the Lakers' defense proved to be quite challenging. Duncan could forcefully score 30 or 40 points in other games, but against this Lakers team, he could only reliably contribute 20 points, no more. The Lakers did not require Malone's offensive prowess, allowing him to expend all his energy on defending Duncan. Moreover, Malone had the formidable O'Neal backing him up. Duncan, meanwhile, needed to maintain efficient scoring while assisting his perimeter teammates on defense, occasionally having to contend with O'Neal in the paint. The burden of both offense and defense rested squarely on Duncan's shoulders, causing him to appear unremarkable and unadorned. With no one on the Spurs capable of scoring high and lacking the means to effectively restrict the Lakers' scoring, the Spurs could only watch as the Lakers avenge themselves and advance to the finals. So, is there truly a method to effectively limit the Lakers' scoring? Naturally, there is. Although the Spurs did not incur a luxury tax, they still spent a considerable amount, and Duncan's contract was not excessively large. So, where did all that money go? The Spurs do not tolerate idleness. At this critical juncture, the long-awaited Bowen finally targeted Kobe. Not literally, of course. Fortunately, Kobe was already on guard. Bowen's trip caused Kobe to fall. Yet he emerged unscathed, gaining an opportunity for free throws. However, while Kobe silently stepped to the free throw line, Malone approached Bowen, feigning an attempt to grab the rebound, but instead took the opportunity to restrain Bowen's arm. "Listen closely, if you dare trip Kobe again, I will take care of Duncan." Upon hearing Malone's hushed threat, Bowen's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. However, at that moment, Kobe surprisingly missed the free throw. Malone's attention returned to the basketball. Just as he was about to leap, he felt someone restraining his arm. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Malone swiftly turned to shed the grip, simultaneously raising his other arm to deliver an elbow to the opponent's position. Then fell dramatically, feigning mutual combat. To prevent any misfortune from backfiring, Horry kept a vigilant eye on Malone's movements. Horry noticed Malone suddenly disengaging and immediately launched a fierce counterattack with his signature elbow, prompting Horry to swiftly turn and evade. Yet, he was still caught by the experienced Malone's elbow. taking a sharp blow to the chest that felt as if several ribs had cracked. Horry crumpled to the ground, and Malone seized the opportunity to mount a second offensive against him. It must be said, villains have their match. It's worth noting that even Rodman could not handle Malone back in the day, let alone a young player like Horry. While Horry played a dirty game and did not shy away from the gritty work, he could never compare to Malone, one of the notorious Utah Twin Towers. Those who play with fire shall inevitably get burned. Horry secured 3 championship rings with the Lakers through his willingness to engage in the dirty work, but after realizing the Lakers could not compete with the Spurs, he chose the arduous path of joining them, becoming a valuable asset under Popovich. Now, as he sought to showcase his skills to help Duncan deal with the troublesome Malone, he found himself outmatched. Malone, unyielding, demonstrated his prowess with a powerful elbow strike. It is noteworthy that the referees were primarily focused on the rebounding action and did not observe the minor skirmishes beneath the basket. Nor did they anticipate the eruption of conflicts during the game. In the playoffs, physicality is expected. Observing players fall during rebounding battles does not raise eyebrows. Besides, this was the Lakers' home court. If there were no home court fouls in the playoffs, what would be the point of having a home court? Thus, even if the referees fully grasped the situation, they would likely favor Malone, as they held a certain disdain for players like Horry. Despite having some past ties with the Lakers, he chose to betray them and ally with their rival Spurs, now putting on the facade of loyalty to his new team while targeting Lakers players. Such a rabid dog, indiscriminately biting everyone, would never be favored by true fans. The referees certainly understood the game. Even though they had their biases as home team officials, they generally dismissed players like Horry. Malone was all too familiar with this. In the previous finals, he and Rodman had engaged in mutual wrestling, both pretending nothing had occurred. This time was no different, as he chose to rise nonchalantly and rejoin his teammates in the backcourt, readying himself for defense. Horry had not anticipated that his intention to eliminate Malone and relieve Duncan's pressure would backfire spectacularly. Alas, trouble ensued. Horry could only lament his misfortune and leave it to fate. With Malone as the Lakers' enforcer, the Spurs found themselves unable to employ their usual tricks in such high-stakes circumstances. Thus, the only recourse for the Spurs in their quest for victory lay in Duncan's individual prowess. However, the Spurs had only Duncan, while the Lakers boasted the dynamic duo of Kobe and Shaq, along with Dunn, who may not have been selected for the All-NBA team, yet played with an intensity surpassing those who had. Wasn't it agreed that Kobe would strive for the top spot, influenced by external factors? How is it that the moment I leave the Lakers, they suddenly become champions? Horry could not fathom how the Lakers had transformed into such a formidable force this year, seemingly lacking the same dominance in previous seasons. Chapter 103. 2 consecutive victories, Spurs' underhanded tactics. A wise elder is like a treasure. The veteran presence on a championship contending team is invaluable on the surface. Malone's playoff statistics may seem unimpressive compared to his regular season performance, yet the value he brings cannot be quantified merely through numbers. Without Malone's imposing reputation, the Lakers would undoubtedly face considerable hardships. Analyzing the Lakers roster, without Malone anchoring the interior, no one could effectively contain a star forward like Duncan. In this era, the West boasted 4 elite power forwards, while the East had its own formidable players. The Lakers' chances of clinching the championship would undoubtedly diminish without a power forward of Malone's caliber. Thus, Horry's departure and Malone's arrival did not weaken the Lakers. Rather, they bolstered their strength. In truth, the Lakers' defeat to the Spurs last year was partly due to Horry's covert role. While it was understandable that they struggled to contain Duncan defensively, their offense was equally lackluster, with numerous open looks yielding single-digit scores over multiple games. Despite this, the Lakers were willing to offer Horry a mid-level exception to retain him. Yet he remained ungrateful, fixated on latching onto Duncan's coattails. Now, with the tide turned, it is evident to all that Horry's absence is significant for the Lakers. The Spurs now face a similar conundrum. To defeat the Lakers, they must inflict losses upon them. Without Malone, the Spurs are at a disadvantage. Moreover, with Malone holding the fort, Bowen worried about a potential one-on-one scenario between Kobe and Duncan. Even if Malone were to be sidelined due to a flagrant foul, the Spurs would still lack the potential for advancement. However, Horry, having sustained an injury from Malone's elbow, could only muster a meager 3 to 4 points at best given his current condition. Furthermore, after their previous ambush failed to neutralize Malone, he was now prepared and would not be easily fooled again. Despite Duncan's stellar performance, shooting 14 of 23, With 32 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks, the Spurs still succumbed to the Lakers 95-103. Losing by 8 points. It can only be said that the Lakers had too many scoring threats. O'Neal and Kobe each tallied 31 and 30 points, respectively, while Dunn contributed 26 points. Had Malone not dedicated his energy to defense, the Lakers' scoring could have been even higher. With 2 consecutive victories in the Western Conference Finals, the Lakers' path to the finals appeared exceedingly favorable. Even O'Neal, during his post-game interview, exhibited a hint of arrogance, stating, "Tim is formidable, but I'm afraid he is no match for Shaq." His 2 championships were earned alongside David, and one of them was a diluted title. We all know that consecutive championships are an arduous feat. Even Shaq has only achieved 1 three-peat. Duncan is undoubtedly the most formidable star threatening O'Neal in this era, bar none. Previously, O'Neal had been quite sensitive to comparisons between himself and Duncan. However, as he prepares to lead the Lakers in avenging their loss to the Spurs and making a return to the finals, the narrative has shifted and O'Neal has seemingly begun to disregard Duncan. With both Kobe and Dewin present, what fear could a mere Duncan instill? Following Game 2, the Lakers set off for San Antonio under the cover of night. By noon, O'Neal, in high spirits, treated everyone to a lavish meal. Little did they anticipate that, while everything appeared to proceed normally, the tranquility would be shattered later that night when the sound of gunfire erupted outside the hotel in the dead of night. Most hotels in America have poor sound insulation, and the one where the Lakers were staying was no exception. Awakened by the commotion, Dewin initially mistook the noise for fireworks, merely muttering a few unkind words before donning his noise-canceling headphones from the flight and quickly drifting back to sleep. It was only the following afternoon, as the team gathered to head to the SBC Center for Game 3, that Dewin noticed his teammates appeared rather dispirited. Once on the bus, O'Neal and the others animatedly discussed the previous night's shooting incident. However, the Lakers staff reported that they had not received any concrete information regarding the shooting, suspecting it was merely a ploy by the Spurs to disrupt their rest. Most NBA players, being predominantly African American, are both sensitive to and familiar with gunfire. The sound easily conjures associations that lead to sleepless nights. Dewin, however, remained blissfully unaware, thinking it was merely a matter of firecrackers. Considering this is the free United States, where bullets outnumber fireworks, Dewin found it unsurprising. Before long, the Lakers arrived at the SBC Center. They had anticipated that the Spurs would continue their underhanded tactics, manipulating the air conditioning and altering the court surface. But to their astonishment, the Spurs escalated their intimidation tactics. Shortly after the Lakers entered the visiting locker room and began changing into their practice gear in preparation for warm-ups, a rattlesnake suddenly fell from the ceiling. This startled the Lakers players, some of whom scrambled to put on their pants, hearing the word snake and rushing out of the locker room into the players' tunnel. It must be said, the Spurs' snake strategy was rather audacious. The SBC Center had only been completed in 2002. If it were an older venue, one might expect to encounter snakes and vermin. However, for a new arena, especially in the visiting locker room, to have a snake appear was truly baffling. Moreover, who could say how many snakes might be lurking in the locker room? Most Lakers players are millionaires, harboring a natural fear of death, and they dared not re-enter the locker room until it had been thoroughly inspected. Following the incident with the snake, arena staff and NBA officials took a responsible approach, spending over 2 hours ensuring that the visiting locker room was free of any poisonous serpents. Consequently, the Lakers were delayed for over 2 hours in their warm-up. And with insufficient preparation and anxious hearts, they stepped onto the stage for Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. It must be acknowledged that Popovich has considerable experience in defending against strong teams. The Lakers, already feeling somewhat weak, endured a night of intimidation and shock, which naturally affected their performance in Game 3. Conversely, the Spurs, with their backs against the wall, had no choice but to muster the courage for a do-or-die effort against the fatigued and unsettled Lakers. The final score was 87-94. Although the margin was not vast, the Lakers were dominated throughout the game, leading to an expected loss in Game 3. Following their defeat, the Lakers management naturally lodged a protest with the league. Simultaneously, they prepared a response strategy, distributing noise-canceling headphones to Dewin and the other players. Chapter 104. Advancing to the finals, Western champions. It is uncertain whether the Lakers' complaint prompted the Spurs to receive a warning from the league. Before Game 4 commenced, the Spurs refrained from further underhanded tactics to disrupt the Lakers. With the ability to play normally, the Lakers faced no fear as the game began. The Lakers quickly leveraged their more solid and robust roster to gain the upper hand. The Spurs were compelled to adopt a more aggressive and ruthless defense, continuously pushing the boundaries of the rules to provoke the Lakers on the court. If it weren't for the absence of a concussion protocol during this era, Horry would have undoubtedly been unable to continue playing. Fortunately, prior to the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the league's standards for assessing flagrant fouls were relatively lenient. Since Horry had not been directly removed from the game and could still play, Malone receiving only a flagrant foul was deemed reasonable. This bloody incident allowed Malone, with his 20 years of infamy, to maintain a stranglehold over Popovich, who had cultivated him as a dirty work specialist. As the Spurs could not substitute their role players for the Lakers' star players, they ultimately watched helplessly as the Lakers secured victory in Game 4. Time swiftly passed to the evening of May 29th. As the Lakers faced the Spurs once more in Game 5 at the Staples Center, the Spurs players, sensing their impending elimination, appeared to lack significant defensive effort. Thus, the Lakers found the path to the finals to be relatively uncomplicated. Relying on contributions from Fisher, Kobe, Dewan, Malone, and O'Neal, who scored 8, 26, 23, 13, and 25 points respectively, the Lakers' starting lineup combined for a total of 95 points, leading the team to a resounding victory with 113 points, effortlessly defeating the Spurs and advancing to the finals. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Duncan approached Dewan. Naturally, Duncan first embraced O'Neal, engaging in an intimate exchange before turning to converse briefly with Kobe, and then finally addressing Dewan. Although the NBA culture leaves much to be desired, it still places great importance on tradition. In his first postseason encounter with James, Duncan offered words of encouragement. Now, facing Dewan, despite Dewan being the victor, Duncan could not resist imparting some wisdom. "Hey, my friend, you played exceptionally well. Competing alongside you is a truly enjoyable experience. I admire your playing style and attitude, and I hope you continue to uphold them. I hope that at this time next year, I can challenge you again. But I believe I will return stronger and triumph over you and your team. However, let me first congratulate you. The victory is yours now. Keep pushing forward, do not be daunted, be brave, and continue to strive. Go on, seize that championship that belongs to you. I will be supporting you in San Antonio. See you next season." Before Duncan spoke, Dewan had anticipated that Duncan would deliver that classic line. It can only be said that the Lakers' gentlemanly sweep of the Spurs prevented Duncan from uttering those words to Dewan. "Tim, as long as the Lakers have me, Shaq, and Kobe, it will be quite challenging for you to overcome us." However, Dewan also hoped that Duncan would return stronger, as he relished the prospect of facing a more formidable opponent. The allure of basketball lies in the relentless challenges that resolve one's regrets and the repeated efforts to pursue unattainable dreams. I firmly believe that next season, you will make us feel the pressure. Competing against you will only serve to strengthen me. I look forward to our rematch next season. Seeing Duncan's graciousness and defeat, Dewan was willing to engage in further conversation. Although the Spurs played dirty, Duncan's character remained intact. Much like the notoriously rough and tumble bad boys of Detroit, who nonetheless had Joe Dumars as a paragon of sportsmanship, Dewan quickly donned the Western Conference Champions jersey and put on this cap. "We are to take the court again for our moment of glory. Why are you still standing there? The fans are eagerly awaiting us to lift the Western Conference trophy." Jeannie Buss, representing her father, sat in the locker room overseeing the proceedings. Noticing Dewan's confusion as a rookie, she took the time to explain. For fans, being a runner-up is the epitome of failure. For a team, even a powerhouse like the Lakers, winning a division title is a commendable honor. Furthermore, participating in the Western Conference Championship ceremony with jerseys and caps serves to excite the Lakers fans, prompting them to spend lavishly on team merchandise, thereby enriching the Lakers' coffers. Since the Magic Cup had yet to be introduced, the Western Conference Championship ceremony was far less elaborate than that of the championship. Thus, when O'Neal and Kobe jointly lifted the Western Conference trophy, the evening's proceedings were largely concluded. However, Dewan was taken aback by an unexpected surprise. "Congratulations, as a starting player for the Los Angeles Lakers in the 2003-2004 NBA season, you have helped the Lakers secure their 27th NBA Western Conference title. You have achieved the NBA Western Conference champion accomplishment and received a chance to draw from the NBA Western Conference champion player template. Would you like to draw?" It was directly a Western Conference champion player template, without any division into role player champions, starting player champions, or star player champions. Does this not imply that, should luck be unkind, one might draw a template for a subpar player. However, this draw had not been part of my plans. Receiving the opportunity to draw a Western Conference champion player template, Duan felt no anxiety or regret. In truth, given Duan's current prowess, even an average all-star template would provide minimal assistance. Therefore, there was no need for excessive concern. He would simply go with the flow. Upon seeing the caller ID, he wondered who could be calling other than his good friend Anthony. My dear brother, you cannot possibly be on the verge of claiming the championship. Can you? Sweet melon, I have already secured the title of Western Conference champion. By the way, have you considered this? Syracuse University has existed for a century without an NCAA championship, and I arrived only to achieve it. Duan jested with Anthony. Hearing this, Anthony retorted with a hint of annoyance. I must admit, perhaps you are a tad more formidable than I am now. Yet, during our time with the Syracuse Orangemen, you were certainly not as strong as you are today. It was I who led you to that triumph. This is a fact you must acknowledge. All right, no need to be upset. Given the opportunity, I shall also guide you to a championship. That should suffice. Since Duan was still driving, he refrained from further conversation with Anthony. However, shortly after hanging up with Anthony, Wade's call came in, followed by others like Bosch, all reaching out to celebrate Duan's advancement to the finals. Behold my relentless charm. Chapter 105. The James Worthy Template. Early allocation of FMVP. Congratulations, you have acquired the James Worthy Template. The Western Conference Championship Template yielded a James Worthy, a sign of good fortune for Duan. James Worthy epitomizes the notion that skill supersedes fame. Many perceive it as entirely reasonable for Worthy to have won 3 championships alongside Kareem and Magic. Yet, few recognize that James Worthy also possesses an FMVP. In a super team boasting 2 of the top 5 players in history as teammates, Worthy's capability to secure the FMVP speaks volumes of his prowess. In contrast, had it been any other James, the historical status of Kareem and Magic might have suffered significantly, and Worthy, despite his 3 championships and 1 FMVP, remains overshadowed by certain ringless superstars. Among the 50 greatest players, James Worthy is often regarded as the least esteemed. When expanded to the 75 greatest, Worthy's standing diminishes even further. However, if Jordan were to select an all-time best lineup, the small forward position would undoubtedly feature Worthy rather than Pippen. James Worthy, the elder brother who led him to an NCAA championship. Before entering the NBA, Jordan often exclaimed, "Goodness, how can James be so exceptional?" After joining the NBA, he would marvel, "Goodness, how am I so exceptional?" James Worthy undoubtedly represents Jordan's unattainable ideal. Unable to secure Worthy, Jordan had to settle for Pippen as a substitute, gradually molding Pippen into his own version of Worthy. Initially, Worthy thrived with the Lakers, enjoying a lifestyle even more carefree than Jordan's. Yet, due to the comfort of playing alongside Kareem and Magic, Worthy failed to elevate his game further in the NBA. Upon the retirements of Kareem and Magic, Worthy realized he lacked the ability to lead a team independently, possessing only the skills of a third option, who would willingly embrace the role of a diligent third option if they had the opportunity to enter the top 10 in history. The James Worthy template is indeed commendable, yet he is not cut out to be a leader. His playing style aligns closely with that of most small forwards, featuring pick and rolls, fast breaks, low post play, and effective cuts for easy baskets, complemented by a reliable mid-range shot. However, as a North Carolina player, he is exceedingly well-rounded and steady. Worthy lacks the killer instinct and ferocity of Jordan. Once Magic retired, Worthy's deficiencies in various aspects became apparent, making it clear he was not suited to be the primary option. In contrast, Duan now possesses the same leadership capabilities as Magic, provided he has a supporting cast akin to James Worthy. What is there to fear in pursuing a championship? The day after clinching the Western Conference title, Duan, like his fellow Lakers, attended the celebration organized by the team. That evening, however, an unexpected visitor arrived at Duan's home. Charlie Denson, co-president of Nike, personally came to discuss matters related to the upcoming NBA Finals and the allocation of the Finals MVP award. Initially, Nike had only planned to send a mid-level manager for a brief discussion with Duan. Yet, following the unexpected passing of Nike's heir, and with the second-in-command preoccupied, the veteran executives sought to seize the opportunity for advancement. Thus, Charlie Denson and Mark Parker split their efforts. While Mark Parker traveled to Los Angeles to meet with Kobe, Charlie Denson chose to place his bets on Duan. Even before the finals commenced, they were already deliberating the distribution of the FMVP. Such audacity, Upon learning of this, Duan felt a sense of incredulity. He then pondered, did Kobe also engage in such negotiations? Is it true that only champions without FMVPs are deemed unworthy? One player strives tirelessly to score, while another must struggle to avoid scoring. Yet, the outcome remains the same. After listening to Charlie Denson's perspective, Duan found himself somewhat skeptical. According to Denson, there were Nike representatives among the Eastern Conference teams. Players such as Jermaine O'Neal of the Pacers, Rip Hamilton of the Pistons, and Rasheed Wallace were all signed under Nike. With the Lakers poised to secure the championship, Nike supported healthy competition between Duan and Kobe for the Finals MVP. In Denson's view, Duan winning the FMVP held greater significance than Kobe's achievement. Due to external factors, Kobe was currently only associated with Nike as an endorser. Even if he were to miss out on the FMVP, the allure of a championship would undoubtedly incite his fans to splurge, leading Nike to reap immense profits. Should Duan utilize his advantageous ball-handling capabilities to amass superior statistics and claim the FMVP, his personal commercial value would skyrocket. Additionally, Nike could further tap into the Chinese market, yielding even greater returns if unforeseen circumstances arose during the finals, with the Lakers facing the formidable Detroit Pistons, who had outperformed the Lakers. The stakes would be high. In such a scenario, Duan and Kobe, even at the risk of defeat, should ensure that Adidas-represented players like Chauncey Billups are effectively contained, allowing Nike-affiliated players to capture the FMVP. Duan recalled that during the Pistons' championship run, Hamilton was the leading scorer, yet Billups was nearly his equal. Kobe only began defending Billups in the final 2 games, a decision orchestrated by Phil Jackson. Logically, Kobe should have proactively sought to contain Billups from the outset. Duan struggled to grasp the intricacies of the situation, and after Charlie Denson departed, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the championship MVP. As his skills continued to grow, so too did Duan's ambitions. If the opportunity to attain such an honor as the FMVP arose, who would not desire it? Duan also recognized that the upcoming opponent was likely to be the Pistons, a team renowned for their defensive prowess. The Pistons had effectively contained both O'Neal and Kobe, yet their defensive resources were finite. Their ability to shut down the formidable duo was already their limit. To simultaneously contain Duan and Malone would likely prove insurmountable. Thus, Duan had the potential to emerge as a relatively overlooked asset by the Pistons, by effectively collaborating with O'Neal and Malone on pick-and-rolls, and perhaps indulging in a few personal endeavors. Duan could undoubtedly produce statistics worthy of the FMVP, subsequently earning the Iguodala Award as the third option on the team. This approach would allow him to avoid any rifts with O'Neal and Kobe while maximizing his gains, akin to how Magic claimed the FMVP in his rookie season. Why not? In due time, he could secure several genuine championship rings, and the FMVP would likely not pose any historical dilemmas, would it? Chapter 106. The finals commence. This is my stage. On June 1, after a grueling 6-game battle, the Pistons emerged victorious, defeating the Pacers 4-2 to advance to this year's finals. Perhaps it was their ironclad defense that limited playoff opponents to an average of under 80 points that led many media outlets to herald the Pistons as champions, suggesting that the Detroit Pistons had a genuine chance to overcome the Los Angeles Lakers and claim the title. Of course, the majority of media still regarded the offensively driven super team, the Los Angeles Lakers, as the season's true, unparalleled champions. The Pistons had subdued the Eastern Conference's top seed, yet they struggled to contain a Lakers team that had swept the defending champion Spurs 4-1, particularly in Los Angeles. The media had begun to forecast the championship and FMVP with great enthusiasm, even envisioning the rise of a second Lakers dynasty and a three-peat. Notably, on June 2, the Lakers announced that Peyton had returned from injury, restoring the team's paper strength to its peak condition. Although Peyton's injury had been to his lower back and not his spine, leading to only muscle strains, he would start from the bench for safety reasons and strictly manage his playing time. This meant that Peyton's return would not disrupt the Lakers' rotation. He would merely contribute a few minutes from the bench without affecting the overall strategy. Time swiftly progressed to June 5, when the Pistons arrived in Los Angeles, signaling the commencement of the showdown. Numerous Lakers fans spontaneously gathered near the hotel where the Pistons were staying, creating a cacophony to disrupt the players' rest. However, it was not nearly as outrageous as the Lakers players hearing gunfire during their stay in San Antonio. On the afternoon of June 5, Lakers legends Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and James Worthy arrived at the Toyota Center to support Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, and others who were still in training. since Dwayne was merely a rookie and not an African-American player. The three esteemed veterans were not very familiar with him, thus offering only a few brief words of encouragement. As time swiftly progressed to the evening of June 6, at the Staples Center, the NBA Finals of the 2003 to 2004 season were about to commence, with the Lakers pitted against the Pistons in Game 1. Coincidentally, it was a Sunday, and the Lakers players donned their platinum uniforms. However, the Lakers fans in attendance were clad in an eclectic mix of platinum, gold, purple, and special take-it-back jerseys, resulting in a rather disordered spectacle. Dwayne, it's your first finals, right? Don't be nervous. We all believe in you. You can help the Los Angeles Lakers secure a victory, Magic Johnson assured as he, flanked by the formidable Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and James Worthy, retrieved the game ball from the scorer's table and handed it to the referee at center court for the tip-off. Just before the match began, he offered a few more encouraging words to Dwayne and the others. Kareem and James were not as loquacious as Magic. They exchanged a brief smile before following him off the court. Relax, brother. If you're feeling tense, just pass the ball to Shaq. O'Neal patted Dwayne's shoulder and then took his place at center court, ready for the jump ball. Shortly thereafter, the referee tossed the ball high into the air, and the whistle blew. Dwayne scratched his head. Shaq, didn't you just tell me to relax? How did you violate the jump ball? O'Neal shrugged and promptly moved to the low post. Given that the Lakers were employing their customary starting lineup of Fisher, Kobe, Dwayne, Malone, and O'Neal, they initially attempted to execute a standard defensive strategy. Instead of guarding Billups, Kobe engaged in a tussle with Hamilton, while Dwayne trailed Prince to the corner, looking for an opportunity. O'Neal was supposed to defend Ben Wallace. But as Wallace moved to the three-point line to set a screen for Billups, O'Neal's poor ability to defend the pick-and-roll forced Malone to switch onto him. Subsequently, Billups and Wallace executed a pick-and-roll on the left sideline, compelling Malone to step up to delay Billups. Hamilton circled around from the right, using screens from Prince and Rasheed Wallace to cut to the basket. Dwayne noticed that Kobe was too late to recover on Hamilton and immediately rushed to contest him. After squeezing past Rasheed's screen, Kobe saw Dwayne switch onto Hamilton and retreated to guard Prince. Rasheed, having been cleared by Kobe, promptly dashed to the right corner beyond the three-point line, creating space for the Pistons. Unable to follow, O'Neal watched as Billups passed the ball to Rasheed. Fisher, noticing the situation, had no choice but to rush out to contest Rasheed's three-pointer, yet he was unable to interfere with the shot. Swish! Rasheed opened the game with a three-pointer, and the once raucous Staples Center fell into an eerie silence. Shaq, hurry up and grab the ball. Kobe seemed displeased with O'Neal's defensive lapse, as he was also near the baseline but did not collect the ball to initiate the play. O'Neal, however, said nothing and passed the ball to Dwayne, who was also near the baseline. While ignoring Kobe. It is noteworthy that the Pistons employed a full-court press, applying defensive pressure on the Lakers. Prince directly interfered with Dwayne's dribbling, while Kobe faced physical contact from Hamilton. While dribbling, Dwayne used his upper body strength to fend off Prince, simultaneously signaling for Fisher to come over and help alleviate the pressure. Before the finals commenced, Dwayne had privately devised a bold plan to aim for the finals MVP. Against a defensively robust team like the Pistons, achieving high scores would undoubtedly require more physical exertion than in previous playoff games. As one of the league's most renowned ball handlers, Fisher's signing was intended for this very purpose. Fisher, aware of his role, quickly approached to assist Dwayne. However, shortly after passing the ball to Fisher, Dwayne received it back. In terms of disrupting dribbling, Billups's defensive pressure was significantly greater than that of Prince. Fisher, aiming to mimic Dwayne's post-up maneuver against Billups, found that Billups could not only withstand physical contact but also maintain defensive intensity without losing his position. Thus, to avoid a turnover, Fisher had to pass the ball back to Dwayne. Fortunately, Dwayne's ability to create separation without the ball and receive passes had already reached an all-star caliber. Otherwise, he might have struggled to catch the ball amidst Prince's long reach. Once Dwayne crossed half-court, he immediately signaled for O'Neal to come up for a high pick-and-roll. Prior to the game, the Zen Master had meticulously analyzed the Pistons' defensive system, which primarily featured full-court pressure and a mixed defense. Many may not have heard of the term mixed defense, but Box and One might ring a bell. This type of defense combines man-to-man and zone principles. In today's era, the term illegal defense could also describe mixed defense. However, with the legalization of zone defense, the notorious illegal defense of the 1990s has become a relic of the past. The Pistons' mixed defense, aside from its man-to-man and zone components, also incorporated an infinite switch concept. It was precisely this infinite switching that enabled the Pistons to switch on every screen and, coupled with Ben's help defense, to trap ball handlers at the high post, thus creating an ironclad defense. Of course, the Pistons' mixed defense was not without its weaknesses. Like zone defenses, if the spacing is sufficiently stretched, high shooters can effectively exploit the three-point line, and players in the low post can cut unimpeded, making mixed defenses easily solvable. Why did the Zen Master insist on having Fisher in the starting lineup? It was because Fisher could shoot three-pointers. Additionally, his ball handling skills were commendable, making him one of the top players on the Lakers capable of alleviating the ball handling burden on Dwayne and Kobe amidst full-court defensive pressure. In the matchup against the Pistons, the starting lineup of Fisher, Kobe, Dwayne, and Malone all possessed shooting abilities, as long as they utilized high pick-and-rolls to alleviate O'Neal's struggles in the low post, where he could not receive the ball or shoot. All troubles would be easily resolved. However, if Malone were injured and the Lakers opted to start Payton, with O'Neal still stationed in the low post, the only way to counter the Pistons' mixed defense would be through isolations, relying on star players to create their own shots. The illegal defense was rampant in the 1990s, but as long as one possessed accuracy akin to Jordan's, even without a three-point shot, one could dominate the game. While Dwayne did not possess Jordan's shooting prowess, leveraging O'Neal's screens to take a few three-point shots was certainly within reach, as long as he could get his shot off quickly and accurately with the screens. The infinite switching would be rendered ineffective. This is my stage. Dwayne was acutely aware that in this series, he had the opportunity to shine brilliantly. Unlike Kobe, Dwayne would never tell O'Neal and Malone to cease their screens. In fact, like his good friend Wade, Dwayne thrived on screens. The more, the better. There was no reason to push teammates aside. This time, with O'Neal's solid screen, Dwayne shook off Prince and, with Ben just emerging from the free throw line, he took a decisive three-point shot without hesitation. Swish, Shaq, your screen was phenomenal. This shot owes at least 80% of its success to you. Let's go out there and give them a thrashing. To keep O'Neal from growing suspicious, Dwayne merely utilized him as a screening tool while he aggressively padded his statistics, immediately praising O'Neal. O'Neal, not having received the ball, thought little of it, especially since Prince had switched onto him, and Rashid had also advanced in the low post. If he were delayed by Prince, with Ben and Rashid collapsing on him, he would find himself ensnared in the Pistons' trap, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 107. The Zen Master's Trump Card. Dwayne's pick-and-roll Chansey, pick up the pace. Don't let me see that kid scoring over you. For the Pistons players, defense was never solely an individual's responsibility. The mixed defensive system, combining man-to-man and infinite switching, was disrupted by Dwayne and O'Neal's pick-and-rolls and Dwayne's lightning-fast shooting release. Therefore, to further restrict Dwayne's shooting, it was imperative to intensify physical confrontations against him and accelerate the double team before his shot. At this moment, Billups was under the least defensive pressure, making it the optimal time to reallocate defensive resources to leave Fisher open and double-team Dwayne as he used screens to shoot. Moreover, Ben's speed after switching defenses could also afford to be slightly increased. Only in this manner could the Pistons hope to triumph over the star-studded Los Angeles Lakers, boasting 4 superstars. Dwayne was no fool. Larry Brown shouted from the sidelines, and Dwayne was naturally attuned to it. Now that he was aware that the Pistons had made adjustments to their defense to target him, Dwayne would adapt accordingly. Thus, in the opening 4 minutes, Dwayne took 3 shots and assisted both O'Neal and Malone with a pass each. Dwayne's 2-4-3 shooting from beyond the arc was commendable in terms of efficiency. However, O'Neal, facing timely double teams from the Pistons, would rather see O'Neal at the free throw line than relent on his defense, resulting in O'Neal's disappointing 1-4-2 from the charity stripe. Malone, on the other hand, struggled to capitalize on his mid-range opportunities, with his first attempt clanging off the rim. Overall, in the opening minutes, with a score of 6-7, the Lakers held a slender lead of 1 point. Dunn, already under considerable pressure from Fisher's ball handling, had been shouldering some of the dribbling duties while also expending significant energy on his own offensive efforts. Thus, if he wished to avoid a mere 8-point loss, he should facilitate more opportunities for Kobe. As a minor shareholder in Nike, even if Kobe secured the Finals MVP, it would not be a loss for Dunn. Of course, Dunn also needed to consider whether Kobe would, in his pursuit of the MVP, recklessly seize the ball and disrupt Dunn's plans to dominate the championship narrative. A.S. Billups passed to Hamilton near the free throw line. Hamilton leaped, faking a shot to draw the attention of Malone and O'Neal, only to pass to the cutting angry Sky God. The Pistons capitalized on the opportunity to score 2 points, taking the lead. O'Neal swiftly slipped out of bounds to receive an inbounds pass, and Fisher quickly advanced the ball. Encountering Billup's tight defense, Dunn stepped up to set a screen, allowing Fisher to navigate around it and reach the front court. Dunn then took possession, initially seeking a pick and roll with Malone, and soon called for a screen from O'Neal on the left sideline. Seeing that Dunn opted not to shoot from the arc but rather drove left to attack the basket, the Pistons' defense naturally concentrated on the left side and the paint. Ben and Billups converged to pressure Dunn, yet he suddenly leaped to pass the ball to Fisher at the top of the arc. Fisher faked a shot to draw the attention of the switched Prince and Hamilton in the corner. Observing Kobe gaining a half-open opportunity, Fisher promptly delivered the ball to him. Without hesitation, Kobe caught the pass and launched a corner three-pointer. However, Fisher's pass lacked the comfort that Dunn's had provided. Although Kobe's shot release was swift, his aim faltered slightly. With the familiar clang of iron ringing through Staples Center, 7 or 8 players converged beneath the basket to vie for the rebound. Malone received the ball near the free throw line, but, faced with the angry Sky God, he refrained from an immediate shot, instead opting for a bounce pass to O'Neal. Hamilton closed in to disrupt O'Neal, but upon receiving the ball, O'Neal executed a powerful layup. No one expected that the Lakers, who primarily relied on the triangle offense, would employ the Pistons' Princeton principles against them. As a member of the Lakers, Malone had been thoroughly transformed. He either passed to Dunn or to O'Neal, revealing his unwavering determination to win the championship. Consequently, while the Lakers lost one offensive point, they gained a central axis. Coincidentally, Dunn's need for shooting opportunities was heightened that evening. With Malone facilitating ball movement, the defensive pressure on Dunn naturally eased. Shaq, next, you need to receive the ball in the low post. The team needs you to draw the defense down low. Carl, after your pick and roll with Dunn, focus more on mid-range offense. Derrick, Kobe, and Dunn will help create space for you on the perimeter. With the score gap remaining narrow, the Lakers, holding a lead, were the first to call a timeout. The Zen Master took this opportunity to reconfigure the Lakers' offensive strategy. Given the Pistons' aggressive defense, if Dunn succumbed to fatigue and his shooting became unstable, the situation would turn unfavorable for the Lakers. Therefore, they could not fall into the Pistons' defensive trap and needed to alter their offensive approach, prioritizing attack to break the deadlock. Considering the Pistons primarily relied on Billups and Hamilton for scoring, the angry Sky God was less frequently involved in shooting. Thus, the Zen Master intentionally encouraged Malone to engage more in the low-efficiency yet effective mid-range area to benefit the Lakers. Malone did not disappoint the Zen Master. Although his mid-range shooting percentage hovered just above 40%, by executing pick-and-rolls with Dunn on the strong side and drawing defensive attention from O'Neal, Malone successfully hit several shots, prompting timely defensive adjustments from the Pistons. With Kobe stationed on the weak side and fewer defenders around him, Dunn faced greater defensive pressure on the strong side, leading Malone to pass more frequently to Kobe. For Kobe, any one-on-one opportunity, even with a contested shot, was an excellent chance to score. While tonight Kobe may not have exhibited explosive performances, he nonetheless maintained stability, avoiding any dismal displays. In fact, against a Pistons team whose offense was already lackluster, a shooting percentage exceeding 40% significantly increased their chances of victory. Though the Lakers had not widened the gap as they did against the Spurs, they consistently maintained a competitive advantage throughout the match. Larry Brown firmly believed that as long as O'Neal was unable to receive the ball, the Lakers would struggle to score in the paint, eventually allowing them to rely on defense and the hack-a-Shaq strategy to turn the tide. The Zen Master trusted in Dunn's ability to exploit mismatches against smaller guards, as well as Kobe's capacity to dominate in one-on-one situations, and he held unwavering faith in O'Neal's low-post supremacy. Although Kobe was not particularly keen on executing pick-and-rolls, he recognized his responsibility to ensure the Lakers' victory. Even when Dunn, leveraging Kobe's screens, sank 2 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter, Kobe bore no grievances, diligently running through the plays. On the sidelines, Larry Brown could only watch in disbelief. How is Dunn outperforming Reggie Miller? Chapter 108. A defensive battle, first victory of the finals. A signature move is termed as such because it is best employed at crucial moments. Naturally, before Kobe took possession, the Zen Master first instructed Dunn, having just rested and still possessing ample energy, to attempt a few three-pointers to draw the Pistons' defense. When Dunn held the ball and executed a crossover screen with Kobe, the Pistons indeed focused more on limiting Dunn's shooting, as three-pointers yield an additional point over two-pointers. Furthermore, the Pistons prioritized protecting the interior, leaving Kobe vulnerable to double teams on mid-range shots. Thus, by bolstering perimeter defense, the Pistons could maintain comprehensive pressure on the Lakers. However, Kobe's ball-handling prowess evidently exceeded the Pistons' defensive constraints. After receiving Dunn's pass, Kobe stepped outside using Ben's screen and before stabilizing his footing. He accelerated past Ben on the left side, driving toward the basket. The angry Sky God and Prince hurriedly converged to double-team him, and just when everyone anticipated Kobe would take a quick jump shot, he suddenly executed a bounce pass to O'Neal. As long as Kobe was willing to penetrate and distribute the ball inside, O'Neal could be activated, making the Lakers virtually unbeatable. With Dunn's three-point shooting and playmaking, Kobe's ball handling and mid-range scoring, coupled with O'Neal's finishing ability in the paint, the trio of Lakers stars effectively covered all offensive areas on the court. The collaborative playmaking of Dunn and Kobe ensured that O'Neal could receive the ball in relatively comfortable positions. Faced with O'Neal's low-post isolation, Dunn executed a pick-and-roll, employing his signature move in the short term. Larry Brown had no immediate solutions. He could only urge the Pistons on the floor to adopt a more aggressive defensive approach. The effectiveness of defense largely hinges on attitude. The Pistons' 5 core players were all physical specimens. Having reached the finals, they were unwilling to concede defeat to the Lakers so easily. Under Larry Brown's tutelage, they had honed their mixed defensive system to an instinctual level. By investing more energy and focus, the Pistons' defensive intensity notably increased. Of course, the current Pistons were far removed from the infamous Bad Boys era. Their defense, while renowned, differed markedly from that of the defensively adept Spurs. The Pistons were undeniably tough and resilient. Although they resorted to minor tactics, they eschewed particularly dirty plays aimed at incapacitating opponents. The Pistons' tenacious defense primarily enhanced physical contact and intensified challenges against ball handlers. To be fair, many of the Pistons' defensive maneuvers would have drawn fouls during the regular season. However, in the playoffs, such actions were tacitly accepted by the league. League officials recognized that while offensive basketball may boost viewership during the regular season, fans favored more intense confrontations in the playoffs. This is part of the reason why the NFL dominates in North America, where gun violence is commonplace. Fans often harbor a penchant for aggression. Nevertheless, an unwavering focus on increasing physicality and defensive intensity can lead to a scarcity of scoring, which detracts from the entertainment value of games. The essence of competitive sports lies in showcasing extraordinary athletes performing at peak levels. Dominating the court with flair, if all players merely engage in lackluster performances, even the most aesthetically pleasing shots will be perceived as a lack of excitement. Only when athletes can perform spectacular feats against formidable defenses can the distinctions between superstars, all-stars, and regular starters become starkly apparent, transcending mere statistics. Fans will genuinely recognize and admire the stars who emerge victorious in the playoffs. Even if a player dominates the court while not representing their favored team, or if they defeat their team in the playoffs, fans will have borne witness to numerous great victories and understand the true meaning of a championship ring, the essence of a well-deserved title. Kobe did not hesitate, just as Dunn did not hesitate to pass the ball to Kobe. The desire to compete for the finals MVP was entirely valid. However, the prerequisite for claiming the MVP was to first secure the victory. The Lakers, as the top team in the West, could not afford to lose to a lesser team. Such an outcome would severely tarnish the historical legacy of the OK duo. Moreover, within the Lakers, 2 marquee stars under the Nike umbrella had already resolved any potential conflicts or disputes of interest between Dunn and Kobe. In any case, the meat must remain in the pot. It was precisely for this reason that Kobe, until Shaquille O'Neal faced the hack-a-Shaq strategy, stepped forward to take control of the game. Kobe launched a series of 4 shots in succession. Despite being double-teamed by the Pistons each time, he managed to sink 2 mid-range jumpers through sheer individual prowess, helping the Lakers maintain their composure. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the game, the score stood at 74-81, a 7-point deficit that compelled the Pistons to call a timeout to reassess their offensive tactics. Although a 7-point gap seemed manageable, in reality, even if the Lakers were to score nothing further, the Pistons might still struggle to secure victory that evening. On the Lakers side, Coach Phil Jackson was acutely aware of the risks associated with continuing to play O'Neal amidst the hack-a-Shaq strategy. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep O'Neal on the court, recognizing that the Lakers needed his rim protection and rebounding prowess. Moreover, in Jackson's view, as long as O'Neal could achieve a free throw shooting percentage of 40, The Pistons would likely falter due to their inherent lack of offensive firepower, thus losing the game. Under the Lakers' relentless defense, the Pistons' overall offensive efficiency barely exceeded 40 to Phil. I can play off the ball, and I can defend Billups, Dunn asserted. To ensure victory that night, Dunn decided to slightly sacrifice his own role. Having already scored 23 points, along with 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal on 8 of 17 shooting, including 6 of 13 from beyond the arc, Dunn had performed exceptionally well in both scoring and playmaking. In the remaining 4 minutes, there was no need for Dunn to vie with Kobe and O'Neal for shooting opportunities. As long as Dunn could contain Billups' scoring and Kobe could stifle Hamilton, the Lakers would only need to score a couple of points to significantly enhance their chances of winning. Jackson understood Dunn's intentions and promptly made another adjustment. Dunn, you'll play the point guard position, and Devin, you'll take the small forward spot. If any of your teammates pass you the ball, shoot immediately, don't hesitate. We believe in you. Jackson had a penchant for relying on unsung heroes in critical moments. Yet due to the heavy reliance on his star players, both Dunn and Kobe were nearly depleted of energy. This naturally compromised their shooting stability in clutch moments. Meanwhile, Devin George, serving as a backup small forward, had only seen 7 minutes of action that night. Though his rhythm wasn't particularly warm, his stamina remained intact. Devin was known for his solid three-point shooting, and once Dunn and Kobe drew defensive attention, passing the ball to Devin would likely create open opportunities for him. In simpler terms, if Devin could make even one three-pointer, the Lakers would be in a strong position. However, that night, the Lakers would not require Devin George to save the day. Upon re-entering the game, the Pistons did not immediately resort to fouling O'Neal, allowing Kobe to seize the moment, driving to the basket and drawing a foul, converting both free throws to extend the Lakers' lead. With Dunn effectively defending Billups, the Pistons' Princeton offense struggled to find its rhythm. Ultimately, they had to rely on Hamilton and the big Ben Wallace's isolation plays to finish the job. Nevertheless, Kobe's ironclad defense kept Hamilton firmly in check. As the Pistons attempted to foul O'Neal to regain possession, O'Neal's performance at the line was lackluster, hitting only 2 of 6, yet, thanks to Hamilton's consecutive misses, the Lakers managed to hold on to their lead and secure a victory in Game 1 of the Finals. Stanislav Medvedenko, upon entering the game, did not become a defensive liability. In fact, due to Ben Wallace's own struggles at the free throw line, the Lakers capitalized on their backup center's ample fouls to counter Wallace. Although Kobe failed to convert a shot, the resulting long rebound fortuitously found its way back into his hands. It can be said that this rebound effectively sealed the game. Subsequently, the Lakers continued to run down the clock, fouling Wallace, draining the game time to the very last second. Larry Brown, feeling somewhat constrained, only withdrew all his starters after the game concluded, unlike O'Neal, who had exited 2 minutes early. But what did it matter? With a final score of 80-85, the Lakers secured a 5-point victory in Game 1 of the Finals. Despite Kobe's modest 21 points from 23 attempts, he leveraged his extensive experience to outmaneuver Hamilton, clinching the game with a self-rebounded shot. Chapter 109. Psychological Therapy. Superman takes flight. Eliza, where are you? Darling, I'm in Los Angeles, shopping at Beverly Center. Are you coming to pick me up? Of course, upon learning the whereabouts of his best partner, Eliza Dushku, Dunn immediately drove over to collect her, also offering to cover her shopping expenses. Sweetheart, didn't you say last night that you were going to Toyota Center for training this afternoon? How do you have time to pick me up? Eliza Dushku gazed at Dunn, who was effortlessly pulling out his wallet to pay for several $1,000s worth of goods, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dunn held shopping bags in one hand and wrapped his arm around Eliza Dushku's slender waist as he guided her to the car. After helping her into the vehicle and closing the door, he clarified, this isn't just a routine warm-up or training session. It's a rather specialized form of psychological therapy. Psychological therapy? Didn't you win? Who exactly needs to see a psychologist? Eliza Dushku inquired. Her curiosity piqued, and she continued to probe for more details. Who is it? Kobe? Shaq? Or perhaps Carl? Derrick? If it's not you, then who could it be? Eliza Dushku was eager to uncover who among the players required psychological assistance. Questioning the mental fortitude of NBA athletes, if it were the Lakers star player, that would certainly be intriguing. Having spent 6 months together, Dunn was well aware of his best partner's motivations. She was merely looking to generate some media buzz and ride the wave of attention surrounding the Lakers' finals run. Dunn had never publicly acknowledged Eliza Dushku as his girlfriend. He merely referred to her as a close female friend. although Eliza held a slight grudge due to this lack of acknowledgement. Over time, she had come to terms with it. Initially, she approached Dunn as a female fan, aiming to garner some attention from him. Dunn had no objection to this, allowing Eliza to enjoy the experience. However, this time, Dunn insisted that Eliza could not just casually tag along. He was solely focused on securing the championship, regardless of whether he received the finals MVP award. Eliza, it's not what you think. This is merely a standard psychological health checkup and treatment. In the course of NBA games, consulting a psychologist is quite common. However, I am in good health and don't have any psychological issues. Others may not understand me, but surely you do. As Dunn articulated, psychological consultations, assessments, and treatments are entirely routine in the NBA. Even elite players like Jordan and Duncan have undergone psychological therapy following or during the finals. Notably, Duncan holds a Master's degree in psychology, showcasing his profound understanding of the subject. Theo put it simply, Duncan once manipulated a legendary player who wished to remain anonymous for a staggering 7 years. Eventually, when Popovich sensed the situation was dire, he promptly arranged for a psychologist to assist Duncan in regaining his mental state. By Game 6, although Duncan's free throw shooting was subpar at 5 of 10, it was a slight improvement over his 4 of 11 in Game 5. After nearly a week of ongoing treatment, Duncan broke free from his psychological shackles in Game 7, sinking 5 of 6 free throws to redeem himself and secure another championship. Thus, psychological therapy can indeed be of significant benefit to NBA players. Given the Lakers' wealth of playoff and finals experience, the management proactively engaged a psychologist immediately after Game 1 of the finals to preemptively address any potential issues. One cannot deny the Pistons' defensive intensity. The substantial physical contact and corresponding energy expenditure would inevitably leave Lakers players with muscle soreness and fatigue the day after such a high-stakes game. Even though Lakers players typically utilize technology to enhance recovery before game day, it is not a miracle cure that allows for instant rejuvenation, just as people tend to become more irritable when they're unwell. After competing in a high-intensity game, NBA players often find their tempers frayed the following day. Some players, particularly among the African-American community, may even suffer from various mental health issues, inadvertently harming teammates and the team as a whole. The Pistons' aggressive defense is further exacerbated by a barrage of trash talk and minor altercations in the high-pressure environment of the finals, where focus is paramount. The emotional state of Lakers players is bound to be affected post-game. Even while resting at home, they may unintentionally strain their previously harmonious family relationships. Historically, such issues were relatively easy to address. The prevalent vices of gambling and substance abuse in the 70s and 80s were often used to counteract the adverse psychological effects of intense defensive play. However, with Stern's reforms and Magic Johnson's exemplary conduct, the NBA has become increasingly professional and scientific. Utilizing calming technologies is the simplest and most immediate solution, yet under Jackson's guidance, the Lakers prefer meditation. Relying on their own mental strength and willpower to overcome psychological challenges. As the saying goes, even the landlord has no surplus grain. Thus, the Lakers management arranged for a psychologist to help alleviate any psychological instability among the players, thus aiding the Lakers, who possess an undeniable advantage, to secure a flawless victory in the finals. My dear, why the haste? The psychologist provided me with 2 videotapes, claiming they would be beneficial to me. I don't merely wish to share this with you. Wait, do not rush. Allow me to call a friend over. I cannot manage this alone. Fear not, we still have basketball to play tomorrow night. However, I would not mind if you invite a few more to join us. Just as Eliza Dushku was about to finish her call, Dune had already commenced watching the footage. Initially, he was greeted by a verdant forest, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water, which stirred some excitement within him. Dune assumed it was a grand production, yet, when Eliza Dushku summoned reinforcements and settled beside Dune, they began to admire the forest, the creek, and the waterfall together. Dune's frustration had substantially diminished after watching the video for 10 minutes. It seemed he had entered a state of tranquility. One must commend the psychologist for their expertise. With just a hint, Dune discovered how to attain inner peace. What is there to behold? Eliza Dushku was thoroughly perplexed. Dune could only respond nonchalantly. The forest, the creek, the waterfall. Before long, the imagery shifted to a coastline adorned with golden sands, with the continuous sound of crashing waves resonating. Through this profound communion with nature, Dune found alleviation from the anxiety of his inaugural NBA Finals and the fatigue accumulated throughout the playoffs. He had intended to delve deeper into his treatment, but alas, the Pistons' formidable defense had taken its toll, necessitating a reduction in the intensity of his street basketball engagements and his time on the court. It must be noted that by the following day, Dune's physical condition had yet to return to its normal state. Nevertheless, his mental outlook had undeniably improved. As time swiftly approached the evening of June 8, the Lakers faced the Pistons in Game 2 of the Finals, once again at the Staples Center. 2 days prior, the two teams had laid their cards on the table in Game 1. When the pivotal moment arrived, the Lakers still had the pick and roll with Duco, while the Pistons could only hope to reverse their fortunes with the hack-a-Shaq strategy. However, there were concerns regarding Ben's free throw shooting. Should the Lakers maintain their lead, they could withdraw O'Neal and turn the tables with the hack-a-Ben tactic, leaving Larry Brown with a headache. With 2 days elapsed, it remained uncertain whether Larry Brown had devised a solution. The Lakers, however, were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Consequently, the Lakers were determined to secure victory without allowing the Pistons to drag the game into a critical juncture. The Pistons could not rely solely on their fixed defensive scheme to contain the ever-evolving Lakers triumvirate. The synergy between Kobe and Dune, coupled with O'Neal's dominance under the basket, undoubtedly rendered the Lakers' offensive intensity far superior to that of the Pistons. If the Pistons failed to make headway on the offensive end, they would be compelled to stick with their mixed defensive system, attempting to clinch the championship through defense. In such a scenario, the initiative would still reside with the Lakers. Let us go Lakers! Let us go Lakers! Let us go Lakers! The roar of Los Angeles fans once again echoed throughout the Staples Center. O'Neal did not disappoint the crowd, winning the opening tip-off, and this time, there were no violations during the jump ball. As in Game 1. Once Fisher took possession, Billups immediately applied pressure with aggressive defense. Dune was compelled to move forward to receive the ball, but upon gaining possession, he accelerated towards the basket. Prince, closely trailing Dune, was swiftly outmaneuvered with a slick between-the-legs dribble. Dune dashed to the left side at a 45-degree angle, just a step inside the three-point line. Feigning a long-range shot, Ben had to relinquish his guard on O'Neal, but Dune executed a quick pivot, driving towards the basket. This moment, only Hamilton and the Angry God remained near the three-point line. While the Lakers boasted Kobe, Malone, and O'Neal in a 4-on-2 situation, Dune need not showcase his superlative playmaking abilities. A mere feint in the paint forced Ben and the Angry God to converge on Dune. But could this hinder his pass? Clearly not. As he leapt, he simply tossed the ball upwards, allowing O'Neal to follow suit from beneath the basket, catching it midair and emphatically slamming it home. Boom! O'Neal commenced his aerial assault on the rim. Even within the restricted area, nothing could prevent this Superman from soaring. O'Neal swiftly descended from the basket and approached Dune, exchanging high-fives while hurling a few targeted jabs at the two Wallaces. Chapter 110. Dominate the game, Team Dune, Rational Kobe. Chapter 110. Dominate the game, Team Dune, Rational Kobe. However, the Pistons remained unaware of whether Dune had adequately rested. What they did know was that Dune had drained 6 three-pointers in the previous game. With a shooting percentage exceeding 40%, Dune's demonstrated three-point prowess during the playoffs was sufficient to instill trepidation in every team across the league. Moreover, defending against the three-point shot was precisely the Achilles heel of the Pistons' mixed defense system. In a bid to thwart Dune's long-range attempts, the Pistons found themselves ensnared by Dune's deceptive feints and precise passes, inadvertently disrupting their defensive strategy. Observing the scoreboard at 4-9, Larry Brown had no choice but to call a timeout to recalibrate their defensive approach. Ben, I know you can guard positions 1 through 5. You can do better. Henceforth, when Dune sets a screen, it's your responsibility to defend. Everyone else, keep an eye on your assignments and protect the basket. By making the right decisions, we can secure victory. After making defensive adjustments, Larry Brown surprisingly refrained from berating his players, opting instead to bolster their morale. In the past, he would have surely unleashed a tirade. Last game, you failed to contain Dune's three-pointer. Today, you cannot allow him to pass uncontested. What use are you lot? Yet, Larry Brown recognized that the Lakers' roster far surpassed that of the Pistons, and his starting five had executed his defensive system to its utmost potential. In the face of such talent disparity, Larry Brown could only hope that his players would rise to the occasion and conjure a miracle. As the timeout concluded, play resumed. The Pistons made slight adjustments to their defense but did not alter their offensive strategy. Following Game 1, Fisher, under the guidance of Lakers assistant coach Tex Winter, modified his defensive approach against Billups, Shifting from a frontal to a lateral defense, it resembled Rubio's defense against Harden, primarily aimed at preventing Billups from exploiting screens to drive left. Though Billups lacked Harden's penchant for stepbacks, if allowed to dominate the three-point line, the Pistons would suffer from a lack of organization and diminished offensive efficiency. Billups was not a steady point guard. Even under Larry Brown's tutelage, his propensity for ill-advised three-point attempts occasionally resurfaced. Now that Fisher had relinquished space for shooting, Billups would naturally seize the opportunity. Conversely, if he followed Fisher's defensive strategy and attempted to drive right or down the middle, he would soon find himself confronted by Dune's double team and a sea of defenders beneath the basket. In the initial 3 minutes, Billups attempted to orchestrate the offense, but his teammates' performances mirrored that of the previous game, yielding a mere 40 shooting efficiency. Now, with an opportunity to score, Billups resolved to take the shot himself. Swish, Billups released a three-pointer. Although Fisher leapt to contest, he angled his body to avoid fouling. Could he block Billups' shot? Dune, having also converged to assist, lunged forward to disrupt the shot, but ultimately, their efforts proved futile. Shortly thereafter, Dune utilized a handoff at the arc, navigating through a screen for a three-pointer, momentarily faking Ben. Initially intending to pass, Dune discovered that no one had collapsed defensively. Thus, he took a step back to recalibrate his rhythm before launching a three-pointer on his toes. Swish! Nearby, Stu Lance marveled. I feel as though I am witnessing Dune donning both the 32 and 44 jerseys on the court. Indeed, while Dune's draft prototype was Reggie Miller, most would instantly associate him with Miller. However, the organizational prowess Dune exhibited now undoubtedly evoked memories of Magic Johnson. Furthermore, given that Dune had been personally selected by the logo, it was hardly an exaggeration to consider him the successor to the logo, especially with his current exceptional shooting ability. Who could forget that this was the Staples Center and that Dune was a Lakers player? Naturally, in the finals, no one would dare to neglect their defensive duties. Fisher, having finally earned a starting position, was determined to exert himself, utilizing relentless physicality against Billups, and by sheer chance, he found success. Although Billups had an open shot, he ultimately could not maintain his rhythm under Fisher's influence. O'Neal secured the rebound and passed to Dune on the perimeter. Yet, it was the same routine. Pick and roll, exploiting mismatches, and shooting off screens. Dune, aspiring for the finals MVP, could not afford to miss an opportunity to accumulate points. Swish, with 3 assists already, Dune helped the Lakers extend their lead by 5 points. This time, he connected on 2 consecutive three-pointers, widening the gap to 8. Why was Dune so difficult to defend? Ben was already right in his face. As the point differential approached double digits, Larry Brown, perched on the sidelines, could hardly contain his impatience. Ben was his trusted protege, and such a situation warranted no reckless rebuke. Consequently, Larry Brown turned to Chauncey Billups with a pointed inquiry. Chauncey, why are you hesitant to drive inside? Stop playing like a coward and take it to the hoop. Use your back to impose your will. Backing down from the high post was Billups' forte. While his three-point shooting in the playoffs had been inconsistent, his mid-range accuracy remained commendable. The Lakers, too, were increasingly relying on Dune's adept combination of dribbling, driving, and passing, methodically solidifying their lead. Under normal circumstances, Dune's remarkable shooting touch would render it a pity not to take the shot. Sensing the urgency, Zen Master could only preemptively call a timeout to recalibrate the offensive strategy before Larry Brown could surmise Dune's waning confidence. The Lakers opted to bring in Payton as the ball handler, alleviating some of the pressure, while Kobe assumed the role of primary playmaker, either launching his own attacks or driving inside to activate Shaquille O'Neal. Dune and Grant played off the ball, assisting the Lakers in spreading the floor. Perhaps due to Dune's exemplary team play, Kobe, who also harbored aspirations for the finals MVP, played in a relatively rational manner. Although he only succeeded in 1 shot, he managed to secure 2 assists by passing to O'Neal. Meanwhile, O'Neal, despite not fully grasping the dynamics between Dune and Kobe, was nonetheless pleased with the unfolding situation. After all, who wouldn't want to emerge as the ultimate victor in life? O'Neal's grin could have hooked a fish. Chapter 111. 14 points at halftime, yet nothing for the entire game? The killing blow of Dune. O'Neal was undoubtedly the most formidable offensive threat for the Lakers. While it was acceptable to be outdone by Dune and Kobe's shooting from the perimeter, the difficulty of defending against star players making tough shots was undeniable. The pressing question was, why was O'Neal not being adequately defended? It was not as if every point he scored came from sheer isolation plays. Many of his baskets were simply a result of easy opportunities. Admittedly, had anyone else been in his position, they might not have capitalized on the same chances, but O'Neal made it appear effortlessly graceful and masterful. Following Larry Brown's furious tirade, Ben and the formidable roaring deity appeared despondent, pledging that in the ensuing plays, they could not afford to let O'Neal slip through their fingers. With Kobe and O'Neal on the court, Dunn refrained from rushing into attacks, instead opting to pass the ball to Kobe, focusing on off-ball movement to help the Lakers create space. This was Dunn's first appearance in the finals, and confronting a defensive powerhouse like the Pistons, was he running low on stamina? Had he given up on competing for the finals MVP? Nike had already delineated the competition for the finals MVP between Kobe and Dunn, and with Kobe needing Nike's assistance to mitigate external influences, he naturally perceived Dunn's current actions as a gracious retreat, opting to support him in the championship pursuit. Perhaps due to a clear mind and buoyant spirits, Kobe proceeded to isolate and score on Hamilton, seemingly aided by divine intervention, sinking 2 consecutive mid-range shots. This was, of course, facilitated by Dunn and O'Neal attracting defensive attention, allowing Kobe to exploit Hamilton in one-on-one situations. Observing the lead extend to 10 points, Larry Brown suddenly had an epiphany. He shouted to the court, "Tayshaun, lock down Kobe, Richard, you take Dunn." Larry Brown had hesitated to make this decision primarily due to Dunn's previous success in backing down Hamilton and Billups during the regular season. With Kobe heating up, Hamilton was utterly unable to contain him. If Kobe continued to score with such ease, the Pistons were doomed to defeat. Not wishing to suffer yet another loss to the Lakers at the hands of Zen Master, Larry Brown felt compelled to gamble with a desperate measure. It must be said, Lady Luck smiled upon Larry Brown. Prince, standing at 2.06 meters with a wingspan of 2.18 meters, was matched against Kobe, who stood at 1.98 meters with a wingspan of 2.11 meters. Even if Kobe released his shot quickly or leaned back, Prince could still effectively contest Kobe's attempts. Despite Kobe's favorable shooting rhythm, his shot clanged off the rim. Fortunately, Malone, positioned against O'Neal, secured the offensive rebound and finished with a putback. Dunn's help defense disrupted Billups' shot, while Kobe exerted himself on both ends of the court, forcing Hamilton to chase relentlessly. As the shot clock dwindled, the Pistons had no choice but to rely on the roaring deity to take a desperate shot. However, Malone was not to be taken lightly. Although he did not impede the roaring deity's straight-arm jumper, he exerted considerable effort in physical confrontation. The roaring deity found himself struggling to shoot solely relying on upper body strength, resulting in a shot that fell short. Consequently, O'Neal effortlessly snatched the rebound over Ben. Prince was no slouch either. He consistently maintained contact with Kobe, limiting his ability to drive to the basket. Unlike Dunn, who frequently called for screens, Kobe realized that Prince's length posed a significant obstacle, prompting him to pass the ball to Dunn. Dunn assumed Kobe was, like James, delegating the critical scoring opportunity to a trusted teammate. With a deceptive shoulder fake, Kobe spun past Prince, only to be met by Ben surging in from below the basket. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal was poised for an explosive dunk, but a pair of large hands gripped him from behind, preventing his ascent. Even so, O'Neal sought to soar, yet he faced not only the roaring deity but also Billups and Prince, who converged to firmly restrain him. O'Neal lost his balance and fell to the ground. Hearing the whistle for a common foul, he could only curse as he approached the free throw line. Shortly after, he made one of 2 attempts. The situation was not entirely dire. However, taking advantage of O'Neal's free throw opportunity, Larry Brown substituted the roaring deity, who had accrued 3 fouls, and brought in backup center Oker. If one defender couldn't contain him, perhaps 2 could. If 2 failed, then 3 might suffice. It was undeniable that the Pistons had a wealth of resources to defend against O'Neal. Of course, Oker's role was not just to temporarily substitute for O'Neal. Upon entering, the Pistons devised a play for Oker to execute a 3-point shot. Oker did not disappoint, using his height to create space for Malone, calmly sinking the 3-pointer. Thus, the point differential dwindled to within 10. However, Kobe remained unfazed, continuing to attempt individual scoring. Yet this time, the Pistons denied O'Neal the ball, and Kobe found himself trapped between Ben and Prince, unable to pass to O'Neal, resulting in a forced shot. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and Malone rushed in for the rebound, only to be outpaced by Ben. Turning around, Payton's defense had slackened, allowing Billups to launch a quick 3-pointer. Zen Master, not one to remain idle, immediately called a timeout to regroup his players. Although Kobe had not paid attention to Malone, he indeed failed to help the Lakers extend their lead, instead contributing to the Pistons' consecutive scoring run. Leaving him in silence to endure the mockery, Malone, however, was invigorated, relentlessly pursuing Kobe with taunts. Just as Kobe was about to retort, Zen Master gathered everyone for a strategic adjustment. He first pulled Payton from the game, reintroducing Fisher to create an additional spacing option. Next, he instructed Dunn to take over ball handling duties, facilitating team cohesion. Upon hearing this arrangement, neither Kobe nor Malone objected, while O'Neal approached Dunn, discussing the need for more passes his way. O'Neal, desiring to maintain his excellent form, did not wish to finish the game with a scoring tally below 20 points. Although achieving 17 or 18 points against a defensive juggernaut like the Pistons was commendable, O'Neal was one of the league's dominators, the Lakers' leading figure, and a prime contender for the Finals MVP. Naturally, O'Neal aspired to prolong his peak performance and dominance in the league. However, he also noted that Dunn's offensive aggression was lacking, and Kobe's performance had dipped due to the Pistons' defensive adjustments. Therefore, O'Neal deemed it necessary to step up and score. Dunn, on the other hand, had no objections. Granting ball control to Kobe or feeding O'Neal were ultimately in pursuit of victory. O'Neal surged towards the basket, drawing Oker's attention and attracting Hamilton's defense. Ben stepped out, yet fell victim to Dunn's feint, as Dunn drove to the corner and passed to Malone. Malone, poised to attack the rim, drew Oker's defense, leading to a successful connection between Malone and O'Neal for an alley-oop dunk. Although Dunn did not record an assist, he effectively orchestrated the offensive play, helping the Lakers stabilize their position. The Pistons attempted to feed Oker several times, yet his shooting percentage plummeted under increased physical pressure. Left with no choice, the Pistons resorted to double-teaming Kobe, only to find that he had spotted Dunn calling for the ball and decisively passed it to him. With Hamilton, who had been defending Dunn throughout the first half, Dunn wasted no time, delivering a powerful shoulder check that sent Hamilton stumbling. He then feigned a drive, pulled back to the three-point line, and released a jumper. Hamilton, having lost his balance, retreated to prevent O'Neal from receiving an easy pass, only to be caught off guard by Dunn's deceptive shot. Before Hamilton could close in, Dunn had already released the ball, showcasing his proficiency in the pull-up jump shot. With a swift shot, Dunn once again stepped up to score with a singular drive. However, witnessing this turn of events, O'Neal found little joy. 14 points in the first half, and merely 18 for the entire game. With Kobe and Dunn both finding their rhythm, how could O'Neal expect to receive the ball? Moreover, the Pistons were exerting considerable caution in their defense against O'Neal. To conserve energy for scoring in the second half, O'Neal proactively moved to the sidelines during an offensive play to discuss with Zen Master, requesting a substitution for a brief respite. The Zen Master acquiesced with a nod, promptly making the necessary adjustments, while O'Neal immediately signaled to Fisher to prepare for the free throw line. The score stood at 43-56 as the first half concluded, with the Lakers achieving a 13-point lead thanks to a significantly improved offensive efficiency compared to Game 1. However, after playing for a game and a half, the Pistons had grown familiar with the Lakers' strategy. As soon as O'Neal caught the ball, an opponent was quick to send him to the free throw line, forcing the hack-a-Shaq tactic to come into play earlier than anticipated. Due to the Lakers heavily relying on their starters, they refrained from exploiting the opponent's foul counts, thus not reciprocating the strategy. Nevertheless, after O'Neal made only 2 of his 6 free throws, the Zen Master took control from the sidelines, signaling Dunn not to pass the ball to O'Neal anymore, but rather to let Kobe take charge. Perhaps the halftime break had turned Kobe's fiery touch into an icy chill, or perhaps it was the interference from Prince that caused Kobe to misfire on 2 consecutive attempts. To prevent further misses from Kobe that might lead to a Lakers defeat, Dunn had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He continued to execute high pick-and-rolls, but this time he maneuvered to the left corner for a one-on-one play, positioning Malone at the left elbow for support, while O'Neal took a stance in the right corner. With Kobe also positioned on the right side, yet at a 45-degree angle. The Pistons, attempting to balance their defense against both the paint and perimeter, could only assign Hamilton to single-cover Dunn. After concealing his ace for so long, Dunn finally unleashed it. Upon seeing Dunn's post-up move, Larry Brown immediately shouted for a double team, but it was too late. Dunn spun off after a single backing move and glided towards Malone, who, despite not having collaborated with Dunn before, instinctively formed a wall to shield Duan from Hamilton at the corner and the lurking Big Ben underneath. With another shot, Duan helped stabilize the Lakers' momentum. This time, it was not a fleeting moment, but a consistent display of excellence on the court. Duan's prowess in low-post play left O'Neal astonished. In truth, it was not just O'Neal feeling frustrated. Kobe, too, was at a loss for words. Why was Duan so on fire tonight while his own performance faltered? After a robust first half, Kobe seemed to enter a state of dormancy after halftime. In such circumstances, the advantage of playing on home turf became evident. Every basket made by the Lakers, even those scored by Fisher, was met with thunderous applause. Given their substantial scoring lead, the Lakers were in no rush. With a score of 82-99, the Lakers triumphed over the Pistons by a resounding 17 points in Game 2 of the Finals, led by Duan's outstanding performance of 33 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. An impressive display that re-established the aura of a super team. I was ready to pass on the torch of honor and status to Duan. Much like Kareem did, recently, I've been quite busy. I owe an update, which I shall provide over the weekend. Chapter 112, Beat LA? Chapter 112, Beat LA? NBA Finals Game 2. Lakers triumph over the Pistons by 17 points with relentless courage. The Lakers lead the Finals 2-0, boldly moving to Detroit towering pillars of white jade, gilded beams of purple and gold. Duan scores a staggering 33 points in the Finals Game 2. O'Neal explicitly declares, "Duan will succeed me." Duan is the next leader of the Lakers. The men's basketball team clinching a medal in the Athens Olympics is not a mere fantasy. Youngster Duan aims for the NBA championship. Who truly is the number one in the NBA? Duan averages 28 points, 4 rebounds, and 6.5 assists, leading the NBA Finals Pistons' ironclad defense to stifle the OK duo. There are always stronger players. Duan's 33 points guide the Lakers to victory in Finals Game 2. An in-depth analysis of Duan's individual prowess among Chinese players in the NBA Finals. Who will claim the Finals MVP? Duan may emerge as the biggest winner. Many fans who previously overlooked Duan began to shift their attention from the ongoing men's basketball warm-up matches to the NBA Finals. The Lakers' defense against the Pistons was such that, as long as they maintained focus and an aggressive defensive attitude, the Pistons could only rely on difficult shots from Billups, Hamilton, and the intimidating Angry God. For these reasons, the Pistons' offensive adjustments paled in comparison to those made against the Kings. The Zen Master was not the only one over-relying on his starters. Traditional coaches generally operated similarly, utilizing their main players to the utmost as long as they were fit to play. Before stepping to the free throw line, O'Neal wore a relaxed expression, even smiling at Big Ben, as if to taunt, "You almost stopped me." Duan could only pass to Malone, who opted not to take the shot himself. Instead, faking a shot to draw the defense and then passing to O'Neal. Kobe, unfazed by this, merely smiled and playfully stuck out his tongue at the surrounding crowd, resembling a poised serpent ready to strike. In stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere back home, Duan, upon arriving at the Palace of Auburn Hills, was greeted by a sea of fans donned in Beat LA Pistons jerseys, particularly when facing the Lakers, who boasted both Kobe and Duan as formidable locks. They effectively rendered the Angry God a mere facilitator, yielding ball control. Shaq might lead you to victory, but you first had to get the ball into his hands. Especially after the media circulated O'Neal's post-game interview, domestic fans felt invigorated, simultaneously encouraging Duan while subtly hoping he would pass the ball to them. Speaking of the Lakers, whether it was Duan or Kobe handling the ball, or O'Neal executing low-post plays, the essence remained the same. The triangle offense. With players of such caliber, not only would Blue Shoes not dare to offend them, but even Yao Ming yearned to share the court with such esteemed teammates. Furthermore, Duan's angular features strikingly resembled a doppelganger of Yen Quan, which certainly attracted female fans. After 2 games in the Lakers vs. Pistons series, the Lakers players no longer required pre-game scouting reports from assistant coaches to know how to defend against the Pistons players. In the paint, O'Neal effectively contained the Angry God, while Malone seized an offensive rebound. Before the Angry God could assert himself physically, Malone leaped and executed a thunderous dunk. Following Duan's explosive performance in the previous game, the Pistons intensified their defensive focus on him, becoming increasingly cautious. "If I can't find my rhythm, I'll pass to you. I know you're more reliable than Kobe," Duan stated, determined not to be continuously manipulated by O'Neal and instead turning the tables on him. Ultimately, he led the Lakers to victory, lifting the championship trophy while also securing the Finals MVP award. Larry Brown, an adept coach known for his defensive acumen, had successfully integrated the Pistons' 5 Tigers into the Princeton offense. Showcasing remarkable skill, the Angry God failed to score against Malone in the low post. O'Neal secured the rebound, presenting the Lakers with an excellent opportunity to extend their lead. Though warm-up matches may not carry the same weight as the Olympics, the prestige of winning the NBA championship is not significantly diminished, especially with the Dream Team's dominance over the global basketball scene. Should Duan find himself consistently double-teamed by the Pistons, he might as well bid farewell to the Finals MVP. With only a 2-day gap between Finals Games 2 and 3 and a venue transition, the Lakers players generally enjoyed ample rest, and the Pistons players did as well. While Botter had already received his NBA championship ring, not participating in the playoffs diminished its authenticity. After the Lakers secured victory in Game 2, the excitement was palpable not only on the West Coast in Los Angeles, but also across the ocean, where media and fans celebrated fervently. "No one can defeat me. Moreover, my teammate is the superhero Shaq." However, Fisher, upon entering the game, struggled to find his rhythm, missing his first shot. During the regular season, the Lakers had also been subjected to beat LA Chance against the Celtics. But none carried this intensity. Yao Ming could only laugh awkwardly. Duan scored 33 points in the NBA Finals, and I haven't even played in the Western Conference Finals. What advice could I possibly offer? Furthermore, even in his inaugural appearance on the NBA Finals stage, Duan exhibited no signs of stage fright. Fortunately, when Fisher shot, Hamilton was there to cover. Setting aside other matters, the undeniable fact remains that Duan had successfully reached the NBA Finals alongside O'Neal and Kobe. Yet, as Billup's double team suddenly closed in, Duan had no choice but to pass the ball. It must be noted that during his downtime, O'Neal often sang, danced, and rapped. According to current statistics, Duan was arguably the most pivotal player for the Lakers. As expected, once the game commenced, O'Neal displayed remarkable prowess. The Lakers still needed someone to sink a few three-pointers to create space. Duan, however, assumed the role of the team's core player, participating in the NBA Finals alongside the Lakers. The Pistons' Princeton system differed from the Kings, primarily relying on Billups and Hamilton as initiating points. While the Angry God possessed some playmaking ability, his lack of low-post scoring and perimeter shooting often rendered him a non-factor, making it challenging for him to receive the ball on the outside. Certainly, in order to alleviate any potential awkwardness in the atmosphere, Yao Ming publicly expressed his aspirations. He hopes to collaborate with Duan in serving the national men's basketball team. The Lakers continue to rely on Duan to help alleviate Fisher's ball-handling burden, which allows them to successfully cross the half-court line. O'Neal worries that Duan might find it challenging to cope with such a significant stage for the first time. However, he displays the hallmark composure of a superstar, growing increasingly impressive and at ease as the game progresses. "Do not fear. Relish this journey. We shall lift the championship trophy under their watchful eyes," he encourages. While Kobe refrains from demanding the ball, Duan naturally continues to execute high pick-and-rolls. This time, instead of passing to Malone, he delivers the ball to Fisher. After all, a season's worth of offensive strategies cannot simply be adjusted overnight for the finals. "Rest assured, I am an NCAA champion. I possess championship experience." The Pistons fans rise to chant defense. Yet, the Pistons do not immediately retreat. Instead, they maintain their frontcourt pressure on Fisher, Duan, and Kobe, much like in the previous 2 games, with Billups, Hamilton, and Prince entangling them. Duan hopes Fisher can convert a three-pointer, alleviating some of his offensive pressures. However, there lies an opportunity to witness a Chinese player clinch the NBA championship and hoist that exhilarating, immensely proud trophy. Conversely, domestic fans may have waited a lifetime without the chance to see a Chinese player in the men's basketball finals at the Olympics. When Yao Ming was questioned by reporters regarding any guiding advice for young players like Duan, he could only express respect for Duan's personal opinions, given that Duan's circumstances are entirely different from Wang Zhiji's. O'Neal continues to make free throws. In an instant, a decade-long fanbase emerges, with numerous supporters transforming into Duan's admirers, rallying for him with fervor. Duan's unparalleled talent and youthful exuberance resonate profoundly with the new generation of fans. Upon O'Neal's entry, he claps in solidarity with his teammates, then approaches Duan and pats him on the shoulder, proclaiming, "We are unstoppable." As the championship ring beckons, Malone immediately demonstrates his ambition with a powerful dunk. Chapter 113. Competing for FMVP? O'Neal is not scoring, and Kobe is missing. This is also attributable to Duan's organizational skills. along with O'Neal and Malone's twin towers bolstering their rebounding and attacking prowess. The Lakers succeed in accumulating significant points both beyond the arc and in the paint. Although Duan's three-point shot has been temporarily stifled, Fisher's shooting touch gradually warms up. Larry Brown does not believe Fisher can annihilate the Pistons with his shooting, yet Fisher continuously sinks three-pointers, leaving Brown visibly alarmed. Not to mention the Pistons' interior rim protection issues and the accumulation of fouls by their fierce competitors. To contain Fisher's three-point shooting while simultaneously defending Duan, the Pistons must revert to Prince guarding Duan. In reality, Prince cannot effectively defend Duan, particularly since Duan excels in pick-and-roll situations. Next, Kobe's relentless mid-range shooting proves to be a significant challenge for the Pistons, causing them considerable distress. The Zen Master cannot resolve the troubles posed by the Pistons' defense, nor can he mitigate the challenges stemming from Kobe's offense. Following yet another timeout, the Zen Master directly subs out Kobe. "Do not fear fouls. We are fighting on our home turf." Now, having reached the finals, it is not unreasonable for Kobe to examine the FMVP distribution. Ultimately, rather than widening, the point differential has further narrowed. "We need to adopt a more aggressive defense, instilling fear in the Lakers players. Rashid, you can use your loud voice to pressure them. The referees will not blow the whistle on you." However, the good times are short-lived. As Fisher exits after playing over 8 minutes, the hope of a three-peat dynasty for the Pistons is dashed, only to be dormant for over a decade before experiencing a resurgence this year. This also leaves O'Neal, who has been running back and forth for over 3 minutes, somewhat dissatisfied. After being blocked once, Kobe attempts a low-post back-down transition, only to find the lane congested and has to pass to Fisher at the top of the key. Moreover, as long as Kobe isolates and does not pass the ball, the Pistons can continue to shift their defensive resources to double-team him. It is amusing that the renowned Little Blacksmith from Los Angeles suddenly dons Jordan's jersey upon arriving in the Motor City. Initially, the weak side low post should have been Malone's domain, but with O'Neal occupying that space, Malone is forced to pull to the weak side 45-degree angle to create space. However, with O'Neal deliberately distancing himself from the basket, the low post threat is temporarily neutralized, allowing for more defensive resources to further limit Kobe's driving and shooting opportunities. While Duan currently boasts the best statistics, the final outcome of tonight's game will ultimately determine who truly excels. Kobe has played over 8 minutes, only touching the ball once or twice, yet he strictly adheres to the strategy without rushing to shoot. Generally speaking, layups should be simpler than mid-range shots. However, despite the Lakers adding Grant as a spacing option, Kobe's refusal to pass the ball results in him continuing to play solo. The Pistons have keenly recognized Kobe's penchant for isolation, initiating a strategy to sever his connection with O'Neal while simultaneously double-teaming him from the perimeter. Kobe, who enjoys physical confrontations, finds himself relishing the challenge when Prince engages him in physical play. Meanwhile, Grant cannot protect the rim in the same manner as O'Neal, just like in Games 1 and 2. After using a screen to shake off Prince's defense, Duan either drives past Big Ben to feed O'Neal and Malone, or takes a three-pointer from the perimeter. Faced with the Pistons' impenetrable defense, Kobe merely gestures for his teammates to spread out, but chooses not to pass the ball. At this juncture, apart from stepping on someone's foot, it seems almost impossible to stop a shooting superstar like Kobe, whose accuracy is remarkable and whose form improves as the game progresses. Kobe is confident in his shooting touch tonight, believing that the Pistons do not pose a threat. "Rest assured, as long as we do not commit malicious fouls, Karl Malone will not throw elbows. The entire league is watching him." The Pistons, seeking to reverse the score, can only rely on their signature defense, engaging in a more aggressive and tenacious manner to confront the Lakers head-on. "Kobe, you should not shoulder the burden alone. You ought to pass the ball like Duan. Haven't I been helping the team score and maintain the lead?" When Duan's shooting and playmaking abilities are fully showcased, the point differential naturally expands. Kobe's shooting accuracy tonight is extraordinary, granting him greater confidence in his assertions. The intensity of his actions tonight is evidently greater than that of the previous evening. Yet he still cannot find a way to defend against them. Ironically, O'Neal shares the same sentiment. Duan, having just found his rhythm, with 2 successful three-pointers from 4 attempts, accumulating 6 points and 2 assists, is forced to relinquish ball control to Kobe as Peyton fails to score. Last game, Prince's man-to-man defense against Kobe was notably effective. Although his scoring efficiency appears modest, with only 7 points from 6 attempts, the shooting percentage is quite alarming, 50. As the point differential shrinks to 5, the Zen master finally calls a timeout, opting to substitute O'Neal and signaling Kobe to share the ball and adopt a more team-oriented approach. Unfortunately, just as Kobe sinks a mid-range shot, the Pistons swiftly redirect their defensive resources, assigning Prince to guard Kobe. In reality, even without Larry Brown's input, the Pistons quintet is already exerting maximum effort on defense. If Kobe faces Prince's and Billup's double team, he might still find shooting opportunities, but with Big Ben and the fierce competitor closing in, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. It can only be said that they are not of the same family, yet they are in the same domain. In truth, Kobe and O'Neal have already made their intentions regarding the FMVP clear. O'Neal understands Kobe's desire to contend for the FMVP, and he knows he cannot allow Kobe to continue this way. It is fair to say that winning the championship is not as effortless as many might envision. Now that he has acquired substantial ball control, his long-suppressed offensive urges are instantly unleashed. Billups suddenly finds his shooting touch, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, forcing Duan to focus on neutralizing Billups. Years ago, Jordan was tormented by the Pistons' bad boys for 3 years, failing to exceed a 50 shooting percentage. But once he broke through, his accuracy soared to around 55. After all, who would bother to analyze the next opponent of a team that has fallen behind 2-0? This undoubtedly leaves the Pistons fans feeling disheartened. Seeing that the strong side is entirely cleared, Kobe perceives more opportunities for offense and can initiate a low-post backdown. If Duan and Fisher's three-pointers go unguarded, it is somewhat excusable, as the Pistons have afforded them those chances. The Lakers may not require Kobe's scoring, but his defense is irreplaceable. Of course, aside from Kobe, the entire team wholeheartedly supports Duan in handling the ball. Chapter 114. Turning the tide, ejecting the Wallace twins. Seizing Game 3, Kobe, you surely do not wish for the team to lose because of you. Go to the low post. I will create opportunities to pass you the ball. We need you, and you need us as well. Set aside your pride. On the way back onto the court, Duan approached Kobe, giving him a reassuring pat on the backside. Kobe had initially been determined to leverage his extensive experience in missing shots to conquer the Pistons and lead his team to victory. However, upon hearing Duan's words, he finally exhaled, retracting his tongue. We are unstoppable. Duan felt a sense of relief after Kobe's declaration and moved to join O'Neal. In essence, the current Pistons were merely a championship-caliber team. Whereas the Lakers were a historically elite championship squad, as long as Duan, Kobe, and O'Neal remained united, without conflicts or absences from the game, it would become exceedingly difficult for the Pistons to secure a victory. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers played with clarity, relentlessly attacking the paint, determined to overpower the roaring Thunder. Eventually, Oker ventured to the perimeter and attempted a three-pointer, which failed to find the mark. Grant held his ground under pressure. Although he did not make both free throws, he successfully converted one, preventing the situation from shifting unexpectedly. In the absence of Ben's defense, Duan found it easier to execute pick-and-rolls against Billups and Hamilton. Thankfully, as an outside player, Duan managed to convert his second free throw. It seemed that due to Ben's foul, his knee injury had recurred, jeopardizing his career, and the Lakers might soon need to bring out a stretcher. The intensity of the finals had drained Duan, who had been consistently handling the ball and providing stable defense. However, if O'Neal were to face off against Oker one-on-one, and O'Neal failed to dominate him, it could only be considered a testament to Oker's resilience. Meanwhile, the Pistons had lost their formidable inside duo of Wallace. Initially, the referees might have turned a blind eye, as home court blocking fouls could sometimes benefit from the first-to-complain rule. Calling offensive fouls on the opponent's eye. In truth, this was still the Pistons' home ground, and some fouls simply went uncalled. As Ben exited amidst the cheers for the MVP, the Lakers also carried Malone off on a stretcher. However, at that moment, Duan secured a rebound and launched a swift counterattack. With Duan converting a layup in transition, the Pistons' chances of a comeback were effectively extinguished. Seeing Grant attempt another layup, the Pistons could only persist, committing further fouls against him. Fortunately, the notorious bald referee Crawford was absent, and the 3 referees present did not issue a technical foul for Grant's whistle. The Lakers aimed to take advantage of the situation, trying to draw fouls against Ben and force him out of the game. Duan was unsure if O'Neal, feeling slighted by Kobe's scoring, might harbor ill intentions, so to pacify him, Duan forcefully passed the ball to O'Neal after setting a screen. Through a series of aggressive drives, they finally managed to take down the roaring Thunder. As Ben and Prince collapsed defensively, Kobe seized the moment to execute a quick jump shot. In any case, Ben could not absolve himself of the foul committed against Malone. The Pistons adjusted their defense, and Duan decisively passed to O'Neal. Even as O'Neal soared high, he was pulled down midair, a foul that had to be called. Without Ben's help defense, Duan was free to attack the rim using screens. Returning to the free throw line, Grant displayed no signs of anxiety, exchanging high fives with teammates and even blowing a few celebratory whistles. He made one of 2 free throws, reflecting O'Neal's standard performance. Although Prince was capable of hitting three-pointers, the fatigue from defending against Duan and Kobe throughout the game had taken its toll. While keeping Ben on the court allowed the Pistons to execute their strategy of hacking him, overall, the absence of Ben was undoubtedly more advantageous for the Lakers. Yet, after the Roaring Thunder missed a three-pointer, Ben managed to grab the offensive rebound and convert a second-chance layup, narrowing the gap to 2 points. The Zen Master focused on defending against three-pointers, allowing 2-point opportunities while maintaining control of the ball. In extreme circumstances, they could resort to fouling, but given they were already winning, they aimed to retain a semblance of decorum. O'Neal had initially supported Duan's ball handling, and upon learning that Duan would consistently pass to him, he naturally set aside any other thoughts. Duan's shot attempt drew Prince, Billups, and Ben's attention. Just as Ben prepared to rotate for help defense on O'Neal, he realized he had been faked out by Malone and had to quickly shift to keep up. Inadvertently stepping into the restricted area, Malone anticipated this and raised his elbow to create space for Ben. Initially intending to find O'Neal, Duan leaped only to discover that Hamilton had left Kobe open, blocking his passing lane. Though he did not fall, he ended up on the ground, feigning pain, drenched in sweat. 91-88, the advantage is mine. The Lakers not only led by 3 points, but also had 2 free throw opportunities. Ben instinctively tugged at Malone, who then tossed the ball skyward, gracefully falling back to absorb the impact. Larry Brown deployed a 3-guard lineup of Billups, Lindsey Hunter, and Hamilton. The Lakers' defensive weakness primarily resided in the interior. But with the Roaring Thunder sidelined, the Pistons lacked strong post-up capabilities. Ultimately, the ball found its way into the hands of Prince, the weakest three-point shooter. With only 1 minute and 41 seconds left in Game 3, Duan finally revealed a hook-like smile at the free throw line. Although Oker had some skill, the Lakers, with their wing players' suffocating defense, had managed to stifle even a peak Olajuwon, so there was no reason they couldn't handle Oker. Thus, when Hamilton cut to the basket using a screen for a layup, Duan opted to let it go. As there was no need to incur another foul, if a lapse occurred, they could afford to concede a mid-range shot while tightening their defense against layups. Due to foul troubles, Larry Brown, upon receiving advice from his assistants, had to substitute Oker back in for the Roaring Thunder. For O'Neal, scoring was always a positive outcome. AS Kobe defended the ball handler, Duan, tasked with guarding Hamilton, the Pistons' most formidable offensive threat, knew that should Hamilton fail to receive the ball, he would need to collapse defensively to aid his teammates. Ben stumbled back a step but, determined to prevent a score, reached out to block, even clutching Malone's bodied. AS Billups drew Duan's defense, feigning a shot to pass to Prince, who cut to the basket. O'Neal delivered an emphatic block, sending Prince's shot into the stands. The Pistons attempted to steal the ball, but with Duan securely holding it, they had no choice but to resort to fouling tactics. Ironically, with Ben fouled out, Larry Brown had no alternative but to send the Roaring Thunder back into the game, despite him having 5 fouls. By the time of the second free throw, it was uncertain whether Grant's miss was deliberate or accidental. Regardless, it fell short, bouncing off the front of the rim and ricocheting towards Grant. Lindsey Hunter attempted to take a three-pointer from the perimeter but was thwarted by Rick Fox. Observing the Pistons lineup, Duan discerned that Larry Brown had instructed his players to focus on three-point strategies. Without a timeout, the Pistons continued their strategy of committing off-ball fouls, though they wasted 3 precious seconds due to Grant's erratic movements. The game, however, did not conclude at that moment. Larry Brown prepared to devise an offensive play to turn the tide in the Pistons' favor. Then, in a remarkable display, Grant executed a hat trick, returning to the free throw line once more. Particularly in the paint, Ben could only dare to front O'Neal for a pass, refraining from applying pressure from behind. Duan recognized that relying solely on Kobe's efforts would not suffice. He needed to ignite O'Neal's competitive spirit and fully engage him in the game. Next, the Lakers would deploy a smaller lineup consisting of Kobe, Duan, Rick Fox, Devin George, and Horace Grant. However, Ben's pulling actions were too blatant. If Malone had not been fouled, the ball would not have soared skyward without touching the rim. With a loud thud, the Pistons fans began to exit en masse. Together, we can bring them all down. While the Pistons' defensive framework did not solely rely on Ben, his contributions were vital to their defensive integrity. Furthermore, since Malone had exited without executing free throws, Larry Brown designated O'Neal to take them. With the Lakers leading by 4 points, the Pistons had no choice but to call a timeout. Simultaneously, Fisher was substituted for the more defensively adept Rick Fox. Consequently, Duan executed a risky no-look pass to Kobe stationed at the weak side corner. Meanwhile, O'Neal was positioned behind the Roaring Thunder, AS for Ben. Having accrued 5 fouls, he was reluctant to defend aggressively. Perhaps it was Duan's pass that inspired O'Neal. He no longer displayed a lackadaisical attitude. The ball went in, as Kobe successfully executed a one-on-one against Hamilton, helping the Lakers tie the game. This time, the three-point attempt felt somewhat rushed and anxious. Hamilton was quick on his feet, but he could not match Duan's strength and physicality. Standing at the riverbank, one is bound to get their feet wet, as the Lakers maintained a slender lead of 2 to 3 points. Ben could not help but desire to assist the Pistons in securing a victory through his defense, inadvertently falling into a trapped eye. In reality, the Lakers lineup was formidable, with even the shortest player, Kobe, standing at 198 meters, effectively deploying 5 forwards on the court. After Dunn relinquished his shot attempts and wholeheartedly united O'Neal and Kobe, the Lakers gradually established a scoring advantage by leveraging the individual prowess of Dunn, Kobe, and O'Neal. Of course, following the referee's whistle, although Big Ben was ejected, it was clear that home court bias played a role. Shaq, I have convinced Kobe to cooperate with us on defense. AS O'Neal, Kobe, and Dunn approached. Malone remained theatrically sprawled on the floor, frowning and curling up, one hand covering his knee while the other pounded the floor in impotent fury. Larry Brown, meanwhile, used his final timeout to continue devising three-point strategies. And Shaq, you must overcome the double team from the two Wallaces. You will need to exert more energy on the offensive end to help us put the ball through the hoop. Shaq, I can trust you, right? My task ahead is to deliver the ball into your hands. Although Larry Brown's substitution of Oker was intended to withstand O'Neal for a time, Kobe took on the task of defending Chauncey Billups. While Dunn kept a close watch on Richard Hamilton, Kobe received the ball and executed a swift, fast break, overpowering 2 defenders at the rim to finally help the Lakers regain the lead. Kobe was also able to drive to the basket to score rather than being forced into a series of missed shots. Dunn scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Malone, a master at drawing fouls, used a screen from Dunn to slip past, feigning a pass to O'Neal, only to spin around and glide to the basket. Grant stepped forward just in time to secure the rebound, with Malone securing the board. The Lakers were presented with opportunities to either tie or take the lead. The Lakers coaching staff naturally took note of this. The others had to defend against three-pointers and must not commit fouls. It was evident that the Pistons were unwilling to succumb to the Lakers' strategy. On the surface, the point differential did not seem significant, and the Pistons still had a chance to turn the tide. Malone, utilizing his elbow, forcefully collided with Big Ben, who was momentarily unsteady, before leaping for a layup. Remarkably, with Malone's injury causing a stoppage in play, O'Neal managed to catch a brief breather of 2 or 3 minutes, subsequently shooting 1 out of 2 free throws and returning to normal performance levels. However, Phil Jackson found this to be fortuitous, using the timeout to substitute O'Neal out of the game. Yet, due to O'Neal's dominance in the low post, the two Wallaces struggled to manage their fouls. A sudden stop-and-go, followed by a quick spin into the paint, illustrated that despite facing the hack-a-Shaq strategy again, O'Neal's free throw efficiency was declining due to fatigue. Back then, rules had not yet changed to mitigate the impact of the hack-a-Shaq strategy on the viewing experience, so the Pistons cleverly resorted to committing off-ball fouls, forcing Grant, the Lakers' poorest free throw shooter, to the line. Aware of Big Ben's 5 fouls, Phil Jackson abandoned his usual meditative demeanor on the sidelines to actively remind the Lakers players on the court. Moreover, Malone's landing was indeed unsteady, clearly influenced by external forces, resulting in a loss of balance in mid-air. Devin George secured the rebound, with only 26 seconds remaining in the game. The Lakers held a 5-point lead and maintained possession of the ball. Utilizing pick-and-rolls and low-post isolation, Dunn scored 2 out of 3 attempts, swiftly adding 4 points and extending the Lakers' lead to 5. Observing the Lakers' formidable trio, the Pistons could only do their utmost to protect Big Ben. Although O'Neal did not convert the ball into the basket against the double team from the Wallaces, he still managed to earn a trip to the free throw line. However, Billups found himself unable to shoot due to Kobe's tight defense, while Dunn effectively guarded Hamilton off the ball. Once again, Dunn, Malone, and O'Neal executed a high screen, with Dunn pretending to run to the corner for a one-on-one, drawing the defense into the paint before continuing around Malone's screen, distracting the Pistons' defensive focus. Given the presence of injuries, such a foul could have been deemed a flagrant, yet the referees ultimately called it a standard foul. Dunn nodded and then conversed briefly with Malone. Kobe leaped to catch the ball, but as he landed, Hamilton had already closed in. Thus he refrained from attempting a corner three. Be vigilant in monitoring your defensive assignments and avoid leaving anyone open. Having mastered the art of drawing fouls, Dunn displayed considerable prowess. The Lakers continued their man-to-man defensive strategy, though it bore a hint of a one-on-four approach. 1 point, another point, and yet another point, within a brief minute. Grant consistently converted 2 free throws, amassing 3 points through his free throw prowess. With Grant's excellent free throw performance aiding the Lakers, they further extended their scoring lead, ultimately clinching victory in Game 3 of the Finals. Chapter 115. Call upon friends, Kobe. I want the FMVP. This chapter is mostly routine. Feel free to skip if uninterested. Mickey, are there any tickets left for Game 4 of the Finals? I wish to invite a few friends and family to watch the game together. Thus, Dunn sought out Lakers general manager Mickey Kupchak, who was currently on the sidelines applauding Dunn and the others, to request tickets for the next Finals game. Kupchak, delighted by the request, joked with Dunn, "Haha, I have plenty of tickets for Game 5. Do you want some? Game 5? Dunn scratched his head, reflecting that the Finals format seemed to be 2-3-2. Even if there were a Game 5, it would still be played in Detroit. Wow, the Pistons are that bold? Have they already sold the tickets for Game 5 in advance? If the Finals end in a sweep, we could be lifting the trophy after Game 4, leaving them with no way to bow out gracefully. Hey, they really are leaving no escape routes. We are a super team. How dare they?" Hearing this from Kupchak motivated Dunn even more to conclude this year's Finals in Game 4. Originally, Dunn was eager to approach Kupchak for tickets to Game 4 to invite his good friends like Anthony and Wade, as well as his mentor Boeheim, to witness him hoist the NBA championship trophy. To be honest, Dunn's relationship with Boeheim was somewhat neutral. They had merely worked together as teammates, in Donovan's words, even after battling alongside Durant to reach the Western Conference Finals and nearly toppling the 73-win Warriors. He still felt unfamiliar with Durant. However, without Boeheim, Dunn would not have had the opportunity to join the Los Angeles Lakers through the draft. Charlie Denson, upon hearing Dunn's request, confirmed he could provide 6 tickets for Game 4 of the Finals. As the inviter, Dunn did not wish to appear ostentatious at the expense of his friends' reputations or to disrupt certain familial relationships. Days prior, Anthony and Wade had both discreetly purchased tickets for Games 4 and 5 of the Finals. "Dwayne, I've been waiting for your call for quite some time." However, Detroit, situated in the Rust Belt, perhaps due to severe industrial pollution, had air that was not particularly sweet but rather carried a faint metallic scent. Since Boeheim's family consisted of only 5 members, Dunn had an extra ticket on the morning of June 11, the day after Game 3 of the Finals. While Dunn was still asleep, he received a call from Eliza Dushku. "We initially thought it would take until Games 5 or 6 to determine the outcome, but who knew they would crumble so easily? It has been far too smooth, exceeding our expectations, and we don't have many tickets prepared for Game 4. In the previous 3 Finals games, Dunn averaged 26 points, having been surpassed by Kobe's average of 26.7 points. However, America places great importance on collegiate connections, and Dunn inevitably conformed to local customs. Originally, Dunn's phone had been confiscated by the Lakers management for safekeeping. Shortly thereafter, Dunn received calls from Bosh, James, and others. Although James had not planned to come, he still offered his congratulations to Dunn in advance, if star players maintain good relationships within the team, and their families are also close friends. They could combine to book a suite, allowing their children to have companions to play with happily. "Are there really no tickets left for Game 4? Dunn inquired earnestly, gradually transitioning from a bottom-tier lottery pick to a pseudo-starter for the Lakers. And now an all-star starter, he was now one of the big 3 of the super team Los Angeles Lakers. Particularly after a loss, players experience significant psychological pressure, fearing that public opinion may impact their performance in the next game. Upon hearing the prospect of attending the Finals and witnessing the Lakers' championship victory, Eliza Dushku immediately purchased a plane ticket to fly to Detroit. "However, we still have 2 suites available, and currently, there are about 5 spots left. If you need them, I can arrange that for you. Why didn't you answer earlier? You should understand that players who perform well are often pulled aside for sideline interviews, right? This meant that Kobe must score 40 points in Game 4 and lead the team to victory single-handedly. Carmelo, how did you know I was going to win the championship? I scored 33 points in Game 2. Isn't that impressive? Have the tickets been secured? Then come on over. If we do win, I'll hand you my trophy to hold. How about that? That's brotherly enough, isn't it? When the day of the game arrived, with the potential for his good brother to become a champion, Anthony and Wade naturally could not be absent. Moreover, Shaq, Kobe, and Karl had already reached out to book tickets beforehand. As long as Game 4 does not falter, the finals MVP will undoubtedly belong to O'Neal. Furthermore, there is the saying that wealth should not be squandered away from home, like wearing fine clothes in the night. Of course, if O'Neal also begins to sulk and puts in minimal effort. Kobe averaged an impressive 26.7 points, 3.2 rebounds, and 1.6 assists, yet in order to vie for the finals MVP against Shaquille O'Neal, he would need to elevate his scoring average to at least 30 points. Given the unfamiliarity with the families of fellow Lakers players, the prospect of watching the game from a private box might prove somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the Lakers management displayed a commendable degree of humanity by providing players with their mobile communication devices. Besides the standard seating arrangements, the NBA also offers luxurious VIP boxes, with varying sizes and seating capacities depending on the box's classification. After a few minutes, the call finally connected. Under LeBron's compelling insistence, Dunn reluctantly agreed to a 3-year commitment, hoping to compete alongside LeBron in the finals during the duration of his rookie contract. As the saying goes, one should never forget the wellspring from which they drink. The mere thought that the Pistons management had prematurely sold the tickets for Game 5 left Dunn pondering the impending frenzy of the bad boys in Game 4. Even if it meant incurring a loss, Dunn resolved to buy tickets out of his own pocket, determined to ensure that Anthony and his companions would be present to witness his pursuit of the championship. Eliza Dushku mentioned that she had already checked into the hotel where the Lakers were staying, which was conveniently adjacent to Dunn's room, albeit several floors apart. Thankfully, Dunn's worries proved unfounded. However, for the time being, he need not concern himself with distant matters, as he currently lacked tickets but was eager to invite Anthony and Wade. To avoid drawing attention from others, Eliza even refrained from inviting her usual circle of friends. With a gentle nudge, Dunn encouraged LeBron, saying, "You are the #1 draft pick. The future belongs to you." Yet, a new dilemma arose when Kupchak, employing humor to shift the conversation, inadvertently revealed that he too had no tickets available. After exchanging pleasantries and drawing upon their deep mentor-mentee bond, Beheem finally accepted Dunn's invitation to watch Game 4 of the finals. With the guest list confirmed and the pressure mounting, declining Kobe's request could very well lead to chaos during Game 4. After ending his call with LeBron, Dunn quickly sought out Charlie Danson. Watching Kobe's figure fade from view, Dunn could only scratch his head in silence. After all, it was merely a trivial amount of money. At worst, he would buy the tickets, but since it wasn't a crucial game, it might be best to remain at home. It was unlikely that they would attend the finals alone. Rather, they would bring their families along. Beheem indicated he would be bringing his wife and children, notably mentioning that his eldest son was also named James. Over the next couple of days, Dunn dedicated himself to practicing in the hotel gym. Although O'Neal's average stood at 24.3 points, he still managed 10.7 rebounds. Upon hearing this, LeBron appeared quite pleased, even expressing his intention to lead the Cavaliers out of the East in a few years to compete for the championship against Dunn's Lakers. However, it was a formidable challenge for Dunn, who had yet to even secure a girlfriend, let alone children. Competing for the finals MVP with averages of 26 points, 4.3 rebounds, and 7 assists was no easy feat against O'Neal. As a Nike athlete and a minor stakeholder in the brand, Dunn shared a certain camaraderie with them. In such circumstances, having a seat was certainly preferable to having none. Naturally, the Lakers management had also cautioned players against engaging in gambling and other off-court distractions, emphasizing the detrimental impact such activities could have. Dunn jested, "If I were to become the leader of the Lakers, would you be willing to support me?" Furthermore, there was a possibility of rumors arising regarding relationships between star players and their families. "Kobe and Shaq are superior to me. Would they win without my assists?" Now that the tickets had been purchased, it was time to invite their families along, if they were to clinch the championship. Dunn vowed to present the trophy for Kobe to touch, hoping to bestow some of that championship luck upon him for an early title victory. Just the night before Game 4 commenced, Kobe unexpectedly paid a visit, expressing his desire to negotiate a trade with Dunn. Consequently, Dunn reached out to his confidant residing in Los Angeles. It could only be said that Kobe's insistence on securing the Finals MVP was likely bolstered by Nike's confidence in him. After careful consideration, Dunn resolved to sacrifice his own aspirations for the greater good, allowing Kobe to contend with O'Neal for the accolade. Having received the room number, he rose early the next morning to train. Breathing in the fresh air, the tickets for courtside seats had already been fully allocated. "I want the Finals MVP. I owe you a favor," Dunn declared, preparing to extend an invitation for his friend to join him. In addition, there were still a few spots available in the Lakers' luxury boxes. Dunn's rapport with Beheem was similarly solid. Moving forward, Dunn sought to invite the likes of Anthony and Wade, future stars of the NBA. Beheem, as the coach of the Syracuse Orange, had granted Dunn some opportunities, albeit limited ones. With this promise, Dunn felt emboldened to call Beheem as a member of the approximately 400 to 500 professional basketball players in the NBA. Dunn was on the brink of achieving the greatest honor of his career, the NBA championship, which warranted proper celebration. In fulfilling his social needs, respecting his desires, and seeking self-actualization, Dunn noted that Anthony and Wade demonstrated even greater concern for the Lakers and Pistons finals than he did. Given that the Lakers had secured 3 consecutive victories, the prospect of clinching the championship in Game 4 necessitated inviting family and friends to witness the event. The smaller boxes accommodate 8 to 10 people, while the Lakers' 2 larger boxes can hold 16 to 20 individuals, allowing star players to bring their families along to enjoy the game. Dunn remarked that if they were interested, they should bring their friends along for the experience. After finishing his shower, Dunn discovered several missed calls on his phone. However, after Kobe made his proposal, he promptly departed, seemingly convinced that Dunn had agreed to assist him in securing the Finals MVP. Normally, with multiple scoring options available to the team, O'Neal, as the Lakers' leader, could maintain an impressive average of 20 to 10 during the finals. Thus, in order to secure the championship, Dunn would have to balance the distribution of opportunities, creating scoring chances for Kobe while also facilitating a few assists for O'Neal to keep him satisfied. Prior to the official commencement of Game 4, Dunn had mentally prepared for various scenarios, making it imperative that their plan to win the championship unfolded without delay. On the evening of June 13, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and the Detroit sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze.